A card sits in the tavern, neglected by everyone, but the campus belle spent 100,000 to buy it, simply because of this card. It possesses a property that has never appeared in this world. Critical hit, it turns out. I unexpectedly crossed over to a world where card creators are revered. Here, people rely on new cards to fight monsters. A variety of cards have been created. However, I was surprised to find that the cards here are still in their primitive stages, merely superficial. For example, an enhanced common equipment card. It only has an added skill for splitting cards. In my previous life, I played Hearthstone every day after work, and the various strange effect cards were the most impressive. Like the account. Wang Yu's victory belongs to the forgotten. Victory belongs to my charge. Wait, I am. Just right, my previous self left behind a card shop transformed into a tavern. So I used the card-making materials in the shop, and the knowledge from my previous life as a programmer about building structures. After 3 months, I created the first reliable card. At this moment, this card appeared in the hands of a shield warrior. This is a duel match for the class assessment. New warriors can first offer equipment cards before entering. I saw Longxing pull out a purple card, and after a flash of purple light, 2 mini turrets appeared on his shoulders, firmly gripping Longxing's shoulders. Longxing's arcane turret-type equipment card has an epic attack of 50, durability of 100, and its effect activates immediately upon equipping with Starlink, firing 2 arcane missiles each time, described as fully automated tracking missiles, each shot carrying the scent of money. This is the older brother's exclusive epic card, and the audience erupted in exclamations. As the saying goes, the poor play with delays, while the rich play without limits. This rich brother's profession has an absurdly high bonus for spells. Spell-type cards focus on quick consumption. With great power, Longxing's lips curled slightly. Exclusive cards must be made by at least a 6-star card creator, and their attributes are quite outrageous. Don't be fooled by the attack being only 50, the key is that it's fully automated. As long as there's mental power, just throw it at the opponent with your eyes closed. And he just needs to ensure that he doesn't get close to the shield warrior Lin Chen. On Lin Chen's side, a flash of white light appeared, revealing an unremarkable longsword in his hand. This is just a free white card distributed upon enrollment. Classmates whispered, thinking he had given up on being a shield warrior to fight the mage, which seemed like asking for trouble. As the entry whistle sounded, Longxing pulled out a card, gripping it in his hand, ready to activate it at any moment. Anyone with common sense knows that melee classes must find ways to get close to ranged classes. This can force the opponent to use their protective cards and prevent them from having an opportunity to attack. However, what no one expected was that Lin Chen pulled out a green card, and amidst the flashing light, a woman in a leather jacket appeared in the arena, holding a semi-finished leather armor in her hand. A wave of gasps erupted in the arena, as everyone exclaimed, "What? The shield warrior is using a summoning card?" At this moment, Lin Chen's face looked slightly pale, clearly indicating this card was a burden for him. Because the mental power of a star warrior is biased, some lean towards physical strength, making them suitable for melee classes. Some lean towards the mental aspect, allowing them to pursue magic or ranged classes. The summoning type requires a high level of mental focus, which can distract a star warrior and reduce their reaction speed. In the arena, Longxing was momentarily stunned when he saw the summoned creature, then pointed with both hands. The 2 turrets on his shoulders lit up with a faint blue light, launching 4 arcane missiles towards the summoned woman. "Sorry for being late," a voice came from the loudspeaker. This is the well-known final commentary. When dealing with a summoner, the primary target is to attack the new warrior. When a shield warrior uses a summoning card, it's foolish to stick to the rules and attack the star warrior. Oh my, it seems Lin Chen is very confident in his summoning card. He used life-sharing. Life-sharing type spell card, a common skill that consumes a certain amount of stamina to grant a shield to an ally, described as crazy output under the older brother's protection. Longxing frowned slightly. The life-sharing skill is actually quite disadvantageous. First, the shield granted has a consumption cost. Moreover, if given to a person, they can dodge attacks, but if given to a summoned creature, that almost guarantees it will take full damage. In battles against shield warriors, most of the time it's about depleting the opponent's stamina to achieve victory. But today, this punching bag took off its armor itself, which feels very wrong. Lin Chen must have his reasons for doing this, and those reasons likely lie with that summoned creature. Longxing's lips curled slightly as he held a card in his hand. "Come on, let me see what tricks you have." As he spoke, 4 arcane missiles were fired at the summoned creature. Lin Chen looked at the summoned creature, and the 2 charged towards Longxing. Lin Chen moved, he charged towards the mage. Wait, why is his summoned creature so slow? What is the summoned creature doing? As the summoned creature took those few steps, it was instantly hit by 4 arcane missiles. In the stands, Vice Principal Zhuge Ji adjusted his shield slightly. All the teachers understood one thing: when the arcane missiles hit the summoned creature, it returned something to Lin Chen. Principal, you mean the returned item is a shield? Class teacher Wang Ye instantly understood. It was interesting, something that had never appeared before. Was it an effect or a technique? Zhuge Ji stroked his beard thoughtfully. In a moment, had that student come to the principal's office. I want to have a look with those old fellows. Upon hearing Zhuge Ji's words, Wang Ye was stunned. After calculations, Longxing confirmed that Lin Chen could withstand at most 80 shots, meaning the outcome could be decided within a minute, and Lin Chen would only have 2 to 3 opportunities to get close in that time. Longxing retreated while desperately launching attacks at the summoned creature. Lin Chen got closer, but unfortunately, Longxing used an Ice Ring spell, freezing Lin Chen. Ice Ring type spell card, an excellent durability skill that freezes enemies within a 5-meter radius for 20 seconds, described as immobilizing. Don't move, it's Crone. The flashing blue ice ring lasts 20 seconds. It seems they don't intend to let the warrior survive. After using the Ice Ring spell, Longxing sidestepped to escape, but in doing so, he accidentally entered the attack range of the summoned creature. Gritting his teeth, he activated his mental power, and a faint shield appeared in front of him. The summoned creature slammed its leather armor against his shield, dealing 50 damage. The arena fell silent, even the dragon was stunned. That little damage was like just tickling your brother. Compared to the confusion and disbelief of the students, the teacher on stage had confirmed one thing: this was indeed an effect card, specifically one that affected the user. With such a strange effect, the vice principal was becoming impatient to see the card's effect. In the arena, Longxing felt something was off, but his battle plan would not change. Lin Chen used life sharing, meaning his arcane attacks would continuously hit the summoned creature, with each missile dealing 200 damage. Soon, after taking 4 arcane missiles, the summoned creature was completely obliterated by Longxing. Looking at Lin Chen, he said, "Just admit defeat. Your mental power must be nearly depleted, while I still have half left." Lin Chen smiled, "Then go ahead and try." With death looming, he said this, but Longxing had no intention of giving Lin Chen a chance to breathe. The arcane missile struck Lin Chen, kicking up a cloud of dust. But as the dust settled, Lin Chen stood there as if nothing had happened. He smirked, gesturing to Longxing with a finger. "Come on, put in some effort. I can still hold up my shield." Where did that shield come from? Longxing was puzzled, but he didn't care. With life sharing gone, it meant Lin Chen's mental power had been completely exhausted. He just needed to keep reducing it by 50 to 50, shooting missile after missile of arcane power. It struck Lin Chen's shield, causing it to flicker with light. What made Longxing despair was that the shield seemed to be completely undamaged. Lin Chen was no longer in a hurry. He slowly approached Longxing, taking a step forward. Longxing took a step back. "Where did you get that shield? You can keep using your arcane missiles." Lin Chen was feeling smug. He knew Longxing's mana was running low. Longxing scoffed. "Are you brave enough to let me fire a shot? No matter if it hits or misses, I'll admit defeat." "Go ahead," Lin Chen said, picking his nose dismissively. In the arena, Lin Chen and Longxing seemed to have reached an agreement. Longxing proposed to settle it with a single spell card, taking advantage of Lin Chen's significant lead. The question was whether the foolish Lin Chen could withstand Longxing's casting spell card. He probably had no strength left. Vice Principal Zhuge's insight was still quite impressive. Life sharing had taken its toll. What was consumed was not just mental power, but physical strength as well. Lin Chen's hands were trembling now. He had nothing but the thick shield in front of him. If Longxing didn't agree to this, it would be utterly unreasonable. With fierce eyes, Longxing retracted the cannon on his shoulder, and a card appeared in his hand. Fireball spell card, excellent attack 150 to 300, durability 3, special effect, the more energy invested, the greater the power. Come on, join the 5 Fireball cult. This is a classic casting card from the mage, which is also why the mage is popular and expensive. As Longxing gathered more power, the card in his hand gradually transformed into a blue light. A fireball the size of a fist danced in his palm. It gradually expanded, then suddenly shrank, turning into a light purple fireball. Longxing let out a soft breath. "You can still admit defeat. Just so you know, my mental power is 5 points, and this fireball can deal at least 1000 damage. You won't be able to take it. Come on, give it a try. Don't just talk." Lin Chen still wore that defiant look. Unaware of his impending doom, he unleashed the fireball spell. With Longxing's furious roar, he felt a dizziness in his head, but he steadied himself. He wanted to see Lin Chen being blown away by this fireball, severely injured, before he would fall. The fireball quickly approached Lin Chen, and just before it touched him, a transparent shield lit up around him, and they collided. The fireball exploded violently. Longxing's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He turned to look at the stands, and then his expression froze. Battles in the academy were not allowed to result in casualties, so at the moment the fireball landed, a teacher should have come out to declare the winner, but now the teachers were motionless. Could he have withstood it? But how could that be? Wow, that fireball dealt 1,500 damage. Wait, Lin Chen, are you okay? My goodness, how thick is your shield? Can someone tell me what's going on? Everyone in the audience was bewildered because they couldn't comprehend what Lin Chen was doing, getting slapped in the face over and over again. Lin Chen just stood there, smiling as he looked at Longxing. You admit defeat yourself, or I'll throw you out myself. I refuse to accept it. You're cheating. Judge, he's cheating. The judge glanced at the vice principal in the stands, who nodded. He walked over and said, Lin Chen, can you show your summon card? Sure, Lin Chen said as he pulled the card from his pocket and handed it over. When the card appeared before everyone, their expressions turned strange. Wow, with something like this, why even bother? Who made this card? Do they have contact information? I want to send them some local specialties. Blacksmith type equipment card, excellent life, 500 attack, 50 effects. When friendly units or yourself are attacked, it grants the owner an additional 200 shield. Let me craft the perfect armor for you. Even the judge had a strange expression upon seeing this card. Is this card overpowered? Not at all, it's even a bit weak. A 2-star chicken summon usually starts with 1000 health and 100 attack, and this one has been halved. The key issue lay in its special effect, which made almost everyone think of Longxing's incredibly cool cannon. Slap 50 damage. Slap 50 damage. And then it turned around and gave Lin Chen a 200 shield. The key was that Lin Chen also activated life sharing. He initially thought he would be at a loss, but it turned out to be 50 body points for 200 shield. A blood profit, wow, over 10,000 shields. Even if this guy just stood there and let me hit him, I still wouldn't be able to cut through it. Longxing stared blankly at Lin Chen, his lips trembling as he pointed at him, unable to speak. A strange feeling of nausea washed over him. I admit defeat, Longxing said, his voice trembling. He had nothing left. Refusing to admit defeat would mean fighting Lin Chen hand-to-hand. Lin Chen let out a soft sigh, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Good thing you admitted defeat, or I really wouldn't know how to handle you. My life sharing has gone too far, and I have no strength left. You little brat. Longxing spat blood. Without a doubt, Lin Chen became famous, but not just for defeating Longxing. It was because he had made many people throw up in subsequent battles. When the attributes of the blacksmith were revealed, many quickly thought of a countermeasure, using powerful attack cards to take out the blacksmith, and it had to be before Lin Chen activated life sharing. However, no one could accomplish this. Among the 2-star warriors, the leading contender, Ren Shin Yen, vomited on the spot, calling this card utterly disgusting. Shield warriors typically take time to battle. In the end, some calculated that in at least 5 matches, Lin Chen's shield value surpassed 10,000 points. Lin Chen, Wang Ye said with a complex expression, that card of yours. Lin Chen replied cautiously, teacher, this card could earn me the top spot in the grade. That's not what I meant. I wanted to tell you that if anyone asks, wait until after the exam to tell them where to buy it. You wouldn't want 2 shield warriors facing off in the finals, would you? Lin Chen was suddenly taken aback. Wang Ye said speechlessly, you won't say anything, will you? I might have accidentally. Meanwhile, in a strangely decorated loose tavern. Boss, I want to buy a blacksmith. I looked at the kids gathered at the bar and wasn't surprised. A card like the blacksmith was virtually unbeatable in battles between 2-star warriors, and costing 888 was quite pricey. It's not overpriced. Think about whether you've put in enough effort over the years. I spoke about the flourishing new era, giving the little shield warriors goosebumps. Boss, stop lecturing me. I'll pay, alright? After the kids left, I patted the money in my hand and gestured to my sister nearby. Raising an eyebrow, I said, see, I told you I could make money. A few kids looked at the money in my hand, sizing it up, but said nothing. Feeling a bit awkward, I replied, why are you looking at me like that? You've changed, huh? You little brat, I said, reaching out to ruffle his hair, making it all messy. I'm Duo, a genius. If I want to get stronger, I can. A few kids closed their books and gave me a serious look. So, will you still drink in the future? No, I won't drink, I shook my head. Will you live well? Why are you asking this? Don't worry, at least I'll support your education, there won't be any major issues. Then I don't want to study smart cards anymore, I want to be a star warrior. Why would you want to be a star warrior? It's dangerous out there. Trust me, isn't it better to live as a smart card master? Being a star warrior isn't just about sparring with classmates at school, You'll have to explore dimensional rifts and fight monsters that come out of them. I want to be a star warrior. You'll throw cards without trembling. I was going to persuade you, but suddenly the door swung open. Juga surveyed this oddly decorated new card shop. Sir, what do you need to buy? Juga glanced at the shelves inside and noticed they were filled with sample cards, feeling somewhat disappointed. He also saw the new card-style uniform I was wearing and frowned slightly. You're a 1-star card master. Right, I haven't had the chance to take the 2-star test yet. But don't worry, the cards I make are definitely 2-star quality. You can book any type you need, and I'll have them ready quickly. Did you make this card? Juga placed a blacksmith card on the table. I'm the vice principal of Xingrua Middle School and also a 7-star card master. If you're willing to make this card in front of me, I'll gladly sign my name on your thesis. What's a thesis for, you ask? Juga's brows furrowed even deeper. How did you learn to make this card? I taught myself by buying books. How long did you study for? Juga asked with interest. About 3 months, Fufu suddenly interjected. 3 months, huh? Before, he'd only known how to drink and chase women, and only learned card making after money ran out. I expressionlessly covered Fufu's mouth. Hey kid, it's time for bed. Juga looked me up and down. Reaching this level in just 3 months? You're quite a promising talent. Your blacksmith card uses enemy attacks to add shields to allies. This has never been seen before. This is a new type of sorcerer. If uploaded to the Star Association, you should receive a nice reward. Since your type adds a basic circuit, you should gain more card types in your unique star circuit. So the reward shouldn't be small, at least over 100,000, if you're interested. Upon hearing 100,000, I realized I was unknowingly holding on to card materials. Big shot, take me along. Juga exchanged glances, confirming he was dealing with someone in dire need of money. After a while, he left. I eagerly prepared to rush to the new card shop to submit my application, leaving the sister shop to you. Remember, 800 per card, fair and square. At this point, I had already arrived at the new Card Master Association. In the center of the city stood 2 enormous stone pillars, with a card sandwiched between them. People were continuously walking towards the card. It turned out that the layout of the new card shop was designed like a card, with its name on the top, New Card Master Association, newly established branch. I let out a soft breath, truly amazed. A single card represented a branch, and only those who had made cards understood how difficult this was. Once inside the card, I quickly completed the written test for 3-star card masters. I hadn't taken it before simply because I had just arrived and was poor. The somewhat indifferent examiner snapped his fingers. Written test passed. Now please submit 1,000 star coins and select the materials you need. Please note that you must create a 3-star quality card within the specified time to pass. I pondered briefly, selected some materials on the light screen in front of me, then pulled out my second-hand star pen and got to work, drawing on the white card. The engraving of star cards emphasizes speed and stability, and the various star circuits should ideally complement each other. The space for 3-star cards was double that of 2-star cards, which excited me. I licked my slightly dry lips, ready to go big. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light filled the entire space, but unfortunately, nobody was there to appreciate it. The so-called examiner was a robot. But I didn't care. I looked at the card in my hand, my lips curling up slightly. This was the card I had engraved after arriving in this world, one capable of changing the current battle landscape. I hadn't intended to reveal it this early, but now with a big shot recommending me, it didn't matter. Series, Dagger type equipment card, Epic. Attack 200 to 300, durability 100. Special effect with a 25% chance of critical hit, dealing double damage. Come on, hurry up and trigger that critical hit. This was a special effect that had never appeared in this world before. A 3-star card with an attack range of 200 to 500, this dagger's attack was already qualified. The examiner, a system entity, did not understand what this dagger represented, they merely gave it a nod of approval. Could you please help me upload a special card? Here's the information of my recommender. Juga gave me a card before coming here. This counts as a recommendation from a card master. Of course, having a recommended thesis is different from not having one. A recommended thesis is more likely to attract attention, and the Card Master Association will review it first. As for papers without recommendations, you'll just have to wait. At this moment, a 6-star card master named Diller rubbed his hands excitedly and opened the Card Master Forum, revealing a lewd smile as he saw his card ranked first. The Card Master Forum is a professional and entertaining platform under the Star Association. Every month, the forum ranks card models. The ranking is determined by a committee of 12 9-star card masters. Today is the last day of June, and Diller knew that his first place was likely secured. However, the next second, that familiar explosive fireball disappeared. In its place was a card, the fine leaf dagger. Diller's eyes nearly bulged out. As a card master from the Basing family and the son of Detong, he had racked his brain for 3 years to come up with a major card just to compete for the monthly championship. Why should this card, which seemingly appeared out of nowhere and had 0 purchase counts, jump straight to the top of the leaderboard? This clearly indicated one thing: someone from the committee had intervened and used their privileges to place this card at the top. I want to see what kind of card this is, he thought as he clicked on the card's details. Diller's mood plummeted. I'm a 3-star card master, why does this card rank? But as he continued to read, the only word that seemed to leave him speechless was critical hit. He looked at the critical hit description and rubbed his eyes, feeling as if something was wrong with his vision. After a moment of silence, he immediately clicked to purchase. The purchase count that had been 0 instantly changed to 12,385. He swallowed hard. I want to see what kind of structure can be so outrageous. In a typical card master forum, after viewing a card's complete information, if a card master is interested in how a skill or effect was created, they will purchase that card's new circuit. This is also why Zhuge said that a card from Ji Duo could potentially earn 100,000. Because Ji Duo's blacksmith not only allows the shield to be utilized but also enables summoners to use effects effectively, creating a precedent for this type of effect. But Zhuge never expected that Ji Duo had uploaded not a blacksmith card, but a critical hit weapon. After spending 30,000 star coins, Diller finally saw that the ID called Tavern owner had a new circuit, which was indeed not so simple. Diller murmured to himself, this new circuit might even be something the big shots would personally replicate. Diller turned and went into his laboratory. As for the rankings, he no longer cared. What could possibly hinder his ranking in the face of critical hits? Today was an insomniac night for all star cards, as the birth of the critical hit attribute had become a worldwide celebration. Meanwhile, in Lu's tavern, the owner, Ren Shin Yen, who had been so sickened by the blacksmith during the duel that she vomited, angrily approached this card shop. He looked me up and down, seemingly trying to see through me. Yes, that's me. Young lady, do you want to buy a card? I just got home and noticed there's an ordinary girl in the tavern. Ren Shin Yen narrowed her eyes slightly. I don't know why, but I feel like you're thinking something powerful. No, I think you're quite powerful, young lady, I said with a serious expression. Well, you have good taste. Do you have any special cards? Ren Shin Yen wasn't there to cause trouble. No one would disrespect a new card master with ideas. She just wanted to see if there were any suitable cards for her, preferably something as special as the Dead Fatty card. What type of star warrior are you? I asked. Close combat, Ren Shin Yen said after a slight hesitation. This caught me off guard for a moment. Do you have? Ren Shin Yen's eyes lit up. I do have some, but how strong are you? I assessed Ren Shin Yen from head to toe. Weren't you just saying that I was strong? Ren Shin Yen protested confidently, puffing out her chest. The new close combat warrior has all kinds of advantages, but one drawback, they are easy to kill. So this girl in front of me was quite a sight, fitting the agile warrior type. I never expected her to walk this path. My cards are excellent, but if you're not skilled enough, I wouldn't want you to hold on to them, I said earnestly. Ren Shin Yen didn't argue. She simply took out her phone, scrolled through her personal information, and added, here's my certification. I've already been out there, and I'll be promoted to 3-star in a few months. Is that enough proof? Most card masters have a sincere heart, and their cards aren't something anyone can just buy. Especially unique cards tend to choose their buyers, so Ren Shin Yen understood my seriousness very well. I glanced at Ren Shin Yen's information. She was indeed a good girl. Normal people wouldn't go out at 2 stars, most start at 4 stars. However, my cards are expensive. I have money. Ren Shin Yen seemed to challenge me. I let out a soft breath. 100,000 for what? 100,000 is generally for a 3-star quality card. If the attributes are good, the monthly price ranges from 1,500 to 2,500. Epic cards are rare, and even they only go for around 10,000. This 100,000 is a bit absurd. Ren Shin Yen furrowed her brows. Boss, you can't rip people off like this. Why don't you come back in a few days? After a while, 30,000 should be enough. I felt a bit embarrassed. This is the first card with commemorative value. I want to keep it for myself. Hearing this, Ren Shin Yen became more curious. Isn't an exceptionally good epic card worth 30,000? Can I see it at that price? Alright, I handed her my card. Ren Shin Yen took it and looked it over. It was an epic card, and the dagger was excellent. She really liked it. Wow, this attack power is quite impressive for a dagger. Critical hit? Not bad. Critical hit? Ren Shin Yen looked up at the boss, then down at the card, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Even the nearby kids were curious, running over to take a look, all stunned, their expressions stiff as they turned to me. 100,000 is negotiable, but 30,000 is definitely worth it, I shrugged. I'll buy it. Ren Shin Yen confidently pulled out her bank card and slapped it on the table. Let me process that for you. I rubbed my hands together and quickly went to get the cash register. Satisfied, Ren Shin Yen left with her rich girl card, and I walked to the door with Ji Fufu to see her off. Ji Fufu then turned to look at me. I cried the day before yesterday. What? I don't quite understand. I missed mom and dad, so I cried. I felt speechless. So now kids are using emotional appeals for money? How much do you want? Ji Fufu looked a bit dazed. I meant I cried. I'm feeling emotional. Hearing this, I frowned, realizing something was off. You weren't emotional before? Just find something to eat, and focus on living and studying. Ji Fufu counted on her fingers what she wanted to do. Mom told me that if I couldn't do it, I should learn card making myself to help myself. If I get strong, I should learn to be a star warrior so I can protect you with your cards. It turned out it wasn't an emotional problem before, but something deeper. I sighed, feeling helpless, and gently patted Ji Fufu's head, saying softly, "Don't worry, I'll be here for you. You can do whatever you want, with me around, everything will be fine." Okay, my brother said, a bit happy, and Ji Fufu nodded her little head. The siblings suddenly opened up, chatting more and more, unable to stop. Ren Shin Yen hummed a little tune as she opened the door, but just as she entered, she saw Ren Su looking at her with teary eyes. Wang Jingya chuckled at her husband, then looked at her daughter. "What new card did you buy for 100,000? Your dad just walked in saying you don't love him anymore and that you don't respect his hard work." Ren Shuanyan's new cards, made since she was little, were all crafted by the 5-star card master Ren Su. Suddenly spending 100,000 made Ren Su think of no other possibility aside from a new card. This made him wonder if his daughter had suddenly used someone else's card. Could it be that she had a new boyfriend? "I paid too much," Ren Shin Yen confessed. Growing up, their family's wealth was always transparent. She had never wasted money. To explain, she added, "But I think it's worth it." Ren Su felt like his world was collapsing. What kind of guy is this? Not only is he a card master, but he's also conning my daughter. Tell me, what kind of card did you buy? Let me see this card that cost you 100,000. Ren Su took it and glanced at it, his expression freezing. Critical hit? This attribute has never been seen before. Look how fast I swing this dagger. Although it's only 25%, it's tailored for me. Ren Shin Yen had some knowledge, but not much. She just thought this attribute was ridiculously strong. She didn't realize how impactful the critical hit attribute was for the card master industry, and how much of an impact it would have. However, Wang Jingya also recognized part of the situation. Earlier, on the Card Master Forum, a card with the critical hit attribute had inexplicably emerged. In just 10 minutes, 50,000 card masters had purchased it, and the number was still rising. The shopkeeper even said this card has collectible value. If I had bought it later, it would only have cost 30,000. This card is worth it, daughter. Don't use it, go customize another one. 2 daggers can be dual wielded, right? Tell the shopkeeper you want 2 for 60,000, you can rule the school with those. He slapped his thigh repeatedly. It was then that Ren Shin Yen realized the true value of my critical hit card. She looked at the card in her hand and decided to find a card sleeve to store it safely. This is the world's first critical hit card. The design is simply perfect. The fundamental skills were astonishingly solid, the finesse showed its caliber. A dagger can achieve an attack coefficient of 200 to 300 and has the critical hit effect. This guy's level is higher than most 6-star card masters. Is he really just a 3-star card master? In a room, 5 elderly men with gray hair were examining a card closely. They were all members of the Card Master Committee, standing at the pinnacle of this world. They could spot several flaws in an ordinary card with just a glance, but for this critical hit card, they couldn't find any major faults at the moment, except that it had some repetitive engravings and they assumed the sync in their hands wasn't great. Isn't Zhuge Yi your apprentice? Hurry up and call him, ask that card master what's going on. If possible, bring him to the headquarters. Someone with this skill isn't just lucky. The mirrored construction had never had such ingenuity. Could that critical hit attribute reach 100%? If it couldn't achieve the critical hit effect, it wouldn't conform to the first law. Yet, the construction did meet this first law. As the vice principal of Xinglua Middle School, Zhuge Yi was pleased today to have sent out a recommendation, having discovered a promising talent for card making. Before long, his phone rang incessantly. Hey, old Zhuge, we've been classmates for ages. Don't forget me if you've hit the jackpot. I'm saying, old Zhuge, can you give me more details about that critical hit model? One call after another came in, leaving him completely dazed. What's going on? What critical hit? What luck? Do I, Zhuge, need any luck? Absolutely not. I rely on my strength. He didn't even have to think to know it was my doing since he had only recommended me recently. Zhuge opened the forum and stared at the pin card for a full minute in shock. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it looks like I'm going to leave a name in history. With money in hand, I immediately bought a laptop. It turned out that logging into the smart card forum wasn't a big deal. When I did, I was completely stunned. I knew what a critical hit meant in this era, but I hadn't anticipated how much wealth a critical hit could bring me. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, billion. I fell silent, feeling a bit dreamy. Who becomes financially free just 2 or 3 months after crossing over? Bro, are we rich now? Yeah, we're quite rich. I want to buy this. I waved my hand without even looking, just saying bye. Thanks, big brother. Ji Fufu obediently nodded her head. Then my phone rang, showing that my Starfall bank account ending in 3348 had a transaction of 83,240,000 star coins. Just over 80,000, huh? I rubbed my eyes, checked the notification again, and looked at my sister in disbelief. After confirming the notification, my voice stuttered, "My dear sister, what did you buy? I can't afford it yet. Wait until you have money, then buy it." The tavern fell into silence. Not Ji Fufu, I don't understand. I'm completely lost. What are you buying those high-end materials for? Did you buy them outright? I have my reasons, Ji Fufu said, blinking her big eyes. Her cheeks, filled with collagen, were slightly flushed, making her look quite cute. Don't act cute. What good is that? Those are flattering materials, and you bought so many at once. Flattering materials are rare, so they usually come at a significant markup. Anything sold in the shop is at least 5 times the normal price. Repair cards? Hearing this answer made me even more confused. It's not just a few blessings. Even if you have a high-level card, can you use it? I am cultivating myself. Wait, what did you say? Cultivating myself? Ji Fufu blinked his eyes and repeated it again. I think we should talk. At this moment, my heart is restless and can't calm down. I anxiously ran my fingers through my hair. Everything is just damn clear. I can say that I know, the original owner has allowed such a small child to live alone for so many years. And the reason why he has no complaints at all is that after I replaced the original owner, he is still thinking about becoming a new warrior. Having no emotions is not being sick, but rather he is simply not a human. I inexplicably remembered the content from today's written exam, the first taboo of card makers. It is forbidden to create any cards related to souls, including but not limited to those made by humans, cards that absorb souls, and other evil cards. So are you considered a person or a card now? I don't know. Ji Fu was tilting his head and looking at me. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and directly extended it into his own chest. The sudden action startled me, and I didn't have time to react. He then pulled out a card from his chest and handed it to me. This is me. I took a deep breath, received it. The card was blank. There was nothing on it. It was just that the card looked like a broken mirror, with something seemingly floating inside, not clearly visible. Mom said it can't be repaired. The card maker's skills have to be very good. I've seen that card. Your skills are very good. You can initially repair me, but it requires a lot of energy. Wait, this is not the time to talk about this. Do you know that your existence and my existence mean taboo? Mom told me that I should protect you, but I can't protect you right now. Do you not want me anymore? Ji Fufu looked at me with an innocent expression. This direct question stunned me. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through my mind, and the vaguely inadequate parents from my previous memories suddenly took shape at this moment. I just realized that he wants to become a card maker to repair himself and protect me. Ji-chan sighed inwardly, reached out, and patted Ji Fufu's head. Of course, how could I not want it? My little sister is so adorable. A glimmer of light flashed in Ji Fufu's pupils, and her lips involuntarily curled up slightly, only to receive a sharp rap on the head. Next time you want to spend this much money, tell me first. It's very expensive, you know. My money is gone again. Hey, you still say hey. Who taught you that? Mom said, when you make a mistake, just say hey and everyone will forgive me. What kind of nonsense is this? Lin Chen stared intently at the muscular man across from him. The muscular man gazed back at Lin Chen with equal intensity. Beside both of them stood a blacksmith. They were both breathing heavily. Brother! The two shouted in unison, raised their swords, and swung down. In the midst of dodging and weaving, their shields flickered continuously. Who? The commentary booth emitted a series of heart-stirring snorts. Zhuge Yi's face darkened as he glanced around. Aside from the unprofessional commentary from the booth, the students had all left. Yes, ever since the blacksmith appeared in this semester's final competition, it had been like a game, with the top 6 all being shield warriors. Then, in the finals and semi-finals, there were 2 shield warriors swinging their weapons at each other. How should I put it? It's not that it lacks spectacle, it simply has no spectacle or reference value at all. Watching this kind of battle only makes you want to sleep, still wanting to sleep. Principal, what should we do? Wang Ye sighed. At this stage, there are almost no cards that are effective against this thing. The means available to 2-star warriors are too few. Zhuge Yi couldn't even say anything about banning the blacksmith. There were already few shield warriors, and now they were leading the way to weaken them. Would their academy even survive? Just watch honestly. Zhuge Yi forced a smile, and suddenly, his phone rang. Oh, I have something to do. Teacher Wang, you just watch here. Whoever wins, just give them the medal and prize. See you. Wang Ye. What the hell? Watching the teams below that couldn't even break skin after swinging for a long time, Wang Ye forced a smile and continued to watch. Hello? Teacher, what can I do for you? Zhuge Yi answered the phone cautiously. Yes, there is such a thing. At first, it wasn't that card, it was another form, also very novel. I didn't expect him to be able to change to a card. Right. Okay, I'll go get it and deliver it to him now. I know, I'll be very polite, you can rest assured. You know me, I've always had good luck. Okay, I'll go visit the teacher's wife and you in a few days. Alright, goodbye. Zhuge Yi hung up the phone and took out a card. Teleport type, spell card normal attack, 0 durability, 0 skill, tear open space, instantly reach the designated location. Description, I can go wherever I want. A flash of white light flickered, and Zhuge Yi disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Ji Qin was at home studying the order Ji Fufu had placed. Speaking of materials, one must mention the process of card making by star card masters. First, the star carving pen has already been mentioned, so there's no need to repeat it. Secondly, regarding the materials for carving star circuits, most low-star card masters purchase semi-finished ink. This ink is made from various materials. For example, the most common iron ink, steel ink, moonlight ink, and so on. Each type of ink has its own characteristics. If there are specific requirements for the ink, star card masters at a certain level will also purchase materials to make their own ink. Most of these are 7th tier materials, with a small portion being 8th tier. All are ordered from the official Star Association Mall. According to the Star Association Mall, because the ordered materials are too precious, they will deliver them to your door. This did make Ji Qin breathe a little easier, but he was still somewhat tense. Didn't the novels say that heavenly materials and earthly treasures would always attract villains? What if someone had their eye on them? Because of this matter, Ji Qin hadn't slept well for several days. Looking at the carefree Ji Fufu, he inexplicably reached out and pinched her delicate little face. What are you doing, Guagua? Ji Fufu blinked her eyes. I'll say it again. I know, I shouldn't have placed an order without consulting you. I know I was wrong. Your head. Ji Qin released her cheek with annoyance. To be honest, it felt quite nice. The door of the tavern was suddenly opened, startling Ji Qin. Seeing that the person who entered was Zhuge Yi, he felt a bit relieved. Little brother, the old man sent you some goods. Compared to their first meeting, Zhuge Yi's attitude this time was exceptionally good. His friendly smile as if he wanted to become sworn brothers with Ji Qin. Goods? Yes, didn't your master order a batch of 7th and 8th tier materials? I've brought them for you to check and see if there are any issues. Zhuge Yi took out a card and placed it on the table. Master? Where did I get a master? Ah, right, it was ordered by my master. I just didn't think of it. Ji Qin's eyes lit up as he picked up the card on the table. Sealed material package, type, equipment card normal attack, 0 durability, 100 skills, none description. Guess what's inside? Looking at the 8-star card, he was somewhat taken aback, but thinking of the price of this batch of materials, he felt it was normal. Could you please help me open it? My star mental power isn't enough for an 8-star card. Didn't your master tell you? For this kind of package card, the star mental power consumption is very low. You'll know if you try it yourself. Then I'll give it a try. Ji Qin concentrated, and the card in his hand emitted a soft white light. Before long, a tail appeared on the bar, covered in light red scales, and as it got closer, a bit of heat radiated from it. Following that, a peculiar piece of black soil and blue beads. The materials almost filled the bar. Sister, come help me tidy this up. Coming. Ji Fufu hurried over, sniffing the air. Although she was told to help tidy up, she was actually being asked to check for any omissions. Don't worry, everything has been certified by the Star Association, and you guys are buying directly at the highest. A good price, so it's impossible for you to receive counterfeit goods. Ji Chen. Thank you, you can be quiet if you can't speak. Alright, thank you for making the trip. Politeness is still necessary. Zhuge rubbed his hands a bit awkwardly. Can I meet your master? My master doesn't see people. Ji Chen shook his head. Do you have something to say? If so, I can convey it for you. Well, there's nothing else. That's good. After Ji Chen said this, he began to organize the materials. The scene fell into silence. After a while, Zhuge asked, how about I come back in a few days? Ji Chen let out a big breath and smiled. Okay, take care. Zhuge. No need to be so direct. After Zhuge left, Ji Chen finally felt at ease. Great, it seemed there were no major issues this time, and in the future, he could be a bit more carefree under his master's banner. Hey, how are you going to use these materials? Ji Fufu picked up a piece of the tail, opened her mouth, and stuffed it in. Hearing Ji Chen's question, she paused for a moment and swallowed. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything, you continue. Ji Chen covered his face. Go eat in the back, don't let anyone find out. Okay, brother. Behind the shop was connected to a living area, which was a small 3-bedroom apartment, and the facilities were fairly complete. Ji Fufu returned to the back holding something, while Ji Chen took out his notebook. He wanted to check the forum to see the current reactions. As soon as he entered the forum, the first post he saw at the top was titled, Have you managed to do it? The poster was a guy named Optimist. Ji Chen remembered this name. It seemed he was the one who ranked second in the card rankings in June. Curious, he clicked to see what it was about. As soon as he clicked in, he was met with a long rant. The first place in June is well-deserved, everyone agrees on that. But can someone tell me why the so-called mirror loop has such a high difficulty in depiction? How exactly should it be depicted? Is there a guide from some expert? I feel like my brain is about to explode. Every attempt at depiction fails. Same here. Upstairs. Even though everyone had purchased the star loop and could copy it, in practice, not just anyone could pull it off. The profession of card maker relies not only on mental strength but also on steady hands and an understanding of materials. Ji Chen hesitated for a moment and decided to post something. Details to note about critical hit depiction. Immediately, the sound of rapid keyboard typing filled the small shop. After arriving in this world, Ji Chen had already thought about it. He wanted to release many concepts, not just critical hit, but to pave the way for more concepts in the future. He wanted to see familiar things in this strange world. Cards are not just a special effect that can be encompassed by a critical hit. More importantly, it's about the synergy between cards. Given the superficial application of cards in this world, Ji Chen believed that as long as his star mental power increased, he could easily dominate. But that would be too boring. Moreover, his sister, a human transformed from a card, what exactly is inside her? What challenges does he still have to face? He was unclear. Therefore, he released the concept of critical hit, which would allow him to see more familiar things. On the other hand, he needed to gain reputation to boost his standing. At least, even if he was exposed later, he could still gather some allies. Didn't great people say? Gather more friends and fewer enemies. An inconspicuous post, under the name Tavern Owner, quickly topped the forum's trending list. He had purchased Ji Chen's star card structure, but replicating it was not that easy. The star card structure was just that. It involved many things. For example, material mixing required slow research. The special effect types were manageable, as they had little to do with materials and were mainly related to structure. But even if the structure was right in front of him, he couldn't replicate it at all. Frustrated, he opened the forum to see if any experts had posted a guide. Instead, he received a notification. Ding, the blogger you follow has published a new post. Curious, he clicked in. His eyes widened. Details to note about critical hit depiction. First, many people do not understand the concept of critical hit. The so-called critical hit is actually about constructing a structure within the card. For example, I have a dog, and I put it in a box containing poison. Until I open the box, I cannot determine whether the dog is alive or dead. When you understand this statement, you will probably grasp that the so-called critical hit structure is a question of yes or no. Most people's structures think the mirror is the core, but in reality, the mirror is just the surface. The true core is probability. When he read this, Dila couldn't help but nod. The attribute of critical hit, which can provide double damage, is not something most people choose to create immediately. Instead, they consider achieving 100% critical hit. Many believe they can achieve it. After all, my card is only a 3-star, while 4-star or 5-star cards have a much higher chance of success in numerous configurations. However, under this understanding, the chances of achieving a critical hit may actually decrease further. 25% is my current limit. For friends wanting to achieve 100% critical hit, please refer to the first law of card creation that must be considered in every exam. Upon reading this, Dila suddenly realized, and after that, he couldn't help but blush. From 1 star to 6 stars, how could he forget about equivalent exchange? Moreover, if one really achieves 100% critical hit, the complexity of the construction is not even as straightforward as directly providing an attack. Although mirror constructs occupy few positions, they are not insignificant. Furthermore, according to the analysis in this post, it seems that the more mirror constructs there are, the more it becomes a losing proposition. He looked at the card in his hand. Indeed, it only had a pitiful 10 critical hit. What use is that? He continued to read on. The more he read, the wider his eyes became. Alright, that's the explanation for the critical hit effect. Next, let me share my thoughts based on the critical hit effect. How is that possible? Dila couldn't help but sit up straight. To put it simply, most card creators share their star cards on forums because there are benefits to be gained. For instance, in this case, the money shared, the taxes deducted, amount to at least hundreds of millions, and most importantly, this money will continuously flow into his account. Every year, new card creators emerge, and the attribute of critical hit has opened a new chapter in history. If others buy it, can you afford not to? Not wanting to learn well. But none of this is important. What matters most to card creators is the mindset. The construction can be seen, but the mindset is absolutely confidential. Is he crazy? He muttered, his hand continuously scrolling down the mouse. Many people believe that the critical hit effect is very useful. After all, it means double damage, even with a 25% chance. Triggering it once is already outrageous. However, I believe that the critical hit effect is not suitable for some professions, such as mage, shield warrior, archer, and so on. Upon reading this, Dila couldn't help but frown. He seemed to have some inspiration but couldn't quite grasp that spark. Regarding the critical hit effect, I would like to share my understanding. In my view, the professions that can apply the critical hit effect must be those with a fast attack speed. As you can see, it is an effect on a dagger. I am not sure how many times a dagger can strike per second, but it is certainly much higher than that of swords or spells. Therefore, it is the most suitable weapon for critical hits. Upon reading this, Dila was completely stunned, as if something in his mind had exploded with a bang, and he couldn't see clearly, feeling quite uncomfortable. Based on the above theory, I believe that a good card has a bias. It will make choices based on the characteristics of the user. It is well known that average means ordinary and meaningless. Only prominence has true significance. To prevent some from thinking that the so-called characteristics are exclusive cards, I would like to negate that here. Exclusive cards are a further utilization of characteristics. And characteristics, in my opinion, are cards developed for professions like shield warrior, mage, and agile attacker. To be honest, many cards at this stage, in my view, can only be described with 2 words, mediocre. Wanting both means having nothing. What a bold claim! Dilu gasped. However, this post by the hotel owner indeed gave him a lot of inspiration. He had a premonition that this time, the forum was going to explode. After thinking for a moment, he began to type. Friend, I feel you have a point, but your tone is somewhat lacking. He hit enter. As a result, a pop-up appeared saying, comments on this post are not allowed. He froze in place. After posting, Ji-chin directly closed the forum. It was time to go out and buy groceries. After thinking for a moment, he knocked on Ji Fufu's door. Sis, are you having dinner? No, I might sleep for 2 days after eating. Don't worry about me, just do your own thing until I wake up. Alright, then take your time eating. Since Fufu wasn't eating, he didn't feel like cooking much. He stepped outside, stretched lazily, locked the tavern door, and planned to grab a bite on the food street. What? You ask if he would check the forum replies. Ji-chin said, what a waste of time. No matter the era, there are always trolls. It was predictable that if his post allowed comments, it would be bombarded with criticism. Even if it was closed, it wouldn't be much different. So, he simply chose not to look. He wasn't expecting those trolls to read his post. What he was looking for were like-minded experts. He hoped that on his future path, he would encounter opponents of equal strength. Without opponents, how could the card game continue? Just as he stepped out and hadn't gone far, he saw Lin Chen, Ren Shin Yen, and Xin Xiao running over, panting. Boss, we found you. So, are you planning to hire me as your card maker? Yes. The 3 nodded in unison. An exclusive card maker was essentially a form of binding. Most shops would offer this service. Star warriors always had to go out to battle, as battles yielded materials. Selling materials to the Star Association was a bit of a loss, so it was better to find a card maker to collaborate with. Usually, a card maker would sign contracts with several Star Warriors. This way, they could buy materials at a low price and help them create the cards they needed. In Ji Chen's eyes, this was just a tool. I know I might not be strong enough yet, but, manager, please give me a chance. I will work hard. Ren Shin Yen stood up straight and bowed. Ha! The two boys clearly did not expect Ren Shin Yen to react this way. But their reaction speed was not slow either. They weren't fools, even the talented Ren Shin Yen was like this. They also stood up and bowed. Ji Chen calmly waved his hand. No rush, take your time. You go first. Ji Chen's gaze fell on Xin Xiao, Little Fatty and Little Beauty. One is a shield warrior, and the other is a melee attacker. I understand that. What about you? What is your profession? I also count as a melee attacker, but I'm ranged, Xin Xiao quickly said. My aim is quite good. I never miss. Manager, what he said is true. Aside from being a bit poor at home, there's nothing else. Shen Xiao. No need to be so clear about it. Manager, don't worry, with my talent, I will definitely make money. Xin Xiao patted his chest. Ji Chen nodded. Then let me ask you, if you encounter a monster in the wild, and after a round of attacks, Little Beauty is severely injured. Little Fatty is also about to give in, and you are the only output left. Which type of weapon would you choose? A bow, which has the characteristic of delivering a powerful attack. If it hits the monster's weak point, it can kill in one shot. But you only have one chance. If you miss, Little Fatty and Little Beauty might die. A crossbow, which has a fast shooting speed but relatively low damage, requiring multiple shots. If you choose the crossbow, who knows if Little Fatty can hold on. Or the bow, but this bow has arrows that auto-target, though the power of the arrows will decrease, needing 2 arrows to take down the monster, which could also lead to Little Fatty and Little Beauty's demise. Please make your choice. Xin Zhao's eyes flickered as he considered the 3 options, each with its own pros and cons. It also represents an understanding of one's own strength. Bro, believe in yourself. Lin Chen patted Xin Zhao's shoulder. Ren Shin Yen remained silent. To say she trusted Xin Zhao would be nonsense. They had never collaborated, so how could there be trust? But she was also waiting for Xin Zhao's choice. If Xin Zhao chose without hesitation, she would consider whether it was worth cooperating with him. A choice made without hesitation represented absolute confidence, but this absolute confidence came from one's own understanding. What if his understanding was wrong? The consequences were easy to imagine. And besides, do you think I'm not at ease? No matter the situation, I will wait for the arrow you shoot out. Lin Chen, seeing Xin Zhao unable to make a decision, grew anxious. He knew his brother's situation. Talented, but his family was not well off, so he could only choose agility-based attacks. Agility attacks were usually cheap but extremely dangerous. If he didn't even have this little confidence. I choose. Good. Ji Chen nodded. And then there was silence. The few of them were somewhat at a loss. Manager, what if I choose? What will happen? Xin Xiao asked cautiously. Nothing much, I'm just asking what kind of weapon you want. The Little Fatty is a shield warrior, the Little Beauty uses a dagger, and I don't know what you'll use. Ranged agility attacks are just bows and crossbows. If you have confidence in your strength, I can focus more on the attack power. Ren Shin Yen, Lin Chen, Shen Xiao. Then why the hell are you giving us such a question about humanity? The 3 of them wore smiles on their faces but cursed inwardly. Alright, I have requirements for my collaborators. Ji Chen didn't waste much time on their complaints and began to state his requirements. The 3 of them instinctively sat up straight. The more powerful the card maker, the more selective they were about their collaborators. My cards are generally used in sets. Therefore, the first ones you use must be my cards. The 3 nodded, indicating they were all pure love warriors. Second, you're about to reach 3 stars, right? Yeah, I should in a few days. Ren Shin Yen nodded. Me too. I'm about the same. Their progress was roughly the same. So, for your first outing, you need to bring me along. The promotion of a Star Warrior is different from that of a card maker, it requires combat. Generally, from 3 stars onward, they would go out to fight, and the Star Association would have various regions for them to choose from. 3 stars have their own destinations. Usually, a team would be formed to go on an adventure. Fighting and collecting materials could also enhance their star rank. No need, I'm going to see how you use the cards and, by the way, collect some data. I have ways to protect myself. I won't hold you back. Then, the 3 exchanged glances. Boss, how much for your cards? I want to buy 2 daggers, 60,000. Can I transfer it now? Ren Shin Yen pulled out her bank card, ready to make the transfer. Wait, how much? Xin Zhao's expression changed from confusion to horror. What the hell costs 60,000? Selling him wouldn't even fetch that much. No rush. Ji Chen waved his hand. I will make your cards first. After they're done, you can use them. After the battle, I'll modify them based on the issues that arise. 3-star cards are just transitional cards. When the time comes, after using them, you can either buy them to keep or return them to me. I can sell them at the Star Association. Alright, let's settle this for now. After the first adventure, we can discuss other matters. Ji Chen had already lost interest in the card-making money. How much is a 3-star purple card worth? With a sister at home who could swallow 80 million in one go, this little money was nothing. After Ji Chen left, Xin Xiao felt a bit dazed. I mean, little beauty, the boss's card is 30,000? You guys don't know? Ren Shin Yen no longer cared about Xin Xiao's address. Instead, she asked with a strange expression, what should we know? Lin Chen was startled. Was there something he didn't know? This wouldn't do. He was the one who came first. They discovered that the boss seemed to have become famous, and it was the kind of fame that was quite significant. This attribute. Xin Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, suddenly filled with anticipation for the future. If he could really join the boss's ranks, how great would his future cards be? He couldn't even imagine. Compared to the clamor inside the small shop, the card-making world had a lot to say about Ji Chen's somewhat arrogant declaration. The entire forum was in an uproar. From the internet, it gradually spread to the media. Some spoke in favor of Ji Chen, while others felt he was too arrogant, daring to teach them card-making after only creating a 3-star card. If he could make 4-star or 5-star cards in the future, wouldn't that be something extraordinary? A critical hit had sparked a nationwide discussion, and fortunately, no one knew who the tavern owner was. They only knew one of the recommenders was Zhu Bei. Those who knew who the tavern owner was kept it to themselves. In this regard, the confidentiality level of the Star Association was trustworthy. In the end, the 9-star card-making master by Luo Chuan wrote an article titled The Future Seen from the Critical Hit, and the first sentence read, The emergence of the critical hit effect brings me great comfort, as it signifies that the thinking of cardmakers has reached a new level. I do not believe that cardmakers are unchanging. This was no longer mere appreciation, it was a blatant endorsement. Old Man by Luo Chuan usually kept a low profile, but when he truly spoke up, there was no other voice in the entire card-making world. Instead, only one question remained: who exactly was the tavern owner? As for the outside world, it had little to do with Ji Chen. His only goal now was to fill his stomach. To say that Starfall City was not much different from the modern city he lived in during his past life would be an understatement. There were cars, subways, buses, and all kinds of delicious food. After living in this city for a while, he sometimes doubted whether he had really crossed over to a world with extraordinary powers. When he arrived at the food street, it was around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. At this time, the food street was quite crowded, mostly people wandering around, eating as they went. This was Ji Chen's first time relaxing and experiencing this world since his arrival. Before, he had been caught up in urgency, needing to support his sister and study. After all, he had to survive to enjoy life. He walked up to a stall. Hey, young man, want a skewer? Fresh monster meat just out of the secret realm, very nourishing. How much? 21 for a skewer. I'll have one to try. Sure thing. The owner picked up a skewer that looked like squid tentacles and pressed it onto the iron plate, making a sizzling sound, and a unique meaty aroma wafted over. Passers-by couldn't help but glance over. Boss, how much for this? Once there was one, there was a second. 21 for a skewer. So expensive. Where's the expense? This is monster meat, authentic wild game. If you want something ordinary, I have that too, $5 a skewer. Look at what you're saying, as if I can't afford it. I want 20, give me 3 skewers. Ji Chen bit into the meat. The texture was quite unique. Taking a bite, it wasn't as chewy as he had imagined, but rather a bit dry. However, as the meat entered his mouth and mingled with his saliva, it surprisingly became springy, as if it wanted to rebel in his mouth, and he couldn't help but close his mouth tightly. Amazingly, as the meat danced in his mouth, the aroma gradually intensified. The more he ate, the more fragrant and flavorful it became. Wow, this is really something, Ji Chen couldn't help but exclaim. One skewer wasn't much, just 3 pieces of meat, and in a few bites, it was gone. He ate while strolling around. In this world, people's professions are quite similar to those in their previous lives, with many working-class individuals. Normally, during childhood, they enter school to study. Professions are divided into 2 categories, card-making and star battles. Generally speaking, graduating with a 3-star card-making or 3-star star battle qualification is considered sufficient. After graduation, individuals will travel through various secret realms. Once in a secret realm, a different calculation method applies, as long as you engage in battles and gain rewards, it will count towards your military achievements. With these achievements, you can receive a salary from the Star Alliance. Card makers need to produce a certain number of star cards. Of course, there are top students and underachievers. Some people are unwilling to fight, and if card making results in losses, what can they do? They can only take on logistical roles, like the owner of this small stall, finding work in the city. Therefore, normally, the first tier of income consists of star battle masters and card makers, while a portion below them comprises city dwellers. All of this has emerged under the guidance of the Star Alliance. Everyone has their own aspirations, and there is no pressure to make choices. The main point is that these two professions do not impose much pressure. For instance, card makers require talent. If one lacks talent, the cards produced will incur losses, which is not ideal. The same goes for star battle masters. If one lacks the courage to fight monsters and beasts, being on the battlefield is pointless. There are indeed many snacks at the food stall. Some are made from monster meat, while others are from farmed meat. Monster meat is generally expensive. After a meal, Ji-chan spent nearly $200 just to feel full, letting out a burp. So comfortable. Ji-chan rubbed his belly. He had seen monster meat in the market. Some of it was as cheap as 70 or 80 per pound, while the expensive ones could cost several hundred. Previously, he had wanted to buy some to try, but unfortunately, he didn't have the money. Now, after his sister had spent tens of millions, he found that he still had some money left in his account. He could consider improving his life. With this thought, he went to the home goods market again. Just then, he passed by a jewelry store and walked in. As soon as he entered, he felt like turning back because the store was filled not with physical items but with cards. Most of the life-related cards were white cards, and no one would put these things into cards. Generally, the items displayed in the cards were likely branded goods, severely marked up, which is why they were stored in cards. Welcome, may I help you with something? I'd like to buy a wind chime. We have them, sir, please look this way. To be fair, the salesgirl's attitude was quite good. Ding-dling. The door opened, and the wind chime hanging on the door made a pleasant ringing sound. Inside the tavern, Ji-chan looked at the wind chime that clearly did not match the tavern style inside. In the end, he still bought it. One must say, you get what you pay for. At least, when customers come in, he can hear it, right? People always need to give themselves a comforting excuse. He stood up and pushed the door open. Ding-dling. He closed the door. Ding-dling. A series of ringing sounds echoed, not harsh or annoying. For some reason, between opening and closing, Ji-chan's heart felt a bit more at peace. He turned to glance at the door leading home and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The door was not fully closed, and a gust of wind blew through, causing the dimly lit tavern to emit crisp ringing sounds. Just 14 years old, Bai Miaoyin bowed gracefully to Long Xing. It's no trouble, cousin. Our Starfall city has produced such a master. Out of courtesy and reason, we should pay a visit. If it weren't for you informing me, I wouldn't have known. I must thank you, cousin. Bai Miaoyin, granddaughter of the 9-star card-making master Bai Luochuan, was also the most troublesome descendant for Bai Luochuan. She had a strong mental power, but her hands seemed uncontrollable by her brain. She couldn't become a card maker. If she couldn't, then so be it. With Bai Luochuan's status and the Bai family's wealth, it was not a big deal. And that extraordinary mental power, isn't that a good seed for a mage? But the problem is, Bai Miaoyin can't bear to use spells to kill magical beasts. It seems to be a hurdle in her heart. To put it more emotionally, she is inherently kind. To put it more directly, she is definitely a timid warrior. Because of this, Bai Luochuan sought help from many people, but all ended in failure, until he saw an article by Ji-chan. Bai Luochuan admired Ji-chan. If he was a bit arrogant, so what? Who hasn't been young and reckless? What young person doesn't have a dream of wandering the world with a sword? The key point is that Ji-chan mentioned creating cards based on characteristics, and Bai Luochuan wanted to see if Ji-chan could utilize Bai Miaoyin's characteristics to create cards. So, he brought Bai Miaoyin along. Coincidentally, Long Xing could be considered a distant relative of Bai Miaoyin. After a conversation between the two families, the Long family discovered that a big shot had emerged from Xinglua City. The Long family was all about combat, and they were interested in card makers, but they wouldn't be interested in a 3-star card. They were all quite busy, but once they learned about the critical hit attribute, everyone got excited and quickly contacted their familiar card makers to see what could be done. Of course, they were also interested in the founder of Critical Hit, but their elders didn't take action. Instead, they sent Long Xing to probe the situation. In their view, building a good relationship wasn't about throwing money around but seeing if Long Xing could become a partner of that mysterious shop owner. Once they became partners, with the Long family's resources, there would be nothing they couldn't obtain. Thus, after the Bai family sent the message, the Long family took it very seriously. They had Longxing take by Miaoyin to find someone and provided quite a few good materials. All were tier 3, emphasizing not to overstep boundaries. Ding-dling! The slightly comforting sound of wind chimes rang out, and Ji-Chen paused his carving. After Longxing entered, he first scanned the environment. It matched his stereotype of a master. Masters always like to make their shops peculiar. However, was this shop a tavern? Should I bring some wine next time? But that wouldn't be right. Card makers rarely drank, right? After glancing around the shop, he focused his gaze on Ji-Chen. Wow, interesting, this shop owner seems to be on par with my looks. In an instant, Longxing's favorability towards Ji-Chen increased several levels. Good-looking people always have a common language. As for Ji-Chen, he saw a girl glowing in white walking in beside a crooked-mouthed dragon king. The glowing white was naturally by Miaoyin. White hair, white dress, white hairpin. If her pupils weren't white, she would be quite stunning, and most importantly, at such a young age, she possessed a broad mind. In some places where people are fond of white-haired individuals, she would probably be seen as a saintly figure. As for the man beside her, apart from the larger arc of his smile, there was nothing particularly special about him. Shop owner, nice to meet you. I am Longxing, and this is my cousin, Bai Miaoyin. On behalf of Mr. Bai, I came to inquire whether you have a way to create cards that my cousin can use. Longxing first bowed and then got straight to the point. What? This little girl can't use cards? Shouldn't she go to the hospital? No, it's like this. Longxing explained Bai Miaoyin's problem. Ji-Chen scratched his chin. I understand, a timid warrior. WH. What? Longxing was a bit confused. No, it's nothing. Ji-Chen looked at Bai Miaoyin. So, what are your thoughts? Do you dislike the battlefield? To be blunt, if you dislike the battlefield, you might as well not become a star warrior. Miss, you wouldn't want your comrades to lose their lives because of your fear, would you? No, that's not it. Bai Miaoyin waved her hands repeatedly. I also want to go to the battlefield, but I don't know why, I just feel that those spells hitting the monsters, I'm scared. Her speech wasn't very smooth, but he understood the logic in her words. So it's not that you're afraid of the battlefield? No. Bai Miaoyin's face turned red. How could she be afraid? She bore the honor of the Bai family. Ji-Chen scratched his chin, finding it interesting. Are you saying your mental strength is very strong? It's already at 15. The mental strength of an ordinary person is 1, and after training, it can advance to 2 stars, with a maximum mental strength of 5. Beyond that is 3 stars, where the mental strength reaches 20. A mental strength of 15 is considerably stronger than Longxing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was exceptionally gifted. Oh, then, I have a question. You ask. If there was a card that could steal cards or skills from others, allowing you to use their skills to attack them, would you be opposed to it? I don't know. Shopkeeper, can you make it for my cousin to try first? Longxing didn't realize that his suggestion had unleashed a pure white demon with a pure smile, often cursed at in the arena. Don't you priests have your own cards? May the holy light be with you. Thinking of that classic line, Ji-Chen couldn't help but smile with pleasure. How about giving it a try? Okay, shopkeeper, here are the materials, feel free to use them. If needed, I can have someone bring more. Longxing took out a card and placed it on the table. Ji-Chen glanced at it, nodded. It was similar to the card Zhuge-Yi had brought last time, a reserve card. Alright, just leave it there. Come back in a week. This one's a bit complicated. I need to prepare special ink. It's a bit troublesome. Okay, shopkeeper, we'll come back in a week. Sorry for the trouble this time. Here's the deposit. Longxing took out a wad of cash and placed it on the table, bowed, and left with Bai Miaoyin. Ji-Chen looked at the money on the table, picked it up, counted it, and was taken aback. 100,000. A wealthy person had come. Not just a tycoon, but a real wealthy person. In a daze, Ji-Chen felt a soft little hand pushing against his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw a delicate face in front of him, about 18 years old, with a face full of collagen and a pair of beautiful big eyes looking at Ji-Chen pitifully. Ji-Chen suddenly woke up. Who are you? He took a step back, retreating to the wall. It's me, brother. Ji Fufu placed her hands on her hips, looking very dissatisfied. Fufu? The girl nodded. No, weren't you just this small the day before yesterday? How come you're so big today? Ji-Chen flailed his arms in confusion. I repaired myself. After repairing, I'm this big. Mom said that if you don't find a girlfriend in the future, she'll let me be your girlfriend. A girlfriend has to be this big, brother. What is a girlfriend? Ji Fufu asked curiously. Ji-Chen? What on earth? What has that mother of mine taught her? No way. You dare to tease your brother. Ji Chen reached out and pinched Ji Fufu's cheek, squeezing it. To be honest, it felt quite nice. This kid had already been ordering materials, clearly a frequent internet user. How could she not know what a girlfriend is? Regardless of interest, today's kids are quite clever. Hey your head. Ouch. Brother, I'm hungry. Alright, I owe you. Ji Fufu slurped up the high-end mixed noodles, eating while giving a thumbs up. Brother, it's really delicious. Are you feeling emotional? Yes, it's much stronger now. Oh, by the way, brother, here you go. Ji Fufu took out a card, which had no name and was completely blank. Faintly, one could see a woman on the card, somewhat resembling Ji Fufu. This is me. You can carve things into it, but you have to understand it to carve. Ji Chen shook his head and returned the card. I can't understand this card yet. Let's talk about it in a few years when I reach the 9 stars. No, you can carve into it using your star thought power. You can activate it. This was left by Dad. The so-called card making is, to put it simply, a process of carving. To give a simple analogy, a 1-star card can be carved on a piece of paper. A 2-star card can be carved on a tabletop. The higher the star level, the broader the range that can be carved, and the stronger the material can withstand. The differences between each star level card are quite obvious. And this card, which can transform into a human-type card, is probably even more advanced than that branch meeting. He couldn't understand the branch meeting, let alone this one. It can also be activated? Well, I'll take a look when I have time. I have to deal with other things these days. Then, as if Ji Chen thought of something, he said, You've changed like this, how will your identity be handled? Ah, my parents have already taken care of it. I'm 18 this year, I'm your sister. That's good. Brother. What? Do you really want me to be your girlfriend? No, what are you thinking all day long? Ji Chen mercilessly gave her a flick on the forehead. Someone would never resort to that German orthopedic nonsense, even if he jumped off here and died. Poof. Ji Fufu stuck out her tongue and continued slurping her noodles. Brother, I want more. I'll get you some. Having a lively younger sister at home wasn't so bad after all. In the following days, Ji Chen kept researching materials and card issues. A good card maker mixes their own ink. The Critical Hits series, to put it simply, is a structural issue. Ordinary ink will do. And the dirty. Oh no, the holy light, that's not just a structural issue. He. Ji Chen laughed under the dim light while mixing the ink. He. The inexplicable laughter sent chills down one's spine. A week later, Long Xing came alone to pick up Ji Chen for combat experiments at the testing ground. He wanted to see what kind of card Ji Chen would produce. The car drove into the Long family's estate, which was much like in his previous life. The homes of the wealthy always opened one's eyes. After a brief moment of reflection, they arrived at the combat area. Bai Miaoyin stood nervously in the arena. She had been there for a while, and to prepare for today's experiment, she had woken up early to cheer herself on, as advised by the family psychologist, to build her confidence. The area wasn't large, after all, it was just for 3-star Star Warriors. Ji Chen waved at Bai Miaoyin. Shopkeeper. Bai Miaoyin walked over nervously. Ji Chen took out 3 cards and handed them over, pulling her aside to explain. Bai Miaoyin nodded while feeling a bit anxious, secretly glancing towards Long Xing. Long Xing hadn't left. After Bai Miaoyin's experiment, he wanted to see the results before deciding whether to contract with Ji Chen. The family had already experimented, and the critical hit attribute wasn't very friendly to the spell series. Cousin, can we test that 2-star weapon of yours? Bai Miaoyin asked somewhat shyly. Sure, thank you. What do you need me to do? In the arena, Bai Miaoyin delicately held a card in her slender hand, and a faint blue light flickered, revealing a very familiar summoning creature in the arena. Following that, another flicker of faint blue light appeared, and a ring appeared on Bai Miaoyin's delicate hand. Cousin, use your arcane cannon to attack the summoned creature. Ha? Why do you have that expression? Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Long Xingtian forced himself to suppress his discomfort and took out his arcane cannon. In the arena stood the legendary armorer of the 2-star battle department of Falling Star High School. However, it seemed to have transformed into a 3-star one. He twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, sighed inwardly, and began to work. With a flash of blue light, Bai Miaoyin's hand also flickered with green light. This sudden change surprised Long Xing. A shield? No, it's not. Long Xing put on his glasses. These were manifestation glasses that could clearly show the opponent's status. This armorer had 3,000 health points. Long Xing's attack hit, deducting 200. However, under the green glow of Bai Miaoyin, it was instantly replenished. Long Xing was horrified. What was going on? It's excessive. Ji Chen's calm voice came through. Long Xing turned around sharply, incredulously asking, "What is this?" "Healing." Ji Chen adjusted the glasses he had somehow acquired, wearing a white lab coat and holding a notebook, giving him an inexplicable sense of authority. It had a somewhat semi-data-like quality. There were Shield series cards, but they had nothing to do with health. Health equals physique multiplied by star willpower. In other words, as long as health doesn't drop to a very low state, attacks won't hit the body. They would only consume stamina. If it were data-based, with a shield, then naturally there would be healing. This was another material Ji Chen developed while researching shields. A brand new ink created based on this material. Ji Chen pushed up his glasses. "Let me emphasize again, the so-called healing is to see how much health points a teammate has consumed and provide some assistance. It doesn't mean that every time there's consumption, healing must be given. If that's the case, once you hit the battlefield, your mana will deplete very quickly, and that's the path to death." "Yes." Bai Miaoying quickly responded, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Ji Chen. Ji Chen didn't feel that way. However, Bai Miaoying truly felt her own significance. Healing. What a magnificent mode. Using her magic to help her teammates. She finally felt useful, and at that moment, her eyes slightly reddened. Now, the next experiment. Long Xing hit her with a fireball. "Ha! No need, her shield is sufficient, and if the shield is not enough, she can heal herself. You can use a second-tier fireball spell." "Okay." Long Xing nodded. The second-tier fireball wasn't very powerful, and compared to the already 3-star Bai Miaoying, it wasn't a big problem. The scorching fireball landed on Bai Miaoying without much of a ripple. The shield didn't even break, just dissipating in midair. "That's enough, go ahead." Bai Miaoying nodded and pinched out a card. The card glowed with purple light, and then it seemed to become ethereal. "Hit him." Bai Miaoying looked at Long Xing with determination. "Cousin, use a shield-type card." "Ha, okay." Long Xing quickly took out a shield to protect himself. He wasn't very concerned. Bai Miaoying had a habit of misfiring when using output-type cards. The mage locked on with mental power, making it almost impossible to miss, but due to psychological reasons, Bai Miaoying's spells always ended up going astray. The ethereal card flashed with purple light. A fireball appeared in Bai Miaoying's hand, rapidly expanding to a diameter of 3 meters, then suddenly contracting. Long Xing's mouth twitched. He couldn't do that. Bai Miaoying's talent was terrifying. Unfortunately, this fireball probably wouldn't hit him. "Cousin, I'm coming." Bai Miaoying cheered herself on, shouting out, "Bring it on." Then, the fireball was thrown out. The entire venue was suddenly illuminated by a white light, and a light shield quickly contracted, appearing in front of Long Xing. "What the?" Long Xing didn't have time to curse, and was blasted away by a terrifying wave of heat. The advanced training ground had protective functions. When it detected that an attack could be fatal, it would shield the attacked party. Clearly, this function had just been triggered, which meant Bai Miaoying stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Long Xing who had been thrown out. Long Xing gasped, got up, and found he wasn't injured, just a bit scraped, but at that moment, his expression when he looked at Ji Chen had completely changed. He actually succeeded. "I can't believe it." Bai Miaoying looked at her hands, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The healing spell had given her the possibility to participate in the battle, and this card had given her a new life. She finally. Ji Chen nodded, not surprised at all. To put it simply, this kind of mode was no different from acute trauma, just that this acute trauma was relatively peculiar. In her past life, many white soldiers lived in nightmares after participating in the war. The main reason was that they couldn't get over their conscience. Ji Chen in his past life wasn't a psychological expert, but the things engraved in the genes of the Huagua people were clear to any proper Huagua person. What were those things called? A justified cause for war. Since ancient times, the entire country, the common people were the largest gathering of radical factions. There were even people shouting that Blue Star had been Huagua's territory since ancient times, and phrases like "the land under heaven belongs to the king" were endlessly repeated. When it came to actual fighting, all kinds of anti-thief proclamations emerged one after another. This kind of psychological trauma was not a problem for Ji Chen at all. A grand nation has its own demeanor. As long as you fought, there would be great scholars to debate for you. What seemed simple to Ji Chen was like a thunderclap to Bai Miaoying. She could finally go to the battlefield. Only she knew how great her psychological pressure had been. Thank you. Bai Miaoying could hardly speak through her tears. "You're welcome." Ji Chen's expression was emotionless. I will definitely work hard in the future. By the way, I have a team, do you want to join?" Ji Chen asked. Yes. Watching Ji Chen easily persuade his cousin, Long Xing felt a bit numb. Cousin, I've already made my decision, you don't need to persuade me anymore. Bai Miaoyin's voice was a bit choked, but her tone was firm. She knew that perhaps many people would find it unbelievable that she joined Ji Chen's team, but she had to join. Ji Chen had given her a new life. Cousin. I said I've made my decision. No, I was going to ask, manager, does your team still need people? I, the mage, am not short on money. Ha! Bai Miaoyin let out a confused cry, similar to being killed by a top laner, mid laner, jungler, and assassin all at once. Then, a flush crept up her snow-white neck, quickly spreading to her cheeks. I have something to do, I have to go. She ran off without looking back. We do need people. Ji Chen didn't pay attention to the girl's shyness. The emotions of a tool were not important. The materials you provided are quite good, they will suffice. What path do you want to take? What path? Mage combat, of course. Long Xing was a bit confused. Too shallow. Ji Chen shook his head and patiently explained, mage combat is divided into many types. Ice ring spells are the most common. Long Xing couldn't help but nod. I categorize this type as control. Based mainly on ice series, controlling the enemy's actions, primarily serving as both support and damage output, the two complement each other. With controlled output, there is also explosive output, like a series of fireballs. The chanting spells are somewhat lacking. I will make some improvements to make them even more powerful. The more Ji Chen Yue explained, the brighter Longxing's eyes became. I want them all. Ha! I want them all. Longxing said matter-of-factly, I'm a mage, I don't occupy memory slots. You can create both sets of plans, and I'll use whichever one fits the environment. Isn't that feasible? Ji Chen. It seems that it could work. The memory capacity, commonly known as slots. The number of slots a Star Warrior can use simultaneously is limited. A 3-star Star Warrior can use up to 3 cards at the same time. For example, if Lin Chen uses 2 equipment cards, an iron shield and a one-handed sword, he only has 1 slot left. If he chooses to summon a blacksmith, the result is that he cannot use any other cards. However, mages do not have such restrictions. Most of the spell cards used by mages are consumed upon use and do not occupy any slots. But similarly, this mode is extremely costly. The price of a spell card can be comparable to that of an equipment card. Equipment cards can wear out and be repaired, while spell cards, once used, truly disappear. That's good. You should be close to 3 stars, right? A team of 5 is complete. Come on, add me as a friend, and let's find some time for introductions. Sure. Longxing readily took out his phone, and they added each other as friends. Seemingly recalling something, Longxing took out his card. Shopkeeper, can you take a look at this card? Is there a way to enhance it? Ji Chen took it, glanced at it, and said, interesting, a fixed damage type? You sacrificed this too? Ji Chen scratched his chin. This card has no room for enhancement. After all, it's only a second-tier card, and you're not using it for combat, right? The card Longxing showed Ji Chen was the Arcane Turret of Longxing. An exclusive 2-star purple card, quite rare. The space for 2-star white cards is limited, making it difficult to create epic-level cards. This 2-star epic card was made by directly cutting the coefficients down to fixed damage. It must be said that this is an extremely clever design, considering that the mental coefficient of a 2-star Star Warrior isn't particularly high. 4 shots are basically on par with a mage's mental power at 2 stars. So, your mental control is quite powerful? There are differences even among mages. A mage is a profession that locks onto targets with mental focus. Some mages lock onto enemies, while others can pinpoint specific locations, such as the heart or the body. This kind of locking is extremely important in battle. Combat is not turn-based. If a fireball is thrown, a mage without microcontrol hitting a shield will have a different effect than one with microcontrol hitting the body. The purpose of this epic card is not for combat, of course, it is still a first-tier existence in the struggles of 2-star Star Warriors. Its significance lies more in training microcontrol. Not bad. Longxing revealed 8 teeth, feeling very confident about it. At the same time, this was also the reason for his annoyance with the chubby guy. At his level, he wanted to find a shield warrior, and that guy actually refused? Why? With him, they only needed to hold the front slightly, and he guaranteed the enemy would turn to ashes. In that case, I'll make something more challenging. Just like that, I'll create a group later. When you have time, let's communicate first. I'll go back and prepare the cards, and you all hurry to 3 stars. Ji Chen patted Longxing's shoulder and was about to leave. Shopkeeper, I'll see you off. I don't even know where this place is, please take me back. They had just taken a few steps when Bai Miaoyin returned, her face slightly flushed. Shopkeeper, this card. It's yours. Not that, I mean, can we change it a bit, during the treatment, can it turn into white light? Ji Chen, I'll pay, 50,000. Xing Ko Ba. You have the money, you get to decide. Taking this opportunity, Long Xing also glanced at the card the store manager gave to Bai Miaoyin. He knew about card makers, guessed there were 2 left, but still wanted to see the specifics. Ring of Lesser Healing, type, equipment card, excellent attack, 0 durability, 100 skill, consumes magic power to emit a wave of healing, restoring the target's mental vitality. Description, believe in the holy light. Mind Theft, type, spell card, epic attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, randomly steal a spell that the opponent has already used. Description, mine, all mine, crossed out, holy light. Long Xing couldn't help but be taken aback. Since the critical hit, the store manager had pulled out a skill he had never seen before, healing. What he didn't know was that healing was just a minor issue. The real problem was mind theft. But Long Xing didn't think much of mind theft. What good is it? Activate a spell card, steal an opponent's spell card, and you have to activate it again to attack. Such a spell card is useless, even a dog wouldn't want it. It's just a waste of time. In his view, this thing was meant to solve his cousin's psychological issues. A bit interesting, but not much. Compared to this, he was more curious about what kind of cards the store manager would make for him. Ahem. A familiar notification sound rang out, and he realized he had been pulled into a group. Store manager, don't compare wealth with me, Long Xing, you bring Bai Miaoyin in. Everyone, this is the new mage. Both are, one is support, the other is damage. You all communicate well. From now on, you'll be companions. Lin Chen, okay, store manager. Xin Xiao, got it. I'll definitely make sure the new brother is well taken care of. Ren Shin Yen, Long Xing? Don't compare wealth with me, change the note to Long Xing. The corners of Long Xing's mouth curled into a smile as he quickly typed. Long Xing, hello everyone. This time, it caused quite a stir. Xin Xiao, damn, it's you, you brat. Store manager, you know each other? Lin Chen, store manager, this is our classmate. Xin Xiao, I need to talk to you, check your private messages. Private chat interface. Xin Xiao, fatty. Damn it, it's Long Xing. Are we going to team up with him? Lin Chen, calm down, didn't you see how arrogant he usually is? Now he's even greeting us. What does this mean? It means he's waiting for us to scold him, to lower our standing in the store manager's eyes, so he can kick us out. We can't give him what he wants. His Long family is trying to curry favor with the store manager, which means we made the right choice. Don't be impulsive and ruin such a good opportunity. Xin Xiao, well, that's true. Then I won't pay attention to him. The group fell silent again. Long Xing curled his lip. He knew that fat guy wasn't that simple. If he were, he wouldn't be so irritated. Miaoyin, I pulled you into the group. What are you doing? Oh, I'm telling my grandpa about this. Hurry and pull me in. Okay. Old Bai, what's interesting? Look, a new type of card. Let me see. After a while. You know, this card seems specially designed for your granddaughter. That's true, but do you think this healing has any potential? Hard to say, need to see in actual combat. Generally speaking, having a shield is enough. Healing feels a bit redundant, meaningful, but not very significant. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. We can let a small team try it out. Alright, then let's give it a try. But if it has potential, the founder should be credited. Hey, I say, old Bai, are you really going to compete with the younger generation for these empty titles? Then who knows you? Come on, let's duel. Today, I want to see what gives you the courage. Just as Ji Chen had anticipated. The emergence of new style cards does not mean that they will become a trend. From their appearance to their use, it is a long process. No matter what it is, especially something like cards that can affect one's life and fortune, how to use them requires careful consideration. Their appearance is like a small stone thrown into a lake. There are some ripples, but over time, it will eventually return to calm. What he is pondering now is not the issue of fame, but the enhancement of star levels and the card issues of the 5-person team. The wizard's cards are the most troublesome. He needs to get more. Putting that aside for now. Among the cards for the shield warrior, agile attacker, bow warrior, and priest professions, he has already prepared 2 cards for the priest. The remaining ones are also a considerable project. He sighed. Well, he would have to bury himself in work. Brother. Ji Fufu pouted beside him. What is it? His lively little sister was throwing a tantrum. I'm very powerful. Ha, I'm very powerful. Ji Fufu repeated herself. How powerful? What star level? My basic structure is already full. Really? The basic structure is a concept proposed in the 88th year of the Starfall calendar. Because of this structure, cards gain the concept of attack power. The attack power of a card has a limit. The so-called attack does not refer to how sharp the sword is, but to what extent this sword can amplify the star energy of a star warrior. But this amplification has a limit. Currently, regardless of the star level of the white card, the maximum basic structure that can be achieved is 5000. The attack is also the highest attack of a 6-star card. Do you have star energy? No. Then what's the use? Ji-Chen was speechless. 0 multiplied by 50 is still 0. Without the amplification of star energy, even if Ji-Fufu had a weapon, it would just be a weapon that is not easily damaged. But you do. Are you saying I should use you? How do I use you? Give you my star energy? No, the main card is with you. Main card? Yeah, this is my sub card. Ji-Fufu pulled out her card from her heart and waved it in front of Ji-Chen. Ji-Fufu, how many times have I told you not to dig into your own heart? It's too scary. Ji-Chen gave her a light smack. Ever since she started showing some emotions, she had become increasingly outrageous. Oh, Ji-Fufu stuck out her tongue and made a face at Ji-Chen. Hee hee. Ji-Chen, I'm tired. Let it be destroyed. I don't have a main card. I'll study this sub card of yours and see how to use it. You have a main card. Ji-Fufu said seriously. I can sense it. I don't. How could I not know what I have on me? Wait, what kind of look is that? Ji-Chen saw Ji-Fufu staring intently at his heart. Another light smack. Ji-Fufu, I'm a person. A person. If my heart is taken out, I will die. Hee hee. Hee hee your head. Ji-Chen began to miss the 8-year-old Ji-Fufu, small and expressionless, neither crying nor making a fuss, only knowing to tell him, brother, I'm hungry. Thinking of this, he paused. It didn't seem like a good thing either. Sighing, he picked up Ji-Fufu's card and began to study it carefully. In fact, there is a hurdle between a 3-star card maker and a 4-star card maker. A 4-star card maker can use star energy to construct the interior of the card through mental power, which is comparatively much simpler. Ji-Chen initially did not plan to look at Ji-Fufu's card. He couldn't see it clearly until she reached 4 stars. Now, however, he could give it a try. After all, Ji-Fufu said the main card was with him. The main card, the unknown parents. Cards made in violation of the first principle. Everything was stirring his curiosity, pulling him in and pushing him away. First, he went outside to hang up the closed for business sign. Then, he returned to his house and directed his star power into the card. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and he instantly lost consciousness. But it was only for a moment. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a pure white space, devoid of any objects, just a monotonous expanse of white. Before he could observe more, a hand appeared around his neck, and then, following the hand, the surrounding white light gradually coalesced into a woman. The woman had fluffy hair, wore glasses, and was dressed in standard overalls, her face disheveled. Her eyes fixed intently on Ji-Chen. Who are you? You are not my son. Who are you? At the moment she spoke, her hand tightened suddenly. Ji-Chen felt as if his neck were caught in a vice. Where is my son? What have you done with my son? Ji-Chen felt as if his lungs were about to explode. Damn it, let go. How can I answer if you don't let go? Gradually, he felt his life slipping away. Just then, the surrounding white light gathered again, and a man appeared, dressed in the same standard overalls and sporting the same fluffy hairstyle, looking just as disheveled. As soon as he appeared, he pried the woman's hand away. Wife, this is our son, he has grown up. Ugh. Cough cough, cough cough. Ji-Chen coughed violently, gasping for air. The woman paused for a moment, looking Ji-Chen up and down, as if confirming something, then she threw her arms around Ji-Chen, who was sitting on the ground, gasping, son. Her voice was so piercing it was almost terrifying. Let me see, let me see. The man smiled as he watched from the side. Ji-Chen hesitated to speak. I know you have many questions, but don't rush, we have plenty of time. Your father, your mother. Really? I don't believe it. The standard response from the man left him momentarily speechless. The woman sobbed, son, it's mom's fault, if you want, you can hit me. As she spoke, she took Ji-Chen's hand and slapped it against her own face. Ji-Chen pulled his hand back in disgust and shook it. Alright, let's skip that question. What's going on with Ji-Fufu? She is your sister, to be precise, she is a life form created by the two of us. The things we need to do are complicated, so we thought of leaving a reliable person to help you, and after much thought, we decided to create a life form. The man's casual description made Ji-Chen alert. So, you have quite a bit of research on the soul path. Ha! The man chuckled, son, any card maker who reaches the 3rd stage will inevitably develop towards the direction of the soul. What do you mean? Ji-Chen didn't understand. Cards are divided into 3 stages. The first stage, from 1 to 3 stars, is too low level to discuss. The second stage, from 4 to 6 stars, with 6 stars being the peak of basic structure. In the third stage, the difference between 7 stars and 6 stars is only reflected in more complex skills and effects. Also, it depends on the personal level of the star warrior. At this stage, card makers are useful, but their usefulness is not as great as imagined. For example, a 5-star basic attack is 3000, and if the star warrior's own strength is 100, then the attack output is 300,000. A 6-star basic attack is 5000, and if the star warrior's strength is 300, the attack output is 1,500,000. The difference between the two is 5 times. However, 6-star and 7-star cards become different. Everyone's attack power is 5000. There is a difference, but it's not that significant. The peak of basic structure is right there. The man's meaning was that by the third stage, one must study the soul to achieve an effect of expanding the base attack. I don't agree. Are you confident in your own special effects and skills? The man smiled, not surprised. Most card makers were like this. Alright, let's put that question aside for now. Do you have any other questions? Yes. What trouble will Ji Fufu's appearance bring? As soon as these words were spoken, both the man and the woman fell silent. No matter how strong their skills were, speaking the truth openly was risky. Ji Fufu's existence was a violation of the laws. If discovered, the outcome wouldn't be good. Either they would face humane destruction or be quietly studied. Both scenarios were no different from death. Son, this world is not as simple as you see. Stars fall, and falling stars are not as straightforward as they appear. In the past 500 years, there have been countless extraordinary talents. Dad, you don't need to say that. The woman interrupted the man's attempt to continue. You can keep talking. Ji Chen looked at them. Go find the answers yourself. The answers are out there, you will have to go outside and see. However, let me remind you, if you can avoid letting Fufu take action, then don't let her. She is your last line of defense. Also, be careful of an organization called the Falling Star Society. Anything else? No, it's best to wait until after you reach the 7 stars before studying Fufu's star mark. Alright, I'm leaving. Go ahead. Ji Chen paused. Next time I come in, will I still see you? No, we will soon dissipate, we are already dead. Then, goodbye. Goodbye. Ji Chen's figure slowly faded away. The man and woman exchanged a glance, both letting out a sigh. Dad, acting is so hard. The woman awkwardly ruffled her somewhat messy hair. He found out. Well, if he found out, then so be it. There's nothing we can do, he came here after all. Besides, he called me dad, shouldn't he? We're not taking advantage of him. The man shrugged. Get lost, still thinking about taking advantage on the way out. What a pity. The woman's gaze turned to the distance, as if she wanted to see the outside world through the white light. The man's hand held the woman's hand, and they stopped talking. Slowly, they transformed into specks of starlight. Ji Chen opened his eyes, his head slightly aching. He lay on the bed, stretched out his hand, opened it, then clenched it into a fist. Opened it again, then clenched it into a ball. He let his hand drop and stared blankly at the ceiling. After a long while, he clicked his tongue. That couple was lying. Although Ji Chen didn't quite understand what the soul was, as two masters capable of creating Ji Fufu, how could they not recognize their own son's soul? Ji Chen was not their son. But their reaction, the exaggerated and speechless crying acted first. Crying was one thing. They didn't even hesitate to pull Ji Chen and ask him all sorts of questions. A pair of parents, absolutely not telling their child anything about card makers or star card makers, nor about this world. They would only show concern for their child. From this, it could be inferred that they were very clear that he was not their child. Based on this reasoning, another question arose, the strange soul occupying their child, and they were not angry at all, even discussing card makers and the Falling Star Society with Ji Chen. Thus, a wild guess formed in Ji Chen's mind. He shook his head, dismissing this unreliable thought. He stretched lazily, allowing sleepiness to invade his brain again, left and right. It wasn't the time for that. What outside secrets, what Falling Star Society, all of that could wait until he was no longer a little Kalami. Turn off the lights. Sleep. Bright sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the tables and chairs of the milk tea shop. It was early in the morning. Lin Chen, Xin Xiao, and Ren Shin Yen were waiting in the shop. Why isn't he here yet? Is he scared? Xin Xiao appeared somewhat impatient. He has good upbringing, he won't be late, Ren Shin Yen said, bored, slurping her milk tea and fiddling with the straw, searching for the little pearls hiding at the bottom. No, Miss Ji, which side are you on? Xin Xiao retorted. I'm on my store manager's side. You, Shen Xiao. Lin Chen said with a serious expression, Ren Shin Yen is right. No matter what, this is our opportunity. Since the store manager chose Long Xing as our companion, there must be a reason. What we need to do is not oppose but to manage the team's affairs as best as we can, so as not to disappoint the store manager, rather than act on impulse. Fine. Longxing entered with Bai Miaoyin, pushing the door open. Hello, Bai Miaoyin introduced herself nervously. I'm Bai Miaoyin. Miaoyin, come here. Ren Shin Yen waved at her. The two girls had already chatted online the day before. Bai Miaoyin's all-white outfit exuded a peculiar aura of vulnerability, making her a good option for friendship. Moreover, with only two girls in the team, Ren Shin Yen naturally wanted to get close. The atmosphere among the girls was quite pleasant. On the boys' side, however, the atmosphere was tense. Fatty, why did you call me over? Longxing casually placed the keys to his luxury car down and turned to call the waiter. Bring 5 more cups of the most expensive tea. Shen Xiao wanted to retort but was stopped by Lin Chen. I plan to sign a contract with the store manager. Lin Chen stated his intention right away. The store manager arranged for you to join the team. I don't know what he is thinking, but I want to keep going. You, young Master Long, are backed by the Long family. Are you just here for fun this time, or do you have long-term plans? Longxing smirked slightly. Oh, what if it's long-term, and what if it's just for fun? If it's just for fun, then forget it. For this trip's mission, everyone should do their part. I'll take on what I need to, and you, young Master Long, should focus on your training. After the trial, we all go our separate ways. If it's long-term, then I think we need to talk. There shouldn't be 2 voices in the team. You want to be the captain? Yes. Lin Chen answered without hesitation. You have guts. What makes you think you can be the captain? Because you disgusted me with that card the other day? In that moment, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. To be fair, both Lin Chen and Longxing held a relatively high opinion of each other. The main reason Lin Chen was unwilling to engage with Longxing was not because he was arrogant, but because of the Long family. If he agreed to Longxing, he would become a vassal of the Long family. He didn't want that. He believed he could carve out his own path. But he certainly didn't think Longxing was weak. We both know that battle is just a duel between star warriors. It doesn't count. The real battle is against monsters and beasts. It's different. Only I can sense the changes in monster information immediately. Fine, then you can lead, Longxing said nonchalantly. This attitude made Lin Chen frown slightly, but he still patiently asked, if you have any questions, you can raise them now. You seem to have misunderstood something. Longxing raised a finger. First, whether I sign a contract with the boss has nothing to do with you. Second, the command of the team is not fixed. If you want command, I can give it to you, but if you don't do well, I have the right to revoke your command. Third, this is just one battle. What does it matter if I let you lead once? To me, it's not that important. Then it's settled. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. They had reached a preliminary consensus. As for whether the Dragon Guild would cause trouble, Lin Chen didn't ask, and even Shen Xiao, who had a particularly unfavorable view of the Dragon Guild, didn't inquire either. The pride of the Long family would not allow such behavior. Time always passed quickly during cultivation. Creating a card was not as easy as one might imagine. Especially for cards that required special effects, it had been quite a hassle for Ji Chen. From the blueprint to the actual implementation, it took a full 2 months of effort. Fortunately, just before the school year started, everyone's card equipment was finally completed. The 3-star Star Warriors could now apply for practical training. The Star Association had maps available for download, which would inform the Star Warriors about the types of monsters that might appear in the area. When Lin Chen and the others received Ji Chen's cards, their eyes lit up. First was Rin Xuanxuan's Blood Double Blade type, equipment card rarity, epic attack, 160 durability, 100 special effect, 25% chance of a critical hit. Critical hit, deals double damage, description, blood, such an intoxicating scent. Shadow Step type, spell card rarity, epic attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, when activated, can instantly move to a position within 25 meters and enter a stealth state. Description, can't find me, hey, can't find me. When everyone saw this Shadow Step card, they were stunned. Especially Longxing, whose gaze towards Ren Shin Yen became dangerous. The agility attack type usually had spells or equipment that increased movement speed by a certain amount. The more powerful ones not only increased movement speed but also had special effects. For example, using inertia, the attack strength of the next strike would increase. But this instant teleportation. Instant teleportation is one thing, but what does stealth mean? So, after teleporting, you also become invisible? Little beauty, you only get 2 cards, the last one you can choose yourself. But I remind you, activating Shadow Step requires concentration. Also, you'd better find a way to activate it quickly. It's for your survival. Star Warriors had a clear disadvantage. Activating cards took time, with faster ones taking a second or two. and slower ones possibly taking 3 to 5 seconds to channel the star thought power. For agility attacks, 3 to 5 seconds could be disastrous. Enough, enough. Ren Shin Yen was so happy she could almost see her back teeth. I'll figure it out, don't worry, store manager. This belonged to the realm of Star Warriors, so Ji Chen didn't say much more. Next, the one with the bow. Ji Chen struggled for a long time but couldn't remember Xin Zhao's name. Store manager, my name is Xin Xiao. Xin Xiao quickly ran out. Oh, right, the one with the bow. Here are your 3 cards. Thank you, store manager, hee hee. Xin Xiao rubbed his hands and took them with both hands. Strong bow type, equipment card rarity, epic attack, 500 durability, 100 special effect, effort saving, each shot saves 50% of power consumption. Description, strong. Just one word. 3-color quiver type, equipment card rarity, epic attack, 0 durability, 100 special effect, randomly generates arrows with special effects. Red arrow, the shot arrow adds explosive damage. Blue arrow, the shot arrow deals freezing damage to the target and slows them down. White arrow, temporarily increases the arrow's damage by 20%. Description, hee hee, how about a shot? Frozen trap type, spell card rarity, epic attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, place a trap that freezes the enemy for 5 seconds when triggered. Description, aha, frozen. Looking at the 3 epic cards, Xin Zhao's mouth dropped wide open, as if he could fit an egg inside. Ji Chun encountered a rather special problem. That was how to calculate the attack type for bows and arrows. It is well known that weapon-type cards function like an amplifier. Star thought power enters the weapon and then is unleashed. So the question arises, swords are all cut with blades. How about bows? Bows are made up of the bow and arrows. If arrows carry attack power, and bows also carry attack power, what kind of power would be unleashed when these two are multiplied? After some research, he found that it was impossible. The power from their multiplication was absurd, but the materials couldn't withstand it. Therefore, under normal circumstances, only the bow possesses attack power, and most of the time, arrows are not included. The Star Warriors would use star telekinesis to condense bows and arrows. In this situation, Ji Chen didn't bother with any fancy tricks. Great strength brings miracles. Don't be fooled by how plain this bow looks. In reality, not every bow can achieve the highest attack power at the current star level. Moreover, there's an inconspicuous yet extremely useful energy-saving effect. Longxing's pupils slightly constricted. This bow, with one shot, might just shoot the monster's guts out. Abandoning attack speed and flashy things, there was only one thing, absolute power. He began to look forward to the card Ji Chen would give him. As for you, I have nothing more to explain. How to use this thing, you know better than I do. Yes, manager, I will definitely use it well. Xin Xiao had never used powerful weapons. This kind of weapon was simply his dream bow. Alright, next. Little fatty, come, this is yours. Lin Chen looked at his brother's weapon, nearly drooling. He took it and, upon seeing it, couldn't help but gasp. Secondary layered armor ring type, equipment card excellent attack, 0 durability, 100 special effect. When not actively attacking enemies, gain a certain shield every 5 seconds. The strength of the shield is determined by the amount of star telekinesis. Description, layered armor. Go! Charge type, spell card excellent attack, 200 durability, 10 skill, lock onto a target and charge at the enemy at 3 times the speed, with a chance to stun the enemy. The higher the strength, the greater the chance. Description, ahaha, come dance. You need to use a sword or a shield, you figure it out. I didn't help you make your weapon. Ji Chen explained. That's enough. Lin Chen excitedly rubbed his hands. Both cards were not epic, just excellent, but what was powerful was not the rank, but the skills. Whether it was charge or layered armor, both were excellent skills. In an instant, he simulated the use of charge. When a monster rushed past him towards his teammates, he would immediately use charge to intercept. This way, the likelihood of his teammates getting hurt would be greatly reduced. Longxing felt a bit numb. Compared to Lin Chen's consideration of protecting teammates, his first thought was that if this fat guy used charge on him, it would indeed be quite troublesome. Timing had to be grasped well. Thinking of Ren Shin Yen's shadow step, the fat guy's charge, and Xin Zhao's playing yet powerful bow, he inexplicably felt that the mage's future days might not be easy. Young Master Long, come. Ji Chen waved at Longxing again. Longxing hurried over. After all, they called in Young Master, what else could he do? You have 2 sets of spell cards, 1 set for fire poison, and 1 set for ice magic. This is the fire poison one. Flame Mother Bomb type, spell card excellent attack, 50 durability, 10 skill. When activated, launch a mother bomb at the enemy, which explodes in midair and splits into 5 sub-bullets to attack the enemy. Attacking the same target does not increase damage. Special effect, poisoned. Poisoned, fixed 50 health points per second, can stack. Description: it's poison. I added poison to the fire. Long Xing did not understand this card. Reality is not a game. Normally, fire has a strengthening property. What does strengthening property mean? It means that the first fireball hits a position, then the next fireball hitting down will increase the damage. This is also called weak point breaking. But this skill specifically states that damage cannot be increased. Longxing is not a card master, but he knows a thing or two. The store manager has invested all this damage into the poison? But what's the point? Just looking at this card, it doesn't seem powerful. 5 fireballs amount to at most 250 points of attack, and as for the poison that follows, it deals a fixed 50 points of health per second. Even if it stacks, 5 layers would only result in 250 points of damage. That's hardly even a tickle. Manager, don't rush, take a look at this. Longxing took it and glanced at it, unable to help but gasp. The others also curiously gathered around. Everyone collectively made a great contribution to the cause of global warming. Poison explosion technique type, spell card excellent attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, detonate the fire poison on the opponent, each layer of poison will cause damage with a coefficient of 50. Description: it's fire. I added fire to the poison. A simple and direct introduction. But Longxing saw the ultimate aesthetic of violence in this. Is a coefficient of 50 high? No, not at all. The problem is that the previous fireball can stack 5 layers of poison in one go, making this card equivalent to a spell card with 250 attack. But what if 2 are used? 3? Or 4? Manager, what's the duration of this poison? Longxing quickly asked. Not sure, it depends on how it's used. However, it's not that easy to clear. I estimate you'll have some time with 3 fireballs. After all, the toxin has stacking properties. That's enough. Longxing nodded repeatedly. The damage on the card is one thing, you have to know that this poison explosion detonates inside the monster's body, so the damage is definitely more than what's on the card. With 3, there's a coefficient of 750, which far exceeds the power of a 3-star card itself. If it can continue to stack, just thinking about that instant explosion excites him. As for the Ice series, there's only one. Ice Spear technique type, spell card excellent attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, freeze the enemy. If the enemy is in a frozen state, it deals 400 points of attack. Description: cold. The key is that it's an instant spell, which Longxing also loves. As for the previous freezing state, that's too easy to achieve, and combined with the cards he possesses, he can completely form a combination that has both control and output. As for Bai Miaoyin, Ji Chen didn't give anything else, just those 3 cards from that day. At this stage, the priest has too little memory capacity. It's all about using what you have and changing it if it doesn't work. Since making cards for these few people, Ji Chen has rarely taken on other business. Now he can finally relax for a few days. Manager, we can set off tomorrow, huh? Bro, have you packed everything? Ji Fufu eagerly asked for the 3rd time today. Packed everything, this time the team has a rich guy, we won't need to contribute. Just bring some food. Ji Chen said weakly. He wanted to rest for a few more days, but they had already applied and arrived at the Star Association's door early in the morning. Others arrived even earlier than him. Manager. A few people greeted in unison. Sister, come here. Going to the outskirts requires an application. It's not just driving to the edge of the city. According to the Star Association, the outside is full of dangers, and the city walls are no longer enough to fend off those monsters. Cards are needed to maintain the city's safety. Therefore, to go outside the city, one must use a teleportation method. Every time they leave the city, an application is required. Of course, for those like them who are going out for training, most of the time it gets approved instantly. Entering the Star Association, a flash of white light flickered, and a door appeared before them. I'll go in first. Lin Chen took the lead, manifesting his own shield. His shield was not large, just strapped to his right arm, and he held no sword because the sword was in the ring on his finger. He still needed a slot for using charge. He boldly stepped through the door, followed closely by the others. Ji Chen, filled with curiosity, crossed the threshold. Upon entering, they were not greeted by any monsters or strange environments, but rather a room. When Ji Chen came to his senses, the chubby boy awkwardly held up his shield. That team over there, come over here to register. The room was quite spacious, lined with about 10 doors. Occasionally, someone would walk out from one of the doors, some naturally heading towards the exit, while others, like the chubby boy, awkwardly held up their shields. Ji Chen pushed up his frameless glasses. Goodness, there was no reminder at all, was there? The 7-member team followed the prompt from the speaker and walked outside, splitting into 2 lines, one labeled newbies and the other veterans. with the veterans' line leading directly outside. The 7 of them obediently walked towards the newbies' line. They were greeted by a plump young lady. "First of all, welcome to the town. Let me confirm with you, do you have an entry permit?" "Yes." Lin Chen quickly produced the entry permit and handed it over. The young lady took it, glanced at it, flipped through it, and recorded something. "A total of 7 people, right?" "Correct. Let me explain the rules here. This town is near a gathering place for 3-star and 4-star monsters. As long as you go 10 kilometers outside the town, you will likely see quite a few monsters. It is recommended to hunt within the range of 10 to 20 kilometers. As she spoke, she pulled out 7 identical small booklets and placed them in front of Lin Chen. Additionally, a special reminder, if there is foggy weather, stop hunting immediately, run if you can, and if you can't, stay still. The specifics are all explained in this booklet. Good luck to you. A few people walked out from the teleportation point. As soon as they stepped outside, Ji Chen felt something was off. The sky was gray, and the overall tone of the environment was a dark gray, as if captured by an old black and white camera. Looking up, the sky seemed to be shrouded in a peculiar layer of dust, with faint light filtering through, but it was not very clear. The overall feeling was oppressive, devoid of any vitality. "Let's find a place to stay first," Longxing suggested. "Didn't your family tell you what it was like outside?" Ren Shin Yen clearly did not expect this scene. The outside looked somewhat oppressive. No. They had just stepped outside. Immediately, a group of thin children approached, looking rather unkempt and not in good condition. "What do you want?" Lin Chen stood in front of the group. Do you need a guide?" "A guide? We want to go to an inn. Can you take us there?" Sure, this way, I know a cheap inn." "We don't want a cheap one," Longxing suddenly interjected. The child glanced at Lin Chen. "Right, we don't want a cheap one. The environment should be better." "Then, are you staying here for a long time? If so, you can rent a courtyard. The courtyards here are rented out by the Star Association, so they won't cheat you." "Oh?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Then take us there." "All right, this way." The child excitedly led the way. "This kid has no experience," Ji Chen whispered to his sister, teaching her how to judge people. "But didn't he say he was a guide?" Ji Fufu didn't understand. In her memory, a guide had to be familiar with the area to be a guide, right? "What's the big deal?" Ji Chen shrugged. "Bragging, who can't do that?" In his past life, a buddy of his fabricated several work experiences just to succeed in an interview, then filled in all the contacts with their group of friends. At that time, all the background check calls went to his phone. The final result was that his buddy got hired, earning nearly 20,000 a month, and worked at that big company for half a year before jumping ship. Thus, his resume gained an entry for having worked at a big company, and his salary had reached a certain level. Such tricks are beyond what a normal person could think of. Longxing unexpectedly glanced at Ji Chen. He originally thought Ji Chen was the stereotypical tech geek, never expecting him to understand this aspect so well. The Star Alliance has a considerable number of industries, and this small town was also built with the help of the Star Alliance. The bulk of the profits went to the Star Alliance, with the rest shared among various families or factions. There are many similar places. The speed of processing a small courtyard is quite fast. Pay 10,000, and you can stay for a month. This price can't be considered expensive, nor is it particularly cheap. After all, the materials from the 3-star level have their value. One can only earn a bit with 4 stars. Seeing Lin Chen so capable, the child seemed to become excited. Lin Chen casually engaged the child in conversation. "Is there anything to watch out for here?" "Watch out? When you go out, be careful not to be followed. It's easy to get robbed outside. Also, when there's gray mist, remember not to go out." "Kid, what's your name?" Lin Chen asked cheerfully. "I'm not a kid. My name is Cheng Chen, and I'm going to be a MasterCard maker in the future." Cheng Chen puffed out his chest, quite proud. "Alright, Cheng Chen, let me ask you, are there many monsters around here? And what's this about being robbed?" "Yes, there are many. Can't kill them all." Cheng Chen gestured widely with both hands, making a large motion. "You can encounter them just walking down the road. We don't have them here. I heard it's because those big shots are around, and the monsters can't get close. Outside of here, there are monsters everywhere." "And what about the robberies?" "I'm not very clear on the robberies. They're all bad people, and I heard they specifically target those who are alone. I don't know who they are, and you can't catch them. You guys probably won't run into them. Are there any rules here?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked again. "Rules? There aren't really any rules, but it's best not to steal someone else's prey. There's plenty of prey around, no need to rob. Also, it's better not to stray too far from the town. If you go too far and encounter gray mist, you probably won't come back. Every year, Quite a few people go missing because of that. Is there anything else to watch out for? Yes, hire a guide. You can't go wrong with me, and I can also handle materials. I'm very cheap. In just a few sentences, the child had revealed most of the information he knew to the chubby guy. The town wasn't large, even walking from one end to the other only took about 20 minutes. Before long, Chang Chen led them to the Star Alliance's office. The style of the office was quite similar to that of the Star Alliance, with the sex sign hanging the Star Alliance's emblem, and the doorframe shaped like a card. Ji Chen looked around and felt something was odd. There were many people walking on the street, yet almost none stopped. Moreover, in such a place, there were surprisingly no merchants. It was as if everyone's time was very valuable. Sister Nina, I'm here. As soon as Chang Chen entered, he shouted. A few people followed Chang Chen inside. It was a large hall, and there weren't many people inside. In the center of the hall was a table, behind which sat a girl with light purple long hair, wearing headphones, intently staring at her computer screen. When Chang Chen shouted, she hurriedly fumbled to type on the keyboard and finally shut off the monitor. Xiao Chang, you're here? Are you bringing guests? Are they just stopping by or staying overnight? Everyone? Sister Nina, I've told you, stop looking at those random things. These guests want to rent a courtyard. Oh, a courtyard? That's great. Nina took out a bunch of keys from the cabinet. Courtyard 58, 10,000 yuan a month. How long do you want to rent it? After finishing, she added, it's a month minimum, okay? Then just a month. Lin Chen took out a card from his pocket and handed it over. Little brother, so impressive. Nina mischievously gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. Kid, you know the way, right? Take them there. I won't go. Here, this is your runner's fee. Nina pulled out a bill from somewhere and placed it on the table. Thank you, Sister Nina. Chang Chen's eyes lit up as he picked it up. Guests, please follow me. The small courtyard was located behind the office, in an independent villa, which had 2 floors and 8 rooms, more than enough for them. Guests, this is it. If you plan to go hunting, you can take mine, I can skin it. Chang Chen excitedly introduced himself. Okay, I know. Lin Chen interrupted his rambling, then took out 500 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Here, for you. Thank you. Just take it and go. Chang Chen's hand holding the money froze in place. Don't you need a guide? No, we don't. We have a map, and this place is clearly marked. Lin Chen waved the map in his hand. Then, okay. Chang Chen walked away dejectedly, looking back 3 times, seemingly hoping Lin Chen would call him back. But Lin Chen did not. Hey, fatty, why don't you want to take him along? It's just one more person. Ren Shin Yen was somewhat dissatisfied. In her view, such a small child was out here trying to make a living, which wasn't easy. It's not that I don't want to take him, but we don't know the rules here. Lin Chen raised the booklet in his hand. Do you think those who can stay here are simple people? That kid said he wants to be a card maker. He's probably here to collect materials. However, most of the materials for 3 stars in the Star Association can be bought, and the prices aren't high. Why doesn't he just buy them directly and choose to stay here? Who knows what his reasons are? No matter what his reasons are, it has nothing to do with us. Lin Chen waved his hand. If you want to help him, you can give him some money. But I don't recommend you do that. There was one thing Lin Chen didn't say. Letting his kindness put the team in unknown risks was unwise. Who knows if that kid has someone behind him, or what his purpose is. Even if there was a slight hint of something off, Lin Chen wouldn't choose to let him lead. Moreover, Lin Chen already had a handbook in hand. What Chang Chen just mentioned was enough. Rest for half an hour, everyone. Flip through this handbook and see if there are any points to note. After half an hour, we'll discuss and then set off. What's the destination? Long Xing asked. First, look at the handbook, then determine the destination. For the first exploration, I will choose within a 10-kilometer range. Also, according to the descriptions in the handbook, we should return every day. Nighttime is when the gray fog weather is most prevalent. Ji Chen said nothing and silently flipped open the handbook. The content introduced in the handbook was quite simple. It basically described the situation around this small town, included a map, and even set up several supply points within 10 kilometers. As long as they arranged their route based on the nearby supply points, it could be said that within 10 kilometers, it was all safe. I'm going out for a walk. Ji Chen suddenly stood up and said, Manager, this. I'll be back in half an hour, don't worry, it won't take long. Fufu, let's go together. Alright. Ji Chen took Ji Fufu and left. The two walked out one after the other. Brother, where are we going? Just wandering around. There were quite a few people coming and going in the small town, most of them in a hurry, passing by without stopping. TSK, a bit strange. Ji Chen lightly clicked his tongue. He walked over. Hello, sorry to bother you. Sorry, I'm very busy. As soon as he stopped someone, that person just glanced at Ji-Chen hurriedly and walked away. Ji-Chen didn't mind and continued to the next one. Hello, could you please? Sorry, I have something to do. Hello, I have. Sorry. Hello. When Ji-Chen found the eighth person. Hello, I want to ask. I already said I'm very busy. The eighth person spoke with a hint of annoyance, then froze for a moment, said nothing, lowered his head, and hurried away. Brother, did you ask him just now? Ji Fufu squinted her eyes slightly. Ji Fufu. Ha! Don't ask pointless questions. If he hadn't been asked by me, would he be so impatient? Ji-Chen patted his sister's head. But, let's go back. It's time. They should be done discussing by now. Inside the villa, Ji-Chen and Ji Fufu pushed the door open, and the 5 people were in the hall. So, how did the discussion go? Manager, you're back. Just in time, we figured out the route. Lin Chen drew a route map on the map. We can set off now. Everyone had no objections. In fact, under the condition of insufficient information, there weren't many disagreements about this preset route. Moreover, they were in a flat area, so it didn't matter where they went. Everyone put on their gear, and the first adventure began. Alright, everyone, let's get started. Lin Chen shouted, boosting his own morale and that of the team. Let's go, let's go. Ren Shin Yen was clearly very excited. The group crossed the street and walked out of the small town's exit. Strange, with so many people, why is no one coming out this way? Long Xing frowned. As a mage, his mental strength was relatively strong. After hearing that there might be a robbery, he kept an eye out to see if there were any teams following them. But until they left the small town, not a single one was following. Ji-Chen scanned the surroundings. How to put it? Very bad, absurdly bad. The land around was barren, gray, with cracks all over the ground, giving the impression that it could collapse at any moment. The entire world's color tone seemed to turn gray after leaving the small town. This is so exaggerated. Ren Shin Yen wrinkled her nose. In the small town, there was still some feeling, just a bit oppressive. But here, I feel like I'm not even human? This kind of environment. Not good. Bai Miaoing slightly adjusted her understanding. It feels like there's something very bad lurking. No wonder the manual mentioned that it's best not to stay outside for too long. Let's stick to the original plan. If anyone feels uncomfortable, speak up, and we'll try to work around this small town. It's only 10 kilometers, it's not a big deal. If worst comes to worst, we can just run back. Alright, then let's go. Ji Fufu and Ji-Chen stood at the back of the group. Earlier, Lin Chen had asked Ji-Chen about his combat ability. Ji-Chen told Lin Chen that he could stay at the back. In fact, most card makers are standard mages. Most spell cards have a durability of 10, which normal people can't afford. Only card makers who have improved their levels and have decent mental strength can handle it. Long Xing, on the other hand, is purely wealthy, so there's no comparison. Just less than 500 meters out, they encountered the first monster they had seen. Lucky us, a solitary beast. Lin Chen exhaled lightly. Xin Xiao, see if there are any other beasts nearby. Xin Xiao nodded, pulled a telescope from his pocket, and looked around. To be fair, the visibility on the plains was excellent. He could see everything clearly at a glance. Another tiger-type beast to the north, about 1,000 meters away, and to the northeast, 2,000 meters. Stop! Don't talk about things that far away. Just tell us what kind of beasts might be attracted to our fight. If you lure it this way, it's unlikely to be attracted. Besides, it's only a 3-star beast, it can be easily taken down. Alright, then I'll go provoke it. You all watch for my signals and act when I give the cue. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Ji-Chen followed them from a distance, and when he saw the beast, even with some mental preparation, he couldn't help but gasp. What came into view was a wild boar-like beast, about 2 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long. Its long tusks were mottled with dark red. It lay on the ground, happily snoring. It wasn't that it looked fierce, it was just enormous, truly gigantic. Wow, that's huge. How long can it be eaten? Ji Fufu couldn't help but speak up. Most of the meat sold outside comes from beasts like this. 3-star beasts are known for being large and meaty. Long Xing began a free lecture. Is the meat from 4-star beasts not tasty? Not exactly. As you should know, 3-star beasts are mostly inflated in size. 4-star beasts, on the other hand, generally do not have inflated sizes, they tend to be smaller. I know. That's a sign of energy concentration, Xin Xiao interjected. Exactly. So, the meat from 4-star beasts is very rich in energy, and eating it can easily lead to weight gain. Ha! That's right, Long Xing affirmed. If the energy can't be consumed, it will be stored as fat. 3-star beasts are still manageable, they have energy, but they're only a step above farmed animals. But 4-star beasts are different, their energy is concentrated. The key is that the meat from these beasts tastes really good. Once you've had it, it's hard to forget. If you eat a lot. Longxing didn't continue, but everyone understood one thing, especially the two girls, who felt a sense of impending danger. They silently warned themselves not to let their appetites get the better of them. Lin Chen is almost there, Xin Xiao called out, then pulled out his phone. Longxing and Ren Xuanxuan's eyes lit up as they also took out their phones, aiming them at Lin Chen. You shouldn't do that, Bai Miaoyin quietly advised. What are you doing? He's going to lure the monster. Why are you using your phones to record him luring the monster? Oh, right, Ji Chen suddenly realized and took out his notebook to jot it down. His only purpose for coming out this time was to see how the cards performed in actual combat. After all, he had never seen a beast before, he had only read about them in books, and he wasn't clear on the specific differences. Now, this highlighted a problem. Warrior, no taunt. Ji Chen also overlooked that the people here had star mental power, but everything relied on cards. Thus, they lacked taunting skills. Taunting should be linked to mental power, and the structure in this regard was relatively complex. Ji Chen pondered that once his star level increased, he would help Lin Chen with that. However, he couldn't understand what this group was doing and why they were using their phones. Were they recording his monster luring process? What was so interesting about that? He saw Lin Chen quietly approach the monster, then pick up a stone and throw it at the giant boar's forehead. Lin Chen had quite a bit of strength, he directly woke the wild boar. The wild boar opened its blood-red eyes. Lin Chen stood resolutely 50 meters away from it. Then, he turned his back, bent down, and wiggled his buttocks at the wild boar spirit, mocking, "Come on, hit me." Lin Chen was already a bit chubby, and when he twisted, all the fat on his body jiggled. That lewd expression, combined with the movement, was simply astonishing, leaving Ji Chen dumbfounded. Is this how you lure the monster? Ji Chen felt completely at a loss. It's not just about luring the monster. Later, we have to kite it for a while until it gets really agitated before we can strike. Such a simple and unpretentious taunt. Lin Chen, this guy, has always ranked in the top 3 for taunting in our grade, he really has some skills. Look, even the boar's eyes are turning red. Xin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Rarely, Longxing did not refute him and clapped enthusiastically. Ji Chen looked around the arena in disbelief, watching as Lin Chen finished slapping his own butt, and sure enough, the wild boar charged at him. Despite his size, he was incredibly agile. With quick dodges and movements, the boar couldn't even touch him. At one point, he even stopped to dance the seaweed dance in front of the boar as a provocation. Ji Chen glanced at the notes in his hand and silently crossed out the line, "Warrior, no taunt." The kiting of the wild boar didn't last long, only 3 minutes had passed when Lin Chen signaled. Ren Shin Yen had already rushed forward with her dual daggers. At the same time, Longxing's fireball followed closely behind. A fireball exploded in the air, creating a dazzling light curtain as it smashed down towards the wild boar. Lin Chen stood his ground, no longer dodging, but raised his left arm, and the shield attached to it flickered briefly, transforming into a giant shield that blocked in front of him. Ding! As the shield blocked, the boar's charge faltered, and the collision created a gust of wind that kicked up dust. Just as the dust began to rise, the fireball hit its mark. With the impact of the fireball, 5 charred spots appeared on the boar's body. Xin Xiao took an arrow from his quiver, examined it, and shouted, "Fire!" He bent down, drew the bow like a full moon, and with a soft exhale, the arrow whistled away, piercing one of the charred spots. The immense force pushed the boar back several steps. The terrifying damage made the boar let out a wail, and the intense pain made its eyes turn bloodshot as it attempted to charge at Lin Chen. However, in the next second, 4 terrifying numbers floated above the boar's forehead, and it let out a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground. Ha! The group was momentarily stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. Is it dead already? The 7 of them stood in front of the wild boar, exchanging glances. Just like that? What was the point of my kiting? Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. No, it's our cards that are the problem. Longxing's eyes sparkled. My poison explosion hasn't even been used yet. His arrow only shot once. Miaoyin hasn't even had a chance to act. The cards we have in hand have already far surpassed this level. A 3-star monster only has about 20 to 30,000 health. The gazes of the others fell on Ji Chen. What are you looking at me for? The little beauty triggered a critical hit, twice. She single-handedly took down nearly 20,000 health. Ji Chen held up 2 fingers. That burst of damage is indeed outrageous. Longxing took a deep breath. Ren Xuanxuan's little face was flushed. Despite the seemingly small amount of movement earlier, she had used a special technique to strike 4 times in a very short period. This was actually a necessary skill for most agile attackers. Almost all agile attackers are taught by their mentors in the first lesson not to be greedy. There is a difference between reality and the game. If a teammate's control is a bit off, some spells might end up hitting their own side. Shield warriors are fine, being tough and resilient, but agile attackers are not. Every year, the number of friendly fire incidents caused by teammates is countless. Therefore, the star warriors of the agile attack system have a rule to unleash a large amount of burst damage in a short time. After that, immediately leave the area to recover stamina before launching the next round of attacks. Do not stand next to the monster continuously dealing damage. That is a death wish. Hiss, quite impressive. In the office, Nina watched the screen on the computer, pointing as she observed. The warrior's taunt is on point. The spells break through the monster's protective armor, and then they attack with arrows. Finally, the agile attacker finishes it off. For the first time, this kind of cooperation is already quite good. This team has already shown excellent control over their own levels. It's just... Nina paused slightly. This damage is a bit outrageous. Is this a critical hit? She rubbed her hands together. Since that's the case, I need to stir things up. The sound of clicking from the keyboard began to echo in the hall. A timid voice came from behind the seven. Cheng Chen stepped out, shrinking his neck. Lin Chen frowned upon seeing Cheng Chen. What are you doing here? I can skin, I can handle blood. Do you need it? I'm very cheap, I just need a little blood. Seeing that Lin Chen seemed a bit annoyed, Cheng Chen waved his hands repeatedly. You know, if this stuff is taken back, the blood might spoil. The blood of the monster, the basic material for ink. After each monster dies, it must be processed in time, otherwise, the blood can easily spoil. I'll say it again, we don't need. Hey, wait. Longxing suddenly spoke up. Let him give it a try. Longxing, what do you mean? It's just a suggestion. If you don't want him to try, that's fine too. Longxing shrugged. Lin Chen didn't really care about authority in these matters. To be honest, this group of teammates could almost be considered the strongest batch from Xinghua High School. But this inexplicably appearing kid truly puzzled him, and he didn't want to take any risks. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Do you have skinning tools? If not, you can go back where you came from. Lin Chen issued his final ultimatum. I do. Cheng Chen pulled out a card, and as he did, Lin Chen glanced at Ren Shin Yen. Ren Shin Yen rolled her eyes and also pulled out a card, holding it in her hand. With a flash of white light, a workbench appeared in Cheng Chen's hands, filled with various tools. So, can I start processing it now? Cheng Chen asked nervously. Go ahead. Lin Chen sighed. Ren Shin Yen tucked the card back into her sleeve. I think we need to change our combat methods. Lin Chen ignored Cheng Chen, who was processing the monster's corpse, and looked at his team. We should. They discussed among themselves. Ji Chen squatted next to Cheng Chen, curiously watching him handle the monster's body. Your technique isn't that great. Ji Chen pouted. What? What do you mean it's not great? Cheng Chen was indignant. In our town, I'm a renowned master at processing monsters. Oh, do many people come to you? Oh, tons. Uncle He, Brother Zhao, Uncle Li. Whenever they have a catch, they drag the monster's body back to find me. It's just a bit of a pity. Cheng Chen's voice lowered a bit. What a pity. It's a pity they don't let me go with them. It's just going out for a stroll. They're all nearby, right? Just wait for them to come back. Not at all. They are all heroes who dare to enter the outpost. Cheng Chen proudly puffed out his chest. Outpost? Ji Chen raised an eyebrow. Yeah, don't you have it on your map? Cheng Chen took out a map from his arms and spread it on the table. The map was similar to the one in Ji Chen's hands, but slightly larger. Moreover, the scale of the map was also a bit bigger than theirs. Cheng Chen pointed to a place that was not on Ji Chen's map, about 50 kilometers in a straight line from the town. It's right here. The town sends someone to the outpost every 6 months. They say there are many powerful monsters over there. If those monsters come over, someone has to report it so everyone can prepare, otherwise, no one will survive. I wanted to go too, but they wouldn't let me. Have you thought of a possibility? Ha? Cheng Chen looked up, somewhat confused. They all died? Ha? Cheng Chen was stunned, as if Ji Chen's words had shocked his brain into a momentary freeze. They all died. You. What are you talking about? The commotion over here still attracted attention from over there. What's wrong? Manager, are you bullying a child? Ren Shin Yen curiously leaned over. In fact, their tactics hadn't changed much. According to Lin Chen, as long as they could easily defeat these tough, 3-star monsters, they might as well be more aggressive. No need to be so restrained, just take them down directly. It would be best to find some 4-star ones to serve as training. Wow! Cheng Chen burst into tears. Others? Well, forget about tactics, let's just join the fun. Wow, manager, how can you say such cold-blooded things? After understanding the situation, Ren Shin Yen began to comfort the child. Child, don't cry. Think positively, your uncles and aunts might have died protecting against the monsters that wanted to come over. Their deaths had value. Wow! Chang Chen cried even louder. Hey, I've comforted you. Well, Xian, that's not how you comfort someone. Bai Miaoyin said timidly. Then how do you comfort? Hey, child, don't cry. Your uncles and aunts should be missing. Great, the crying evolved further. Manager, did you discover something? Long Xing asked Ji Chen quietly. Ji Chen smiled. I don't know, I'm not good at talking. It was an accident. I don't believe you. Alright, child, once you're done skinning, you can leave. If you keep crying, you can go now. We need to get back to work. Once Lin Chen said this, Chung Chen cried while continuing to skin. Lin Chen. Hey, Captain, you're really cold-blooded. A character appeared on Lin Chen's forehead as he spoke slowly. Who caused this? It was the manager. Nonsense. The noisy commotion eventually came to an end. Cheng Chen cried, but his hands and feet were still quick, and soon he had processed everything. Although the way he handled it made Ji Chen quite disdainful. However, this time the child didn't insist on following them. Instead, after receiving his reward, he turned and left. This turn meant he ran for a while, found a hidden spot, and hid, quietly watching them. Everyone present almost saw the child's figure, but no one said anything. They continued to set off. The subsequent battles, in Ji Chen's eyes, could only be described as overly boring. These few people were all outstanding among their peers, with high combat skills, and coupled with Ji Chen's targeted cards, 3-star monsters were no match for them. The gray-black sky made it hard to tell the passage of time. After a wolf monster fell, Cheng Chen finally couldn't help but run out. Aren't you going back to the town? It's almost evening. Evening? How do you know? Lin Chen took out his phone and glanced at it. Indeed, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. People in our town have a feeling about this. In the evening, there's an uncomfortable sensation. The closer it gets, the stronger it becomes. Those who can't spend the night outside shouldn't. Bad things will happen if they do, Cheng Chen said seriously. Alright, let's head back now. Here, this is your reward. Lin Chen pulled out a card and handed it over. Cheng Chen turned her small face away and refused. I don't want it, unless you apologize. A few of them exchanged glances and looked at Ji Chen. I'm sorry. Ji Chen's apology came faster than their gazes, his sincerity almost palpable. Well, fine, I forgive you. Hey, this kid, given a way out, immediately took it. She wouldn't consider spending the night outdoors. 10 kilometers was not a long distance for them. They would arrive in no time. The small town at night was much like during the day, except that while the daytime town was bustling with people, the nighttime town became eerily quiet, with not a single shadow in sight. Ji Chen looked up at the sky. The sky is really interesting. Just by the light, you can't tell if it's day or night. Don't you know? Cheng Chen came over to chat. No idea. Cheng Chen proudly lifted her chin. Ever since the falling star, there's been no distinction between day and night. It's always been like this, a gray haze. The closer you get to the falling star, the more monsters there are, and some places even form strange secret realms. They say those secret realms are filled with monsters. Our town is on the edge, not close to the falling star, so the current environment is actually not bad. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go home. You should head back too. At night, you can't be wandering outside. Regardless, the 7 of them were human. Being human meant they needed to eat. During the day, they had dry rations, and at night, if conditions allowed, they naturally wanted to cook a proper meal. I feel this town is strange. Ren Shin Yen picked up a piece of meat, stuffing it into her mouth as she spoke. Look, such a big place, yet there isn't even a single stall. And that kid is the only one doing the skinning business. If this business is really reliable, why hasn't anyone else come? Just ignore him. Lin Chen was silent for a moment before speaking. Our goal is still to hunt monsters. If we can't do it today, at this rate, there probably won't be enough monsters within this 10-kilometer range for us to kill. That kid gave us the map of the outside. Everyone think about it. Should we go take a look outside? Ji Chen glanced at Lin Chen, then at Ren Shin Yen. Most of the people here sensed something was off. This town had big problems. Moreover, anyone with a bit of sense could figure out that this issue likely stemmed from the Star Association. So everyone tacitly chose to ignore it. They killed monsters quickly. A monster group would be defeated in just a few minutes. The only tricky one was the wolf pack. There were quite a few, but once Xin Xiao drew out the explosive arrow, everything seemed peaceful. Basically, as long as they restored their star power, they could keep moving. According to the manual, within this 10-kilometer range, there were mostly 3-star monsters, and 4-star monsters were rare. So, a few of them started to consider heading outside. At our pace, it would only take about a week to clear everything out. Longxing took out the map and glanced at it. My suggestion is to kill some, but not to clear everything. From here, his finger pointed on the map, indicating to kill their way out. If we run into trouble, we can have a clean path to retreat. And it would be best to check out a few supply points. I feel like something will trigger. We might encounter something. Longxing said halfway, then turned a corner. Trigger what? Xin Zhao's ears were sharp. Nothing, just a slip of the tongue. TCH. Alright, let's take this road then. There are 3 supply points in total, let's check them all out. Are we still bringing that kid along tomorrow? Ren Xuan's eyes darted as she asked. He'll follow on his own. It doesn't make much difference whether we bring him or not. After eating and drinking enough, it was time to rest. Jichen couldn't sleep in his room. He stared out at the gray, overcast sky, pondering something. Suddenly, the doorknob of his room made a slight sound, and a sneaky figure slipped in. Jichen didn't need to turn around to know what it was. What are you doing here at this hour instead of sleeping? Ever since Jichen entered that pure white space, he had developed an inexplicable connection with Ji Fufu. Brother, I feel something's off here. You're talking nonsense. No, I mean, it feels strangely comfortable here. Jichen paused. Strangely comfortable? Yeah, I feel like living here is somehow more comfortable than in the city. How about we just stay here from now on? I refuse. Ha? What do you mean ha? This place is full of dangers. What if something happens? How could that be? I could take out those outside with one punch. Get lost, I make the calls here. Brother. Ji Fufu was still pushed away by Jichen. He rubbed his slightly swollen temples. He suddenly realized something. Ji Fufu seemed to lack her own thoughts about many things in this world. It made sense, after all, those were rules set by humans. What did it have to do with her? Naturally, she would do whatever felt comfortable. Not feeling very sleepy, he decided to take out a book he brought, Advanced Structural Topology. He flipped open a page, flipped 2 pages, flipped 3 pages. The gray weather had no sunlight, and Jichen's biological clock had already malfunctioned. What woke him up was his phone. As a wave of physiologically nauseating ringtone rang out, he rubbed his eyes and stretched. A not-so-great day began. Today's battle was not much different from yesterday's. Time passed in seconds, making it hard to muster any interest. It was those 3 so-called temporary supply points that left 7 people, plus a little tail, slightly puzzled. This place counts as a supply point? Ren Shin was dumbfounded. In front of them was a small gathering place made up of several dilapidated houses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 houses. This supply point was located on a small hill in the plains, and the slightly elevated terrain improved their visibility a bit. The only noticeable feature was the watchtower in the middle of the supply point, 4 stories high. This hasn't been maintained for a long time. In fact, there was no need to look. The 5 brick houses had many exposed areas, even vines climbing up. 2 of the houses had large holes in the walls, revealing the items inside, a bed, a table, and some leftover firewood in the middle. All these items were, without exception, covered in dust. Longxing's lips curled slightly. He seemed to understand. Things seem to be getting interesting. What are you all doing? Chengchen puffed as he ran over. Along the way, he had helped clear out quite a few corpses and felt like he was part of the team now. It wasn't like this before. But later, everyone ran over there. Chengchen lowered his head. No one came here, and it became like this now. Then what do you mean when you say that if we go out, someone will attack us? Lin Chen seized the loophole in Chang Chen's words and asked directly. Ji Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This Lin Chen, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, was quite sharp. Chang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then stammered, It used to be like this. I just wanted you to take me with you. So, you're lying. I'm not. Chang Chen's face turned red. Alright. Ren Shin Yen stepped in to smooth things over. Since we're here, let's see if there's anything around. Searching a small campsite took only a few minutes. Mainly because it hadn't been maintained for a long time, a little rummaging around took just a few minutes. How is it? There's nothing. Everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on the only tall building, the watchtower. I'll go up and take a look. Xian, follow me, the others stay outside. With that, the 2 entered the tower. I'm going too. Chengchen had just taken a step out when he was picked up by Xiao. Stay put, don't go in and cause trouble. I won't cause trouble. Xiao ignored him and moved past, but it was no use. After a while, Lin Chen came down with Xian. There's not much inside, just a few rooms. We found this on the top floor. Lin Chen raised the notebook in his hand. Now everyone was curious and crowded around to take a look. Today is the first day at the watchtower, and I feel it's not bad. There are quite a few people going to the forest from here, and I got lucky, collecting some cheap beast meat. I plan to make some jerky to take back for Grandpa to eat. Grandpa always says how the world was before the starfall, and it annoys me a bit. What does it matter to me how the world was before the starfall? Anyway, since I was born, this world has been a gray haze, with monsters outside. Not to mention, the meat of these monsters is quite tasty. In a few years, I want to form my own adventure team and go hunting. Today, Brother Lei passed by and told me they plan to go deeper. I really envy them. A diary? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. We've read it, and most of it is just trivial stuff. The only noteworthy point is that the dates in the diary are still there, and the last page of the diary. In this era, most people do not reminisce about the time before the starfall. Because there's no time for that, it has been 500 years, and those who long for that era no longer exist. Yet, the grandfather in this diary is reminiscing. This indicates that the time recorded in this diary should be within a few decades after the starfall. The last page? Everyone looked at the diary again. It's over. It's over. Why are there so many monsters appearing in the forest? What happened to those people? They've all disappeared. Ha! What is that? Gray mist, what is that? No, I have to go back. I want to go back. The diary stopped here. His mental state has issues. Longxing pointed at the diary, which had several pages torn out. A lot has been ripped out here. This problem shouldn't have happened all at once, but rather over a long process. It's just unclear what exactly happened. Well, I should know what happened. Cheng Chen weakly raised his hand. Everyone's gaze fell on him. He smiled shyly. These supply points were originally set up by the town to monitor the movements of the forest. Originally, there was no gray mist. Later, because of the gray mist, these watchtowers became obsolete. Why? Was monitoring no longer needed? No, monitoring was useless, because no one knew what would come out of the gray mist. Cheng Chen shook his head. Eventually, they simply turned this place into a supply point. Gray mist, what exactly is it? Lin Chen asked the question that Ji Chen had always wanted to inquire about. I don't know. Cheng Chen shook his head. The adults in the town always say that if you encounter the gray mist, you should run home immediately. If you can't make it back, unimaginable things will happen. Is that so? Lin Chen put the diary back in his pocket. In that case, let's check out a few other supply points. Let's go, let's go. Everyone didn't care much about where to go. They were more concerned about what the Star Association had come up with. Nina stared at the screen, biting her clothes tightly. Damn it, these people. They are really too much. While she muttered in resentment, an old man with a white beard appeared beside her. The old man chuckled as he looked at the screen. Your plan is too simplistic, and the details are lacking. Against an ordinary small team, they might overlook these details due to the battle. But against an elite team, they'll see right through it at first glance. The first to notice was that cardmaker. He asked 8 people in the town, and you revealed your hand. Fortunately, he kindly didn't inform his companions. But unfortunately, later. Don't say any more. Nina hates you. Without turning her head, Nina gave her hate evaluation. Looking at the childlike Nina, the old man with the white beard was both amused and helpless. I saw you apply for a new monster in the background, so I came to see what you were thinking. They are capable. Nina gritted her teeth. From start to finish, 3 members of this team never made a move, and most of the time, they solved battles in one hit. They won't feel any pressure in subsequent battles. My judgment is not wrong. The old man with the white beard fell silent. In fact, after seeing the video Nina submitted, he also felt it was somewhat outrageous. This group, not to mention their combat skills, had cards in hand that were more than excessive. Especially that agile attacker. The basic 4-hit combo was executed beautifully, but no matter how beautiful it was, the damage was still outrageous. Because the video Nina sent back to headquarters was indeed a bit shocking, the old man specifically came to take a look. Is it because of that card maker? Compared to Nina's embarrassment and anger, the old man's gaze was not focused on her failure but rather on Ji Chen. In fact, this was not a serious outside situation. To be precise, they were still within Starfall City. However, this was a baptism for newcomers. They encountered a problem. No matter how the higher-ups spoke or taught, the death rate for Star Warriors entering the wilderness for the first time was frighteningly high. Therefore, the Star Association decided to let the Star Warriors enter a simulated wilderness environment before they actually entered the wilderness. This simulation would replicate some characteristics of the wilderness and the dangers they might encounter. Nina was responsible for this aspect. To be precise, Nina was not a single entity but a kind of existence similar to one. She was a card, yet not just a card. Since they were going to simulate, it had to be somewhat similar. If those rookie teams they usually encountered came here, their first instinct would not be to study the authenticity of this small town. Instead, they would eagerly go out to fight monsters, and as they fought, they would inevitably follow the storyline. As for the flaws in this small town, they were not caused by the association but by Nina. It seemed that the higher-ups allowed Nina some leeway in this regard. Moreover, the old man with the white beard knew that this was also a kind of benefit for newcomers. Exposing some flaws allowed them to analyze it themselves. If they couldn't even analyze to this extent, then they deserved to be hit hard. Under normal circumstances, Nina would not apply to increase the difficulty unless it was a special situation. It really is. Lin Chen looked at the diary in his hand. The 3 supply points were quite similar. The dilapidated house, along with the lookout tower that had not been maintained for years yet still stood, housed a diary in each tower. This sparked a sense of sarcasm in Lin Chen. The contents of the diaries were largely similar, mostly noting the appearance of gray mist and then its disappearance. As for the reason behind this disappearance, it was written in a very careless manner. The gray mist is coming. At that moment, Chung Chen suddenly spoke up. Sure enough, the sky, which had been overcast, seemed to be shrouded by something above, allowing only a little sunlight to filter through. But now, there seemed to be some dust in the air, gradually increasing in concentration. In a very short time, the surroundings turned into a gray haze. Ji Chen reached out to catch a piece of dust, but it seemed to have a will of its own, evading his hand and floating in mid-air. This was their first true encounter with the gray mist. I don't feel very good, Xin Xiao frowned. It's unsettling, do you all feel that way? The other 4 nodded in unison. In fact, this instinct for battle was something almost all Star Warriors possessed, though some felt it more strongly than others. This instinct could be a lifesaver at critical moments. Ji Chen glanced at Ji Fufu. Ji Fufu blinked her eyes. He felt nothing. Ji Fufu, by the looks of it, seemed to feel nothing either. Listen to reason, let's stay in this lookout tower for now. We'll talk after the gray mist passes. Lin Chen decisively made the choice. The first floor of the lookout tower was relatively spacious and seemed to have accommodated quite a few groups in the past. There were also a few slightly damaged beds. It'll do. Xin Xiao was about to say it would suffice when Bai Miaoyin pulled out a card. With a flash of white light, 3 sets of bunk beds appeared before everyone. Shen Xiao. Rich kid, forget I said anything. Cousin, do you have any more? I don't have any. I have. Long Xing also took out a card and produced a wooden bed. I didn't expect you to be so simple, Lin Chen teased for once. Limited space, can't bring 2 luxurious things. My grandfather taught me that, Bai Miaoyin said seriously. Such a formal response made Lin Chen feel a bit awkward. Long Xing crossed his arms, looking at Lin Chen with a half-smile. The atmosphere became a bit strange. Is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry, Ren Shin Yen rubbed her stomach. How about we cook some of the beast meat we hunted earlier? Not suitable, I have convenient food. Lin Chen pulled out a card from his pocket, and with a flash of white light, food appeared before everyone. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was all high-energy canned food. Let's eat. The others didn't pick, but Chung Chen ate heartily. How much food did you bring? Lin Chen suddenly asked. A month's worth. About 2 months. 3 weeks. 2 years. Ha! Everyone looked strangely at Ji Chun, who had said 2 years. You always have to prepare more. What if something goes wrong? Ji Chen shrugged, playing it safe. Then food shouldn't be a problem. Are you doubting that we can't go back? Ren Shin Yen suddenly said. As soon as the words were out, everyone stopped eating. It's just a reasonable assumption. Lin Chen clearly wasn't the type to recklessly charge in. He was serious about leading the charge. In an adventure group, a commander had to consider many things. Let's check the time first. If the gray mist disappears before nightfall. Lin Chen took out his phone, then paused. The phone doesn't work. Ji Chen took out his phone, pressed it, and it was as unresponsive as a brick. The others tried theirs as well, and it was the same. Child, why can't we use our phones anymore? What phone? The mobile phone. What hand? The crowd. Seeing Cheng Chen's confused expression, they knew that this child truly didn't know what this thing was. This inexplicable change made everyone furrow their brows. Since that's the case, let's wait for the gray mist to clear before going back. Alright, let's rest. Time passed unknowingly, and the group actually didn't feel much anxiety. Even if communication was cut off, no one cared. That big town was right there, already providing logistical support. At most, when the gray mist dissipated, there would be a few more monsters, but how much trouble could that cause? Time ticked by. Ji Chen dozed off in a daze. No one is keeping watch, minus points. Nina looked at the person on the TV and commented, this behavior is very dangerous outside, but they are in the tower. Moreover, they are only at 3 stars and haven't systematically learned how to spend the night outside. But what is that girl doing? I haven't seen her make a move. She's not a card maker, right? The old man with the white beard seemed a bit curious. I don't know, her mental strength is quite strong, seems like she's also a spell warrior. Then why isn't she attacking? How would I know? It didn't last long. After a nap, when they woke up, the weather outside had returned to normal. The imagined gray mist didn't suddenly reveal anything. A few people walked out of the lookout tower. They looked around and found no signs of destruction nearby. Let's go back to the town. For some reason, Lin Chen felt a sense of unease. It was an instinct, very strong. Following this instinct, the group set off. In fact, the pace of the Star Warriors was quite fast. A distance of 10 kilometers, if they ran at full speed, would only take about 10 minutes. But as they followed the map, they found they had run past it. Lin Chen stopped. What's wrong? Something's not right. Lin Chen's expression became serious. What's not right? The town is gone. What? Everyone was stunned. The town is gone. Lin Chen repeated. You didn't take the wrong path, did you? Long Xing couldn't help but ask. No, my sense of direction is very good. I've trained specifically for it. Lin Chen answered succinctly. Ji Chen looked around. To be honest, if it weren't for the gray mist, the visible range nearby was quite broad, but there was no trace of the town. The phone has no signal, the town has disappeared. Does that mean we have to stay out in the wild? This plot is too absurd. Ren Shin Yen complained. Even if that's the case, we can't possibly believe it. Before she finished speaking, Cheng Chen's voice suddenly trembled. Everyone noticed his change. Child, what's wrong with you? As an important member, they were quite concerned about Cheng Chen. Cheng Chen ignored Lin Chen and continued to tremble. Lin Chen's expression grew serious as he walked over and pressed down on his shaking shoulder. What's wrong with you? Suddenly, Cheng Chen raised his head sharply, his pupils becoming vacant, and the originally black-gray irises turned into a blank white. Ding, unexpected event detected during the test, activating inquiry program. If the candidate has any questions, they may directly ask. This mechanical voice, to the extreme, stunned everyone. It sounded exactly like the robot in the Star Alliance. What is happening to us now? Ren Shin Yen, unable to contain her impatience, immediately asked. The connection point between the breeding farm and Falling Star City has disappeared. Preliminary estimates suggest that someone attacked Falling Star City or the breeding farm, and the breeding farm or Falling Star City has activated self-defense procedures. Lost contact. Breeding farm? What is a breeding farm? Lin Chen also reacted. Regardless of the truth, it seemed to be the best moment to understand the truth of the matter. In order to meet the meat demands of the citizens, Starfall City has established 15 breeding farms outside the city, and this is one of them. Then why are we in the breeding farm? Because the question and answer process was quick. They easily figured out the logic behind it. This place was indeed not outside the city, nor was it a secret realm. The real outside and secret realms were much more dangerous. This was just a small breeding farm under Starfall City, breeding 3-star monsters. According to the regulations of the Star Association, every newcomer must undergo a baptism before truly entering the wild. And the place for baptism is these breeding farms. The so-called small town is actually set up by the Star Association specifically for them to practice. However, the current situation is that the town has disappeared. The specific reason is unclear. So how do we get back? Wait for rescue here? Lin Chen squinted slightly. There are two choices. First, choose to wait here. Once the issues in Starfall City are resolved, someone will naturally come to take over this breeding farm. Second, find a way out on your own. Between these two, which one do you suggest we choose? Ji Chen, who had been quiet, finally spoke. This question was quite cunning. If it was the first option, it meant that something had really gone wrong. If it was the second, it was hard to say, as it meant finding a way out on their own. No one had told them what the wild was really like. Ji Chen had asked them before. Even the well-connected Long Xing and Bai Miaoyin shook their heads, saying they couldn't clarify, and their families were unwilling to tell them, letting them experience it themselves. In other words, no matter what explanation he gave, the second option was not possible to bring up. The second option. As expected, Ji Chen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but the next second, Cheng Chen's answer made his heart rise again. The breeding farms are not just in the city, but outside the city. The environment in the city cannot raise monsters. Only outside the city can breeding farms be successfully established. The link between the breeding farm and the main city relies on the teleportation series of cards. The base located here has been destroyed. Even if the city remembers this breeding farm and sends someone over, it will take quite a long time. I don't know exactly what happened, so self-rescue would be more appropriate than waiting here. Then how do we self-rescue? Cross through here to another breeding farm, which is about 2,000 kilometers away. If you plan to self-rescue, the monster levels encountered on the way are unknown, and the danger level is also unknown. As he spoke, Cheng Chen's body suddenly began to slowly become ethereal, gradually flashing with a burst of white light. A card appeared at the spot where he had been standing. Cheng Chen, type, summoning card normal attack, 0 durability, 0 skills, none description, a child who desires to become a card maker? Oh, the background only has these few words, really a headache. Lin Chen picked up the card, input his star thought power, but the card showed no reaction. He shook his head, no, this card should be a subcard. There is also a concept of card groups within the cards, but the card groups in this world are different from what Ji Chen understood in his previous life. To give an analogy, the Cheng Chen summoning card is like an aircraft on an aircraft carrier, and Starfall City is the aircraft carrier. Centered around Starfall City, it encompasses many cards, all of which are inscribed within a certain high-level card. In other words, these cards belong to a certain high-level card, which is what is referred to as a card group. The star thought power requirement for this card must be transmitted through a high-level card. If the connection between this card and the high-level card is severed, then this card will lose its stable energy source and revert to being just a card. The main body has disappeared. Lin Chen's expression was serious. Could it be that this is part of the test? Did they cut us off on purpose? Ren Shin Yen was clearly a bit flustered. No one had expected to find themselves in such a bizarre situation. 2,000 kilometers, plus we have a map. Lin Chen paused and looked at Ji Chen. Manager, you have food for 2 years, right? Yes, I do. Then let's vote by raising our hands. Those in favor of going outside, raise your hands. Lin Chen raised his hand. At this moment, it was clear that it couldn't just be a one-man show, everyone's opinions needed to be heard. Ji Chen raised his hand without hesitation. He wasn't the type to sit and wait for death. The others also raised their hands one after another. Ji Chen wasn't surprised. For them, the wilderness was an unknown, and the fearless nature of youth made them eager to go. Since they were concerned, they would leave, there was nothing to fear. Unfolding the map, the 2,000 kilometers meant they would have to spend the night in the wild, which was no simple task. They needed to plan their route carefully. Since everyone has decided, let's plan a route. Lin Chen picked up the map left by Cheng Chen. We can't go in a straight line. If the straight path leads us into the desert, it won't be suitable for long-term travel. Also, if there are higher-level monsters outside, they could easily spot us. So, we need to follow this river and head north. Isn't that going to take us way off course? We have no choice. We don't know what it will be like once we enter the desert. It's better to be cautious. Alright, then let's follow this path for now. The group quickly settled on their route. Wait a minute. What is it, manager? I need to get a few spell cards first. Spell cards? Yes, haven't you realized something? We have to spend the night outside. What if someone ambushes us at night? Wow, you just thought of that? The old man with a white beard stroked his beard. Logistics is the key to surviving in the wilderness. TCH. Nina scoffed. Only now do you realize? It's too late. What cards can he make? Still, they are somewhat useful. If worse comes to worst, we can use the primitive method of keeping watch. Ha! Among all the cards, the support type cards were relatively simple, like space backpacks, which took very little time to prepare. Alright, let's go. After spending about 3 hours, Ji Chen put the cards into his space and shouldered his pack. They set off. Compared to the endless plains, when they crossed the 10-kilometer mark, the surrounding environment changed slightly. The tone was still that grayish hue, but various types of vegetation began to appear. Though there was little green, most of the plants were grayish-brown, even the forests were the same. It was as if this world had lost the concept of color. The flowing water, however, remained a bright white. The original plan was to follow the river downstream. Bang! While walking, Lin Chen suddenly sensed danger and quickly raised his shield to protect himself. A stone hit his shield, reducing its durability. The group looked in the direction of the sound and saw a monkey with a single red eye and a grayish-white body glaring at them. 4 stars? In that instant, everyone's hearts raced. I'll take it. Xin Xiao knocked an arrow, ready to shoot it. However, the moment Xin Xiao drew his bow, the monkey darted away quickly. Did it run away? The expressions of the group were somewhat confused. Ji Chen, however, narrowed his eyes slightly. This was not good news. Weren't you taught about the habits of these monsters in your classes? They only covered the basics, the 3-star and below monsters. The school teaches that. But for 3 stars and above, starting from 4 stars, you need to pay for the information. Longxing explained, I didn't understand at first, but now it seems quite wonderful. Originally, the monsters everyone encountered would charge forward upon seeing people. But now, this thing seemed to retreat as well. It's quite magical. Oh ho! Nina's voice came from the screen, gleeful. This is just the beginning, and we've already encountered a sentinel. This forest is going to be tough. If I remember correctly, that Monkey King seems to be close to 6 stars, right? You need to be careful. Oh, I know. Should we chase? We probably can't catch up. Lin Chen shook his head as he watched the monkey disappear in no time. Let's stick to the plan. Alright. Ji Chen looked at the departing monkey and quietly asked Ji Fufu, if a fight breaks out later, keep an eye on our rear. What's the rear? That little skinny guy, and that silly little fool. Oh. The forest wasn't as terrifying as imagined. The scenario of encountering a monster every few hundred meters didn't happen. On the contrary, this forest was eerily quiet, making everyone a bit anxious. Whether it was due to the environment or other reasons, the others couldn't help but quicken their pace. Oh. Ah. Oh. Ah. A strange cry echoed through the forest. Looking up, they saw that, at some point, monkeys had appeared, perched in the trees, their eyes glowing red as they stared at them. 1, 2, 3. Heavens, we're in trouble. In an instant, everyone pulled out their cards and held them tightly. At least 20 monkeys had gathered in the nearby trees. All 4 stars. Longxing took a deep breath. The monkeys didn't come down, they just stood on the trees, seemingly waiting for something. Oh. Ah. A sharper roar came from deep within the jungle. All the monkeys, not knowing where they got the stones, suddenly hurled them at the group. A flurry of non-lethal numbers floated up from everyone. It didn't hurt much, but the problem was the sheer number. Here you go. Ji Chen pulled a card from his pocket and handed it over. Little fool, summon the armorer. Little fool paused for a moment, then realized he was being called, and the card in his hand glowed blue as the armorer appeared on the field. Almost everyone's eyes lit up. With this, they had the means to counterattack. Longxing became even more excited. Yes, healing spells. He remembered the ring in by Miaoyin's hand. This kind of damage wouldn't be fatal at all. If the armorer could help forge armor, and along the way, let Bai Miaoyin assist in restoring the summoned creature's health, wouldn't that mean they could stack an invincible armor like in the competition? What use would more monkeys be then? In an instant, Lin Chen understood Ji Chen's intention. Don't attack yet, stack armor first. After stacking, let Xin Xiao and Longxing attack. We'll protect them, and with our ranged attacks, we will surely win. The field was filled with flickering blue light as 5 armorers appeared. The newly summoned creatures naturally fell within the monkey's attack range. Summoned creatures? What are they doing with summoned creatures? Nina was a bit confused, then quickly typed something on the keyboard. Before long, the information about the summoned creatures appeared on the screen. Her mouth dropped open in shock as she pointed at the screen and turned to the old man with the white beard. This is possible? The old man looked at the armorer on the screen, paused for a moment. No wonder they invented critical hits. Wait, critical hits? The one from the forum? Yeah, didn't you know? I thought you did. After all, that girl's dagger has a very high critical hit rate. Hiss, what's that magic battle girl doing? Adjust the attributes of that ring. Nina glanced a few times, and her hands immediately began to tap rapidly on the keyboard. Before long, the attributes of the secondary healing ring appeared before them. The old man with the white beard squinted slightly. Healing? It seems to overlap with shields? No, that's not right. Nina carefully observed the battle on the screen. A shield is a non-revivable attribute, while healing targets life that can be revived. This works well whether it's for summoned creatures or humans. These monkeys are going to lose. Isn't that conclusion a bit too much? That's a 5-star. The wisdom of monkeys is limited. They can't figure anything out and will keep testing. In their understanding, throwing stones will consume the opponent's stamina. And for them, throwing stones has a very low cost. So, their king will make them repeat this process until the opponent shows a flaw. If it were an ordinary team, they would let ranged fighters exchange blows while melee fighters protect the monkeys from getting close. But doing so will lead to flaws. Because they only have 3 stars, while the monkeys are all 4 stars. Once a flaw is revealed, what awaits them will be death. But these monkeys, so stupid. Longxing sighed, watching the stones continuously fall on himself and the armorer. He couldn't help but reminisce about his battle with Lin Chen in the arena. He had originally thought that this so-called armorer wouldn't have much practical significance, but who knew that as soon as it appeared, it would demonstrate its practical value against these creatures. In the end, they're just a bunch of fools. Ren Shin Yen twirled her dagger, occasionally stepping forward to block the stone attacks for her armorer. The armorer's effect is that as long as a friendly unit is attacked, it will grant a certain amount of armor to its master. Of course, this friendly unit does not refer to their teammates but to the entities born from the master's star psychic power. which can be the armorer itself, other summoned creatures, or even Ren Shin Yen herself. So, at this stage, everyone is stacking armor. They try to avoid letting the armorer be attacked. If it really happens, it's okay since there's still someone healing. How long do we need to stack? Xin Xiao asked, feeling a bit restless and wanting to take action. Let's wait a bit longer, until the shield is thicker. We still don't know what skills these monkeys have. You can find out. Ji Chen spoke up. Ha! Little Silly has a skill called Mind Theft that can steal the opponent's spells. When targeting humans, it can only steal spells that have been used. When targeting monsters, it can steal them outright. Everyone's gaze turned to Bai Miaoyin. Bai Miaoyin nervously took out the card. I'll try it now. A flash of purple light flickered, but nothing happened. The Mind Theft card returned to her hand, its durability slightly reduced. She was stunned. Shopkeeper, is it broken? Why didn't it succeed? It means they don't have skills, they're just purely high intensity. Ji Chen shrugged. What an absurd detection card. It can directly steal skills, they are cheating too much. Nina couldn't help but complain. This doesn't count as a detection card. The old man with the white beard had a deep gaze. If it were a higher star level, placed on high-tier monsters, stealing their skills. Make sure to record this part. I need to keep these people confidential when we get back, and by the way, raise that kid's star level too. With this kind of standard, still stuck at 3 stars, what are they thinking? This time, the first to take action was none other than Long Xing. With a charming smile, he tossed the card in his hand upward, and a fire cluster bomb was directly thrown at the group of monkeys. The group of monkeys emitted a series of chirp-chirp sounds. The fireball hit 5 monkeys. Lin Chen instantly understood his combat intent. 600 points of damage was not particularly significant for a 4-star monster. Their stone-throwing speed slightly paused, as if waiting for the next command. Ah! With a command issued, the monkeys continued to throw stones. This change caught Lin Chen's attention, prompting him to stop Xin Xiao, who was preparing to shoot an arrow. Wait. What? Let Long Xing smash. We'll just watch. Long Xing, how many can you smash? No problem. I brought medicine. Then go ahead. I'll also experiment a bit to see how many layers of poison I can stack. Long Xing's lips curled slightly. Having this group of silly monkeys around was quite enjoyable. This damage isn't very high, huh? Poison? Another new thing. This poison is pretty average too, 50 points of health per second. It can't keep up with the monster's recovery ability, right? Can it stack? That's a bit lacking, Nina commented while watching. Even if it dealt 500 points of damage per second, so what? The health of a 4-star monster, depending on the type, like these monkeys, would at least be around 50 to 60,000 health. The damage from this poison, hitting 10 times with spells, would only deduct 30,000 health in a minute. But in battle, how many opportunities are there to hit 10 spells and attack for a minute? She gave it a lackluster evaluation. Too scattered, not good. Long Xing also made an assessment. As long as the poison was present, it could keep stacking, but if it stacked too much, those monkeys weren't fools, they wouldn't be able to take it and would run back. He understood this from the start. Let's see how much health they lose before they run away, Lin Chen suggested from the side. Long Xing nodded. Fireballs were thrown into the monkey group as if they were free. While throwing, Long Xing poured medicine into his mouth. Hey, how many cards did he set? Ren Shin Yen couldn't help but ask Ji Chen. 100 sets. Hiss. Ren Shin Yen gasped, is this what a mage is like? Ji Chen didn't tell Ren Shin Yen that the so-called 100 sets referred not to 100 fireball submunitions, but 500. Spell cards work like this. The basic durability of a spell card is 10. A spell card disappears after being used for 10 spells. The reason Ji Chen prepared for so long was largely due to Long Xing's spell cards. The flames cut through the air, forming a stark contrast with the small stones. However, the other side seemed unwilling to take action. Why? Xin Xiao couldn't understand. Aren't they moving? Just letting us smash? It has to do with their habits, Lin Chen said, his gaze flickering. Among the 7 members of the team, only 2 were busy. One was Long Xing, continuously smashing fireballs. The other was Bai Miaoyin, assisting the armorer in the team with healing. Suddenly, the battle entered a tedious phase. Numbers floated above the monkeys one after another. At most, we can kill 7 at the same time. Long Xing silently calculated the result in his heart. Then let's do it this way, Xin Xiao, prepare yourself, it would be best if you could injure one and leave it behind. Okay. Xin Xiao drew an arrow, and at that moment, thick shields stacked on everyone. Long Xing took a deep breath and pulled out the poison explosion technique from his pocket. Boom! A terrifying flame shot into the sky. Chirp! Chirp! Xin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and the arrow was shot out. In that instant, 8 demon monkeys completely lost their lives. Hiss! The two in front of the screen gasped. Quick, quick, what is that thing? Goodness, buried minds, how is this even possible? Flame! The old man with a white beard stroked his beard. The poison attribute is buried within the flame. When the poison attribute manifests, it transforms back into flame. If needed, the flame can gather from little to much, indeed causing an explosion. But this thought is a bit too clever. They are in trouble. Oh 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 oh! Ah! A fierce roar erupted. The monkeys discovered that their companion had died inexplicably, and they seemed enraged. They charged at the group of 7. This troop of monkeys had a total of 20, 8 of which had been killed, leaving 12 charging towards them. It seemed they had no intention of testing the waters. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Lin Chen, the shield warrior. However, the monkeys seemed to target more than just Lin Chen. They sent one to attract his attention while the others launched attacks on the rest. The powerful intensity of the attacks made everyone present feel a weight in their hearts. Although these attacks landed on the shield, if they had no shield, it would mean, among those present, except for Lin Chen, 2 attacks could kill them. This was not good news. Do your best to resolve this and see how long it takes, Lin Chen ordered. Ren Shin Yen picked up her dagger and launched an attack. When she truly engaged, she realized the gap between a 4-star monster and a 3-star monster was immense. It wasn't just a matter of attack intensity. 4-star monsters coordinated with each other and dodged when attacked. In battle, some special techniques were needed to hit the opponent. Xin Xiao and Long Xing fared a bit better. For Ren Shin Yen, who was in close combat, it felt like she was wearing a mask of pain. Tisk, if it weren't for this armorer, they could have returned by now. Nina lightly clicked her tongue. Almost all the output tasks are on the mage's shoulders, and that archer can't unleash their full potential. The agility of the dagger wielding is too low, Nina commented bit by bit. After all, they are 4-star, they can kill, but it will take quite a long time. Once this battle is over, let them come back. The old man with the white beard shook his head, still lacking something. No way. Why not? They haven't lost yet, the experiment needs to continue. It's the rule. Hey, you. The monkey's attacks did not last long. After Ren Shin Yen swung her last strike, the remaining monkey fell to the ground. This troop of monkeys was declared completely gone, but at the same time, no one wore excessive joy on their faces. Just as Long Xing said, Lin Chen's victory was merely a stroke of luck. The presence of the armorer just happened to counter the explosive power of this 4-star beast. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that everyone realized the problems within themselves. Xin Xiao discovered that once he was engaged in close combat, he became quite passive. The damage from his bow and arrow was high, but without a shield, he had no time to draw and shoot. He estimated that in the next second of being engaged, he would be torn to pieces by the monkeys. The monkeys only needed 2 hits to kill him. Even though the armorer occupied a slot, preventing him from setting traps, he was unsure how to respond under the assault of these beasts. Lin Chen felt that his role as a shield warrior did not play a decisive role. He did not stop those monkeys from seeking out his teammates. Ren Shin Yen began to doubt her combat skills. While fighting the monkeys, she even questioned whether their techniques were superior to hers. Undoubtedly, this battle made them all aware of the issues at hand. They all silently echoed a question in their hearts: if they were also 4-star, could they withstand these beasts? No, they could not. Almost everyone thought this in their hearts, because these are completely different from those creatures before. Those creatures have no brains. Once provoked, most will stubbornly focus on one person. But 4-star are intelligent, can cooperate, and even if injured, they won't stubbornly fight. If their intelligence were a bit stronger. Oh 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 oh. Ah! A piercing roar echoed through the forest. That should be the Monkey King. Let's go, Ren Shin Yen suggested. But for some reason, the Monkey King didn't come over. If it were before, they might have gone to take a look. But now, let's go. Lin Chen tossed out a card, collecting the corpse on the ground, and headed north as originally planned. Ji Chen followed at the back of the group, pondering the improvements to the cards. The reality of adventure was indeed different from his imagination. The characteristics of the monsters, the environment of the wild, all these factors had to be considered. As a standard card maker, he could naturally see the value of these monkeys. If it weren't for their cautious nature, playing with stones on the outskirts, they would probably have perished here. Throwing stones was the monkey's downfall, but it caught Ji Chen's attention. Monsters of levels 1 to 3 had no intelligence. Were monsters of levels 4 to 6 a significant enhancement? Fighting with intelligence was a different matter from fighting by instinct. So, does that mean there are quite a few things to add to the cards? Ji Chen muttered to himself. What do you mean by quite a few? Ji Fufu asked curiously. She didn't take action against the monkeys, she looked down on them, thinking it was just a matter of one punch. Their conversation attracted everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone was looking at Ji Chen, he felt a bit confused. Naturally, it's about modifying the cards based on the different monsters. You all saw it, there were quite a few issues exposed here. First, the little fatty has no taunt skill, the archer can't create distance, and the little beauty, well, the little beauty still needs practice. The mage's output is sufficient, but it's too costly, and the little fool is also lacking. In short, you all need to level up quickly. With 3 slots, there are really too few things we can do. Longxing's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of flame in his gaze. Each profession has its own focus. The mage actually relies more on cards, for example, the agile attack. If Ren Shin Yen's dagger were replaced with an ordinary dagger, could it still be used? It could, but she relied more on her own combat skills. The cards merely serve as an auxiliary role. Ji Chen's cards gave Longxing a feeling he had never experienced before. Whether it was the unused ice spear technique or the poison explosion tactic, both indicated that Ji Chen had a complete system of spell cards. The poison series was clearly a watered-down version, and even the ice series was the same. He was really looking forward to it. Longxing thought to himself, yes, the shopkeeper is right. We can't stop because of this. Compared to others, Lin Chen cared more about the morale of the team. At least, aside from Longxing and Bai Miaoying, the mood of the others wasn't great. Longxing still had hope resting on Ji Chen, and as for Bai Miaoying, she was the busiest in this battle, helping everyone a lot. She had no time to be down and was quite excited. The ones truly feeling a bit gloomy were Xin Xiao and Ren Shin Yen. Yes, we still need to practice. After sorting out their feelings, the team set off again. It turned out that 4-star monsters weren't always so reasonable. When they encountered 2 4-star wild boars, covered in thick mud, and Longxing shot a fireball only to find it couldn't even break the skin, they understood that in this forest, they couldn't just attack whatever they wanted. Run! Lin Chen shouted loudly from the back of the team. Ji Chen pulled out a card from his pocket, a faint purple light rising with the wind. Immediately, the entire team's speed surged. Blessing of the Windspeaker type, spell card epic attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, increases the movement speed of teammates within a certain range for 3 minutes. Introduction, Wind, heed my call. We can only hold on for 3 minutes, we need to hurry. The chaotic days of fleeing began. Nina was in the monitoring room, grinning from ear to ear. Could a 3-star team really take down a 4-star beast? Yes, or rather, for their team's level, taking down 1 or 2 would be as easy as eating and drinking. But the problem was that 4-star beasts mostly appeared in packs. Moreover, 4-star beasts were not as dull as 3-star ones. They would come to investigate any noise. Thus, the entire forest became lively. Run, 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 run faster. Lin Chen was almost in tears. Behind them was a snake, who knows how many meters long, but at least 6 meters in diameter, swirling ominously. 5-star, 5-star. The shrill voice was terrifying. Quick, 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 ice trap. It doesn't work. Can't freeze it. Brother, should we fight back? Ji Fufu asked softly. No need, Ji Chen replied quietly. I've accelerated, manager, the acceleration time is almost up. There's a cave ahead, let's go in. Xin Xiao shouted ahead. Only then did everyone notice the cave in front. A few people immediately changed direction and ran into the cave one after another. Lin Chen was the last to dash into the cave, and the snake's head crashed into the entrance, its thick tongue curling towards them. Ji Fufu was quick and pulled Lin Chen back just in time, preventing him from being swept away. A few of them were gasping for breath. This was their 5th day of travel. Since the 2nd day, they had gone from reckless to cautious. When encountering beasts, they would hide if possible, and if they couldn't hide, they would run. Because on the 2nd day, they had teamed up to kill a leopard hunting in the jungle, and right after that, a brown bear had appeared out of nowhere. The key was that this brown bear was not just a 4-star, but a peak 4-star, almost breaking into 5-star. Many times, battles were like math problems. The question was whether they could defeat the opponent under the existing conditions. Lin Chen ran through this in his mind and realized that with their team's strength, they could win, but it was very likely that someone would die. And not just one. Note that this conclusion was drawn with the presence of Bai Miaoying, their healer. Thus, the first escape began. Once there was one, there would be a second, and once there was a second, there would be a third. They truly discovered that in this forest, no one was easy to deal with. Under these circumstances, their daily travel distance was only 80 kilometers. Not fast, but not slow either. So, can you still recognize the direction? After catching his breath, Longxing asked the question he most wanted to know. Being chased wasn't a big deal, almost getting killed wasn't a big deal. The real problem was getting lost. Then we can only take a different path, Lin Chen said calmly. Let's go see what's in the cave, while we still can. What if there's something in that cave? What should we do then? Xin Shao suddenly interrupted Lin Chen, his voice trembling. We've been running anxiously, day and night, we can't fight back, and we can't escape. 2,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers, who knows what we'll encounter? Everyone fell silent. Even Longxing didn't mock Xin Shao at that moment. Did they really think that when chased by every creature in the wild, a person wouldn't break down? Present were the two siblings from the Ji family, and the others felt somewhat unstable in their hearts. Even Lin Chen was no exception. Shen Shao. Lin Chen called out softly. I'm sorry. Xin Shao took a deep breath. It's my problem. I really don't want to die, my grandmother is still waiting for me to come home. He wiped his face. I will pull myself together. You should have thought of this earlier. Ji Chen suddenly spoke up. Everyone's gaze turned to him. He shrugged. Humans are at an absolute disadvantage in the wild. I thought you all knew that. Why? Ren Shin Yen couldn't help but ask. How much are those monkeys worth? Longxing was taken aback, instantly understanding Ji Chen's meaning. The gains from this trip, when we return, could sell for at least several 100,000. The manager means that if it weren't for this, the prices of these things wouldn't be so high. Right. Ji Chen replied, materials for 3-star cards are cheap, but once you reach 4 stars, not everyone can afford them. Things must be worth their price. There's a price for hard work. I thought you all were prepared for this. There are quite a few star warriors in the city. Even the owner of a barbecue shop is at least a 3-star or 4-star star warrior. Can't they afford the cards? Ji Chen's soul-searching question left the others speechless. Indeed, could they not afford the cards? 4-star cards, while expensive, weren't out of reach. They were only 3-star. The gains from this trip amounted to several 100,000. If making money was that easy, why would those people retire and set up stalls? Moreover, you have no idea about the situation in the wild. I think this is also a form of selection. Ji Chen was most convinced of this point. Even Longxing, a young master from a prominent family, didn't understand what the wild was like. Initially dominating in the breeding grounds, then entering the forest, the stark contrast brought about a huge psychological gap that not everyone could bear. Since that's the case, Lin Chen was the first to react. Then this time is a test. Ji Chen said without hesitation, it's too coincidental that something happened just as we entered for the first time. So, this is likely a test. However, I think you should also consider one thing. If the wild is like this, are you really willing to be a star warrior? Can you truly be a star warrior? Damn! I've been seen through again. Nina bit her clothes tightly, looking defiant. He's not wrong. In this world, how can things be so coincidental? That card maker is a genius. He figured it out long ago. But he didn't say anything, waiting until now when their mindset has changed to break this window paper. These people must be the contractors working with him. It's quite a hassle. A card maker specifically came to help check the battlefield. I hope this group of young men and women can hold on. The old man with a white beard sighed. Ji Chun didn't say anything wrong. In the wild, humans are at an absolute disadvantage, not just because of the troublesome beasts, but also due to strange weather and inexplicable gray fog. The most important point is that staying in the wild for too long can lead to a strange illness related to the mind. It's not fatal, but it makes people irritable and sensitive. This state will automatically heal within a week of leaving the wild. The higher the rank of the Star Warrior, the longer they can stay in the wild. It sounds not too terrifying, but in reality, the effects on mental state are the most frightening. During battles, decision-making is often crucial. If one loses their mind or lets anger take over, they may make decisions they will regret for a lifetime. Every year, many people die because of this. So, this so-called newcomer trial is meant to let newcomers understand their survival situation in the wild. Every year, quite a few people lose confidence because of this trial and are unwilling to continue as Star Warriors. If the wild were really that easy to navigate, there would be more Star Warriors than there are now. Most would have gone out, just as Ji Chen said, making hundreds of thousands in income from a single trip. The annual income for an ordinary family ranges from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Why should they earn so much from just one trip? Inside the cave, the tent has already been set up. They were lucky, there were no other monsters in this cave. In fact, there was even a small river flowing inside, seemingly leading to the outside. But at this moment, no one had the mood to talk. They returned to the tent early to rest. Ji Chen couldn't sleep, so he sat by the river, taking out his star-carving pen and sketching something. After a while, Ren Shin Yen also came out, and upon seeing Ji Chen by the river, she paused slightly. She walked over and sat down. Manager, you're not asleep yet? Not yet. What about you? Can't sleep? Yeah, feeling a bit lost. Do you feel unsure whether to continue? Ren Shin Yen hugged her knees, resting her chin on her arms. Among these people, the most lost was Ren Shin Yen. Her family was quite well off. Even if she didn't want to be a star warrior, it didn't matter, she could live comfortably. Her father would support her. But for some reason, whenever she thought about backing out, she felt an inexplicable sense of unwillingness. It's actually quite simple. It's just two choices, one is to choose mediocrity, the other is to choose courage. That's not two choices, it looks like just one. Who would choose mediocrity? Ren Shin Yen couldn't help but scoff. Choosing mediocrity is itself a manifestation of courage. If you choose to be a melee-type star warrior, you're not someone who can endure a dull life. Are you willing to accept a mediocre version of yourself? Are you willing to accept a life of staying at home, raising children, living a peaceful life? Can you live without any passion, without any adventure? Ren Shin Yen couldn't help but shiver at the thought. She couldn't accept that image. The choice of profession can reveal a person's character. If the mage represents wisdom, then melee agility represents courage. Without unparalleled adventurous spirit, one cannot do this job. This profession is not like a shield warrior who can take hits. Almost every attack teeters on the edge of life and death, regardless of whether it's dangerous or not. The adrenaline and dopamine secreted by the body in this line of work can easily become addictive. It made Ren Shin Yen realize she couldn't return to the ordinary. Since you can't choose mediocrity, you must be prepared. In battle, death can happen at any moment. You see, the current situation is telling you that in the wild, humans are absolutely at a disadvantage. Yeah, I know. Ren Xuanxuan's gaze became firm. Since she had made up her mind, she would act. In that moment, she felt a surge of power stirring in her chest. Then, everyone woke up. What? You're already at the 4th level? Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ren Shin Yen. Was it really that hasty? How could she be at the 4th level? He couldn't understand. Actually, Longxing spoke up. I'm about the same. If you don't believe me, just feel for yourselves. Ren Shin Yen excitedly touched her body, bouncing up and down, unable to suppress the joy on her face. Manager, I'm at 4 stars. 4 stars. I can use the 4-star card now. At this point, she suddenly paused, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. I forgot, manager, you're only at 3 stars. No, I'm also at 4 stars. Ji Qin shrugged. The cards for Dragon Walk have already made me a 4-star, I just didn't mention it. Whether it's the card maker or the key to the Star Warrior's advancement, it's not some kind of technique, but rather a simple and crude method. Using up the star power within the body will naturally increase the star level upon recovery, and the faster you use it, the quicker the improvement. In these days, Ji Chen had been making cards, and they weren't low-grade cards, which led to his rapid increase in strength. In just a few months, he reached 4 stars. The members of Lin Chen's team were in a similar situation. They were constantly teetering on the edge of life and death, with a lot of stimulation, and being in the wild naturally helped to increase their star levels. Among them, the one most deeply stimulated was Ren Shin Yen, who faced life and death choices every day. It wasn't about resolving some mental not to reach 4 stars, it was about running fast today, feeling completely drained, and once recovered, naturally reaching 4 stars. Everyone also sensed their own situation. Shock. To be honest, it was truly shocking. We've been practicing hard at school, and yet the results in the wild are better after just a few days? Xin Xiao murmured. You don't know what kind of life it is in the wild, Longxing scoffed. It's a life where you could lose your life at any moment. The consumption is fast, and the recovery is fast. I don't even know how many blue potions I've consumed these days. The shopkeeper has eaten a lot too. If we talk about who spends the most money, it's actually not the agile attackers and shield warriors, but the mages. Ji Qin needs to maintain the blessing of the wind speaker, and Longxing occasionally uses ice ring technique, while Ren Shin Yen, due to her shadow step, often takes on the role of drawing aggro. Shadow step is a teleportation skill, giving her the means to escape. Therefore, among these people, Ren Shin Yen being the first to break through to 4 stars is not without reason. Very good, at least we know this path is viable. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Everyone, let's work hard to clear this 2,000 kilometers. Okay. Ren Shin Yen shouted excitedly. 4 stars are vastly different from 3 stars. Shopkeeper, do you have any 4-star cards on hand? Lin Chen looked at Ji Qin. The upper limit of attack for a 3-star card is 500, while for a 4-star card, it's 2,000. Moreover, in actual combat, there's also the issue of breaking defenses. If the attack is too low, it can't penetrate the enemy's defenses. Just like that giant python, why did everyone run? Wasn't it because the strongest attacker, Xin Xiao, couldn't even break the skin of the opponent with his arrows? Even Longxing's fireball couldn't inflict any damage. They had to run. If Ji Chen could make 4-star cards, they would have the initial capability to confront 4-star demon beasts head-on. They still had to run, but at least it wouldn't be so desperate. We could make cards while we walk, but I don't have many materials on me. Then let's make a weapon for Ren Shin Yen first. If she kills some, can you see if you can allocate? Lin Chen asked. Bai Miaoyin hesitated, about to speak, but was stopped by Long Xing. No problem, I was going to allocate myself anyway. Then it's settled. Wait. Ji Chen called out to Lin Chen, who was about to finalize the decision. What? Did you misunderstand something? Ji Chen said helplessly. Making cards isn't that simple. It's not just about killing a demon beast that comes to you and breaking it down into materials. In material science, there are 5 elemental materials: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and within those, they are further divided into 37 types of materials. Take your weapons, for example, they require metallic positive materials to make golden ink, and the golden ink needs to be blended with water-based materials to be produced. Unless you are willing to actively hunt 4-star demon beasts, otherwise, you can't make 4-star cards. Creating cards is not that simple. If it were as easy as casually killing a monster to gather materials, card makers wouldn't be so rare. The upgrade process for card makers isn't difficult. The challenge lies in the learning process. There's a lot to memorize and practical skills to master, and that's no small feat. Upon hearing Ji Chen's words, the others exchanged glances. However, Long Xing and Bai Miaoyin showed no signs of surprise. Bai Miaoyin opened her mouth to speak but was pulled back by Long Xing, who shook his head at her in disapproval. After the excitement, it was time to think things through. This plan was not as simple as it seemed. It might take a considerable amount of time to resolve the material issue. Not suitable, Long Xing shook his head. If we take the materials, how will we account for the spoils? I've already spent quite a bit on spell cards for this outing. Given the current situation, we can kill a few 4-star monsters, but not many. What if we end up losing money? Then we can just make up for the loss, right? Bai Miaoyin didn't understand. Long Xing covered his face. This was actually a rather unsolvable issue. When hunting as a team, aside from improving their own skills, there was also the goal of making money. But then a problem arose. What if the expenses for this hunt were too high? Don't think it's absurd, this kind of thing happens often. The spell cards of a mage can only be used 10 times, unlike melee fighters who can use their shields or bows indefinitely as long as they have them. Sometimes, if a monster is killed but not handled properly, the cost in spell cards can lead to a loss. Yes, they had money, but when it came to self-funded spell cards, could their companions accept it? If they couldn't accept it, could they handle the loss? Long Xing actually didn't plan to team up with Lin Chen for the long term. Initially, he wanted to pull Lin Chen into his own team, considering that if it were his own team, the benefits would be different. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was unwilling. Humans are such complex creatures. Despite being chased these days to the point of feeling overwhelmed, the experience of this team was genuinely improving. Since they couldn't solve the problem, it was best not to let emotions cloud their judgment. Focusing on the present was the most important thing. This was Lin Chen's understanding, and based on this understanding, he began to observe the monsters in the forest. Walking along the riverbank for over 2,000 kilometers, most of it was forest or jungle, and studying the distribution and habits of the monsters was very helpful. Based on their research over the past few days, they summarized some experiences. First, monsters also have territorial divisions. Monsters of the same rank have their own territories. If something particularly enticing appears in that territory, they will come. And that enticing thing is humans. Monsters seem to have a strong interest in eating people. To this end, Ji Chen used the materials he had on hand to create a stealth device that could simulate the scent of monsters, using materials gathered from those monkeys. The effect was decent. Even if they had to fight, if they resolved things quickly, they wouldn't be surrounded and beaten by the group of monsters in a short time. Second, the characteristics of monsters. 4-star monsters evolve a characteristic, 5-star monsters have 2, and 6-star monsters, well, that's still unclear. The term characteristic was proposed by Ji Chen and can be understood as a special ability. Monsters below the 3rd rank are just ordinary beasts, a bit stronger and larger, but rather dull-witted. However, 4-star monsters undergo a tremendous change. The first change is in their intelligence, as they begin to process more information. For example, monkeys, which are relatively intelligent, can even devise tactics. Most importantly, they develop characteristics, which refer to enhancements in certain aspects. For example, the group of monkeys they encountered at the beginning had enhanced claws. It is well known that monkeys are intelligent, but their attack strength is somewhat lacking. However, the group of monkeys they faced had claws with attack strength that was anything but weak. The same goes for 5th tier monsters, except that they had one more area of enhancement. In summary, with an understanding of the terrain and the habits of the monsters, hunting a 4-star monster was not impossible, especially when everyone had broken through to 4 stars. No, they really dare to do it. Nina was completely stunned. What's there to be afraid of? The old man with the white beard stroked his beard. Humans are at a disadvantage in the wild, but once they grasp the rules, they are not without the power to fight back. Just running away won't improve combat quality. What about you? Nina turned to look at the old man. When you went out for the first time, did you dare to take on a 4-star monster? Ahem. The old man with the white beard coughed twice. Well, I had also broken through to 4 stars at that time. The first purpose of the newcomer trial is to filter out unsuitable individuals. The second purpose is to train, honing the newcomers, with the first entry yielding the best results. Training between life and death can achieve the best outcome. However, most teams would fall in the small town. There are indeed a few teams that can make the town disappear. Most of those teams would be eliminated on the first day of entering the forest. This is inevitable, without a clear understanding of the habits of the monsters, and with the ability to make the town disappear, they are not weak teams. If they are not weak, they must have a certain confidence, and the outcome when encountering monsters is predictable. While fulfilling the second purpose, it is also to warn newcomers that the wild is not easy to navigate. Generally, if a town is at risk of disappearing, someone from above will be sent to observe, just in case. The wild is truly wild. As for hunting in the wild, to be honest, it was the first time the old man with the white beard had heard of it. This regulation had been in place for about 300 years, and those who could start hunting in the newcomer trial were few and far between. This newcomer is really remarkable. Are you confident? Xin Xiao asked with a serious expression. It's sleeping, there's no problem. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and asked, did you hesitate just now because you thought you couldn't provoke it? No. I just think it's not very good. Even if it's not good, it has to be good. You have to remember, Ren Shin Yen might only be able to take one hit. Then, okay. Lin Chen swallowed hard. They had their sights set on a bear, to be precise, a bear covered with a layer of iron armor. The armor was not fully covering, but half covered, protecting its heart, neck, and other vital areas. Because a 4-star monster might not only attack the shield warrior, they had to ensure one thing, that the bear's hatred was firmly directed at Lin Chen. At the same time, Long Xing had to coordinate with ice spear techniques. At this moment, Long Xing didn't need to deal too much damage. The main output was on Ren Shin Yen and Xin Xiao. Therefore, provoking the bear became a major issue. A hint of reluctance flashed in by Miaolin's eyes. How about we try another method? Poking its eyes would work too. It's closing its eyes. What if the eyelids are too thick? Let's stick to the original plan. In fact, provoking was not easy. This was not a game world where writing a piece of code would result in you must prioritize attacking the minion with taunt. Provoking was more akin to a hypnosis characteristic. It was a form of light hypnosis, and researching this aspect required numerous experiments. Therefore, Ji Chen was unlikely to develop the taunt characteristic in such an environment. This led to another problem: how to attract the monster's hatred. The 4-star monster is different from the 3-star, it will easily fall for the taunting dance. It locks onto its target firmly. Most 4-star monsters prioritize killing weaker units. The tough and resilient shield warrior is clearly not among them. Thus, the slumbering ironclad bear felt something moving it. It twitched its ears, lifted its head, and opened its eyes to see the simple-minded Lin Chen. Oh, it's a human! The ironclad bear was about to lie down and continue sleeping. Wait, a human! It suddenly opened its eyes wide again. Then, it felt a sharp pain in its rear. The people present couldn't help but twitch their lips. Lin Chen delivered a wave of taunting damage. A large armor-breaking damage floated above the bear's head. Its eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Roar! This roar contained confusion, fear, grievance, anger, madness, and many other negative emotions. It was sleeping so well. How could this human? Don't blame me, you have such a weakness exposed. Lin Chen chattered while dodging the ironclad bear's attacks with agile movements. Ice spear technique. Long Xing's ice spear technique arrived in an instant. The first shot of the ice spear did not cause damage, but Long Xing, having reached 4 stars, was already capable of freezing the 4-star ironclad bear. In the intervals of attack, Ren Xuanxuan's dagger was swinging rapidly, almost leaving afterimages. The damage numbers brought joy to everyone. 10 rounds, just 10 rounds of attacks could take down this bear. 4-star monsters also have their differences. The demon monkey's health was around 60,000, while this bear had about 100,000 health. It was estimated that it wouldn't have any major tricks. Long Xing was not in a hurry to use the next ice spear. He realized that the condensation of the ice spear was very fast, and the casting speed was much quicker than ordinary spells. If used purely as support, it could potentially keep the bear frozen indefinitely. When the freeze was lifted, the ironclad bear did not charge at Ren Shin Yen, who had dealt significant damage to it, and everyone present let out a sigh of relief. The bear's hatred remained firmly locked onto Lin Chen. Since that was the case, Xin Zhao also began to draw his bow and shoot arrows. Compared to Ren Xuanxuan's attacks, Xin Zhao's attack strength was far inferior. Ren Shin Yen could get close and stab the same unarmored spot, but Xin Zhao could not. At such a distance, if his accuracy faltered and hit the armored part, the damage would be no different from a tickle. Overall, if nothing unexpected happened, they could take it down between the 9th and 11th rounds. Everyone was a bit excited. After all, this was their first serious attempt to kill a 4-star monster. Previously, they relied on cards, but now it was based on their own strength. 1 round, 2 rounds, 9 rounds. The ironclad bear's hatred remained firmly locked onto Lin Chen. Ren Shin Yen also relaxed a bit. 1 round of attack took only about half a minute, and if they could take down a 4-star monster in 5 minutes, it was worth it. Just as she was about to unleash a 4-hit combo again, a strong premonition suddenly surged in her heart. At the moment she swung out, a not-so-bright white light suddenly erupted from the previously frozen ironclad bear. In an instant, it regained its ability to move, and its claws were not aimed at Lin Chen but at Ren Shin Yen. Everyone present gasped at this action. Ren Shin Yen felt the same. She couldn't dodge. At such a close distance and with such speed, she would die. This thought suddenly popped into her mind. She was certain that any melee agility attacker dancing on the edge of a knife, feeling they would die, would inevitably meet that fate. The bear's paw was getting closer. Xian! Lin Chen roared, wanting to charge, but it was already too late. The card was drawn, and the ability activated. The standard process took between 3 to 5 seconds. In that time, the bear's paw had already descended 30 centimeters. Ren Shin Yen could already feel the howling wind and the accompanying powerful force. 15 centimeters. The side of her face began to ache involuntarily. The gust from the paw struck her face, her heart raced, and she seemed to see the next moment, her head exploding under the bear's paw. 5 centimeters. The bear's fur had already brushed against her face. Whoo! In an instant, the iron-armored bear's attack arrived as expected, but it swung through the air. Lin Chen's charge also reached. The iron-armored bear, already low on health, fell to the ground under Xin Zhao's arrows and Lin Chen's charge. Ren Shin Yen appeared before everyone, 20 meters away from the iron-armored bear. Shin Yen! Bai Miaoyin rushed over. At that moment, Ren Shin Yen felt her legs weaken and collapsed to the ground. So close, just a little closer. She could have died. That was so dangerous. If she hadn't used that card at the last moment, she would have been dead. Ji Fufu whispered to Ji Chen. TSK, the wild. Ji Chen clicked his tongue lightly. It seemed they couldn't just run out recklessly in the future. Even if they had to, they needed to be prepared. At the last moment, Ren Shin Yen used Shadow Step. This was a small technique where one places the card they intend to use on a specific part of their body, allowing them to channel their star power to that area when needed. This technique was specifically created for agile attackers, as the margin for error in close combat was extremely low, leading to the development of this skill. Ren Shin Yen performed it quite skillfully, having good grades in school. However, it must be said that if it weren't for her subconscious warning at the last moment, she estimated she wouldn't be standing here now. Are you okay? Lin Chen rushed over, not bothering with the fallen iron-armored bear. I'm fine, I just need to catch my breath. You guys handle the body, Ren Shin Yen gasped, her speech stuttering. I'll just watch, Captain, you go handle it, and hurry up and run after you're done. Time was tight, and there was no time to waste. Lin Chen turned around, pulled out a card, and asked Ji Chen, Manager, do we need to handle anything here first? No need, let's leave first, Ji Chen replied. The 4 main roads led out, surrounded by numerous small towns, forming a circle around Starfall City. In the center, Starfall City was shrouded in mist. Nina stood at the outermost eastern edge, at the entrance of a small town, facing the direction of the Yuduan mountain range. Why is Nina here? Early in the morning, someone immediately noticed her. There were quite a few people in the town, some setting up stalls to sell goods, while others were leading teams into the forest. Nina's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Nina was the town's administrator. To be precise, every small town had a Nina, primarily responsible for the affairs of the Star Association. To put it this way, it wouldn't be wrong to think of Nina as the town mayor. A saying circulated among the Star Warriors, if there's a problem, find Nina, and you won't go wrong. Holy crap! It's the real deal! Someone exclaimed. Although everyone was called Nina, there were indeed avatars. The real one rarely appeared, and some well-meaning individuals had informed people how to distinguish the genuine Nina. That was to look for the grayish color of the tuft of hair on her head, which indicated the real one. If someone had poor eyesight, they might not recognize her. Wait, what's the real one doing here? Who knows? Go ask. Nina, what are you doing here? Nina glanced at the person, waiting for newcomers. Ha, waiting for newcomers. Nina repeated. This answer clearly left everyone puzzled. Waiting for newcomers? What kind of newcomers could make Nina wait? Wait, could it be that someone has passed the newcomer trial and really made it here? Someone in the crowd voiced this possibility. No way. Dude, are you dreaming? Who can pass the newcomer trial? Just that you do on mountain range. I won't even mention newcomers. Try walking 2,000 kilometers in that direction. If a 3-star rookie can walk out of the Yuduan mountain range, I'll eat 10 tons on the spot. Big bites. They came out. Nina suddenly spoke up. The guy who was going to eat 10 tons had a slight freeze in his smile. What? Do you mean? They came out, you can eat 10 tons now. No. No way, they really can come out? No way. Dude, when's the live stream? I'll support you. No way. No way. I'm going to the forum to complain. How is this possible? Bye. Some chose to go back and inform their companions, while others opted to vent on the forum. But more chose to stay on site. They wanted to see who the team that could walk out of the forest was. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, and when he emerged from the forest and saw those buildings, his heart leaped with joy. Others felt the same. The 2,000 kilometers journey, which was supposed to take a month, actually took them a full 3 months. The reason was simple, they wanted to hunt, they were not satisfied with just running away. Thus, with one battle after another, their arrival time was greatly extended. This also included the time Ji Qin spent making cards. Although the time was extended by 2 months, their gains were substantial. Just yesterday, they had teamed up to slay a 5-star monster. The hardships and dangers during this time were not for outsiders to know. When they saw those buildings, everyone felt an urge to cry. Ji Chan, however, remained calm. When they killed that armored bear, he understood that they had initially developed the ability to survive. From then on, as long as they didn't act recklessly, living wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, Ji Chen was not unprepared. Taking this opportunity, he began to gather more information. Nina, why didn't you wake me up? Next to Nina, the space twisted, and an old man with a white beard stepped out from a crack in space. This move was clearly impressive. It is well known that the so-called teleportation technology is a form of card application, a point-to-point transfer. However, the old man's ability to teleport anywhere he wanted at any time was a powerful manifestation. In novel terms, that would be a Do-zone powerhouse, terrifying indeed. No way? Zhao Mian? The old man turned to look. The entire group took a step back. Who was Zhao Mian? The president of the Starfall City, the head of the Star Association branch, also the city lord of Starfall City, and a 9-star card maker, one of the members of the card-making committee. With so many titles, each one was worth its weight in gold. It was just that they hadn't recognized him earlier, but now that they did, everyone was as quiet as air, not daring to move. No need to be so nervous. Today, I'm here to welcome the newcomers. Did it really require you to come personally to welcome newcomers? Many people had this thought flash through their minds. However, most understood that this newcomer had indeed crossed the Yuduan mountain range to arrive here. Such a terrifying achievement was rare in human history. It was likely a sign of the future. When Lin Chen and his group saw Zhao Mian, they were all stunned. Nina and the others recognized him as the previous waiter, but what was Zhao Mian doing here? Children, welcome back to the world of humans. Zhao Mian opened his arms, dressed in a white robe, and with his gray hair and beard, he had a certain charm, as if an elder was welcoming his returning juniors. Even a few people who felt their hearts were like iron blocks couldn't help but feel a slight sting in their noses. Looks like their breath isn't weak. Doesn't seem like they're at the 3-star level, right? Cheating? Who doesn't know that newcomers are all at the 3-star level? If you had that ability, you could probably rank up a level by going 2,000 kilometers deep into the Yuduan mountain range. But can a 3-star really kill the monsters in the Yuduan mountain range? Alright, stop being sour. They've achieved a high-level accomplishment. I reckon they must be at least level 3. 3? That's an understatement, they must have at least that. Didn't you see they all brought card makers with them? I say we should contact a card maker. They should be a formidable character. Forget it, the president is there, are you going to disturb him? The crowd was in a chaotic uproar. Lin Chen and his group were somewhat confused. What was going on? They knew this was a trial, but why were there so many people here? Come, children, Follow me. Zhao Mian turned around with a smile, beckoning a few people to follow him. As he turned, the crowd naturally parted to make way. That influence was unmatched. President. This. Lin Chen opened his mouth, wanting to ask something. Don't rush, this is your reward. Every newcomer who arrives here, we will introduce them. When it's your turn, the process will be the same. Oh, right, you can take out your phones to have a look. A few were momentarily stunned before taking out their phones. All set? Yes, in the wild, you can't use tools like phones. But here, you can, and you can check the forum here to see some different things. If you're interested, you can take a look later. The implication of looking later was that they shouldn't look now and should listen to him first. Everyone was smart enough to obediently put their phones away. Zhao Mian took a step forward, and everyone followed behind him. Ji Fufu was slightly taken aback. She glanced at Zhao Mian, then at Ji Chen, said nothing, and followed along. Just a moment ago, they were still in the small town, and in the next moment, they felt the scenery before them shift, arriving in a much larger town. They were positioned atop a spire, looking down to glimpse the scale of the entire town. The town was divided into several sections, each with a giant card standing in the center. This is one of the 4 formations of Starfall City, the Qinglong Formation. It is one of the energy supplies that maintain the stability of Starfall City, and it is also the base of the Starfall City Expeditionary Army. Expeditionary Army? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. They truly had no idea what the outside world was like. The school taught them, but that was all history. Originally, these matters shouldn't be disclosed to you. Zhao Mian smiled and raised a finger. The newcomer trial has 3 levels of rewards. The first level is to survive in the breeding ground and successfully complete the hunt. Most people can achieve this. If you do, and Nina determines you are qualified, the difficulty will increase. At the same time, the reward will be elevated to the second level, which is after the town disappears. 99% of teams will fail at the second level. And here, the second level reward will reveal the truth to you. The Human Expeditionary Army. Everyone's spirits couldn't help but lift. This was the second tier reward. I believe you all know what dangers we humans face. Since the fall of the stars, monsters have gradually appeared, but the fall of the stars is not the source of the monsters. The secret realm is. Zhao Mian slowly recounted humanity's experiences over the past 500 years. Before the fall of the stars, monsters had already appeared, initially in some deep mountains and forests, gradually emerging until after the fall of the stars, when these monsters began to spread. And the source of the monsters was the secret realm, which continuously birthed monsters. Therefore, the root of everything lies in the secret realm. To cut off the source, one must resolve the secret realm. The expeditionary force was born against this backdrop. You may have learned about the secret realm from books, but you are unaware of its terrifying aspects. You have experienced some training in the Yuduan mountain range and have encountered 4-star and 5-star demon beasts. In the secret realm, the strength of demon beasts will significantly increase, with elite level, lord level, and overlord level demon beasts. Some demon beasts can no longer be defined by star levels. Here, the star warriors start at 7 stars, Zhao Mian added. Everyone gasped in shock. Star warriors range from 1 to 9 stars, with 9 stars being the highest, and below that, there are countless people. Just looking around, the teams on the street number no less than 20 or 30. Is our Starfall City this strong? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Strong? Zhao Mian chuckled lightly, not continuing on that topic. The first tier of rewards will provide some monetary compensation. The materials you gather in the Yuduan mountain range will belong to you, and the Star Association will give you a monetary reward equivalent to the value of your materials. Essentially, if you gather materials worth 1 million, the Star Association will give you 1 million. As for how to distribute it, the Star Association won't interfere, you can discuss it among yourselves. Oh, and the materials you consume along the way also count. Upon hearing this news, Long Xing and Bai Miaoyin were indifferent. Xin Xiao, Lin Chen, and Ren Shin Yen couldn't help but smile. As for Ji Chen, he didn't care, he had a big spender to support, so this little bit didn't matter to him. As for the second tier of rewards, you can choose a mentor, with a training duration of 1 year. I mean, a mentor starting at 7 stars. The Star Warriors present all quieted their breathing. A mentor undoubtedly has a huge impact on students. Their mentors during school, regardless of strength, taught in a class-by-class manner. Now, one-on-one, and at 7 stars, this was nothing for Long Xing and Bai Miaoyin. But for Xin Xiao, Lin Chen, and Ren Shin Yen, it was an extremely outrageous reward. One must know that hiring a private tutor for such a thing would cost over 10 million in a year. Oh, the venue will also be provided by us. As for card makers, forget it, your card makers are good enough, no need for the Star Associations. If you have a preferred candidate, our star association can help you contact them, even if they are 9 stars. However, I don't recommend you choose a 9-star, rather, I hope you accept my suggestion that some star warriors are not suitable to be mentors. We accept your suggestion. That's good. Now, Zhao Mian paused for a moment, about the third tier of rewards. Everyone's ears perked up. The first tier, with their efforts, would yield rewards of around 10 million. The second tier's rewards were immeasurable in monetary terms, at least over 100 million. And the third tier of rewards is not a substantial reward, it offers you no benefits. It is merely a truth that you can choose to know or choose not to know. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions turned strange. Even Long Xing was no exception. Their family was quite wealthy and influential, but like Lin Chen, he knew nothing about the outside world. Now, the third tier of rewards turned out to be the truth? What truth? There are no benefits, Zhao Mian emphasized again, just the truth. The few of them exchanged glances. I want to know, Ji Chen raised his hand and said. What about you all? We also want to know. After all, it was just the truth. What else could it be? What? Would knowing shatter their hearts? The mouths of several people slightly opened. Ji Chen, however, did not seem too surprised. As Ji Chen emerged from the Yuduan mountain range, he noticed something peculiar about the gathering place. Layer upon layer, one after another. The outermost layer was a small town that was clearly visible. In between, there was a layer of mist. Although it was not entirely clear, one could vaguely see the scenes within, which also featured various architectural complexes. It wasn't until he entered this complex and stood at the highest point of the second layer that Ji Chen discovered there was another layer of mist behind them. This mist was much denser than the one outside, completely obscuring what lay within. So, what appeared before them? The answer was a card. A card placed in the center of the city, just like the Star Alliance. However, this card was far more imposing and majestic than the one from the Star Alliance. At the 4 cardinal points of the card, there were stone tablets standing, each adorned with mysterious patterns that emitted a soft glow, supporting the card. The card was not upright but inverted. Therefore, the name was clearly visible. Starfall City, 3 simple characters, along with the 9 stars. It was like a sharp sword, shattering the hearts of those present. CC Council President? Lin Chen's voice trembled. They were not shocked by this outrageous functionality, nor by the overwhelming star power that was despairingly vast. They were shocked that the place they had lived in since childhood was actually a card. Yes, this is Starfall City. Starfall City is a card. Zhao Mian squinted his eyes, his tone filled with unexplainable emotion. Why? Because humans cannot survive in the wild. During the trials, someone already told you about the gray mist, but they didn't explain it fully. In the wild, advancement happens very quickly. The reason is that there is an invisible and intangible substance in the air that is polluting humanity, and the star power within humans is constantly fighting against it. To put it bluntly, training in the wild for a year is more efficient than training for 5 years in Starfall City. But ordinary people cannot resist this pollution. Not everyone is a star warrior, and not everyone is inclined to hone their star power. If this pollution gradually infects humanity, people will become insane. This kind of infection is extremely terrifying. It changes human cognition on a subconscious level. A person who usually loves peace can slowly change under this infection, becoming violent and wanting to destroy everything. This change does not happen all at once but accumulates little by little. It won't be noticed, and some may even feel that it is how things should be. Because of this, the Human Extinction Plan was established 138 years ago. The rulers at that time were all infected. Zhao Mian's voice grew somewhat sorrowful as he looked at Starfall City. So, we need it. This is the truth of the world. Then now it is the same, but there are many methods to expel this condition. In the trial grounds, purification has been applied to you, which is why you have no issues. In the wild, purification series cards are essential. No, what I mean is there no way to completely resolve the beast problem? Lin Chen's question made Zhao Mian look at him differently. It wasn't that no one knew the truth, it was just that after learning it, they were so shocked that their spirits were shaken, and few were determined to solve the problem. One could only say, no wonder he was someone who could obtain the 3rd tier reward. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Just now you said that our strength here is very strong, isn't it? Lin Chen stuttered as he spoke. Outside, there were 2 or 3 dozen teams of star warriors above the 7 stars. In his understanding, 7 stars was the pinnacle existence. Zhao Mian chuckled lightly and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. If you get the chance, try venturing into a low-level secret realm before the 7 stars. The 7 stars is just the beginning. Go on, I'll send you back. Zhao Mian waved his hand, and before a few people could speak, they transformed into specks of starlight and vanished into the air. Only Ji-Chen and Ji-Fufu remained. Zhao Mian looked Ji-Chen up and down. Ji-Chen was a bit puzzled. President, what do you mean? You really resemble him, Zhao Mian sighed. You look just like your father. Ji-Chen? You know my father? I do, that unreliable guy. Zhao Mian chuckled lightly, showing no intention of continuing on that topic. From now on, don't go out on adventures. If you need any materials, I'll grant you access, and you can download them. I've seen your structure, your foundational structure is impressive, and your thinking is very active. Don't waste your talent. Zhao Mian spoke like an elder in the family, earnestly advising him. This attitude left Ji-Chen somewhat bewildered. However, what Zhao Mian said next piqued Ji-Chen's interest. For Star Warriors, the 7 stars is just the starting point for them to see this world. For us, the 9 stars is the beginning. I hope you can break through to this level within 5 years. Don't go out on adventures anymore. What about the 9 stars? When you reach it, you'll understand. Go on, go on. Zhao Mian smiled slightly, not answering his question, and waved his hand. Ji-Chen felt as if something had gently pushed him, and then, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a small shop in Starfall City. Brother! Ji-Fufu rushed out of her room. What's wrong? Does that old man know something? How would I know? Just as Ji-Chen was about to say something else, the phone rang. He picked up his phone. Hello, is this the store manager? Yes. It's Lin Chen. Tomorrow, we'll come to your store regarding the follow-up matters and the distribution of rewards for this mission. Lin Chen's voice came from the other end, and there seemed to be a woman's voice as well, but it was unclear. No rush, take your time. You should talk to your family first. Just come over when you have time. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be in the store these days. Okay, manager, then I won't disturb you. Mom, I already said I didn't. Beep beep beep. A busy tone came from the other end. Their time spent outside wasn't short. After returning home, they naturally needed to gather and reassure their family. Brother, what should we do in the future? First, level up. He took out his phone and logged into the Star Association. Sure enough, the content of the Star Association had further unlocked. In the forum of the Star Association, besides the usual chatter, there was also a technical forum section. Ji-Chen rarely went in to look. Most of his time was spent learning basic materials science and structural science with the help of the system. Now he had time to take a serious look. He quickly scanned the cards from 4 stars to 6 stars and then closed the window. It was about what he expected. The focus from 4 stars to 6 stars was similar to that from 1 star to 3 stars. It was still foundational structure. He turned to the papers of the 3rd stage. The first one caught his attention, on the special nature of advanced structures and card sets. What is an advanced structure? For example, for cards, the top attack power is 5,000, and the limit can only reach 5,000. This value is constant. From 1 star to 6 stars, the construction is basically used to enhance the foundation. Advanced structures, like the critical hit and shield that Ji-Chen created, are relatively used less. Once reaching the 7-star level, one must consider advanced structures. The so-called advanced structure refers to finding ways to enhance the attack power of cards through characteristics or skills, and this enhancement can be achieved in many ways. The critical hit proposed by Ji-Chen is one of them, which is also why that card has been downloaded by so many people. This has nothing to do with 3 stars, for fields above 7 stars, it is a significant boost. In fact, many card makers believe that if they fully understand the critical hit attribute, could it allow them to directly break through the basic structure of 5,000? Glancing around, Ji-Chen did not immerse himself in it. Regardless of anything else, he needed to raise his own star level first before discussing further. Ren family. Ren Shin Yen returned home in high spirits. As soon as she entered the door, her mother immediately hugged her tightly, tears streaming down her face. You're back, you finally came back. Ren Shin Yen was bewildered by this sudden embrace and crying. Her father looked at her with a complex expression. Xian, I think we need to talk. Ren Shin Yen understood something and nodded, patting her mother's back. Her mother's tears had not yet dried, and before Ren Shin Yen could speak, she spoke first. Xian, can we not go out? Ren Shin Yen fell silent. She didn't know how to respond. In fact, she had thought about this question when she was at the Yuduan mountain range. Just as Ji-Chen said, choosing agility and melee combat was definitely not the choice of a docile person. If she were to stay in Starfall City like her mother, obediently marry and have children, she could never do that. She wanted to see the world, to experience it. That so-called secret realm, she had come to love the feeling of walking on the edge of life and death. However, her mother's tears and her father's worries made her hesitate. Xian, can you tell Dad what you're thinking? In fact, Ren's father had always hoped that Ren Shin Yen would not go out to take risks. Even her choice of profession was managed by him. The reason was simple: agility and melee combat were the most dangerous. After the newcomer trial, many people directly withdrew from the ranks of Star Warriors. It was a well-known secret that the newcomer trial would not result in death. He wanted Ren Shin Yen to undergo the newcomer trial, take a beating, and then return to their side. But now, Ren Xuanchuan's performance made his heart sink. Sure enough, the next second, "Dad, Mom, I want to go out." Ren's mother slightly opened her mouth, looking at Ren's father with a questioning gaze. Wasn't it agreed that if she chose the most difficult profession, she would retreat upon realizing the difficulty? "Xian, our family doesn't have that much money to hire you." "Dad, we passed the newcomer trial and received the highest reward. There will be mentors above 7 stars teaching me for a year." Ren's father was dumbfounded. What? Mentors above 7 stars will teach me for a year? Look, this is us. Ren Shin Yen took out her phone, logged into the forum, and at the top of the forum, the title boldly stated, "After 138 years, Starfall City finally sees a team achieve the 3 accomplishment in the newcomer trial." The newcomer trial also has a scoring standard. The so-called 3 does not refer to levels above S, but is scored from 3 aspects: strategy, cards, and combat. In these 3 aspects, Starfall City will give a score. Based on past experience, as long as one of these reaches A, they would likely receive the second stage reward. The second stage reward is also graded. According to the forum, only by achieving at least 2 AS and 1 B can one obtain the highest reward of the second stage. As for 3 AS, no one has achieved that in 138 years. Ren's father was stunned. Could it be that his daughter was truly a genius? At that moment, he fell into self-doubt. "No way, I don't agree." Ren's mother could no longer hold back. "Mom, Lin's family. Brother, you're back." Lin Shu exclaimed excitedly as she saw Lin Chen open the door to their home. In an instant, everyone in the house rushed out. "Xiao Fan, you're back. Good. You've lost weight but also gained muscle." Lin's mother looked around, touching here and there. "Yeah, I'm back. It went pretty well this time." "Where's Dad?" "Your dad? He hasn't returned yet." Before Lin's mother could finish her sentence, a towering figure appeared behind her, slapping Lin Chen on the shoulder. "Good kid, for stars now?" "Yeah, Dad." Lin's father was like a larger version of Lin Chen, not overly fat but very sturdy, looking quite reliable. "So, how was the novice trial? Did you adapt?" The results are pretty good." Lin Chen nodded. "Oh, what rating did you get? NES level?" "Dad, you know about this too?" "Hey, who hasn't gone through that?" "I got 3 A's. "Oh, then that means." Lin's father nodded, then paused. A few S? Lin's father's voice became a bit strange. "Dad, what's a 3? 3, the top level reward. Tomorrow, I need to share the spoils with my teammates," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Good kid." Lin's father happily patted Lin Chen's shoulder, making him wince in pain. "Later, when the instructor picks me, I'll teach you some good stuff." "Dad, you even know this?" "Poof." Lin's father snorted. "Back in my day, I also had 2 A's and 1 S. "Don't worry, Dad. What are you guys talking about?" Lin Shu was getting a bit anxious. "Ha, little Shu, you'll understand when you grow up." Lin's father picked up Lin Shu and lifted her high. This action left Lin Shu speechless. "Dad, I'm all grown up. Then you don't want to be lifted high?" "I do." Lin's mother smiled as she watched them play, and after a while, she spoke up. All right, let's eat first. The food is ready." Shen's family. "Brother, you're back." Shin Xiaomei shouted excitedly. Several little kids in the house gathered around. "Big brother, how was it? Did you gain anything from this trip?" "I gained a lot, don't worry, your schooling issues won't be a problem anymore." Shin Xiao patted his chest in assurance. Really? Let me give you a hint." Shin Xiao's lips couldn't help but curl up. "This time, I can earn at least 100,000. "Wow!" The 5 little ones in the room exclaimed in awe. "Brother, then we. No need to worry so much. Go, all of you get ready. I'll take you to eat meat, monster meat." "Yay!" The little ones ran off quickly to prepare to go out. Shin Xiao walked to the center of the living room, where a grayish-white photo was placed on the table, along with an incense burner in front of it. Shin Xiao lit a few sticks of incense and placed them in the burner, looking at the woman's forced smile in the photo, murmuring, "Mom, our family will be all right." Long's family. "Young master, young lady, welcome home." The butler bowed to Long Xing and Bai Miaoyin. Long Xing nodded. "Is my dad back?" "The master is home." "That's good." Long Xing led Bai Miaoyin into the house. The current head of the Long family, Long Zhan, was inside scrolling through his phone. Seeing his unreliable father, Long Xing couldn't help but sigh. Dad, don't keep staring at your phone when there's nothing going on. It's bad for your eyes. Nonsense. Long Zhen glared at Long Xing, stood up, a tall figure at 1 meter 80, with legs that were absurdly long, giving him a very noble overall proportion. But the aura he exuded made it clear that this person was not to be trifled with. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Your cunning is no bigger than a sesame seed. Not long ago, during an internal competition, you were so furious you spat blood, and I couldn't even be bothered to mention it. Long Xing. I got a rating of 3. You spat blood from anger. I got 4 stars. You spat blood from anger. Cousin is very good, uncle, don't talk about him. He spat blood from anger. Bai Miaoyin. Bai Miaoyin looked at Long Xing with a sympathetic gaze. Having such a father was truly a hardship for him. Alright, as long as you know you were wrong. Seeing that Long Xing had nothing to say, Long Zhen clapped his hands. What's the plan next? The president said he would find us a mentor. I think we could ask the store manager about this. That critical hit store manager? Long Zhen scratched his chin. His idea is quite good, but there's one problem. What problem? The promotion speed of Star Warriors is not on the same frequency as card makers. Long Zhen raised a finger. The second tier reward you received is top-notch, which means that within a year, you can at least reach the peak of 5 stars, or even 6 stars is not impossible. But he might become a very powerful card maker in the future, but right now. Long Zhen did not continue, but the meaning was clear. Card makers are a profession that requires time, composition, materials, ink mixing, these all require long-term understanding and experimentation. Unlike Star Warriors, who can break through as long as they face enough pressure. For truly knowledgeable families, they understand very well that to properly cultivate a 6-star Star Warrior, as long as they learn to 4 stars in school and then throw them into the wild, if they don't die, it will only take 2 or 3 years, and with good luck, they could achieve it in 1 or 2 years. But for card makers, it's not that easy. To produce a decent 6-star card, not to mention top-tier 6-star card makers, even ordinary ones have an average age of 28 to reach 6 stars. Moreover, a large portion of them remain stuck at 6 stars for their entire lives, never reaching 7 stars. Therefore, Long Zhen felt that rather than relying on the new system brought by Ji Chen, it would be better to first familiarize themselves with the current system before considering other options. Also, I looked at his cards. Long Zhen put down his phone and said seriously, he's a very interesting guy. Using his cards will greatly reduce the difficulty in battles and increase survival rates. So, adapting to the current market cards will actually be beneficial. When the time comes to use his cards, it will be much more intuitive. What about Miaoyin? Miaoyin? Let's make her a support. Long Zhen scratched his chin. This time in the wild, you should understand how important a good support is for the team. He counted on his fingers. You need to eat and sleep well, and while fighting monsters, you can also draw some aggro. I suggest Miaoyin pursue the summoning path in the future. But the summoning path. Because of the uniqueness of the summoning path, most of the time, summoners are support-oriented, and they don't really care about attack strength. You can ask your store manager if he has any good ideas. Summoning cards can be 4 stars or 5 stars. The difficulty requirement is not that high. As for that training, you don't need to go, someone from home will teach you. In just a few words, Long Zhen had already set the course for what the two would do in the future. From the attitudes of these families, it was clear that the difference between having someone to guide you and not having one was quite significant. If they had no guidance, they would probably struggle for a long time between 4 and 6 stars. Like Xin Xiao, it was estimated that reaching 7 stars in his lifetime would be quite an achievement. But this time's evaluation gave them a relatively fair opportunity. Everyone has their own things to do. The morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, spilling into the room. Ji Chen rubbed his slightly sore eyes, stretched lazily, got out of bed, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. He also dragged Ji Fufu up. Ji Fufu looked displeased. Brother, why do I have to get up? I've already gotten up. Why should you sleep in? You. Ji Fufu was stunned. Who had such a shameless good person in their family? Alright, hurry up. Lin Chen and the others are coming over today to discuss the distribution issue. If all goes well, I can take you out for hot pot in the afternoon. Then came Ren Shin Yen and Xin Xiao. Lin Chen was the last to arrive. As soon as he entered, he apologized. Sorry, I had to confirm what could be exchanged. After saying that, he placed the package on the table. The expressions of the people in the shop varied. Ren Shin Yen looked somewhat expectant. Xin Xiao was eager. As for the others, they didn't seem to care much. This time's profit distribution. The gathering didn't last long. There were no disagreements over the distribution. Meanwhile, the team didn't discuss any follow-up cooperation issues. Clearly, everyone had an idea in their hearts. A year's time could bring about all sorts of changes. Once they stepped out of this door, no one knew what would happen next. Ji-Chen tidied up his mood a bit and stepped back into the Star Association. Looking at the card standing in the center of the city, he felt it was strange this time, especially after realizing he had been living in a card. Through the light gate, he entered the interior. Upon entering, it was still the same unremarkable room, only the person receiving him had changed. Nina? Hello, Ji-Chen. Nina winked at him. What are you doing here? This is one of Nina's avatars. After confirming that you have certain qualifications, the receptionist will be replaced from the lowest level attendant to me. Ji-Chen, you need to work hard. So straightforward. I want to upgrade my star level. No problem, just show me your ID. Ji-Chen handed over his ID. Nina gently brushed her hand over it and then returned the ID. I've already upgraded you to 4 stars. Wait, isn't there an exam? Ji-Chen was confused. No need, you passed during the newcomer trial. By the way, do you need to open a shop in the outer city? Ji-Chen. Is this the so-called privilege? He remembered that when he came before, there was no such treatment. Can I ask, is this a normal choice for a card maker? Nina blinked and rubbed her fingers together. What does that mean? Are you asking me for money? What is this? Consultation fee, 50,000. Wait, what do you need money for? Ji-Chen was completely stunned. Nina put on a pitiful expression. I can't help it. The main body wants to eat good food, and it has to be made by a chef. My avatars have to find ways to generate income. You know, I've never had a mom since I was little. No, what does that have to do with your mom? I'll pay. I'll deduct it myself. You don't need to take it out. Nina was incredibly fast, and before long, Ji-Chen received a deduction notification. He was filled with black lines. Can you really take it yourself? Don't look at me like that. I'm your exclusive customer service, which means I'm bound to you, so I can deduct your money. Why do I feel like I don't want this anymore? Oh, I told you not to look at me like that. With me around, you can save more than 50,000. Nina seemed to see through Ji-Chen's thoughts. Her sales pitch was well rehearsed. Like what? For example, not long ago, a big spender spent 80 million on a batch of materials. Ji-Chen, you don't know, do you? If I were to buy this batch of materials, it would only cost around 200,000 contribution points. Besides, there's nothing good in this batch of materials. Contribution points? Ji-Chen didn't pay much attention to the term a sucker, but instead focused on the key point. Right, outside, transactions are done with contribution points, not star coins. As long as you hunt outside and bring back the prey, whether you sell it to individuals or to the Star Alliance, you can earn contribution points. The official exchange rate is about 1. What about the unofficial rate? Let me see. It's roughly 1:238. You know, currency is not only a reflection of a city's credit but also used for stabilizing the economy. Star coins are just for ordinary people in the city. With economic development, inflation is inevitable, and this money has to be spent. That's why you see 7th and 8th tier materials in the mall. Those materials aren't meant for ordinary people, they're for stabilizing the economy. If you buy up someone else's share of stability, they'll have to thank you. Great, I become a sucker. Wait, Ji-Chen suddenly realized something. What about my money? Why is my card earning star coins? Because your card is 3-star, only 4-star cards will earn contribution points. If you want to convert it, I can help you with that. However, converting star coins to contribution points has a limit. Contribution points are worth much more than star coins. Ji-Chen felt like cursing. What about 4-star materials? I won't be able to buy them all, right? Not necessarily, just a bit expensive. So, are you planning to open a shop? Outside the city. Ji-Chen frowned. Is this really important? No, it's just one direction I'm suggesting. According to my data, your card-making foundation is solid, reaching 6 stars is just a matter of time. The process of upgrading will require a lot of materials, and opening a shop in the suburbs is a good choice. There aren't many people in the city looking for cards above 4 stars. How much does it cost to open a shop? Let me see, 356,378 star coins. Ji-Chen, you checked my balance, right? You definitely checked my balance. Don't look at me like that. This price includes all the renovations and the permanent usage rights of the house. As for the remaining 800,000, I see you've already placed the order. That's right, you checked my balance. But to be fair, including the permanent usage rights of the house is indeed not a loss. The average price of houses in this world is around 15,000 per square meter. 300,000 can't even buy a house. So my shop will be the same as the original in terms of decoration and size? Exactly the same. I want to make some changes. Ha! Nina was taken aback. What's wrong? Ji Chen frowned. The original shop looked like a tavern, which was indeed a bit inappropriate. You said it too late. Nina stuck out her tongue. What do you mean? It's already been arranged and decorated. It's located in the suburbs, Town 12, 3rd Street, Room 8. Do you have any questions? Isn't this your problem? Ji Chen questioned loudly. Yes. Nina nodded. Then you. No compensation, hee, sorry. Ji Chen. I really want to smash this thing. At most, I'll give you one piece of information. Go ahead. Ji Chen quickly accepted the compensation. His frown never relaxed. He received not so great news. Starting from 5 stars, if he wanted to create epic level cards, the materials would need to be at least excellent or epic level. The difficulty of obtaining such materials rises sharply. Most of the time, only elite monsters in secret realms would drop them. This is also why Nina urged Ji Chen to open a store. Without doing so, it would be difficult to obtain better materials. A good card shop would attract the attention of some powerful teams. On Street No. 3 of Shao Town, Shop No. 8 quietly opened its doors. Meanwhile, the other members of the team began a year-long special training. Lin Chen's coach was his father, Lin Fu, a standard 8-star shield warrior with considerable experience in survival and command. At this moment, they were training in the Yuduan mountain range. As a shield warrior, there are many things to consider, Lin Fu said with a serious expression. Through the 3rd stage of the novice trial, you should understand how to handle the logistical preparations needed before the team sets out. What I need to teach you is terrain observation and the habits of monsters. This is very important. Don't think that just because you've passed through the Yuduan mountain range, you're something special. It's merely a gathering place for low-level monsters. If you truly wish to become an exceptional shield warrior in the future, I hope you raise your standards. Dad, what places are considered exceptional? Exceptional, huh? Lin Fu's gaze deepened as he instinctively touched his chest. That would naturally be the secret realms. Cold sweat trickled down Xin Zhao's forehead. It was hard to imagine a person standing there, quietly, exerting such immense pressure on him. He wanted to move forward, but his feet felt as if they were filled with lead. It was as if taking another step would mean death, and his subconscious was sounding alarms. The man stood there, arms crossed, eyes closed. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and unconsciously dug his nails into his flesh, the terrifying mental pressure making him ignore the pain in his palms. One step, another step, and finally, he stood before the man. The moment he stopped, the pressure on him completely vanished. The man opened his eyes, glanced at him, and his gaze was filled with indifference. Very good, at least you managed to walk over. You qualify to become my disciple. I detest teaching those without talent. It's a complete waste of my life. Now, let's go. Without waiting for Xinsha to respond, the man grabbed him and vanished from the spot. Ren Shin Yen arrived at the agreed-upon place, looking around but finding no one. She materialized her dagger and began to practice. While she was training, a sudden breeze swept by, causing her to frown with an inexplicable feeling, and her body instinctively took a step forward. However, the next second, a dagger was pressed against her lower back. When did this happen? Shadow step? Or something else? Nope, just pure speed. A woman's voice rang out from behind her. Ren Shin Yen stiffly turned around and saw a woman wearing a mask, her face obscured except for her eyes, holding a very ordinary dagger. Yet, Ren Shin Yen sensed the danger within it, an extreme danger. Your reaction is decent, but your sixth sense is lacking a bit. I've watched your battle recordings several times. You've relied on that card to save your life. Without that card, you would have died many times over. The woman flashed in, with another gust of wind, reappeared behind Ren Shin Yen, her movement almost like a joke. From today on, I will be your teacher for a year. You better be mentally prepared. I'm not like the others. In close combat with agile attacks, dancing on the edge of the blade, training under me could lead to death. Are you ready for that? Ren Shin Yen nodded heavily. Good, let's begin. The woman snapped her fingers, and the two vanished from the spot. As for Long Xing and Bai Miaoying, they also had their own training methods. The scale of the suburban town was larger than Ji Chen had imagined. According to Nina, in the 4 directions of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, there are 32 small towns, each with a considerable population, at least 20 to 30,000 people. Their purchasing power is quite decent. The location of his shop is neither too good nor too bad, just at the tail end of the card-making stores. After arriving, he didn't rush to make cards. Instead, he took Ji Fufu out to stroll around the streets. There are really a lot of people here. The streets were bustling with people, all star warriors, starting at 4 stars, divided into 2 streets, east and west. Moreover, the card-making shops here are not just ordinary card-making shops, they are categorized in great detail. Armed card-making shops, summoning card-making shops, spell card-making shops, support card-making shops. Each type of shop is decorated quite uniquely. Brother, what are we going to do? Alcohol cards? Ji Fufu tugged at Ji Chen. Ji Chen, expressionless, pinched Ji Fufu's cheek and pulled it outward. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ji Fufu swatted Ji Chen's hand away, complaining, well, that's just how it is. Hey, what are you doing? Don't make that noise, it makes me want to play basketball. What type? Ji Chen scratched his chin, this really needed some serious consideration. Remembering the decoration of his shop, he felt a bit of a toothache. His shop didn't have much space for cards. The shops on the street, besides the standard card-making shops, were mostly material shops, but these material shops didn't sell fresh materials, they sold processed ones. It is well known that not every card maker is like Ji Chen, who can hand-make ink. Many materials are bought as semi-finished products. They can be processed at home before use. The shops are basically half and half selling to star warriors and half selling to card makers. Why isn't there any food? Ji Fufu said, looking bewildered after finishing one street. Food? Food is on the other street. That street has all kinds of food. Ji Chen had checked the map before coming, which Nina had given him, marked in great detail. The southeast streets are all this type of shop. The west street is entirely food. The east and south districts are still residential areas, where star warriors usually choose to live. Ji Chen wasn't worried about where to stay, his shop was included in the area. Let's go, I'll take you to eat something good, and when we get back, you have to help me get some potions. Okay. Ji Fufu followed Ji Chen eagerly. When they reached the west street, Ji Chen realized a problem, he seemed to have no money. Ji Fufu pouted, very dissatisfied with this meal. When they arrived, they only had 2 bowls of noodles. Cough, next time. Besides, once the hook is cast, and he comes, we'll have money, right? You don't need to worry about how fast I can earn. Alright, but why don't you upload your cards and participate in those evaluations? Isn't that also a way to make money? Uploading now would be too much of a loss. Ji Chen had received a piece of news from Nina. The higher the card tier, the higher the base value for judgment. If his critical hit appeared on a 6-star card, then the price wouldn't be as cheap as before. It could probably multiply by 10 times. Because many 3-star cards, the things copied from them don't have much significance. Only at 6 stars do they truly hold meaning. The sunlight in the suburbs isn't as bright as in the city. Most of the time, it's overcast, giving a feeling of wanting to rain but not raining. The rare sunlight that breaks through isn't that warm either. Lin San walked on the cobblestone road of the town, looking at the cards he had seen many times before, and sighed softly. He remembered the card maker he met yesterday and decided to visit that card maker's shop. He was a standard shield warrior, not from a wealthy family, and didn't receive many good rewards in the newcomer trials. The rewards only allowed him to advance to 4 stars, and that was it. After 4 stars, naturally, he could no longer stay in Starfall City. He had come to the outskirts intending to hone his skills, but once he arrived, he realized a problem. It wasn't a lack of resources, but rather that his technique was quite average. In reality, shield combat is crucial. A skilled shield warrior must master many techniques, such as how to skillfully block the advance of monsters. Some of the more formidable monsters have a bit of intelligence and will target the weakest looking units. Therefore, it is essential for the warrior to intercept the monster's attacks. Proper field combat is not just about the warrior taunting the enemy while the others stand still and deal damage. Genuine combat involves the entire team constantly moving, with the warrior continuously preventing the monsters from advancing and trying to slow them down as much as possible. If one fails to do this and allows a monster to escape the protective circle of the shield warrior, it can lead to serious trouble. A skilled shield warrior, like Lin Chen, is highly sought after. With top-notch agility and positioning, they can also attract the monster's hatred. In contrast, an average warrior, like Lin San, is not very popular. The output of a shield warrior is quite low, and if they cannot delay the monster's attacks, it becomes meaningless. Because of this, Lin San had not properly hunted monsters for a long time. Most of the time, he worked at a breeding farm, killing 3-star monsters just to get by. This was the daily routine for most 4-star professionals in this small town. If one ventured into the wild without good protection, it was better to stay at the breeding farm. The pay was less, but at least one's life was safe. However, staying at the breeding farm forever was not a proper way to live. Eventually, one must venture out. Before going out, no matter what, he needed to buy some reliable support cards. As a shield warrior, his secondary role was support, and helping to carry these cards was part of his duty. He needed to get some decent cards to find a team, otherwise, during the adjustment phase, he would be kicked out, which had happened to him before. Coincidentally, while eating yesterday, he met someone who borrowed money from him. That person claimed to be a card maker, just arrived, and had no money on him, asking for help to get a discount at his shop. It was only 2 bowls of noodles, so he paid without hesitation. The newly arrived card maker was 4-star, which perfectly matched his needs. Number 8. Lin San muttered to himself as he looked at the door numbers until he stopped in front of a shop. He looked at the store, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at the Card Maker Association badge hanging by the door. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This shop looked rather dubious. There are many types of card shops, luxurious spell card shops, steel-themed weapon shops, and this tavern in front of him. What was the meaning of that? He sighed, feeling that he probably wouldn't find a good card today, but with the mindset of having come this far, he pushed the door open. A chime of wind bells rang out, and behind the counter, Ji-chin looked up and saw Lin San. "You're here." Lin San surveyed the environment inside. It was quite ordinary, with dim lighting, just like a real tavern. "Look around, see if there's anything you need, you can buy directly. I'll give you a discount of 20%. Okay. Lin San nodded. Although the lighting was dim, the categories were quite complete, and without hesitation, he walked straight to the row of Shield Warrior cards. As soon as he saw the first card, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Taunt, type, spell card quality, excellent attack, 0 durability, 10 skill. Taunt attracts the hatred of enemies within a 25-meter radius, causing them to target you. The lower the enemy's intelligence, the higher the success rate. Description: when taunting, remember to shout, "Hey, you thief," for better effect. He looked at the card and swallowed. This card was so powerful. "Boss, how much is this card?" Lin San hurriedly asked. "Oh, this one? It's a bit expensive, 50 contribution points." Lin San was taken aback. It was indeed a bit pricey. Simply based on quality, an excellent level card would typically be around 20 contribution points. Only a superior level card could reach 50 contribution points. But Lin San felt that the effect of this card was very worthwhile. "Is the 20% discount real, boss?" Lin San gritted his teeth. "Yes, it's real." "Then I want 10 cards." "Sure, that's 400. Pay half first, and come back tomorrow to pick them up." "Okay." Without hesitation, Lin San took out his identity card. Here, they would issue a card with his account on it, allowing for transfers at any time. As soon as he took out the card, before he even saw the boss move, he received a notification about the deduction. He was stunned. What does this mean? He looked at the boss in shock. He hadn't even completed the transaction. How could his funds be deducted? "My authority is a bit higher, don't mind it." Ji-chin smiled at him. "Well, okay then. Thank you, boss, sorry for the trouble." Lin San bowed to Ji-chin and then ran off. Ji-chin felt a bit helpless as he looked at Nina, who was sitting next to him, swinging her little feet. "Can't you stop scaring people here? Why not go play with Fufu? Why do you keep bothering me?" "I'm not bothering you, and Fufu is busy adjusting the ink. It's very troublesome. I don't want to," Nina huffed. "Ji-chin, what a sin, this person is really infuriating. But speaking of which, your method is really good. These cards of yours should sell very well." They weren't any critical hit equipment cards, nor were they a complete set of spells from some mage. Instead, they were like the warrior's taunt type of support cards. These cards are classified under spell cards, with a durability of 10 each, which means that these cards need to be restocked after one outing. At the same time, he could also consume a lot of his star power to achieve the goal of leveling up. Lin San excitedly ran to the East Gate, planning to find a team. The East Gate is right in front of the Yuduan mountain range, and usually, solo players without a team would look for one here. Entering the forest, 1 week, veteran shield warrior. 5-star team, 5-star team. Fishing group, 5-person team. Hurry! Entering the forest, walking a circle on the outskirts, 4-star team, lacking output. Fishing group. The teams here basically fall into 2 categories. One is for entering the Yuduan mountain range, and the other is for fishing groups. There is a river that runs through the entire Yuduan mountain range, about 5 kilometers from the town, flowing into a large lake. Various monsters live in the river and the lake. The so-called fishing group is a team that uses items to attract monsters and then kills them. This is also Lin San's goal. The fishing group has a low danger level. Most of the monsters are 3-star or 4-star. Not a big deal. Lin San was looking for a target when a soft voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw a little girl, about 1.50 meters tall, carrying a bow taller than herself, looking at him with somewhat evasive eyes. She looked sweet and quite cute. "What's wrong?" I want to form a fishing group, but no one is willing to join me. Can you? Lin mustered her courage to ask. You? Lin San frowned. I'm okay, I have no problem. My output is fine. Lin became a bit anxious. Lin San instinctively glanced at her short little legs. Lin Xin's expression instantly turned dejected. Just because her output was fine didn't mean there weren't other issues. As mentioned before, the so-called battle isn't fixed in one place, it requires constant movement. Holding such a large bow, Lin Xin would have difficulty moving, and given her height, her speed probably wouldn't be very fast either. With her inherent disadvantages in choosing a large bow, it was hard for her to find a team. I understand, sorry. Lin Xin lowered her head, wanting to leave. Wait, let's give it a try. Lin San softened his heart and called out. Really? Lin Chen looked up, her face filled with disbelief. In the wild, it wasn't a playground, no one would want to bring along a burden. Just to be clear, my skills are pretty average too. That's fine. Should we find someone else? Lin San hesitated for a moment, just the two of us, then. That works. The fishing team didn't have strict regulations on the number of people, as long as there were 2 or more, it was sufficient. One person could act as a shield in front to attract creatures from the river, while another could deal damage from behind. For a duo like them, it was perfectly fine to avoid the big lakes and head to smaller streams. Do you need to see my cards? Are you a newbie? Yeah. Lin Chen lowered her head. Lin San sighed, here, no one will look at your cards. Generally, those who enter the forest are quite capable and have their own teams. The fishing team is where we newbies belong. Newbies don't check each other's cards, they only assess each other's skills in actual combat. If they find the other person competent, they might deepen their communication to see if they can form a permanent team. I see, you know a lot. Seeing Lin Chen's admiring expression, Lin San felt little joy. This was all common knowledge, there was nothing to be happy about. He still had one thing he hadn't said, they were all newbies, so what impressive cards could they have? It all came down to skill. Thinking this, he shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Let's go, let's give it a try. The river was vast, even if there were many teams from each small town, they wouldn't fill the entire river. Lin San led Lin Chen through several twists and turns to find a spot with fewer people. They were about to bait the hook when a harsh voice rang out nearby. Oh, who is this? Isn't it the famous third young master? What's wrong? Not working at the breeding farm anymore. Lin San turned to see a 4-person team standing about 100 meters away, the leader casually looking at him with a slight smirk, the barely concealed mockery igniting a fire in Lin San's heart. He ignored the nonchalant man and looked at the 3 people behind him. What? Trying to steal our spot? A woman in the 4-person team tugged at the man. Wu, let it go, let's go. Go? Where are we going? Today, third young master is fishing. Shouldn't we admire his prowess? What do you want? Hurting people outside is against the law. Lin Chen stepped in front of Lin San, her expression serious. Put. Wu scoffed, hurt someone? When did I say I would hurt anyone? After saying this, he looked Lin Chen up and down. I advise you not to get too close to people like him, or you might get taken advantage of. Who I get close to is none of your business, please step aside. Alright, let's go. Wu shrugged, have fun. With that, he turned and left. The others said nothing more and followed Wu away. Third brother. Lin Chen called out. Only then did Lin San pull himself out of the emotion called anger, forcing a smile. It's fine, shall we start? Lin Chen tightened her grip on her bow. Lin San materialized a shield and a short sword, pulling out a small bottle of transparent liquid from his pocket. He opened the bottle and dripped a little into the lake. This was a potion sold by the Star Alliance, which had a deadly attraction for the beasts in their hands. They couldn't use too much at once, otherwise, it could easily attract a whole group. A little at a time could potentially lure 1 or 2 beasts if there were any nearby, which would be enough for them to handle. The liquid entered the stream, causing ripples. Despite the stream being clear, the water was green. It was bottomless. After a while, the slowly flowing stream began to show some signs of activity. Ripples danced across the surface of the river. Heads emerged from the water, revealing the face of a mudfish, its mouth slightly ajar, showcasing a row of razor-sharp teeth. Lin San immediately recognized it. The very creature that fishermen loved to encounter. Highly aggressive, with a health pool of around 30,000, a well-equipped damage dealer could take it down in just 2 or 3 strikes. Lin San beckoned it with his hand, and the fish demon let out a strange cry before swimming towards him. This was also why most people liked this creature. It had no brains and its aggro mechanics were simple. Wait until it's on land before you shoot, aim carefully. Lin San shouted. Okay, Lin Chen replied, gripping her large bow tightly. Using a ranged weapon came with a risk. It was easy to miss or hit a teammate. He was somewhat worried about Lin Chen Yen's accuracy. The fish demon leaped from the lake, its upper body resembling the head of a mudfish, while its lower half was somewhat human-like, except its limbs were webbed instead of having hands and feet. It was thin and opened its large mouth, charging towards Lin San. Just as it leaped a few centimeters into the air, a sharp arrow sliced through the air, piercing the fish demon's head and exiting through its mouth, shattering its skull. What? What the hell? Lin San was stunned, turning to look back. He saw Lin Chen Yen, her expression focused, the bowstring in her hand still trembling slightly. Noticing Lin San looking at her, she immediately felt a bit shy and said, I hit it. Wow! It was well known that a proper 4-star card had an attack power of around 2000. In the hands of a star warrior, the maximum damage from a 4-star warrior could theoretically reach over 40,000, but that was purely theoretical. In actual combat, a proper 4-star warrior would generally deal over 5,000 damage per hit to be considered competent, and reaching 10,000 was quite good. But this one arrow dealing 30,000 was already a bit outrageous. Just as Lin San was about to say something, suddenly, the water behind him began to boil inexplicably. He turned to look, and in just a few seconds, more and more fish demons surfaced on the lake. Their fierce eyes were fixed on him. A group. How could this be? Lin San was momentarily stunned, then turned and ran to Lin Chen Yen's side. Run! The fish demons did not immediately charge onto the shore. Instead, they emitted a sound that was almost a cry. The fish demons were not strong. In the realm of 4-star monsters, they were the weakest. However, they had a life-saving skill. Resonating Croak. Resonating Croak was a group skill, also a racial skill, activated when the fish demon clan faced a deadly threat or wanted to hunt. It required at least 10 fish demons to channel the skill. The sound waves would spread out, forming an indestructible barrier that enveloped a certain area. This barrier did not distinguish between friend and foe and would last for an hour. It could only be lifted by killing all the fish demons. Of course, a strong assault was possible, but it would require at least a 6-star warrior team to achieve that. Most teams would use this characteristic to send out 1 or 2 people to pretend to be weak, luring the fish demon clan to their doom. Thus, this skill was also known as suicidal resonance. But the problem was, with only Lin San and Lin Chen Yen, how could they possibly kill an entire clan of fish demons? Damn it! Before Lin San could reach the boundary point, the barrier descended upon them. Should we kill them? Lin Chen Yen said hesitantly. Lin San. Alright, you're saying this with that lowly face of yours, huh? He looked around quickly and soon found a pile of rubble that formed a narrow entrance, with a protruding rock at the end. I'll guard the entrance, you kill. Deal? MHM. Lin Chen Yen nodded vigorously. Then it's settled. Lin San's professional quality was still very high. When he realized he couldn't escape, he decided to kill the fish demon clan. Mainly, Lin Chen Yen's earlier attack strength gave him confidence. A dozen fish demons were just a dozen arrows, as long as he held his ground. He touched the card pressed against his chest, his gaze firm. No problem. The battle was about to begin. Outside the barrier, Zhou Wu and his group stood on the reef, watching Lin San inside the barrier, sneering, "Let's go, it's time for us to get to work." The other 3 merely glanced coldly at Lin San before turning to leave. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced open rang out as Lin Chen Yen's arrow shot forth, piercing through a fish demon's head. Lin San silently exclaimed in his heart, what a treasure he had found. This move indeed caused a stir among the fish demons. Lin San calculated in his mind, there were a total of 18, none were 5-star, all were 4-star. If luck was on his side, there would be at most 12 left by the time they reached him. He could win. The battles in reality were different from those in games. In the game, a dozen fish demons could probably attack Lin San simultaneously. But in reality, with fish demons in front, those behind couldn't keep up. Utilizing the terrain, at most 3 could attack Lin San at the same time. He could handle the attacks of 3 fish demons. With this arrow, his confidence soared. Whoosh! 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 Lin Chen Yen's little face was flushed, her expression focused. Each arrow was aimed at the fish demons' heads, and almost every arrow struck their eyes, piercing through. The effect was even better than Lin San had imagined. When the fish demons finally reached him, only 10 remained. 3 fish demons launched an attack against him. Lin San was a specialist. It was hard for him to chase or taunt demon beasts, but facing them head-on, dodging and weaving, was his forte. The attacks from the 3 fish demons couldn't even scratch him as he sidestepped and countered with his shield. The fish demon behind took a deep breath, and a water arrow shot out from its mouth, aimed at Lin Chen Yen. Water arrow, watch out. Lin San didn't even turn his head. This kind of water arrow was slow and low in damage. As a nimble attack-type star warrior, dodging it wasn't difficult. Ah! Lin Shin Yen's startled voice came from behind. Lin San turned to look, only to see her flailing to reposition herself, then tripping and falling to the ground, the water arrow barely grazing her scalp. No way! Dude! Lin San was shocked. Was she even human? A normal star warrior's reaction time was usually within 0 seconds. Those with a sense of crisis, like Ren Shin Yen, might even predict attacks. Yet the water arrow from the fish demon gave a star warrior about 1 second to react. If she were human, she shouldn't have been hit. She fell just to dodge a water arrow? I'm sorry. At that moment, what was there to apologize for? Why couldn't this explosively powerful girl find a team? Anger flashed and vanished. Wasn't he the same? As a shield warrior, he was the team's commander, always prioritizing stability. Coupled with his own flaws, it was always easy to forgive oneself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Lin Shin Yen's eyes gradually filled with tears, flowing uncontrollably. I'm sorry. She couldn't stop apologizing. She didn't know why her body wouldn't listen to her mind. It was always like this. She had trained, but it was useless. She had messed up again and again. She hated herself. Pick up the bow. I'll help you block. You kill them. I can only hold them off for 2 minutes at most. Beyond that, I will die. Do you understand? Lin San leaped, intercepting the water arrow that had been shot out, speaking calmly. The imagined rage didn't come. Lin Shin Yen looked up, her eyes showing a hint of daze. Her mindset was too poor. Lin San sighed inwardly. Miss, if you don't get up soon, I might really die. Oh, fine, I'm getting up now. Lin Shin Yen hurriedly rose. Hey, sun thief. A green light radiated from Lin San, and all the fish demons turned their gaze towards him. Madness. Hatred. All negative emotions fell upon Lin San, as if Lin Shin Yen, who had just shot an arrow through one of their companions, didn't exist at all. Lin Shin Yen was momentarily stunned, then quickly drew her bow and shot. Whoosh! Whoosh! So strong! Lin San marveled inwardly. This time, he was not admiring Lin Shin Yen, but the taunt card. The attacks of 10 fish demons were somewhat significant to him, but not too much. He had enough of a geographical advantage. Defensive battles were his forte. Even his mentor had said that if the monster's hatred could always be directed at him, he would become the best shield warrior in the future. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. When Lin Shin Yen shot her third arrow, there were 7 fish demons left, and the hateful gazes finally turned towards her. Hey, sun thief. Another flash of green light. Fish demons. Hey, sun thief. Fish demons. Hey, sun thief. Fish demons. Oh, there are no more fish demons. In just over a minute, the entire fish demon army was wiped out. I did it, Lin Shin Yen murmured as she looked at the fish corpses on the ground, a surge of indescribable emotions welling up inside her. Lin San surveyed the chaos around him, although he clearly understood the outcome of the battle, seeing the reality before him felt somewhat unbelievable. It was at this moment that a slightly mad idea was born in his mind. He wanted to form a team full of flaws. Why should they be looked down upon? He didn't want that. He looked at Lin Shin Yen, who was so excited she could hardly contain herself. Once this idea was born, it grew like bamboo, shooting up wildly. Third brother, just now, I saw someone secretly dumping something into the river, and I recorded it. Lin Shin Yen's timid voice rang in his ears, waking Lin San from his thoughts. What? He completely cast aside the idea of forming a flawed team. You recorded it? Yeah, I used a card to record it. Lin Shin Yen took out a card engraved with the word camera and waved it in front of Lin San. The corner of Lin San's mouth twitched slightly. It is well known that in the wild, you can't use a mobile phone, it would just become a brick. So, to record something, you must use a card. It is also well known that a camera is something that generally no one carries. It's not expensive, but it takes up a memory capacity, or slot. A 4-star warrior only has 4 slots and wouldn't waste one on something like that. Lin Shin Yen seemed to realize this too, lowering her head and whispering, I wanted to record it to study how to dodge skills. Sigh. Lin San sighed inwardly. Not to mention Lin Shin Yen's clumsy steps, her mindset was also a big problem. They would have to take it slow. Let's go back to the Star Association. And let's deal with the corpses. We gained quite a bit this time. The Star Association has extremely severe punishments for harming their own. If discovered, as long as there is evidence, they will be directly detained without question. This detention is not just a simple matter of being locked up for a while. It means directly nullifying one's star power and throwing them back to Starfall City as an ordinary person. But the problem is, you need evidence. You can't just go out and say someone harmed you without proof. You have to start recording while being harmed, preserve the evidence, and ensure you survive under someone else's hands. Only then can you submit evidence directly to the Star Association. Is it difficult to achieve these 2 points? It's incredibly difficult. There are no recordings outside, and phones can't be used. Who brings a camera when they go out? Even if someone did, it wouldn't be practical to use it all the time. Moreover, if they were to act, they would do so directly, without giving anyone a chance to report it. So, while the law is strict, its deterrent effect is generally weak. The likelihood of meeting these conditions is almost zero. But today, this zero has changed. The 4 of Zhou Wu were surrounded by a group of big shots, looking bewildered as they were taken back to the town. What are you doing? No! What do you want? Starting from fear, by the time they reached the town, he began to shout frantically, "Are you going to violate the law and act against us? Aren't you afraid of death?" Arriving in the town represented absolute safety, all the teams knew that. Ha! One of the people escorting them scoffed, "So you know that acting against your own kind means death?" Zhou Wu's expression changed, as if he realized something. The woman behind him screamed, "That was his potion. It has nothing to do with me. You should arrest him. It's not my fault. I was Lin San's teammate before. Looks like you're aware. You're lucky this time. It's a public trial. If you have something to say, save it for the court." After saying this, the escorting person seemed to use some method, and the group didn't even get a chance to speak. It had been several years since a public trial had been seen. Lin San saw Zhou Wu and the others in a corner, his expression complex, filled with confusion, relief, and pain, a mix of emotions. Why would former teammates do such things? He didn't understand. Sangu, Lin Xin called softly, They are my former teammates. Lin San exhaled lightly, feeling very troubled, wanting to vent. There was no need to fight to the death over a female classmate. I'm just an ordinary shield warrior. I have some talent, but it's a twisted kind of talent. Lin San touched his pocket, pulled out a leaf, lit it, and took a puff. The leaf was similar to a cigarette, but it wasn't addictive. Having one when feeling troubled could refresh the mind, a low-cost plant. According to my teacher, if all the monsters were just a bunch that only knew how to attack shield warriors, I would probably be the best shield warrior in the world. I was seriously studying, seriously forming a decent team at school. At this point, Lin San smiled bitterly and took another puff. After reaching 3 stars, it's the newcomer trial. The 3-star monsters aren't particularly strong. We passed the test and triggered a choice. I chose to stay put and wait for rescue. Lin San's gaze became distant, as if reminiscing about the past. Let's stay here, it's too dangerous outside. If we encounter 4 stars, I can't protect you. That's fine, there's plenty to eat here. It's settled then. No, Lin San, why are you like this? Look at the forum, it clearly says there's no danger. Why don't you take a step forward? Even just 1 step, and I could get the 2nd-tier reward. Yeah, Lin San, you're being too cowardly as a captain. Lin San, I think we might not be suitable. Right, Lin San, don't blame me for being harsh. Zhou Wu is much better than you. At least he dares to fight and has gotten the 2nd-tier reward. You want to team up with Zhou Wu? Yeah, what's the problem? Honestly, Lin San, as a shield warrior, you're not qualified. Don't you ever think about why Zhou Wu's team went their separate ways after the newcomer trial? If you don't want to be with me, I won't oppose it, but following him will lead to trouble. Ha, Lin San, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Zay, I used to think you were pretty good, but you just can't stand to see others do well. Forget it, Lin San, we'll just be strangers from now on. Lin San turned to look at Lin Shin Yen. Lin Shin Yen blinked at him. He chuckled lightly, forget it, why say all this? It's okay. What? It's okay. Lin Chen Yen made a cheering gesture. I've been scolded many, many times too. I believe I can succeed and become strong. As she spoke, her right hand clenched into a fist and waved up and down, her 2 little braids swaying with her movements, making Lin San involuntarily smile. He nodded, yeah, you can become strong. This girl didn't really understand what he was saying, but that was fine. Hey, shall we team up? Ha? Lin Shin Yen was taken aback, looking at Lin San in disbelief. Don't want to? No. It's not that. I'm afraid I can't do it. But you've been following me since we entered the town. You want to, right? Lin Shin Yen lowered her head. Normally, a temporary team would disband after entering the town. But Lin Shin Yen didn't leave. She kept following Lin San, from entering the town to submitting evidence to when those people were caught. She had always been there. You haven't divided the spoils yet, Lin Shin Yen said softly. Alright, then we'll be teammates from now on. Ha, but, no buts. I'll take you to a place that might solve your problem. Lin Chen Yen, looking confused, was pulled along by Lin San. She didn't understand why things had developed this way. In fact, when she entered the town, she wanted to leave. She used to want to join a team, but after going out once, they didn't want to take her anymore, and once they entered the town, they immediately divided the spoils and chased her away. Gradually, her desire to join a team faded, and she didn't know what to do anymore, every day looking for a team, only to be kicked out, then looking for another team, and getting kicked out again. Slowly, she became somewhat numb. Even today, she felt that her cooperation with Lin San was good, but she didn't dare to say the words about joining his team. Instead, when Lin San said they were teammates, she felt an impulse to escape. She wanted to leave, but Lin San didn't give her that chance. Lin San had also gone through this state. He knew what she was thinking. Ding-ling-a-ling, the sound of wind chimes rang out. Lin Chen Yen was pulled into a strange tavern by Lin San, but the sound of the wind chimes was quite pleasant. San-go, why are we coming to a tavern? This is a card-making shop. Ha, boss. Lin San called out twice. The cards are in the closet, go check for yourself. Ji Chen's muffled voice came, rubbing his forehead with some headache. He had overexerted himself yesterday. Lin San walked over, took a look at Ji Chen's pale face, and paused for a moment. Boss, you need to take care of your health. If you can't speak properly, then don't. Ji Chen replied irritably. What are you here for? Out of sarcasm? No, hee, do you accept materials here? Fresh ones? Of course, why wouldn't I? Come with me. Alright. Chen, you can take a look at the cards here, they're different. Oh, okay. The decor of the little tavern was nothing to write home about. It wasn't dark, but rather just unremarkable, with dim yellow lights and that old Western-style decor, which wasn't appealing. Oh, but the wind chimes at the door were quite nice to hear. At least, that's what she thought. Wandering aimlessly to the so-called closet, she took a look at the cards on the closet, and once she looked, she couldn't take her eyes off them. The backyard. Boss, your backyard is much more comfortable than your shop. The lighting in your shop feels uncomfortable. Lin San curiously followed the boss to the backyard. It's quite a peculiar situation. The front yard is a tavern, while the back has transformed into a courtyard with an open-air little yard. There are rooms to the southeast and southwest, and a central courtyard, although this courtyard has no water. It's merely for decoration, and it feels rather out of place. Alright, take out the stuff. Got it. Lin San pulled out a card and tossed the fish demon's corpse out. Ji Chen glanced at it and nodded. An unprocessed fish demon corpse. Fresh, but a bit lacking. 5 points each, a total of 90 points. Do you want to sell? Sell. Lin San nodded without hesitation. Taunt, a card worth 50 contribution points. He used it twice and got back 90 points, costing only 10 points, making an easy profit of 80. Of course, the math can't be calculated that way, but the time spent was minimal, making it a significant gain. He turned and shouted, Fufu, come out and collect the corpses. Ji Fufu rubbed her eyes and came out, only to see the mess everywhere. She rubbed her eyes again and closed the door. After a while, the door opened again. She took another look at the chaos, and then closed the door once more. A wail came from inside. Ji Chen, go die. Cough, let's go talk in front. Just as he stepped out of the backyard, he saw Lin Xan standing at the door with a flushed face, clutching a card. Seeing her like this made Lin San chuckle. He had been just like that back then. Boss, how much is this card? Let me see. Ji Chen glanced over. This one? It's a bit pricey, 300. Lin San's eyes widened in curiosity. That was the price of an epic card. Not looking was one thing, but now that he looked, his gaze towards Ji Chen turned resentful. Nisha type, summoning card, excellent health, 50,000 attack, 500 durability, 100 special effect. Taunt description, I don't know why, but when I see this bear, I can't help but wanna hit it. A series of summoning cards. It's a relatively special branch among cards. Not many people use them. The main reason is that the attack power is fixed, with no bonuses. Therefore, summoning cards are generally used for support functions, and summoning star warriors mainly focus on support. But now, this support is just too outrageous. Taunt completely replaces Lin San's role in the team. I'll buy it. Lin Xin took out her card, then. Insufficient balance, you only have 215 contribution points. Nina's voice floated in. Lin Xin's face fell, looking a bit disappointed. I'll pay. But, no buts, you're my team member, you can owe me for now. Besides, if you have this card, we can try hunting other things. Fish demons aren't worth much, we can hunt something more valuable. Water-type demon beasts mainly consist of fish demons, but there are stronger ones, which require going to the lake. But once in the lake, it's uncertain who would die. I don't want to. Lin Xin looked seriously at Lin San. I don't want to owe money. Lin San wanted to persuade her again, but the little girl's gaze was very stubborn. She simply didn't want to. Lin San didn't understand why Lin Xin was so insistent. Actually, if you really find it troublesome, you could buy a frozen trap card, Ji Chen suggested from the side. Both of their gazes turned to the frozen trap, which was mentioned in chapter 26. If you want to see the card effects, flip back. I won't repeat it here. As for the effect, it could only be described as average. It would be troublesome against ranged attackers, but it was still a method. How much is this one? 50. Boss, you don't have any cheap goods left, do you? Lin San's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Ji Chen shrugged and said nothing. Ding-dling. The sound of wind chimes rang out. Lin San and Lin Xin stepped out one after the other. I don't know why you're so stubborn, but it doesn't matter. Let's continue to team up and hunt the fish demon. You're not far off, just one day, and you can earn it back. You still want to team up with me? Lin Shin Yen asked softly. Lin San exhaled a breath of frustration. To be honest, my flaws are quite obvious, and yours are too. I don't know what you think, but I'm not convinced. If others can withstand a demon beast for 10 seconds, I can do it for 20, but I don't have a good way to hold the demon beast. Now, this shop has given me new hope. Do you know what I thought when I saw you shoot that arrow? What? Lin Shin Yen couldn't help but clench her fists. I want to form a team full of flaws. Lin San revealed 8 teeth, smiling happily. The sunlight shone through his back, making him seem to glow. A team full of flaws. You should know the absolute tenet of cardmakers equivalent exchange. Just like me, my defense level is very high, basically 2 to 3 times that of others. You're the same, your bow should be quite average, right? Lin Shin Yen lowered her head, her bow was a white card. However, you can still deal such high damage. This is the principle that gaining something inevitably means losing something. When I was abandoned by the team, I couldn't understand for a while. Why did they do that? In fact, before, I didn't even have the courage to step out of the town. I had always worked in the breeding farm. Until I encountered this shop. Do you know what I saw? I saw hope. I'm a shield warrior and also a commander. Because of the need to draw monsters, I've thought of many tactics, but none worked well. Until this card. A card labeled Taunt appeared in Lin San's hand. It can utilize my characteristics, and because of its existence, I can proudly say that I am stronger than any shield warrior. And you are the same. I've seen many archers' outputs, and none can compare to you. Now that we have this shop, I believe we can become stronger. At least, we can enter the Yuduan mountain range. Enter it. Lin Shin Yen felt a surge of excitement, a feeling she hadn't had in a long time. The dull grayness slowly began to gain color at that moment. She also wanted to experience the Yuduan mountain range. Really can we? We can. You saw just now, that card, I can hold the monsters. Plus your output, if we find a support in logistics, we can make it. What do you say, want to join? Lin San reached out his hand to her. If before he had various schemes to attract this somewhat introverted girl, now Lin San was straightforwardly laying his dream before her, inviting her to join his team. He was already prepared for failure. He had high hopes for Lin Shin Yen, but he also understood her remarkable qualities. High damage was just the surface. What was truly impressive was that Lin Shin Yen almost never missed, and every shot could directly pierce the monster's head. Yes, she couldn't avoid skills, but the problem was that she wasn't affected by the attacks and could still hit every time. This was an extremely outrageous talent, but it hadn't been fully discovered yet. Seeing that damage, most people instinctively thought she had a good weapon, and coupled with her poor positioning, they didn't want to take her along. Moreover, this girl's personality had some issues as well, but her flaws didn't overshadow her brilliance. She was definitely a gem-level teammate. I won't spoil too much here, the foreshadowing is being laid out bit by bit. If you're interested, you can guess the direction of the plot. Whether it's the future development of the cards or something else, I don't mean to copy book reviews, I really don't, you have to believe me. Please believe me. The only thing that can truly touch people's hearts is sincerity. Ding ding ding. The sound of wind chimes rang out. Ji Chen looked up and saw the wind chimes moving without any wind. His face darkened. Nina, I'm here. Nina floated out from the void. No, as a card, where do you get all these little actions and emotions? It's a secret. Nina winked at Ji Chen. But your behavior has already affected me. I think it's necessary to file a complaint against you. Upon hearing this, Nina immediately looked aggrieved, tears welling up. But I have something to tell you. Ji Chen. Alright, so you're a good actress, huh? Speak, what is it? Seeing Ji Chen unmoved, Nina looked like she was about to cry. How can you be like this? If you don't speak, I'm going to work. Today is the public trial. Public trial? Yes, everyone in the town must watch the public trial. With a wave of her small hand, an image appeared in midair. Ji Chen shouted to the backyard, Fufu, come out and watch the public trial. Ji Fufu walked out from the backyard with a resentful expression, her gaze fixed on Ji Chen. Ji Fufu, a dignified 9-star card, now stuck in this little courtyard, dealing with a pile of garbage. The key point is that this scoundrel Ji Chen had the audacity to say that if she wanted to eat well, she had to rely on her own labor. She could do it, but she was also very desperate. Watch the public trial and take a break at the same time. Ji Chen greeted Ji Fufu without a hint of embarrassment. TSK. Nina made a strange sound from the side. You're even more ruthless than the capitalists in the cards. Even if it's... Shut up! Ji Chen blared at her. Nina, you tell her. Ji Fufu blared at Ji Chen. Even the capitalists in Starfall City would pay wages, even for apprentices handling materials. Wages. Ji Fufu reached out to Ji Chen. Ahem. Ji Chen coughed twice. Let's talk about it when I have money in a few days. He wouldn't mention that Ji Fufu had already eaten several million. That matter had nothing to do with Ji Fufu herself. If Ji Fufu improved, it would benefit him. Indeed, he needed to pay this little girl some money for handling materials. As she grew up, she needed her own interests. I think you should tell him that a 4-star material handler is still quite valuable. Ji Fufu looked at Ji Chen. Ji Chen couldn't stand her gaze any longer, raised his hand in surrender. Alright, I'll give it to you, just wait until I get on my feet. Bang! The trial began on the screen. The judge struck the gavel. On the plaintiff's side stood Lin San and Lin Shin Yen, while on the defendant's side stood Zhou Wu and 3 others. Isn't that the shield warrior? How did he become the plaintiff? Next, playing the plaintiff's video. Don't be fooled by how quiet it is here. Outside, it's a complete mess. What the hell? Public trial? Someone's been caught on tape for attacking their own people? How stupid can you be? Indeed. Outside, there was a lot of discussion. In fact, in the town, or rather in this suburban area, public trials were rare. They only happened for major crimes, one for treason and one for killing one's own. That team of 4-star Karamis didn't look like they were committing treason at all. Defendant, do you have any defense for this footage? The judge looked at Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected things would escalate to this point. He truly looked down on Lin San, who was Lin San anyway. Coincidentally, he had fallen out with his teammates and kicked Lin San out, becoming the new commander of the team. When passing by, he merely intended to give Lin San a bit of trouble. As for wanting to kill Lin San, he felt it was unnecessary. Lin San is just an ant. If he dies, and if he doesn't, it doesn't matter. But now, that little brat recorded it. He was sweating profusely as he explained, No, I was just classmates with him before. I was just joking. Besides, aren't they standing here just fine? I had no such intention. He's done for. Ji Chen shook his head. Why? Ji Fufu didn't understand. If he admitted to being malicious, it would be fine, he could apologize, and the punishment might not be that severe. But he just says he was joking, and no one believes that. It's just a way to fool the judge. Trying to pull that off won't work. Instead, it will elevate his malicious nature to a whole new level. So stupid. Exactly, Nina nodded from the side. I didn't expect you to have such insight. Inside the courtroom, the jury whispered among themselves, and the presiding judge narrowed his eyes slightly. He turned to Lin San, plaintiff, do you have anything to add? No, Your Honor. Lin San lowered his head, his face full of grievance. What a master, Ji Chen sighed. He didn't add anything. Where's the mastery in that? Ji Fufu was confused. Is the human world really this complicated? What is there to add? The evidence has already been submitted. You say this matter is significant, but it's not that big. The shield warrior is fine, and the girl with him is fine too. The main thing is to see how malicious the defendant is. Given the ample facts, just fully display your weaknesses. Ji Fufu, it really is complicated. You really are dirty. Nina's eyes lit up, feeling this person could communicate. Why didn't you say so? Lin Shin Yen pushed Lin San. Please be quiet, plaintiff. If you have other evidence, you may supplement it, the presiding judge said gently. No, there's nothing to add. Zhou Wu was infuriated by Lin San's appearance. Lin San, stop pretending to be innocent. Aren't you just upset that I took your teammate? Who are you putting on this show for? Zhou Wu was almost going mad. He looked down on Lin San, but how could he not know what kind of person Lin San was? Who was he putting on a pitiful act for? As soon as Zhou Wu said this, Lin San's face turned ashen. Plaintiff, is what the defendant said true? The presiding judge looked at Lin San. Yes, we parted peacefully. Parted peacefully my ass. It's your indecisiveness that caused them to miss out on the second phase rewards of the novice trial. They don't want you. Defendant. Ha? So, you took the plaintiff's place and tried to eliminate him completely? At this moment, even if Zhou Wu was foolish, he understood the presiding judge's meaning. This was a death sentence for him. I didn't, I was just joking with him. Plaintiff, do you find that funny? Not funny, I almost died. If it weren't for my good luck. Do you have evidence? Yes, it's already submitted, the second video. The presiding judge's eyes were filled with appreciation. Wonderful, young man. In the video, once that fish demon's barrier appeared, it crushed everything without pressure. How could he say he almost died? Plaintiff, please share your insights. The presiding judge ignored Zhou Wu's outburst. In his view, this guy was likely doomed. Lin San, looking pitiful, was actually quite sinister. Your Honor, previously, as a shield warrior, I was unqualified. I believe you can see that I didn't have a good way to deal with the beast that crossed over to attack my teammates. This is also the reason I was abandoned, and I acknowledge this reason. Ha ha ha, you know that? You're not just useless, you're indecisive. A person like you wants to be a captain? Dream on. As soon as this was said, Lin San's expression became strange. He continued, so, they should know that I can't stop this group of fish demons. The only reason I could stop them is because of this card. Lin San placed the mockery card on the table. The presiding judge gave a glance, and immediately someone enlarged the card on the screen. It was no big deal until it was displayed. Then, outside, there was a chorus of what the hell? What public trial? It didn't matter. Where did this card come from? If it weren't for this card, my teammates and I would probably be dead. My statement is complete. Zhou Wu was completely stunned. He suddenly realized. Yes, he knew Lin San's skill level before, but he was unaware of this card. If he hadn't spoken up, Lin San's effortless handling of the fish demon would have allowed his actions to be defined as a joke. But now that he had mocked Lin San, it implied that Lin San's previous level wasn't high, and he could very well die, which meant his actions. At this thought, his body trembled uncontrollably. He wanted to explain something, but the words stuck in his throat, unable to come out. So, does either side have anything to say? Is this guy an idiot? Almost everyone watching the public trial thought this to themselves. This person intended to kill but didn't go all out. That's foolish. Being recorded is a second level of foolishness. Going to court and denying it, claiming it was a joke, rubbing the judge's intelligence in the dirt is the third level of foolishness. Finally, cutting off all his chances of survival is the fourth level. How brain dead do you have to be to do something like this? Now, I, the presiding judge, announce that Lin San's accusation of Zhou Wu for murder is valid, and the following punishment is imposed on Zhou Wu. 1. Deprivation of star willpower. 2. A 10-year fixed-term imprisonment. This case is concluded. I refuse. Zhou Wu's body trembled uncontrollably. Execute. The judge narrowed his eyes and pulled out a card, which emitted a golden glow. What the hell? A legend? This was Ji Chen's first time seeing a legendary card. You don't know? Nina asked, puzzled. I really don't know. This is one of the few publicly available legendary cards. Here. Nina placed the content of the legendary card in front of Ji Chen. Deprivation, type, spell card legend attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, deprivation, deprives the target of their star willpower. Description, sin? Such a delicious food. Inside the screen, the card flickered with golden light, and then a 3-meter-high bronze door appeared in the inner courtyard, carved with 2 evil spirits, and a massive chain wrapped around it. As the golden light faded, the chain clattered. The bronze giant door slowly opened. Zhou Wu's expression froze, and without a word, he jumped from his position and rushed outside. However, no one tried to stop him. Just as he touched the door, a smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, a withered hand reached out from within the door, almost teleporting, and directly pressed down on Zhou Wu. At the moment the hand grasped Zhou Wu, spikes protruded from the palm, piercing directly into Zhou Wu's body. Ah! Zhou Wu let out a series of horrific screams, the sound chilling to the bone. No! I was wrong! The process of deprivation is very painful. Star willpower is part of the human body, and it is deeply exercised. Star warriors have a clear perception of star willpower, and because of this clarity, when deprived, the pain reaches its peak but does not trigger the body's protective mechanism, preventing fainting. This pain is bone deep. Hey, are you listening? Nina initially wanted to scare Ji Chen. Who knew this guy wasn't scared at all and instead seemed deep in thought. I'm listening, Ji Chen replied perfunctorily. What are you thinking about? The mockery card, can you help me upload it? Ha! Ji-chan glanced at Nina. That card hides a lot of things. Ha! As a legendary card, its introduction is rather simplistic, and the spell deprivation, why does that bronze door appear? The structure is quite suspicious. However, that doesn't concern me much, it should be something I can only see after stepping into the 7 stars. Ji-chan's lips curled into a peculiar arc. Interesting, increasingly interesting. Nina fell silent for 2 seconds. Aren't you afraid at all? Afraid? Why should I be? It's not like I'm breaking the law. If he gets hurt, what does it have to do with me? Hurry up and upload it, or else if someone figures it out, I'll be the one at a loss. Ji-chan rolled his eyes. Where's the card? Nina extended her fair little hand. Here. It's a pity I'm not at 6 stars, it's a small loss. You have to contribute something this time. Got it. So annoying. Nina rolled her eyes and waved her hand, disappearing from the spot. Ji-chan scratched his chin. In fact, many questions had always presented themselves to Ji-chan, such as how Nina could come and go without a trace. Now, through that deprivation, he had some thoughts, but he still couldn't touch that layer for now. At least, he could understand it. With that in mind, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Stretching, he felt something touching him from behind. Turning around, he saw Ji Fufu looking at him with puffed cheeks. What are you doing? Salary. Ji Fufu reached out her hand, equally fair and tender, but this pair of hands was much longer than Nina's. Nina had those cute little short hands. Ji Fufu's hands were the standard combat-type jade hands. Anything jade would only harm oneself. He tossed aside the thoughts that had already soared to the sky. Alright, I'll give it to you. Ji-chan shrugged. Once the money comes in, I'll send it to you. The need for mental satisfaction still had to be met. Zhou Wu's situation was quite dire. He had been stripped of his star power and had served time. Basically, he was at the bottom of Starfall City. There would be no guarantees, and he would probably be exploited to death if he went back. As for Zhou Wu's few teammates, their future wouldn't be any better. After all, they had abandoned Lin San and even turned against him. Although they weren't the main culprits, they didn't even try to stop it. Who would dare to be their teammate now? Once there was a conflict of interest, wouldn't they sell each other out in an instant? Moreover, to be honest, although their abilities were somewhat balanced, they were all quite mediocre, not excelling in any aspect. Lin San couldn't find strong teammates because he had a bias. Now, he had compensated for that bias with taunt. Lin San. After leaving the courtroom, a former companion called out to him. What is it? Lin San paused and looked at the woman. We. The woman lowered her head, biting her lip. Do you want to come back and be our captain? We now. Sorry. Lin San didn't say anything more, taking Lin Xinshin's hand and turning to leave. The woman's face turned pale as she watched Lin San's carefree back, speechless for a long time. After a while, the other 2 companions walked over. So, he didn't agree? Yeah. Forget it, if he doesn't agree, he doesn't agree, he's just a biased warrior, what use is he? We'll just find another captain as long as we stick together. The woman said nothing. She felt that this time, it might not be that simple. Lin San hadn't even felt refreshed when he was surrounded by a group of people. Hey, buddy, where did you buy that card? Yeah, buddy, give us an introduction. We owe you one, all shield warriors, thanks. Buddy. The crowd surged around him. Lin San felt completely numb. Lin Xinshin was also at a loss. Run! Lin San grabbed her hand and ran for his life. The video went viral. A proper court trial required everyone in the town to watch, aimed at intimidating those with foolish ideas. The result was good, right? Once that taunt card came out, everything changed. Everyone's gaze turned in unison towards that taunt. Drawing hatred, this kind of thing, whether it's a powerful shield warrior or an ordinary shield warrior, is quite a headache. With this card out, those guys were staring at it, their eyes wide, their faces turning purple. A divine card. The last card that was called divine was the critical hit. Lin San ultimately ran away. He wasn't blocked, the town didn't allow blocking people, so everyone hurried to familiar shops to inquire about the taunt card. Card makers usually stayed in the town when they had nothing to do. They naturally knew about the taunt, and thus, the card maker forum became lively. Dilu opened the card maker forum, admiring the card ranked first. He poured himself a cup of hand-brewed coffee, gently sipped it, following the steam. Last time, he was so busy for several months because of that tavern owner. Today, he finally reached the top again. He knew that as a card maker about to be promoted to 7 stars, reaching the top of the month was not a matter of minutes. Moreover, it was already November 29th. He glanced again at the cards ranked below him. He scoffed, half the download count, and the rating is way lower, chasing after me. After saying that, he stretched. Finishing work every day, Browsing the forum was simply a pleasure, especially seeing his card at the top. That was even more enjoyable. He pressed refresh again, looking at the top of the forum. Then, that familiar page disappeared. It changed to taunt. His hand holding the coffee paused for a moment, swiping to the right. That familiar name, tavern owner. His hand trembled slightly but quickly returned to normal. As a cardmaker, keeping a steady hand was essential. Damn it, how is it you again? He cursed, and his hand honestly opened the card's content. Looking at that taunt, he fell silent. After 2 seconds, he covered his head. Why? You didn't release it a few months ago, and now you do. You're not human. You have no heart. I'm furious. In his rage, he clicked to download, paid, and completed the transaction in one go. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the intricacies. For Star Warriors, the taunt card is a lifesaver, very useful and practical. But for card makers, it's a completely different mindset. In the current stage of cards, there are also cards related to mental aspects, such as temporary mind control cards, but these cards are not popular because they require a high level of mental power from the user. If the user's mental power isn't high, it will be meaningless. Even if it is high, the control won't last long. It's not as practical as a mage's ice ring. Isn't freezing more effective? Why go through so much trouble? The emergence of taunt is undoubtedly a major breakthrough in this regard. Its appearance doesn't require complete control but rather controls through certain characteristics. This requires in-depth research. When Dila saw taunt, he knew he lost. Losing is losing, after all. He had lost before, so he honestly opened it to see how they did it. For stars, time to contribute, 1,000, not too expensive. Dila clicked on it casually. When the structure of the star card appeared before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is really ridiculous, this structure looks like a work of art." Hiss, what does this mean? What does mental control have to do with this? I don't understand. Dilu scratched his head. If the critical hit mirror is considered a high-level skill requirement, then the internal structure of this taunt is something he can't even comprehend. District 2, also known as the Expeditionary Force Area. Inside a card-making shop, many people surrounded the owner, asking, "How is it? Can it be done? Does it work?" Those who can open shops in District 2 are all at least 7-star card makers, and the owner of this card-making shop is Zhuge, who is also the vice principal of Falling Star High School. Upon seeing that familiar name, Zhuge couldn't help but pause for a moment. "Don't just stand there, how is it?" "Old Zhuge, let me tell you, the critical hit effect is quite good, but this taunt is absolutely crucial. You need to take a good look at it." Alright, stop rushing me. But in reality, according to Ji Chen's theory, this attribute is meant for melee fighters with a fast attack speed. Only then can it exert its maximum effect. Moreover, in actual combat, high output is not the primary factor. The first element of real combat is survival. Zhuge looked at the downloaded card, first marveling at its highly artistic structure. Then he began to study how it affects the spirit of the monsters. It was fine not to study, but once he did, it was like a bolt from the blue. So that's how it is. Interfering through primal desires, how so? Someone didn't understand. Zhuge was not Dilu, his level was several tiers above Dilo, and he immediately saw the intricacies. The so-called mental control is generally strong control, invading the opponent's mind through high-intensity soul power, affecting their judgment. Achieving this condition is very difficult, hence the cost-effectiveness is extremely low. However, this card has shown me another possibility. It influences the spirit through the physical body. The body, how does it influence the spirit? Someone didn't understand. Haven't you ever been inexplicably irritable? Zhuge shot him a glance. Some people get very irritable when they are hungry, and some get irritable when they don't sleep well. This is just one aspect of how the body affects the spirit. In fact, some people, driven by the urge to reproduce, become reckless due to their physical state, which is a further manifestation of the body influencing thought. Taunt is based on this principle. It doesn't provoke the whole, but rather causes a change in a certain part of the relatively balanced group of spirits, leading to emotional imbalance. Alright, old Zhuge, we don't understand what you're saying. We just want to ask, what tier of monsters does this taunt affect? What tier? I estimate it can affect all tiers, and the intensity of the effect is not low. However, it will take me some time to make it, and I estimate the materials will be quite a lot. Alright, whatever you need, just send it to us on our phones later. Hey, what do you mean? Mr. Wang, we clearly arrived first. So what? Does it matter who came first? This time, let you guys go in first, and you can take down the master of the secret realm, right? Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean? Come on, Mr. Wang, if we don't fight today, this matter won't be settled. Zhuge Yi ignored them, noted down the structure, turned around, and entered the laboratory, beginning to carve the structure. This structure has much to learn. If studied seriously, it would take at least a few months to fully grasp, and he didn't know how that little guy managed to create it. Perhaps this is what genius is. The genius looked at the download count, his brow slightly furrowing. Why are there so few this time? Ji Chen asked Nina. You asking me? Nina pointed at herself. Yeah, because it's too expensive. Is 1,000 still expensive? That's contribution points, not money. Nina rolled her eyes. And don't you know that most 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star card makers are not as wealthy as you imagine? Your taunt took a whole day to produce just 10 cards, costing 12, selling for 50, 380 a day. What's wrong with spending 3 days' profit to learn how to taunt? Ji Chen said confidently. Nina, you can say that at home, but don't you dare say it outside. Ha? What do you mean ha? Nina couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. Do you have any idea how valuable I am? Ha? Seeing Ji Chen's confused expression, Nina covered her face. Every year, countless teams go through novice training, there are many elites, and quite a few enjoy privileges. And I am the highest privilege. Most of the time, I am right next to the Star War Master. Since history, there have only been 5 card makers who have allowed me to stand beside them. You are one of them. I follow you not because of your critical hit, but because of your overall strength. Oh, so that means I'm impressive. Ji Chen nodded and gave Nina a thumbs up. Good eye. Nina clenched her small fist and gritted her teeth. What I mean by that is not to praise you, but to make you aware that not everyone is like you, with a 100% success rate in card making, and not everyone produces cards with almost identical effects. Card making has the potential for loss. Ha? Ji Chen's mouth slightly opened. Is that true? Isn't it just about having hands? How many card makers have you seen? Ji Chen thought for a moment. He had seen some but hadn't observed how they made cards. In fact, the cost of card making isn't cheap. A 4-star white card costs 10 contribution points, and the materials Ji Chen used to make taunt were 2 contribution points, which he had carefully selected. There is difficulty, but it's not very high. Drawing isn't hard for him. He really couldn't understand why card making could lead to losses, so why do it? Let me emphasize again, for a card maker to earn at your level every day is quite remarkable. Most of the time, they are at a loss. White cards aren't worth much. So, does that mean I'm going to have trouble? Ji Chen said seriously. What trouble? Nina looked slightly dazed for a moment. Then, ding ding ding, ding 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 ding. The poor wind chime sounded a bit hoarse with each person pushing the door in. Boss. Taunt. 10 taunt cards. Boss. Same here, I came first. Boss. Taunt, I came first, I want 100. Looking at the chaotic scene, Ji Fufu, who was counting money, froze, staring stiffly at Ji Chen. Ji Chen shrugged and looked at Nina. What now? Silence. Nina's furious roar shook the heavens. Only then did everyone notice Nina. What the heck? Nina? What's she doing here? No kidding, if Nina's doppelganger is here, it means something. What the heck? Privileged dog. The expressions of the people in the store were quite interesting. Ji Chen relaxed. When Nina finished telling him about the current level of card makers, he understood one thing. His store was about to be flooded by a crowd. If everyone's level couldn't even understand the open download, it meant that only a few stores could make this card from the 4-star to 6-star stage. His location wasn't a secret either. In the area where Lin San often moved around, there were only a few card-making shops in a small town, so finding his store wasn't difficult. Ji Fufu, on the other hand, turned pale. She had no idea how much material she would have to deal with in the future. As for Nina, after that privileged dog remark, Nina looked expressionless at the crowd, who stood one after another in front of Ji Chen. In the line, a few people's heads slightly bulged, with a bit of smoke rising. How many do you want? 30. No more than 10. Those 10 cards, when will they be in stock? Just register, and we'll notify you when they arrive. Then, Nina shot a glare at the newcomer. The newcomer fell silent. How many do you want? 10. With the first person as an example, the following requests came in faster. How many do you want? Do you have any 5-star ones? Not yet. When will you have them? Wait until I get to 5 stars. What will be the effect on 5-star monsters? I don't know. Then forget it. This line stretched from morning until afternoon before gradually dispersing. After the last person left, Ji Fufu immediately locked the door without a word. Today, that door had suffered enough. Didn't you see that the bell was already silent? The town had a considerable population, and many were interested in taunting, but most of the truly urgent teams were relatively weak. The serious strong teams had contracts with card makers. They rarely bought cards outside. Even so, the number of buyers was not small. Just today, Ji Chen received over 70 orders, each one basically for 10 cards. TSK. Ji Chen scratched his chin. This is giving me a headache. Over 700 cards, haha. Ji Fufu's eyes were vacant. Alright, over 700 cards isn't that hard. How is it not hard? You can only make a few at a time, and the ink has a time limit for preservation. Don't worry, I have a way. In the development of Hearthstone, taunting has always been a beloved card type among players. No matter what taunting type it is, whether it's a sequence of explosive cards or the Raise Your Hands Vitality Knight, or the serious spell damage that can obliterate you like Fireball or Ice Mage, they all fall into one construction. This construction is cost reduction. For example, the early Emperor Tharisan was almost a staple in every deck. And if we talk about who is the evergreen in cost reduction, it must be the Acolyte of Pain, which everyone hates, also known as Apprentice, a heavyweight card that has survived countless eras since the Fireball Mage era, and finally got nerfed 3 times before Ji Chen's crossing, yet it still remains active in Hearthstone decks. Regarding the application of cost reduction, Ji Chen has been exploring how to lower the demand for star power. It seems inappropriate. Can a 5-star card become usable as a 4-star? That doesn't seem reliable, until this order floated in like snowflakes, and inspiration struck him. Cost reduction? Isn't that just an apprentice, crossed out, a black slave? Thus, where's your brother? Nina sat at the bar, swinging her little feet, sipping an unknown juice, a bit curious. He's making cards, he failed several times last night. Is there any left? I want a cup too. Here. Nina pointed to the juice on the table. Hey, I heard a new barbecue place opened in the south, and the quality is great. Shall we go eat? Ji Fufu nudged Nina with her shoulder. Are you treating? Nina glanced at Ji Fufu. Aren't you linked to his account? Use his. You're such a good sister. Nina rolled her eyes. No way, I can't do that. Then what about this juice? That's my hard-earned money. You know the service fee, right? TCH, don't think I don't know. You're scalping taunts outside. How can that be called scalping? I just want to make it easier for him. Nina's expression was flustered, clearly inexperienced. Give me half. Deal. Ji Chen. Ji Chen looked darkly at the two girls, their back and forth almost splitting him apart. Brother. Ji Fufu felt a dark energy surging behind her. When she turned around, she saw Ji Chen, and in a flash, she immediately put on a smile. Hee. What are you ing about? Go handle the materials. Don't worry, I've already taken care of today's batch. Today's batch? Hey. Ji Chen sneered, you need to handle 300 copies. Today. What? Brother, are you crazy? Ji Fufu's eyes widened. Money isn't meant to be wasted like this. What new trick have you come up with? Nina immediately sensed the problem. Here. Ji Chen pulled out a card, rubbed it, and 4 cards appeared. The two women gathered around. Cardmaker Apprentice, type, summoning card normal life, 10 attack, 0 skill, confidential introduction. One day, I too will be as strong as Ji Chen. A tribute to the god of despair who got nerfed before even playing. Both women were momentarily stunned. Confidential? Nina asked. What the hell does this introduction mean? Ji Fufu questioned. This was an experiment he conducted after seeing that legendary card yesterday, and sure enough, the content of the card could be kept confidential. Because of this confidentiality, he had failed several times and had to pay a price. It seemed that high-level card makers were even more formidable than he had imagined. The so-called equivalent exchange, these people must have played it to the extreme. One could catch a glimpse of that from the legendary card. It seems you've touched upon an extraordinary realm. No wonder the old man told you to level up quickly, Nina remarked. So, can this card improve your card-making efficiency? It wasn't surprising that she could guess. A card with 0 attack and 10 life, aside from special cards, what else could it be? With a flash of white light, a figure resembling AI Lu appeared at the counter. As soon as it appeared, its eyes were all on Ji Chen, and that adoring gaze seemed ready to melt him. It made him a bit uncomfortable. Ji Chen took out a white card and handed it to it. Here, get to work. It took it, its hand forming a pen-holding gesture, and a star engraving pen appeared in its hand. Then, it began to carve. The whole process left Nina dumbfounded. There was actually such a technique? Another 3 flashes of white light, and Ji Chen brought them to the professional card-making room. As an apprentice, learning more was always beneficial. As for why he made 4 cards, it wasn't because 5 couldn't be done, but because he was a 4-star card maker, and there were only 4 slots. Is this really going to work? Nina expressed her doubts. feeling as if her common sense was being rubbed into the ground by Ji-chen. Before long, the first taunt of the wizard apprentice was successfully carved. What is the standard process for card making? First, you draw a design. The so-called drawing is somewhat like sketching a circuit diagram. After finishing, you then carve it onto the circuit board. That's roughly the process. After completing the design and determining how to carve it, you start working. A proper design is divided into 3 modules: energy module, function module, and synergy module. For card makers from 1 to 6 stars, generally speaking, they just copy. Classic basic modules found on forums are copied, and if you can add a few small tweaks and modify it successfully, then you're a decent card maker. Most card makers can't even understand the copying process. As for someone like Ji-chen, who has his own ideas and puts them into practice, we don't usually call him a genius, we call him a monster. Starting from that 2-star armorer. In the eyes of those above, he is an absolute monster. If you want to modify a classic module, that's fine, but you at least need to understand the operational principles of the classic module to make modifications. Who can figure out the operational principles of classic modules at 2 stars? And make changes. The most crucial part is that this guy's drawings look like works of art. It's absurd to the extreme. Only people within the industry, or those with considerable technical skills, can understand the ridiculousness of this. Just like what teacher Yu Hua once said, after drawing a good picture, it's about mixing the ink. The blood of the demon beast after being killed, along with the materials on its body, can be divided into 5 major categories: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among these 5 categories, they are further distinguished by yin and yang. For example, metal yin, with yin at 70%, is coal iron. That's roughly the idea. In elementary materials science, a total of 139 mixing ratios are recorded. Of course, there are other ratios, but they generally belong to the proprietary skills of card makers. Most of Ji-chen's inks are quite special and need to be homemade. The purpose of the ink is to carve the star thought circuits on the white cards. Carving the star thought circuits is considered the 3rd step in card making. It is also what an apprentice card maker should do. This carving is a laborious task for any card maker. Carving requires continuity, it cannot be interrupted, and it also needs to be cleaned up with star thought power at any time. If a card is not too complex, the carving time is about 10 minutes. Under this intensity, Ji-chen can carve at most 10 cards a day. 10 minutes may not seem long, but those 10 minutes of full concentration are extremely valuable. If the spirit is slightly sluggish, it can easily lead to failure in carving. This failure means all the materials are wasted. A white card worth 10 contribution points would be gone. This is also why Nina said that most card makers are still hovering on the edge of losing money. Ji-chen, however, is not nervous. The 2 women are extremely anxious. If this really works out, it would be a card that changes the world. Ji-chen feels it's a bit absurd. As a reliable human, he is not in a hurry. The 2 cards are anxiously waiting nearby. After 10 minutes, the apprentice card maker presented the cards with both hands. The 2 women became cautious in their breathing. The 4th step of card making, which is also the final step, is humorously referred to by most as opening the light. The so-called opening the light means that the card maker uses star thought power to comb through it, connecting the star circuits, which is the first test. Only after opening the light can the card be sold. With a flash of green light, the opening was, unsurprisingly, successful. Wow! It worked! The 2 women were incredibly excited. Especially Ji Fufu, whose little face turned rosy. Nina looked at her, and she looked at Nina. Nina opened her mouth. I'm excited because he sold it, and I get a commission. What are you excited about? Ji Fufu. Oh right? What am I excited about? I have to mix the ink. And the workload has increased by who knows how many times. What am I excited about? I'll give you more money, based on the amount. 1 contribution point for each portion. Just think, if you can do 300 portions in a day, that's 300 contribution points. Yay! Ji Fufu was so excited that her eyes turned into the shape of star coins. Nina glanced at the slightly pale cheeks of the apprentice card maker, then looked at Ji Fufu's rosy little face. The words on her lips ultimately remained unspoken. She felt that this guy should be hung on a street lamp. 1 contribution point for each portion, that's really shady. Hello, I would like to ask how to get to shop No. 8, on 3rd Street. By meowing gently stopped Lin San and Lin Shin Yen, who were about to find their teammates. Shop No. 8? Lin San raised an eyebrow. Don't even think about it, you can't get in now, there are too many people buying taunts. Come back later. No, I'm not here to buy cards, I want to. Bai Miaoyin quickly explained. Oh, I see, you want to see if the shopkeeper has any suitable cards for you, right? Lin San understood. Aside from mockery, there were quite a few specialized choices that had their sights set on Ji Chen, wanting to see if there were any cards in the tavern suitable for themselves. Right. Bai Miaoying nodded, seeming to find no fault in that. Now, you probably can't get in. What's your profession? If you don't mind, you can come with us to try fishing first. Lin San was also getting interested. I'm not really good at it. Bai Miaoying waved her hands repeatedly. Unlike Long Xing and the others, who followed a standard combat path, shield warrior, mage, archer, all of which had their own explanations, Bai Miaoying's profession was unique to Ji Chen. Everyone else had mentors, but her only mentor was Ji Chen. So, after learning a bit, she came to the town to find Ji Chen, hoping to see what advice he could give her. In fact, giving advice was somewhat challenging for Ji Chen. What is well known about the priest's characteristics? They can steal, cross out, and use cards from other professions, and they do so in a particularly harmonious way. In the current situation, the priest's characteristics were indeed a bit unclear. If that were the case, Ji Chen could guarantee he could build Bai Miaoying a harmonious and friendly deck. But right now, it was somewhat awkward. It's fine. Upon hearing Bai Miaoying say this, Lin San knew he was in the clear. Last time, Lin Shin Yen had a similar attitude, and as a result, she took someone out with a single arrow. Well, that works. Bai Miaoying hesitated for a moment but agreed to Lin San. No matter what deck Ji Chen gave her, she still needed to level up. With the others absent, forming a team was also very important. In an instant, Lin San defined her in his mind. Normally, when invited to hunt together, there would be many questions to ask. But this girl agreed without a second thought. She seemed incredibly naive. However, that fit perfectly with Lin San's image of a teammate. This time, he didn't want to be like those three. Their skills were lacking, but their cunning was abundant, all while putting on a victim's facade, which was truly disgusting. So, what type of star warrior are you? Lin San got straight to the point. What type? Bai Miaoying hesitated for a moment. Logistics. Lin San's eyes lit up. Logistics? Can you show me your cards? If it were a combat type, this request could be optional, but for logistics, it was different. Among star warriors, logistics did not mean cutting battle lizards, as this type of star warrior was rare and played an extremely important role in a team. Before the army moves, the supplies must be prepared. Anyone who intends to explore the Yuduan mountain range must be equipped with a logistics person. Sure. Bai Miaoying took out her cards. Iron Beak Owl type, summoning card quality, excellent attack, 0 health, 5000 skill 1, visual sharing skill 2, silence description. Who? This is for reconnaissance. It can fly up to 2000 meters high for scouting. Logistics cards are mostly summoning types, and this Iron Beak Owl was created by Ji Chen later, specifically for exploring the Yuduan mountain range. Because of this card, their team could safely emerge from the forest every time. And what about this silence? Oh, silence prevents the opponent from using skills. Some monsters can use skills. Bai Miaoying said seriously, her small face earnest. In gaming terms, that means a 4-star monster has a skill slot, which can be used for body enhancement or skill enhancement. Flying in the sky allows it to evade most monster attacks, but not all. At this time, silence becomes very important. Proper 5-star monsters mostly have a skill ratio of 1:1, 1 trait, 1 skill. Lin San did not realize that Bai Miaoying was talking about 5-star monsters. In fact, very few 4-star monsters have skills. At the beginning of their evolution, most were still quite accustomed to their own bodies. But this card was already enough to surprise him. Bai Miaoying took out a second card. Father's Barrier type, spell card quality, excellent attack, 0 durability, 10 special effect. Creates a barrier within a 100 square meter range. Most monsters will ignore anything in this area. Description: monsters, quickly leave. Monsters, quickly leave. This is for use during breaks. When we were in the Yuduan mountain range, there were often monsters roaming at night, which was quite uncomfortable. With this, we can rest quite well. Even Lin San, who was a bit slow, understood when he saw this card. It turned out that this person was not a newbie at all, but a big shot. Have you been to the Yuduan mountain range? Bai Miaoying nodded repeatedly. The newbie trial goes over 2,000 kilometers to get here. It was quite troublesome. We almost couldn't get out. You were part of the team that passed the newbie trial? Lin San's eyes widened. Lin Shin Yen was also stunned. What to do if you recruit a big shot with a flawed teammate? That's right. Then, what about your team? Lin San spoke a bit stutteringly. They all have their own training. I wanted the shopkeeper to help. But you said the shopkeeper is busy right now. Lin San pondered. These cards were all made by the shopkeeper? And this one too. Bai Miaoying took out 2 more cards. Holy Brew type, spell card quality, excellent attack, 0 durability, 10 special effect, grants the target a holy shield description. How about a drink? No, I still have 3 cups here. Also, there's the secondary healing ring that Bai Miaoyin always carried. Holy shield, what is that? A term appeared that Lin San completely couldn't understand. Holy shield is a protective shield given to someone. This shield is one-time use, it disappears after taking an attack, but it can withstand one attack. Oh, the shopkeeper said the limit is about 300,000. Lin San swallowed. 300,000, for them at this stage, that would definitely block one attack. Lin San and Lin Chen Yen exchanged glances. In an instant, they understood each other's meaning. It must be obtained. Is this equipment also from the shopkeeper? Compared to the other 3 cards' brilliance, this healing ring didn't seem so novel. The shopkeeper is amazing. How can he do everything? Don't you know? Know what? Critical hits, you don't know? Are you saying the shopkeeper can also do critical hits? What's so special about that? Critical hit, what is that? Lin Chen Yen tilted her head and asked. A critical hit deals double damage. About a month ago, some powerful card shops started selling this kind of equipment. Equipment with the critical hit attribute is very expensive, 5 times the price of equivalent equipment. If the chance exceeds 15%, it goes up even more. Lin San explained, shaking his head, the stuff is good, but it's just too expensive. Bai Miaoyin was about to say that critical hit was created by the shopkeeper, but thought better of it and held her tongue. If they didn't know, then so be it. In fact, anyone with a bit of curiosity could have easily found out about Ji Chen's information. How should I address you? Bai Miaoyin. Alright, Miss Bai Miaoyin, do you really intend to join our team? Just call me Miaoyin, aren't we supposed to try it out first? Lin San's heart tightened. Not knowing what cards Bai Miaoyin had was one thing, but now that he knew, if possible, he really didn't want to give up. He gritted his teeth, then I'll go find someone else. Let's temporarily form a 4-person team and take a trip around the Yuduan mountain range. What do you think? Sure. Bai Miaoyin agreed easily. The Yuduan mountain range was not unfamiliar to her. The more relaxed Bai Miaoyin seemed, the greater Lin San's pressure became. This person clearly didn't take the Yuduan mountain range seriously at all. Then Miaoyin, leave a contact method. We'll prepare for about 2 or 3 days and then set off. Bai Miaoyin left. Lin Chen Yen looked at Lin San. Lin San looked at Lin Chen Yen. The two exchanged silent glances. After a long while, Lin San finally succumbed under Lin Chen Yen's big eyes. I want to give it a try. That holy brew she has can greatly increase our team's margin for error. If she joins us, we can survive in the Yuduan mountain range. But our team can't afford a mage. Lin Chen Yen pointed out the biggest problem. All are delicate. It's the same in any world. Like Long Xing, who at a young age, just entering the 2nd year of junior high, here, the 2nd year refers to 2 stars, the 4th year refers to 4 stars, already had a dedicated weapon card to train his mental strength. The cost of spell cards was completely negligible for him, he used them as needed. As for Xin Xiao, before he caught up with Ji Chen, he had always used white cards. Was Lin Chen Yen unwilling to use high-quality weapon cards? No, it was because she was poor, so poor that she could only use white cards, and even had the spare capacity to carry a recording device. This indicated that she couldn't even gather 4 cards. In such an environment, if they added a mage, they really wouldn't be able to afford it. Because with a mage, they wouldn't know if this operation would be a loss or a gain. I have a plan, let's go. Lin San decided to give it a try. Soon, Lin San arrived at a proper tavern and found a young man who was drinking and admiring beautiful women. Oh, Lin San? What a rare guest, the young man said with a smile after taking a sip of his drink. The tavern was not a noisy bar but a quiet place playing soft, melodious music. There weren't many people, in the small town, most preferred a louder atmosphere to relieve their stress. Places like this, calm and subtle, were only frequented by the wealthy 2nd generation. The prices were not low. The young man noticed Lin Chen Yen following Lin San and smirked slightly. You're not thinking of taking my order, are you? Wang Jia, you should know, I have taunt, which is at least a line stronger than an ordinary shield warrior. That's not a reason for you to take an order, 2 people? Wang Jia chuckled lightly. Taking an order refers to what is commonly known as power leveling. Here, power leveling does not mean playing on behalf of someone else, but rather when wealthy individuals want to quickly elevate their ranks but lack a team, they will outsource orders. After all, the mage profession is something only the wealthy can afford. Sharing the mage's costs among the team is something most cannot sustain. Thus, many teams, in their early stages, do not have a mage position. Due to the lack of a mage, the team's development is inevitably limited, and once they mature to a certain extent, they will inevitably seek a mage. But mages are expensive, hence the existence of outsourcing and taking orders. A mage who joins a team through outsourcing is not there to just eat and wait to die, they are there to accumulate their experience. They pay to enter the team, aiming to increase their star level and improve their skills. An immature team cannot take orders. If I'm not mistaken, you plan to make her the core of your team, right? But her survival ability is too weak. In the wild, survival is the first priority. Just you and a taunt is not enough. She can't even dodge the water arrows from fish demons. If she encounters something else, you won't be able to protect her. Wang Jie spoke directly. We have one more person. Lin San's eyes narrowed slightly. The most crucial logistics, and also the logistics who has passed the novice trial, by Miaoyin. Do you think that's enough? Put. Wang Jie elegantly took a sip of his drink, but when he heard the name Bai Miaoyin, he spat it out, losing his earlier composure. Who did you say? Bai Miaoyin, do you know her? At that moment, someone pushed the door open, and instinctively, Wang Jie turned his gaze. The girl's eyes scanned around and finally landed on Wang Jie, a hint of joy on her face as she walked over. Wang Jie couldn't help but stand up. Lin San and Lin Chen Yen were both momentarily stunned. The newcomer was none other than Bai Miaoyin. No way. It can't really be that cliché, Lin San shouted in his heart. Wang Jie and Bai Miaoyin were of similar ages, and both looked quite decent, but it couldn't be, could it? If they were a couple and broke up later, that would really be unsuitable for a team. Lin San felt somewhat confident in persuading Wang Jie. He was the type who valued reason. As long as there were no technical issues, everything would be fine, and he didn't like to stir up trouble. But if it wasn't Wang Jie, Lin San truly didn't know who else to turn to. Without achievements, they were nothing. It wasn't that there weren't other options. They could form a team of 3 to venture into the Yuduan mountain range, muddle through for a year or two, and then look for something better after achieving some results. But Lin San feared that Bai Miaoyin probably wouldn't want to waste time on that. Headache. Bai Miaoyin walked up to Wang Jie and looked at him. Wang Jie gazed back at Bai Miaoyin, and the two shared a deep, affectionate glance. Lin San covered his face. Auntie, what are you doing here? Your mom asked me to come find you and introduce you to the store manager. Wait a minute, Auntie? Both Lin San and Lin Chen Yen were stunned. You didn't know? I'm your mom's 14th sister. Wang Jie sighed. She really is my mom's 14th sister. You guys are lucky. I agreed to this. Lin San felt that sometimes this world was truly surreal. Not long ago, he had been kicked out of the team, feeling utterly dejected, even starting to question his life. And now, it seemed he had latched onto a big opportunity? When did everything start to change? Oh right, taunting. If it weren't for taunting, he probably wouldn't have dared to go out. If it weren't for taunting, he and Lin Chen Yen would have been rotting in their graves by now. If it weren't for taunting. He let out a soft sigh and didn't continue to think further. He realized one thing, the store manager was indeed his benefactor. Is your illness better? Wang Jie looked at his aunt. He was of similar age to Bai Miaoyin and had seen her a few times when they were young. Later, he heard she had a special illness, and since their families lived quite far apart, they only saw each other during holidays. She was a quiet girl. He never expected to hear news of her again, and it was through passing the novice trial. This absurd news almost made him think the family's intelligence system was malfunctioning. No, I'm mainly focusing on support now. Bai Miaoyin shook her head and took out her card to show Wang Jie. When Wang Jie saw it, his eyes widened. Wow, what ridiculous thing is this? Is this the store manager's worth? Aha, my sister told me to bring you to meet the store manager. But I heard from Xiaolong that the store manager's mage card isn't that impressive. Wang Jie scratched his chin. Ha, I think it's okay. Maybe it's not that stunning? Speaking of spell cards, the ones that genuinely deal damage, at this stage, Ji Chen's cards were indeed lacking. It was just about equivalent exchange. In this era, there were indeed powerful card makers, and at most, Ji Chen's current spell cards were at an excellent stage. There was no leading edge like critical hits. Fine, whatever, let's leave it at that. Lin San. Hearthstone skit. Today, I was happy writing about the dirty priest, not this chapter, but the drafts, grinning widely and shouting Hearthstone. Activate. Confidently clicked on Anjuan. In the first game, I encountered an explosive card druid, and in the second game, the druid hit me for 5 mana at 20 mana, and in the third game, there was no third game. I retracted my grin and quietly closed Hearthstone. It needs some adjustment. The high-level adjustment method is certainly not to become a fisherman. Most small teams would head into the Yuduan mountain range. Wang Jie meant to take a stroll around the Yuduan mountain range first. After the stroll, they could consider other matters. No one had any objections. After the conversation, they each returned to their lodgings to prepare. The sky was overcast. This was the norm in the wild. After the falling stars, it was unclear what substance floated above, completely shrouding the land, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. Even on sunny days, it looked much the same. Lin San carefully examined Wang Jie's map. The Yuduan mountain range had both outer and inner sections. In fact, the small town, or rather, the Starfall city, was located within the Yuduan mountain range. The surroundings had been forcibly developed. Expanding outward meant risking lives in exploration, and each family had their own maps. These could be submitted to the Star Association in exchange for points or kept for personal use. The map in Wang Jie's hands was a resource exchanged from their family. Wang Jie used this map resource as payment to hire Lin San and Lin Shin Yen. According to the information on the map, 3 kilometers to the west, there was a cave that could help them avoid the 6-star demon beasts above. There wasn't much danger on the other side of the cave. Is this map accurate? Absolutely, it's from that group of adventurous guys. Then let's go. I know this place on the map. It's famous for the 6-star demon beasts. The rhino herd is right here, and normal people can't pass through. If we can really bypass them, our haul should be good. Lin San took back the map and led the way. Wang Jie pulled out a card, tapped it lightly, and a faint blue light flickered. Scouting mouse, type, summoning card quality, good life, 100 attack, 0 trait, timid skill, whale, emits an extremely sharp cry when attacked. Description, squeak, squeak squeak. A mouse the size of a palm leaped from Wang Jie's hand and scurried away. 3 stars? How wide is the range? The scouting mouse was a standard exploration card, inexpensive and very practical. Lin San didn't really know how wide the range of a good quality card was. He usually used the 2-star ordinary ones, which had a range of about 100 meters. Within a kilometer, it's fine in the jungle, we'll use it when we go down the cave. Before he finished speaking, a piercing squeak sounded. The group froze for a moment and quickly looked over. The scouting mouse could already notify the house mouse. Unbeknownst to them, a wolf had silently followed behind. Lin San narrowed his eyes slightly. The wolf before him had a terrifying scar over one eye, blind in one eye, yet its aura was still imposing, looking nothing like a 4-star demon beast. 5 stars, by Miaoying judged, having seen and even killed 5-star beasts before. Prepare for battle. Lin San's shield flickered into view, and he stood like a wall in front of the others. Lin Shin Yen gripped her bow but didn't rush to draw an arrow. The team quickly adjusted their positions. It moved. Realizing it had been discovered, it no longer intended to sneak attack and lunged at the 4 of them. Hey, you scoundrel! Lin San shouted, his face slightly flushed. Wang Jie and Bai Miaoying? With that shout, the wolf's target locked onto Lin San. Instead of blocking in front of the others, Lin San dragged the giant wolf a bit further away. The giant wolf lunged first, and Lin San blocked with his arm. The shield appeared instantly, stopping the giant wolf. To be fair, his blocking technique was quite impressive, holding off the giant wolf's attacks for 3 rounds. Hey, you scoundrel! He shouted again. He wanted to see if he could deepen the aggro. Sure enough, the giant wolf's eyes turned blood red, its fur bristling, and it seemed to see only Lin San. Bang! Another impact. Just as Lin San was about to dodge, suddenly, a flash of golden light flickered on him. The light shield condensed in front of him, touched by the giant wolf, and shattered. Don't add a holy shield for me, just focus on them. Lin San shouted. Bai Miaoying nodded and took out a card. Mind's Eye type, spell card quality, excellent attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, randomly copy 1 card or skill from the opponent and exchange it into your hand. Description, steal? I'm just watching. Watching closely. Super loud. The card in her hand dissipated and then coalesced into another card. Looking down, she saw. Frenzy type, spell card quality, excellent attack, 0 durability, 1 skill, temporarily increase attack power by 300% for 30 seconds. Description, get hyped. Everyone, get hyped. 5 seconds? Not enough. I want 30 seconds. Captain, be careful, it has a skill that can temporarily increase attack power by 300%. It could take you out in an instant. Bai Miaoying shouted loudly, then dispersed the card in her hand. Wang Jie, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? They just started fighting, and the bottom line was already exposed? How dirty. The demon beast was manageable at 3 stars, but after 4 stars, every increase in star level multiplied the trouble, mainly because they gained skills. You never know what skills the opponent has, and these demon beasts often like to hit you out of nowhere. That sudden strike is usually fatal. So, intelligence is crucial. Ji-Chen found the mind-stealing ability not very useful and recalled the long-forgotten Mind's Eye. It wasn't about taking the opponent's skills but about seeing their skills. Just look, no need to use it. How often did the priest steal, crossed out, cards when they were in hand? Consider it early adaptation, and because of this, the difficulty of the team clearing the novice trial dropped sharply. The young star warriors didn't realize the significance of this card, they just thought this dirty demon beast was very interesting and quite suitable. Whoosh! With the release of an arrow, the battle officially began. An arrow landed steadily on the waist of the wolf demon. Accurate. Wang Jie squinted his eyes. But he didn't rush to act, he just stood there, holding a card in each hand, silent and motionless, pretending to be a master. One arrow, and yet another. Each time he drew the bow, it landed precisely on the wolf demon's waist. Meanwhile, on Lin San's side, one person was holding off the 5-star wolf demon's attack without losing ground. This was purely a matter of personal ability. Every time the wolf demon was shot and felt unbearable pain, it would hear a voice. Hey, son thief. For this, the taunt in his hand seemed to be free. As soon as the wolf demon turned its head, he would shout. The 5-star wolf demon had a decent health pool, around 200,000. Speaking of which, it was only about 20 arrows worth of time. Lucky, looks like I won't need to make a move. Wang Jie nodded in satisfaction. To be fair, Lin Chen Yen's cannon was indeed powerful in output, even though it was quite poor in evasion. Shooting a 5-star demon beast with a 4-star bow could still deal this kind of damage. You have to know that for bow combat types, aside from the requirement for personal strength, there are also extremely strict requirements for aiming, hitting specific parts, and so on. For someone like Lin Chen Yen, not to mention hitting the waist almost every time, a proper bow warrior would be doing well to have an 80% hit rate, not requiring specific hit locations. The wolf demon's frenzy was also meaningless. Under Ji Chen's training, Bai Miaoyin had become very adept at timing. It's going to run. When Lin San shouted, hey, son thief, the demon wolf stopped advancing and began to retreat silently. He understood one thing, this thing was about to run. Demon beasts are generally violent. Unless faced with a life-threatening situation, they often won't flee, and sometimes even when threatened, they might not run. As the popular saying goes, this retreat of mine is a retreat of 10,000 years. I'll take care of it. The card in Wang Jie's hand shimmered with a purple light. Thorn Wall, type, spell card epic attack, 500 durability, 10 special effect, sturdy skill, summons a wall covered in thorns within a certain range. Anyone who approaches the wall will be attacked by the thorns. Introduction, the sun has risen, and I climb the hillside. A wall covered in thorns rises just as the demon wolf is about to retreat from the battle. The massive wall, combined with the noise, is simply terrifying. The demon wolf crashes into the wall. The wall does not budge. Immediately, the thorns on the wall lash out at the demon wolf. The barbs on the thorns would normally not pierce the demon wolf's skin. However, the demon wolf's waist has already been shot full of holes by Lin Chen Yen. Sensing the smell of blood, the thorns strike. The demon wolf lets out a miserable howl as it is dragged and bound to the thorn wall, more and more thorns covering it. Numbers begin to appear above the demon wolf's head. It struggles desperately, but to no avail. Oh whoa, finally, after the last howl of the wolf demon, it falls. Everyone present breathes a sigh of relief. Quick, clean up the body and move to a new location. Lin San quickly makes arrangements. Sha Jia, you're just like before, huh? Bai Miaoyin asks softly. Wang Jie's expression stiffens slightly, and he does not respond. Lin San's ability to read expressions is quite sharp. Wang Jia, why didn't you attack just now? Wang Jia wants to say, experts always strike last, but after thinking, he looks at Bai Miaoyin. Auntie, can you explain for me? He can't lock onto the enemy. Ha! Lin San and Lin Chen Yen are confused. It is well known that a mage's locking ability is not difficult, it is a mental lock. How hard can that be? It's probably just seeing with the eyes and determining the position, at most adding a bit of fine control. Locking, isn't it just about having hands? Lin Chen Yen poses a soul-searching question. This isn't her trying to show off. From the moment she picked up a bow, she has always hit where she aimed. Even with moving targets, her deviation is extremely low. She is still an archer, but Wang Jie is a mage. The corner of Wang Jie's mouth twitches. Being mocked by this turret in the team is really uncomfortable, especially since they don't genuinely want to mock him but are sincerely questioning. Lin San's eyes brighten. Really? What? Want to back out? No, no, no. Lin San waves his hands repeatedly, his eyes shining brightly. You misunderstood. I want to form a team full of flaws. You know, at first, I thought I couldn't do it either. Until later, I met the store manager. Maybe the store manager can utilize your strengths. What are your strengths? What are they? Does having a particularly long mana count? Of course it counts. After this, let's go back and see the store manager, see what ideas he has. From this moment on, Lin San's attitude completely changes. He feels that Wang Jie is the teammate he has been looking for. He has a blind admiration for the store manager. Let's keep going. The successful hunt of the 5-star monster greatly boosts the confidence of the entire team. But confidence aside, they still need to be cautious. The cave they want to go to is at least a day's journey away. At night, the little mouse successfully returns home, replaced by an owl circling overhead on guard. The team finds a place to rest temporarily. Bai Miaoyin takes out Dad's barrier. There are no strange special effects, it merely flickers, and a light curtain envelopes their location, then gradually disappears. If there is any feeling, it's just that the surroundings feel a bit quieter. At least I can get a good night's sleep. Wang Jia exhales lightly. Although these battles seem not too difficult, the mental pressure in the wild is considerable. Wang Jia, exorcise the evil, I'll get some food. Lin San takes out a food card. Wang Jia nodded, and the white exorcism card flickered slightly, enveloping the 4 of them in white light. This card was a free gift from the Star Alliance, an essential item for traveling in the wild. The night was starry and sparse. It was strange, though. After the stars fell, during the day, the sun was nowhere to be seen, as if something was covering the sky. At night, however, it was quite refreshing. The sky remained as clear and bright as before the stars fell. The stars twinkled in the sky, looking exceptionally beautiful. The 4, who had been busy all day, sat together and started a campfire. Their mood inexplicably relaxed. Ah, much more comfortable, Lin San sighed, releasing a breath. After a day of exhaustion and immense mental pressure, this barrier was truly a good thing. Without the barrier and the owl, they definitely wouldn't feel this relaxed. Thanks, shopkeeper, he added. Wang Jia did not refute, only those who had experienced it understood the importance of logistics. Bai Miaoyin sat quietly in front of the fire, occasionally adding some firewood. The firelight illuminated her serene face, and the gentle breeze brought an inexplicable sense of peace. You guys, she gently parted her lips, do you think there are others like us, sitting by a fire and chatting under this moonlit night? Hearing Bai Miaoyin's somewhat naive words, Wang Jia couldn't help but smile slightly. There must be, but whether they feel like chatting is another matter. Mini theater, the word count of the mini theater does not count towards the main text, not considered filler. Ji Chen, when challenging someone, you should first say wow. Bai Miaoyin, why? Ji Chen, to compliment the other person's card. After all, you plan to use someone else's card, we should be polite. Bai Miaoyin, that makes sense. Under the glow of the fire, Ren Shin Yen wore a distressed expression, surrounded by flickering, eerie lights. Also sitting by the fire was a tall woman dressed in dark clothing, her figure accentuated by a tight outfit that showcased her curves. The material of the outfit seemed to meld with her skin, outlining her slender waist and long legs. Holding a skewer of roasted meat, she was grilling it over the fire. Shen, the woman said lightly, go on, take care of them all, or you won't sleep well tonight. Master, there are a lot of them. Exactly, didn't I just get you a fire? If you can't handle it, you won't have anything to eat. The woman's tone was casual, but her words were devilish. This pack of wolves was a group of 4-star demon beasts. Ren Shin Yen was only a 4-star herself. Now, she had to deal with a pack of wolves. These were not weak fish demons. The wolf pack had a wolf king and tactical coordination. Good luck, she said. Ren Shin Yen. She sighed, lightly stepping, and slowly disappeared, as if blending into the night. The unique skill of the 9-star star warrior Luo Yunshang, concealment, a move that breaks free from card constraints, using special star mental techniques to mask one's presence. By the way, you are not allowed to use that shadow step card, Luo Yunshang shouted into the air. A wave rippled through the air, and Ren Shin Yen almost dispelled her state. Tisk, look at this, if you were in battle, it would be fatal. Let me emphasize again, as an assassin, the first priority is survival, the second is not to cause trouble for your teammates, and the third is output. Only by staying alive can everything be possible. Luo Yunshang spoke confidently. Meanwhile, in the forest, Ren Shin Yen had already launched her first attack. Her figure appeared behind a wolf, and as soon as she did, she unleashed a fierce 4-hit combo. The wolf instantly died under her assault. However, the real trouble was just beginning. All the wolves turned and charged at her. With the firelight, they would test the waters, but in the darkness, they would launch a fierce attack. Closer, closer, those claws were about to grab her. The sound of a heartbeat echoed, bang bang bang. Xin Xiao suddenly took a step back. In front of him stood a skeleton, perched on the crumbling city wall, which was teeming with such monsters. He held a hunting bow in his hand, nothing else. He recalled his master's instructions before leaving and couldn't help but swallow hard. Clear all the monsters on this city wall, either kill them or be killed by them. In the past, his attacks were from a distance, using the bow in his hand. Even if he was approached, he would find a way to create distance, dodging slightly. But now, the monsters on this city wall no longer allowed him to shoot from afar. The density was too high. He needed to dodge, to evade up close. Watching the approaching skeleton head, he desperately began to remember his good brother Lin Chen and how he usually dodged. He could replicate it, he could definitely replicate it. The rhythm, yes, he often said one thing, it's all about the rhythm. Rhythm is very important. By the river, Lin's father and Lin Chen sat on a rock, observing the fish swimming in the water, casting a line while chatting. The monsters outside are not strong. Your focus shouldn't be on these monsters but on the secret realms. The combat intensity within the secret realms is very high. You can't always stay fully focused. As the captain, you need to know when to relax and when to tighten up. Secret realm? This was not the first time Lin Chen had heard this term. Yes, the secret realm. Our expedition's primary target is the secret realm. Besides the secret realm, there are also people. Ha! Sigh. Lin's father sighed. The way people think is different. The real trouble, besides the monsters in the secret realm, comes from those using soul cards. Soul cards. What are they? Cards made of soul constructs, abbreviated as soul cards. Souls? Yes, be careful when you encounter those who use cards that shimmer with black light. Those people are all madmen. Cards made from human souls can autonomously operate star thoughts. Most soul cards are summoning cards, very powerful. However, you probably won't encounter them so soon. Those guys mostly come and go in various secret realms. Seeing them is never a good sign. Does the Star Alliance not care? How could they manage? Ever since the fall of the stars, humanity has been struggling to survive. Even the cities are constructed from cards. In the outside world, 95% of the territory is not human. They just need to find a place to mark their territory and can develop safely. This world is much more complicated than you think. Lin's father patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Work hard, quickly level up to 7 stars, then you'll have some self-protection. A year later, quickly form your own team, and if possible, visit a secret realm before reaching 7 stars. Lin's father rambled on, pouring as much of what he knew into Lin Chen's mind as possible. The more powerful the Star Warriors, the greater the sense of oppression from the unknown. Soul cards, secret realms, monsters, and the gray mist scattered in the air. Only they truly understood that humanity was standing on the brink of extinction at this moment. Is Starfall City big? Very big, but that's just a card. What if one day this card is destroyed? What will happen then? What will become of the millions of people in Starfall City? No one has the answer. Answer? What answer is there? In the training room, an old man with a white beard stroked his beard and smiled as he answered Longxing's question. To walk the pure magic path, how to walk it is not a question for you but for your card maker. What you can do is seize the opportunity, knowing when to use which card, that's all. When monsters come, use ice rings to create distance. When the monsters are far, bombard them with spells. It's that simple. There are many tactical routines for mages. We are not like warriors who rely on close combat skills and a single weapon to conquer the world. We depend on the structure of cards, so what I want to tell you is about the choice of card structure. In the past, the 7 stars didn't even talk about any structure. The most standard configuration should be the 3-2 principle, 2 for output, 2 for movement, and 2 for control. I don't recommend bringing multiple types. When it comes to actual use, it will get chaotic. Alright, we've rested enough, it's time to practice. The old man with a white beard clapped his hands, and suddenly, 16 different types of demon beasts appeared in the arena, glaring at Longxing. Longxing forced a smile. Great, a battle until dawn. The mist once again enveloped the air above. The sunlight couldn't break through, and it felt a bit cold. There were charred wood piles on the ground. The team had already set out for some days. 2 figures in black robes walked up to the campfire and stopped. Their entire bodies were shrouded in black robes, with the brims of their hats pulled down, making it impossible to see their faces. How could there be people here? What's so strange about it? It's probably a team that came here to hunt. How long have they been gone? Don't complicate things, the mission is important. How much time will it waste to kill them? I said, the mission is important. TCH. A place that can be called a mountain range is generally all mountains, stretching endlessly. They followed the map to the cave's location. Lin San felt a bit puzzled by the place before him. Can we really go down here? Lin San pointed to a downward cave. Its width from top to bottom was only about 50 centimeters, and it was hard to see inside, looking less like a passable route and more like a cave. If it's not secret enough, how could it be our turn? I'll send a scout mouse in to take a look. Squeak, squeak. A small mouse ran into the cave. A few people waited outside for a while. See? Then let's go. Lin San lay down. This place was so low that he couldn't even bend over to enter. He had to crawl in. This made Lin Shin Yen a bit troubled. She looked at the cave and then down at herself, feeling indeed a bit awkward. I Miaoyin, understanding her feelings, walked to her ear and whispered, how about we tie you up? Will that work? It should be fine. I know a sister who was a melee fighter and has always been tied up. Then let's try. The girls murmured, and Lin San had already gone in. How is it? Wang Jie shouted from outside. Wait a moment, let me check. Lin San's voice floated out from the cave. What he feared most in this place was not anything else but the sudden appearance of inexplicable demon beasts, which would leave no room to hide. After about 5 minutes, Lin San shouted, "It's fine, there's a way inside." Only then did Wang Jie feel relieved. He turned around, intending to signal the girls to go in first while he brought up the rear, only to find that Lin Chen had changed her clothes. For some reason, he felt that Lin Chen seemed to have lost a bit of weight. Let's go, it's safe inside. Chen, you go first. Okay. Lin Chen transformed her bow and arrows back into cards, and Wang Jie caught a glimpse of the white bow. His brows furrowed slightly. A white card was quite rare. She crouched down and moved forward a bit. As soon as Lin Chen took a step, she felt a wave of discomfort. It was too tight. Moreover, the surrounding environment made her feel uneasy, giving her a sense of suffocation. Unexplainably, she felt a hint of fear. Have you come in? Lin San's voice came at the right moment. She adjusted her mood and crawled forward. The more she crawled, the more she felt something was off. The surroundings were pitch black and eerily quiet, leaving her with only the sense of touch, the uneven walls, and even the slightest movement of her back would hit a protrusion. She couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but she felt as if the walls on both sides of her body were slowly closing in. Being in the middle, she felt a sense of suffocation. Unable to see the path ahead or behind, she felt like a blind person. She wanted to push forward with all her might, but for some reason, her hands and feet felt powerless. Bai Miaoyin followed closely behind. After crawling less than 50 meters, she sensed something was wrong. Lin Chen had stopped moving ahead. Chen, what's wrong? Lin Chen struggled to say I'm fine, but the words wouldn't come, and even breathing felt like a luxury. Unable to speak or breathe, her complexion gradually turned into a sickly shade of red. Why? Lin Chen couldn't understand. Why was she like this when Bai Miaoyin was fine? The immense pressure was incomprehensible to her. She didn't understand where it was coming from. She felt like a drowning person, desperately trying to reach the shore, but she didn't know where the shore was, and she couldn't move. Hey, I see you. Grab the rope, I'll pull you out. This place is short, you'll be out in no time. It was Lin San's voice. When she heard this, her whole body jolted. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she reached out and grabbed the rope tightly. Lin San sensed something was off inside and pulled on the rope with force. It was surprisingly heavy. He pulled hard. The distance wasn't far, just about 100 meters at most, but it was an uphill climb, and the path ahead was unclear. Lin Chen was dragged along, pulled out from the cramped passage. Lin San clumsily caught her. Once out of the passage, there was a small cliff, over 2 meters high, and Lin Chen rolled down, startling Lin San. After holding her, he wanted to say something but noticed she was gasping for breath. What happened? The other two didn't feel the same way and jumped down one after the other. Seeing Lin Chen's sickly red face shocked them. I don't know. After catching her breath, Lin Chen finally replied, after I went in, I felt really uncomfortable, couldn't move, and couldn't even breathe. If it weren't for Sangu giving me a rope, I might not have made it. She was still shaken. She never wanted to experience that feeling again. That's serious claustrophobia. Bai Miaoyin, who was doing well in her studies and had a bit of knowledge, said, if we want to get out, let's expand this space a bit. It's up to you, Xiao Jie. Finding the cause and being able to solve it meant there wasn't too much of a problem. They were all there to work, not overly sentimental. After tidying up a bit, they set off. At this point, everyone had the time to examine the passage. After coming out of the passage, it opened up significantly, with an underground river in the middle and stone paths on both sides, leading westward, quite wide. Lin San walked ahead, following the river. After about half an hour, it seemed there wasn't much danger. This place probably even Dieter's monsters. Wang Jie clicked his tongue. Aside from the river, there was nothing else. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, the stone wall on the left side ahead collapsed with a loud rumble, startling the four of them. They instinctively took up a fighting stance. Looking in the direction of the collapse, a hole appeared in the stone wall. A strange, eerie wind blew through, carrying a faint sound. Did you hear that sound? Bai Miaoyin's heart tightened. She had just heard a faint wailing, very soft, but the pain in that sound was palpable. Just the wind, right? But why would a hole collapse here? What is in the hole? This is a mystery that humanity has sought to understand since its inception. Tap, tap, tap. As the dust settled, a strange sound emerged from the hole. The sound was peculiar, like the clinking of armor. Armor? He tightened his grip on the short sword in his hand, the shield on his arm flickering in and out of visibility. He wasn't too tense, it was just a cave after all. As long as he stood in front, no matter what came out of the cave. The sound grew closer. Bai Miaoyin took out a card and threw it against the wall. A lamp stuck directly to the wall. The soft light illuminated the entire underground passage. At the same time, they could see clearly what had emerged from the collapsed cave. Armor? Lin San exclaimed. A piece of broken armor, with holes in the shoulder, abdomen, and top, was covered in rust. Inside the armor, there was nothing. However, in the eye sockets of the helmet, a faint blue light flickered. Illusory creature. Take action. Lin San's eyes turned green. After the fall of the stars, the entire world underwent tremendous changes. Whether it was humans, animals, or plants, there were changes, albeit to varying degrees. But their changes, or rather evolution, were based on their original forms. For example, the monsters in the Yuduan mountain range, such as demon wolves, demon bears, and fish demons, were just ordinary wolves, bears, and fish before the fall of the stars. In other words, their transformation adhered to the basic law, evolving from existing creatures. However, after the fall of the stars, the most significant change was not these demon types, but the emergence of secret realms. Within these secret realms, there existed a unique type of creature known as illusory creatures. Illusory creatures, also referred to as fantasy creatures, or simply phantom beasts, are fundamentally unreasonable in their structure, even giving rise to elemental beings that humans cannot comprehend. Yet, the appearance of these creatures also indicated the presence of a secret realm nearby. The first rule of survival in the wild: if you encounter an illusory creature, evacuate immediately and report if conditions allow. If evacuation is not possible, kill it and then evacuate and report. The moment Lin San was spotted, blue flames appeared from the gaps in the armor, and a long sword materialized in its hand, slashing directly at Lin San. Lin San raised his shield. With a loud bang, the sword collided with the shield, shattering it into countless starlight fragments. Just one strike. He couldn't help but gasp. The shield used by the shield warrior wasn't a true shield but a protective barrier resembling a shield. This barrier, aside from its own sturdiness, was also linked to the physical strength of the shield warrior. Mastering shield control was a fundamental lesson for shield warriors. In battle, achieving a shield break was difficult unless it was a high-power, high-intensity attack that could potentially break the shield. Otherwise, the damage the shield warrior received would be minimal because the shield would absorb most of the damage. This was also the main reason why shield warriors could stand in the front line. Clearly, the armor's sword strike was not without follow-up. The moment Lin San was knocked back, it charged forward. Lin San reacted quickly, bringing the shield back to his chest. This time, however, a golden light illuminated his body. Bang! Bai Miaoyin's holy brew landed on him just in time. The situation stabilized for the moment. Lin San licked his lips, his face slightly flushed, and his mouth felt dry. Just one strike, and he felt immense pressure from the opponent. 5 stars, no, an attack intensity exceeding 5 stars. A single sword could break his shield, a 5-star monster couldn't achieve that. Mind's eye. After throwing a holy shield to Lin San, Bai Miaoyin casually checked the opponent's skills. The card in the air transformed into specks of blue light, dissipating in mid-air, which was good news. It has no skills. Upon hearing this, Lin San couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Great, no skills, still able to fight. If it had a berserk ability like the previous wolf demon, he figured he would really die here. The armor raised its sword again, swinging it at Lin San. This time, Lin San did not block directly but sidestepped forward, slipping past the edge of its sword and closing in. In shield combat, this is an extremely difficult technique to master, close combat, not giving the opponent a chance to use their weapon. It is particularly effective against medium to long-range weapons. However, it is also extremely dangerous. If one is not careful, they may not even have time to raise their shield. Lin San is a standout in this regard, which is why his teacher would say, if it weren't for your specialization, you would probably be the best shield fighter I've ever taught. He even had time to shout, "Hey, son thief!" Lin Shin Yen raised her bow, aiming at the moment the armor lifted its hand, but in the next second, Lin San's close positioning made her slightly flustered, causing the arrowhead in her hand to rise a little. A completely inconspicuous damage appeared on the armor. The crowd couldn't help but frown slightly. This damage, was it going to be fatal? To the left. Just as someone was about to say something, Lin Shin Yen's calm voice came through. Lin San was taken aback for a moment, instantly realizing that his earlier actions had caused Lin Shin Yen some trouble. The next second, he naturally began to move to the left. Lin Shin Yen's next arrow was also in place. Whoosh! This arrow directly pierced the damaged part of the armor, embedding itself completely, and the flames bursting from the outside of the armor intensified. In an instant, it evaporated the arrow. It looked flawless, but in reality, a significant damage appeared on the armor's head. Seeing this damage, Lin San and Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. So confident, Wang Jia remarked. The arrow was only 10 centimeters away from Lin San's body, and it shot directly into the armor. Such confidence is something most people cannot learn. The coordination between shield fighters and archers has always been a tricky matter. Some might say, why not just have the shield fighter draw the monster to a position facing away from the archer, allowing the archer to shoot at its back? If you think like that, congratulations, you might be the next one to fall. Monsters are not fools, they will prioritize eliminating the immediate threat buzzing in front of them over the one behind them that could potentially end their existence. Even if you swapped in an animal, it would know which target to go for first, let alone a monster. Therefore, shield fighters and archers must be on the same side. When the monster intends to attack the archer, the warrior intercepts, and the archer must constantly adjust their position to prevent ambushes. This is the proper positioning and tactical arrangement. Under this positioning and tactical arrangement, a rather awkward problem arises. The shield fighter and the monster are both in constant motion, and one careless move can easily lead to a misfire, which could end up harming their own side. Generally speaking, the warrior will pull the monster to the left, while the archer stands to the right, forming a fan shape that makes it easier to hit without causing friendly fire. Why doesn't the archer stand on the left? Obviously, since ancient times, who has ever had a good person stand on the left side of the wave? The smaller the angle between the two, the higher the skill level. And shooting from a position that is almost in a straight line like this has a value that could be as high as 3 or 4 stories. Why aren't you making a move? Bai Miaoyin quietly interjected, stabbing Wang Jia with her words. Wang Jia, Auntie, you know what I'm like, right? I only have area spells, who should I hit? Wang Jia helplessly glanced at Bai Miaoyin. Aren't you afraid at all? Give the shield. Oh, right. Bai Miaoyin seemed to remember something. She pulled out a card, and a flash of blue light flickered. True word spell shield type, spell card excellent attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, increases a friendly target's maximum health by 20% until the end of the battle. When using the next card, the cost is reduced by 30%. Description, whoosh. Wang Jia looked at Bai Miaoyin as if she were a monster. How could his little aunt pull out such magical cards? Is this also the store manager's? Don't chat while fighting. Bai Miaoyin's small face was serious. Wang Jia. Who started it first? Wang Jia fell silent and looked at Lin San on the battlefield. Upon seeing him, his brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. He had originally thought that with this level of artillery, along with Lin San's cooperation and Bai Miaoyin occasionally providing support, this armor would be easily dealt with. But in fact, Lin San was already sweating profusely. This armor was evolving. After being knocked back by an elbow strike, a thought popped into Lin San's mind. This evolution was not an energy evolution, it was learning Lin San's techniques. From initially suppressing him to gradually gaining the upper hand. An arrow shot towards its damaged area. However, this time, its body gently shifted to the side and dodged. The arrow struck the armor. An inconspicuous number lit up, causing everyone to feel a sinking sensation in their hearts. Bai Miaoyin, who was providing shields for Lin San, also stopped. If it was in this state, then she would hold off on the shields and save everything for the holy shield. The difficulty had increased a level. Lin San felt this most directly. The time between each of Lin Xinshin's arrows had also lengthened. Not right. Wang Jia squinted slightly, the blue fire on it is moving. Sure enough, when Lin Xinshin's arrow was shot, if it couldn't be defended against by the armor, the blue fire on it would gather at the attacked area. 60% less damage. Lin San gritted his teeth, trying to disrupt its perception as much as possible so that Lin Xinshin could hit better. Just as he was about to get in close, the sword of the armor came down straight. He felt a surge of joy in his heart, wanting to take advantage of the opening created by the downward strike to get in again. Suddenly, a small blue light lit up on the sword. No, not good. He looked up and happened to see the blue light in the armor's pupils, which seemed to be mocking him. The next second, the blue sword turned in the air, striking him at a peculiar angle that defied normal physical laws. Not good. His sixth sense was going off wildly. He raised the shield in his hand. In an instant, the shield expanded to its maximum size, blocking in front of him. However, when the sword and shield made contact, the shield didn't even have the qualification to block. The sword struck directly at Lin San. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin San! Lin Xinshin couldn't help but shout. At the moment of the heavy blow, Bai Miaoyin's healing also arrived, stabilizing Lin San's injuries. At the same time, Wang Jia took action. Vine. Vine, type, spell card epic attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, field magic, creates a patch of vines. Description: one thicker than the last. Field magic, also known as the rich man's exclusive spell. Not everyone is as talented as Long Xing. Some people, even using mental power, can't make a fireball turn. It's easy to hit teammates, and we usually call such people pits. But people are still rich, so the type of field magic was born. The characteristic of field magic is weak attack power but excellent support effects. Like the vine wall Wang Jia used before, it is also a type of field magic, and its effect is good. The only drawback is that it's expensive. Huge vines burst from the ground, catching the flying Lin San. They wrapped around Lin San, glowing with green light. Bai Miaoyin used True Word Shield and Healing Ring simultaneously, bringing Lin San back from the brink of death in just 20 seconds. This team was incredibly resilient. But the fundamental reason for their resilience lay in the Cards.I by Miaoyin's hands. Truly strong, just a bit lacking in attack power. Lin San wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth in pain as he continued to charge forward. As a shield warrior, as long as he wasn't dead, he had to push forward. Didn't you say it has no skills? Wang Jia watched the movements in the arena while pinching out a card, asking, that's not a skill. How could it deal that kind of damage? If it weren't for your word of shield, Lin San would have died just now. It just concentrated the energy into one place. Xin, wait until it gathers its energy before striking, that way, the damage will be maximized, Bai Miaoyin reminded Lin Chen. Lin San was completely unable to focus on commanding, blocking the increasingly powerful armor had already exhausted all his strength. Bai Miaoyin smoothly took over the command. Okay, Lin Chen replied succinctly. Sure enough, in the subsequent attacks, whenever the armor glowed blue and attacked Lin San, Lin Xinshin's arrow shot out. A massive damage burst forth on the armor's head. Wow! Wang Jia couldn't help but gasp. What truly shocked him was that after taking such an arrow, the armor only stepped back one pace. The output on the monster was different. If it merely lost a bit of health, the monster wouldn't move. If this hit took away at least 5% of the monster's health, it would probably take a few steps back. Based on the damage the monster received, one could roughly determine its life range. 1,000,000 health, Bai Miaoyin said with a serious expression. Not far from them, around the corner, two figures in black robes were silently watching them. Hearthstone mini theater today, I am a brand newbie. Ever since being brutally beaten by Gufu, I have reflected deeply. I decided to join the glorious evolution. In the first match, I encountered a little bald head, and the cup brought 7 Doomsday Owl beasts. The little bald head, unable to bear the humiliation, chose to surrender, keek. In the second match, I faced the Holy Light. Alien technology completely outclassed the primitive man, and the big tooth gradually breathed fresh air. In the third match, I met Pirate Blind. The tooth thought a closed space was quite nice. In the fourth match, fast attack. In the fifth match, fast attack. In the sixth match, don't play. Everyone, don't play. Fast attack, pull it up. Then I encountered the little bald head again. In the seventh match, maybe I won't play Hearthstone during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It represents many things. Bai Miaoyin took out a small red bottle and a small blue bottle, handing the red one to Lin Chen. Lin Chen hesitated a bit. Bai Miaoyin added, kill it, and then we can factor the cost back in. Only then did Lin Chen take it. This was a tug-of-war. Lin Chen could only shoot 1 arrow per minute, which was a significant test for her stamina and spirit. At least half an hour. Bai Miaoyin silently estimated in her heart. Can she hold on? She can hold on. Lin San looked at the armor with determination. Why couldn't he hold on? At least, that's what Lin San told himself. He could be recognized as the first shield warrior by his mentor. I can do it. Ding! His shield firmly blocked the opponent's elbow strike glowing blue. This time, his shield had shrunk to just the right size to block the elbow. Wow, broke through, Wang Jia whispered. The shield of a shield warrior is controllable in size. As for how well it can be controlled, that purely depends on personal ability. Some shield warriors can achieve precise defense, but it's not without risk. If the shield is too small and the opponent changes their move, trouble will come if the shield doesn't block. The smaller the shield, the more it resembles an assassin dancing on a tightrope. Still, it was broken. But this time, the damage was such that even Lin San couldn't be pushed back. I can do it. The blue light is concentrated on the armor, and the attack intensity isn't very high. Only that sword is a bit troublesome. In an instant, he made a judgment. Dodge the sword, everything else can be taken. Lin San tilted his head, avoiding a left hook. The sword on the right side of the armor flickered with blue light and slashed horizontally at him. Lin San calmly squatted down. The sword blade of the armor, glowing with blue light, missed completely. At the same time, whoosh, the sound of an arrow piercing the air struck directly into the armor's head. the armor staggered back several steps. "Hey, you scoundrel!" Lin San timely used taunt. Everything was developing in a good direction. Taking it down was just a matter of time. A few more attacks surged with blue light, and it was clear that these attacks no longer posed a threat to Lin San. Bai Miaoyin felt much more relaxed. The previous two entities had been exchanging blows at a rapid pace, and now, all that was needed was to pour Lin San a cup of divine brew when the sword glowed blue, just in case. The armor swept its sword across again, and at the moment the sword emitted blue light, a golden glow also erupted from Lin San. He bent down, and the sword grazed past his forehead. However, the phenomenon where the blue light would disappear if the sword missed did not occur. In that instant, as Lin San bent down, he saw the armor lower its head, its blue glowing eyes glancing at him, seemingly smiling. Not good. Lin San was startled. In that moment, he understood where the strange feeling had been coming from all along. The taunt card, when used on a beast, would make it irritable, and this irritability would cause the beasts to lose their original rationality. Most beasts would attack following a process of probing, strong assault, and successful hunting. Even when attacking, they would hold back a bit of strength to escape. But beasts affected by taunt would not hold back. They would go all out, thus making the difficulty of combat significantly lower. However, Lin San had overlooked this issue. He had always thought that this card simply attracted hatred towards himself. Yet the armor, after being taunted, seemed to be fighting him, but throughout the battle, it remained calm and even learned Lin San's fighting style to deliver a heavy blow back. Everything indicated that this armor had not truly been taunted, or rather, the effect of taunt was limited. But Lin San did not notice this detail. From the very beginning, the armor believed it could break through Lin San's shield head-on. But now, the blue flames erupting from the armor suddenly contracted violently, all converging onto the sword. The light on the sword grew even more intense. A sword chi shot out from the blade. Damn! Lin San cursed inwardly, wanting to stop it, but it was too late. The speed of the blade was incredibly fast. The most critical part was that just now, Bai Miaoyin had already equipped him with the holy shield. And the direction of the sword chi was aimed at Lin Xinshin. She would die. Thoughts raced, and his body wanted to move to intercept, but reality did not allow it. How could this happen? Boom! Just as Lin San was in despair, a wall of earth rose up, with a large dog head carved on it. It stood directly in front of Lin Xinshin. Wang Jia had made his move. The sword chi struck the wall, slicing in from the dog's nose, an inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. The sword chi gradually dissipated, and at the moment it vanished, the wall of earth also collapsed instantly. Phew! That power is ridiculous. Wang Jia glanced down at his card inside. It had already turned transparent. Wang Jia's sturdy wall, type, spell card epic attack, 0 durability, 1 skill, summons a wall of earth that can block enemy attacks. Special effect, balanced, any energy that strikes the wall will be evenly distributed across every point of the wall. If it exceeds its capacity, the wall will shatter. Description: my beloved dog protects me from the shadows. Lin San, stop daydreaming. Wang Jia shouted, damn it, have you forgotten what my nickname is? Lin San finally came to his senses and let out a breath. Wang Jia's nickname in school was Mind Reader. His skills were all large-scale area skills. Ranged attacks were fine, but in close combat, it was a guaranteed loss. Yet this person could make large-scale area skills work wonders. He always seemed to predict his opponent's next move and strike with area skills, earning him the title of Mind Reader. He, Wang Jia, has never yielded to the imprecise control of fate. Since he cannot control it, he compensates with tactics. He has his own pride. When the strike of the armor failed, it clearly became a bit anxious. Another arrow flew. 80,000 damage surged in its mind. It was weakened. 4 people simultaneously had the same thought. Aside from the equipment cards and miscellaneous items like shields, both monsters and humans have a basic defensive capability. If that defensive capability weakens, it indicates a problem with its energy supply. This was good news. After using the sword energy, it indeed became weaker. But it was also anxious. It tried every means to shake off Lin San's entanglement and headed towards Lin Xinshin. At that moment, Wang Jia's functionality was fully manifested. Various rock spikes, water flows, and fire rings were thrown one after another. Field magic consumed a tremendous amount of mana. Yet, Bai Miaoyin had already downed 2 mana potions. Wang Jia, however, seemed unfazed, and his predictions were simply outrageous. The armor's tricks had finally run out. It could no longer use its sword energy. Its attack intensity was not as high as before. Coupled with the series of field magic, ultimately, when Lin Xinshin's final arrow fell, the blue flames extinguished, and the entire suit of armor clattered and scattered on the ground. Lin San exhaled and collapsed onto the ground. Tired, very tired. Although his injuries could be healed, the mental toll was extremely terrifying. Bai Miaoyin walked over. Wang Jia and Lin Xinshin remained in place. Bai Miaoyin approached Lin San. How is it? Lin San waved his hand. Let's collect the stuff over there first, it's valuable. I'll rest for a minute, then we hurry back. Okay. Bai Miaoyin squatted down, walked over, and picked up the armor, which appeared to have no special features. Just as she lifted it, a light blue orb fell out from the armor, and she quickly caught it. The orb was beautiful, smooth, and round on the surface, with what seemed like blue flames flickering inside. One glance, and her eyes couldn't look away. It felt as if something was drawing her attention. This sensation was as pleasant as enjoying a delicious barbecue on a hot summer night, followed by a large glass of cold beer. Bai Miaoyin's self-control was quite commendable. This comfort only made her pause for a few seconds before she put the orb away. Just as she intended to pick up the armor on the ground, two figures in black robes suddenly appeared behind her. Lin San looked over, stunned, and shouted, "Be careful!" The next second, one of the black-robed figures took out a card. A black light flickered on the card. Duel space. One of the black-robed figures and Bai Miaoyin vanished from the spot. Duel space, type, spell card soul attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, select a target to duel. Description, only the living can come out of here. The change happened too quickly, so fast that no one had time to react. Who are you? Lin San stood up, his eyes fierce. Keek keek keek. The black-robed creature laughed. Without saying much, it pulled out a card. A flash of black light flickered. A humanoid creature appeared in front of Lin San, following the black light. A humanoid creature, no, to be precise, it was a person, holding a shield, standing in front of the black-robed figure. If it weren't for the person's pale, bloodless face, it would be indistinguishable from a real person. Lin San's heart sank. The black light. Soul-type card. Shadow Legion Shield, type, summoning card soul attack, 1200 life, 350000 skill, combat technique, shield block, danger perception, absolute defense, guardian, backlash. After summoning, there is a certain probability of killing the summoner. Withering, after this card dies, it will block the summoner's 2 memory capacities. Remnant soul, after this card dies, there is a certain chance to apply a curse to the summoner. Introduction, a card made from the souls extracted by special means, undeniably powerful, but the side effects are also quite evident. Wang Jia and Lin Xinshin felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Soul card. All along, in the serious Star Wars masters and card makers, it has been a taboo existence. As the name suggests, this is a card made from souls. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at the figure in the black robe. At the moment the arrow was about to hit the black-robed figure, the shield warrior moved. He lightly tapped his toes and appeared in front of the black-robed man at an incredibly absurd speed. The arrow struck the shield. 2 outrageous numbers popped up above the shield warrior's head. Oh dear, ambushing is not a good habit, little girl, the black-robed man chuckled lightly. Let me tell you some information. This shield warrior is made from the soul of a 6-star shield warrior. His strength is 4 stars, but his skills are not just 4 stars. Where have you taken Miaoyin? Lin San shouted sternly. Planning to buy time? The black-robed man laughed. I know you're out of stamina, don't worry, I won't order him to attack. Lin San's heart sank. He knew that the black-robed man in front of him was already playing his cards openly. Another person had taken Bai Miaoyin away, one-on-one, taking out the support from their team. As long as the person inside came out, the final result would be 2 against 3. This was not good news. Lin San, exhausted, stood up. Prepare for battle. He shouted. Ha! The black-robed man laughed disdainfully, then, come on. Lin San raised his shield and charged forward. He saw the opposing shield warrior standing still, and as he got close, a punch landed on his shield. Just one punch sent him staggering back several steps. He looked at the shield warrior in shock. Looks like you don't know, do you? The black-robed man's voice carried a hint of contempt. Don't you realize that cards made from souls allow the summoned beings to possess the star willpower they had in life? This is a complete shield warrior. Summoned beings are generally used for support because damage calculation is based on agility. This agility includes the amplification brought by star willpower, which summoned beings do not have. For example, Lin Xinshin can shoot an arrow that deals tens of thousands of damage, while the bow in her hand only has a damage of 1200. If summoned beings are used as attackers, the effect is no different from a mere tickle. But now, this summoned being is just like a person. Lin San, don't panic. We might not lose. Wang Jia shouted. Lin San was taken aback. He didn't know where Wang Jia got his confidence. Wait. Suddenly, he thought of something. Duel? Summoned beings? He remembered the mind's eye card in Bai Miaoyin's hand. If that's the case. On the other side, Bai Miaoyin felt darkness envelop her. When she regained her senses, she was already standing in the center of an arena. Above the arena, shadows drifted, and the surroundings were empty. Less than 50 meters in front of her stood a black-robed figure. Keek keek keek. The black-robed man let out a strange cackling laugh. Wow, the black-robed man? No, what are you wow-ing about? Bai Miaoying looked at him with a serious expression, as if that wow just now hadn't come from her. Ji Chen, when dueling, you should first say wow. Bai Miaoying, why? Ji Chen, to compliment the opponent's card. After all, you plan to use someone else's card, we should be polite. Bai Miaoying, makes sense. Mini theater. No mini theater today, Hearthstone returns in 7 days. He. Blue light flickered. The card emitted light and then condensed into a card again. She was in Gonshin Mo? Several question marks appeared above the black-robed man's head. Forget it, that's not important. He also took out a card. A black light flickered, and a humanoid creature was summoned onto the field. Not bad luck, the man in the black robe said with a slight smirk. Shadow Legion stab type, summoning card soul attack, 2800 life, 108,000 skills, combat technique, speed boost, temporarily increases speed by 20% agility, permanently increases movement speed by 5% blade strike 4 combo, backlash. After summoning, there is a certain probability of killing the summoner, withering. After this card dies, it will block the summoner's 2 memory capacities, remnant soul. After this card dies, there is a certain probability of applying a curse to the summoner. Introduction. A card made from the souls extracted by special means, undeniably powerful, but the side effects are also quite obvious. Thank you. Bai Miaoying glanced at the card in her hand and said, Ji Chen, when using the opponent's card, remember to say thank you. The man in the black robe? What are you thanking for? He was baffled, unable to understand Bai Miaoying's thought process. Clearly, he was the one who pulled her into the duel space. Clearly, he wanted to kill her. Yet she came in and exclaimed, wow, then said, thank you. This girl must have something wrong with her head. Who knew? The next second, the card in Bai Miaoying's hand also emitted a blue-black light. An identical humanoid creature appeared on the field. The man in the black robe? No, wait. Is it a colleague? When Bai Miaoying's summon first appeared, a puff of black smoke suddenly erupted from the head of the humanoid creature. Seeing this, the man in the black robe couldn't help but laugh. Looks like your luck isn't so great. Whether they were colleagues or not didn't matter, as long as this girl blocked him, he would have to kill her. Backlash activated. The black smoke swirled around the humanoid creature's head before charging straight at the man in the black robe. His eyes widened in horror. No! Wait! Why is her backlash affecting me? There was no time to think further. He immediately pulled out a card. Exemption type, spell card soul attack, 0 durability, 10 skills, exemption, exempts from the soul impact caused by backlash, occupation. Using this card will occupy 1 memory capacity. Introduction. Only souls can fight against souls. A puff of black smoke erupted from the man in the black robe, and the black smoke collided with another black smoke. It dissipated in mid-air. The man in the black robe breathed heavily. On the surface, it seemed like just 2 puffs of black smoke collided, but in reality, the black smoke was filled with the wails of souls, and just a slight touch would be worse than death. Bai Miaoying frowned slightly. She seemed to hear the pain within that black smoke. Thus, she looked at the man in the black robe and lightly said, not bad. Ji Chen, if you get angry during a duel and want to curse someone, just say not bad. The man in the black robe felt his blood pressure rising. Gritting his teeth, he glared and commanded his assassins, kill her. Bai Miaoying pointed at the man in the black robe, kill him. The man in the black robe. No! This will lead to death. The tactic they had previously agreed upon was for the man in the black robe, who had assassins, to launch a surprise attack on Bai Miaoying, to kill her first because she had too many support type cards, and their effects were too overpowered. As long as they killed Bai Miaoying, afterward, the 2 of them could use the Shadow Legion shield and Shadow Legion stab to take down 3 people without much trouble. But the current problem was that Bai Miaoying had also summoned a Shadow Legion stab. If he followed through with the plan and let the stab kill Bai Miaoying, then the one who would die would definitely be her. The holy shield in Bai Miaoying's hand was enough to support her for a long time. Fall back! Fall back! Protect me! The man in the black robe's stab halted, engaging in battle with Bai Miaoying's stab. The mood of the man in the black robe relaxed slightly. He was confident in his means assassin or stab, and recalling the anger from earlier, he couldn't help but speak up. You probably don't know yet. There are differences even among the of the Shadow Legion. This one was granted by the higher-ups for this mission. Inside it holds the soul of a 6-star assassin. The 2 assassins clashed together. However, the imagined scene of the opponent's assassin being killed in an instant did not occur. Instead, the 2 assassins exchanged blows back and forth, and their moves seemed identical. This discovery made the man in the black robe's heart sink. How could they be identical? Although it was a standard card, the soul content should be different. Coupled with the earlier backlash that was directed at him, a peculiar suspicion arose in the man's mind. Could she be using my card? He saw Bai Miaoying take out another card, which shimmered with blue light and dissipated into the air. Immediately, the card reformed in her hand. Once again, it was mind vision. Wow! Bai Miaoying's small face showed a hint of surprise. This was not what Ji Chen had instructed, but this card was somewhat outrageous. Hearing her exclaim wow, the man in the black robe couldn't help but swallow hard, taking a step back, his face showing fear. Annihilation type, spell card soul attack, 0 durability, 11 skill, annihilation, annihilate the same level of Shadow Legion. Description, disappear, painful soul. Thank you. The man in the black robe. The black light flickered, and when the pitch black smoke turned into a cage, enveloping the Shadow Legion, the man in the black robe understood. His became immobile under the cage, and the dark cage gradually closed in, gathering into a mass of black smoke. In just 10 seconds, his completely dissipated into the sky above. Thank you. Thank you. The man in the black robe, in a flowery language, uttered the classic line, "Don't you have your own card?" A slight explanation, the man in the black robe couldn't use annihilation because his slots were already full. 1. Dual space. 2. 3. Shadow Legion. 4. Exemption. Not bad. Ji Chen, when the opponent is being flowery, just ignore him and say not bad. Put. The man in the black robe spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't get it wrong, it wasn't from anger, but the had somehow appeared behind him, a dagger plunged directly into his heart. His eyes fixed on Bai Miaoying, mouth opening as if he wanted to say something. Bai Miaoying took out another card. Mind theft. 2 cards coalesced in her hand, and while using one, she said, "Don't waste it. Outside. Don't be impulsive." Lin San turned and shouted at Wang Jia, "Miaoying has been captured. We need to kill him quickly." While shouting, he also winked at Wang Jia. Wang Jia, what a bad shield warrior. Attack! Lin San shouted loudly and charged towards the shield warrior, seemingly desperate to get closer to the man in the black robe. But each time, he was blocked by the shield warrior. "Xinshin, shoot at him." "Okay." Lin Xinshin responded, drawing her bow to shoot an arrow. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air shot straight towards the man in the black robe. However, everyone seemed to have lost their composure. The arrow appeared at the side of the shield warrior and was swatted down by his shield. "Kekakek, save some energy. You can't get past." The man in the black robe cackled, not surprised by Lin San and the others' performance. After all, they had just gone through a high-intensity battle. Lin San's eyes turned red, cursing as he continued to charge forward. The next second, a crack opened up on his left side, where Bai Miaoying had just disappeared. "Oh, so fast?" The man in the black robe let out a soft hum. When he established this strategy, he believed they would definitely win, but because of the holy shield in Bai Miaoying's hands, they thought it might take a long time to resolve the situation. They didn't expect it to happen so quickly. "Have you thought about your last words?" The man in the black robe chuckled, waiting for his companion to emerge from the crack. A long white leg stepped out from the fissure. The man's smile faded. Following that, Bai Miaoying, dressed in white with white hair, walked out from the crack. The man in the black robe? No way? How did she win? This thought swirled in his mind. Lin San burst into laughter. "Ha, I knew it. If you had used that shield to fight our backline, I might have had some trouble. What a pity. Killing with a heart. Ha 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 ha." The man in the black robe also laughed heartily. "What are you laughing at?" Lin San frowned. "What do you see over there?" The stab also emerged from the spatial crack. "You probably don't know, but the Shadow Legion, once the summoner dies, the control will fall into my hands. The summoned creatures are not affected by the dual space, that waste, dead is dead, as long as I have the shadows." He hadn't finished speaking. Bai Miaoying pulled out a card that emitted a black light, forming a cage that she pressed directly onto his shield. "Annihilate." Ha! The shield battle dissipated, and the backlash followed. The man in the black robe didn't have time to think. Black smoke had already enveloped him, and the wailing seemed to pierce through his skull, directly entering his mind. Whoosh! An arrow from Lin Xinshin ended his painful ordeal. It could be considered a release for him. The cave fell silent all at once. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their gazes turned to the Shadow Legion stab. "Miaoying, what attribute does this thing have? Why is it so outrageous?" Wang Jia walked over, asking curiously. "It's a soul card, not good." Bai Miaoying shook her head, looking at the stab standing motionless, feeling a bit sad inside. These were once living people on the battlefield. She walked over, and the healing ring hanging on her finger glowed faintly, landing on the stab. The stab was not injured, and Bai Miaoying didn't know why she wanted to do this. The white holy light fell on the stab, and the expressionless stab seemed to sense something, raising its head to glance at Bai Miaoying. In its gaze, there was an inexplicable flavor. Suddenly, black gas erupted from its eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, coalescing in the air into a thread that shot towards Bai Miaoying. Lin San, who had been observing, was startled and quickly blocked it. The black thread spun in the air and directly entered Bai Miaoying's forehead. Miaoying. Bai Miaoying did not dodge but stood still. She felt that this black thread seemed to have no malice. Guess what this foreshadowing is for later? Old Hearthstone players should know. How do you feel? Lin Chen Yen also ran over. I'm fine. Bai Miaoying waved her hand, glancing at the remains on the ground. Let's hurry. This time even the soul card has appeared. It's not something we can handle. Really okay? Really okay. Even if something happens, we won't be able to find out. We'll talk about it when we get back to the town. Alright, let's go. Wang Jia, do you still have strength? If so, expand the hole we came from a bit. Sure, leave it to me. Wang Jia, covered in field magic, said it was no big deal. Rumble. The civil engineering began. Question. How much commotion would discovering a place with phantom beasts cause? Answer. It would probably make the local branch nervous. Question. How much commotion would discovering an evil star warrior cause? Answer. Just kill it. What commotion? Those people are no good. Question. What if the above two situations occurred simultaneously? Answer. It has been proven that when phantom beasts, secret realms, and the evil star warriors appear simultaneously, it causes a huge uproar. When Lin San submitted this matter, the people who came were not the cold, emotionless robots, but Nina, along with a team of 8 star warriors following her. They needed to lead the way to see that place. It shouldn't be happening. There shouldn't be a secret realm nearby. It's so big. Shut up. Stop babbling. I'll keep quiet. Lin San and the others lowered their heads, saying nothing, afraid of being silenced. Well, I can go alone. My companions need to rest. Lin San raised his hand. Alright, you lead the way. Without even a chance to rest, Lin San was taken away. This matter is quite troublesome. You few, don't go out recently. Once it's clarified, there will be a reward. Okay. The 3 had no objections. Miaoying, the line on your forehead. Lin Chen looked worriedly at the black line on Bai Miaoying's forehead. The line wasn't straight but had a peculiar curve, and it did add a touch of beauty to her fair skin and white hair. It looked good, but this thing had emerged from the soul card. It's fine, I'll just ask Grandpa, Bai Miaoying said, touching her forehead. Your grandpa. My grandpa is very powerful, don't worry. Well, okay then. At that moment, Bai Luochuan inexplicably sneezed several times, and the card in his hand made a crack sound, seemingly broken. He frowned. Is something wrong? After pondering for a while, he focused on his precious granddaughter. His phone in his pocket rang. He answered it, and a familiar voice came through. Grandpa. Ah, Miaoying. Hearing that crisp voice, Bai Luochuan couldn't help but smile and gently called out, What's wrong? It's like this. I am here. Bai Miaoying's voice was intermittent. Hello, Miaoying? I can't hear you. What's wrong? The voice on the other end completely disappeared. Bai Luochuan looked at his phone, frowning deeply. He wasn't in Starfall City. In this world, communication didn't rely on any base stations but on the connections between 9-star cards. In Starfall City, there was a transmission and reception module to ensure communication, exchange, and transmission between cities. If a city was attacked, other cities could provide support through this module immediately. There was no situation of poor signal unless something happened on the other end. He quickly took out a card, and with a flicker of blue light, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the Star Alliance branch. Nina, check what happened in Starfall City. Okay, please wait a moment. Bai Luochuan's Nina expressionlessly tapped on the computer on the desk. After a while, she looked up. The Starfall City branch reported 10 minutes ago that a secret realm was discovered nearby and requested to cut off the link channel. It was approved 2 minutes ago. A secret realm, how could it? Almost all major cities were pseudo 9-star cards. What is a pseudo 9-star card? The card's limit is 9 stars. The so-called pseudo 9-star has an external star circuit. The circle surrounding Starfall, starting from the inner layer to the second layer of the expedition army, and even the third layer of small towns, are all external circuits of Starfall City. The purpose of these external circuits is solely to maintain the stability of space within a certain range. After the star fell, the biggest change in the world was the secret realms, which contained many things. Some secret realms were so outrageous that even super 9-star creatures existed. Even if the creatures weren't that outrageous, those fantasy creatures were at least 10 times stronger than those properly evolved monsters. Therefore, humanity needed a stable place as a foundation. In years of research, in the 128th year of the Starfall calendar, the first 9-star card master, Wu Yu, proposed a theory. He believed that the so-called secret realms were parallel worlds suggested by scientists before the Starfall. For reasons unknown, the fabric of time and space collapsed, causing many worlds to shatter into fragments that drifted in the void. Occasionally, these fragments would link to our world. This is the reason for the formation of secret realms. Because of these fragments, there emerged star thoughts and card masters, along with various types of demon beasts. Therefore, if humanity wished for stability, they had to ensure the solidity of this space. It was also due to this theory that the Star Association was truly established. Wu Yu became the first president of the Star Association and founded Dawn City, the first pseudo-9-star city. He adopted the concept of an external star circuit, directly stabilizing the space around Dawn City. It is important to note that previously, humanity did not have a suitable habitat, as a secret realm could appear at your doorstep at any moment. Even more terrifying was the uncertainty of what level of existence might emerge from it. If a ruler-level creature of 8 or 9 stars were to appear, it could lead to the destruction of a city. It was because of this pseudo-9-star existence that humanity gradually returned to normal and began to venture into other parts of the world. But now, this form of stability has been shattered. A secret realm has unexpectedly appeared near Starfall City. What are the specifics? Please wait a moment, Nina is checking, requiring authorization. Authorization granted. According to the investigation, a black soul master using soul cards has appeared near Starfall City. President Zhao Mian suspects this is the work of the Falling Star Society and has gone to investigate personally. Furthermore, to ensure control over the space, he has closed the communication link. Is that so? Bai Luoxuan frowned, his intuition telling him that his granddaughter seemed to be related to this incident. No. Bai Luoxuan took a card from his pocket. Communication type, spell card epic attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, communication introduction, beep beep beep. Generally, communication cards are of lower star levels, mostly hovering around 2 to 3 stars. The farther the distance, the higher the star level requirement for the communication card. Using an 8-star communication card can only mean one thing: luxury. The card flickered with a purple glow, and after a while, a voice came through. Uncle Bai, is there something urgent? Xiaoyi, your area is sealed off, so I'll keep it brief. My granddaughter seems to be in trouble, she's in the outer town near you. I can't get there, can you help me check? Sure, uncle, I'll go right away. Thank you, once you confirm, send me a message. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Zhuge Yi put down the communication card and the star card he was engraving, standing up. His disciple nearby was startled, his hand shaking slightly. Master? Master? It's nothing, you carry on, I'm stepping out for a bit. Zhuge Yi waved his hand and hurriedly walked out. Store No. 8. Wang Jia, Bai Miaoyin, and Lin Chen walked into the store together. The familiar sound of wind chimes rang out, though it was no longer as crisp as before, sounding somewhat hoarse. Want to register for taunt? Come to Nina here, and you can pick it up the day after tomorrow. Wang Jia looked at Nina at the counter, holding a notebook and pen, somewhat astonished. This was truly a big shot. To have Nina working, and such a spirited Nina at that. We're here to find the store manager. Bai Miaoyin stepped forward. Nina scrutinized them carefully, paused for 2 seconds, and smiled. Alright, please wait a moment. She turned and went into the backyard to find Ji Chen. After a short while, Ji Chen came out. The moment he appeared, the three were taken aback. At that moment, Ji Chen's face was pale, his cheeks slightly sunken, and he had prominent dark circles under his eyes, looking as if he might not live long. Store manager, what's wrong with you? Bai Miaoyin was stunned. Ji Chen yawned, chuckling helplessly as he waved his hand. It's nothing, I'm fine. It was just that 2 cardmaker apprentices had self-destructed, but that was a small matter. Self-destruction was still a minor issue, the key was the continuous activation. Ji Chen felt like he was about to turn into a shape of mockery. Store manager, have you reached your limit? Bai Miaoyin immediately sensed the unstable energy fluctuations around Ji Chen. Ding-dling. The sound of a wind chime rang out as a man in uniform walked in, carrying a street lamp. Hello, is this the street lamp you ordered? I didn't order it. Ji Chen was confused. It was ordered by Fufu, you can call her out. As a professional butler, Nina skillfully signed for it. Do you want me to put it outside? No, just place it next to the bar, it looks nice. Ji Fufu walked out from the back, her face so pale that it surpassed Ji Chen's. Is this nice? The delivery person hesitated. Particularly good looking. Ji Fufu enunciated each word, her tone filled with resentment almost spilling over. The reason for Ji Fufu's deep resentment, aside from dealing with those materials, was mainly because the card maker apprentice had exploded, dying suddenly on the job, causing a card to be ruined in the process. How absurd was that? She herself was a card, so she felt a bit of a rabbit mourning a fox's death. Ahem. Ji Chen cleared his throat and turned to Bai Miaoyin. What's up? Do you need something from me? Bai Miaoyin took out a blue orb from her bag. Will you accept this? Ji Chen took it, examined it carefully, and exclaimed, oh, second-level material? Bai Miaoyin nodded. And this? Bai Miaoyin pulled out a card, just about to release it when Ji Chen stopped her. Hey, wait, let's go to the backyard. Ji Chen led her to the backyard, and upon seeing the second-level material, Ji Fufu also became interested and bounced in after them. Second-level materials, also known as epic base materials and pure materials, are essential for crafting epic-level cards. Second-level materials below 4 stars are easy to find since they have low energy and are not difficult to purify. However, after reaching 4 stars, the difficulty of obtaining second-level materials increases significantly. They can be purified from third-level materials, but the cost is high. Therefore, most of Ji Chen's 4-star cards are of fine or excellent quality, and he rarely crafts epic cards. Among second-level materials, there are also differences. Those extracted from third-level materials are called sub-second-level materials. Genuine second-level materials can only be obtained from phantom beasts. Ji Chen was quite interested in the existence of phantom beasts. When he saw the armor on the ground, he was puzzled, poking at it with his hand, picking up a piece, and examining it thoroughly inside and out, ultimately concluding this was an ordinary piece of armor fragment, with many parts already rusted. It held little value. He set down the blue orb and asked, can you tell me about the process? I mean, the battle process. Well, that. Lin Chen Yen suddenly spoke up. I recorded it. Ha? Bai Miaoyin and Wang Jie turned to look, amazed, so there really were experts among us. It turns out you just went out into the world with a bow. That really helped a lot. Ji Chen smiled. I'll take this orb, we're old friends now. What do you want? Let's first equip her with a set. Wang Jie pointed at Lin Chen Yen. He wasn't in a hurry, he had plenty of cards, but Lin Chen Yen, being the only one in the team with just a bow, was somewhat of a hindrance. I don't need to. Lin Chen Yen waved her hands repeatedly. Wang Jie looked at Lin Chen Yen in confusion. Lin Chen Yen lowered her head. I have something to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, she rushed out. Wang Jie and Bai Miaoyin were left puzzled. What's wrong with her? Wang Jie asked, not understanding. I don't know. Let's have Lin San ask about it. They are together. Bai Miaoyin pondered for a moment and decided to leave this matter to Lin San. Then I'll go, Wang Jie shrugged, just as he was about to discuss his requests with Ji Chen. An old man with a white beard barged in. Ji Chen, old Zhuge is looking for you, and also for Bai Miaoyin. Outside, Nina's loud voice came in. Principal Zhuge, why are you here? I saw your taunt posted on the forum, and I tried it out. It works quite well against ordinary monsters. But against illusion beasts, it falls a bit short. Some illusion beasts are directly immune to taunt. You need to think this through. Zhuge went straight to the point as soon as he entered. Illusion beasts? Ji Chen frowned. Yes, for many illusion beasts, the importance of their physical form is not that high. Do you have any materials on that? Yes, I was just waiting for you to ask. Zhuge smiled. He was quite willing to mentor the younger generation. However, when he looked at the black line on Bai Miaoyin's forehead, he paused slightly, knowing, what's that line on your forehead? Uncle Zhuge, I don't know either. We encountered someone using a soul card today, and after winning, I got this line. Be more specific. There's a recording at the store manager's place. Kid, hurry up and bring it out. Alright, just in time for me to see. Ji Chen adjusted the screen and played the recording. When they encountered the illusion beast, especially when that sword energy came towards them, the cameraman was Lin Chen Yen, so it was from her perspective. Everyone's hearts tightened again. Uncle Zhuge, what is this? Doesn't it count as a skill? Bai Miaoyin immediately asked. During the battle, she had used Mind's Eye to look, and that armor had no skills. But it had used sword energy. This was quite strange. It doesn't count, I can do it too. Zhuge raised his hand, traced a line in the air with a finger, and a sword energy slid out along his finger, smashing into a cup on the table, which instantly shattered into pieces. What the heck? Ji Chen was completely shocked. Old man, are you a god of war or something? You're a card master. What do you mean by using your finger as a sword? You can do it too. Zhuge looked at Ji Chen. Don't drag me into your bragging. Seeing the looks from Wang Jia and Bai Miaoying, Ji Chen waved his hands repeatedly. You can give it a try. It's just gathering star power at your fingertip and throwing it out. Really? Ji Chen was somewhat skeptical, but he still raised his middle and index fingers, jokingly thinking that every boy has had the experience of pretending to wield a sword with 2 fingers when they were young. With your control, it's very simple. Alright, I'll give it a try. Ji Chen's expression became serious as he gathered star power at his fingertip. He felt it. The question is known. Bai Miaoying is Wang Jia's aunt, and Long Xing is Bai Miaoying's cousin. So, what is the relationship between Wang Jia and Long Xing? I'm genuinely asking for help. I can't figure it out without a shaking car downstairs. His fingers lit up with starlight. Sword 18. He shouted in his heart, bringing his 2 fingers down together and slicing downwards. A sharp sword energy surged from his fingertip, slicing across the table at an invisible speed, leaving the table unharmed. He placed his fingers near his mouth and gently blew. The table instantly shattered into pieces. The above is fantasy. The reality is that his fingers lit up with starlight, and a chubby, small arc slowly moved out from his fingertip. After moving about half a meter, it dissipated into the air. Put. Bai Miaoying couldn't help but laugh, then immediately blushed and explained to Ji Chen, Manager, it's okay, it's very cute even if it's small. Ji Chen expressionlessly withdrew his posture. Hey! Ji Fufu imitated and raised 2 fingers, waving them forward. Then, dawn broke. What are you doing? Demolishing the house? Nina scolded as she ran back from the front hall. At that moment, the house in the middle of the backyard was split in 2 along the center. Everyone's gaze turned to Ji Fufu, especially Zhuge, who looked completely dumbfounded. The atmosphere suddenly became bizarre. Ji Fufu. Nina put her hands on her hips and walked over, pulling Ji Fufu by the ear and dragging her outside. Look at you, getting ambitious. Demolishing the house now, huh? If it weren't for my barrier blocking you, what would you have done? Wanted to tear down the whole town? I was wrong. Ji Fufu was taken away. Wang Jia swallowed hard. He had thought Ji Fufu was quite cute just now, but now it seemed better to let it go. As for Zhuge, his gaze towards Ji Chen changed, but he quickly regained his composure and shifted the topic. This is the application of energy. So can we achieve the same level as that armor? Wang Jia quickly caught on and asked. Not possible. Zhuge shook his head, glancing at the house that had been split in 2, his mouth twitching slightly. This isn't suitable for actual combat. Materials are divided into 3 levels, and energy is also divided into 3 levels. Level 3 materials correspond to demon beasts, and level 3 energy corresponds to star thought power. From 1 to 3 stars, it's mainly about practicing star thought power to enhance it. From 4 to 6 stars, it's a process of enhancing the understanding of star thought power. Star thought power can be compressed. Wait, compressed? Yes. Different total amounts, improved quality, under the same conditions. If the level of compression of star thought power is high enough, it can roughly double the damage level. Moreover, attacks after compression have remarkable effects on armor breaking. That girl filming the video should already be self-taught. From the bow and arrow in her hand, it can be seen that it's just a 4-star white bow. At this point, Zhuge showed some disdain. The craftsmanship isn't solid, it's all relying on the girl's maintenance. But this girl can deal such damage, and the compression plays a significant role. Professor Zhuge, what about my issue? Wang Jia couldn't help but ask. Yours is a different story. Zhuge shook his head. Your star thought power is inherently stronger than others. You know, the higher the quality of something, the harder it is to control. But at the same time, the power of the spells you cast will also increase. This can be seen as another manifestation of equivalent exchange. From 4 to 6 stars, the finer the control of star thought power, the faster it improves. Like the shield of a shield warrior, when practiced to the extreme, it can even appear on its own without the warrior's reaction. Before the attack arrives, the shield just appears. After 4 stars, the increase in star level is not just an improvement on the card, the person's skills also improve significantly. There are many hidden characteristics. Equivalent exchange applies to all aspects. Zhuge sighed. When carving star cards, the better the star return path is carved, the stronger the card becomes. Isn't that also a form of equivalent exchange? Your light shield understands this principle deeply. Zhuge immediately recognized the principle when he saw the holy shield that Bai Miaoying gave to Lin San. At the 4-star stage, no matter how well a card is made, the shield won't be too high, just a little over 10,000, which is enough for ordinary 4-star demon beasts, but falls short against phantom beasts. The fact that the holy shield can block attacks speaks volumes. Combining with the light shield that shatters upon contact, Zhuge-E instantly understood that it significantly increases the shield value, but the cost is that it can only withstand one hit. This is the standard equivalent exchange. Why not upload this card? Zhuge-E felt it was a pity. A bit of a loss, Ji Qin shrugged. Zhuge-E shook his head. I'll help you upload it, and all the money goes to you. How about that? Deal. Then Professor Zhuge, you haven't explained what secondary energy is yet? Secondary energy is the energy of the soul. Zhuge-E stroked his graying beard. Originally, I shouldn't have told you this, but since you've all encountered it, it's fine to share. We believe that the so-called star willpower is just a channel that can communicate with one's own soul. It's still this little girl, you see every arrow she shoots. I can't see her expression, but I can feel a lot from this recording, like her seriousness, meticulously shooting this arrow. Unknowingly, her soul synchronized with the star willpower, and that is the power of soul energy. But didn't you say she compressed it? Right, but she hasn't systematically learned to compress star willpower. She just commands the star willpower to compress through her soul, using her belief to shoot this powerful arrow. The key to upgrading from 6 stars to 7 stars is the perception of soul energy. The reason fantasy creatures are strong is that most of their attack techniques are based on the application of soul energy. The sword energy emitted from this armor is merely the most basic application of soul energy, so it doesn't count as a skill. Then, what tier does this armor represent in the secret realm? It can be considered an elite. Just elite? Wang Jia was dumbfounded. Secret realm creatures are divided into 4 levels: ordinary, elite, domain lord, and master of the secret realm. Elite is the second tier. If this armor were to come out in 2 sets, their team would undoubtedly be wiped out. Meanwhile, the recording in the secret realm continued to play. As it played on, Zhuge-E suddenly felt something was off. What was going on? With a whoosh, Bai Miaoyin disappeared. He knew about the dual space series of cards, but how did Bai Miaoyin win? Moreover, after coming out, she was still controlling a shadow army. This confusion overwhelmed him when Bai Miaoyin used annihilation. He was completely stunned. Within the Star Alliance, she was also quite notorious. Those who didn't follow the rules almost all had 1 card. How did you win? Zhuge-E couldn't understand. With this, Bai Miaoyin handed over Mind's Eye in thought theft. Zhuge-E took a look and fell silent. This silence lasted a full minute. The world of cards had actually developed to a certain extent, otherwise, a colossal entity like Starfall City wouldn't exist. Powerful cards could even lock onto space for instant movement. There were also various powerful cards like field magic and exclusive cards, truly 100 flowers blooming and 100 schools of thought contending. However, no one had ever focused on someone else's cards. This person has a problem, was Zhuge-Yi's first thought. He couldn't help but put himself in the perspective of the man in the black robe. Bai Miaoyin used his card to kill him and then told him, "Your card is really good." Hiss. It seemed quite impressive. Don't upload this set of cards, Zhuge-E instructed Ji Chen. Wait for the president to return before making a decision. As for you, Miaoyin, come with me, I need to help you check something. Okay. Professor, is Miaoyin okay? No one can be sure about things close to the soul measurement. Zhuge-Yi's words were not complete. As he said, materials are divided into 3 levels, and energy is also divided into 3 levels. The sharp Ji Chen understood one thing. The first-class energy and materials may refer to the same thing, soul. Things are becoming increasingly interesting. Not to mention this first-class energy and materials. The second-class items, however, offer plenty of possibilities. This can be considered a huge surprise. This is truly a surprise, Zhao Mian said, looking at the collapsed cave before him, with a small team standing beside him. Each of them exuded an astonishing aura. Lin San swallowed hard. Before them, the familiar armor approached. From the aura, its elite level, a 4-star soul creature. Lao Chi, take care of it, shouted the big guy in front. Got it, the man called Lao Chi replied, stepping out from the team. Then, Lin San only heard a whoosh, and Lao Chi instantly vanished from his spot, leaving only a footprint behind. The next second, he appeared beside the armor. The armor suddenly erupted with a massive burst of flames, and just as Lin San was about to shout a warning, Lao Chi waved his hand forward, and in the process, a dagger made of energy materialized in his hand. Clang! The armor, which had almost wiped them out, was struck down in a single blow by an assassin, piercing it directly. Lin San was greatly shocked. Let's go. Let's take a look inside, Zhao Mian said seriously, looking at the cave entrance, ignoring Lin San's shock. This expedition team had a minimum of 8 stars. True strength wasn't about a one-hit kill, but rather a hit that just happened to be a one-hit kill. The gap between Lin San and them was so vast that he couldn't even comprehend the value of this assassin's strike. Lin San followed a few people into the cave. The cave wasn't very deep. After walking in for about 50 meters, they saw a pitch-black vortex spinning continuously, with black energy occasionally scattering. Zhao Mian frowned, extending his hand as if sensing something. 4 stars, no wonder. President, what should we do? Ha! Zhao Mian exhaled lightly. It's not easy. We don't know what they want to do. Let's secure this place and have the people from the town come here to try. But we need to conduct a qualification review. Those who are too weak shouldn't enter. The secret realm can be seen as a fragment of a small world, which takes a considerable amount of time to merge with the real world. Moreover, this secret realm also has energy limitations. Exiting from the secret realm has no restrictions, but entering from the outside does. Zhao Mian understood why this secret realm could appear here under the suppression of Starfall City. Because the level of this secret realm was so low that it fell outside the range of Starfall City's suppression. The secret realm wasn't the problem. The real issue was that group of guys. The Shadow Legion. That was the standard configuration of the Falling Star Society. They couldn't possibly sweep through the Yuduan mountain range inch by inch. They didn't have the energy for that, especially since this location was well hidden. If it weren't for Lin San and the others passing by. Let's do this for now. I need to report to the association and see what decision they want to make. You all stay here to guard, the rest, search the surroundings and see if there's any news. The latest news is that a small team has been captured. In an unknown cave somewhere, the interior had been completely hollowed out, and 4 stone chains extended from the surrounding rock walls, inserted into an altar in the center of the cave. The altar was entirely black, and whenever someone stepped on it, a wailing sound seemed to echo. A figure in a black robe stood at the edge of the altar, reporting to another figure in a black robe standing in the center. Have they been captured? The figure in the center murmured softly. My lord, is there anything we need to do? No need. I know Zhao Mian, he will definitely let people in to explore. As long as they enter, with his incredibly weak nature, he won't be able to destroy the secret realm. Understood. After he withdrew, the figure in the black robe stood at the center of the altar, and after a long while, a light laugh emerged from within the robe, which soon grew from a whisper to a roar, louder and louder. Ha ha ha, Zhao Mian. The laughter was laced with madness and excitement. As his laughter echoed, a wave of black mist erupted from the altar, within which countless souls seemed to drift, each face bearing an expression of extreme agony. Wails rose from the altar, wandering within the mountain's depths. The black mist, accompanied by the souls, seemed to want to break free from the confines of the altar. But just as it reached the mountain's peak, it was dragged back down. Zhao Mian. Lin Chen Yen wandered aimlessly through the small town. After leaving Jichen, she felt a bit lost, unsure of where to go or what to do. Lin San had been gone for a day and had yet to return, and inexplicably, she missed him a little. She found a noodle shop on West Street, sitting at a table outside, propping her hands on the table, watching the people come and go. She wanted to stay in Lin San's team, but she didn't have enough money. The blue beads were quite valuable. She had calculated that each person could get several hundred, which was enough for an ordinary team. But after going out with everyone, she understood one thing: this team was not an ordinary one. Just borrow it, she told herself in her mind. Shinshin, you can't call Uncle Wang anymore, you have to call him Dad now. Dad. Okay, Shinshin, be good. Mom, Uncle Wang hit me. Hit you? Whose fault is that? Didn't I tell you not to call him Uncle Wang? You have to call him Dad. But, alright, don't say anymore. We eat his, drink his. What's wrong with letting him vent a little? If you're not satisfied, you can go live on your own. Xiao, what happened to your arm? It's nothing. Tell the teacher will help you. I don't know. You dare to find the teacher. I didn't. I told you not to. I told you not to. Whoa, it wasn't me, I didn't. Shinshin, how did you end up like this? Didn't the teacher already tell your parents to pay attention? Wait, that wound, it wasn't done by your dad, was it? I'm going to find him. No, don't. It's okay, the teacher will protect you. Mr. Wang, child abuse is a crime. Teacher, I respect you. Calling you teacher doesn't give you any face, you're nothing. Do you have evidence? Just saying that Xiao is my daughter. Be careful, I sue you for defamation. You. Shinshin, come with me. Shinshin, come back, mommy will protect you. I want to follow the teacher. Good. No wonder you're my daughter. You'll regret it. Shinshin, don't be afraid, just follow the teacher can take care of you. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. Shinshin must work hard in her studies. When you grow up, become a powerful star warrior. MMHM. Ma'am, we received a report saying you kidnapped someone's daughter. Is that true? What do you mean by kidnapping? That family was taking out their anger on a little girl. If I didn't take her away, she would have been beaten to death. So you admit it. What do you mean by admit? Hey, wait a minute, on what grounds do you barge in here? Who are you? Shin, I told you long ago, we eat your dads, drink your dads. What's wrong with letting him vent a little? He's quite a remarkable person out there. Oh, who is this? Isn't this our Miss Lin Shin? Quite brave, huh? But it doesn't matter. Look, your teacher has gone to prison, and why? Just because you didn't pay the price. You eat my food, drink my drinks, and the price you pay is that you belong to me. But you eat her food, drink her drinks, and give her nothing in return. She deserves to die. The principle of equivalent exchange must never be broken, do you understand? Now, go wash the clothes, no washing machine, do it by hand. Shin, how are you? Shin, did he hit you again? Here, take this camera, hold it, and record the video of him hitting you. This way, you'll have a chance to escape him. Forget it. What do you mean? Teacher, this is equivalent exchange. He hits me, gives me food and drink. Slap. How can you say such things? A person's life is not just about cold transactions. There are friendship, love, and family. Without emotions, what's the difference between a person and a beast? You're still young. It shouldn't go on like this. Teacher, this is equivalent exchange. Alright, this is equivalent exchange. What is being exchanged? He gives you a little food in exchange for your happiness and dignity. Is that right? It's wrong. Shin, you must be strong. If someone slaps you, you should slap back. That's also equivalent exchange. Since it's all equivalent exchange, why not make yourself feel comfortable? Slap. Yes, just like that. Look, I slapped you, and you slapped me back. You used my hand to hit me. But it should be like this. It should be like this, shouldn't it? I've been in there for 5 years. 5 years. Lin Shin, if you don't succeed, I will hate you for a lifetime. Remember, equivalent exchange, otherwise, no one in this world can save you. Lin Shin, your mother is dead, come back to collect the body. How did she die? How would I know? Some crazy woman suddenly appeared and stabbed her to death. Hurry back, hey, put that down, I'm losing it. Shin, look, your mother is dead. Someone has to take care of things in this house. I'll do it. No, you misunderstood. I mean, you have to take on the responsibilities your mother should have. Why aren't you speaking? What's wrong, won't you agree? No, I want to. Tomorrow, let's go out tomorrow. Haha, I understand, it's romantic. Lin Shin, on the morning of the year, at 9 o'clock, you shot and killed the victim, Wang, who is your stepfather. Do you admit it? I do. Then, I have my reasons, I have submitted evidence. After 5 years, a total of 376 videos. I believe I was acting in self-defense. Why didn't you report it? Because the last person who helped me report it went crazy and died. Lin Shin let out a light sigh, murmuring softly, let's just forget it. There you are. I was looking for you all over the street. Lin-san plopped down next to Lin Shin. Let's go, we should be able to earn something this time, and by the way, borrow a bit from Wang Jie to get a better weapon. I'm telling you, I don't want to borrow. Lin Shin said softly. Lin-san paused, looking at Lin Shin's determined eyes, momentarily speechless. After a while, he seemed to realize something. He sighed, can you tell me why? Lin Shin remained silent. I don't want to borrow. She simply repeated this phrase. Boss, 2 bowls of noodles, add meat and egg, give me good meat. I just came from slaughterhouse number 7, I can tell bad meat with 1 bite, so don't mess with me. Hey, look at what you're saying. Just wait for your food. While waiting for the noodles, Lin-san placed the beads he got from Zhao Mian on the table. This time out, luck was good. It was a secret realm. The president said it might be opened up for teams to explore. I want to try going in. He had one more thing he didn't say. Just a piece of armor put such pressure on his team. What if there are stronger opponents inside? So, the team needs to upgrade their equipment. Lin Shin understood this unspoken implication. She lowered her head, her fists clenched. The mental barrier she faced was not easy to overcome. But Lin-san did not linger on the why and continued, you know? I wrote about Lin Shin's background for almost 10,000 words. But this isn't a tear-jerker, so I trimmed it down to about 1,000. The emotional depth might be lacking a bit, but we have to get through this background. Otherwise, it would lose some meaning later. Lin-san picked up the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and began to wash them, speaking as he did so. That feeling is hard to describe, and it's not that no one comforted me. But their comfort, to me, was of no use. Until I found that mockery that showed me hope. Guess what? The moment hope appeared, all my discomfort and gloom vanished. All that was left was to work hard and strive to be a shield warrior. I'm not saying this to persuade you to borrow money, I know you have your reasons, but I want to tell you that in this world, there is no such thing as true empathy. I don't know what you've been through, and even if I did, I have no right to judge. All I can do is invite you to walk towards the future together. Lin San continued washing the dishes, his tone calm, but to Lin Shin Yen, it sounded like thunder. A person's life is not just about equivalent exchange. That face, carrying a hint of madness yet calmness, seemed to appear before her again. Here, your noodles are ready. Please enjoy. The steaming noodles were served. The two stopped talking, and Lin San handed over the chopsticks. Lin Shin Yen naturally took them. She slurped the noodles one bite at a time, feeling that today's noodles were not great, a bit too salty. She reached out, pulled a tissue, and wiped the sweat that had dripped from her eating. Slurp, slurp, both of them ate quickly, finishing a large bowl of noodles in 5 minutes. Lin Shin Yen raised her face. Do you have any plans? In this battle, I discovered my shortcomings, perhaps I should focus more on my attack power. Wang Jie's field magic can also protect you well. Sometimes I think, if my attack strength were higher, would all the hatred from that armor be directed at me? Honestly, our team has exposed quite a few issues this time. Then lend me some money. Before he could finish, Lin Shin Yen spoke up. What? Lend me money. Okay. You won't regret it. Lending some money, what's there to regret? Lin San chuckled. You guys are here, came the voice of Bai Miaoyin from behind. The two turned their heads in unison. I was just looking for you. This time, our bonus has come through, a full 10,000. Enough for us to buy good stuff. Ha! Lin San and Lin Shin Yen both exclaimed, exchanging a glance before breaking into smiles. In shop no. 8. All 4 members of Lin San's team were inside. When Lin San saw Ji Chen, he was startled again, the pale face looked as if it might faint. I've understood the issues you all have. Right now, the resources are limited, so I can only make 1 item. By the way, I've made some progress in my skills recently. The 2 blue beads you brought are perfect for making a weapon. I've also watched the footage, I can make her a nice bow. At least it will be of epic quality. Then, what's the price? Lin Shin Yen asked nervously. Oh, the price isn't high. The 2 beads are mine, and I'll charge an additional 200. Also, I'll personally give you an arrow card. Hearing about the 200 contribution points, Lin Shin Yen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was affordable. Miaoyin, you can use your card like this for now. This is quite good already, Bai Miaoyin nodded. The current cards were actually sufficient. In terms of support, they were strong enough. Manager, can you take a look at this card of mine and see if it can be repaired? Wang Jie took out the Wang Jie strong wall from his pocket and handed it over. There was only one use left. Ji Chen glanced at it. Just leave it here, I'll study it. As for your question, I have some thoughts, but under the current conditions, I can't create it yet. Your field magic is quite useful, just use it for now. In a few days, I'll give you a few more cards for self-defense. When Ji Chen heard Wang Jie mention his magic specialty, the first thing that flashed in his mind was overload, and the second was giant. If these two were to be materialized, the magic requirements would be quite high. However, under the current conditions, it was impossible to create overload and giant types. They needed to be carefully considered. Moreover, Ji Chen had recently started experimenting with the latest card constructions. The gap between 4-star and 3-star Star Warriors was significant, and the difference between 4-star and 3-star card makers was also considerable. After explaining everything, Ji Chen let them leave. Then, he picked up the Wang Jie strong wall and began his research. A 4-star card, compared to a 3-star card, had an additional concept, the external circuit of the card. What is an external circuit? For example, a simple fireball spell, this type of card derives within the card, activated by star thought power, forming a fireball that, once thrown, is considered finished. After leaving the card, it can be slightly controlled with mental power to change its trajectory or target. But overall, most actions are completed within the card when the star thought power is activated. The external circuit refers to the situation where, after the card is activated with star thought power, a new circuit is formed outside. This usage is mostly applied in special effects. The true word shield, for instance, applies all energy to the external circuit, adding it to teammates or summon creatures to form a temporary life shield. This is a standard application of the external circuit. After learning this in the system, Ji Chen used it when he broke through to 4 stars during the novice trial. What truly intrigued him was the secondary energy mentioned by Zhu Gai. What is the relationship between secondary energy and tertiary energy? The exclusive card left by Wang Jie might provide him with the answer. Exclusive card. A special type of card that only the person involved can use. These cards are generally quite powerful and seem to involve aspects of the soul, like the turret during the dragon's second star phase, which had an incredibly strong attribute. Wang Jia's exclusive card was also quite outrageous. It could withstand a blow from that armor before shattering. If calculated by value, that blow's sword energy from the armor could deal at least over 100,000 damage. This was calculated based on the armor's ability to easily break through Lin San's shield. Given the energy invested, it might be even higher. But that wall held up. Ji Chen couldn't wait to start researching the relationship between secondary and tertiary energy. Perhaps he could restore that attribute. Hearthstone mini theater. Speaking of which of the 10 returning card sets are you planning to choose? I feel like the Dirty Hands Knight has something, but I also want to choose the Little Baldy, a type of dilemma, attached life card epic attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, none description, a room, attached to Starfall City, can borrow part of Starfall City's permissions. In the conference hall, a total of 18 people sat around a round table. Now, let's begin. Zhao Mian sat at the center of the round table. Let me explain the situation first. We discovered a secret realm in the Yuduan mountain range. Its intensity is 4 stars, and it is very likely a secret realm created by the Falling Star Society. Now, let's discuss how to handle this secret realm. That bunch of scum from the Falling Star Society? Just crush that secret realm directly. Johan slammed the table, his voice booming like thunder. You idiot. What did you say, Chow? Say it again. I said you're an idiot, an idiot. Hey, damn it, come on, let's go outside and practice. The meeting had just begun, and it was already a cacophony. Zhao Mian rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. First of all, it's impossible to just crush it. Why is it impossible? President, we can't be greedy for such a small thing. Starfall City is a big enterprise. Being cautious is not excessive. You idiot. Hey, damn it, you. What about you? Use that underdeveloped little brain of yours to think about how chaotic the Yuduan mountain range is. If they can find a hidden place to open a secret realm, they can certainly find another place to open one. The key now is to figure out what they want to do. Oh, right. Johan scratched his bald head and sat down, unexpectedly obedient after being scolded. So what do? We know that scum is targeting us in Starfall City. Should we just recall the expeditionary army? That would be too much of a loss. Johan hit the nail on the head. There's no such thing as a 1000-day defense against thieves. This is the real trouble. Zhao Mian frowned. Discovering one secret realm and 2 small karamis is nothing significant. The focus is on what the Falling Star Society wants to do and how they plan to do it. With 2.5 years of practice, it's clear they likely intend to strike at Starfall City. But the question is, when will they strike and in what manner? Creating a secret realm? That's probably to cut off support from other cities. But as long as they hide, Starfall City will never have peace. That's the advantage of being in the dark. In that case, is there any way to find them? People have already been sent, but there's no news for now. To attack Starfall City, even if they cut off external support, they still need a large number of high-level powerhouses. As long as they appear, we should be able to detect them. The current issue should be focused on the secret realm. Is this secret realm merely to sever our connection with the outside world? Is there something else inside? For example, something at the level of a secret realm master. If you ask me, just crush it directly. You idiot. Hiss, Chow, come on, let's have a fight. I can't beat you. If you can't beat me, then shut up. You idiot. Zhao Mian. He painfully pulled out a bottle of medicine from his pocket, poured a little, and took it himself. This scene was just caught by Johan. President, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Well, you're getting old, don't overdo it. Zhao Mian angrily poured a large handful of medicine again. You idiot, that's to make you angry. What does that have to do with me? You two shut up. If you keep talking, go stand outside. The world became quiet. Everyone present fell silent. Johan from the 9-star shield and Xiaoyan the 9-star assassin, they would fight as soon as they met. No one knew how deep their enmity ran. First of all, I don't plan to just crush the secret realm. There's no reason not to eat the meat delivered to our mouths. There are 2 ways to handle a secret realm. The first is to crush it directly, targeting low-level secret realms, using high-intensity attacks to make it vanish into thin air. To put it simply, the world is a big circle, and the secret realm is like a small circle attached to the big world. Crushing it means severing the connection between the two, or directly destroying the small secret realm, making the small circle completely dissipate. The second approach is more conservative, focusing on sustainable development. If there are fantasy creatures within the secret realm, it can be preserved as a place to nurture the next generation and a resource farming area. However, this does not mean that the secret realm is without danger, its risks are quite high. I plan to clear the area around the secret realm now, which will take about 1 to 2 years. During this time, we will establish a testing ground where any team wishing to enter the secret realm can take the test. As long as they pass, they will be allowed in. President, should we send someone in to scout first? No need. We'll go in once we have everything ready. This is something the Falling Star Society has come up with, and there might be restrictions like being unable to enter or exit. When the main force is about to go in, we can send people in. If they lose contact, we can provide timely rescue. Now, the second topic, although we don't know what the Falling Star Society wants to do yet, I think we should take it seriously. Do you have any good ideas? Speak up, President. Zhuge raised his hand. Everyone, take a look at this card. In the center of the conference hall, a card slowly appeared. It was none other than Mind's Eye and Thought Theft. What is this useful for? Zhao Mian glanced at it. He wasn't unaware of these two cards. But to be honest, their practical significance was not great. Aside from revealing that the card maker's hands were not very clean, there was nothing particularly special about them. The main reason was that using someone else's card was not very effective. Each system uses different cards. It was a hassle to steal someone else's card, bring it over, and not be able to use it as well as they could. What was the point? They can replicate Shadow Legion, Annihilation, and Pardon. Ha! Everyone present was shocked. The Shadow Legion was something that gave almost everyone a headache. It was called a summoning card, but in reality, it almost gathered all the abilities a person had in life, including card abilities. Moreover, it had a very strong combat awareness. When fighting against the Falling Star Society, it was often 1 against 2 because it would summon the Shadow Legion. Despite the negative effects, they had their own ways to deal with them. Anyone who had fought against the Falling Star Society knew that they had cards capable of resolving negative effects. Not to mention that this card was made from souls. Just from the perspective of equivalent exchange, this card had already played that condition to the fullest. But now, someone said it could replicate? Is that true? Yes, and it has miraculous effects. Zhuge mentioned by Miaoyin's situation. Goodness, that was quite dirty. Oh, by the way, remember to say wow when using the card. Why? You fool. Hey, you. It's probably a way to mobilize spiritual energy. The effect is quite good. Zhuge took out another card, Taunt, and placed it down. This one also needs to be shouted out. You should know that the fluctuations in spiritual energy become more pronounced, which can better mobilize soul energy. Shouting more won't hurt. Tisk, shouting like that must be quite nauseating for the opponent. Don't get too relaxed. Let's consider this as a backup plan. This card is confidential. Give the card maker a hush money. You few, go get a few high star cards first, and then think of a way to test them. See how it feels. If it really works, those scoundrels from the Falling Star Society will have a hard time. Ah, this life, it's unbearable. Ji Fufu rested her chin on the table, feeling completely limp. What's wrong? Didn't Ji Chen give you a day off today? Why aren't you happy? Nina poked her cheek, which was soft and felt nice. Yeah, it's a day off, but it's a bit boring. If you're bored, just go out for a stroll and eat something good. No, there's nothing fun. It's just food, and I'm tired of those few places. I'm so bored, I'm going to see what Ji Chen is doing. Ji Fufu straightened up and headed towards Ji Chen's room. Just as she reached the door, Ji Chen happened to come out. The two collided, falling into each other's arms. Ouch! Ji Chen was knocked back, falling to the ground. Ji Fufu blinked her eyes and exaggeratedly exclaimed ouch, then followed suit and fell down as well. Ji Chen, get up, get up, get up. Aren't you going to deduct my money? What? Ji Fu, when have I ever deducted your money? Why do you always act like I'm some capitalist from before the starfall? With the streetlights and the staged accidents, what are you trying to do? That's how they portray it on TV. Nina showed it to me. Ji Fufu rolled her eyes and shifted the blame. Ji Chen turned to look at Nina. Nina puffed out her chest. So what? Are you going to kill me? Ji Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The house was full of cards. What to do? He dusted himself off and stood up. Why aren't you going out to play today? Ji Fufu was quick with her materials, and the demand for taunt cards was limited. Theoretically, in a proper shield battle, it was rare to encounter a situation where you couldn't pull a monster. After a battle, you might not even need a single card. If you used them sparingly, they could last quite a while. It was just this batch that was a bit crazy, and the next ones were fewer. So Ji Chen had given Ji Fufu a break 2 days ago. Ji Fufu happily went out to eat for 2 days but lost interest in going out to play afterward. I'm bored, Ji Chen, how about we go back to Starfall City? There are more things to do there. That won't do. We can go back, but not now. Let's wait until the new year. For now, let's make a few more cards and level up first. Alright then. Fufu also thought strength was quite important. Ding-dling. The sound of wind chimes rang out. Lin San and his team walked in. Manager, I heard our cards are ready? Ah, yes. Chen nodded. Follow me. New cards again. Fufu and Nina became interested. Nina, you watch the store. No problem. Nina waved her hand, and another Nina walked out from behind her. Truly a privileged dog. Upon entering the studio, everyone was startled. A few pale-faced card-making apprentices were busy crafting taunt cards. Manager, this. Oh, summoning cards, don't mind them. Don't mind them? They look like they were about to collapse. That's not important. Here, this is yours. Chen took out 3 cards and handed them to Wang Jia. Wang Jia quickly accepted them. Ice Barrier type, spell card epic attack, 0 durability, 10 skill secret. After use, when the user receives fatal damage, a shield will form, immunizing against this attack. Description, not dead, just not dead, hey. Disruption spell type, spell card excellent attack, 0 durability, 10 skill secret. After use, when an enemy uses a single target spell, summon a minion to make it the new target. Description, can't hit, hey. Spell counter type, spell card excellent attack, 0 durability, 10 skill secret. After use, when an enemy uses a spell, counter that spell. Description, can't use it, just can't use it, hey. Hiss. In the room, all 6 people gasped in shock. How disgusting. A level of disgust never seen before. In this world, the direction of card development is probably to be bigger, faster, and stronger. What does that mean? It means enhancing the power of the weapons or spells in hand, finding ways to increase their potency. Or, for assassin types, speeding up as much as possible, like something called Gale. Leveling up. Making oneself faster. The chant-type spell cards and field-type spell cards derived from ordinary spell cards clearly show the development trajectory of card games in this world. Essentially, they focus on power and strength, so when Chen pulled out a card with the attribute critical hit, everyone was amazed, but it wasn't surprising, as it aligned with the objective rules of card development, evolving towards greater strength. But now, this guy is starting to eye other people's cards. Before, he was just secretly touching others' cards, but now, what does this mean? He touched someone else's card and doesn't even let them use it? Chen, if you take this card out, won't you get attacked? Nina looked at Chen with a complex expression. The others nodded in agreement. Chen was puzzled. Attacked? This is just the beginning. Logically speaking, those with a long blue mana pool aren't really suited to be spellcasters. They could be gurus, or play overload, or even go for a giant, all of which would work. It's just that the current conditions don't allow for it. So, Chen first brought out the mystery spell that had been active for several versions. Back in the day, the president's Guess the Mystery was quite famous. Using it for now is fine. You won't use it? Of course I will. How could I not? Wang Jia took it back without hesitation. He was going to the battlefield, caring about the enemy's life or death. What mattered was that it was useful. Shopkeeper, let's each take one of these cards. Wang Jia pointed to the ice barrier, which was a life-saving item. Isn't it good for everyone to have one? No way. This card has requirements for mental strength and blue mana. The principles of disruption and spell counter are relatively simple. They just create a small disturbance while the opponent is casting a spell. It's spending a little money to achieve a big result. The ice barrier, however, is different. It needs to bear the effects of detecting attacks and absolute protection, which can't be done without a certain level of potential mental strength. So, theoretically, only you and Miaoyin can use this card. That's fine. Give me 2. I'll make them for you later. Today is just to show you the samples. Alright, it's your turn. Chen looked at Lin San. Lin San nervously rubbed his hands together. I've thought about your idea before. I have a rough idea about that weapon. However, I can't make it with the current materials, so I made a protective weapon instead. The weapon you had before should have been pretty bad, right? Yeah. Lin San nodded. His weapon had long been broken, and he couldn't deal damage in close combat. Through battles with armor, he realized a problem. A shield warrior not only needs to take on the role of a shield but also needs to have a fighting role. Here, this is a charge, which increases the margin for error. You have taunt now, so I won't give you this. A shield is a must. Chen counted the slots. There's only room for one weapon. Chen took out a card and placed it in Lin San's hand. Hammer of the Craftsman type, equipment card excellent attack, 1500 durability, 100 special effect. Each time you attack, you gain a shield equal to the damage dealt. Description, ding. Ding! Ding! This is a one-handed weapon? Lin San fell in love with the hammer when he saw it. Any shield warrior is unlikely to only have a shield. Most of the time, they also carry a short sword. Although the hammer is a bit unconventional, practicing with it shouldn't be a big problem. This weapon is quite good, but not that stunning. It falls within the normal range. Alright, then it's your turn. Ji Chen rubbed his hands together. This one took a lot of thought. Aren't those outrageous mysteries what took your thought? Wang Jia couldn't help but ask. Mysteries aren't really a matter of effort. It's just that no one thought of this area before. As long as I upload the mysteries, there should be quite a few of this type of thing appearing in the future. But this weapon, now that took effort. At least, it's the strongest weapon I've made so far. Hearing Ji Chen say this, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Especially Lin Chen Yen, who was so nervous that her hands were clenched tight. She had never owned a good weapon. Here. Ji Chen took it out. Gladiator's longbow, type, equipment card epic attack, 2000 durability, 100 special effect, immunity when attacking. Description, with this arrow, I can split mountains and break cities, unstoppable. The strong live. The weak die. The card depicted a longbow, its body covered in flames, looking incredibly cool. But the appearance wasn't the most outrageous part. The most outrageous part was its special effect. Immunity? Yes, immunity. Ji Chen nodded, but it's not complete immunity. What do you mean? Lin Chen Yen couldn't help but ask. Ji Chen handed the card to Lin Chen Yen, signaling her to materialize it. With a flash of purple light, a longbow, blazing with fire and looking incredibly cool, appeared in Lin Chen Yen's hands. Strangely, the flames were very close to her, yet she felt no discomfort. Instead, there was a slight warmth. She gripped the longbow, and at that moment, it seemed that whether it was immune or not didn't matter. This bow felt so comfortable. Ji Chen didn't notice Lin Chen Yen's expression and continued to explain. Professor Zhuge already mentioned that secondary energy is higher than tertiary energy. But in practical application, secondary energy needs to be converted into tertiary energy for output. So, normally, visible attacks, whether fireballs or arrows, carry tertiary energy. And there's a situation where, when using secondary energy, the energy is still limited to the secondary level. Secondary energy has a crushing victory over tertiary energy. So, when you use the bow, what you're actually operating is secondary energy that is higher than tertiary energy. In simple terms, only when you focus entirely on the attack can you achieve immunity to damage. Wait, are you saying that when an attack comes, you can't dodge or evade, and you have to concentrate fully on shooting the arrow to be immune to that attack? Wang Jia immediately grasped the key point. Ordinary people, upon seeing an attack, would instinctively panic. This is a natural reaction that is hard to overcome. This requirement was too high. That's why it's called the gladiator's longbow, the strong live, the weak die. Moreover, immunity has its limits. The strength of the immune attack purely depends on the bow holder's conviction. The stronger the conviction, the higher the shield. Of course, if the conviction surpasses the strength of this bow, it might break. This. Lin San hesitated and looked at Lin Chen Yen. I can do it. Lin Chen Yen's eyes brightened. Conviction? Awakening? From the moment she attached the mini camera and shot that arrow without hesitation, she had it. Without conviction, she wouldn't have survived. Lin San invited her to move forward. She didn't want to lose. But, I can do it. Lin Chen Yen repeated. A few people exchanged glances at Lin Chen Yen's demeanor. Look, if she says she can do it, then she can. As teammates, how can we not trust her? Alright, and this, I've made some improvements. Forget about the arrows, I modified the frozen trap into a mystery. There's nothing else for now, let's leave it at that. During battle, first attach a mystery to yourself, then fight. If you have too many things attached, it becomes a hindrance. If you want to use immunity, you have to go all out. After resolving Lin Chen Yen's matter, Ji Chen took out the card Wang Jia had given him and handed it to him. Here, this card, I can't repair it, and I advise you not to try to repair it either. Why? What Ji Chen took out was precisely the Wang Jia's strong wall that Wang Jia had previously entrusted to him. This was an exclusive card. Generally, if a card was broken, it was just broken, and it was rare to repair it unless it was particularly powerful and hard to replicate. This card contains a special kind of energy, one that transcends the realm of secondary energy. It can be refined, but it will be diluted. I think it may hold special significance for you. This Wang Jia's strong wall, Ji Chen slightly probed its interior and noticed its uniqueness. This is a soul card. Moreover, the content of the soul is not a human, but a dog. Wang Jia was taken aback for a moment after hearing this, then nodded and took the card. He realized something, his expression becoming somewhat complex. Alright, that's basically it. Now that you have the new card, those who need to practice should go practice. Ji Chen clapped his hands. A few people exchanged a few more pleasantries before planning to turn and leave. Oh, by the way, Miaoyin, come here for a moment. Ji Chen waved it by Miaoyin. What is it? You here. Ji Chen pointed to her forehead. Do you feel anything? Feel anything? Bai Miaoyin tilted her head and thought for a moment. Not really, just that I can sense a kind of energy. Can you mobilize it? No. Bai Miaoyin shook her head. I can't move it. Then, I'll give you this card. You can try to see if you can use it. Ji Chen took a card from his pocket and handed it over. Bai Miaoyin took it, glanced at it. Wow. Go on, try it out more, and remember to come back and tell me if you can use it. Ji Chen was momentarily stunned when he heard wow, then hurried the others along. All right. What did the manager want you for? Gave me a card. What kind of card? A pretty powerful card, but I won't tell you. Oh, is it that kind of disgusting type again? No matter how disgusting, it's not as bad as your 3 mysterious ones. Right. The other two nodded vigorously. After discussing the decision above, everything seemed to return to calm. There weren't many people discussing the matter of the secret realm anymore. According to the latest intelligence Ji Chen received, it was said that construction was underway over there, and it was estimated to take about 1.5 years. What came after that had little to do with him, a mere 4-star card maker. Team Lin San had officially begun their adventure, with the strongest support by Miaoyin, the immune Lin Xian, the taunt-in-charge Lin San, and Wang Jia, who excelled in field magic and mysteries. The Yuduan mountain range was no longer a dead end for them, but a place full of opportunities. Nina, Ji Chen sat at the bar, scrolling on the computer. Why do I see so few secondary materials up here? Most are level 3 syntheses. Oh, most secondary materials bought back are used to synthesize higher level materials. 4-star ones will be brought back, concentrated, and synthesized into 6-star or higher. Very few 4-star cards use secondary materials. If you really want to buy, you can buy them back to dilute. There are many 6-star ones, but after dilution, the effect might not be very good. Then what do I need to come here for? Forget it. Ji Chen pondered for a moment. I'll upload a mystery. Anyway, the rewards include several secondary materials. You're uploading a mystery for this? Nina was shocked. Wasn't that using a cannon to hit a mosquito? I can tell you, after you upload this, the number of buyers might not be that many. Yeah, otherwise, why would I upload it? That makes so much sense. Cards are also categorized. Some types are straightforward in how to use them. This type is micro-innovation or simply a different way of using energy, but this method is understandable to everyone. The critical hit method, that kind of mirrored structure, is something everyone cannot comprehend, so many people buy and download it. The taunt method is also incomprehensible. It's a way of thinking against the enemy, and similarly, many people will pay for it. Using the mystery method is different. It's a brand new application of external circuit cards. You say it's impressive? Well, it is, but it's not complicated. Just look at the effect, and you can basically understand how it was made. Things like this, once uploaded, are purely for gaining a reputation, at a loss. At a loss? Dila scoffed, laughing disdainfully, his hands flying over the keyboard. Tian Kai, how can it be called a loss? The tavern owner's card has me completely convinced. I can only say I'm just unlucky. This month, you all wait for this month, I won't upload on the 1st. I'll wait until mid-month to upload, so my buddies can see my strength. Long Tian Kai, ha, Dilu, don't make me laugh. Mid-month? I admit you Ds have some skill, but if you say you can compete for number 1 on mid-month uploads, I don't believe it. In our group of 10, you're the only one who hasn't gotten number 1, your genius is a bit overrated. Zhou Tian Kai, up there, Li Tian Kai, right on point, I think someone should leave the group voluntarily. Long Tian Kai, leave the group? D Li's temper would flare up, a direct red warning. D Tian Kai, if you have the ability, go challenge him. Long Tian Kai, I'm uploading this month, let him upload too. I want to see how impressive he really is. D Tian Kai, don't you have any self-awareness? Just as they were passionately arguing, a small window popped up in the lower right corner. Ding dong, the user you follow has posted a new thread. D Lu was stunned for a moment and immediately clicked in. After just one glance, he burst into a series of hee laughs. D Tian Kai, hee. Long Tian Kai, are you crazy? Shuiwu, he's not crazy, you're done for. The tavern owner just updated. Long Tian Kai. Blowing hot air is one thing, but he knows the value of the tavern owner. Every card he uploads is a massive leap ahead. Dila didn't care about their surprise. The brave enjoy the world first. The tavern owner's card? Just buy it directly. Moreover, this time, he didn't fall for it, relishing the misfortune. After a while, the group became lively again. Zhou Tian Kai, this card is interesting. A brand new way of thinking, mystery is a perfect term. Old Long, you died unjustly. D Tian Kai, pfft, wasn't someone just boasting? What's up? Not saying anything now? Long Tian Kai, nonsense, but I see this card has quite a few limitations, at least, melee professions won't find it useful. Shuewu, Long, you really should leave the group. This mystery isn't about how useful it is, but the structure of this external circuit card provides us with a whole new perspective. I feel there are many areas to explore with this type. I'll make a prediction, in a few months, the forum will probably be filled with mystery series stuff. D Tian Kai, so, can I take the opportunity in these 2 months to grab first place? Shuewu, that's all you can aspire to. D Tian Kai, what's wrong with that? No matter what, I must get that first place. I need to prepare, while you all are researching, I'll grab that first place first. Card class, given that some friends want to see how I create, crossed out. The underlying logic of cards. At the end of each daily update, I will write some underlying logic of cards. If there's an explanation in the text, I won't explain it again. For example, taunt has been explained before. Today, let's talk about mystery. Mystery is an application based on external circuit cards. It uses a double layer structure. After use, the outer layer acts as a sensor. If you don't know what a sensor is, just Google it. When it detects energy fluctuations that meet certain conditions, it triggers the inner structure. For example, the ice barrier triggers when it faces lethal danger. This lethal danger refers to the outer layer's sensor detecting large-scale energy fluctuations. It will trigger automatically. It's worth mentioning that this mystery can be deceived. But the premise of deception requires a large-scale energy explosion. The significance of this deception is not great. That's about how it is. By the way, I will design a set of basic logic that fits the current card system for all the cards, like the much-anticipated Gufu, the Thief, and Cosmic Warfare. This will gradually be reflected later, but not too soon. I believe that some cards, especially legendary cards, should still have a bit of flair. As usual, the following paragraph does not count towards the word limit. Ji Chen's mystery caused a huge sensation. It wasn't the ice barrier itself that caused the stir, but this model, which is undoubtedly an innovation. This preventive card external loop is a brand new field. What is it? Ji Chen was puzzled. Your card is featured in the daily card special. Daily card? What is that? Are you really a card maker? You don't know daily card? Nina looked at Ji Chen as if he were a monster. I don't know. Ji Chen and Ji Fufu shook their heads in unison. Nina covered her face. Daily Card is a card program under the Star Alliance, mainly aimed at all card makers. Every day, it teaches card makers about a classic card structure. You know, those card structures on the forum, even if you buy them, you might not be able to replicate them. Daily Card tells everyone how to correctly replicate these classic cards. In the entire Star Alliance, at least over 90% of card makers watch Daily Card during their novice period. Daily Card is divided into 2 programs, the regular Daily Card and the Daily Card Special. The regular program explains the basic structure of cards and analyzes classic cards. The Daily Card Special analyzes and studies the latest card designs. The special episodes are rarely aired. Generally, a special episode is only aired when a card of particular significance appears. So, does this mean I'm going to be famous? Ji Chen scratched his chin. TSK, that might not necessarily be a good thing. It's starting. Nina waved her hands, and a semi-transparent screen appeared in front of them. On the screen, Daily Card first appeared, followed by a familiar introduction. Daily Card, bringing you a different card world. Hello everyone, I am the host, Luoyin. Sitting next to me is our honored guest, the 9-star card master, Mr. Bai Luo Chuan. Hello everyone. So today, I want to introduce a card that just appeared on the Card Maker forum a few days ago. This is a card that has appeared on the program in just 3 days, unprecedented in history. Now, please enjoy this card. In the next second, the ice barrier appeared on the screen, showcased from all angles. After rotating 2 or 3 times, it shrank to the side and continued to spin. Mr. Bai Luo Chuan, what do you think of this card? Before discussing this card, I think it's necessary to talk about its card maker. Oh, Luoyin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Out of respect for the 9-star card master, she did not interrupt Bai Luo Chuan but instead praised, do you know this card maker? I don't know him, but his cards are very spirited. Speaking of this person, you might not recognize him, but when it comes to his cards, as a card maker, you should know something about him. He is the founder of Critical Hit and Taunt, known on the forum as Tavern Owner. Oh, now that you mention it, I have some impression. I heard that the emergence of Critical Hit caused quite a stir. Yes. He believes that cards should have a bias. In fact, most of our current cards do have a bias. He just thinks it's not enough and that there needs to be an extreme bias. The critical hit attribute is most suitable for use with daggers in Star Wars, gradually moving down to the final boss combat. This is a kind of biased experience. Later on, he made a mockery, which was purely aimed at the shield battle. For the entire group, this card has plenty of potential to explore. Until the emergence of the mystery, we should have seen that he has already traveled quite a distance on this path, and the appearance of this mystery has truly opened my eyes. Can you elaborate? Mystery is an application of an external circuit for cards. It can be anticipated that this predictive application will be a major trend in the future. Now, let me first explain the principle of this mystery. The so-called mystery refers to setting a trigger condition, and when triggered, it achieves a certain effect. The essence of this ice barrier should be a judgment, determining whether the energy attacking itself exceeds its own capacity to withstand. The benefit of this type is that you don't have to fear sudden energy attacks. Most star warriors fear sudden energy attacks during battles. With this predictive star circuit, it undoubtedly greatly enhances the survival ability of star warriors. I can boldly predict that this card is likely the best card of the year. It is not just a card, it provides us with a whole new way of thinking. However, I need to remind everyone that this external circuit for cards is not something just anyone can create. That statement is unnecessary. Ji Chen's face darkened. You can praise it all you want, but that last sentence is just advising people to consume rationally. Is this acceptable? Ren Ji Chen gritted his teeth, but he had to admit that Ji Chen had really become famous. Although they said that this mystery is not something everyone can create, for those unfamiliar with the basic structure, they can't even get started. But they couldn't resist the enthusiasm. After this round of spending, Ji Chen's wallet was getting plump again. Ji Fufu looked at Ji Chen with a little expression, like a puppy wanting to be petted. Ji Chen angrily rubbed the dog's head. Do you really think eating it will be of great use? I must tell you first, I can't understand your internal structure for now. I only have a bit of a clue. My suggestion is to wait until I reach the 7 stars, then I can see some of your internal issues, and then you can eat it, so you won't lose so much. Well, okay then. Ji Fufu pondered, realizing it made sense. Hey, Ji Chen, do you think they know something? Ji Chen smiled, probably. The performances of Nina and Zhao Mian made Ji Chen clear about one thing, perhaps he was not isolated and helpless. They all knew some things clearly, but they just avoided those matters. Then do whatever you need to do, no need to worry. Oh, then pay me my wages. Ji Fufu stretched out her little hand and waved it at Ji Chen. Didn't you just get it the day before yesterday? Nina said I broke the house, so I should fix it. I think that's reasonable. I have no money now, and I promised her I'd treat her to a meal. Fine. Anyway, Ji Chen didn't care much about money, as long as it was enough, that was good. Moreover, with the promotion through daily cards, he was likely to get rich, so he waved his hand and gave Ji Fufu 1,000 contribution points, enough for her to eat well for a long time. In his card-making room, a gaga sound of excitement erupted. He had already studied the mystery of the boss. The requirements for the external circuit of the card were extremely high, and it also needed to add a sensor module. The key point was that everyone was not just replicating, but also innovating, so he predicted that at least for the next 3 months, no one would be in the mood to compete for the top spot. This meant that for the next 3 months, as long as he uploaded his proud work, his competitiveness would be greatly enhanced. Gaga, isn't this month's champion mine? Dila forcefully clicked to upload. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he refreshed the forum rankings. He didn't see his card. That was normal, after all, it had just been uploaded, and it needed some time to ferment. By the end of the month, things would be better. A new month, a wonderful mood. Dila glared forward, causing his office chair to slide back. He stood up, turned around, and made himself a cup of Cat Mountain Blue coffee. Savoring the familiar kitten aroma, he took a gentle sip. Closing his eyes, he enjoyed the comfort akin to a cat's paw kneading. After a while, he continued to check the forum and refreshed it again. The next second, he saw a top post and a card. He clicked on it immediately, relieved to find it wasn't from the hotel owner. As he continued to examine the card's content, the more he felt something was off. Wait, this seemed to be Xue Wu's. Substitute block, type, spell card epic attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, mystery. When receiving a spell attack, summon a substitute with 200,000 health to block the attack. Description, up. Dila glanced at it and couldn't help but gasp. He quickly opened his group chat. D-Genius, Xue Wu, is that mystery on the forum your creation? How did you do it so fast? Xue Wu, not that fast, I had some ideas before, and the tavern owner gave me a bit of inspiration, but it still feels like this card is a bit lacking. There's some gap compared to the owner. Long genius, indeed, the tavern owner's secrecy is a method in itself. Your approach increases the summoning process, significantly raising the difficulty of production. You must have directly included the summoned object, right? Otherwise, it couldn't be epic. Shuawu, it's still a bit off. I need to think it over some more. Di Lu was stunned. Wait, are we really discussing this? It hasn't even been a month since it was released, and you've already innovated something? Is there no room for others? But, this card is indeed still a bit lacking. This month's best should still be mine. Hearthstone Tavern. Ji-Chen saw this substitute block and couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting, mumbling to himself while calling out to Nina, upload my disruption spell. Manager, Nina said earnestly, if you upload disruption spell, I won't say anything, but don't put up spell countermeasures. That card is too underhanded. Nina felt Ji-Chen was setting a bad precedent. To put it simply, battles between Star Warriors were like two people arguing, you insult yours, I insult mine, and the outcome depends entirely on one's grace and literary cultivation. And what happened? Ji-Chen directly pulled out a roll of film and manually sealed the other's mouth. Look, is this something a person would do? Don't underestimate human creativity. Ji-Chen shook his head, placing the computer in front of her. Look, in just over 10 days, someone thought of this step and made it. Although it's a big mix, it's just an experiment. Slowly, it will become more outrageous. I just brought this process forward. You big liar. Did you really upload it? Upload it. Upload it. Upload it. If you're just making this kind of half-finished product, you can't win against me at all. Di Lu regained his composure, his eyes filled with a kingly disdain. Since he was young, his father had told him that he, Di Lu, had the demeanor of an emperor. He had won the monthly best with 4 stars, and 5 stars as well. When it came to 6 stars, he had to win one more before going for 7 stars. Grand Slam, here I come. Di Lu laughed heartily. Suddenly, a message popped up in the lower right corner. The tavern owner you follow has an update. His smile abruptly stopped. What does this mean? No? You're back? No way. His hand trembled, not wanting to press refresh. He felt that at this moment, pressing refresh might be a bad idea. Thinking this, he did just that. It's okay. The tavern owner must have released a strategy guide. Last time his critical hit was also accompanied by a guide. Yes, a guide. Just like that. It's definitely not a new card. Absolutely not. The more he spoke, the more resolute he became. Ding ding. There was another message in the group. Shuawu, as expected of the founder, this card is so strong. It's not just a little stronger than mine, I concede. Long Tian Kai, indeed, this card takes saving to the extreme. Zhou Tian Kai, don't you all realize? This is yet another new method. Shuawu, what method? Zhou Tian Kai, your substitute block is meant to take hits directly. To put it bluntly, it's not much different from just using a protective earth wall technique. In fact, if you replace that substitute with a protective earth wall technique, it would be much more effective than what you have now. But the tavern owner's card is different. It's not just defensive, it also interferes. Zhou Tian Kai, the interference is the key here. Shuawu, yeah, direct interference, I need to think about it. Dila sat in his chair, squirming like a worm, his face turning red from holding back. He wanted to look but didn't want to click. Twisting back and forth in his chair, he finally, bang! He fell off the chair. He gasped, sitting on the ground, gritting his teeth, and after a long while, he finally sighed helplessly, stood up, and opened the forum. He checked out Ji-Chen's card. After glancing at it a few times, he helplessly leaned back in the chair, staring blankly. After a long time, he took out his phone. Hello, Dad. The tavern owner, do you know him? Yeah, right, keep it a secret? Come on, I'm your son. Besides, buying his position isn't that hard. Isn't taunt just combined with public trial? What do you mean by find out for yourself? I just wanted to ask you if it's appropriate for me to go find him and become his apprentice. Follow me? Alright, I'm setting off now. Dila hung up the phone, stood up, packed his things, and prepared to leave. What to do? If you can't beat them, join them. First, let me complain. When will the pig factory cancel the setting of the shadow soldiers lining up? Dreamland 2, Hearthstone 2, got up early this morning, and still can't get in. Card class. Today's topic, health points and holy shield. First, let's talk about the setting of health points. Star thought power, as we all know, is similar to internal energy. When star thought power combines with the human body, it manifests on the surface, referred to as surface star thought power, which can also be called health points. Note that surface star thought power no longer possesses the abilities of star thought power. This is simply a layer similar to a shield. When the body is attacked, the one taking the damage is the surface star thought power, which can be understood as health points. The amount of surface star thought power, health points, is related to the body attribute among the 3 attributes. The body of a shield warrior is higher than that of other professions, so health points will be relatively high. It is worth noting that surface star thought power is different from star thought power. The full name of star thought power is internal star thought power, which is used to drive cards. Now let's discuss the basic logic of the Holy Shield. To talk about Holy Shield, we must first understand the basic structure of shield. The shield attribute is attached to health points. The attribute of shield is a relatively special external circuit of the card, and normal external circuits can be destroyed. For example, the mystery series can also be resolved with brute force. However, the basic structure of shield is based on health points and is one of the few external circuits powered by health points. Based on health points, an effective protective shield is constructed, which continuously consumes its own structure and energy when attacked. This is the shield. There are 2 types of circuits for constructing shields. One is the stability maintaining circuit, which means that even if attacked, as long as the attack's intensity is insufficient, the remaining energy can still be combined to form a shield. The second is the protective circuit. The Holy Shield utilizes the principle of equivalent exchange, sacrificing the stability circuit to create only the protection circuit effect. At the moment of an attack, it quickly gathers all energy through the sensor module for protection. Therefore, it can significantly increase the shield's strength, but it can only withstand 1 hit. Well, that's about it. By the way, I've seen many people asking about other construction card sets. In fact, the groundwork has been laid. The first level energy, second level energy, third level energy, and the corresponding first, second, and third materials were all created for future cards. How to achieve this? I won't tell you. Doghead Team Lin Sanyi was all hanging from the tree. Each person's face bore a hint of relief from having survived a disaster. After obtaining Ji Chen's cards, they felt that nothing in the Yuduan mountain range could stop their existence anymore. However, just a month into their journey, they encountered many strange and bizarre things. This towering giant tree swayed slightly, indicating that something seemed to be moving below. Hey, make way. A woman's voice came from the south of Lin San. Before Lin San could react, he felt a weight on his shoulder. A woman dressed in a form-fitting night outfit stepped on his shoulder, then instantly landed beside him. Sorry, that group of ants down there is too outrageous, I couldn't avoid them. Zhao Miao Miao clasped her hands together, repeatedly apologizing. It's fine, it's no big deal when you're out and about, Lin San replied casually, then became a bit curious. Where are your teammates? Me? Zhao Miao Miao then noticed that 3 people were standing on the branches around them, and she broke into a big smile. Hello, everyone. Hello. Then she answered Lin San's question. I don't have teammates, I'm really weak in close combat, but I love exploring. I don't like mages, and shield warriors are even worse. I can't aim with a bow, so I can only wander around and see. After saying this, she shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Lin San's eyes lit up. He's coming again, Wang Jie whispered to Lin Xinshin and Bai Miaoyin. Isn't that great? Lin Xinshin whispered back. Me? Zhao Miao Miao looked a bit dazed. I just said I can't fight, I can only scout, right? Yeah, I know, it's okay. Well, buddy. Zhao Miao Miao hesitated. Let me be honest, don't get mad, but your team isn't. She didn't continue, but the implication was already clear. How about this, you can try following us first, and then we'll see. Sure, I don't have anything else to do anyway. Zhao Miao Miao shrugged. Army ants, one of the scourges of the Yuduan mountain range. Before the disaster, they were quite terrifying, and after the disaster, their size expanded significantly. When they appeared, it was like the earth shook and the mountain swayed. No normal team dared to provoke them. After the army ants passed, Lin San and the others climbed down from the tree. Let's go, let's head east. Hey, wait, you guys don't have a map? Zhao Miao Miao stopped them. Nope, we did have one before, but that place is sealed now. Then come with me. Zhao Miao Miao sighed. Lin San frowned and rejected her suggestion. Don't blame me for being straightforward, you're alone, and I don't know where you'll take us. I choose the direction I believe in. Miaoyin, please. Bai Miaoyin nodded and released the owl. You guys can't do this. Zhao Miao Miao was not surprised to be rejected. In the wild, who didn't have a few thoughts? If someone really agreed, that would be a genuine fool. She counted on her fingers, whether from a high vantage point or using a mouse to scout. It works for a few clueless 5-star monsters, but for most 5-star monsters, it won't work. If you want to go deeper, you'll suffer a big loss in this regard. Why? Haven't you gone back to school to buy lessons? Well, then again, you're not 5-star yet. Aren't you also not 5-star? That's different. If I want to explore, I need to understand this information in advance. So, let's make a deal. Zhao Miaomio raised a finger. The others looked at her curiously. Since you've made it this far, you should have some confidence in dealing with 5-star monsters. I can tell you first that ahead is the territory of a 5-star white tiger. Once you pass, you will definitely encounter it. But your scouting methods will definitely not work. If you can win, and your scouting methods don't work, you can hire me. How about it? We need to discuss it. Please. Zhao Miaomio shrugged, playing with a dagger in her hand, and stepped aside. The four of them moved to the side and began to murmur among themselves. What do you think? Lin San was eager to try. Wang Jia rolled his eyes. Didn't you already have your eye on her? He knew exactly what this guy was thinking. Forming a team full of flaws sounded easy, but it wasn't that simple in practice. The current state of the team was somewhat complementary. If there was one more person as a scout, Wang Jia wouldn't be opposed. He knew Zhao Miaomio was right. Some things couldn't be discovered by summoned creatures. Otherwise, there wouldn't be roles like adventurers and scouts. Pretty good, Lin Chen Yen said softly. I have no problem. She's straightforward like Xian Xian and should be quite capable. Miaoyin nodded seriously. What does straightforward mean? Lin San asked, puzzled. Calm and strong, that's what the manager told me. Oh, Lin San felt it was strange. Let me introduce, Lin San, this is Wang Jia, our team's field magician, this is Lin Chen Yen, our team's artillery, and this is Bai Miaoyin, our team's support. Lin San extended his hand to Zhao Miaomio. Zhao Miaomio also extended her hand. Zhao Miaomio, professional adventurer. Good, then let's get started. Miaoyin, you try. And Wang Jia, you try too. Okay. The two of them set off with a squeak, heading east. After a while, both shook their heads, saying they hadn't found any targets there. Then let's go and verify. Hey, are you just going like this? Don't you need to prepare a bit? Zhao Miaomio was shocked. Oh, right. Lin San took out 2 cards, materializing a shield and a small hammer. This appearance made Zhao Miaomio doubt whether she had joined the wrong team. However, Lin Chen Yen materialized a rather impressive longbow, which made her feel a bit more at ease. It should be fine, right? That white tiger wouldn't be easy to deal with, she thought to herself. Before long, the 5-person group arrived in the bamboo forest to the east. The bamboo forest was quiet. Even someone with no experience would know that there was likely a problem inside. Its hunting range is very wide. Once you step into its hunting range, you might be hunted by it, but it has only one habitat, and once you enter, it will definitely be a life or death situation. You all need to be prepared, Zhao Miaomio said seriously, positioning everyone in front of her. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, a powerful tiger roar echoed through the sky. Roar! The king of the forest was venting its anger. After the disaster, various animals had mutated. After the herbivores mutated, most of them moved towards a passive defensive direction, with their food still being grass. In contrast, the carnivores evolved towards hunting. Among the same level of mutations, beasts like lions and tigers, which were originally kings of the wild, are undoubtedly the strongest. They are also the easiest to test the quality of a team. Before seeing the tiger, one can hear its roar. Just a moment later, a white tiger with a hanging forehead appeared on a small hillside in the woods. The white tiger was not as large as imagined. In fact, it was smaller than a normal white tiger, roughly the size of a large dog. But no one would underestimate it. Generally, when a beast reaches level 3, it develops in size, continuously absorbing energy and expanding itself. By level 4, it gradually becomes smaller. On one hand, after expansion, it becomes unsuitable to counteract more gravity. On the other hand, it concentrates energy, increasing agility significantly during combat, and its energy output becomes increasingly outrageous. The white tiger scanned the humans that had invaded its territory with its pair of eyes, letting out a low growl of woo-woo. Its body slightly crouched down. On Lin San's side, Bai Miaoyin took out the mind vision as usual and took a look. Wow! Windstorm, type, spell card epic attack, 500 durability, 1 skill, activate energy, summon a windstorm. Description, wind, heed my call. What is that? Lin San didn't turn his head, staring intently at the white tiger. Field magic, it probably evolved the ability to control the wind. We better not let it use it. Zhao Miaomio beside him was dumbfounded. How do you know what skills it has? We can see it, Bai Miaoyin said seriously. Wang Jia beside them twitched the corner of his mouth. This we can see was somewhat exaggerated, but he casually took out a spell counter, and with a ding, a purple orb of light appeared above his head, with a mark on its surface. Zhao Miaomio felt like she hadn't teamed up with anyone for too long. How come she didn't understand any of the cards these people were using? A purple orb of light? What the heck was that? Charge! Lin San growled, brandishing a small hammer and rushing forward. As he charged, a faint blue light glowed on his left arm. Hey, Sun Thief! Zhao Miao asked in a daze, does this person have to trash talk while fighting? Ah, no, the card requires it, Bai Miaoyin explained, then said to Wang Jia, we'll take turns, you trigger first, then I'll use the L to back you up. You need to set up the mystery, we can't let it use field magic. Wait, why are you still discussing this? And how do we stop it from using field magic? Zhao Miao felt a bit lost. The battle wouldn't stop just because she was confused. Seeing a small bipedal creature daring to provoke it, the tiger demon couldn't help but feel anger rising from within, roaring and charging towards Lin San with all its might. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there seemed to be wind swirling around its limbs, moving at incredible speed. Ding! The tiger's claws struck Lin San's shield. It couldn't break the shield. Lin San felt a surge of joy. The next second, the light of the true word shield shone down on Lin San's forehead. As for Lin San's small iron hammer, he swung it into the white tiger's opening with a single blow. Shield, what is that? Zhao Miao was stunned. How did you lose over 2,000 health, only to turn around and regain nearly 10,000? Are we even playing fair? This is too much of a bully. Oh no, bullying the tiger. Its support, the battle began, and the only one left to chat was Wang Jia. Especially after the spell counter mystery appeared, he felt even more relaxed. But shouldn't support help with vigilance around, help prepare the resting environment, help? Zhao Miao listed the normal tasks a support should do. She can do that too. This sentence, she can do that too, left Zhao Miao in silence. Back and forth, the tiger demon was directly pummeled into a daze. It just couldn't speak, but if it could, it would probably be cursing up a storm, playing dirty. In the next moment, a glimmer of cold light appeared on the tiger demon's claws. Be careful, it's using a skill. Zhao Miao shouted urgently. Sacred brew. Suddenly, the card in Bai Miaoyin's hand flashed with blue light. A forced damage appeared above Lin San's head. Ha! That was Zhao Miao. Ow! That was the tiger demon. Both the person and the tiger were momentarily stunned. The difference was that Zhao Miao had Wang Jia to explain it to her, while the tiger demon had Lin Chen Yen to explain it to it. Whoosh! An arrow shot straight towards its head. A terrifyingly high number pierced through one of the tiger demon's eyeballs. The tiger demon let out a howl and staggered back several steps. But Lin San would never give it that chance. As it retreated, he advanced, hammering away at the tiger demon with his small hammer, hitting the injured eyeball, with a resounding clang. Zhao Miao's mouth hung open, momentarily unsure of what to ask. What was that exaggerated arrow? And why did the tiger demon only lose a little health from that hit? Why was this team so outrageous? The tiger demon was being pushed back step by a small hammer. In a fit of rage, it let out a roar, a powerful aura erupting from its body, and Lin San felt a strong wind pushing him back, momentarily blocking his chance to continue attacking. Be careful, it's going to use a skill. Zhao Miao called out again. Ow! Ow! The tiger demon opened its mouth wide and howled at the sky, and in the next second, the wind began to swirl slowly around its head. This skill is very powerful. In this gale, the tiger demon's speed has increased at least threefold, almost reaching the level of teleportation. Before Zhao Miao could finish sharing what she knew, the purple orb above Wang Jia's head shattered. A surge of energy floated towards the tiger demon's head. In an instant, the swirling wind above the tiger demon's head dissipated completely. Ow! Ow! The tiger demon was still howling, but the next second, it sensed something was off. Huh? Where's my wind? Where's that huge gust of wind? Forget it, never mind, let me howl again. Ow! Ow! The wind gathered above its head once more. Hoo hoo hoo! An owl flew to its head and hooted twice. Ha! The wind was gone again. What was going on? The tiger demon panicked. No problem. No problem. Let's try again. Ow! Ow! Whoosh! An arrow shot straight through its head. An absurdly high number floated up from its forehead. Wang Jia silently retracted his spell counter, and casually patted the stunned Zhao Miao. Hey, it's time to collect the corpse. Today's card class revealed some comments, and I saw many people discussing the substitute block made by Shui Wu, Chapter 84. First, let's clarify a concept. The level of a card does not represent its power. A good card does not mean it is worse than an epic card. The concept of epic refers to the internal structure of the card being exceptionally well made, with many functions. Therefore, it is epic level. However, substitute block is not a very good card. It can be compared to disruption spell. The principle of disruption spell is similar to ice barrier, as it wraps an outer layer of sensing structure. However, the sensing structure of disruption spell senses different content. Its focus is on interference. Before discussing interference, we need to introduce another concept, mental control. The classic representatives are Long Xing and Wang Jia. Wang Jia's flaw is that he cannot lock onto enemies, so his spells are all large-scale. Long Xing, on the other hand, is quite the opposite. In this regard, he has honed his skills to a high level. Large-scale spells do not require precise control, so the mental power applied to large-scale spells will be relatively weaker. Small spells require precise control, so the mental power applied to small spells is relatively strong. Interference, the main target of interference, is the precise control placed on small spells. This is the essence of the disruption spell technique. The difficulty of the disruption spell technique lies in the outer layer of the sensing structure. So, why is the disruption spell technique considered superior to the substitute puppet? Because the substitute puppet forcibly inserts something inside, it does not involve interference. It means that when the spell strikes, from a physical standpoint, it directly summons a creature to block in front of itself, thus achieving the goal of evading damage. This form of substitute puppet is far less practical and useful than the ice barrier. That's about it. Today's class is over. Tomorrow we will discuss the controversial topic of immunity. Zhao Miao spoke with a stutter. This is the Tiger King, a 5-star Tiger King. Don't even mention 4-star teams. How many 5-star teams have fallen at its hands? How is it that when it comes to Lin San and the others, they say they were taken out in an instant? That disgustingly extreme control, along with that terrifying explosive output. She couldn't understand, is this really the damage output of a 4-star team? The output is outrageous. The warrior can hold the monster, and all the monster's output methods are countered. Wang Jia counted on his fingers. Do you think a 5-star monster poses any problem for us? Among this group, Wang Jia had the clearest perspective. What was the previous monster fighting mode? The shield warrior would go in front to tank, while a group of people would scramble behind to find positions to deal damage as much as possible. If the monster's aggro changed, they would have to find ways to dodge. But now, there's an additional support role, which is control, keeping the opposing monster firmly under control. The monster's inherent field magic hadn't even been cast yet when it was discovered. Once discovered, it fell silent. Forget about the white tiger, even a tiger god would probably be in trouble. Not to mention Lin Chen Yen's absurdly overwhelming output. This team, to some extent, could really walk all over anything below 6 stars as long as they weren't being mobbed. Since that's the case, I have a good place. Are you going or not? Zhao Miao pondered for 2 seconds and made her suggestion. Where? The staff at the spatial transfer tower looked at the passport in Di Li's hand and asked. What? I mean, where do you want to go? Oh, Starfall City. What do you want to do in Starfall City? This. Di Li stammered. He couldn't just say he was going to learn from someone, right? Actually, it wasn't exactly stealing. He just wanted to build a good relationship with that tavern owner and find out when he planned to release cards, so he could grab a 6-star monthly best during the gap before the release. If you don't say, you won't pass the approval. Why not? Di Li protested. Going to Starfall City isn't like going to Storm Fortress. Why can't I go? If you can't go, you can't go. The staff said expressionlessly. Hearing the argument, another staff member came over, glanced at the passport, then looked at Di Li, suddenly bursting into laughter. Let him through. But, over at Starfall City. It's fine, Di Li, right? Planning to find the tavern owner? How do you know? Di Li was completely stunned. Just check today's trending topics, and you'll know. Alright, hurry up and go. The staff quickly stamped a seal and returned the passport to him. Di Li, somewhat bewildered, took out his phone, scrolled a bit, and as soon as he saw the headline, his face turned red. Who is the real unlucky one under the sudden emergence of the tavern owner? To be honest, ever since the topic of the tavern owner was included in daily cards, its popularity has remained high. I don't know which editor, having read too many melodramatic novels, came up with such a topic. The main content is that the tavern owner issued a total of 4 cards, each one representing the monthly best. During these 4 months, there was one unfortunate soul who came in second 3 times under the tavern owner. This novel angle immediately sparked curiosity. Di Li, without a second thought, turned off his phone. He could already imagine how his friends in the group would tease him. Lowering his head, he put on his sunglasses and zipped his trench coat all the way up, not wanting to be recognized. There are teleportation cards between cities. This kind of teleportation was originally intended for military use. Later, it gradually became commercialized. Most of the time, the experience of teleportation is not pleasant. One moment your eyes are open, the next they are closed, and the world spins around you, as if a giant hand has forcibly shoved you into a toilet. In front of him, there were already quite a few people queuing up, one after another, with a ticket inspector ahead. In front of the ticket inspector, there was a door. There was no need for a card, one could simply step through the door. Dila lowered his head, adjusted his sunglasses, and was just about to pass through the door when he was stopped by the ticket inspector. "Sir, hello, could you please take off your sunglasses and show me your ID?" Dila frowned but obediently removed his sunglasses, revealing his face. "Ah, Mr. Dilo? Yes," Dila replied, feeling a bit uneasy. "Sorry, could you please sign your name for me?" "Ah, a fan? That was no problem." Dila smiled, took out a notebook, and quickly signed his name, handing it over before taking back his ID and putting it in his pocket, heading towards the door. Just as he stepped in, he heard the ticket inspector mumble softly, "Great, the signature of the ultimate unlucky guy, hanging at my door. Maybe the god of wealth will take pity on me and bless me with great fortune." Dila stumbled and fell into the door. The staff looked curiously towards the door, scratching their heads. Did someone just curse? Forget it, it's not like they were cursing at me. He shrugged and continued working. Dila felt like he was about to fall apart. This was his first abnormal entry into a teleportation portal, and the jolt was simply horrifying. After a dizzying spin, he finally saw the light. He lunged forward and exited the door. At the entrance were two iron handrails. Bursting out like that startled the staff. Dila grabbed the handrails, a wave of nausea washing over him, and he reached out with his left hand to grab a plastic bag hanging nearby. Struggling to stand, he ran to the side and vomited. As a 6-star card master, he had his own pride. He would never vomit at the door. Damn teleportation array. Dila slumped in the lounge, rubbing his temples. Almost every teleportation array has such a lounge behind it, and the purpose is simple, not to wait for a plane, but purely to allow those who are dizzy to rest a bit. Once the dizziness subsided, he stood up, looked around, and didn't see anyone paying attention to him, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He set off towards the small town. Before coming, he had already inquired about the location of the tavern owner. In fact, this location was not hard to find, it was just that not many people were looking for it. After all, the tavern owner only made a 4-star card, and most 4-star battles do not have the ability to cross regions. As for the 4-star battles in this region, they had already bought the taunt card. While it was famous, very few genuinely wanted to meet it. Dilo, carrying his suitcase, looked up in surprise at the star card shop with a tavern-style decor. He pushed open the door. A pleasant sound of wind chimes rang out. He scanned the shop and concluded in his mind that this person must really like drinking. "Welcome, how can I help you?" The voice asking the question caught his attention. The gaze shifted with the sound, landing on Nina. "Nina?" He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "What a privilege!" Immediately after, his eyes fell on the man beside Nina. "Oh no! I lost." That profile was comparable to a reader's. The way he stylishly twirled the star engraving pen in his hand. The aura that couldn't be dimmed by the dim light. And that strange street lamp beside him, along with the odd little figure hanging beneath it. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed very mysterious. Dee had never seen anyone who could exude such presence just by sitting there. A formidable opponent. Oh no! He's looking over here. That gaze. Could it be that he sensed the card master aura on me? Ji-Chin was lost in thought about how to recreate some cards when he heard the sound of wind chimes. Turning his head, he saw a man enter. It was fine that he came in to buy cards. Who knew that after Nina said, "Welcome," he would just stand there dumbfounded after saying Nina, with a rather strange expression on his face. What is this person doing? Could he be an idiot? "Sir? Sir?" Nina called out twice more. No response. Ji-Chin, feeling helpless, stood up and said, "This silly. Sir, do you need something?" Dila then came to his senses, as if he had heard something strange, but that wasn't important. He respectfully said loudly, "May I ask if you are still accepting apprentices here?" Hearing this commotion, Ji Fufu immediately sprang out like a monkey. "An apprentice is here? An apprentice is here? Quick, 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 exam." It wasn't that apprentices hadn't come before. However, Ji-Chen had never looked favorably upon those apprentices. Their skills were too poor. He had extremely strict requirements for the basics. He wasn't a teacher who would guide step by step from the fundamentals. What he wanted to teach was thought process, but before that, one had to be familiar with the basic structure, and it was best to have a bit of talent. Unfortunately, none were qualified. Some people's skills were even worse than one of his cards. Thus, he had never had an apprentice. Then, Ji Fufu bought 7 dolls, hanging them in rotation on the street lamp beside the bar as sunny day dolls. It wasn't that he was too busy, he was just a bit bored. "Do you have cards you made yourself?" "Yes." Dilu searched his pockets and took out a card, presenting it with both hands. Ji Chen took it, raising an eyebrow. Explosive Fireball, type, spell card epic attack, 5000 durability, 10 skill, fire domain. After using Explosive Fireball, a fire domain will be formed, increasing the damage of the next Explosive Fireball by 20%. The fire domain can stack, with a maximum of 3 stacks. Description, get fired up. A remarkable card. Ji Chen evaluated it in his heart. Setting aside the fire domain, as a 6-star card, an attack of 5000 speaks volumes. The peak attack of a card is 5000, but not everyone can reach this coefficient. Moreover, this card combines with domain magic, considering the natural environment with the card's external circuit, making it a very thoughtful card. I remember this card, it seems to be the second place in June. He indeed remembered. That's right, this card was pushed to second place right after you released Critical Hit. Dila let out a bitter laugh. Speaking of which, I've been unlucky, 3 times you pushed me down. So, I was wondering if there might be a chance to learn some thought processes from you. Rest assured, I understand the rules of being an apprentice. During this time, all the cards I make will count under your name. Ji Chen was not an arrogant person. He would check the cards on the card forum almost every month. He still had a memory of Dilu. Alright, I accept. As expected of the man I have my eye on. Dila felt a surge of joy in his heart. A serious 4-star card maker wouldn't dare take on a 6-star card maker as an apprentice. Who would have the guts to do that without absolute confidence in themselves? Master. No, don't call me that. You can call me store manager or boss. Then I'll call you boss. Dila still preferred the title of tavern owner. Just in time, I was pondering something. Can you help me think it through? You say. I was wondering, is it possible for a 4-star card maker to use 5-star or 6-star cards? Ha! Dilu was taken aback for a moment. Why are you thinking about this? There are ways, but it's not worth the cost. Setting aside the issue of whether the star mental energy is sufficient to allow a 4-star card maker to smoothly use 5-star or 6-star cards, a stable storage device is needed, which means at least one card must be used to create an external circuit. In this regard, you are the master. But the problem is, once one slot is used, only 3 slots remain, and the slots for 4-star star battles are already insufficient. Isn't that just overkill? The power beyond itself probably won't be used many times. It's quite troublesome. Do you have any recommendations for an external circuit? Ji Chen scratched his chin. If we have to do it, Dila pondered for a moment, then we can only use secondary materials from the wood element. Secondary materials, huh? Yeah, secondary materials from the wood element aren't hard to get. For other elements, you have to go to secret realms to obtain pure ones, but for wood, you just need to find a wood element monster. However, this thing isn't that easy to find. What did you say? A wood element monster? Is that for real? Lin San's eyes widened, shaken by Zhao Miaomiao's news. As a standard connoisseur, she had thoroughly researched which types of materials were the most valuable. Now that Zhao Miaomiao said she had a lead on a wood element monster, that was incredibly valuable. Yes, I can take you there, but I have a request. I want a 1% share. After thinking for a while, Zhao Miaomiao lowered her original request from 30% to 1%, mainly because the cards in this team truly amazed her. Also, I want you to help introduce me to your card maker. She wasn't foolish, she immediately saw the key point. Who made these cards was crucial. 1%? Lin San glanced at his teammates. Bai Miaoyin and Wang Jia were completely indifferent. Lin Xinshin silently nodded at him. This price was already very cheap. Card class. Today, let's talk about immunity effects. I see there's quite a bit of controversy in the previous discussions. To understand immunity, we first need to clarify a concept, the relationship between secondary energy and tertiary energy. Tertiary energy does not refer to star mental energy. Instead, it is a manifestation of star mental energy after it has been converted into substantial energy. This process roughly goes like this. Star mental energy inputs into the card to supply energy, activating the card, and enabling co-energy, referring to the co-energy between star mental energy and the internal structure of the card, converting star mental energy into an energy mode usable by the card, functional modules, the various abilities of the card. At this point, the quality of the star mental energy input becomes crucial. The higher the quality, the stronger the energy convergence of the card, and the higher the damage. For Star Battlemasters, reaching 3 stars is a process of enhancing the energy within themselves. From 4 to 6 stars, it is a process of integrating mental power. Achieving secondary energy where mental power is fully integrated into star mental energy is extremely difficult. Even reaching 7 stars isn't that easy. However, Lin Xinshin is an exception. When she is shooting arrows, she can achieve absolute focus, which relates to her past. The premise of immunity is to use secondary energy to crush tertiary energy. This allows secondary energy to spread out and form a shield that devours tertiary energy. Within the basic structure of the card maker, there is also a structure related to secondary energy. However, it is very difficult to utilize in low-level cards. Zhao Miaomiao fully demonstrated the superb detection skills of a scout to this team. She always managed to pop up from various tricky angles, informing everyone of the monsters ahead. She truly taught Lin San and his group a lesson. The Yuduan mountain range could not be traversed merely with an owl or a scouting mouse, because you never know when a 6-star monster, no bigger than a palm, might emerge from some corner. Zhao Miaomiao always had a magical ability to find these peculiar monsters. Without her presence, as they delved deeper, the Yuduan mountain range would reveal its sharp fangs unique to itself to this team. 2 days passed. Zhao Miaomiao stretched lazily, letting out a breath that perfectly blended with the morning birdsong, her voice merging with the chirping, a long exhale dissipating with the fading birdsong. Bai Miaoying sat by the campfire, looking at her curiously. Your way of relaxing is really interesting. Hey, Zhao Miaomiao chuckled lightly. Usually, in the forest, I don't even dare to breathe, so I take this time to breathe deeply. I'm used to it. You have no idea how lonely it is to walk alone in the woods, worrying about this and that. Few people choose to be scout-type star warriors. These types are lone wolves, entering forests, mapping them, selling maps. It's always a solitary journey, but one cannot avoid sleep. Sleeping at night is nerve-wracking. If something happens, there's not even anyone to back you up. If melee-type star warriors dance on the edge of a knife during battle, then scout-type star warriors have been dancing on the edge of a knife since the moment they entered the forest. Without some way to relieve the pressure, one could go mad. And once mad, it's over. I really envy them. Zhao Miaomiao glanced at the tent nearby where 2 boys were still sleeping. She sat down next to Bai Miaoying. Bai Miaoying took out a piece of bread, spread some sauce on it, and added a slice of meat, handing it to her. Thank you. Zhao Miaomiao took it, happily taking a bite. What a lucky team to have you, you can do everything. Only she could truly appreciate the importance of Bai Miaoying's logistical support. Bai Miaoying shook her head. The real impressive one is the store manager. Without his card, I wouldn't be of much use. Oh, come on, sister, don't be modest. Zhao Miaomiao finished the bread and meat slice in her second bite, gesturing. The timing you gave for that shield isn't something just anyone can pull off. That card should block one attack, right? This type of card really tests the user's judgment. Is Ji Chen's card truly invincible? No, there are many ways to counter it. Just like the Holy Shield, if it were Ren Shin Yen using it, she would probably be completely confused. What is this? It breaks with a touch. For her, stabbing around in a very short time is a required skill. The Holy Shield can only block the first hit. Is it meaningful? Yes. Is it very meaningful? Not really. One thing to understand is that the Holy Shield does not activate instantly. Bai Miaoying needs to confirm that the opponent is using a powerful move, receive the information, take out the card, use the card, and only then does the Holy Shield reach Lin San. This also requires extremely strong predictive ability. Without this ability, the existence of the Holy Shield might be less significant than a stacked armor. Yet she can almost always hit the critical points. The whole team may seem like Lin Xinxin, but in Zhao Miaomiao's eyes, the truly impressive one is Bai Miaoying. Ensuring logistics and protection during critical times practically maximizes the element of survival. If it were just that turret, Zhao Miaomiao wouldn't even propose a 10% condition, or rather, she wouldn't even mention it. What truly gives her confidence is Bai Miaoying. In the wild, output has never been the key, survival is the first priority. It turned out she wasn't mistaken, this old man's barrier was truly eye-opening. Finding a place to sleep used to be quite difficult, but now, as long as she didn't lie in front of the monster beasts, it wasn't much of a problem. Ah, you all are up? Lin Chen stretched lazily, the sunlight illuminating her beautiful figure. Zhao Miaomiao glanced at her, then at Bai Miaoying, and finally looked down at herself, feeling inexplicably a bit sad. Xinshin, come, I have something delicious for you. Bai Miaoying squinted her eyes and handed over a sandwich. Thank you. Xinshin, I haven't asked yet, how did you deal such fierce damage that day? Even if you hit a critical spot, it shouldn't be that high, right? Zhao Miaomiao was a bit curious. That damage of over 100,000 clearly exceeded the 4-star limit. Well, I was lucky and triggered a critical hit. Here, this is what the store manager gave me. Lin Chen handed over a card. Zhao Miaomiao took a look. Ordinary quiver, type, equipment card quality, fine attack, 0 durability, 100 special effect, critical hit description, ordinary arrows lie within an ordinary quiver. Critical hit? Zhao Miaomiao exclaimed, what's your critical hit rate? The store manager said 25. Hiss. Zhao Miaomia gasped, you really are rich. Ah, Lin Chen Yen blinked, pointing at herself, me? You don't know? Zhao Miaomia was stunned. After the critical hit attribute appeared, every card-making shop started replicating it. Equipment with critical hit attributes is very popular. A 5% critical hit rate can sell for double the price, and a 10% critical hit rate is 4 times. If it reaches 15%, it's over 8 times. How much it sells for purely depends on how much can be produced. As for 20 or 25, when I came out, I hadn't heard of anyone being able to replicate that. That's very expensive, right? Ah, but this was a gift. Lin Chen Yen was a bit confused and at a loss. Was it really that valuable? A gift? What equipment did you buy to get this thing? Zhao Miaomiao's eyes were nearly popping out. That weapon isn't too expensive. Bai Miaoying joined the conversation. Basically, it's about the price of a contract team. But the requirements for the weapon are a bit high. By the way, Xinshin, you should try it out when you have time. Lin Xinshin nodded heavily. She indeed needed to give it a try. Oh, you all are up? Wang Jia and Lin San walked out of the tent. Come, have breakfast. Bai Miaoying distributed food as usual. Thank you, as expected of Auntie, the logistics are reliable. Wang Jia clasped his hands together, receiving it with great sincerity. Go away. Bai Miaoying rolled her eyes. In the cheerful atmosphere, the team completed their rest and set off again. Zhao Miaomia led the team to a valley. This was a circular valley, surrounded by mountains, with only one entrance. The entrance was lush and green, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Just as Lin San was about to step forward, Zhao Miaomia stopped him. Wait, it's not time yet. Ah, Zhao Miaomia looked at the sky. Let's wait until the afternoon. In the morning, it's the time for it to spread seeds. Spread seeds? Yes. Zhao Miaomia raised a finger. Regardless of whether it's a monster beast or not, the survival purpose of most plants and animals is reproduction, and the trees in this valley are no exception. Every morning until noon, they will trigger their seeds, which are hard to observe. When gathered together, they turn into something like miasma. These seeds will parasitize on living beings. But for some unknown reason, these seeds don't survive long once they leave this valley. Otherwise, this area would probably be its territory. However, even so, those seeds are very dangerous. The creatures that are parasitized will experience hallucinations, step by step walking into the valley. Inside here, it belongs to its territory. Can we prevent these parasites? Wang Jia raised a question. Normal parasites don't attach to humans, and if we are parasitized, our star consciousness will sense it. But if their numbers increase, it's hard to say. So, I suggest we wait for the miasma to dissipate before going in. Is the entire valley filled with demon beasts? Yes, once you enter, every tree is a demon beast. For a strong team, this area is a treasure. Alright, let's discuss our tactics first. I'll directly use fire-type field magic to set the stage. Wang Jia took out a card. Blazing Fire, type, spell card epic attack, 800 durability, 10 skill, summons a flame within a certain range that continues to burn. The range of the flame is proportional to the invested star consciousness. Description: the fire god paves the way. Fu Gu. Zhao Miaomia murmured. It's indeed a good idea. Lin San, don't rush in, let's sweep through the valley bit by bit from the entrance. Bai Miaoying offered her opinion. Alright, let's do it. Third brother, Lin Xinshin raised her hand. What is it? I want to try facing the damage directly. Lin San knew the attributes of her bow but had never tested it. After hesitating for a moment, Lin San agreed. If the future opponents were all ordinary demon beasts, he would never let Lin Xinshin take that risk. But if there were armor types among the future opponents, especially if that armor was only of the second tier, then it was necessary to practice this immunity well. Good. With a single good, the mist in the valley gradually spread out. Come, Zhao Miaomia called everyone over, hiding on a cliff. This place won't be affected, just watch, it will be very interesting soon. The miasma floated out from the valley, slowly extending outward at a steady pace. Before long, the entire valley and its outskirts were enveloped in a layer of gray miasma. About half an hour later, a family of pink pig demons swayed their way to the valley's entrance. Their noses twitched in the air, seemingly probing for something. The big pig led the little ones into the valley. As soon as they entered, a fierce roar erupted. Just 3 minutes later, it fell silent again. Following that, one after another, demon beasts swayed into the valley. Throughout the morning, only one demon beast ran out from the valley, and as soon as it did, it dashed away with its tail tucked, a leopard-type demon beast. Goodness, if these things come out, the entire Yuduan mountain range would become their home, Lin San exclaimed. Among them, there were not just 4-star demon beasts, but also 5-star and 6-star ones. Only that leopard had escaped. The rest remained in the valley. My suggestion is to stay on the outskirts and kill a few. Don't go too deep. No one knows what exactly is in that valley, Zhao Miaomio said seriously. Alright, let's do that. Lin San was cautious by nature. They patiently waited until the afternoon when the mist cleared. The 5 of them entered the valley from the entrance. Upon entering, they were greeted by 2 trees guarding the entrance, not too tall, about 10 meters high. Wang Jia, give it a try. Got it. Blazing fire. The card in his hand transformed into a faint purple light, and flames ignited. As the flames burned, the 2 trees guarding the entrance also moved. Their roots broke through the ground, frantically slapping at the flames, again and again, the sound of each strike showcasing its extraordinary power. Numbers began to pop up from the trees. Seeing those numbers made Wang Jia frown. Between spells and spells, there is also a relationship of mutual generation and restraint. If you use water-based spells against wood-type monsters, it's like giving them away for free. But using fire-based spells should, in theory, cause more damage than this. Whoosh, an arrow shot through the air, directly embedding itself in a tree. Lin Chen Yen really couldn't figure out where a tree's weak point was. For monster types, the head, heart, eyes, or abdomen would all work. This tree, does it have a healing skill? Looking at the numbers appearing above the tree, Lin San turned to Bai Miaoyin. Bai Miaoyin shook her head. We tested it as soon as we came in. It has no skills. That's a bit strange. Wang Jia frowned even deeper. The level of the flames is very poor. Theoretically, the flames here should burn quickly. There's plenty of fuel. Unless there's a field magic, Zhao Miaomio interjected. It is indeed a bit odd. Let's kill it first. It's a bit troublesome, but the materials from this tree are much more reliable than those from ordinary monsters. Just be careful and don't go too deep. At this moment, they were between the outside and inside of the valley, not too afraid of being pulled in. A tree is still a tree, it can't move. When the flames were extinguished, the lives of the 2 trees also came to an end. I'll go collect the materials, you all keep an eye out. Miaoyin, remember to give me a shield if anything happens. Zhao Miaomio rubbed her hands together. What if I go? Lin San wasn't afraid that Zhao Miaomio would run away, it was just that this valley felt strange everywhere. No, your stealth techniques aren't as good as mine. If you go, it would be too obvious. Zhao Miaomio lightly stepped, and her figure gradually faded. Card class today, the teacher is absent, and everyone is self-studying. What kind of card is this? Lin San asked curiously. This isn't a card. Not a card? Lin San was taken aback. Then what is it? In terms of knowledge, Lin San was quite far behind by Miaoyin and Wang Jia. It's a type of application of star willpower. Just like Xinshin's bow. Different professions have different ways to use star willpower. Your shield can now be used at will, right? For adventurers, the application of star willpower is mainly practiced in concealing their presence. Bai Miaoyin added, Miao Miao's type, with visual illusions, is already quite impressive. I've heard that truly skilled experts can make themselves completely disappear. Wang Jie chimed in, normally, a 4-star can't reach that level. Most can only reduce their presence. Zhao Miaomio lightly stepped, leaving no footprints as she ran to the spot where the 2 trees had fallen in front of the valley. She took out a card and collected both trees. Immediately after, another card appeared in her hand. Miao Miao's detection doll type, spell card epic attack, 0 durability, 8 skill, summons a doll with the same aura as Zhao Miaomio, which can be controlled by Zhao Miaomio during the summoning. Description, it is me, yet not me. A purple light flickered. A person identical to Zhao Miaomio walked out from her side. The same night outfit, the same simplicity, whether it was hairstyle, clothing, or the dagger in hand, everything was identical. Zhao Miaomio took a step back. The clone moved forward. After just a few steps, 2 vine-like things burst out of the ground on either side, attacking her clone. The clone leaped back, escaping the range of the vine's attack. The clone tested the attack range a few more times, then walked a few circles just outside the attack range. At this moment, Zhao Miaomio greeted Lin San and the others. At first, I thought there might be something like a giant monster in this valley. So, I sent a clone to test it out, and it seems like the situation is okay. Zhao Miaomio explained, either we are too small for that giant monster to notice us, or we haven't met the triggering conditions yet. The tree type is the easiest to give birth to giant monsters. I still suggest hunting a few on the outskirts and not going deeper. My flames just now were clearly suppressed. This situation shouldn't normally occur. Just outside the valley, various strange phenomena had already raised everyone's alertness. Zhao Miaomio, with her rich knowledge, was not unfamiliar with giant monsters. Giant monsters represent a special evolutionary direction. Normally, when a monster reaches 3 stars, it undergoes a change in size. From 4 to 6 stars, it actually shrinks, becoming more refined. With each star increase, there is a direction of evolution, either evolving its body or gaining an additional skill. Giant monsters are a relatively special existence among these, they only evolve their bodies. Most of these giant monsters are of the plant type. Once they reach a certain scale, they become extremely troublesome. There are indeed giant monsters that can block out the sun. Even the slightest movement from such a creature can spell disaster. "Let me try," Bai Miaoyin said, taking out a card. The others looked at her in confusion. Bai Miaoyin did not explain, taking a deep breath as the black line on her forehead began to fade. The card in her hand emitted a blue glow, which was soon entwined by a black energy. Following that black energy, with a bang, black smoke emanated from her hand, rushing towards a tree on the left. The black energy directly attached itself to the tree, which quickly withered and disappeared. Bai Miaoyin's expression changed. "Run, run, hurry." "Wah! What happened?" Zhao Miaomiao was stunned. What was that? Instant kill? However, the others still trusted Bai Miaoyin's judgment, and without a word, they immediately retreated from the valley. The moment they exited the valley, it seemed to tremble slightly. "Miaoyin, what's going on?" Lin San asked. "That's not a monster, that's a clone." "Ha! This is my card." Bai Miaoyin took out a card and held it in front of everyone. Dark word pain, type, spell card quality, excellent attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, eliminate a summon of 4 stars or lower. Description, unknown black energy, please heed my call. Hiss. This card is not simple. The existence of summons among low-star card masters is not high. But that doesn't mean these things are easy to kill. A card that can directly annihilate is quite outrageous. Like the previous annihilation, that was targeted specifically at the Shadow Legion, working from the structure of the Shadow Legion. The card master of Shadow Legion and Annihilation is the same person, so he naturally knows where the weaknesses of the Shadow Legion lie. And this dark word pain belongs to the category of universal kills. The difference between these two is not trivial. This card is special, Bai Miaoyin explained, though it seemed like she hadn't explained much. "Ji-chen, do you feel that the energy on your forehead has a life of its own?" Bai Miaoyin, no. "Ji-chen, are you sure?" Bai Miaoyin, yes, it's like a parting gift. "I don't know what this energy is, but I feel it's harmless, I trust it." "Ji-chen, then I have 2 cards for you, you can try using them. Maybe your strange condition will disappear when you use this card." Bai Miaoyin, then. "I'll give it a try." "Ji-chen, good, but this card must be activated with that black energy. This one can be used freely. This one, use with caution." "Forget it, that's not important." Zhao Miaomiao immediately noticed that the other person didn't want to talk and changed the subject. "So, those trees are not independent entities?" This topic instantly drew everyone else's attention back. "Are these the clones of that giant monster? Or something else?" In nature, there is a type of tree with a well-developed root system, embodying the essence of a forest in a single tree. This valley likely has something similar. Then, we might have a chance. Wang Jie scratched his chin. "Let's not be greedy. Just outside the valley, when it attracts the beasts every day, we can snatch 1 or 2. After it finishes eating, we can go gather some 4-star trees, those are good materials." Why are you all looking at me like that?" The others looked at Wang Jie with strange expressions. "Isn't that right?" "Very right." Zhao Miaomiao gave Wang Jie a thumbs up. "Alright, it's settled." On the first day, they easily snatched a dazed fox spirit. Then, the 2 trees outside the valley regenerated. Zhao Miaomiao rubbed her hands in delight. What a sustainable resource. This is a gold mine. On the second day, it was still those 2 trees. On the third day, still the same 2 trees. On the 4th, 5th, and 6th days, no matter what changes occurred inside the valley, they only harvested from the 2 trees at the entrance, maximizing their cautious approach. "Ha!" Zhao Miaomiao let out a breath. "There's a big guy in the valley." Although they were having fun harvesting, the valley's performance over these days indicated that there was something extremely outrageous inside. They didn't know how many trees they had harvested, yet the valley still presented them with 2 trees, as if offering them a gift. But, it's not certain. Attracting so many beasts every day could cause damage. However, once we level up, we can delve deeper to see what's really inside. The giant beasts have treasures on them. Zhao Miaomiao licked her lips. Then we need to reach 7 stars. Lin San glanced at the unprocessed beast corpses in the valley, each one telling them that this valley was not to be trifled with. "Hold tight, let's get to it. It's not easy." Dilu scratched his head in frustration. Ji-chen glanced over. "No need to rush, take your time. The design can be refined later." "Boss, there's a question I've wanted to ask for a long time." "Go ahead. If you create this mystery, what if someone directly targets your card's external circuit?" The card maker profession doesn't just focus on enhancing cards, it also needs to consider practical implications. The existence of mystery is a good idea, but it has a fatal flaw. The opponent might ignore your mystery and directly attack the mystery itself. Add more. Add more mysteries, this is what I'm releasing next month. Ji-chin handed over a card labeled Spell Counter. Dila quickly took it with both hands, glancing at it before getting absorbed. Spell Counter? Yes. What do you understand mystery to be? To resist the opponent's attack? It has to be fully automatic. The latter is the key. Right, but also wrong. The true meaning of mystery lies in distracting the opponent's focus. To counter a spell, you can simply use an ordinary card, even a 1-star spell card, to resolve it. Yet, they expend a lot of effort attacking my card's external circuit. Do you think that's worth it? So, you can't stuff two outrageous structures into the mystery. Dilo pondered. It's hard to say, reality and illusion, illusion and reality, who can say for sure? Dila felt like he was gaining insight, turning a card-making endeavor into a strategic game. Does this mean that in the future, card strategies will feature more exploratory cards? Manager, we're back. The door swung open, and Lin San's slightly excited voice rang out. Ji-chin looked up to see Lin San and his group of 5, looking travel-worn as they approached. It was clear they had just returned from the Yuduan mountain range. Back? How was the harvest? Manager, you better have the money ready. This time, we're going to make a fortune. Oh, then come to the backyard with me. Fufu, come out and see the harvest. Coming. Fufu dropped the game console in her hands and ran out with a tap. Seeing Lin San and the others, she greeted them. It's you guys. You've been gone for several months, and it's almost New Year. Thought we'd gather more before the New Year, earn a bit more. Alright, let's go to the backyard. Once in the backyard, the group took out the material cards they had brought. Wow, that's quite a lot. Ji-chen looked surprised and immediately noticed the green plants. Second-level materials? Good stuff. Ji-chen squatted down and grabbed a vine that still had a bit of vitality, struggling slightly in his hand. Fufu, hurry up and get to work. Nina, transfer 10,000 to them first. Pay first, anything extra will count towards the next batch of materials, and if it's less, I'll make it up to you once I finish counting. Oh, right, Wang Jia, come by in 3 days. Me? Okay. Boss, this bow. Lin Chen took out her longbow, a bit shy, and handed it over. It's worn out a bit quickly. Ji-chen took a look. The flames on the longbow were still there, but the bow itself had some damaged spots. These were areas Lin Chen couldn't repair herself. She was a hunter who took great care of her bow and had her own methods for maintenance. But the longbow lost a lot of durability every time it used immunity. It was still holding up now, entirely because she had maintained it well. Alright, just leave it. I'll get you a new one later. After a brief handover, Fufu pouted and started working. Ji-chen couldn't wait for Fufu to finish her tasks and picked out a few suitable materials himself. He got started. By the way, Dilu, can you help me make a card? I can't do it yet. Sure, you say. Dila set down the materials in his hands. Composite spell card, water and wind. What kind of effect do you want it to achieve? Freeze, area attack, multi-layered attack. You draw the design first, and once it's done, we can discuss it. Alright, Dila cheerfully began to sketch. Card makers not only need ideas but also have to be good at drawing, which is quite important. The main reason Dila traveled all the way to Starfall City was that Ji-chen was somewhat extraordinary. He wasn't just a genius with active thinking, there are many of those. Ji-chen's drawing skills were as beautiful as a painting, in addition to his lively thoughts. If they could communicate well, it would naturally lead to improvement. Ji-chen casually sketched a design, set it aside, and prepared to start making the card. So fast? Dila was startled. It had only been about 5 minutes, and a design was already done. Oh, a 1-star card isn't too complicated. Dila picked up the drawing and took a look, just one glance, and he clearly understood what the card was for. That was quite impressive. Interpreting a drawing requires following the card maker's thought process, checking the layout step by step to figure out the final function. Some card makers' drawings look like a mess, but Ji-chen's drawing was clear, comfortable, and efficient. This was Dili's evaluation of him. Another energy circuit? Card making class. Why do you think it's an overload? I've hinted so clearly. With both wood elements and magic crystals. Cough, before the class starts, let's assign some homework. Just to clarify, this is definitely not me thinking too hard and copying from the comments section. Question: what mode is better for a team of 8 to 10 people to compete? Give an example. Venue, forest. Competition rules: 3 flag capture points are set up in the forest. At point A and point B, after capturing the flag and moving to the safe zone, 2 points are awarded. At point C, after capturing the flag, one must stay in place for an hour to earn 3 points. Note, any point can have some obstacles set up. Winning condition, the one with the highest score wins. Alright, let's officially start the class. Today's class, do we still need to talk about this? Isn't this an easy question? Activate it? Construct a mana crystal externally, what's unclear about that? Whether it's difficult or not, that's the card maker's business. If there's anything you don't understand, leave a message here, and I'll answer it all together tomorrow. This card, Dila scratched his chin, can be used to break spell counter, right? Correct. But using second level materials is too wasteful. We could consider using mixed materials instead. At this point, Dila paused. Boss, aren't you angry? Ji-chin was taken aback. Angry about what? I'm thinking of ways to break your secrets. Ji-chin laughed, shook his head, put down the picture in his hand, and picked up a blank card. What's there to be angry about? Once the card is made, isn't it meant to be cracked? This is just the beginning. He had experienced too many card versions in his past life. From the initial fast attack, to the universe, generation after generation, which era didn't involve pulling out a set of cards while the opponent tried every means to find and cover the flaws? If one gets angry because a card was broken, that would be ridiculous. No wonder you're the store manager. Dila sighed, realizing that only with such a mindset could one focus entirely on perfecting the cards. He knew that many card makers just rested on their laurels, and whenever a card posed a threat to their own, they would lash out. The gap is too big. On West Street, Team Lin San first returned home to rest, then gathered for a meal. Meow meow, why didn't you ask the store manager earlier if there were any cards you wanted? Bai Miaoying curiously asked Zhao Miao Miao. Zhao Miao Miao had been eager to communicate with Ji Chen, but when it came to it, she fell silent. Tomorrow, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Zhao Miao Miao felt embarrassed to say that she had just returned, dirty all over, and didn't feel like discussing matters. The dining place was the bar where Wang Jia had previously stayed. There weren't many people there now, and Wang Jia skillfully called for the dishes. He was quite looking forward to what cards the store manager would give him tomorrow. Let's first talk about Miao Miao's situation. Miao Miao, what do you think of our team? Zhao Miao Miao nodded. We are indeed strong, but I feel like I don't have much of a role. To be honest, I can only scout. I don't contribute much in battle. I've been in teams before. At first, it was fine, but later on, I felt like a burden. It's okay, the store manager can handle it. Lin San always had an inexplicable confidence in the store manager. Well, alright then. Zhao Miao Miao shrugged. I don't mind, as long as you all don't dislike me. Then it's settled. Lin San said excitedly. Now for the second topic, are we going out before the new year? I don't think we'll go out. Bai Miaoyin hesitated. There are only about 10 days until the new year. It's been a long time since we went out, and most people are back now. I think so too, then let's settle on that. After deciding not to go out before the new year, everyone visibly relaxed a bit, but Lin Chen seemed lost in thought. I wonder when that secret realm will open. I'm really looking forward to it. At the dining table, a new round of casual chatting began. After the meal, everyone returned home. Lin Chen came out of the restaurant, walking on the street, unsure of where to go. She felt a bit bored. Xin. Bai Miaoying caught up from behind. What's up? Do you want to spend the new year with me this year? I don't plan to go back to Stormwind City. It's too far. I plan to stay in Starfall City, and I'm the only one at home there. Will you come and keep me company? Bai Miaoying blinked her eyes, looking pitiful. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment. Alright, come keep me company. Bai Miaoying didn't care whether she was refused or not, grabbing her hand and walking away. Hey. Ji Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit of a headache. What's wrong? Ji Fufu poked her head out. Suddenly realizing that handling materials was quite good, she could even snack on some occasionally. It's a bit troublesome. If I want to make 2 magic crystals, the 4-star card won't hold. If it won't hold, then upgrade to 5 stars, Nina chimed in. That makes sense. Ji Chen scratched his chin, turned around, and walked into the studio. About 10 minutes later, he came back. Nina and Ji Fufu? The 2 girls felt the surging aura around Ji Chen. It was unique, a temporary instability after a breakthrough. This phenomenon could last from half a day to about 10 days, depending on the level of the breakthrough. However, the next second, Ji Chen's turbulent star power returned to normal levels. Wait, are you this reckless? Nina and Fufu were stunned. This was really not following the basic rules. Suddenly breaking through was one thing, but controlling the surging star power in just a second? You came out just to show off, right? How is it reckless? Ji Chen was about to count on his fingers when Ji Fufu stopped him. Stop. Master G, don't recite it anymore, just stop. Alright then, I was thinking of compressing it a bit more, to see if I could trigger some secondary energy with my star power. It turns out the difficulty is still quite high. Let's just upgrade the level first. If you go out like this, you'll get roasted. Nina couldn't help but comment. Ji Chen's promotion speed was much faster than that of a normal card maker, the most direct reason being the room full of card maker apprentices. Every card, although processed by them, actually consumed star power that was all his own work. A proper card maker would be impressive if they made 2 cards a day. He, on the other hand, was making them by the hundreds. Naturally, his promotion speed was fast. Are you drawing the card you want to draw? Nina curiously leaned over. No, I'm reworking the card maker apprentices, for before wasn't enough. 5 can actually achieve assembly line work. It turned out that 5 worked quite well. You still want to squeeze them? Ji Fufu said leisurely, holding a doll that appeared in her hand at some point. It seemed that if Ji Chen didn't give an explanation, she would just hang the doll on the streetlight by the bar. It's not squeezing, it was too tiring before, now I'm just doing some simple tasks. Ji Chen thought for a moment and felt it wasn't too difficult. The key was that if every process was simplified, their working hours could be extended, maybe even up to 18 hours. Really? Fufu felt things weren't that simple. You'll know when the time comes. Ji Chen felt a bit guilty. Boss, come take a look at this picture, is it suitable? Dila took out the first version of Blizzard and handed it over. Ji Chen took it, glanced at it, and he couldn't tell right away, it needed some time to study. Wang Jia called out, today, Lin Shin Yen and Zhao Miaomio had both come. Here, for you. Ji Chen placed 3 cards on the bar. Blizzard type, spell card quality, excellent attack, 2500 durability, 10 skill, summons a blizzard, dealing continuous damage to enemies within range, slowing their speed. Staying in the blizzard for more than 5 seconds will freeze them. Introduction, under the wind and snow, all are ants. Wang Jie glanced at Blizzard, then looked at Ji Chen, manager, this, 6 stars? I can't use it. This card, a standard field magic, has a large scale range, and it's his favorite type. But the problem is, he can't use it. Don't worry, look at these 2 cards. Activate type, spell card normal attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, gain a mana crystal, which disappears after using a card. Introduction, perhaps you can call me by another name, Coin? Nourish type, spell card excellent attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, gain 2 sturdy wood type crystals. Introduction, growth, life, happiness, we are all friends, wow. These 2 cards can temporarily give you a 6-star output channel, but remember not to use fire type. This wood type has strong inclusivity, but it can't withstand flames. Because of your characteristics, this card can actually be used as a trump card. Compared to the soft attack power of other level cards, this Blizzard is strong in control and output. Normally, a 4-star card master wouldn't think of using a 6-star card. Even if they could barely use it, after using one, they would be completely drained. What's the use of that? But for Wang Jia, this is not a problem at all. You'd better try how much mana this thing can consume before considering how to use it. Forget it, you Star Warriors know this better than I do. I won't say more. Lin Chen Yen, it's your turn. Wang Jia took the card aside to admire it. Lin Chen Yen hurriedly stepped forward. Here, this is your bow. The strength of the 4-star card isn't high enough. The second level energy can't handle it. There's no good solution for now. I've swapped it for a 5-star base. Don't worry, it can still be used as a 4-star. I left a bit of redundancy, who knows, there might be a surprise. And this, if it breaks down temporarily, you can use this. Ji Chen placed 2 cards down. Besides the original Gladiator Longbow, there was another card. Temporary Repairman type, summon card normal attack, 0 health, 10 skill, repair, fix the Gladiator Longbow. Introduction, Temporary Worker. Come at me. Thank you, store manager. Lin Chen Yen's face lit up with joy. You're welcome, I'm getting paid anyway. I'll send the bill to that kid Lin San later. Next, Ji Chen called out. Zhao Miaomio timidly walked over, imitating everyone else, and called out store manager. Oh, a newcomer, tell me, what are your flaws? Ha? Zhao Miaomio was stunned. Ha? Lin San didn't tell you? He wants to form a team full of flaws. Ji Chen counted on his fingers, a warrior who can't hold monsters, a mage who can't lock onto enemies, a priest who dares not lock onto enemies, and an archer who only stands still to output. What about you? What are you? Zhao Miaomio's mouth twitched. She understood why Lin San was so confident. It turned out they were all like that. She felt like she had boarded a pirate ship. But she wasn't so embarrassed anymore. I'm afraid to fight monsters. Zhao Miaomio raised her head and puffed out her chest. Oh, a timid warrior lizard, why are you so proud? Ji Chen couldn't understand this girl's thought process. How am I timid? Also, I'm not a lizard. Assassin, timid warrior, right? Ji Chen pondered for a moment, then be a support. Support? Zhao Miao frowned. Don't like it? I don't like it. Besides, isn't there already Miaolin in the team? Aren't we repeating ourselves? My support is different. For an assassin, let me get you some life-saving stuff. I'll think it over and get it to you after the new year. That works. Then it's settled. The following days were just waiting for the holiday. The card-making shops on the streets gradually closed their doors. Ji Chen tidied up and planned to close up as well. Store manager, are you participating in this year's fireworks show? Fireworks show? Ji Chen was taken aback. Ha, you don't know? Nina, licking a lollipop nearby, looked curious. No, why did you come along? Aren't you supposed to be doing your own thing? Ji Chen was dumbfounded. Having a Fu by his side was one thing. Dila had said that going back for the new year was too troublesome, and he was worried about traffic jams, even though he didn't quite understand what could cause a jam with a teleportation portal. But since they had said so, it was just a matter of adding one more pair of chopsticks. Why was a Nina clone following him? I want to stay by your side to protect you, Nina said with righteous conviction. Ji Chen. Wow, it's so lively with so many people. Alright, let's go. Nina, lock the door. Okay. Nina snapped her fingers, and the tavern door automatically locked. Manager, are we going to the fireworks show? What's that? It's an event that every city has. The requirement to participate is to create a grand fireworks display using cards. You need at least a 3-star card to join, and you can only use 3-star cards. Attack-type circuits are not allowed. Dilu was well aware of these things. Last year, I got 3rd place in the fireworks show. Only 3rd place? Ji Fufu pouted. What's wrong with 3rd place? You don't know how high the competition is, do you? The fireworks show even attracts 9-star card makers from the city. It's a grand event. You have to pass very strict evaluations. He's right, getting 3rd place is already impressive, Nina chimed in, also encouraging Ji Chen. So, what do you think? Do you want to participate? I have an insider channel. Dilu was stunned. Wait, isn't it supposed to go through judges and be filtered layer by layer before it can be officially displayed? The fireworks show, as it was called, actually only took place between 8 and 12 at night. Moreover, each firework had a limited duration. Generally, it was between 2 to 10 minutes, meaning that only about 100 fireworks could be selected to bloom in the sky that night, and the number of participants often exceeded 5 or even 6 digits. Nina's casual remark of "I have an insider channel" shattered a lot of Li's gentleness. Oh, I'm a privileged dog, Nina said, tilting her little head proudly. Yes, a privileged dog. Fufu echoed proudly. Amid the noisy chatter, the group headed towards the office. For some reason, Ji Chen felt a hint of anticipation for the upcoming new year. Card class. I wonder what class we have today. Then, self-study it is. You're back. Zhao Mian watched his granddaughter bounce home and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. An explorer, this profession sounds nice, but the mortality rate is second only to assassins. Every time he went out, he was on edge. Oh, Grandpa, do you know the tavern owner? The tavern owner? Zhao Mian was taken aback for a moment before realizing, you mean Ji Chen? Ah, right. Zhao Miao recounted the events of the past few months. Zhao Mian squinted slightly. Disturbance spell? Spell countermeasure? Wait a minute. During these past few months, he had been busy with matters regarding the secret realm. The original plan was to build a suitable secret realm within 1 to 2 years. However, after on-site data assessment, he found that this secret realm could only accommodate a team of 8 to 10 people at most. If there were more, the secret realm would become unstable. This was quite a strange situation, indicating that the secret realm was on the verge of collapse. Therefore, time was of the essence. He needed to make some modifications to the surroundings of the secret realm in a short period. The purpose of the modifications was to prevent the Falling Star Society from causing trouble. He opened his computer and quickly pulled up Disturbance Spell and Ice Barrier. After looking for a while, he came across a report on daily cards. That's also a method to interfere using such means? Although it's a bit unethical, it seems quite useful. Zhao Mian pondered for a moment and understood the core of this mystery. Miao, what is it? Are you interested in going to the secret realm? The secret realm? Of course I'm interested. After the new year, there will be a selection. You can discuss it with your team. This time, only one team is allowed to enter the secret realm. There are dangers, but if you get in, you could probably make a fortune. Think about it? No need to think. I'm going. Zhao Miao waved her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her granddaughter Zhao Mian understood. Since she was little, she had loved collecting all sorts of strange things. Where are the most strange things? It must be the secret realm. Then you. We'll talk about it after the new year. Grandpa, aren't you going to participate in this year's fireworks show? Fireworks show? Zhao Mian paused for a moment, chuckled lightly, and realized she had forgotten about it. Then let's spend a day preparing. Star Association branch in the small town, there are really a lot of people. Dila looked at the long line ahead and couldn't help but sigh. Every year at this time, many people would pass through the small town back to Starfall City. This long line formed naturally. Come on, follow me. Nina waved her hands in the air, and flames followed her hands, parting the air, revealing a light gate in front of everyone. She stepped in first. Let's go. Ji Chen followed. Come on, come on. Ji Fufu skipped along happily, following behind. The close-range teleportation didn't have that dizzying feeling. With a blink of an eye, they arrived at the center of Starfall City. After leaving the Star Association, Nina seemed to be even more spirited. Dila curiously looked around Starfall City, glancing at the giant Star Association branch in the city center, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. I really wonder how this thing is made. I hope one day I can create a card like this. Don't even think about it. This type of card was made by more than 39 star card makers working together. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a super-class card. Nina was not optimistic about Dili's dream. Let's go home first. It's been a while since it was cleaned. If it's too dirty, we can hire someone to help. Ji Chen was a practical person. He was only a 5-star now, so it was still early for him. He couldn't even understand the Fufu beside him who just wanted to eat. It's the new year, after all, cleaning is normal. Brother, I'm hungry. Ji Fufu blinked her eyes. Then let's go eat. Eat monster meat. Eat, eat, eat. Don't you eat every day outside? It's different, the food in Starfall City is better. Brother, let's go eat hot pot. The streets of Starfall City were bustling with activity, with people coming and going. There were also many people in combat gear strolling through the food street with their families. A big man had a little girl sitting on his shoulder, and the girl was laughing happily, pointing here and there, asking her father to buy her something to eat. Ji Fufu looked at the things the little girl had and felt a bit envious. She glanced at the big man and then at Ji Chen, feeling a bit eager. Don't even think about it. I haven't even said anything. Just looking at your eyes, I know it's not a good thing. Although Ji Chen didn't know what Fufu was thinking, this kind of hesitation was probably on the same level as wanting to ride on his neck and do her business. I just want something delicious. That meat skewer looks good. The aroma had already wafted over. Dilu was fine, but Nina was stunned. Why does it smell so good? Ha? You don't know? Ji Fufu seemed to discover something new. Aren't you a privileged dog? How would I know? I was just born when he was selected. I have nothing but common sense. Why does the meat here smell so good? Come on, I know which place is good. When Nina took a bite of the grilled meat, the fat and aroma burst in her mouth, and her eyes widened in surprise. She felt that the guys selling food on the west street of the town should be hanged and beaten. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. One piece after another, unable to stop. While gnawing, she asked, for the gods? I don't know. Ji Chen enjoyed taking a bite, feeling quite comfortable. In fact, he didn't understand why it wasn't difficult to enter Xinglua City, yet no merchants came out to operate. Oh, I know this. Dilu was eating silently. There are regulations that residents inside Xinglua City cannot operate outside. The shops in the suburbs are all run by people sent by the Star Association, and the cooks don't really care. Hey, Ji Fufu nudged Nina with her shoulder. Later, can you help me out? The food here is so good. No. My privilege can only be reflected on him. Stop eating. One more bite. It's not like I'm not helping. It's not my fault. No, there's hot pot too. Don't you eat spicy? Eat, eat, eat. When Ji Chen stood at the door of his shop again, he felt a bit emotional. Originally at the end of the street, plus not opening for a long time, the entrance had gathered a layer of dust, and he didn't know which heartless person had thrown garbage at his door. Dila looked at the tavern-style shop and silently made a decision. Next time he came, he must bring a good bottle of wine for the owner. The crisp sound of wind chimes still rang. Back then, Ji Chen had spent a lot of money to buy this wind chime. Expensive as it was, the quality was still quite sturdy. After a few months away, the internal structure was still the same, just covered in dust, with a slight musty smell. I'll go call the cleaning staff. Ji Chen glanced around and knew this was a big project. No need, I'll do it. Nina supported her waist, her big belly making her a bit out of breath. Is this also a privilege? Dila felt a bit off. Ha? Ji Fufu didn't quite understand. In the city, considering employment issues, things like cleaning cannot use life system cards. If caught using them secretly, you'll be fined, and the fine is enough to hire 100 cleaners. Dila felt a bit pained saying this. Nina supported her waist, let out a big burp, and snapped her fingers along with it. A little starlight appeared in the air, swirling around her fingertips, gradually expanding into a glowing ring, sparkling with starlight, scattering over the surrounding furniture. The air in the tavern felt refreshed. The whole tavern looked as if it had just been renovated. Brother, let's go to the amusement park. One Fufu, seeing that there was no need to clean the room, brightened up, wanting to switch to play mode. Okay, let's go. But if we go today, we won't go tomorrow. During the new year, we have to buy some things to use at home, like snacks and food for the new year. And a telescope. Dilu added, seeing that everyone looked a bit confused. Don't you watch the fireworks show? That day there were too many people in the city center. It's best to find a nearby high mountain, bring a telescope, and if we can eat while watching from the mountain, that would be even better. Good. Ji-chan clapped his hands. Then it's decided. We'll eat on the nearby mountain. Nina raised her hand. I know a place where we can see. Great, still a privilege. Duan Mountain Range. Ren Shin Yen held a dagger, her expression serious as she looked at the bear in front of her. This was a 5-star bear demon. Her task was to hunt this bear demon under the condition of 1. This was a demon beast on the same level as the white tiger. If that day, the white tiger unleashed its domain magic, then Lin San's team would find it quite tricky. And now, Ren Shin Yen had no helpers, just herself. The bear demon's nose twitched in the air a couple of times. It did not take any defensive posture against Ren Shin Yen, standing upright, its intelligence not low. It did not feel threatened by the two-legged sheep in front of it. It believed there was an ambush nearby. With this understanding, it deliberately exposed its weak belly to her, as if waiting for her to take the bait. As long as she entered its attack range, the problem would naturally be resolved. Underestimated, Ren Shin Yen muttered to herself. She tightened her grip on the dagger and launched the first charge at the bear demon. Just as she was about to enter the bear demon's attack range, she suddenly stopped. Her steps quickened and slowed, beginning to circle around the bear demon. Gradually, a second Ren Shin Yen floated out from her body. Then a third, a fourth. With bent limbs, one of the signature techniques of the 9-star assassin Luo Yunshang, using the speed of her steps to create afterimages to confuse the opponent. Technical reference, Hunter x Hunter Zoldyck family. Think about what your body can achieve. A 20% acceleration card can be done with a bit of training. Developing one's own body is what an assassin should do. As for the cards, that's the card maker's job. The phantoms appearing before it puzzled the bear demon. But 9 two-legged sheep would be enough to eat. The bear demon extended a claw and reached for one of the Rinzuanians. One must have a basic judgment of the enemy. If the enemy dies after being hit twice, don't let it touch you even once. And what about an enemy that dies after being hit once? Run, are you stupid? 2 hits. No, perhaps just 1, it was merely a casual swipe. The claw struck one Ren Shin Yen, swinging at nothing in the air. The real Ren Shin Yen had already reached behind the bear demon. 1 stab, 2 stabs. Critical hit, at any moment, always leave some strength in reserve, even if you have teammates. In the next second, the bear demon turned around in a strange posture and swiped at Ren Shin Yen again. Ren Shin Yen calmly stepped back, exiting the bear demon's attack range. Just when she thought she had escaped the attack range, a sudden blow appeared on the bear demon's claw. Be aware that some old coins hide skills, whether they belong to beasts or humans. Extended attack? A thought flashed through Ren Shin Yen's mind. The remaining strength was enough for her to take another step back. She could make it. Just as she was about to retreat, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged in her heart. No, that's not right. She twisted her body and rolled to the side. At the moment she rolled, a spike of earth suddenly shot up behind her. If she had retreated just now, it would have been a perfect bite for the bear. But when you're unsure of where the attack will come from, trust your instincts. What if your instincts are wrong? If your instincts lead you to death, then it means you really should die. Earth control? Whether in battle or a fight, the first element is to gather intelligence. If you have no information, rushing in blindly will get you killed the fastest. Ideally, you should gather intelligence from outside the field. If that's not possible, collect it during the fight, testing the waters without revealing too much of your own strength, and gather as much information about the opponent as possible. Ren Shin Yen brandished her dagger and moved forward again. The bear demon showed no signs of anger, as if the previous 2 stabs hadn't even touched it. Does it have a way to recover? Watching Ren Shin Yen attack like a butterfly in the arena, Luo Yunshang nodded. Not bad, with a bit more training, she might awaken soon. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. At that moment, her pocket rang with a bell. She took out a card, glanced at it, and gently pinched it with her fingers, causing a faint purple light to flicker. Before her appeared Zhao Mian's slightly aged face. President? What's wrong? Oh, nothing, just wanted you to bring that little friend back. After the new year, there's a secret realm that's just right for young people to explore. Is that all? Luo Yunshan was somewhat taken aback, then decisively refused. No need, President. Isn't it better to stay under my command than to go to some secret realm? Ahem. Zhao Mian cleared his throat twice. That secret realm is quite special, and Starfall City also needs people. What class is there in the card game mini class during the National Day? A break. Everyone take a break. Go play. Yesterday, I took the last day to attend the legend class, hee. That was organized by the Falling Star Society. When will the selection start? After the new year. You haven't been back for many years. Alright, I'm hanging up. After the new year, I'll have Xian go for a visit. Just in time, I also want to meet that card maker. After saying that, Luo Yunshan directly hung up the phone. The call ended here. Ren Xuan's battle was just beginning. With her limbs twisted, she circled around the bear demon 7 times. When a tactic is effective, don't think about changing it, unless your opponent is human. The bear demon swiped at her with a paw. This was a technique. It seemed like 7 figures were circling the bear demon together. In reality, the clones were placed relatively close to the bear demon. This way, it would likely target the object that was closer. Sure enough, it struck at the clone in front, while Ren Xuan's real body was already behind it. With a swift motion, she thrust her dagger forward. At the moment the bear demon attacked, 2 damage numbers popped up over its head. Strike, withdraw, retreat. The bear demon's paw shattered the clone, but it did not stop there. Instead, it turned around and lunged at her. Attack speed must be fast, finish the hit, and immediately withdraw. How fast? Fast enough that when you strike face to face, you finish your attack and retreat, just as their attack is about to land. The bear's paw brushed past her nose, and she felt the rush of wind, cold sweat beating on her forehead. Did she come up with a solution after just one attempt? With 2 attacks, she had dealt nearly 100,000 damage to this bear demon. But with just the second attack, it had found a way to counter her. Would she succeed next time? Pondering this, she leaped back, widening the range of her attack. The bear demon seemed to be enraged by her, no longer intending to play with her. It let out a roar, no longer standing upright, but dropped to all fours, a yellowish light surging from its limbs towards the ground. Ren Shin Yen watched it warily. At this moment, she missed her companion meowing immensely. If she were here, she would have known the bear demon's secrets before the fight even began. Alone, she had to test things out slowly. Shaking her head, she pushed aside the strange thoughts. Focus on the battle. Seriously, Ren Shin Yen. After waiting for a while, she didn't notice anything unusual. This was very unusual. Energy was dissipating? The bear demon roared and charged at her. Its speed was not fast. However, she only needed to dodge to the side, and she could stab 3 times with her dagger. No, maybe just 2, saving some strength to evade. In an instant, Ren Shin Yen was mentally prepared. However, when the bear demon appeared before her, its attack trajectory bizarrely followed her retreating direction. She was startled. With a bend at the waist, she narrowly avoided the attack. To the left. The dagger in her hand did not pause but aimed to strike again. She stepped out with her right foot, stabilizing her body. Ha! She hit it, but it seemed to make a dodging motion? Was that the skill from earlier? A hit and a quick dodge. Could it predict her movement? While attacking, she made a judgment. Based on what? The yellowish light, earth element. She glanced down at the ground. If an assassin can't even analyze skills, then there's no need for her to be alive. In that case, she forcefully stomped on the ground to her left while planning to move to the right. Sure enough, the bear demon charged to the right the next second. Can I determine which way to go by the weight of my footsteps? Ren Shin Yen sneered inwardly. That wouldn't do. Controlling one's steps is a fundamental lesson for every assassin. Another strike, roar. The bear demon let out a furious roar, and a yellowish light burst forth from its body once more. And this time, damn it, Ren Shin Yen wanted to curse. So I hit once, and you roar, and it's almost full? What could she do? Just grind it out. One strike, another strike. She gradually felt her stamina depleting rapidly. The bear demon wasn't a fool. Knowing she could evade its detection with special footwork, it no longer cared. It remained in a defensive posture, only swiping at her when she approached, showing no urgency. It appeared patient, as if it understood that this bipedal creature wanted to kill it. Who is the hunter and who is the prey was still up for debate. It was waiting for the moment Ren Shin Yen showed signs of fatigue. She dodged another claw strike, but her spirit was already somewhat weary. In the next second, a small bump suddenly rose where she was about to land, small enough to cause her to twist her ankle. As she stepped down, she lost her balance. Roar! The bear demon's eyes glinted with ferocity as it charged at Ren Shin Yen, the yellowish light enveloping its entire body, its speed now more than 3 times faster than before. There was no time. Ren Shin Yen extended her left hand, tapping the pocket on her right arm, as the claw swooped toward her. Just as the claw was about to hit her, she vanished. Shadow step. A few meters away, her figure suddenly appeared, crashing to the ground. Roar! Another furious roar, the bear demon rushed over with lightning speed. The distance of a meter was covered in an instant. At the same time, sturdy walls rose behind her, to her left, and to her right. The killing move had arrived. The escape route was completely cut off. She took a deep breath, gripping the dagger tightly in her hand. With force, she stabbed toward the wall. The claw was closer. 1 meter, half a meter. 30 centimeters, the muscles in her right arm bulged. Ha! She let out a light breath, using the wall to leap high. The bear's claw swiped through the air. The bear's head looked up. There was Ren Shin Yen, leaning against the wall, the dagger embedded deep within it. At that moment, she had 2 choices. First, use the 3 walls to jump out. Second, adjust her position and dive down. When in a desperate situation, don't think about gains or losses, just strike hard. The brave live, the cowardly die, this is an unchanging truth. Moreover, you might see some different scenery. Brave? Ren Shin Yen was unsure of her choice. All she knew was that the wall she was leaning against was summoned by this bear. If she didn't act, she would die. She suddenly yanked out the dagger, pushed off with her foot, and landed on the bear demon's head. The dagger quickly stabbed toward its forehead. The bear demon desperately shook its head, and Ren Shin Yen used the momentum to fly toward the wall. Just as she intended to use the force, spikes suddenly emerged from all around the walls. Oh no! Her mental focus sharpened to the extreme. The spikes didn't necessarily mean she would be pierced. As long as she found a gap or simply stepped to the side, she just needed to concentrate. Her eyes shone with an eerie brightness. She needed to see that one glimmer of hope. It felt as if the speed of the entire world had slowed down. She saw it. It wasn't spikes in the physical sense. She perceived the flow of energy within the wall. To the left. She lightly nudged her foot to the side, leaned back, and lunged toward the bear demon. The bear demon stood upright, seemingly waiting for this moment. It opened its massive mouth, its hands reaching for her face. She saw it. The left claw was filled with energy, while the right claw was a feint. Ren Shin Yen darted to the right. A flurry of 4 strikes, like a storm, aimed at its claw. The attack without energy supply couldn't inflict much damage on her. Instead, it gave her a surge of force to push back. If she could win, she felt a surge of joy. Just as she was about to fly backward, trying to adjust her position, she was horrified to discover that her body wouldn't move. Behind her was the spiked earthen wall. What should she do? Why couldn't she move? Why? Move. Just as she was about to crash into the wall, Luo Yunsheng suddenly appeared behind her and caught her in her arms, clicking her tongue. I told you not to exhaust your energy. Look, you've only just grasped a bit and you've already drained yourself dry. Master, behind you. Ren Shin Yen looked at Luo Yunsheng in terror. The bear demon had appeared behind her at some point, its massive mouth lunging toward Luo Yunsheng's head. Oh! Luo Yunsheng sighed, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. Now, while you can still see, let me show you a trick. Keep your eyes wide open. Luo Yunsheng didn't even turn her body. She extended her other hand, her middle finger slightly bent, as if the bear demon's head had directly collided with her finger. In the next second, she flicked her middle finger forward gently. The entire world seemed to hit the pause button at that moment. Ren Shin Yen widened her eyes. The surface world appeared to be paused, but in her eyes, as Luo Yunsheng's finger flicked out, it was like a small stone dropping into a lake, creating ripples in the void that spread endlessly. First, the bear demon, then the ground beneath it, followed by the earthen wall behind her. The moment the ripples touched them, it seemed as if something shattered on their surfaces, transforming into specks of starlight that dissipated into the air. At that moment, her eyes dimmed, and the magical vision she had just experienced vanished. She felt a tremor beneath her feet. First, the 3 earthen walls behind her shattered into clumps of dirt, collapsing to the ground as if something had crushed the earth, causing it to crack open. The bear demon, however, seemed unaffected, just staring blankly at Luo Yunsheng. After a while, it let out a howl and turned to run away frantically. What was that? Ren Shin Yen asked, dazed. What is this? Lin Chen looked at the dead dog-like leopard in front of him, unable to comprehend. Just moments ago, Lin's father had thrown a single punch that shattered the fireball in the leopard's mouth, and after that, with another right hook, he had completely cleared the leopard's life points. The leopard was stunned, tail tucked, lying on the ground, not daring to move. Lin's father casually dealt with the leopard. This is a further application of energy. My boxing gloves have this function, but more importantly, it requires skill. I don't quite understand. In simple terms, the fireball of this leopard can be seen as a card. It is formed by a collection of energy, and for the collected energy to coalesce, something must bind it together. Find that binding point, and you can disperse it directly. Lin Chen's mouth fell open. Is that possible? To achieve this, 3 conditions must be met. First, you must be able to see the inner world. Inner world? Just a term. You can think of it as the world made of energy. Lin's father pointed to his own eyes. From the reflection in his pupils, Lin Chen vaguely saw that what his father perceived seemed different from what he saw. Concentrate your mental focus, and tell yourself as much as possible that you want to see. This requires long-term practice. Normally, achieving success before reaching 7 stars is considered qualified. 6 stars is quite good, and 5 stars is considered genius. Your father achieved success at 5 stars. Lin's father proudly patted his chest. In front of his son, this level of achievement had to be made clear. Does that mean that after the 7 stars, the cards become meaningless? You just need to find the right nodes? Lin Chen's focus was different from what Lin's father was thinking. Upon hearing this, Lin's father couldn't help but cover his face. You little rascal, what are you thinking? The 3 conditions for satisfaction, this is just the first. The second is that you need to be able to mobilize higher level energy for attacks. My weapon can support me in mobilizing secondary energy for output attacks. Only then can we disperse this node. At this point, he paused for a moment. However, I've heard that there are truly powerful individuals who can disperse nodes with their bare hands. Lin Chen remained silent, feeling that his father still hadn't answered his question. Secondary energy isn't so easy to mobilize. You'll understand when you reach the 7 stars. Moreover, the third condition is the hardest to meet. The third condition is that any kind of energy attack is constantly changing. Whether it's a star card or an external circuit, some card makers even hide these nodes. Finding them requires a tremendous amount of effort. It doesn't hold much significance unless someone is truly capable of lightly tapping and directly destroying all the circuits. That would be the ability I've always dreamed of. Did you feel it just now? The energy decay after deep level destruction. How cool is that? So, what you did just now is just to show off. Lin Chen's question struck at the soul. Lin's father was taken aback. How can you call it showing off? The first condition is an essential quality for subsequent battles. Deciding not to dwell on his father's showing off, Lin Chen thought that learning new knowledge was the way to go. So what exactly is the use of the first condition? It can tell you the path of energy movement. From this, you can see the internal structure of some cards or skills and make corresponding judgments. Card class. The National Day holiday continues. Classmates, go play. Xin Xiao was silent as a cicada in winter. Yes. Today we will practice more. I hope your weak body can hold up. Also, after resolving the matters here, you should go back. Master. Xin Xiao was anxious. He knew how precious the things he learned from Yi Yu over the past few months were. There were still a few months left, right? During the new year, you should go back for the holiday. Xin Xiao was stunned for a moment. He suddenly realized that the new year had already passed. He gritted his teeth. Master, it's fine if I don't go back this year. You must go back. Yi Yu's tone was unwavering, explaining, the president informed me that there is a new secret realm in the Yuduan mountain range, and those who are at the same level as you should all return to participate in that secret realm. You should also go. Then master, after I participate. After participating, I will naturally come to find you. Yi Yu waved his hand and turned to leave. The moment he left, the dark forest around lit up with strange lights. The lights shone brightly. The energy grew increasingly intense. Arcane missiles from all directions rushed towards Longxing. Longxing gritted his teeth, his hands unleashing an arcane missile, directly countering several shots in midair. Amidst the smoke, a few more shots flew towards him, and he sidestepped. His left hand pressed against the card sleeve on his right shoulder. Earth wall. A wall of earth blocked in front of him. Bang bang bang. The arcane missiles ultimately did not break through his defense. Not bad. Long Xingyao stroked his grizzled beard. From now on, your card direction should focus on refined operations as much as possible. That way, you'll have a greater advantage. Okay, uncle. Long Xing let out a sigh. These past few months had truly tormented him. This is an arena, with Long Xing standing in the center and Long Xingyao on the high stands. He strides forward, and the railing in front of him automatically disassembles into specks of starlight. As he walks past the stands, the railing that had just transformed into starlight returns to its original state. He takes one step after another, treading on air, moving from the stands to the center of the arena. Seeing his uncle's appearance, Longxing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. One can only say that whatever character his father has, his uncle is not far off. They both possess an extremely strong desire to perform. It's almost New Year outside, you should be heading back soon. Uncle, isn't it just a year? Longxing's expression was somewhat bewildered. It was originally a year. However, something happened over at Starfall City. Do you remember Zhao Mian's granddaughter? I remember. She insisted on going to the secret realm and even joined the team you are in. Wait, how did she join my team? I had no idea. Longxing looked completely shocked. That old man is not clear on that either. Just so happens, this time the secret realm in Starfall City is unusual. You should go back and see if your card maker can get you some cards that require precise control. If that doesn't work, send me a message, and I'll help you out. Alright, I got it. Longxing stretched his muscles. After training for so long, he indeed wanted to go out and see the world. Coming out of his training room, Longxing looked at the sun in the sky. The sunlight was a bit blinding. He shielded his eyes with his hand, thought for a moment, and took out his phone from his pocket. It had been a long time since he last checked it. Opening the phone, he found the group chat was already bustling. Lin Chen, have you finished your training? My father said the president wants us to participate in a competition trial in the secret realm after the new year. Can we find a time to chat? By Miaoyin, sure. I've made a lot of new friends, we can all get together. I heard this trial is for groups of 8 to 10 people, and it seems we have just enough. If you all have time, we can chat together. Longxing? Ren Shin Yen, newcomers? I'm almost home. Xin Xiao, I'm already home. If that's the case, we definitely need to find a time to talk. By Miaoyin, Longxing, how do you plan to spend the new year this year? There are just 2 of us here, want to celebrate together? Longxing, sure, there's no one at home, they're all out. Tavern owner, if you have nowhere to celebrate, you can come here. It's just me, Fufu, and Anina. Nina, I'm not just a Nina. Tavern owner, when did you come in? Nina can go wherever she wants. Lin Chen, I can't, I need to spend the new year with my family. Ren Shin Yen, upstairs. Xin Xiao, upstairs. Tavern owner, no worries, no pressure. Just let me know in advance if you want to come. Lin Chen, everyone, is anyone free tomorrow? Let's set a time to meet at the tavern and talk, and Miaoyin, if possible, please bring the new friends along to meet. By Miaoyin, okay, I'll go call people now. Ji Chen looked at the content on his phone, scratched his chin, and turned to Nina. What do they mean by that trial? Oh, that. A while ago, Lin San and the others discovered a secret realm, and they were attacked by people from the Falling Star Society on the way. You remember, right? I'm not an old man. Ji Chen rolled his eyes. What does that have to do with the secret realm? What does the trial mean? Normally, after discovering a secret realm, an announcement will be made. Nina waved at Ji Fufu. Ji Fufu ran over and handed her a lollipop. Nina patted Ji Fufu's head in satisfaction. Ji Chen looked on with a black line on his forehead, not knowing what agreement these 2 little ones had reached privately. Nina licked her lollipop and continued explaining. The content of this announcement is to inform everyone how many people this secret realm can accommodate. 3 types of secret realms, small, medium, and large. The small ones may refer to those with fewer than 50 people, the medium ones accommodate 50 to 200, and the large ones have no upper limit. This is because the dissipated energy is difficult to measure. This time, the secret realm can only allow a team of up to 10 people to enter. So, the competition will be fierce. Aren't secret realms very dangerous? Why are people still eager to go? Dangerous or not, second-tier materials are nearly 10 times more expensive than ordinary materials. Moreover, entering a secret realm allows for faster level advancement. These are all benefits. Nina counted on her fingers. However, getting into a secret realm isn't that easy. The secret realms are controlled by the Star Association, and there is only one way to enter, through trials. What trials? There are a total of 3 trial stages. The first, individual ability. The second, combat ability. The third, team combat ability. Ji Chen's cards. They are indeed unscrupulous, but you can't deny they are useful. Not to mention, if it were a one-on-one fight, Wang Jia could hang 2 secrets on himself, and anyone would feel a chill down their spine. Thinking about the other people's cards, Nina felt that this trial probably wouldn't have any suspense. That's hard to say. The secrets have been out for a while now. If it's a serious team, they should have some precautions. It's not difficult to solve. Indeed. Forget it, let's not worry about it. Let's celebrate the new year first. Ji Fufu sat at the bar, swinging her little feet, wanting to go out and play. Here. Nina took out a bill and handed it to Ji Fufu. Ji Fufu immediately beamed. Thank you, sister. Ji-chan? Wait, Ji-Fufu, didn't I give you a lot of money yesterday? Have you spent it all? Ji-Fufu shrank her neck and shielded Nina in front of her. Hey, what are you doing? Fufu is still little. Nina, I think you have a problem. Ji-chan looked at her suspiciously. Usually, Ji-Fufu and Nina were at odds with each other, but now that they were in Starfall City, they started calling each other sister. You. Don't say that. I'll sue you for defamation. Nina's gaze unconsciously drifted away. Ji-Fufu? See, you were deceived. You two can settle it among yourselves. Ji-chen spread his hands. Ji-chen, you. Nina. Hey, Fufu, let me explain. No. Don't come over. You wanted to play. Ji-chen turned to Dilo, who was watching the commotion. What happened yesterday? Yesterday, Ji-chen went grocery shopping and asked Dila to take the two little girls to the arcade upstairs to play. After they played, it turned out like this. Privilege. Oh no, Nina encouraged Fufu to play the claw machine. She put all her money into it. Ha! Ji-chen was dumbfounded. What claw machine costs that much? I don't know, it seems to be a luxury brand, something like Wangi, and it costs a lot for just one try, with no guarantee. The key is that the opening is small, making it hard to get anything out. Fufu spent the whole day on that claw machine and only managed to grab 2 toys. Hiss! Ji-chen gasped. Is this still playing? What's wrong with that? Dila shrugged. I watched. The machine next to it didn't spit out a single toy all day. Look. Dila said it wasn't me messing with it. It was just. Ji-Fufu stepped closer, and Nina, hearing Dili's words, felt like she had found a lifeline and shouted loudly. You knew there was something there. Ji-Fufu accused loudly. Nina panicked. I even secretly helped you adjust it so you could get 2. You admit you knew there was something there. Nina lowered her head. I'll pay you for 5 barbecues. Not enough. Add 5 buffets. Deal. So easily satisfied. Ji-chen made a concluding remark on this farce. Is the manager here? The sound of wind chimes rang out as Ren Shin Yen pushed the door open. It's still this wind chime, still so pleasant to hear. Are there new friends? Ji-chen turned to look, and after half a year, Ren Shin Yen had grown about 10 centimeters, yet she still looked as plain as before. Shin Yen? Bai Miaoyin happened to be right behind her. I thought that silhouette looked like you, but you've grown so much. Miaoyin. Ren Shin Yen hugged Bai Miaoyin tightly, naturally wanting to snuggle with the soft, fragrant girl with white hair. This is Lin Chen. Ren Shin Yen turned to see a somewhat dazed girl with a silly tuft of hair on her head. Her eyes seemed a bit unfocused. Never mind, it doesn't matter, she's a girl, so they should snuggle. Lin Chen-chen's cheeks flushed slightly from the sudden warmth. Fufu. After hugging Lin Chen-chen, Ren Shin Yen ran over to snuggle Fufu. She's just this enthusiastic, don't mind her. Bai Miaoyin could only help wrap things up. It's fine. No. Fufu stretched out a hand to block Ren Shin Yen's head, but it was of no use. Ren Shin Yen's arms and legs were a bit longer than Fufu's. As she tried to lean in, Fufu wouldn't allow it. Unable to persist, Ren Shin Yen fished around in her pocket and slipped a bill into Fufu's hand. A domineering rich girl forcing affection. Fufu surrendered. Ji-chen. What should I do? This feels so embarrassing. It makes it seem like I'm not giving her money. Bai Miaoyin's entrance seemed to have opened a signal. Before long, Lin San, Lin Chen, Shin Xiao, and Zhao Miao all arrived. Are we still missing someone? We need a mage here. Lin San raised his hand. We also need a mage here. Lin Chen raised his hand too. Great, we still need a mage. Shen Xiao shrugged. He had come with Lin Chen, and after half a year apart, there was so much to talk about. Once they started, they couldn't stop until they reached the store. Oh, isn't this my big nephew? Outside, the voice of Long Xing rang out. Outside, Wang Jia happened to run into Long Xing, who was coming to the gathering. The moment he saw him, there was no need to speak. He knew this guy definitely had nothing good to say. Sure enough. Isn't this our young master Long? What's up? Have you been practicing harder at home? Wang Jia turned his head, scanning Long Xing with a look of disdain. TSK, too bad some people can't even practice if they wanted to. Oh, is that so? I heard some people were so angry during the academy competition that they spat blood? Truly a fine dragon, sharper than a needle. You bastard. Hey, calm down, cousin. Xiao Jie. Bai Miaoyin rushed out, knowing that these two would definitely start arguing upon meeting. Miaoyin, don't stop me. Today I'm going to teach this guy a lesson, show him what real mage micromanaging is. Long Xing rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Come on, with that ridiculously fine micromanaging of yours, you dare to show off? If I were you, I would have found a place to bury myself. A mage should be grand, a mage should be strong, a mage should be explosive. You, with no magical soul. Who are you calling without a magical soul? Come on. One-on-one. What's going on? Ji-chin pushed the door open and stepped out. As soon as Ji-chin appeared, both of them quieted down. They simultaneously shouted, "Manager." Sneaking in 2 more chapters. Considering the new year, fireworks, and a bit of plot, I'll add a few more these days. I feel this transitional part is quite necessary. I'll try to make it interesting. Added 2 chapters, it hurts. 5-star review, 5-star review, it makes my scalp tingle. The 2 shouted in perfect unison. Oh, stop the noise, we'll all be teammates from now on, what's with all this shouting? Come in, come in. Ji-chin beckoned everyone into the store. Lin-san, Lin Shin Yen, Zhao Miao, and Wang Jia sat on one side. Lin Chen, Shin Xiao, Ren Shin Yen, and Long Xing sat on the other side. Bai Miaoyin was busy introducing everyone in the middle. Apart from Wang Jia and Long Xing, who were staring at each other with wide eyes, the others were quite friendly and went through a round of self-introductions. So this counts as a 9-person adventure team. The standard exploration team for Secret Realms is between 8 to 10 people, and you guys fit right in. Nina nodded from the side. Can you elaborate? We're not very familiar with this. Lin Chen was the first to ask. Nina raised her right hand, and a pair of black-framed glasses appeared just as her index and middle fingers were about to touch her nose. Just in time, her fingers tapped the nose pads of the glasses and pulled them up. She snapped her fingers, and a blackboard appeared behind her. At the same time, her outfit transformed into a teacher's professional attire. The little trick left everyone momentarily stunned. So showy, Ji Fufu pouted. Fufu, Nina called out. What? Nina snapped her fingers, and Ji Fufu changed into an identical outfit. Come be my assistant. Coming, Ji Fufu scampered over. Boss, your sister is really full of energy. Dila couldn't help but feel a bit envious. After working as a card maker for a long time, it was inevitable to feel a bit down. How nice it would be to have such a lively sister at home. Yeah, she's pretty good. Ji Chen's lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Teacher Fufu, you stand here. Nina assigned Ji Fufu a position. What am I supposed to do? Just stand. Stand for what? Nina paused for 2 seconds. How about you give a talk? I can't, Fufu protested. Then just stand there. Fufu stood there confidently, her big eyes scanning her classmates. Ren Shin Yen was itching to move. Bai Miaoyin was alert and stopped her. Ahem. Nina cleared her throat. So, let's officially begin. The so-called secret realm. In summary, what is a secret realm? What is inside a secret realm? How to quickly clear a secret realm? And a series of other blah 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 teaching content made Ji-chan feel drowsy. Fufu leaned against the wall, her little head bobbing. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Lin San listened very attentively. This little class lasted the entire morning. At noon, Ji-chan ordered takeout, and both sides had a preliminary understanding of each other. Hey, by the way, your energy should be almost full now, right? Almost 5 stars? Ji-chan watched as Nina snapped her fingers, and the leftover food on the table disappeared, making things easier. Yeah, we're actually just a little short. As long as we compress some more energy, we can break through. My dad said that for energy control, it's best to be adept before considering leveling up. Then you can also level up to 5 stars after you go in, and I can bring you some 5-star cards as well. As soon as Ji-chan said this, the room fell into an awkward silence. But Lin Chen was the first to react. Their novice trial in the Yuduan mountain range was just like that. Entering at 3 stars and coming out at 4 stars. As expected of you, Nina looked at Ji-chan in shock. She felt that Ji-chan always managed to approach things from unexpected angles, whether it was making cards or strategizing. Her hard work on strategies didn't yield as good results as his one sentence. Okay, then I'll trouble you, store manager. Lin Chen nodded and turned to the others. So, the next topic, what level is everyone at now? Barely able to gaze, Ren Shin Yen raised her hand. Spirit vision can be maintained for a while, Xin Xiao added. I can micromanage 5 at the same time, Long Xing chimed in. What are you all talking about? Lin San weakly raised his hand. Everyone looked at him. I don't know either. Lin Xinshin shrank her neck. Really? You guys don't know this? Are you really not going back to school? Zhao Miaomia was stunned, then quickly reacted. Wait a minute. They don't need to know. Wang Jia shrugged and added. No, can someone explain? Lin San looked confused. I'll do it. Nina adjusted her glasses again, wanting to speak, but was covered by Ji Fufu's hand. Whoa, don't talk. If you talk, I'll get sleepy. Whoa, there's nothing I can do. I've already slept enough. If I sleep more, I won't be able to sleep at night. Whoa, Ignoring the two woo-woo speakers, Jia Miomio extended a finger. Every profession has its biases, and these biases are not solely distinguished by the cards. There's also individual differentiation. Once you reach 3 stars, it manifests in the distinctions of body, agility, and spirit, categorizing into melee, ranged, shield warriors, bow warriors, assassins, and mages. This is just a basic classification. And when you reach 4 to 6 stars, there will be further refinement. The so-called spiritual vision, fully named inspirational vision, refers to perceiving the surrounding energy fluctuations not through the eyes, but through intuition. The advantage is being able to detect problems immediately. The downside is that it consumes too much energy, usually can't be maintained for long, and the perception is not detailed enough. You can only get a rough idea. This is generally used by shield warriors and summoners. Bow warriors use it less frequently. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shen Xiao shrugged. I am well enough. My master said there's no need to delve deeper in this area. It's better to think about how to survive on the battlefield. That's also a way. Jia Miomio nodded and continued to educate Lin San. Normally, this form of energy use is not fixed. It varies based on individual thoughts. And gaze, fully named condensed vision, is an extreme form of vision. Spiritual vision relies on intuition to sense nearby energy fluctuations, while gaze relies on the eyes. I've heard that when practiced to a high level, a casual strike can destroy energy at its source. What about shield warriors? Which is suitable? None are suitable. Zhao Miaomio rolled her eyes. You really don't look at the graduation manual after you graduate, do you? Not going back to school? Lin San and Lin Xinshin smiled awkwardly. After graduating, Lin San faced a wave of setbacks, and as for Lin Xinshin, no one at school wanted to get close to her. The technique of shield warriors is called solid shield. It influences the surface star power through internal star will, which you can understand as enhancing your own vitality strength. As for mages, there's no need to say much, just specialize in mental power cultivation. It's worth mentioning that the 3 techniques other than the mage's mental power control are not separate. They can be practiced together. However, most people before reaching 7 stars will only specialize in one technique. Being able to get started before 6 stars is already quite good. In summary, these individuals are all geniuses. My statement is complete. Zhao Miomio's final remark of "they are all geniuses" made Lin Chen and the others feel a bit embarrassed. Hey! You should also talk about the value of my micromanipulation. Long Xing was unhappy. Goodness, everyone was praised, but when it came to him, no need to say more? What a joke. Long Jia couldn't stand not showing off for a day. Alright, we know you're detailed. Wang Jie chimed in sarcastically. Hey, you son of a. Alright, this side isn't bad either. Ji Chen quickly stepped in to smooth things over. He intended to keep this team together. On the right were traditionally defined geniuses, and on the left were all specialized players. If you say they're lacking, they really aren't. How about this? Let's use words. It's not straightforward enough. Longxing, doesn't your family have an arena? You can take people there to try it out, and you'll probably know. Good idea. The shop fell silent as everyone ran off to experiment. This was actually an inevitable result. The fusion of 2 teams could not be a combination of strengths and weaknesses, it had to be a strong alliance to last. Shopkeeper, shall we start too? Di Lo leaned over. Start what? The fireworks show. Ah, right, almost forgot. Ji Chen slapped his forehead. Time to work. Long family's training room. The internal structure of this training room is quite good. First, let's test everyone's attack strength. Just hit a wooden stake as you usually would, and the stake will record your attack strength. It will be useful during the actual combat later. The training room wasn't lavishly decorated, it was just a battlefield with a row of wooden stakes, but the technical content inside was not small at all. Who goes first? Longxing asked. Lin San glanced at Lin Xinshin. Xinshin, you go first. Okay. Lin Xinshin stepped forward eagerly. The pressure from Lin Chen and his group was quite significant, especially for Lin San and Lin Xinshin. She didn't want to embarrass herself. Gripping her longbow tightly, she entered the field. Just attack any wooden stake. Alright. Lin Xinshin nodded. She knocked an arrow and shot at a stationary target, releasing it instantly. Very fast shooting speed. Shen Xiao nodded beside her. As a standard ranged fighter, he had the most say in the smoothness of this shot. In fact, to hit with a bow, besides having good aim, the speed of the arrow is also very important. The faster it is, the harder it is to dodge. Because bow fighting is not like magic. When a mage casts a spell, if they say it should turn, it turns. But with bow fighting, it relies on speed and a bit of prediction to shoot. At least, in his view, Lin Xinshin's shot was flawless. Whoosh! I think. Xin Zhao's next words hadn't come out yet. He was stunned. Ha! Everyone present had a question mark on their foreheads. What does that mean? Xin Zhao even rubbed his eyes, his voice trembling as he asked the brother next to him. Fan, that just now, was it 6 digits, right? Lin Chen swallowed and nodded. In the combat system of shield fighting, the most feared are mages, who have control and flexibility. As for archers and agile assassins, they are actually not much of a threat. But when he saw Lin Xinxin's arrow, he thought, perhaps, this mindset could have a slight change. This arrow, if he hadn't learned solid wall, would not be a joke if it killed in one shot. I was lucky. Lin Xinxin blushed as she stepped back. She triggered a critical hit. No, even if it wasn't a critical hit, it still had 6 digits, right? How did she do that? Xin Zhao felt like a clown after so many years of being an archer. There was no tactical display, no flashy cards. It simply reflected a kind of numerical beauty. Absolute violent aesthetics. Soul energy, oh. Zhao Miaomiao acted as the commentator. Everyone's gaze turned to her. Ah, this is a paid content. However, since you all will be teammates in the future, I'll provide it to you for free. Zhao Miaomiao crossed her arms. Whether it's spirit vision, solid wall, gaze, or the mage's micro-operations, they all reflect the influence of the soul on star willpower. At this stage, slowly comprehend your own soul power. The primary purpose of learning this technique is not combat, but to awaken your own soul power. And my Xinxin has already surpassed this stage, directly using the power of belief. The power of belief? Yes, a second-tier technique. Now telling you this, you probably won't understand. If you are geniuses who progress step by step, then we are all absolute talents playing a decisive role. So, this time, we want 70% of the profits. Lin Chen frowned. First, thank you for sharing the information. Secondly, aren't we a team? Ah. Zhao Miaomiao blinked and turned to look at Lin San and the others. Lin San looked at her with a confused expression. She couldn't help but cover her face. I'm sorry, my professional habit kicked in. I'm used to being a lone wolf, just treat what I said as nonsense. Lin Chen gave her a deep look. Since you brought it up, I think we should discuss how the team should collaborate moving forward. If I'm not mistaken, using this kind of power must have side effects, right? In the months of training, Lin Chen's father often told him one thing, equivalent exchange. The so-called equivalent exchange applies to all situations. When faced with something, don't panic. What the enemy shows you is always their strongest side. Don't be afraid just because they seem invincible. Look for their hidden weaknesses, that's the key to victory. Before that, ensuring the survival of yourself and the entire team is crucial. Lin Xinxin's arrow surprised him. But alongside the surprise, there was more vigilance. Such a strong attack intensity, what was it exchanged for? I can't dodge very well. Lin Xinxin nodded seriously. Dodge? Can you be more specific? I can only stand still and shoot. Ha? What do you mean by standing still? In this world, there is no concept of a turret. Everyone has their own means of survival. The mages, needless to mention ice rings, freezing, plus the secrets that Ji-Chen has come up with, can completely make someone sick. As for archery, the most basic requirement is to kite. Can this flaw be accepted? In such absolute violence, it might not be unacceptable. Lin Chen pondered. I can only shoot arrows, I can't kite. Lin Xinxin seemed afraid they wouldn't understand, adding, I can only shoot arrows while standing in place. Ah, shocked. That's not too surprising. Lin Chen scratched his chin. Wait, you can't even kite. Then aren't you envious of the damage? But, isn't the damage explosive? But, 6 figures. Xin Zhao pinched his fingers and thumb together, making a zipper motion over his mouth. He was convinced. Regardless of anything else, this damage could play a decisive role. Most 4-star monsters don't have this much health. One arrow could take them out. What's there to talk about positioning? If it were a powerful large monster or a creature in a secret realm, this damage could significantly increase the team's margin for error. That alone was enough. To be honest, with Xinxin's presence, the team can largely revolve around her. This isn't a disadvantage, it's an advantage. You guys wouldn't be unable to come up with such a tactical arrangement, would you? You make a good point. Lin Chen did not refute Zhao Miaomiao's words. I think we need to understand each other better to continue formulating our plans, right? Zhao Miaomiao glanced at Lin Xinxin with a hint of guilt, while Lin Xinxin blinked her eyes. She puffed out her chest. What are you afraid of? Lin Xinxin and Zhao Miaomiao weren't afraid. Lin San was indeed a bit timid. Compared to his outrageous companions, he felt rather ordinary. Then, let's give it a try. Come on, let's all try the wooden stakes first. With Lin Xinxin's arrow, everyone lost their competitive spirit. After showing their damage, they moved on to the next phase. Come on, Long, let me test your quality. In battle, one's true level is revealed. Wang Jia jumped out. Bai Miaoyin stopped Wang Jia. Wait, that's two. Before she could finish, Long Xing interrupted. Miaoyin, let him come. Today, we need to let the little nephew know what real strength is and what micromanaging means. Lin San, Lin Xin. Lin San shyly leaned closer to Lin Chen. What if they start fighting later? Ha, aren't they going to fight? No, I mean, literally start fighting. Lin Chen and the others had not experienced the incident with Bai Miaoyin and the black-robed man, and they had not yet deeply realized the dirty secrets hidden within the manager's card. On the contrary, they held the manager's card in high regard. Those were good cards. As for the armorer, that was unimportant, it was just an accident. But Lin San's team was acutely aware of how dirty the manager's little hands were. Especially Zhao Miao, who to this day considered that White Tiger the most aggrieved 5-star monster she had ever seen in her life. Let's make it clear, this doesn't count as ruining our friendship. In the arena, the two had already taken their positions. Wang Jia held a card in his hand, looking at Long Xing with a half-smile. Although they exchanged harsh words, they had fought quite a bit over the years. Both Wang Jia and Long Xing had a deep understanding of each other. Poof! Long Xing snorted coldly, pulling out a card and holding it in his hand. Wang Jia smiled and did the same. Arcane Missile Modification, Type, Spell Card Excellent Attack, 1000 Durability, 10 Skill, launch 3 controllable missiles at the enemy. Echo, after use, immediately activates the card, allowing for quick subsequent use. Description: during the Yuduan mountain range, whether it was Ji Chun or Long Xing, they discovered a problem. That is, fire poison is somewhat of a nuisance. There isn't enough time to set him up, so Ji Chun chose the more convenient arcane missile for him. The attack strength of this arcane missile was already sufficient, and it was flexible and varied, perfectly suited to Long Xing's taste. Long Xing initiated the first attack. 3 arcane missiles flew towards Wang Jia from 3 different directions. Magnetic Field Disruption, Type, Spell Card Epic Attack, 0 Durability, 10 Skill, disrupts the magnetic field within a certain range, affecting mental control. Description: in my territory, you should listen to me. Field Magic, Magnetic Field Disruption. A classic targeted card. Long Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Who uses a 4-star magnetic field disruption for a good person? This type of spell is generally used by high-star players. This was also Wang Jia's card against Long Bao over the years. 3 arcane missiles attacked Wang Jia. Disruption does not mean the spell is ineffective, it merely caused Long Xing to lose his varied attack routes. The 3 arcane missiles would still fly out. This outcome was within Wang Jia's expectations. Compared to arrows, spell attacks are relatively slower, and after the disruption, as long as one could move more than 5 meters, they could likely evade the attack from a 4-star spell. That distance could be covered in just a couple of steps. Humph! Long Xing sneered, you don't think disruption can completely nullify my control, do you? It's just not that refined. As Wang Jia stepped back, the 3 arcane missiles flew towards him. However, the moment Wang Jia ran out, a wall of earth rose behind him. Boom! The arcane missiles crashed directly into the earthen wall. What precise predictive ability! Lin Chen was shocked. A protective spell like the earthen wall requires some preparation time, meaning it had to be activated and used before stepping out. One must preset their action trajectory and predict the opponent's attack trajectory. This strong combat awareness was undoubtedly that of a master. Long Xing was not surprised. He knew Wang Jia's level best. He did not give up. Another 3 arcane missiles shot towards Wang Jia. Swish, 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 they attacked. Wang Jia took a left step, and a wall of earth rose on his left. Boom! The battle has begun. Isn't it always a battle? Lin San was somewhat confused. He had very little knowledge when it came to dealing with humans, and Lin Xin was the same. Moreover, there were differences even among mages. There are different schools of thought among mages. Some focus on area control magic, while others specialize in precise individual magic. The card Magnetic Field Interference. Lin Chen paused for a moment. Zhao Miao continued, it's considered a standard weak area card. What do you mean by weak area card? Lin San humbly asked. Because proper area magic requires a large amount of star thought power to drive it, and the activation time is relatively long. Thus, weak area cards were created to ensure that mages have time to use normal area magic. The main purpose is to disrupt the enemy's attack speed, allowing oneself to lay down real area magic. So if there are teammates, does that mean this card isn't very useful? Not at all. Zhao Miao raised a finger. Your thinking is a typical team mentality, which is not advisable. People will inevitably find themselves alone at times. What do you do when you're alone? In the wild or in secret realms, anything can happen. That's about the gist of it, Lin Chen nodded. And right now, the situation in the area is that Long Xing is accelerating the attack pace, not allowing Wang Jie to use proper area magic. Then the battle is at a standstill? Exactly. That's why I said the battle has begun. If a micro-manipulation type mage can ensure they suppress while breaking Wang Jie's area magic, and then deliver a fatal blow to Wang Jie, Long Xing will win. The opposite is also true. Battle is a manifestation of a game of strategy. Winning and losing have only one directional outcome: the strong defeat the weak. As for how to make oneself strong and the opponent weak, that's a science. The duel in the area was at a standstill, but it wouldn't remain so forever. Long, after all these years, you still haven't made any progress, Wang Jie sneered. You haven't won yet. Hasn't he been dodging all along? Why can he taunt? Lin San didn't understand. Area mages have one advantage. Zhao Miaomio looked at the two in the area. They usually have a long mana pool, and this kind of attrition battle is what they like the most. The attacks proceeded in an orderly fashion. Arcane missiles rained down on Wang Jie, one after another. 3 at a time. Wang Jie silently chanted in his heart. Although he didn't know why he activated the card so quickly, it wasn't a big problem. As long as he took advantage of the gaps, he could complete his setup. Finally, when the 10th round of attacks arrived, Wang Jie revealed a smile. The next shot would be slow. Just as Wang Jie continued to dodge as usual and raised a wall to block, Long Xing's lips curled slightly. He fell for it. The last 3 arcane missiles, just as they were about to hit the wall, made a turn and bypassed it, charging towards Wang Jie. What? Wang Jie was startled. Refrigerator, type, spell card epic attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, create an ice block for absolute defense to protect the caster. When used, the caster is not allowed to move. Introduction, refrigerator. And then? Long Xing let out a light laugh and took out another card. A fireball began to coalesce in his hand. Why did that arcane missile turn again? Lin San and the others were dumbfounded. Lin Chen was also unclear. I know, Zhao Miaomio looked seriously at the area. In the mage's combat system, there is a skill called mental strong thought. This skill has a similar effect to Xinxin's arrows, but it mainly acts on mental control. Wang Jie's magnetic field interference is just a weak area card. If he could reach this point, it would indeed be possible to break through. Then why did he break through at the beginning? The effect wasn't good. Zhao Miaomio looked at Longxing, as if she were gazing at an old coin, the wizard's mind racing faster than ever. Just now, Longxing had no choice but to attack. It was clear he was at a disadvantage. The moment he showed any sign of weakness, he would be taken down immediately. And his disadvantage would come when that arcane missile was used up and he prepared to activate the second one. As long as he reveals a flaw, he can force Wang Jie to use his life-saving card. He should know what life-saving cards Wang Jie has. Once he uses it, he will have time to gather a fireball and win the match outright. Right now, Wang Jie is likely to win. Lin Chen, Xin Xiao, and Ren Shin Yen were all stunned. Isn't Longxing supposed to have a huge advantage? Zhao Miaomio covered her face, because Wang Jie has dirty tricks. Ding! Suddenly, a small red-purple sphere appeared above Wang Jie's head. The next moment, Longxing's fireball finally gathered and smashed toward Wang Jie. Longxing couldn't help but smirk slightly. Nephew is still a nephew, the gap between you and me. Before he could finish his sentence, the fireball suddenly veered uncontrollably to the other side. Next to Wang Jie, a clown box appeared out of nowhere, its nose particularly red, and when it manifested, it shouted, "Not bad." The next second, the fireball directly blasted the clown box into pieces. Longxing? Longxing. Here it comes, that familiar feeling of disgust? For some reason, he thought of the little fat boy's summon. However, the next moment, something even more nauseating happened. Wang Jie retracted the card in his hand. Clearly, if he used it, he would win the match, but he didn't. He put it away and pretended to be casual, turning his back to Longxing and raising his hand. "Oh, after all, you're my uncle. I lost, impressive, you timed it just right. I beep, beep 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 beep, beep beep beep, beep beep beep." At this moment, Longxing felt as if he had 1,000 words to comfort Wang Jie. He glanced at the clown box shattered into pieces on the ground and felt his nose turning slightly red. A sweetness rose in his throat, but he forced it down. The last time he coughed up blood, his family nagged him about it for a lifetime. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't spit it out. There are dirty tricks. There are dirty tricks. After his fireball went off course, he instantly understood what that purple red above Wang Jie's head was. It was the same as magnetic field disruption. Magnetic field disruption itself interferes with mental power. He guessed he had a chance to break through, so he set it up this way. With magnetic field disruption and the triggering box on the field, the duel interference was extraordinarily effective. This bastard had calculated everything from the start. Moreover, he had thought it through. Once this tactic worked, he wouldn't fight anymore, just directly admit defeat with a respect your elders. Disgusting. A strong feeling of nausea swept over him. Who on earth invented such a family-destroying thing? Can it ever be good? Why is it always targeting the wizard? See, I told you there were dirty tricks, Zhao Miaomio shrugged. Did Longxing's calculations work? Yes, he clearly could have broken through. But he waited until the last strike to force out the opponent's life-saving skill. And then, taking advantage of the opponent's inability to move, he would cast a spell for a guaranteed kill. Why arrange such a tactic? It was simply because he knew that Wang Jia had a bunch of large-scale spells on hand, which took a lot of time to activate. Who would have known he pulled out a secret? It was one thing to pull it out. The key was that this secret was disgusting to this extent. What is that? Longxing gritted his teeth and stepped down from the stage. You all don't know? Zhao Miaomia was a bit curious. Are you really the store manager's contract Star Warriors? This was invented by the store manager over 2 months ago and even made it onto daily card. A new type of spell effect card, secret. Secret? Zhao Miaomiao's words immediately piqued everyone's interest. Except for a few people who know Lin San, Longxing, and the others have no time to pay attention to these things while they are training. Most teams will contract with a card maker, as the card maker can customize cards for the team and provide the latest information. For example, when Ji Chen's taunt was first released, Zhuge Yi immediately helped his team create a version to test its effectiveness. Understanding the latest cards and what to pay attention to is not the job of the Star Wars master, but that of the card maker. And they have just returned. Wang Jia seized this point and set a trap for Longxing from start to finish. In the end, he waved his hand, leaving not a trace of cloud. Looking at Longxing's flushed cheeks, he felt as if he had burrowed into a warm bed on a cold winter day, feeling pleasantly warm. That red face was his source of joy. What are you looking at? Longxing glared at Wang Jia. Wang Jia chuckled lightly and turned his head, his expression seemingly saying, just the wail of a defeated dog. The flames of competition grew even fiercer. Hey, Jiege, take out the cards, Zhao Miaomia nudged Wang Jia, calling him Jiege just like the store manager did when they first met. Here. Wang Jia took out Ice Barrier, Spell Counter, and Disruption Spell. Longxing's face reddened even more. Clearly, he had Spell Counter, but he didn't use it. Instead, he opted for Disruption Spell, allowing himself to feel the moment of success plunge into hell. Good, Wang, you're something else. And that store manager. Damn it! How many cards are there targeting the mage? Charge, Shadow Step, and now another set of 3 secrets. What's the deal? Are they trying to take down the mage? Discussions aside, the next round of trials still had to continue. The flushed Longxing went to find something to cool down. The others continued their battles. Sunlight drifted gently into the arena from outside. Inside the arena, Lin Chen, Ren Shin Yen, Shin Xiao, and Longxing sat on the ground in various postures, with some food placed in the middle. How do you all feel? Lin Chen was the first to speak. Although they said they would form a team, whether they could truly become a team, even when entering the secret realm, was still up for discussion. These few people are quite good, they have their roles. Longxing said, there's no need to mention Lin Xinshin, with that one arrow, even a 5-star beast would tremble. Moreover, with her damage output, once she shoots an arrow, the aggro of the beast or phantom will most likely fall on her. Building an effective protective system centered around her would be quite useful. A protective system, named as such, is not really about protection in practice. False protection, a circle of people surrounding and protecting a single output in the middle. Real protection, placing a field magic on the east, a trap on the west, some poison gas to the south, and a mechanism to the north. Step into this area, and attacks come pouring in like they cost nothing. This is a protective system, mainly effective for teams with explosive output. It's just that Lin San is a bit lacking. Shin Xiao scratched his chin. He doesn't seem like a shield warrior, he looks more like a melee attacker. He only excels in close combat, which is far behind compared to others. Each member of Lin San's team has their own characteristics. Lin Xinshin goes without saying. Zhao Miaomio has a well-rounded knowledge base, and having a scout in a team is essential. Her evasion and survival skills are also up to par. However, lacking output is acceptable for a mature team. Wang Jia goes without saying. In a sense, he is also a soul-level figure in a team. His application of field magic, combined with secrets, makes him someone everyone wants to have. Actually, it's about time. Lin Chen had a different opinion. He leads, I assist. I don't plan to treat taunt as a secondary card. Why? Taunting isn't always useful. When it's time to position, you still have to position. If he's up front taking the hits, having some taunting doesn't really matter. If it fails, I can reposition right away. In the combat system of Star Wars, there are main cards and subcards. The so-called main card is the card you hold in your hand when the battle begins. For a shield warrior, the main card must be a shield. If you have both hands free, it would be one shield plus one one-handed weapon. The subcard refers to the cards that are kept close to the body. Star War masters usually have a pocket opened on the inside of their left or right arm to hold the subcards. This way, you just need to slap your hand, and you can use it directly, saving the step of taking out and using the card. So what subcard do you plan to use? I don't know. Lin Chen shrugged. Specifically, let's wait until after the new year. We should wait for Miaoyin before discussing it. Wait for me? I'm here. Bai Miaoyin walked in after sending Lin San and the others off. Miaoyin, Ren Shin Yen rushed over when she saw Miaoyin arrive. Bai Miaoyin held her hand up to block her. Ren Shin Yen spun around and pressed against her again. Bai Miaoyin. Fine. Bai Miao is here. Just in time, we wanted to ask about the information regarding the secret realm. Lin Chen didn't mention anything about Lin San and the others. After all, Bai Miaoyin had teamed up with them before, and it wouldn't be good to critique them in front of her. The secret realm. Bai Miaoyin organized her thoughts and shared what she knew. I see. After listening, everyone present fell into silence. No wonder the master said that defeating wild monsters isn't a big deal, Ren Shin Yen murmured. Longxing didn't care much about the phantom beasts. He was beside her laughing heartily. What are you laughing at? Xin Xiao asked, confused. Laughing? That falling star society, ha 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 ha. Longxing couldn't finish his sentence, laughing uncontrollably. What does it mean to empathize? Longxing had just been disgusted, and now hearing about even more disgusting things felt as refreshing as having a barbecue and ice-cold beer on a hot summer day. People aren't afraid of bad luck, they're afraid of being unlucky and having no one to share it with. During the new year, the atmosphere shouldn't be so heavy. The atmosphere was a bit gloomy. After leaving Longxing's house, the entire team, except for Wang Jia, didn't feel like talking much. What's wrong? Feeling discouraged. Wang Jia rested his hands behind his head. If you think you can't compete, then it's better to withdraw early. This is a life or death matter. He's right, Zhao Miao Miao added, we are all specialized in certain areas, while those few are genuine geniuses. Lin Xian's arrow had greatly shocked Lin Chen and the others. But wasn't their level also a greater shock to Lin San and his group? How would you describe the level of Lin Chen and his three companions? It could probably be summed up in one phrase, one strong among many, hexagonal warriors. Xin Zhao's shooting and dodging left Lin Xian mesmerized. Lin Chen's positioning, overall view, and battle control made Lin San feel ashamed. Ren Shin Yen was even more impressive. Her magic was ghostly, her speed fast, her strikes decisive, and her damage was not bad. Her close combat was like a butterfly dancing, which was the self Zhao Miao Miao dreamed of. Is there any comparison? There isn't. I don't want to. Lin Xian suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked at her. I can win, she said firmly. You will die, Zhao Miao Miao retorted. You guys can survive well in the Yuduan mountain range because Miaoyin's support skills are excellent, and Wang Jia's field magic is precise. Each battle basically doesn't last more than 2 minutes. Even if other monsters catch a whiff, they won't be able to arrive in time. But in the secret realm, this kind of situation won't happen. I can win, Lin Xian repeated. Are you an idiot? You will die. Zhao Miao Miao covered her face. I think it's pretty good. Wang Jia shrugged. Zhao Miao Miao turned to look at him. Do you really not know? I know. Ha, I said I know. Wang Jia repeated. So, I said, if you feel you can't compete, then withdraw early. But if you're willing to bet your life, then go for it. Without some awareness, how can you win? She said she can win, then she can win. If you can't win, it's death. Some things are scarier than death. Lin San, who had been a bit hesitant, couldn't help but shudder at Wang Jia's words. Yes, some things are scarier than death. He inexplicably recalled something his mentor once told him. Lin San, your talent is quite unique. Perhaps one day in the future, you will be looked down upon and laughed at. But one thing, please remember, do not give up. The song of humanity is the song of courage. Without courage, you lose everything. Let's do it. Lin San gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. You all. Look, they've all made up their minds. What about you? Wang Jia looked at Zhao Miao Miao. Me? What am I afraid of? Zhao Miao Miao huffed. I was going in anyway. Then it's settled. As time passed, the entire Starfall city gradually became joyful. The streets were adorned with lights and decorations, surrounded by bright red, creating a festive atmosphere. People coming and going wore smiles on their faces. Especially the Star Warriors returning from outside. bringing their families. Their smiles seemed to stretch to the sky. Brother! Fufu rushed in from outside the shop. The sound of the wind chimes was more intense than usual. The shop was lively at this moment. Wang Jia, Long Xing, Bai Miaoyin, and Lin Chen Yen were all there, each with their own situations, either without family or their families hadn't returned, so they simply gathered together to celebrate. What are you doing? Ji Chen was currently making dumplings. Early this morning, he had rushed to the market to grab a piece of 4-star monster meat. The 3-star and below had been completely snatched up. There was nothing left. There were so many people. Tonight there's a year-end party, let's go check it out. It's on West Street. The year-end party on West Street? That's definitely worth going to. Long Xing nodded in agreement. Nina popped her head out from behind the bar. Are we going? If so, I'll book the tickets. Do we need to book tickets for the year-end party? Ji Chen was shocked. The year-end party in this world was probably similar to the temple fairs of his past life. It happened once a year, with all sorts of street performances, food stalls, games, and shows. Of course, every year at this time, West Street is closed off, and there will even be a major renovation. Then we have to go see. Ji Chen became excited. A year-end party in another world, that was definitely a must-go. Then I'll transfer money from your account. Go ahead, buy tickets for everyone. Long live brother. Fu raised her hand and shouted, just don't hang me on the streetlight. Ji Chen rolled his eyes. After returning to the shop in the city, aside from going out to have fun and eat delicious food, Fu also bought a streetlight and placed it next to the bar. She even went to the mall and bought 7 dolls, in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, hanging one on the streetlight each day as a sunny day doll. It was quite the spectacle. Bro, what are you talking about? That's good luck. Good luck. Fu argued confidently. Come over and help make dumplings. Oh, are dumplings good? Why don't you take a bite? Ji Chen took a spoonful of raw meat filling and held it up to Ji Fu's mouth. Fu opened her mouth. Ji Chen quickly pulled back. You really want to eat it? Ha! Put. Bai Miaoyin couldn't help but laugh, calling out to Ji Fu, Fu, come help out, we can cook them soon. We won't have dinner, we'll eat together at the year-end party later. Yay! No yay, hurry up and help, Nina come too. Come on, I'm going to boil some water. Is that what you call boiling water? It's just a snap of your fingers. Dila couldn't help but retort. Mind your own business. Nina made a face at him. The entire tavern seemed to take on a warm hue amidst the playful atmosphere of the group. Lin Chen Yen clumsily wrapped dumplings, each one uniquely expressive, with its own thoughts. Wow, Chen, your dumplings are perfect. I want to eat this one later, Ji Fufu exclaimed, pointing at a dumpling clearly stuffed to the brim. Don't overstuff them, or they'll burst later, Ji Chan reminded from the side. Ha! What should I do then? How about making a pancake instead? Good idea. Ji Fufu raised her hand in agreement, then stuffed another dumpling to the max and handed it to Ji Chen. 2, 3. Nina followed suit. Ji Chen. Fufu finished the last bowl of dumpling soup. Original soup, original food. Hey, are you guys sunbathing? Nina sat in a chair, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Isn't it too cold outside? Ji Fufu touched her little belly, thinking Ji Chen's cooking was delicious, and after eating, she felt warm and a bit drowsy. Not at all, come on, let's go. Nina stood up first. The winter in Xinglua City was probably around 16 degrees. This temperature isn't really cold. For those who can tolerate the cold, a long-sleeve shirt is enough, and if necessary, just add a light jacket. Occasionally, when it snows, the temperature drops a bit, but it rarely goes below zero. The small courtyard behind Ji Chen's tavern was in the shape of a sahiyuan, with a small courtyard in the middle, not too big, not too small. It was enough to accommodate about 10 people for a small barbecue party. In the center of the courtyard stood a bare old tree. Nina snapped her fingers, and 7 lounge chairs appeared in the yard, perfectly in the colors red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. There were 2 red ones, belonging to Ji Fufu and Nina, both of whom loved bright red, finding it festive. Great, the one who corrupted Ji Fufu has been found. Everyone, let's take a break. As everyone sat down, a small table appeared beside them, with a drink and some cut fruits on it. Feel free to take whatever you want. Nina snapped her fingers again, and music began to play in the courtyard. The melodious music filled the air, relaxing everyone. This piece of music was somewhat reminiscent of Castle in the Sky from a past life, Ji Chen thought, sipping the drink beside him, slowly, closing his eyes. So nice. Lin Chen Yen thought to herself, relaxing her brow and drifting into a dream. In the small courtyard, apart from the music, everything gradually calmed down. Hey, wake up! Wake up! In the courtyard, Ji Fufu's clear and bright voice interrupted the soothing music. Fufu shook Nina's shoulders with both hands, frantic. Nina woke from her slumber to see Fufu's anxious expression, then looked up at the sky. With a start, she noticed the orange sunlight spilling behind Ji Fufu, illuminating her, making her look golden. It's evening, it's evening. Nina. Okay, Nina snapped her fingers, and the soft music suddenly became lively. With drums and gongs, everyone in the courtyard woke up. Ji-chan almost felt like he needed to grab a gun to fight off enemies. It's time, everyone get ready to head out. At this hour, we might hit traffic. Long Xing raised his hand, glancing at his watch, the hands pointing to 5:30. The annual meeting started at 7, and there was still some time to go, but he was worried they wouldn't make it, so he made a phone call. I booked a special express. Fu Gu. Dila gave Long Xing a thumbs up. Long Xing smiled. Before long, 3 cars stopped at the door of the shop. This is my first time on a fast train. Ji-chen had only heard of it and had never seen one. Once on the train, it felt no different from an ordinary taxi. Just as he was about to ask how it was fast, the train started moving. It floated up. Please fasten your seatbelt, the driver reminded. A sense of foreboding rose in Ji-chen's heart. In a flurry, he helped Ji Fufu fasten her seatbelt before securing his own, gripping the overhead handle. Welcome aboard this fast train, please sit tight and hold on. The driver released the steering wheel and pressed down on a large red button in the center that felt ominous. Then, the steering wheel retracted on its own. Wah! Where's the steering wheel? Ji-chen swallowed hard. The driver turned his head, revealing a meaningful smile. Sir, you must be joking. At this speed, how could a human possibly react? A fast train doesn't need a steering wheel. The car slowly floated up until it reached 300 meters above the sky. At that moment, Ji-chen could see clearly that above the sky, there was a semi-transparent tube just big enough to accommodate a car. A mechanical voice echoed inside the car, requesting docking successful. Preparing to accelerate. At that moment, a strange clicking sound came from behind, and when Ji-chen looked back, he felt his entire back was wet. A thruster larger than the entire car appeared behind them. Ji Fufu looked over as well. Wow! Cool! The little girl was carefree, her face full of excitement. Driver, at this speed. Oh, it's fine. How fast we can go depends on how stable the materials are. This car is made from special materials. Besides the interstellar thruster at the back, the other end of the tube will provide suction. Don't worry, guests, the speed is guaranteed to be fast. Hey, I'm not. The driver extended a finger and pressed it on the car's radio. Just then, the radio was playing a song. This feeling is like flying in the sky of fate, a beautiful dream. Dream. As the word dream fell, Ji-chen felt a tremendous push from behind, and then he felt as if he had flown up, the scenery around him retreating at an incredibly blurred speed. Wow! That was Fufu. That was Ji-chen. Thank you for riding. The driver got out and opened the door for the two. Ji Fufu excitedly jumped out of the car, turning to tell Ji-chen, let's take this back too, when she saw Ji-chen had turned completely gray. Ji-chen. It's fine, guest, he'll be back to normal soon, the driver said calmly. It was just a change to gray, a type of customer he saw at least 365 times a year. When Ji-chen got out of the car, the radio was still playing Beautiful Dream. Hearing those 4 words, his body shook violently. He would never do this again, it was too terrifying. Manager. Ren Shin Yen waved at Ji-chen, noticing his pale face, and couldn't help but ask, hey, manager, didn't you use star mental power? Ji-chen looked at her with some trouble. Oh, you didn't know? When riding the fast train, using star mental power to protect yourself will prevent discomfort. You didn't come over bare, did you? Why didn't you say it earlier? Nina. Ji-chen looked at Nina. Nina turned her head, looked up at the sky, and whistled. Here, manager, motion sickness medicine. Bai Miaoyin walked over and handed Ji-chen a bottle of medicine. Ji-chen looked at her resentfully. You had the medicine ready and didn't say anything. Bai Miaoyin chuckled lightly. Manager, you have to experience it at least once. After recovering for a while, he saw a long line ahead. At the end of the line was a massive bronze door. On the bronze door, dragons and phoenixes were intricately carved, and one could faintly hear the roar of dragons and the song of phoenixes. On ordinary days, you can't see this door, Dila sighed. What kind of door is this? Ji-chen asked curiously. It's the legendary judgment door, every city has one. The specifics are unclear, but it's known to be a legendary level card. Only a 9-star card maker can know the secrets of this door. Let's go, we're almost there. No, there are still so many people ahead. Privilege. Nina is amazing. The door opened to reveal over 100 passages, each bustling with people. In such a crowded environment, instead of feeling irritated, there was a sense of excitement. When it was Ji Chen's turn, it had only been a short while. As they passed through the door, Ji Chen felt a slight weight in his hand. Looking down, he found an extra card pouch. Longxing rubbed his hands together, pressed his palms together, and placed the card pouch in the center of his hands, murmuring, "Sacrifice Wang Jia's 10 years of life, may a special card come forth." You! Wang Jia's eyes widened in shock. Longxing was so quick, giving Wang Jia no chance, and directly tore open the card pouch. Wang Jia took a glance and immediately beamed, "Hey, it's my turn." Longxing shot him a glance and, in a flash, snatched his card pouch. With a rip, he looked inside and nodded in satisfaction. "You damn! What is this?" Ji Chen raised the card pouch in his hand and asked the nearby encyclopedia. "This is something that happens every year at the annual meeting. As long as you pass through this bronze door, you will receive blessings for the new year. Look." Nina pointed her chin at Longxing. There, Longxing held the card with both hands, activating its star power. A small dragon, entirely red, appeared before everyone. The little dragon was about the size of a palm, circling around Longxing before landing on his shoulder, looking quite majestic. The blessings from the bronze door come in 4 types. The first type is the ordinary card, like Longxing's. Once you exit the bronze door, the card will disappear. The second type is the gold card, which will remain after exiting the bronze door but cannot be activated with star power. The third type is the diamond card, which is considered collectible and can sell for a lot of money on the market. The fourth type is the most special, the special art card. Very few people can obtain this. Oh, Ji Chen quite liked that little dragon. It looked lively and endearing. As he tore open the card pouch, suddenly, it emitted a dazzling light. Following that, a roar of a dragon echoed, and a small diamond dragon burst forth from the pouch. As it left the pouch, its body grew larger until it became a dragon large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people, then it stopped. Everyone turned to Ji Chen. "Ji Chen? What is this?" "Hurry, hurry, hurry," Nina urged Ji Chen, pushing him onto the dragon's back. The others reacted just as quickly, climbing on without hesitation. "Hurry, hurry, hurry, come see the lucky one. Don't push, don't push. Let me up to take a look. Damn, let me touch it, let me touch it. Who dares to touch me? I'll chop off your paws. Hurry, 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 command it to take off." Oh, how do I command it?" Ji Chen looked at the dark crowd below, feeling a bit dazed, and quickly asked. "Just speak. Take off. Roar." The dragon's head lifted slightly, and the whole dragon began to move. Roar. Ji Fufu also shouted along. This dragon ride was completely different from the express train. There was no sensation of being pushed back, and the speed was slow and swaying, just enough to catch the wind's favor. The cool night breeze brushed against their faces, adding a touch of comfort. A group of friends sat in a row, with Ji Chen at the front, followed by Fufu, and then Nina behind her. Further back were 2 girls. Longxing and Wang Jia were enviously stroking the dragon's body, their faces filled with infatuation. "Fufu, hurry up and tear it open, who knows, it might bring good luck." "Ah, oh." Ji Fufu was waving her hand in the wind when she heard Nina say this, and with a rip, she tore it open. "Oh no." Longxing and Wang Jia both slapped their thighs. "Fufu, why didn't you pray first?" Before the words were even out, a lifelike dragon soared into the sky. This dragon was more agile than Ji Chen's diamond dragon, its color a vibrant blue, with scales shimmering under the moonlight, occasionally flashing with a cold light. A dragon's roar left the 2 uncles dumbfounded. "Ha! Yay!" Fufu jumped onto her blue dragon, hugging its body, overjoyed, and waved to the others, "Come play with us." "I'm coming." Nina followed suit. "Let's go, Fufu, I'll take you to have some fun." Fufu looked at Ji Chen. Ji Chen nodded at her, pulled out a card from his pocket, and tossed it to her. "Go ahead, buy whatever you want." "Yay! Thank you, brother, love you. Let's go, let's go." The blue dragon let out a roar, and as Ji Fufu echoed with a roar, they gradually disappeared into the clouds. "Is there more up there?" Ji Chen watched them enter the clouds, stunned. "Oh, manager, don't you know? This place has multiple levels. There are things to explore from the ground to mid-air. Usually, you need to take the elevator, but only those who draw special dragon cards can skip it. Speaking of which, we've also benefited from your luck." Wang Jia was almost overflowing with envy. He wanted the exotic art and diamonds too. "Ha!" While they were chatting, Lin Chen Yen tore open her card, and with a ha, a small golden dragon began to swirl around her. "Ha!" Bai Miaoing almost immediately tore hers open, and golden dragons swirled around the 2 of them in pairs. "Gold! Gold card? Diamond! Diamond card?" exotic art. Ha, ha. Long Xing laughed dryly. Ha, ha. The more Wang Jia laughed, the more his expression seemed off. According to the official rules, the drop rate for gold cards was 1 in 10,000, while the drop rate for exotic art and diamond cards was 1 in a million. Exotic art and diamond cards were one thing, but after 3 consecutive years without anyone obtaining one, why? Why did they have 2 gold cards? Miaoyin. Long Xing smiled obsequiously at Bai Miaoyin. Auntie. Wang Jia followed with a hee hee hee. No way. I'm collecting cards. Quietly adding 2 more chapters, this part of the daily life will end tomorrow. Also, seeking 5-star reviews, seeking free little gifts, all kinds of requests. Ji Chen didn't care much. He was always about efficiency, as long as it worked. So, where are we going now? Let's go to the 2nd floor first, get something to eat. Sounds good. Ji Chen scratched his head, feeling like he had forgotten something. On the ground, Dila felt very complicated. Watching the diamond dragon grow more distant, this complex feeling reached its peak. He wanted to shout, "You all forgot about me." However, he didn't do that. As a card maker, he had his own dignity. More importantly, in such a noisy scene, shouting seemed useless. He lowered his head and looked at his card pouch. Since they weren't taking him, then I'll open it myself. Dila clenched his fists. Rip! A small green dragon circled around him. Ha, 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 I knew it. I shouldn't have come, nor should I have uploaded the damn explosive fireball in June. If I hadn't uploaded it, I wouldn't have run into the manager. Ha, ha. The turquoise little dragon shivered, feeling like the thing it was following seemed to be broken. Oh, isn't this Master D? Dila turned his head and saw Xin Xiao coming in with a group of little kids. The little ones tore open their card packs, and with each wow, a little dragon flew around them. They happily interacted with the little dragons, which was why the children loved the annual meeting so much. Even if they found a place, they could play all day without stopping. Master D, why are you here all alone? Dila felt a lump in his throat, almost crying out loud. Finally, he found his group. The food street on the 2nd floor was much livelier than usual. Those who came here were all top-notch performers. The group feasted until their bellies were round. The atmosphere was incredibly vibrant. Red lanterns hung around the street, and the vendors used all their tricks to attract passing customers, almost ready to perform themselves. The street was wide, and although there were many people, it didn't feel crowded. Everyone wore smiles on their faces. The sounds of children playing and adults cheering blended together, composing a melody of joy. The annual meeting wasn't limited to this, there were also large performances to watch. Watching the tall and short, thin and round comedians on stage telling jokes, Ji Chen felt a bit dazed. Manager, do you want some ice cream? Lin Chen Yen asked, but the ice cream had already been handed over. Ji Chen chuckled lightly, of course. Why not? Eating ice cream in winter is so comfortable. Yes. Yes. Lin Chen Yen was delighted that Ji Chen affirmed her preference. Let's go watch the performance. In the dark night sky, with a dragon's roar, a giant dragon soared from the earth, its fiery red form gliding through the night. At a certain height, it suddenly exploded, brilliant fireworks illuminating the entire night. The sparks then coalesced into a dozen small dragons, swirling around before bursting again. Wow! Lin Chen Yen looked up at the night sky, her eyes sparkling as she had never seen such beauty before. Ji Chen watched the exploding giant dragon, pondering how such a thing was made. Brother! The fireworks show is starting. Ji Fufu, who had been off playing somewhere, ran to his side after about an hour of wandering. Where should we watch from? Ji Chen turned to ask Nina. Anywhere is fine, but it won't be comfortable enough. Let's go up the dragon. We'll watch from the mountain top. Let's go. The group hopped onto Ji Fufu's dragon and followed Nina's directions to the top of a mountain, where there was a pavilion already stocked with snacks and tea. Lin San and Lin Chen's team, aside from a few who followed Ji Chen, were all there. I called everyone over and bought a lot of delicious food. Ji Fufu proudly lifted her face, looking for praise. Ji Chen chuckled and ruffled her little head. You're amazing. Hey! Dila looked at Ji Chen with a hint of grievance. Upon seeing Dila, Ji Chen was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized, oh, I forgot about you. Boss, how can you say that? Hey! Ji Chen mimicked Ji Fufu's hey! Dilu. Bang! With a burst of firecrackers, the sky lit up with a glow. It's starting! Come! The flames reflected on everyone's faces, all of them smiling. In the sky, the glow gradually began to take shape. Soon, 2 wooden doors appeared in the sky. Ji Chen was momentarily taken aback when he saw the 2 wooden doors. Huh, isn't that our shop's wooden door? Ji Fufu immediately pointed out the blind spot. Manager, your card was selected, and it's the first one. Really? Ji-chan quietly watched the two wooden doors in the sky. After a while, two little figures appeared on either side of the doors, complete with tiny wings. Ah, that's me. Fufu pointed at the little figure on the left, grinning from ear to ear. That's me. Nina pointed at the little figure on the right, showing off. The two little figures politely knocked on the door, but it remained still. Then, the two figures exchanged a glance, flew up into the sky, and halfway through, turned around and dove down, each crashing into one of the wooden doors, flinging them open. At the moment the doors burst open, Fufu couldn't help but cover her forehead. The door had opened. It exploded like fireworks. Immediately, a bold voice came from within. Happy New Year, adventurer. One fantasy after another stepped out from the door. Each fantasy wore a smile on their face. Priests, druids, assassins, warriors. One classic character after another emerged, each with a smile. Happy New Year, adventurer. Wow, so many strange people. Fufu exclaimed, brother, who are these people? I've never seen them before. They all look like fantasy creatures, Nina said confidently. Look, that uncle has horns on his head, and that sister's eyes are sparkling. Ji-chan, your imagination is quite good, these characters look pretty nice. Yeah, they do look nice. Ji-chan looked at the familiar faces in the sky and replied. He raised the drink on the table. Come, everyone, let's have a toast to a Happy New Year. Happy New Year! The cheerful voices in the small pavilion echoed amidst the noise of fireworks, spreading far and wide. For the small town, this concept was foreign. The weather in the town was always gloomy, the kind that looked like it might rain but never did. No one wanted to walk on such streets. Most of the time, people only walked there when looking for teammates or planning to leave. But today, there were indeed quite a few people. Most were heading to the Star Association branch in the east. Have you heard? There's a secret realm in the Yuduan mountain range. Is that true? What star level? 4 stars. Ha? A 4-star secret realm? How many people must sign up for that? No, I mean, aren't you going? Hey, where are you going? Duh, to form a team and find people. You can forget it. With your level, can you even make it? Even if I can't, I should at least try to know my shortcomings, right? That makes sense. I'll go too. Shuewu looked at the crowd coming and going beside her and chuckled softly. It's a waste of effort. After saying that, she headed towards the tavern. Lin Chen and his group arrived at the registration area. It was already crowded, with a poker-faced Nina standing at the entrance, a line of text hovering above her head. Registration requires a team of 8. Without a team, you cannot submit a registration request. We're late, Lin Chen sighed, noticing the long line ahead of them, estimating it would take a while to get to their turn. Yeah, we should have come earlier. A stout man turned to Lin Chen and spoke. He had a cow-like face, very honest looking, with small bumps on either side of his forehead, tall and sturdy, and his eyes seemed not very bright. I'm Aimuti, just arrived in Xingluo City. I'm the captain of the Chrysanthemum team. Nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Lin Chen. Lin Chen stumbled, suddenly realizing that his team didn't seem to have a name. Aimuti, come here, I have an idea. Oh? What scheme do you have this time, you merchant? Lin Chen watched as the oddly named shield warrior dashed off. What happened? Lin San, who had just gone to gather information, walked over. Their team hadn't come together. They didn't need that many people for registration. One for registration, one for gathering information would suffice. Nothing much, just ran into a strange person. By the way, how's your inquiry going? Not great. There are plenty of card sellers around here, but not many with real information. If you ask me, there's no need to ponder over the exam content anymore. With the store manager's cards, we can manage to pass. Are there any stronger teams? Haven't heard of any. Lin San shook his head. The contract teams around here are all small-time players, and there hasn't been any word from the card-making shop about a 6-star card maker wanting to form their own team. I guess our team is pretty much one of a kind. Unless someone comes from another city. Another city? Lin Chen pondered, thinking of the burly man he had just seen. Hey, are you coming or not? The way ahead is clear. Oh, sorry, I'm on my way. Lin Chen quickly moved a few steps forward and told Lin San, you should look around and see if there are any teams from other cities. Got it. Lin San replied and started wandering nearby. As he was wandering, he heard a slightly enchanting voice. Silver scale chest plate, blue quality, 5 for 1 piece. The voice was steady, sometimes light and sometimes heavy, and it had quite a rhythm to it, very engaging. A crowd had gathered around. Out of curiosity, Lin San moved closer and saw someone with a simple table, sporting a cow face, selling cards. Hey, what's this chest plate of yours? What does 5 mean? 5, broke contribution, it means 5 contribution points. The seller calmly extended 5 fingers. 5 contribution points? Blue quality? Is this for real? Here. A proper 4-star card, blue quality, priced at over 50 contribution points, so this 5 contribution points seemed a bit odd. Silver scale chestplate type, equipment card excellent attack, 0 durability, 100 skill, none description, silver scale chestplate, blue quality, 5 for 1 piece. Wait, man, what kind of broken card is this? No skills at all. And it's only a 3-star, how unlucky. You can leave. The seller remained calm. Hey, do you have silver scale chestplates for sale? Perfect, I'll take one. At that moment, a burly man squeezed in. Here, 5 for 1 piece, no bargaining. What's there to bargain for 5 contribution points? No, bro, isn't this a useless card? What are you going to do with it? The person who was about to leave didn't understand. Usually, it is indeed a useless card. AI Mu-T nodded gravely. Armor-type cards are useless, but it's different in the secret realm. The monsters in the secret realm are very strong, and when your health is depleted, you'll need an armor to help block some damage, at least it can save your life. After AI Mu-T said this, some people started to feel tempted. It wasn't worth much contribution points anyway. Can this thing really save your life when your health is depleted? Someone in the crowd scoffed. Hearing this, a hand that was reaching for money paused. Indeed, if your health could be completely drained, what difference would it make? You don't know? AI Mu-T said calmly. I'm not saying how it is in the secret realm, but isn't there a possibility that this trial could have such a type of trial? I mean, when your health is completely drained. Alright. Jian Shang, who had been silent, finally spoke up. If you want to buy, then buy. If you don't want to buy, then don't. It's just 5 contribution points. I'll buy. I want 1 too. Me too. I want 10. AI Mu-Ti's words were left unfinished, but the implication was clear to anyone with a functioning brain. Everyone looked at Jian Shang with changed expressions, feeling that he was a mysterious and great person. He set up shop here just to help everyone. Watching the bustling business, Lin San quietly stepped back. In this world, armor-type equipment is not well received because there is something called life value outside the body, and the protective power of armor cannot be well demonstrated. He also does not believe that the so-called trials will be as the burly man said. He feels that it is a trap. Shaking his head, he had no intention of exposing it. They were not wrong, after all, it was just 5 contribution points. In the alley, hurry. AI Mu-T rubbed his hands and asked, how much did we earn this time? Let me count. Jian Shang counted. Oh, AI Mu-T, this time the harvest is not bad. Here, this is the dividend. Jian Shang took out a ticket printed with 5 contribution points and handed it to him. AI Mu-T? Using a positioning card, he found the 2 men. As a result, he saw 2 burly men passionately fighting on the ground. Moose, you came at the right time, that scoundrel Jian Shang. I don't want to hear it. I just have one question. Did you sign up? Both Jian Shang and AI Mu-T stopped their movements simultaneously. You look at me, I look at you. Moose covered her face. Okay, I got it. Now, AI Mu-T, come with me. First, sign up, and after signing up, you can go explain to the big sister yourself. After saying that, she turned and left. No, Moose. AI Mu-T bounced up from the floor and hurriedly followed. Jian Shang dusted off the dust on his clothes. Just as he was about to get up, around the corner, AI Mu-Ti's cow-like face reappeared. Jian Shang, this matter today is not over. Oh, am I afraid of you? In the tavern, a group of people was passionately discussing strategies. After the new year, Ji Chen began to formulate a series of cards for everyone. First, he updated the cards for Xin Xiao, Ren Shin Yen, and Lin Chen. Then came the tactical formulation for the 2 teams, which required a lot of consideration. After all, it was a secret realm. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The wind chime drew everyone's attention. Welcome. Not to mention anything else, Nina was quite dedicated. Everyone turned to look and saw a sporty girl in a pink outfit, wearing pink headphones around her neck, and sucking on a lollipop, walking in. After entering, she scanned the room and locked her gaze on Ji Chen. She nodded in satisfaction. Just as she had imagined, the store manager was handsome and charismatic. Shui Wu, Di Lu was completely stunned. What are you doing here? Shui Wu saw Di Lu, and her beautiful big eyes curved into a lovely arc. Oh, isn't this Di, the great card maker? What brings you to Xing Luo City? Oh, let me think. You probably haven't seen any news for several months, right? Di Lu. It's not that he didn't look, he just didn't want to. So, what's up? Why are you here? Wait, you didn't come to Xing Luo City too. Shui Wu smiled and walked to the bar, extending her fair little hand towards Ji Chen. Nice to meet you, boss. My name is Shui Wu, a 6-star card maker. I'm here to issue a challenge. As soon as these words came out, the entire tavern fell silent. No way, you're serious? Di-Lu was completely stunned. Oh, Ji Chen raised an eyebrow. Secret realm? Yes. Shui Wu's smile grew even brighter. Talking to smart people is just not tiring. Since I already know quite a bit of information about you, boss, I specifically came to inform you. As for my information, Shui Wu glanced at Di-Lu. He knows quite a lot. Without further pleasantries, after putting down the challenge, Shui Wu turned and left. What a proud person, Ji Chen sighed. Indeed, it seems this team battle won't be so easy, Wang Jia exhaled, saying this, but his expression did not look worried at all. In battles between humans, knowing the details of the opponent's cards is quite important. It was fine before, but ever since Ji Chen, that old 6, brought out things like spell counter and disruption curse, the development of cards has started to lean a bit. Everyone's focus gradually shifted from bigger, faster, stronger to something else. Ordinary card makers were still fine, but high-end card makers had already begun to pay attention to this field. If Shui Wu hadn't come and exposed herself, then her team could have taken advantage of the information gap, giving them a great chance of winning. But now she boldly walked over and issued a challenge. That changed everything. Everyone's intelligence was laid bare in the sunlight. When you go to gather it, you set up your forces for a showdown. This battle wouldn't just be a blood-pumping melee, it would be a contest of wits. This feeling instantly ignited the excitement of everyone in the tavern. Ding ding ding. Lin Chen and Lin San pushed the door open and saw pairs of excited eyes staring at them, making him feel goosebumps all over. What's going on? Are you all hyped up? Someone has come to issue a challenge. Ren Shin Yen's tone was filled with uncontrollable joy. This is the best warm-up before entering the secret realm. Oh, is there a team? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It's like this. Bai Miaoyin recounted the situation with Shui Wu. Who is this Shui Wu? Lin Chen was also interested in the challenge, but as the commander of a team, his first thought was about the opponent's intelligence. All eyes turned to Di-Lu. Seeing everyone looking at him, Di-Lu straightened his collar and cleared his throat. Ahem, Shui Wu, a 6-star card maker from the Wasteland City. The card she created once won the best card of the year. She's quite a formidable character. I didn't expect her to start a contract team. Shui Wu is regarded as the most promising card maker by the president of the Wasteland City branch, known for her field magic. Her team should also focus on field magic. Field magic, huh? Can't we just hang a spell counter? Shen Xiao thought he had an idea. Are you stupid? Long Xing scoffed. Do you think a spell counter makes you invincible? The reason she could win against me that day was that she had an information advantage. Otherwise, my tactical arrangements would have changed. She knows our trump cards, so naturally, she has countermeasures. But speaking of which, Long Xing looked at Ji Chen. Shopkeeper, what are your strengths? This question immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. Every card maker has their area of expertise, field, equipment, spells, skills, and so on. The powerful card makers are generally at the level of one super, many strong. But it must be said, Ji Chen is quite the oddball. His equipment is strong enough, can he really not handle field magic? Not at all. The blizzard speaks for itself, and as for skills, those annoying things are incredibly useful when pulled out. Me? Ji Chen shrugged. What does it matter? As long as it's useful, I'm all about strength. Whatever works best, I use. Hearing this, Di-Li's mouth twitched. This was truly shameless. Alright, we can't discuss much for now. Shopkeeper, please help us analyze what tactics the opponent might use. Let's talk about tomorrow's trial. If we can't even pass the trial, that would be embarrassing. You didn't come here to compete. You came here to embarrass yourselves, right? 5 for 1. Shui Wu shouted again and again. 5 for 1. I was wrong, big sister. I told you 5 for 1. Stop hitting me, I was wrong. Serves you right for complaining. I only took 5 contribution points. Big sister, why are you hitting me? It's all Jianshang's fault. Serves you right. Hiss. I told you not to sign up. Just then, Shui Wu was feeling quite pleased with herself for issuing the challenge. Moose ran back to tell her that AI Muti almost missed the registration to trick others out of 5 contribution points. Upon hearing this news, Shui Wu was nearly furious, directly raising her headphones to smash them. Goodness, she had issued a challenge. If she didn't even get registered, who knows how that dog Di-Lu would mock her. Big sister, I told you, this cow is unreliable. Lyran stood by, fanning the flames with a smirk. Big sister, why not let it go? AI Muti already knows she was wrong, Moose advised from the side. Humph. She deserves a beating. And Moose, it was clearly you who reported her. Shaman pointed out the real culprit. Shaman, don't say that. Moose is doing this for the team's good, Shui Wu said. Suddenly, she felt like this team might be beyond saving. Amid the noise, the day of the trial quickly arrived. The group was ready to set off. First round, Nina raised a finger. There will be 2 4-star puppets attacking you. One is a shield warrior, and the other is a ranged attacker. The ranged one could be an archer or a mage. The task is to kill these 2 puppets. What about the puppets' information? None. And the terrain? Just a regular arena. It's worth mentioning, Nina continued, killing the 2 puppets doesn't mean you've passed. Internally, everyone's performance will be scored, and in the end, a team score will be derived. This score must pass to be considered successful. The first round of assessment isn't too strict. Everyone, do your best. Then, let's go for it. The personnel distribution of the Star Association was still as reasonable as before. Before long, Lin Chen's team was called up. The first one was Ren Shin Yen. A regular arena, with no ups and downs, just an ordinary flat ground. Please confirm, contestants, after using the equipment card, you can press the button to start. Ren Shin Yen observed her surroundings. Finally, she chose to stand in the center of the field. She pressed the floating button beside her, and at the moment she pressed it, a puppet appeared on the east and west sides. Oh, Ren Shin Yen was surprised. Normally, shouldn't the shield warrior block in front of the ranged one? Why is there one on each side? No, wait. The next second, the puppets on the east and west began to conjure fireballs. A choice between 2? Ren Shin Yen instantly understood the organizer's intention. With her speed, she could quickly deal with one side's mage, but the other side's spellcasting might cause trouble. There was no time to think. In battle, it's all about quick wit. First, take out one. On the stands, 2 scorekeepers nodded. Very decisive. Upon confirming there are 2 mages, she immediately aims to take one out. A steady start, core strength is sufficient. Indeed, with that speed, she can take one out. It's just a matter of how she survives the other spell attack. Oh, this speed can increase? No card used. She's going too fast. Almost at the moment Ren Shin Yen realized the truth, she activated her ability. Do not use amplification cards, because you can't control it. The speed you can control is your own. Hiss, that damage. The scorekeeper gasped. Weak point break? No, it seems stronger. The weapon in her hand should have a critical hit attribute. The attack intensity is very high. Our 4-star puppets only have about 60,000 health, right? Yeah, the mage has 60,000 health. A colleague beside him chuckled bitterly. Looks like there's no suspense here. This battle wasn't as simple as it seemed. When Ren Shin Yen approached a mage, the mage still had skills like Ice Ring to restrict melee combat. But the problem was, Ren Shin Yen was too fast. One moment, the mage was conjuring a fireball, and the next, she was there, slicing 3 times and killing it instantly. There was no chance to use any Ice Ring. Ren Shin Yen sheathed her dagger, lightly tapping her toes without a moment's pause, and charged towards the wizard in the west. Goodness, still has some energy left. That's normal. A 4-hit combo is basic, and a 3-hit combo followed by an immediate sheathing of the dagger definitely leaves some energy. But this transition is just too smooth. Imagine if everyone in Starfall City fought like this. How comfortable would that be? The 2 scorekeepers had seen quite a few matches today. Some had their blood pressure skyrocketing until Ren Shin Yen appeared. It was simply remarkable. So fluid. What is she doing? Wait, is she trying to dodge the fireball? Is she crazy? Can you really dodge a wizard's single-target spell? It's basically impossible. Why? Because the so-called fireball doesn't just smash into you to deal damage. Most of its damage comes from high temperature and explosion. If you want to dodge the wizard's microcontrol, then I'll just move the fireball. As for trying to make a quick move just as the fireball approaches to trick the wizard's mental focus, sorry, but I'll immediately control the fireball to explode. What is she trying to do? Is she giving up? The 2 scorekeepers clearly couldn't understand this behavior. They didn't see that Ren Shin Yen's eyes were shimmering with a faint light. When the fireball was just a hair's breadth away from her, it suddenly expanded violently as designed. Oh no, it's over. Well, it's not too bad. The damage is enough, the judgment is fine, just a bit overconfident, survival score is a bit low, but the average score is sufficient. This was a chant-type fireball, with damage enough to take out a fragile assassin on the spot. But the next second, a flash of white light flickered. The fireball, which was about to explode, instantly shrank and dissipated into thin air. Scorekeepers? What just happened? Both were dumbfounded. She used a card. What card could possibly nullify a chant-type fireball? I don't know. The 2 exchanged glances. So what does that mean? What else could it mean? If she calculated it right and managed to resolve it, it must be a high score. But that's way too risky. No, she's an assassin. It's a profession that dances on the tip of a blade. This is a professional trait. I actually think she has it under control. I don't agree. Then let's upload the recording and let the higher-ups take a look. Sounds good. The two agreed on a strategy and basically stopped watching the situation below. It was garbage time now. The killing move had been broken, and Ren Shin Yen wouldn't allow the puppet to cast another spell. She patted the cards in her deck, took a deep breath, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. This card is really useful. Bludgeon, type, spell card, excellent attack, 0 durability, 100 skill, return the enemy's skill or summon creature to their hand. Description, go back. Ren Shin Yen, manager, why is this a 2-star card? Ji Chen, huh? Because it's not complicated, it doesn't require a high-intensity card. However, this isn't guaranteed to succeed. Ren Shin Yen? Ji Chen, this needs to be used in conjunction with gaze, an increasingly unstable skill, the greater the chance of returning it. You can give it a try and see if it works. If it doesn't, I'll switch it out. Next, Long Xing entered the arena. Please confirm, contestants, after using the equipment card, you may press the button to start. Long Xing pressed the button directly. He was incredibly arrogant. A wizard, huh? Assign him a warrior and an archer. Never mind, just a wizard. Alright. Inside the arena, a shield warrior and a wizard appeared on the field. Long Xing didn't hesitate. He charged at the warrior with the arcane missile modification in his hand. Why attack the shield warrior first? One scorekeeper frowned slightly. Don't rush. The other looked at their scoreboard. This one is on the same team as that assassin from earlier. It probably won't be that simple. Let's just watch. 3 numbers popped up above the shield warrior. Impressive, such precise control. In the arena, when the shield warrior saw the arcane missiles coming, he manifested a shield in front of himself. However, 3 arcane missiles circled around and struck the warrior from 3 different directions. But what about that mage over there? What should he do? Before the words were finished, an ice spear shot straight through. Damn! Dual line casting. Is this a person? Dual line casting refers to the simultaneous use of 2 cards for an attack. This is an extremely difficult skill. Even at 6 stars, it might not be achievable. Well, if he can dual line cast, then there's nothing to see. Just let it be. So how should we score this? Full marks, he knows it himself. If he can dual line cast, what else can we do? How about we continue to upload? Sure, let's upload it, to avoid anyone saying our scores are questionable. Who's next? Lin Chen Yen. An hour later. This is ridiculous. Are these people really 4 stars? Outside the door. How do you feel? Lin Chen stood up. Zhao Miaomia was the last to come out. It's okay, I guess. Zhao Miaomia shrugged. It's just some basic knowledge, a little bit of a breeze-through. The assessment content for Zhao Miaomia and Bai Miaoyin was different from the others. They were mainly assessed on survival and intelligence gathering. Support and reconnaissance did not have high requirements for combat power. As for the others, 2 4-star puppets casually holding their weapons wouldn't be an exaggeration. Let's head back and see what the manager has to say. So what was Ji Chen doing? Ji Chen was studying the snow dance card, especially the one that won the annual award. The more he looked, the more interesting it seemed. Magic restriction totem type, summoning card, excellent attack, 0 life, 50,000 skill, significantly reduces spell damage within a range of 10, and nullifies field magic. Introduction, mage. Shut up. This card won the annual best award back then, causing quite a debate. Some people thought this summoning card was just average, although the effect is good. With 50,000 health, it can only take a couple of hits. If a Bao warrior were to come, 2 arrows would probably solve it. Completely useless. But for some reason, the organizing committee back then still awarded it the title of best. Dilu explained on the side. Ji Chen spent contribution points to download it. He carefully examined the internal circuitry. As he looked, he couldn't help but smile. Sure enough. Manager, what did you see? Did you not notice anything? Ji Chen felt puzzled. I didn't notice anything. Dilu scratched his head. Well, it's hidden. Ji Chen nodded. No, manager, what exactly did you see? You said she excels at field magic? Yeah. This thing is field magic. Ha! Isn't this a summoning card? Card external circuitry. Ji Chen simply said 4 words. Dilu was stunned, instantly understanding something. Combined magic? No way. Combined field magic? Combined magic refers to the collaboration between cards. It's similar to a handshake agreement between cards. Once triggered, these 2 cards combine together, and this combination is generally achieved through card external circuitry. Field magic is the key to group victory or defeat, so it makes complete sense. A team with a field magician usually tailors their strategy based on the content of the field magician's cards. This type of magic is extremely effective in terms of restriction, attack, and protection. However, field magic is not without countermeasures. To put it simply, field magic disperses massive energy across the area. For tangible types like Vine Wall, it's manageable. But for types like Interference Field, it's not hard to destroy, just bombard it with a lot of spells, and naturally, the field magic will be broken. There is a type of field magic that is extremely difficult to break, and that is transcendent level field magic. Goodness, no wonder, Dila spun in circles, chattering incessantly. If that's the case, then who wins and who loses is really uncertain. Manager, we're back. Lin Chen pushed the door open and walked in. Just in time, you guys are in trouble. What trouble? After a flurry of gibberish, they continued. Won't they be affected themselves? Of course they will, but they should have the key in their hands. Ji Chen nodded. This kind of transcendent level field magic is hard to control, which means they must have the key to solve this problem. So, does that mean we don't have to engage them in a positional battle? Long Xing scratched his chin. Can't we just shoot the totem directly? Shen Xiao offered his opinion. That might be difficult. Lin Chen shook his head. Just like our tactics revolve around Lin Xinxin, they probably will do the same. If we go for a strong attack, we can expect to face many traps. Just think about our traps. At this, Shen Xiao couldn't help but shiver. The tactics they arranged were anything but gentle. The second round of the elimination match began. This round adopted a combat mode. Everyone will fight 3 matches, and the battles are open to the public. It's a good opportunity to gather intelligence, Lin Chen said, looking at the newly issued rules. Are there any strong opponents? There are quite a few participants this time. Ji Chen looked at the densely packed forms, feeling a bit of a headache. Only the Chrysanthemum Squad is relatively strong. What squad? The Chrysanthemum Squad. They should be the ones who came with that person who issued the challenge that day, Ji Chen said, the corners of his mouth twitching. Can we locate them? Ji Chen turned to Nina. We can, but it doesn't mean much, Nina shrugged. Why? Lin Chen frowned. Because the strength of this batch is quite weak. When I checked the scores yesterday, I estimated that not many would make it through the first and second rounds. No guaranteed spots? Ji Chen didn't understand. Yeah, Nina nodded seriously. Do you think the secret realm is just any place? The first and second rounds are to filter out suitable teams. Whether you fight against puppets or real people, winning or losing isn't the key is the scoring. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter if your score is high. Come on, can a high-scoring team not beat a puppet? Ji Chen rolled his eyes. So, does that mean we can't gauge their level? Unless we encounter them, and besides, aren't their cards team-based? This is an individual battle, so we can't gather much useful information. Instead, you might as well think more about what to give. Then let's see for ourselves. You should hurry, isn't the battle about to start? The second round of the elimination match adopted a random mode. 3 opponents were randomly selected, and based on their performance in battle, the judges would score them. In the end, the combined scores from the first and second rounds would determine which teams could enter the third round finals. Due to the limited number of judges for this competition, only 100 matches would be held at a time. Lin Xinxin was the first to be drawn onto the stage. Go for it. Lin Xinxin nodded heavily and stepped onto the stage. Across the arena stood a tall, thin man with a rather distinctive long face, not particularly good-looking. He held a hunting bow, and like Lin Xinxin, he was also an archer. Now, both sides prepare, the match. Start. With the referee's whistle, both drew their bows and shot arrows. Lin Xinxin's gaze was resolute. The man's eyes, however, revealed a clear foolishness. She's not even testing the waters with her bow. What should I do? Got it. I'll learn from her. The fluidity is very high. Shen Xiao commented from the stands, then added, and he's very confident in himself. Is Lyron an idiot? Why stand there and shoot at someone? Shui Wu felt exhausted. His strength isn't in attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air rang out. This was the damage inflicted on Lin Xinxin, and Lyron was unscathed. I won! Lyron excitedly waved his fist. The referee. Do you want to see what you just said? This star warrior, you have been eliminated. The opponent's attack intensity was too high, triggering the protection mechanism, and you did not make any evasive moves, so you lost. Shui Wu covered her face. Did you see clearly? Faz turned to Mei Nu. That arrow was very strong. Mei Nu's expression was serious. I can't shoot like that. Just as Mei Nu was about to say something else, Lyron came running back, crying, and rushed towards Mei Nu. Mei Nu felt her temples throbbing and swung a fist at him. Ouch! Faz watched the two of them. You hit me, I hit you, intertwined. used to it. In the arena, Lin Chen Yen, will the challenge continue, or do you want to rest? After each battle, participants can choose to continue or take a break, but taking a break requires waiting in line. Continue. Next, Mei Nu. Perfect, I'll go test her skills. Mei Nu kicked Lyran off her and went down with a crossbow. Triple crossbow, type, equipment card, excellent attack, 1500 durability, 100 skill, loading, can load 3 arrows. Description, you dodged 1 shot, but what about 3? Poison crossbow bolt, type, equipment card, excellent attack, 0 durability, 100 skill, slow. When the crossbow bolt hits the opponent, their speed and reaction time decrease by 10%, stackable up to 5 layers, lasting 30 seconds. Description, slow down, even slower. In the stands, looks like someone from the Chrysanthemum squad. Using poisoned bolts? She's in trouble. Zhao Miaomia shrugged. In a serious bow battle, the crossbow has the advantage since it can be loaded and fired with a trigger. Unlike a bow, which requires bending down to draw and shoot. The reason Zhao Miaomia said this was simple, it's still about dirty tricks. Not necessarily a good thing, Xinxin's skills might be exposed. Wang Jia pulled out a tall glass from somewhere and took a sip of grape juice. Let them be exposed. Their target won't be Xinxin. They aren't monsters. Lin Chen had a different opinion. Inside the arena, Mei Nu had already drawn her crossbow. In fact, a proper bow battle isn't about standing and shooting at each other, but rather finding weaknesses and seeing who can shoot the opponent first through countless exchanges. Various dodging and maneuvering techniques must be employed. Liaren's earlier actions were just a joke. I'm faster than her, I shoot an arrow, she should. Mei Nu's thoughts raced as she raised her crossbow, preparing her tactical setup in her mind. However, what she didn't expect was that Lin Chen Yen across from her also raised her bow. What does this mean? What is she doing? Mei Nu couldn't understand Lin Chen Yen's actions. Is she, like Lyran, an idiot? There was no time to think further. The crossbow in her hand shot an arrow directly, followed by another. 2 arrows flew, one after the other, one to the left and one to the right, sealing off Lin Chen Yen's escape routes. Meanwhile, Lin Chen Yen had just drawn her bow. She lost. The poison crossbow not only slows down but also reduces reaction time, which is fatal in a bow battle where sensitivity is crucial. Despite thinking this, she still made an evasive move. After being hit, I enter a poisoned state. Even if I still have health points and shoot an arrow, my hit rate will drop by 20 percentage points. I just need to move. Mei Nu finished writing the script. As her body began to move, a sudden wave of intense cold sent shivers down her spine. Card Classroom. The National Day holiday was over, and the classroom continued. Today's topic, how star cards materialize. Star cards are divided into energy supply, shared energy, and functional modules. The energy supply and functional modules are easy to understand. One provides energy, and the other outlines specific functions to be realized. The key to the materialization of star cards is shared energy. To materialize the contents of a star card into the real world, a key is needed, and that key is star thought power. When the star thought power shares energy with the internal modules of the star card, the real world will allow the successful materialization of the star card. This is the process of star card materialization. After class, a small question. What exactly is first-level material? She looked at Lin Chen Yen in shock, only to see Lin Chen Yen's eyes tightly locked onto her. Front? Back? Left? Right? No, she has locked onto me. Why? Why do I feel this way? Lin Chen Yen's arrow was drawn back tightly. Cold sweat was pouring down her face. This sense of oppression. Is it because of this ability that she is so confident? Mei Nu stared intently at Lin Chen Yen as the 2 crossbow arrows drew closer. She firmly believed that no matter how powerful the lock-on from the opposite side was, once those 2 crossbow arrows hit, the opponent would have no chance. Bang! Bang! However, in the next second, the 2 crossbow arrows collided with an invisible light screen, freezing her expression. What is this? It felt as if a had appeared above her head. Lin Chen Yen's arrow was also released the moment the 2 crossbow arrows hit the light screen. Whoosh! A fast arrow. Mei Nu had no time to think. Dodge, I need to dodge. Cold sweat continued to pour down her forehead. By the time she figured out which way to dodge, the arrow was already in front of her, and her leg had just lifted. In the stands, Xuewu suddenly stood up, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked into the arena. What is that? Faz was also stunned. A shield-type skill? Oh Faz, you've fallen, how could that possibly be a shield? Shields also take damage and show damage, that looks more like. Jian Shan was halfway through when Xuewu interjected. Level suppression. What are the triggering conditions? Faz felt a bit of a headache, unable to help but tug at his hair. Level suppression? How could it appear in a 4-star battle? Moreover, it should naturally form that layer of shield when attacking. The rogue girl playing with a dagger spoke up. Based on her previous match with Lai Ren, her speed shouldn't be that slow. She only shot after the crossbow arrows were right in front of her. Ha! Did someone call me? Lai Ren, lying on the ground, sat up. Lai Ren. Mei Nu's voice, filled with resentment, rang out behind him. Oh? Lai Ren turned around and exclaimed, oh! Bang! A second later, a large bump appeared on his head, and he lay on the ground, unconscious. Aimuti walked over, squatted down, and poked him with a small twig she had picked up from who knows where. Hey, don't mess around. Lai Ren raised a hand and waved it in the air. The crowd dispersed. Mei Nu ignored the antics of a few people and turned to Foz. What's impressive is not that shield, but the damage. How so? Foz was taken aback. Was there another expert? When she locked onto me, I could hardly move. Time felt almost frozen. To give me such immense pressure. At this point, Mei Nu paused. It might sound a bit absurd, but that arrow of hers was at least 6 figures. 6 figures? How? How is that possible? Foz exerted force and broke one of his own hairs. Nothing is impossible, no wonder, Xuewu murmured to herself. Big sister, what do you know? To achieve this level of damage, one must at least reach the 3rd stage of star thought refinement. If one reaches this stage, direct energy crushing can indeed be accomplished. This person is really bold to pull such a stunt. Xuewu sighed, then explained to everyone, the application of the 3rd stage is actually not common. The energy application at this stage will significantly increase, but at the same time, it has its flaws. Xuewu raised a finger. It will be affected by emotions. When in a good mood, it can exert tremendous strength. When in a bad mood, it becomes ineffective. So, you mean to attack the heart? Foz scratched his chin. It probably won't be that easy. The thief girl whispered, if they really achieve this level of damage, their team's tactics will likely revolve around this bow combat. If we want to attack their hearts, we would need to reduce their numbers by at least half. The thief girl didn't continue. Reducing their numbers by half is no easy feat. This is too dirty, it's just a steel barrel, terrifyingly powerful and defensively unbreakable. Foz felt a headache coming on. Big sister, do you have a solution? Xuewu didn't answer Foz but instead stared intently at Lin Chen Yen in the arena. How dare she? Foz and the others didn't understand the risks involved. She knew. How resolute must one be? In the arena, the referee's earpiece seemed to explode. He grimaced and rubbed his ears, walking towards Lin Chen Yen. Lin Chen Yen, please show me your equipment card. I'm referring to that bow. Okay. It wasn't that they lacked skill, it was just that this immunity was too outrageous. Level crushing shouldn't appear on a 4-star battle. After seeing Lin Chen Yen's card, the referee fell silent for a moment before starting to communicate. After a while, he returned Lin Chen Yen's card to her. May I ask if we continue? Continue. In the 3rd match, Lin Chen Yen faced a nameless shield warrior. In the stands. Now, we can see just how strong her damage really is. Indeed, no matter what, she can't take him down with one arrow. Foz nodded, but his words were cut short. The shield warrior, who had been full of confidence, was now left in shock. He turned to the referee. I'm out? Yes, you're out. The referee nodded. No, how could I be out? That was just one arrow, even if it broke my shield. No, after our testing, that one arrow not only broke your shield but also cleared your health points. We are professionals. Fine. The shield warrior left dejectedly. In the stands. What were you going to say just now? The thief girl looked at Foz. Foz pulled another hair from his head, his face full of pain. No, it's nothing. Just then, the card in his hand lit up. Ah, it's my turn. Go for it. Ren Shin Yen cheered, giving Lin Chen a fist pump. Yeah, don't worry, Lin Chen stood in the arena. On the other side of the arena stood a small, thin figure, looking like a little boy, with skin so pale it was startling. His deep, bright eyes looked at Lin Chen, revealing a big smile. Chrysanthemum Squad, Foz, please give me your guidance. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Their team had no name. Hey, they have a name. Ji Fufu chimed in, joining the excitement. Why don't we come up with one too? Yeah, introducing ourselves like this sounds so impressive. Ren Shin Yen nodded along. It's decided, we'll call ourselves the Fufu Squad. Hey, why is it the Fufu Squad? It should be the Nina Squad. No, the name Nina is too common. Ji, Fu. Lin Chen became alert. Lin Chen, please give me your guidance. The team doesn't have a name yet? Seems like the cohesion is average? Or maybe they're just not familiar enough? Foz silently noted this detail in his mind. He scanned the arena. A standard competition ground. It was a good place to stretch out. Please manifest the equipment card, the referee said to Lin Chen. True Silver Holy Sword Modification Type, Equipment Card Excellent Attack 1200 Durability, 100 Skill, each time you attack an enemy, gain a layer of Holy Shield. Description: before the person arrives, the shield goes first. Come on, let's exchange a few moves. A sword, a shield, almost standard for a shield warrior. A 4-star warrior, with 2 slots left. Faz's expression grew serious. He realized a problem. This team's cards seemed a bit strange. The shield warrior and the mage's battle. To put it bluntly, it was a chaotic fight. The mage didn't want the shield warrior to get close. The shield warrior had to find a way to approach the mage. At the 4-star stage, the mage had a relative advantage. Because the shield warrior occupied 2 slots right away, but the mage had quite a few control spells in his slow sequence. Faz drew a card, ready to use it. Lin Chen charged over at an extremely unreasonable speed, startling him. Charge! Faz's reaction was also quick. He took 2 steps back, reached into his robe, and as Lin Chen's sword was about to strike him, he used Ice Ring. Ice Ring, one of the basic spells, most mages would carry one. Common, but effective. The first card. Lin Chen calculated in his mind. Taking advantage of the freeze, Faz created some distance and pulled out the first card he had just drawn. Swamp Technique Type, Spell Card Excellent Attack, 0 Durability, 10 Skill, create a swamp that reduces movement speed. Description: a large sticky mousetrap. Weak field card? Goodness. The originally smooth arena began to feel sticky as the swamp technique was unleashed, greatly affecting speed. Once the swamp technique was cast, Lin Chen's speed plummeted. He frowned. The swamp technique didn't just affect him. Faz drew another card. Slow Totem Type, Summoning Card Excellent Attack, 0 Health, 50,000 Skill, greatly reduces speed within a certain range. The reduction depends on individual level. Description: 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man. Lin Chen. Wait, why is the mage starting to play dirty too? His current speed was barely better than a turtle's crawl, and the most critical part was that he felt as if he had been cursed, utterly miserable. Next, Faz pulled out another card. Gravity Totem Type, Summoning Card Excellent Attack, 0 Health, 50,000 Skill, Gravity Magnetic Field. Description: a good helper for selling pork. In the stands, so disgusting. Lin San couldn't help but shiver. Field Magic, Gravity Totem, Slow Totem, this is getting serious. 3 continuous types, 1 weak Field Magic, 2 summons. This meant, in the arena, 80 yards. Faz took out a card. A light blue glow began to gradually cover the card as he spoke, activating it. Within this 80 yards, if I can kill you, then I win. If you can withstand my damage and reach me, then you win. Lin Chen glanced at him, unable to suppress a sigh in his heart. This person was outrageous. As the team's commander, he instantly saw the opponent's intentions. This tactical arrangement wasn't just reflected in the combat mode. On the surface, he laid out this field, seemingly exposing something, but in reality, Dila had already informed Ji Chen about it. They were well aware that they were a team based on the field. This tactical exposure was equivalent to not exposing anything at all. And what would Lin Chen expose? His defensive level. To some extent, the level of protection in a shield battle represents the lower limit of a team. This fight is not just limited to this battle, more importantly, it reflects on future team battles. Perhaps someone might ask, why not just give up directly? The truth is, that's not an option. On one hand, it's a matter of face, on the other, it's about points. If you do nothing and simply concede, your score will plummet, and if you get eliminated, that's the end. In contrast, on Faz's side, the situation has already been laid out, with tactical intentions and practical effects clearly demonstrated. Within a limited space, speed is restricted. You must know that the only thing not restricted by these field magic and totems is mental power, which is to say, spells. This combat style is extremely advantageous for him, and points have already been secured. Well then, let me see what you're made of. Faz conjured a fireball. A standard chance spell card, almost ubiquitous, but it's genuinely effective. Controllable, with immense power. The moment Lin Chen saw the fireball coming, his mind raced. What trump card should he reveal? After some thought, he swung the sword in his hand forward. A shield-like object appeared in front of him. The shield shattered. Oh, Faz raised an eyebrow. He then conjured a second fireball and hurled it at Lin Chen. He wasn't in a hurry. Lin Chen still swung his sword at the fireball. The shield shattered again. A disposable shield, huh? Faz understood, retracted the card, and swapped it for another. Multiple small fireballs type, spell card excellent attack power, 600 durability, 10 skill, launch multiple small fireballs. The number launched is related to the energy input. The more energy input, the more fireballs can be launched. Description, 1, 2, 3, wow, they all explode. Did you find the key point after just 2 tries? The Holy Shield skill isn't as useful as imagined. Against multi-hit attacks, it's almost a useless existence. Swinging the sword, gathering energy, and attacking all take time. If you're defending against multi-hit attacks, the effect will be poor. If only Lin San were here, he could mislead the opponent. In close combat, Lin San is the strongest in the entire team. Even Ren Shin Yen is a 50-50 match with him. But, I can still try to mislead a bit. Lin Chen retracted his sword, and the first small fireball also reached him. Boom! The moment it landed on him, the fireball exploded violently, and at the explosion site, a transparent shield appeared, flashing and vanishing instantly. It dissipated in an instant. Following that, the second and third fireballs came. The shield appeared just right at the landing point of the fireballs. Card class. Yesterday's question will be answered tomorrow, so it's not considered a spoiler. As for today, there's nothing today. Yesterday I played a little druid and painfully dropped from Diamond 1 to Diamond 3 due to being hacked by pirates. Controlling shields is a must for every shield warrior, but very few can do it well. Then let's try this. Foz waved his hands. 4 fireballs appeared beside him, charging towards Lin Chen. They were aimed at the upper left, upper right, and lower right. Lin Chen looked up and saw 4 shields materializing in those 4 directions. Foz's mouth curled into a peculiar arc. You guessed wrong. The fireball in the upper left lagged behind a bit. The other 3 fireballs exploded before reaching Lin Chen. Ha! Foz raised an eyebrow. This damage was unexpected. Too low. However, the lagging fireball took advantage of the smoke and circled around. Boom! In the stands. This level of control shouldn't be used for field magic. Longxing scratched his chin and glanced at Wang Jie beside him. What do you mean it shouldn't be used for field magic? Look at him, the field is the key to victory. Ji Chen watched the battle in the arena thoughtfully. At this moment, he was pondering a question. What is the principle behind the construction of the gravity totem? Gravity? How is it utilized? He felt that he had been overlooking something all along. He took out a card and stared at it for a while. The card was white. He was pondering a question. What exactly is a card? Why can it influence reality after energy is input? When the opponent used weak field magic and totems, this doubt reached its peak. He suddenly stood up. What's wrong, manager? I need to go back for a bit. Ji Chen rushed out. Hey, manager? I'm going too. Ji Fufu followed Ji Chen, running with a tap tap tap. What's going on? Lin San was somewhat confused. I guess he thought of something. After all, he's a card maker. When inspiration strikes, he naturally becomes reckless. Longxing didn't care much. Card makers were always like this. Inside the arena, the battle continued. Can Sturdy Shield do that too? This is really something. Foz shrugged, chuckling lightly, and raised his hand. I concede. Lin Chen, who had withstood an explosion, also stopped moving. In terms of arrangement, his score was already sufficient. If the opponent had no other means, then reaching the enemy before being blown up was a foregone conclusion. The opponent's concession was not unexpected. Foz returned to the stands from the arena. How was it? Shui Wu asked. The strength is quite high. Foz shrugged. You saw it, in such an unfriendly situation for him. If I didn't use other means, I couldn't win at all. Sturdy Shield can, and Control Shield is at a high level. To be honest, big sister, you really gave me a tough problem. This level, AI Muti can't even keep up. Hey, Foz. What are you saying? AI Muti protested, striking a muscular pose. AI Muti, am also very strong, okay? Foz looked at AI Muti, then at the strong Jianshan, and sighed, sigh. Just try harder. Shui Wu patted his shoulder. It's fine if you can do it, and if you can't, it doesn't matter. The main thing this time is to let you see what a genius in this world looks like. Sparring has wins and losses, it doesn't matter. There are still many days ahead. Wait, big sister, are you planning to invest? Foz looked shocked. Otherwise? They're so strong. Big sister, don't use such poor provocation tactics, okay? Is it useful? Shui Wu's eyes were filled with laughter. Alright, I'll try my best. Foz shrugged. Brother, where are you going? Ji Fufu followed behind Ji Chen, her face full of curiosity. Ji Chen was usually very calm. Why was he in such a hurry this time? I thought of something. What did you think of? Nina. Nina, floating beside Ji Chen, responded. What is the first level material? Nina looked at Ji Chen in surprise. No way? Can't I say? Then I understand. Ha? Ji Fufu looked bewildered. Understand what? Ji Chen's face rarely showed excitement. So that's how it is. He rushed back to the tavern, entered the studio, and directly called back the apprentice who was working, closing the door. Before closing the door, he also instructed Nina not to disturb him. Fufu and Nina exchanged glances. What's going on? Nina helplessly opened her phone. After a series of beeps, Zhao Mian's voice came from the other end. What's up? It seems Ji Chen knows what the first level material is? What? How does he know? How could he know? Did you tell him? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Nina couldn't help but complain. Is that all? I told you. Fine, knowing is knowing. It's not a big deal, but Zhao Mian hesitated for a moment. He wouldn't be trying to make some strange card, would he? How would I know? Nina shouted and hung up the phone. On the other end, Zhao Mian sighed. Zhuge Yi looked at him. President, what's wrong? A genius, Zhao Mian sighed. He knows what first level materials are now. How is that possible? Zhuge Yi's eyes widened. I clearly misled him. You still know who he is? Isn't it Ji Chen? The only card maker in Starfall City who can be seen is him. How did you mislead him? I told him about second level materials and second level energy information. According to his understanding, he would probably think that first level materials are souls. Did you say that to him directly? Not exactly, I just gave him that direction. Don't you think there's a problem here? I know. Zhuge Yi sighed. If first level materials are souls, then his spiritual vision couldn't possibly replicate soul type cards, right? Are you sure that's misleading and not a reminder? Zhao Mian shot him a glare. For something like this, it should wait until the 7 stars before telling him. Right now. President, everyone knows now. You can't just make him forget, can you? President. Don't do anything reckless. Zhuge Yi looked at Zhao Mian's eager expression, terrified. Go away, I'm not that bored. How's the preparation for mind theft going? It's almost ready, about a month. Once this trial is over, it can be released. Alright, let's go with that. He placed it in front of him, examining it carefully. The corners of his mouth curled higher and higher. All along, he had a doubt. That is, how exactly does mind theft replicate to soul type cards? If viewed from the perspective of energy levels. If soul really belongs to first level materials, then how could mind theft, which outputs third level energy, possibly replicate soul type cards? There must be something he didn't understand. In fact, his current card making was stuck in a rather awkward place. He could only replicate a small part of the cards he imagined. What was the most powerful thing in the previous life's cards? It was synergy. What's a gladiator longbow? What's a mind theft? There were plenty of things he couldn't replicate. Things like Heartfire Shepherd and One Punch Man. He originally thought it was due to his insufficient rank and star level. But ever since the Soul System cards appeared, he felt he had entered a misunderstanding. It wasn't that he couldn't replicate them, but there seemed to be something he didn't grasp. When he saw Xuewu's totem series, he had an indescribable feeling. It was like a thin membrane blocking his way, and as a man, he naturally wanted to break through. Unfortunately, there were no clues, and he could only linger at the door. Until today. He saw the swamp, saw those 2 totems, and the faint connection between the totems. Suddenly, he realized something. First level materials. He chuckled softly, the laughter gradually growing until it became manic. He. The laughter was chilling. Brother! Fufu rushed into the laboratory and then saw Ji Chen sitting there as if nothing was wrong, holding a white card in his hand. What's going on? Fufu's eyes widened. No, just now I heard a very terrifying laugh outside. Oh, you must have misheard. Ji Chen glanced at him indifferently. Is that so? Fufu scratched her not-so-smart little head. Forget it, that's not important. Nina reported you. What are you doing? Fufu, you're the one reporting. Nina panicked, afraid Ji Chen would misunderstand, and quickly explained. Anyone who knows what a first-level material is needs to report it, after all. I know. Ji Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. After all, this thing was indeed a bit outrageous. Someone will come to find you later. Why are they looking for me? Ji Chen was taken aback. To give you a hush money. Nina succinctly provided 5 words. After a while, Zhuge Yi came over with a pained expression. Long time no see, Professor Zhuge. Ji Chen revealed 8 teeth. Not too long. Zhuge Yi hesitated for a moment before sighing. You really know? Yeah. Ji Chen nodded. From the very beginning, I was a bit puzzled as to why thought theft could replicate soul cards. Moreover, if soul is considered a material, it should be unique. Why can one card replicate it? Until today, I watched a match, and during the match, I had a flash of inspiration. The ability to replicate means that the object being replicated is far inferior to the object trying to replicate it. The object trying to replicate, with thought theft, I am quite clear about my own capabilities. I merely made a small improvement on the star return circuit of the replication series. Why can it directly replicate soul cards? There is only one answer. Ji-chin held a white card in his hand. It's it, right? The priority of it is the highest. The reason it can replicate is that it can accommodate. Without waiting for Zhuge-I to respond, Ji-chin murmured to himself, I should have thought of this earlier. The answer is right in front of me. If the priority of the white card is not the highest, how can it withstand the impact of second-level energy? Equivalent exchange. Both parties in the exchange must at least have the same foundation. If I'm not mistaken, aside from the white card having the highest priority, the soul cards must be unstable, right? He turned to Zhuge-I. Can you tell me what this white card is? Zhuge-I smiled bitterly. You'll naturally know when the time comes. Ji-chen nodded, not pressing for an answer. Since he knew the white card had the highest priority and its capacity was better than he imagined, then many things could be pondered over. Do you have any other business? This matter requires signing a confidentiality agreement. Zhuge-I took out a piece of paper and placed it on the table. Ji-chen glanced at it. A piece of paper, what's the use? This is the contract for the Gate of Judgment. Gate of Judgment? Yes, the 9-star card in the president's hand. Its full name is Falling Star's Gate of Judgment. Once signed, it must be adhered to, if not. At this point, Zhuge-I paused. Even if you reach 9 stars, you might not be able to escape. What's the benefit? For this matter, I understand it myself. If I sign the contract and don't disclose it, there shouldn't be any problem. There must be some benefits, right? Ji-chen spread his hands, indicating that without some benefits, it would be hard to help him. What do you want? This was a reasonable request. In fact, every cardmaker who noticed this matter would join a deeper level of the internal cardmaker association. However, Ji-chen was only at 5 stars now, so joining wouldn't have much significance. How about a few pieces of second-level pure yang materials? What did you say? Second-level pure yang materials. Zhuge-I felt his chest rising and falling. The basic attributes of materials are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and among these materials, they are further distinguished by yin and yang. Pure materials are rare, like the blue bead that Bai Miaoying gave to Ji-chen. That can barely be considered a type of feminine material, but it is not purely feminine, it has some impurities, and even so, it is already quite valuable. To ask for purely yang materials right off the bat is really... Zhuge-I hasn't finished pondering it yet. What are you thinking? I'm not asking for some 7-star or 8-star materials, I only need 5-star ones. That's not an unreasonable request, is it? Zhuge-I was taken aback. Indeed, the other party only needed 5 stars. The controllable space for 5-star materials is much greater. Alright, I'll bring it over later. Let's sign the agreement first. Ji-chen didn't hesitate, picked up the pen, and just as he was about to write, he was stopped by Zhuge-I. Sign with a star engraving pen, and add your own star mental power. Oh, Ji-chen responded, and as the star engraving pen wrote down his name, the contract slowly dissipated into the air with the fall of his name. Ji-chen's pupils constricted slightly, as if sensing something, but the corners of his mouth curled up even higher. A contract? Today's answer in the card class is revealed. Level 1 material, white card. The white card shares the same root and origin with the secret realm in the world, belonging to the category of level 1 materials. Tomorrow's class will preview the relationship between the star return route and the white card, as well as the operational mode of thought theft. Zhuge-I hesitated. This dog wouldn't have guessed something again, would he? After pondering for a while, he still couldn't bring himself to ask. Once he confirmed everything, he took his leave. After Zhuge-I left, Ji-chen, in his laboratory, looked at the white card in his hand and murmured, "The world? Is there really such an outrageous thing in this world?" Foz felt his head turn white. Today's battle brought nothing but bad news. It's probably going to be very difficult for our tactics to work. The thief girl played with her dagger beside him. They have absolute attack power over there, and those 2 mages are not ordinary characters. She paused for a moment, and it's very dirty. Of course, it's dirty. Goodness, that secret is a person she can eat. Today, he saw Long Xing's precise control and Wang Jie's terrifying calculation ability on stage. The secret itself is not difficult to crack. The hard part is that you don't know what type of secret they are using. If an ordinary person gets it, there's no need to worry, but if they get it... Mei Nu sighed. Today, Wang Jie's application of field magic really opened her eyes. Wang Jie's field magic is different from Foz's. His field magic is almost entirely attack-oriented. Foz's field magic relies on a united front. The former is more dependent on the timing of casting, while the latter tests prior arrangements. Using secrets with superb casting timing to eliminate the enemy's keycards would be a disaster. Then we can just test out his secrets first. AI Muti raised his hand, offering a bad idea. Oh, AI Muti, are you an idiot? They won't wait until the critical moment to use it. Jin Shang knocked him on the head. No rush, I still have a trump card. Shui Wu pulled out a card. Everyone gathered around. Wow, how is it? SOSO, the teams we've organized aren't very reliable. With these results, going to the secret realm would be like looking for death, right? In the office hall, a group of staff members were busy. This selection process is arguably the busiest since the establishment of Starfall City. The reason is simple, this is the selection site for 4-star teams. How many reliable 4-star teams can there be? Most 4-star teams are just fishing or wandering around the outskirts of the Yuduan mountain range. The slightly better ones have contracted card makers, which is somewhat interesting. But it's only somewhat interesting. In front of them lay a pile of scores. These scores were evaluated based on the performances of the Star Warriors in the first and second rounds. The staff needed to combine the scores and then look at the scoring status of the entire team to confirm whether this team could enter the secret realm. The scoring was based on 6 aspects: output, survival, intelligence, quick wit, command, and cards. An individual had to have at least 3 items at a qualified level, and ideally, one of them should be excellent. The screening process was extremely complicated and vast. Most importantly, up to this point, there was not a single qualified team. This was the most despairing part. Everyone felt like they were working in vain. Do you think, in the end, there won't be a single qualified team? How could that be? I've heard there's a really strong team. Strong? How strong? Not like a 4-star. Not like a 4-star? More like a 3-star. The staff casually flipped to the next page, and then a large hexagon appeared in front of him. Lin Chen Yen, output, survival, intelligence, quick wit, command, cards, what? What is this? The staff was dumbfounded. Others gathered around. It must be fake. How could it be 6 items all qualified? This can't be cheating, right? Who is it? Trying to get this girl killed? You can't enter the secret realm by cheating. Someone shouted. It was truly for the good of this group. The secret realm wasn't something you could just walk into. Is there a possibility that our test can't uncover others' true abilities? An old voice came from behind. How could that be, you? The staff turned around and saw Jiamian's slightly aged face, with a hint of a smile on it. President. I know this girl, everyone in her team applied for a second review. To say hexagon is too much, it's just that when she shot an arrow, everything was resolved, and naturally, nothing could be tested, so they just got full marks. At this point, Zhao Mian paused. Looking around, he continued, I know everyone is a bit tired of this work, but I still hope you can take it seriously. At least, with every report you submit, you can give some pointers to the future little ones. Helping them avoid some detours is also good. In this way, it can be seen as planting a seed of hope, right? Upon hearing Zhao Mian's words, everyone felt a bit ashamed. They had always thought their work was redundant, completely unaware that those rookies needed help. This was indeed their oversight. President, we will work hard. That's good. How much more needs to be organized? About 3 days' time, but according to your standards, I estimate there will be very few qualified. It's fine, just let the unqualified ones go. The secret realm is a place where people die. Everyone work hard, and later, this time's reward will be settled at 3 times. Long live the president. 3 days later, at the tavern. A closed sign hung at the door. Inside the tavern, a group of people gathered together, discussing something. In the middle of the table lay a map. Lin Chen pointed at the map. This is the map for the finals. The finals will use a points system. The team that earns the most points wins. The map on the table was not complicated, with no special terrain. It was a valley, resembling a gourd. Lin Chen pointed to the circular forest on the left. This is our territory. He then pointed to the other half of the gourd. This is their territory. 1 half of the gourd for each person, Lin San summarized. Right, in their half of the gourd, there are the tokens we want, each token is worth 2 points. And in our territory, there are their tokens, for each token they get, we lose a point. What are the tokens? Zhao Miao's eyes brightened, she was good at finding things. This. Lin Chen took out a photo. Everyone leaned in to take a look and asked in unison, chick? In the photo, there was a chick that looked excessively well-fed, its chubby appearance somewhat frightening. It was entirely blue. It's just a matter of seeing who can catch more and trying to create some chaos. Wang Jie scratched his chin. He wasn't concerned about the speed of a little chick, how fast could it really be? Setting a trap and resolving it was just a matter of time. No, it's not that simple. Zhao Miaomio scratched her chin. The speed of this chick should surpass all of us, requiring us to set traps to capture it. But what if the traps we set are destroyed by the enemy? That's also a problem. Lin Chen nodded. How many of these chicks are there? 5 on each side. So that's 10 in total, a tug of war. How do we keep score? If we catch it, does it count for us? Yes, based on the standard of the chick materializing into cards, once it materializes, we score 2 points, and they lose 1 point. Additionally, there's a hidden score. That hidden score is 5 points. 5 points? If we compete seriously, and we catch all the chicks on our side while theirs are all caught, that means we would score a solid 5 points. That's quite significant. So, Lin Chen placed his palm on the map. This final challenge, the hidden aspect, even if we can't obtain it, we must ensure the other side doesn't get it. What should we do with our chicks then? Test their level. If possible, try to reduce their numbers. If possible, reduce their numbers. We have one more person than them, which gives us a slight advantage. Face-I looked at the map and then at the leader. This battle will last for 5 hours. Our goal is simple. Don't rush to invade. Thief girl, dummy, you two go ahead and scout the situation. As for the others, set up here. At this point, Face-I paused. No, we need to create a defensive illusion. Make them think that the thief girl and dummy just want to go over to score points. Meanwhile, we focus on defense. Based on that, we will make our arrangements. You want to cover the entire valley? Xuewu immediately understood Face-I's intention. Yes, we need to cover the entire valley so that at the last moment, we can directly seize the victory. Face-I clenched his fists. Thief girl and dummy, you also need to be careful. Their output is not to be underestimated. Understood. Now, let's discuss the formation distribution. Face-I began to lay out the tactics. This competition was quite the spectacle. After all, there were many participants, but only 2 teams made it to the finals. Most people wanted to know where they fell short. Zhao Mian understood everyone's thoughts and waved his hand, starting a live broadcast. He even brought Nina on stage to commentate, so those who wanted to watch could just go to the central square of the town. Ji Chen, however, stayed at home. Nina would relay the broadcast. Hello, audience friends, welcome to the first and last match of the Secret Realm Finals. I am the commentator, Zhao Mian. I am the commentator, Nina. Ji Chen turned to Nina, speechless, and asked, the old man is so old, yet he still does such fresh things? That's just how he is. He says he's afraid others won't understand the tactical arrangements, so he just jumps in himself. He just wants to play. Nina pouted. This old rascal, she knew him well. Ji Fufu, stuffing popcorn into her mouth, asked, choo choo choo. Who do you think, choo choo choo, which team will win? Our team, Nina and Ji Chen said without hesitation. Choo choo choo, why? Because it's dirty. That was Nina's answer. Because of the tactics. This is Ji Chen. Looking at Nina's disdainful gaze, Ji Chen coughed twice. Ahem, that's a tactic. How could it be called dirty? Many times, intelligence represents everything. Nina raised a finger. Now, the enemy has exposed quite a bit of intelligence, and we have also revealed some, but they have overlooked a very crucial piece of information. Choo, 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 what? Ji Fufu was taken aback for a moment. You'll see. And stop eating. You've already gone through half a bucket before it even started. Nina snatched the popcorn from Ji Fufu's hand. Choo, oh. Ji Fufu wasn't angry, picking up a nearby soda and happily taking a big sip. The screen floating in mid-air also officially lit up. The screen split directly into 2 sections, making it easy for everyone to see the status of the 2 teams. On the left was the red team, namely Lin Chen's squad. On the right was the blue team, the Chrysanthemum squad. Just as they were about to continue talking, the sound of wind chimes rang at the door. The 4 of them, along with the tool, Dilo, all looked over. Shui Wu walked in. Seeing 4 pairs of eyes on her, she casually walked in with 2 large bags. Here, make some room, I brought snacks. Welcome, welcome. Ji Fufu jumped up directly, eagerly going to get the snacks. Shui Wu was also unceremonious, grabbing a stool for herself and sitting down. The tavern didn't have much, but there were indeed plenty of stools. After sitting down, she asked, Boss, how is it? Who do you think will win between us? Me. Shui Wu chuckled lightly. You're not being modest, but I won't admit defeat so easily. Why don't you just admit it? Dila couldn't help but speak up. Upon hearing this, Shui Wu was taken aback. What? Although the mystery is difficult, your few star warriors are quite capable, but it's not unsolvable. Is there intelligence I don't know about? Yes, and it's decisive intelligence. Oh, then I must take a good look at it. Shui Wu was not discouraged, instead, she was quite interested. In her view, whether she won or lost didn't matter much. After all, it was just a competition, and no lives were at stake. She didn't even think to ask why. Just watching was enough. What was the point of spoilers? Moreover, she didn't think she had lost. She had prepared a big meal for Ji Chen. She smiled even more happily. like a fox that had stolen a chicken. As their conversation faded, the two teams on the screen also began to move. Bai Miaolin and Shen Xiao each conjured an owl, sending it flying into the sky. On the other side, Lai Rin did the same, pulling out a card that instantly transformed into a majestic eagle, its eyes very lively, soaring high as Lai Rin raised his arm. Card class. Today's topic, the operational mode of mind theft. In the star circuit, there are copy and detect types of circuits. Ji Chen made a small innovation in this area, hence the mind theft. It has been mentioned before that the world and the white card belong to the same class of things, but in reality, the world's level is higher than that of the white card, and this superiority lies in the heavenly Tao rules. The main world has its own operational logic. The white card is a world, but its operational logic comes from the card maker. Star warriors need to use their own star thought power to tell the main world that this is their own person, only then can the crafted card truly materialize. Therefore, the logic of mind theft lies in the fact that after materialization, it belongs to a part of the main world, and its rank is higher than that of the unactivated star cards, allowing for direct theft. As for why it can steal soul-type cards, this brings up another concept, the characteristics of emotional energy. For example, Lin Chen Yen's immunity. The premise of immunity is to be absolutely focused and possess absolute confidence, even when faced with an attack, not even blinking an eye. I believe that at this point, most of the students understand one of the drawbacks here. That is, it is overly emotional. It is easily influenced and unstable. Using souls to create cards can significantly enhance the strength of the cards, but it also possesses emotional characteristics, making it unstable. This instability becomes easier to replicate. That's about it. Oh, by the way, don't ask me what the core of replicating the star circuit is, go search it yourself on Baidu, whatever pinhole imaging or how movies are made, find it yourself, and then come up with a reason to convince yourself. Class dismissed. Type, summoning card epic attack power, 1200 health points, 55,000 skills, eagle eye, lock onto the enemy's weakness. Rapid, increase speed by 30%, fly quickly. Introduction, the unique little koan of the fierce people. Wow, both teams have released their summoned beasts to take the lead in battle. Whether it's an adventure or a duel, gathering intelligence is the top priority. Clearly, the summoned creatures of the Chrysanthemum team are superior to the Tavern team's owls, said the commentator. Zhao Mian began his commentary career. Oh, after releasing the summoned creatures, both teams have started to take action. The Chrysanthemum team has split their forces. It seems they plan to adopt a defensive stance. Let's see the Tavern team. Oh, they haven't dispersed, gathering to set off, planning to take the initiative in their attack? Which is stronger, the Tavern team's spear or the Chrysanthemum team's shield? Let's wait and see. Inside the tavern. The president is indeed the president, he immediately understood the battle intentions, Shui Wu nodded. However, that eagle is quite impressive. Ji Chen glanced at the card information placed beside the screen. Your owl isn't bad either, it just lacks a stable soul. The fierce person's eagle has been with him since childhood, it's different. The method of sacrificing souls to create cards is not news among card makers. The first taboo states that one cannot use souls to create cards. On one hand, using souls to create cards is too evil. On the other hand, it is unstable. If the soul is not voluntary, the entire card will become unstable. Only voluntarily sacrificed souls can form the basis for soul card creation, and it is the only method of soul card creation not prohibited in the Star Association. One defends, one attacks. Ji Chen's eyes seemed to shine as he watched the two teams on the screen. This could be considered his first mental duel with the card makers of this world since arriving here. In the valley. Tactics, in essence, are either to attack or defend. How to attack or defend specifically depends on the situation. No matter what, just get moving first. Before encountering something, don't overthink it. This is what Lin's father taught Lin Chen. Miao Miao, Xian Xian, stay hidden. Proceed as planned. Okay. Zhao Miao and Ren Shin Yen responded. The two figures gradually blended into the forest. Is that a chick? Bai Miaoyin looked up and saw a red chick on a tree. Everyone's gaze followed. Miao Miao, give it a try. Alright. As soon as Zhao Miao's voice fell, she had already appeared next to the chick, seemingly stunned for a moment upon appearing. The chick seemed to sense something, startled, and instantly darted away at an incredibly absurd speed, disappearing from everyone's sight. It has a certain alert range, it must be more than a meter in radius. Once triggered, it will instantly activate a speed-up skill. To catch it, I guess we need to first test its alert range and set up traps. The difficulty isn't very high. After just one test, Zhao Miao clearly analyzed the characteristics of the chick. Let's go. Lin Chen took a glance and walked towards the other side of the valley. They had limited time, 5 hours, which wasn't long. On the other side, we've figured out the mechanism of this chick. Let's set up some triggered traps to make as much noise as possible. AI Muti, Lyrin, Musi, you're one team. Thief Girl, Dui Zhai, you're in charge of monitoring. Shaman, Jian Shang, Menu, follow me and quickly set up 4 totems in the valley. During this time, avoid conflict. If you encounter them, just run. They won't dare to chase. Remember to listen for news, Shaman, the manifestation communicator. Okay. Shaman nodded, and a white light flickered. A device resembling a radio appeared in the area. Communication radio, type, summoning card, normal attack power, 0 health points, 5000 skills, dispersion, distributes 10 headphones for teammates to use. Eavesdrop, steals audio within a 10-kilometer radius. Introduction, welcome to Listen to Your Moon, my heart, I am your friend? The radio manifested by Shaman. AI Muti obediently began digging a pit, and after finishing, buried the radio inside. Everyone now had a small black dot in their hands, which they stuffed into their ears. Hello, 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 testing, testing. Hello, hello, hello. I'm AI Muti. Oh AI Muti, if you sing again, I'll kick your perky butt with my leather shoe, so you can know what a heel impact feels like. Fuzz. Everyone, stop the noise, don't say anything unrelated to the battle, now, let's go. At the commentary station. Wow, it seems the defensive team's experience is quite rich. Why is that? Nina asked expressionlessly, playing the straight man. In actual combat, communication has always been an unavoidable issue. Ordinary cards can solve communication problems, but there's a risk of eavesdropping. Cards like this summoning type can effectively guard against that. The tavern team seems to have neglected this aspect, and they're likely to suffer a big loss. Moreover, the defensive team is quite clever, releasing that eagle-type summoned beast to attract the tavern team's attention, seemingly telling them that all their efforts in gathering intelligence are focused on the summoned beast. This isn't a gap in strength, it's a lack of experience. The tavern team probably won't notice their setup. Inside the tavern, Ji Chen looked at the radio and scratched his chin. I have to say, I really didn't think about this. Most of his thoughts were on the strength of the cards, he hadn't considered the real-world communication issues. Even when Lin Chen told him, he just made an ordinary communication card and left it at that. He never expected to learn a lesson in this regard. Shuiwu chuckled lightly, then you're done for, your plan will probably be overheard by them. Ji Chen exhaled lightly and shook his head, then I take back what I said, it probably won't be that easy to win. Inside the valley. I see it. Lin Chen's earpiece transmitted Ren Shin Yen's voice, in the sky, you should be able to see it too. Hearing this voice, everyone looked up at the sky. A majestic eagle was circling above the valley. The map had made it very clear, this place had no living creatures, only them and the forest. Can we hit it? Lin Chen turned to ask Lin Xinshin. Lin Xinshin took a look and shook her head, at this height, no. So that means our movements will be visible to them, the owl doesn't fly that high. Since they couldn't reach it, there was no need to keep watching. Once we get over there, let's split up. One eagle can't keep an eye on 3 teams. But won't that risk being ambushed? Draw the snake out of its hole. Lin Chen said succinctly. Sometimes, a disadvantage doesn't mean you're at a disadvantage. On the contrary, you can expand your disadvantage, prompting the opponent to attack you. At that moment, the disadvantage can become an advantage. The Chrysanthemum Brigade. Foz clearly heard Lin Chen's arrangements through the earpiece and couldn't help but nod secretly. Did he come up with a countermeasure in an instant? Unfortunately. He chuckled softly, I've heard your plans loud and clear. Your chances of winning this battle are not high. Team 2, show your face and then turn and run. Team 2 received. Imuti responded, and then silence returned. Imuti looked at Lyrin, how long until they arrive? About 10 minutes. Brother Imuti, let's find a retreat route first. Okay, let's listen to Miss Muse. The tavern team. Zhao Miao looked at the narrow mountain gorge in front of her, her lively eyes pondering something. After a while, Lin Chen's voice came through the earpiece. Miao, how's it going over there? No problems, but I always feel like something's off. Zhao Miao was hiding in a tree fork, the leaves above perfectly concealing her body. She looked up at the soaring eagle in the sky, knowing full well that at this distance, she could only rely on her eyes to observe, and she absolutely wouldn't be seen. Yet, there was always an inexplicable feeling of being watched. Zhao Miao wasn't good at fighting, but she loved adventure. In the Yuduan mountain range, there were many predators that would appear before her in unexpected ways, and years of adventure had honed her extremely sharp sixth sense. What's off? I feel like something is watching us. Not the one in the sky. No. There was silence on the other end of the earpiece for a moment. In that case, you can act freely. If anything happens, you don't need to report to me, just handle it as you see fit. Zhao Miaomiao's eyes lit up, and she replied, okay. Then, she lightly pushed off the ground, and her whole body shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Let's go. Lin Chen called out to the others behind him. Since they were being monitored from all angles, he would throw out something even he didn't know about. How would they respond? The team's progress was not slow. Before long, they reached the gorge. The gorge was long and narrow with little cover, but it was not far, only about 100 meters away. If Shinshin stands here, won't they be unable to come over? Not very realistic. It is narrow, but if we want to place Shinshin here, we would need at least 3 people. They don't seem to have any intention of coming over. Ren Shin Yen's voice also came through the earpiece. She belonged to the vanguard and had already reached the other side. As soon as she exited the gorge, she began observing. There were no signs of anyone moving near the gorge. Not right, people are coming. As Lin Chen and the others stepped out of the gorge, Imuti and the others appeared at a distance of about 500 meters from them. The trees in front of the gorge were not dense, and they could see each other at a glance. The two sides gazed at each other from afar. Imuti revealed a simple smile and waved at them. Lin Chen looked at him indifferently. Shinshin, aim for the girl next to him and shoot an arrow. Everyone. So ruthless. They thought this, but shooting the arrow at the boss or support was a must, right? Shen Yen, after Shinshin shoots, get close to them and see if you can take one down while they're weak. Wang Jia, Long Xing, check if there are any ambushes nearby. One command after another was issued from Lin Chen's mouth. The next second. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed throughout the valley. The arrow, accompanied by a sound barrier ring. When an aircraft breaks the sound barrier and flies at supersonic speed, a conical sound barrier ring forms around the fuselage, created by the air shockwave layer, looking like a white gauzy skirt, shot towards Miss Muse. Miss Muse! Imu-T shouted. Muse took out a card. A soft blue light blossomed. Entangle, type, spell card excellent attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, summon resilient vines to entangle the opponent. Introduction, hey, don't tie it up so professionally. AI Muti blocked Moose's path, raising a large shield in front of him. At the same time, vines wrapped around his legs. In the next second, the arrows arrived. The arrow struck the shield, and the powerful impact collided, directly forming a storm that destroyed all the trees in the vicinity. AI Muti gritted his teeth, pushing forward, the immense pressure causing a slight smile to appear at the corner of his mouth. That's strong. Blocked it. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. What a monster. But, Wang Jia glanced at AI Muti's side. At that moment, Liren also moved, an arrow shot out in the direction he pointed. Ren Shin Yen made a TCH sound, slightly tilted, then shrank back. Commentary booth. Wonderful, it's truly spectacular. Zhao Mian stroked his beard, cheerfully commenting, this arrow is powerful, whether it's the offense or the defense, the contest is quite exciting. First, let's talk about the offense. The bowman is probing, the assassin is looking for an opportunity, and the two mages are on standby just in case. The offensive side has anticipated everything and arranged it well. The two shield warriors did not act rashly, remaining in the formation. As long as the enemy has reinforcements, they can deliver a devastating blow all at once. And the defensive side's actions are also quite impressive. First, they used the hard shield to block the opponent's thunderous strike. Oh, right, considering there are quite a few 4-star kids on site who might not know what hard shield is, I'll explain a bit. The shield used by the shield warrior is one of the few pieces of equipment relying on surface star thought power. A good shield warrior can make the shield appear wherever he wants. Building on that, the next step is sturdy shield, which refers to activating the surface star thought power to instantly unleash powerful protective capabilities. To put it simply, it instantly enhances the quality of protection. Sturdy shield takes it a step further to hard shield. The so-called hard shield means moving all surface star thought power to one place. This technique carries great risk, meaning there is no protective capability in other areas, and even the strength may weaken. AI Muti from the Chrysanthemum squad, at the moment he used hard shield, his teammate used entangle to stabilize his body. Technical guidance, Hunter x Hunter advanced application of thought power, hard, I have to say, their cooperation is quite rare. Hard, huh? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Lin Xin's arrow. He had tried it. Regardless of whether it was a critical hit or not, it would break the shield 100%, even sturdy shield couldn't withstand it. But the opponent held firm. Lin's father had naturally told him about hard. Chase? Ren Shin Yen's voice came through the earpiece. No, we're looking for the chick. Watching the three leave, Lin Chen chose to play it safe. No rush, they would eventually encounter them. On the other side. How is it? Can you hold it? Can't hold it. Amutiai's cursing voice came through. Damn it, that arrow, just a bit more, my shield would have broken. And that was a direct hit. If it had hit somewhere else, I would have been skewered like a meat skewer. Ai Muti, you noob. You merchant, come if you dare. Alright, stop the noise, continue the operation. They definitely won't come looking for us, they'll go after the chicks. Once I finish here, I'll meet up with you. And you all be careful, one of them is free to move around, don't capsize in the gutter. Zhao Miao Miao entered the valley even earlier than Ren Shin Yen. She quietly followed behind Ai Muti. She had seen it clearly just now. Ren Shin Yen had chosen her position and angle very well, yet she was still discovered and forced back by the bowman in the opposing team. She needed to be more cautious. She looked up at the black dot circling in the sky. Her body gradually blended into the forest. Ai Muti retreated with Moose, and soon, they disappeared into the woods. We're looking for the chicks, they will eventually come out. If they don't, we'll just wait for the final showdown. 5 chicks, both sides have taken their share, 5 points. It still relies on the ultimate score in the end. Lin Chen was not in a hurry. If the other side took a defensive stance, it would actually be a good thing for him. Ai Muti was tall and strong, moving through the jungle without appearing slow, the 3 of them advancing in a triangular formation. Zhao Miao Miao followed behind them, stepping lightly, but the more she followed, the tighter her brows furrowed. It felt like these 3 were going in circles. She paused, looked around, and walked to the other side. Finding a tree, she hid inside. After a while, Ai Mutiai's voice came from not far away. Let's go, go, be careful this time. Lyran, you just shoot an arrow from a distance. It seems they've found the first one. Zhao Miao Miao, hiding in the tree, frowned. She extended her hand, pinching a card between her 2 fingers. Pillage, type, spell card excellent attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, randomly obtain 3 cards from the opponent. Introduction, I am the Phantom Thief Kid. Moose stopped, looking around in confusion. What's wrong? Moose? It's nothing, just felt a bit strange. It must be my imagination. It's definitely your imagination. With me here, no one can get close to us, Lyran patted his chest and assured. He. Ai Muti. What are you laughing at? If others don't move, you won't notice. You. Alright, Ai Muti Gij, Lyran Gij, stop arguing, let's hurry up. But, Lyran Gij, I'll talk to Meinu's sister later. I'm going. Watching the 3 chattering as they moved away, Zhao Miao Miao let out a sigh of relief, rubbing the card in her hand, splitting it into 3. Her brows slightly furrowed. One was Entangle, one was Quagmire, and another was a card that puzzled her. Totem, type, summoning card epic attack power, 0 health points, 50,000 skill, none introduction, I am a very ordinary totem. An epic card with no skills? This was Ji Chen. Pillage? This was Shui Wu. Both sides' expressions simultaneously conveyed the sentiment of how can you be so dirty? No way, you can pull out a card like this? On the screen, the cards used by both sides were displayed on the side. Shui Wu instantly understood where Ji Chen's confidence came from. The strength of a Star War master mainly relies on their own level in cards. In terms of personal level, Ai Mutiai's team couldn't compare to the tavern team. If they were to fight seriously, they would most likely lose. So, it all came down to the card battle. This also represented a clash between the 2 card makers. When Ji Chen saw that epic card with no skills, he understood Shui Wu's intentions. He even grasped FAC's arrangement. From the very beginning, FAC was not aiming to snatch any chicks. What he wanted was to annihilate the tavern team. Epic cards are not necessarily better than excellent cards, but one thing is certain, epic cards are definitely more complex than excellent level cards. An extremely complex card that has no effect can only be explained in one way, all its use is in the card's external cycle, and moreover, this external cycle does not have the level of forming a single entity. Field magic? Ji Chen did not answer Shui Wu's question but instead asked a counter-question. Yes, field magic. Shui Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. 3 totem cards can directly form a spell field. This field is very strong, but it has already been discovered, it might not be usable. Dilu interjected from the side. No, not necessarily. Ji Chen and Shui Wu said in unison, Why? Zhao Mian chuckled, from the card, this totem is probably an accessory for domain magic. So, Zhao Miaomiao will face a dilemma, should she tell the captain? If she has noticed the problem, why not inform the captain? Nina didn't understand. Because she has sensed that someone is eavesdropping on their movements. If she tells the captain now, their tactics will change accordingly. This would lead to a stalemate. As a scout, one must have their own judgment. What happens if she speaks up, And what happens if she doesn't? I guess she would prefer to resolve this herself. Zhao Mian knew her granddaughter's character well. Based on Zhao Miao's knowledge, she definitely knew what it was. It all depended on how she would act. Are you saying she plans to wait until they release the totem before sabotaging it? No, destroying the totem is meaningless. Once the summoned object is destroyed, the Star Warrior will sense it. That would just bring them back to square one, and who knows, it might lead to more trouble. Treating the enemy's trap as your own is the right approach. Tactical coverage. This was what Zhao Miao intended to do, Zhao Mian was sure. Use your tactics to take them down in one fell swoop. They were heading towards the other side of the valley. She glanced at her watch. Half an hour had already passed. 3 hours? Zhao Miao leaped lightly and jumped in another direction. She needed to find other totems. They've already started to delve deeper, capturing the chicks. The rogue girl reported the tavern team's movements through the earpiece. They don't seem to plan on splitting up. That assassin has been lingering around them. What about the other assassin? Unknown. Observing was one thing, but getting too close could lead to trouble. Ai Muti could withstand it with one hand on the shield. The assassin couldn't hold up. Do we need to create a distraction? No rush, you go find Ai Muti to regroup. Dui Zhai, you go take care of the totem on the other side. After that, regroup with Ai Muti. 5 people should be enough to create a distraction without much issue. I need a bit more time on my end. Okay. Tavern team. Strange, Longxing frowned. Why aren't they coming out to mess with us, just sending the chicks like this? He held a card in his hand, clearly marked with the words scorecard. Split up. Lin Chen frowned and made a judgment. Lin San, Lin Xinshin, Wang Jia, Bai Miaoyin, you head northwest. Xin Xiao, Longxing, and Xian Xian, we go northeast. I feel like they are setting something up. Let's find the team first. Try to reduce their numbers as much as possible. Move out. After catching a chick, he sensed something was off. At the valley entrance, he released an owl. They weren't heading into the valley, nor were they causing any disturbances. So, you come to our territory, and you don't make a move, just come over to say hello? Have you given up the competition? Impossible. We must know what they are doing. A bad feeling lingered in his heart. The two teams quickly set off. Time reached 45 minutes. Dui Zhai had also planted the totem. After planting it, he hurried towards Ai Muti's team. What he didn't realize was that shortly after he left, Zhao Miao appeared at the spot he had just occupied. Looking at the totem in her hand, field magic? No, domain magic? Triangle? After a slight hesitation, the card in her hand glowed, and a totem was planted. After planting it, she quickly dashed towards the opposite corner. Time was running short. The two teams, while searching for the chicks, were also tracking the enemy's movements. The rogue's hiding skills were decent, but the shield warrior and moose were clearly a notch weaker. The Ai Muti team and Lin Chen team collided. Go! Lin Chen directly issued the command. With a single order, Lin Chen moved. Longxing raised his hand and cast an arcane missile modification. Xin Xiao pulled back his bow, and the arrow flew out. We'll retreat while attacking. Ai Muti held up his shield, advising the two damage dealers behind him. As the team leader, the attack pressure from Longxing and Xin Xiao was on him, but it wasn't as outrageous as Lin Xinshin's. He could still handle it. Most of it was blocked by the shield. Longxing, is there a way to bypass the opposing shield warrior and directly hit the backline? Longxing frowned slightly. No, their positioning has shifted, and their coordination is too good. Although the mage's spells could mentally lock onto targets and exert mental control, this was still a physical attack. Arcane could curve, but it couldn't stop Ai Muti from blocking the direction of his attack with his body at the last moment. The most outrageous part was that this transformation occurred mid-battle. This team. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of clashing metal echoed. In the jungle, the rogue girl took a step back, her pupils constricting. Such a fast blade. In their first clash, she suffered a small loss. Ren Shin Yen held her dagger, watching her opponent, and then her figure began to shift 1, 2, 3, for Rin Zuanyan's attack the rogue girl from 4 directions. What? 4? Card effect? In that case, the rogue girl squeezed the card pouch at her right side. Nightfall, type, spell card epic attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, creates a smokescreen where one cannot see their hand in front of their face. Description, from this moment on, everyone is blind. The black smoke spread at an extremely rapid speed. Ren Shin Yen paused for a moment, hesitating for just a second before instantly retreating. Unless it's a life or death moment, don't step into someone else's carefully prepared domain. Oh, look at that. A tall beauty pushed open the tavern door. A few people turned to look, and surprisingly, as she entered, the wind chime at the door seemed to be overworked, making not a sound. The beauty happened to see Ren Shin Yen retreating and shook her head. TSK, still a bit lacking, scared off by such a nightfall. Who are you? Chuanyan's master, Luo Yunshang. Mind if I join you? Luo Yunshang plopped down next to Ji Chen. No problem, let's go together. Ji Chen shrugged, his gaze still fixed on the screen. Luo Yunshang was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Ji Chen to have such an attitude. She was confident in her looks, which were of an extremely high level, and ordinary men would want to steal a few more glances. This shopkeeper, however, lost interest after just one look. Things seemed to be getting interesting. Di Li's eyes were almost glued to Luo Yunshang. Xuewu rolled her eyes and gave him a nudge. He finally snapped back to reality, somewhat awkwardly continuing to watch the screen, though he kept glancing at Luo Yunshang. Ever since she entered, the atmosphere in the tavern had grown tense. Ji Chen turned to look at Ji Fufu. Fufu was somewhat timidly staying next to Nina. That look made him feel a bit amused and somewhat cute. He turned to Luo Yunshang and said, I changed my mind, you can leave. Oh. Luo Yunshang shrugged, not minding, stood up, and seemed to remember something. She took out a colorful stone from her bosom and placed it on the table. By the way, I heard Shin Yen say you're great at card crafting. This stone is for you, help me make a weapon, preferably a dagger. Whenever it's done, just give it to me, I'm not in a hurry. After saying that, she floated away. Everyone's gaze turned to the colorful stone. What is this? Ji Chen looked at the stone in confusion. Nina glanced at it and held back Fufu, who was about to drool. A special level 1 material. If you need the details, I'll send them to you later. Oh. Ji Chen nodded and put away his things. Ji Fufu approached like a little puppy. No. Before she could even speak, Ji Chen rejected her. Well then. Fufu obediently replied. Then. I want something else. Alright, this little Fufu has learned some military strategy. This was the fourth chick captured by Lin Chen's team. After they scattered, it was difficult to catch them again. Especially since they each had a field magic at their disposal. Spells like Swamp, Nightfall, and Earth Escape were constantly being used. Once they threw down their area magic, they would run away without a second thought, which annoyed Lin Chen to no end. 2 hours and 50 minutes in, Lin Chen's team found the last chick. Lin Chen watched as the team captured the final little chick and issued a command through his earpiece. Gather, let's head back. Now, he no longer needed to worry about what the other side would do, they just needed to return to the valley and guard the ravine. Victory belonged to them. 3 hours and 10 minutes later, they arrived at the valley. At the valley, the Aimu ladder team was already waiting there. Both sides exchanged glances. Lin Chen scoffed. Now, they had no way to retreat unless they crossed the ravine to reach their territory. The most critical point was that their numbers were still incomplete. Aimu ladder's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Aren't Faz and the others coming? Damn it, there are only 5 of us, how can we stop their 8? And there's also that ridiculous. Before he could finish, the sound of arrows slicing through the air startled Aimu ladder. He suddenly lunged toward the direction from which the arrows were coming. Sister Muse. Bind. As the arrow made contact with his shield, his expression changed instantly. Something was off. The power of this arrow was not right. He was alarmed and turned his head. Be careful. On the other side, Shin Xiao lowered the bow in his hand, a grin spreading across his face. Above him, another arrow had already been launched, heading straight for Muse. Muse wanted to react, but it was too late. The rogue girl darted forward, instantly appearing in front of Muse, pulling out a card and holding it in front of her. The light flickered. However, the next second, a purple light enveloped her card, rendering it ineffective. Her pupils constricted. Spell counter? She understood, but it was too late. An arrow broke through her health points. A huge number popped up above her head. She transformed into a shower of starlight, dissipating into the air. Damn it! Aimu ladder cursed under his breath. Just now, Lin Chen and Lin San had conveniently blocked their line of sight, and most importantly, Shin Xiao hadn't shot a single arrow from the beginning to the end. From Aimu ladder's provocation to the subsequent harassment, Shin Xiao had been like an ornament hanging in the team. Until this moment, when he shot an arrow, directly misleading the opponent. In an instant, he took away one of their assassins. The outcome is decided. Lin Chen scanned the surroundings and waved his hand. Charge. Lyran. Can you handle that bow warrior? Aimu ladder turned to ask Lyran. No, there's an assassin lurking outside. If I let my guard down, she'll come in. Lyran's gaze was fixed on the southern part of the forest. That was where Ren Shin Yen was hiding. Then. That. Assassin, I'll go. The dazed thief brandished a dagger and rushed toward the forest. Aimu ladder looked at Lyran. Then I'll give it a try. A whistle sounded. The falcon circling above them also let out a cry, its eyes instantly locking onto Lin Shin Yen. Drawing the bow, Lin Chen Yen also pulled back her bowstring. But she didn't shoot, instead, she gathered her strength, the bowstring expanding with her power, her gaze fixed on Imu Ladder. Imu Ladder felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. She's going to shoot me. An arrow shot through the air, aimed at Lin Chen Yen. Lin Chen stepped forward, intending to block the arrow. But the next second, with a cry of the eagle, the arrow vanished. Lin Chen was startled and turned his head. Be careful. The fierce man's eyes narrowed slightly. Fierce man's arrow type, equipment card epic attack power, 0 durability, 100 skill, phasing. The arrow enters a phasing state until it reaches the target, can only be used when the fierce man's eagle is present. Description, void, weakness targeting, plus the assistance of a falcon. One arrow, even if it can't take her out in one shot, can prevent her from shooting that arrow. This was the thought in the fierce man's mind at that moment. But he overlooked one thing. That was Lin Chen Yen's immunity shield. The arrow became transparent, and only when it reached her did it gradually convert into power, while she, with her eyes fixed intently on Aimuti, showed not the slightest sign of wavering. She was charging up. Almost, just a little more. She didn't even notice that the arrow struck the shield in front of her, creating ripples. At the moment the arrow hit, her pupils constricted. It was time. The arrow in her hand was released. Faster, even faster. The Face Eye team was on their way. That was a mistake. Xuewu gripped the cup in her hand too tightly, causing it to slip, but she caught it with her other hand instantly. Indeed. Dila nodded. Lin Chen Yen's immunity, this information should have been gathered from the start. This arrow, specifically targeting Lin Chen Yen, is somewhat unreasonable. Logically, they should have taken down a mage first. Lin Chen Yen is putting too much pressure on them. Nina looked at AI Muti on the screen, and this shield warrior shouldn't be the commander, right? The commander is that girl. She seems to be intimidated by this pressure. She hasn't said much from the beginning. Is this the charm of a numerical monster? Di Lu sighed. This arrow, having pressure is normal. Moreover, the disparity in numbers is too great. It's normal for the commander to be blank. Who knows if they'll make it in time. Shui Wu felt a bit regretful. The Face Eye team was on their way. Whoosh, the arrow in Lin Chen Yen's hand was released, splitting the grass on the path. Xin Xiao looked speechlessly at this arrow, which was frighteningly powerful, envious to the point of turning purple. Only in real combat can one understand how exhilarating it is to have an extraordinary teammate. Moose girl. Moose was about to make a move, but the next second, she saw Wang Jie smile at her, and then a purple-red question mark appeared above his head. Moose. So disgusting. AI Muti. No, it's too late. What? Spell counter. Before the words were finished, the arrow had arrived. The strong impact directly hit the shield. This time, he had lost the help of entanglement. His entire body was instantly sent flying, crashing into a tree, not stopping. 1 tree, 2 trees, 3 trees, a row of trees fell with the sound of his robust body. A massive damage indicator rose on his forehead. He was almost taken out in one shot. However, the next second, Long Xing's arcane missile had arrived. Combat is not a dinner invitation. Once the hands are laid down, there is no such thing as a turn-based system. Fierce man, use a skill. She bit her lip tightly. Oh, what skill to use? The fierce man's wise eyes looked at her. Anything, just a spell card will do. Oh, okay. The fierce man pulled out a card. Feign Death type, spell card, excellent attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, conceal presence, pretend to be dead. Description, I'm dead. After using the skill, the fierce man casually lay down. Wang Jie grinned, watching Moose laugh. The question mark above his head did not trigger. Moose's eyes widened, tears starting to well up in them. At this moment, she finally understood that what was above his head was not spell counter. Hey, you made her cry. Xin Xiao nudged Wang Jie with his shoulder. Wang Jie shrugged, she still needs to practice. The boss said he wants to publish a book called The Secrets of Androni, and if we're talking dirty, it has to be the boss who's dirty. Not only secrets, but also a book, double the servings. Foz, if you don't come soon, we're going to be wiped out. Moose clenched her fists. With lightning speed, she pulled out a card. She couldn't die, she was the hope for a comeback. Foz was on his way. Commentary booth. Oh ho ho, what an exciting duel. Old man, what are you talking about? Where's the excitement? It's one-sided. It's already quite impressive, at least both sides are using their brains in the clash. It's just, Zhao Mian hesitated, ultimately not saying anything. After all, one couldn't say this group, 8 against 5, was so dirty, completely disregarding martial ethics, right? But in reality, where is there such a thing as martial ethics? If you're dead, you're dead, however dirty it is, that's how it goes. This has always been taught in school. Lin Chen Yen's arrow was terrifying, not because of its power, The terror lay in the fact that after she shot one arrow, she had another. The absurdity was roughly like our side trying to weave in small skills, pondering whether to break through the enemy from the left or the right. Meanwhile, the opponent just came in throwing big attacks, tossing to the left, then to the right, then up, then down. No, they just raised their hands and came. That would be fine. The key was that Lin Chen, that scoundrel, was also very cunning. Next to her was a field mage and a precision control mage, yet they didn't even use them. They just played support, surrounding Lin Chen Yen in a tight barrel, relying on a hand of spell counter and guess the secret to annoy people. They even had to guess who shot this arrow, focusing on making annoyance a fundamental practice. Fog domain type, spell card epic attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, create a domain covered in fog. Description, fog, oh fog, oh fog. Hey, why aren't you being dirty anymore? Long Xing glared at Wang Jia. Dirty? She's using the fog domain, isn't that meeting our needs? Right, old Lin? Lin Chen glanced at Wang Jia and nodded. Let's go, we'll head back to our territory. This kind of fog domain might have ways to confuse people, but she probably can't hold on for long. Wang Jia had an extremely strong understanding of this kind of field magic. Field magic isn't all uncontrollable. No, to be precise, most field magic is controllable, it's just that Wang Jia couldn't control it. For example, in a fire domain, conjuring a small fireball within the field isn't difficult at all. But this takes a huge mental toll on the mage. The fog domain primarily focuses on confusion. But to make those within the fog lose their direction, the mage needs to use mental power for control. So, Wang Jia pinched out a card and grinned mischievously, magnetic interference. Moose. Moose was about to bite her lower lip off. When the opponent used magnetic interference, she understood one thing, the other side was a scoundrel. A complete scoundrel. She kicked the feigning dead fire user. Stop playing dead. Oh, is it dawn? Moose. I'm tired, let it be destroyed. Foz, if you don't come soon, I'm going to die. Foz was still on his way. Meanwhile, Zhao Mianmian encountered a problem. She had stolen 3 totems, but the third totem needed to be activated with star mental power. Moreover, she saw that once all 3 totems were combined, they could use a card. It was certain that once that card was used, their team would definitely be doomed. She looked at the card in her hand. Damn it! I've played enough. Totem type, summon card epic attack power, 0 health, 50,000 skill, activation, requires star mental power to activate. Phasing, after activation, the totem enters a phasing state. Description, I am a very ordinary totem. She stretched out her hand and waved it in front of the totem planted by Foz. Her hand went straight through. She originally thought of directly planting the totem in place and then, when Foz arrived, destroying his totem. In the end, she planned to use their cards to defeat them, a strategy that had been perfected in her mind, but in that moment, it was shattered. It seemed that the situation was turning around. After a slight hesitation, she manifested the totem. 20 minutes, she murmured. 3 hours and 35 minutes. As the fog cleared, Moose's face turned pale as she collapsed to the ground. Within 100 meters in front of her, Lin Chen's team stared at her intently. It had reached its limit. Damn Foz, you really deserve to die. Moose kept cursing in her heart. Hey, hey, hey! Zhao Miaomia's voice came through Lin Chen's earpiece. His movements paused. What's wrong? Miaoin, they should be arriving soon. When they do, remember to use that card we both have at the first opportunity. Make sure to aim it at that bastard Foz, you must use it. At that moment, Foz had already spotted Lin Chen and the others, and Zhao Miaomia's voice echoed in his earpiece as well. At the same time, his steps faltered. Sensing something unusual behind him, everyone turned to look. Miaoin instinctively pulled out the card and aimed it at Foz, but before she could see the card, she let out a wow. The scene fell into silence. Foz frowned slightly, feeling a vague sense of unease for some reason. At this moment, there were hardly any members left in their team. The fierce one had gone to draw fire and had been eliminated, and the same went for Ai Muti. The entire Moose team was left with just the Day's Thief in her, and both she and the Day's Thief could not die, having summoned the totem. In this situation, there was no time to think further. She pulled out the card. As soon as the card was out, a purple red appeared above Wang Jia's head. Foz's mouth twitched slightly. Humph. Moose snorted coldly, took out a coin, and used it directly. Foz's lips curled slightly. I must thank you all for taking care of my teammates. He pinched a card between his fingers, and in the next second, it instantly materialized. As a pale purple light swirled at his fingertips, the weather in the entire valley seemed to dim a little. Wang Jia and Long Xing's expressions changed slightly, especially Long Xing, who felt a familiar sensation, like magnetic field interference. But, Was it just magnetic field interference? Normal magnetic field interference only disrupts mental power. The weather wouldn't change just because of a card. A card that directly alters the weather. Domain level, how is that possible? Wang Jia murmured. Demon domain type, spell card epic attack power, 0 durability, 10 skills, magic domain, reduces enemy spell damage within this domain, significantly enhances our spell power. Mental domain, reduces enemy mental strength within this domain, significantly enhances our mental strength. Card embedding, within this domain, 3 cards can be placed without occupying the user's memory capacity, and the user can use them at any time. Description, in my territory, you must listen to me. Super loud. Whoosh. Before Foz could speak, Lin Shin Yen's arrow had already been shot out. Foz raised a hand, and an ice wall immediately rose up. The ice wall shattered into tiny ice dust upon contact with the arrow, but it was clear that he had blocked Lin Shin Yen's shot. What terrified everyone even more was directly casting a spell. This domain is too ridiculous. Wang Jia couldn't help but complain. What is the normal spellcasting process? First, activate the card with star mental power, then aim with mental strength, and finally release the energy. This flashy move of raising a hand to directly create an ice wall was something he also wanted. Bai Miaoyin tugged at Wang Jia's sleeve. Wang Jia turned his head. What's up, auntie? Here. Bai Miaoyin handed him a card. Wang Jia looked down. Whoa! This exclamation immediately caught Lin Chen's attention. What's up? Look. Lin Chen glanced over. Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen also understood Zhao Miaomiao's intention. Clearly, she had already gathered all the activation conditions over there. Such a high-level card had a long list of prerequisites. Zhao Miaomiao must have been tailing and crafting all the way, combined with the plagiarism on her. Others also took a look. Then, they all turned to Foz, their gazes filled with an indescribable flavor. Foz was about to laugh heartily, urging them to surrender quickly, and intended to tell Lin Chen that he had never planned to deal with any chick cards. If he eliminated all of them, he would win. But under their gazes, he couldn't bring himself to say it. What? What are you looking at? He said, somewhat angrily. Nothing. Nothing, Lin Chen replied, his eyes darting. How about we add some difficulty for ourselves? If it really doesn't work, we can use it at the end. At least, let's see if this domain is useful. If it is, we can ask the shopkeeper to get us a copy. We can give it a try, the others nodded. Then, let's go. Lin Chen's gaze turned to Foz. Foz clearly didn't expect that after using this thing, the other side would eagerly launch an attack on him. For a moment, he was a bit flustered. Hey! Xue Wu sighed. Her eyes looked at Ji Chen as if she were looking at something dirty. After 2 seconds of silence, she asked, Are all your cards this dirty? Ha! Ji Chen blinked. Dirty? Ha! This girl probably hadn't gone through the everyone get out of the way, it's about to explode baptism. Well, it's okay, I guess. Ji Chen sighed, but you should understand this domain-level magic, right? Ji Chen pulled out a white card. Xue Wu's eyes lit up. You figured it out too? Dilu beside them looked confused. Figured out what? Yeah, I figured it out. I had some vague guesses before. I only understood it under special circumstances. Actually, field magic has a pretty big relationship with domain level in this. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Dila vaguely felt that this matter seemed very important. It's nothing, nothing. You go play, Xue Wu smiled at Dilu, as if looking at a naive child. No, boss. Dila looked at Ji Chen. Boss, I've been working with you for so long, I may not have any achievements, but I've put in effort, right? You even left me behind during the new year. I can't help it, I can't say, I signed a confidentiality agreement. Dilu. Well, even more curious. In the square, there weren't many people who had been watching the battle from start to finish. To put it bluntly, from the beginning to the process of catching chick cards, there were only a few interesting scenes, and now it was time for the final showdown. Everyone's interest was piqued. Foz didn't know what card Bai Miaoyin had taken. He didn't even know that Bai Miaoyin had something like thought theft, but the audience knew. When everyone saw the magic domain in Bai Miaoyin's hand, their scalps tingled. Wow, if I fight her, one-on-one, doesn't that mean whatever card I use, she can use too? You're thinking nonsense. What can your cards do? Look at her cards, they're thousands of times better than yours. I was just saying. You just say if this hand stealing is crucial. Oh, they don't seem to plan to use it. Hiss, now that's interesting. Quick, call old Wang over to watch together. We might learn a lot. Can they still fight under such ridiculous card suppression? In the commentary booth. Can this really fight? Nina asked, looking at the people on the screen, diligently posing the question. Oh ho ho, we can fight, but it all depends on how this team will counter the negative effects brought by this domain. This is no easy task. Zhao Mian had one thing he didn't say, which is that, to some extent, the so-called domain can be considered a world overlaying another world. Within this area, the rules of the world are dictated by the card holder. Although Foz cannot achieve this, it is enough for the tavern team to drink a pot of wine. Oh, it seems they have already started testing. Inside the screen, Lin Chen shouted, "Spread out! Spread out!" The field magic has a flaw. When concentrated in one area, the card holder of the field is somewhat better off, as a large attack can just come down. But if they stand apart within the field, it becomes a significant test of the card holder's mental strength. Newbies often want everything, and the final result is that they exhaust themselves. With a wave of his hand, a fireball circled around him. In the magic domain, I have only 3 permanent spells. One is the ice wall you just saw, the other is the fireball, and the third is the ice ring. There is only one channel through which you can advance, so, mud technique. As Foz's voice fell, the ground before them was quickly covered in mud. Are you kidding me? Wang Jie stared at the vast swamp, dumbfounded. Such terrain-altering magic consumes a lot of energy. Foz's mud technique directly turned the land within several miles into a swamp. Moose. Good. Fog domain. This time, the fog was denser than before. Within the mist, sounds occasionally emerged. Upon closer listening, it seemed like wails, and the more one listened, the more real those wails became. Don't listen too closely, there's a bit of illusion magic in here. Damn, this amplification is too outrageous. Long Xing felt a severe headache. Small. Hey. The fog dispersed. It was already hard to hear the sounds in Lin Chen's earpiece. Hey. Lin Chen's expression darkened. Yes, from the moment Foz said there were only 3 permanent spells, he understood that his decision was probably wrong. The others felt the same, as they spread out. Despite being only 20 meters apart, the fog gradually made it impossible to see anything. They lost contact. Boom! A fireball fell from the sky. Lin Chen was startled and quickly raised his hand, a shield appearing above his head. He was shocked. This damage, if he lost the shield, a single fireball could take away 30,000 health points, meaning he could only withstand 4 hits. Boom! Before he could process it, a second fireball had already descended. At that moment, Lin Chen deeply understood what it meant to be invincible. Good heavens, vision, communication, terrain all were severely restricted. If he hadn't given that spread order at the beginning. Now, it all depends on them. Wang Jie and Long Xing stayed close, and when the thick fog dispersed, the two instantly huddled together. How is it? Is there a way to break this domain? We can give it a try, just help me hold him off. Use that move? Yes. Oh, what are you two planning? Jian Shan walked out from the smoke, his feet stepping on the swamp, but remarkably, his legs did not sink at all. Wang Jie and Long Xing exchanged glances. Can you hold him off? Hard to say. Then should we deal with him first? Feasible. Normally, Master Fa could fight while holding a shield, but now both understood one thing clearly, the swamp beneath their feet had become the most critical issue limiting them. Moreover, Wang Jie's field magic was significantly weakened. As long as Jian Shan launched an attack on Wang Jie, then no matter what, Long Xing would need to free his hands to help Wang Jie escape. The battle between the two sides was about to erupt. Arcane Missile Modification. 3 arcane missiles were launched towards Jian Shang. Ouch! Jian Shan's eyes lit up. In a place like this, can they really launch missiles that can turn? The shield on his body flickered slightly, blocking the arcane missiles. Long Xing's forehead beaded with sweat. It's too hard to control here. He got closer, Jian Shang moved in even closer. Me. Ai Miaoying felt a faint breath behind her, and before she could react, the sound of a dagger slicing through the air reached her. She didn't even have time to move, blood began to drip from her body. In a panic, she used holy brew to shield herself. Miaoying. Lin Chen was also anxious, drawing her bow. But just as she pulled the bowstring, the thief instantly vanished into the mist, disappearing from sight. What's going on? Lin Chen asked nervously. It's fine, can you locate them? Lin San exhaled softly, blocking an arrow that came from the left. We need a few more arrows. Xin Xiao stared intently into the mist, where arrows occasionally shot out, but the arrows were extremely erratic, sometimes coming from the left, sometimes from the right. It was hard to pinpoint their location. Okay. Lin San stood beside Xin Xiao, holding a hammer in his left hand and his shield in his right, always on guard. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air. Lin San reacted quickly, catching the speeding arrow. Its power was not threatening. Found it! Xin Xiao released his arrow right after he spoke. His arrow had special properties added by Ji Chen. It was faster and had greater penetrating power. Poof! A muffled grunt came from the mist. Hit! Lin San shouted excitedly. Xin Zhao's lips curled slightly. Mei Nu's lips also curved up slightly. Beside her was a mannequin with an arrow stuck in its chest. Mannequin, type, summoning card, excellent attack power, 0 health points, 100,000 skills, disguise. When attacked, it emits the sound of being attacked and displays the damage taken. Introduction, true or false, can you tell the difference? After waiting for about a minute, she drew the bowstring again. Her task was not to eliminate the opponent but to stall them. Their team had lost 3 members, which had a significant impact. They needed to take them down one by one, while the others needed to buy time. She looked towards the southwest direction. For some reason, she felt a bit worried. Everything else was manageable. Whether it was the thief or her, they could hold on. But what about Jian Shang? The shield warrior needed to keep attacking to apply pressure. What to do? Jian Shang felt indifferent. 2 mages moving slower than turtles, combined with mental pressure and field suppression. If Jian Shang couldn't take them down, it would be a disaster. When he was within 5 meters, Wang Jia used Ice Ring. What can this do? Jian Shang's words were not finished. Suddenly, Long Xing let out a sinister laugh. In his hand, an ice spear had formed without him noticing. It was hurled directly at him. Ice spear technique. One ice spear after another came crashing down towards Jian Shang. Although the ice ring froze Jian Shang, it couldn't freeze his shield. Once surface star telekinesis was activated, a shield was raised towards the direction of the ice spears. Something was off. This damage. Jian Shang's expression changed. However, Long Xing didn't give him the chance. One ice spear after another came crashing down at him with lightning speed. Card class, today's lesson, casting time. Some students have mentioned that cards like spell counter seem too outrageous. If used continuously, can they always limit the opponent's spells? Here's a brief explanation. This involves the issue of casting time. Normally, the speed of activating a star telekinesis card is considered qualified if completed within 5 seconds. The speed of refinement activation between different individuals can be enhanced through technological means. Once various cards are activated, they need to materialize. The speed of materialization varies. Equipment-type cards have the slowest materialization speed, taking at least over a minute. Therefore, equipment cards are always worn and not taken out during battle. The materialization speed of summon creatures varies by type. The stronger the summon creature, the slower the materialization. This is one of the reasons why summon creatures are often looked down upon. The materialization speed of spell-type cards is considered the fastest among all types, but it also varies by type. Generally speaking, spell cards with more external circuits have a slower materialization speed. It is well known that mysteries consist entirely of external circuits, and their materialization process is comparable to that of field magic. Thus, this is not an unreasonable setting. The casting speed is somewhat slow and requires pre-reading. Type, summon card, excellent attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, freeze, causes the enemy to enter a frozen state. Ice spear, if the enemy is already frozen, it deals 4,000 damage. Introduction, want to try freezing? Ice spear, combined with the signature skill of the Dragon Walker, continuous casting. This moment of explosion can completely annihilate an unsuspecting shield warrior. Shield break, wave after wave of terrifying damage pierced through the frozen Jian Shang. Ice shards floated in the air, and the surrounding mist became somewhat colder. The mist was thick. In just half a minute, the ice spear completed a 10-hit combo. Oh dear, this won't do. I can barely withstand this level of attack. Following the principle of smoke without injury, Jian Shang's voice came from the smoke. Type, spell card, excellent attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, shield break, shatters the shield, instantly condensing a high-intensity shell to envelop oneself. During the enveloping period, one cannot act. Introduction, with a bit of effort, I can manage. Ha! Long Xing chuckled lightly, I didn't expect this little thing to kill you. The damage is enough to take down a shield warrior, but that doesn't mean the shield warrior is a fool who only knows how to block with a shield. The shield warrior's means of survival are not weak. What? Before Jian Shang could finish his sentence, snowflakes began to fall. Where did the snow come from? No. Wait. All the attacks just now came from Long Xing. The ice spear is powerful enough, but more importantly, it is for Wang Jie's technique. Using a 4-star level to unleash a 6-star blizzard. The sky changed at that moment. Faza's expression changed. He felt that there seemed to be a crack in the demon domain. How is this possible? He quickly stopped his attack and turned sharply to look in Wang Jie's direction. The color of the sky gradually changed, and the entire field began to turn the mist into ice shards, which fell to the ground. Can field magic solve this? The answer is yes. The principle of forming field magic is to fill this area with a certain element in a short time. To cover it, one only needs to use other elements, and if there is a restraining relationship among them, even better. Weak field cards can easily be covered by field cards. High star cards can also easily cover low star cards. As a cold wind blew through. Wow! Such a move has come out. Shin Xiao cursed as he took out a card and used it on himself. Type, life card, excellent attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, constant temperature, forms a protective layer on the surface of the body to maintain body temperature. Introduction, a must-have for home, a little helper for life, but please do not use it in strange places, thank you. This is possible? Xuewu couldn't help but curse, turning to Ji Chen, this card of yours is too outrageous, right? 4-star using a 6-star card? Not really, it depends on the person, his situation is quite special. Ji Chen shrugged. Wang Jie's mana level was absurdly high. Lin Chen had once conducted an experiment on him. He maintained the use of field magic throughout the battle, while dragons of the same rank had already consumed several mana potions, yet he seemed completely unfazed. According to Wang Jie, he had been like this since childhood. The quality of his star consciousness was so high that his mental power couldn't be directed. Even after the shared energy was diluted, it remained the same. That card is no simple matter, Xuewu sighed. All your contractors are top-notch. In the square. What the hell? 6 stars? Is this a joke? Even a 6-star card can be used. Then the magic domain isn't a joke? What you're saying is utterly shameless. At this moment, Zhao Mian on the commentary platform paused upon seeing this. Goodness, he truly hadn't considered such an approach. This nourishment made him think of some things, perhaps there were more possibilities with the cards. He became somewhat lost in thought. Foz snapped back to reality from his daze. How is this possible? The swamp beneath his feet had gradually hardened. Their field magic was a standard 4-star field magic, but under the enhancement of the magic domain, its strength had reached 5 stars, or rather, exceeded 5 stars. Most importantly, their field magic was of a type that had no offensive power, purely supportive. Such types of fields were difficult to destroy and cover. Setting aside all impossibilities, the conclusion was clear. The opponent had used a 6-star field magic. Snowflakes slowly fell. As the first snowflake descended, the wind brushed against his cheek. Foz's expression changed. Composite magic, quick, gather. At this moment, the mist had completely dissipated, and everyone was exposed within sight. Lin Chen spotted the dazed thief and readied her bow. Just as the dazed thief was about to draw a card to block the arrow, she shouted, Longxing, help! Longxing was momentarily stunned by her call. Their distance wasn't far, and they had been hindered by the mist. Now that the mist was gone, he naturally locked onto the dazed thief as the target. The ice spear technique instantly took shape. This won't do. Jian Shan gradually appeared in front of Longxing. With no other choice, Longxing handed the ice spear to Jian Shang. Xin. Lin Chen drew her bow, and in the next second, the arrow shot towards Jian Shang. Jian Shan knew very well that he had reached a dead end. He didn't have the ability to withstand this arrow like Ai Muti. The key was that he still needed to run to Foz. The moment he was exposed, he made a judgment. Mei Nu and Musi, who were farther away, posed no problem. The real issue was only with him and the dazed thief. The two of them would instantly face the firepower of 8 people. He had to stay behind to attract the opponent and conserve strength. He grinned maliciously and pulled out his last card. Damage sharing type, spell card, excellent attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, greatly reduces one's own defensive ability, sharing damage with enemies within a 1 meter range. Description, together? Friend. Longxing was not surprised. Before he acted, the card in his hand transformed into a purple red, hanging above his forehead, triggering almost simultaneously with Jian Shan's damage. Ice barrier. Jian Shang clicked his tongue in reluctance, and as the arrow passed through, he slowly disappeared from the spot. Thus, Aimuti Ice team suffered a loss of 4 members. On the other side, the moment of the blizzard had truly arrived. What the hell is this thing? Such power. Such a wide range. Foz immediately released 4 ice walls the moment the blizzard formed, surrounding the remaining members of the team in the center. Inside the ice wall, only the Fool, Moose, and Mei Nu were left. The others had basically met their end. Foz, just surrender, Moose said, looking at the snow-covered ground outside, now frozen solid, his expression complex. No way. Foz gritted his teeth. A spell of this power can't last much longer. As long as we can get out. Even if we get out, they have 10 points, and we have -5. We're down to 4 people. We can't win, Mei Nu interjected. And they won't give us a chance to use area magic again, the Fool added. Foz clenched his fists. He had to admit that his decision had gone wrong. He had originally intended to wipe out the entire tavern team, but now it seemed that even the blizzard outside wouldn't last much longer. Once they got out, relying on the magic domain, they might be able to hold on, but to say they could win would be very difficult. Everything was due to his arrogance. If he had been more cautious. It's okay, Foz, next time, just try harder. Moose patted his shoulder. Losing is losing. We lost people. It's not a big deal. Ha! Foz exhaled softly. I understand. The next moment, he released the ice wall. At that very moment, the blizzard also happened to stop. Wang Jia really couldn't hold on any longer. You can't do this, Longxing said gleefully from the side. Though he said that, he had already tightened his grip on the cards in his hand. Lin Chen made a gesture. Lin Shin Yen and Shin Xiao had already drawn their bows. Once the blizzard stopped, they would launch their attack instantly. If they let the opponent use area magic again, that would be their problem. Wang Jia, pale-faced, slumped to the ground, pouring blue liquid into his mouth, and took out a bottle of essential oil, rubbing his temples. He felt like his head was about to explode. We concede. After the ice wall dissipated, Foz shouted to the sky. Ha! Wang Jia turned pale. Goodness, he still wanted to use the magic domain. But now, they just surrendered. Life was unpredictable, like a sausage wrapped in a sausage. A flash of white light flickered, and with Foz's surrender, everyone returned to the lounge. Zhao Miao Miao excitedly asked everyone, How was it? How was it? Did I make a great contribution? Did you use the magic domain? What were their expressions? Were they disgusted to the point of no return? Ahem. It was good, quite good. Lin Chen coughed twice. He couldn't exactly say that they didn't use the magic domain to train the team, could he? What do you mean by quite good? You guys didn't go all out, did you? Zhao Miao Miao, with her keen observation skills, immediately understood. She pointed at her own nose. So I worked hard for nothing? Not exactly for nothing. At least, someone is feeling really down. Longxing pointed at Wang Jia, who was silent on the side. If anyone was most suited to use the magic domain, it would definitely be Wang Jia. His star thought power was of high quality, but he didn't get to enjoy it. It was simply tragic. Alright, enough of that. Let's download the recording. I think we need to review it. Lin Chen interrupted the group, who were planning to continue chatting. First, I want to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Foz took a deep breath, looking at the people in the lounge. From the very beginning, it was his decision-making error. There were many mistakes in this battle. The division of forces into 3 paths from the start was problematic. Especially sending the Imu T team to block them directly led to casualties. This was too big of a problem, one he couldn't bear. Oh, Foz, my brother. Imu T threw an arm around his shoulder. Don't be so down, heh, losing is losing. Hey, why are you backing away? Foz looked at Imu Ti's increasingly long tongue, terrified, and stepped back several paces. Imu T. What? I'm just trying to comfort you. You see, both Jian Shang and I have been beaten up. You should understand how big your mistake is. Come on, let Big Brother give you a hug. Get lost. I want a loving hug too. Lyran took the opportunity to turn to Mei Nu. Bang! A bump appeared on both Imu T and Liaren's heads simultaneously. Alright, now let's review. Foz, you don't need to take it too hard, adjustment always takes time, and even if you don't invest, they have even more disgusting tactics waiting for you. The thief girl turned to Foz and said, What? They have tactics? Foz was taken aback. Yes, they stole your magic domain. Ha! There's a card that can copy the cards in the enemy's hand. But, magic domain has triggering conditions. Foz paused, his eyes widening. Wait, that assassin who hasn't contacted us. He understood, he completely understood. No wonder that assassin's last words were, use that card we both have at the first opportunity. It turns out their entire team has dirty tricks. The most crucial part is that they even dirted the totems. Can one person set up 3 totems? Foz let out a bitter laugh. If he had handed all the totems to one person, leading the squad to face off directly against the tavern team, not in a deathmatch but just desperately harassing, would the outcome have been different? The initial dispersal of forces was already a huge mistake, an absurd one. Ah, it's a pity we couldn't catch a chick. Foz sighed lightly, still needing practice. What's there to be sorry about? Come on, Foz, let me teach you the cluck-cluck dance. Imu T leaned in mischievously. Cluck, cluck, dance. In the valley. Nina wore a chicken comb on her head, dressed in blue overalls, with a basketball at her waist, shouting with full momentum, then laughed 3 times. Ha, didn't expect it, did you? In the end, it's me. After saying that, she tilted her head back, seemingly waiting for everyone's astonishment. After waiting for a long time, apart from a crow flying by, there was no other sound. The square was silent, not a sound to be heard. Originally, everyone was discussing the duel between the two teams, but since Nina popped up on the screen, all eyes turned to Nina at the commentary booth. No one knew which girl exclaimed, "Wow, so cute," and the entire square erupted in excitement. Nina's face quickly turned from white to red. The speed of the spread was remarkable. She hurriedly turned off the screen and dashed away. Before running off, she shot Jiamian a fierce glare. "Bad person. Are you done?" Ji Fufu hung a little sun in the yard. The outside world was always gloomy, with no sun in sight. This thing had to be made manually. Ji Chen, feeling fidgety, made one. But it didn't turn out to be something to hang as a sun. He let Ji Fufu adjust the position and hung it on the old tree in the yard. "Alright, that's it, come down. Here, this is your payment." The little Fu on the tree instantly beamed with joy, jumping down in a big leap. After taking Ji Chen's payment, she ran off with a dig. "Why did you give her so many materials? And such high-quality ones?" Nina asked curiously from the side. "Ha!" Ji Chen glanced at her. She was asking knowingly. "You should disclose the information about this thing to me now, right?" The application takes some time." Nina reached out and pointed in the air. A semi-transparent screen appeared before her. "Let me see. Okay, it's approved, you can take a look." Nina sent a document to Ji Chen. Ji Chen picked up the laptop that was set aside. He opened it. Goodness. He looked at the densely packed directory, feeling his scalp tingle. On world structure, the composition of world consciousness, the conspiracy of stellar thought power, thought conjectures, the origin of consciousness. "No, I just want some material information. Is that too much to ask?" Ji Chen was speechless. "Oh, didn't you say that? Do you want to know what that material actually is, in more detail?" "This is the information summarized from the exploration of the world, from the moment the stars fell to when humanity gained stellar thought power." "Then refine it and tell me." Ji Chen recalled a certain intelligence software from his past life that could help organize literature, and an idea struck him. "Nina? Just be a person. If you know, just tell me, so I don't have to flip through it bit by bit. Can't you just speak plainly?" Nina pondered for a moment, agreeing with the reasoning. "Let me organize it. Baika, you should already know about the world fragments. In fact, after the stars fell, this world encountered huge problems." Nina raised a finger. "It's not just the mutation of beasts and plants. More importantly, it's the fragmentation of space." "How to describe it?" "Our world was originally a complete egg, and after the stars fell, this egg shattered. We, who were originally protected by the eggshell, instantly lost that protection, and all sorts of things from outside entered our world. Most of these things are fragments of the world drifting in the void." "Wait, how did you get this information?" "Oh, it says in On World Structure that this is just a conjecture, and no one has verified it, nor do they have the mind to verify it." "Alright, and then?" "Then, after being invaded, the awakening of stellar thought power triggered a series of events. If you're interested, you can go directly look at history. Most major events are recorded in historical texts. Now, let's get back to the material issue. In these 500 years of evolution, there has always been a question that has troubled humanity." "What?" Ji Chen became interested and sat up straight. "Consciousness, what exactly is it? The origin of consciousness?" Ji Chen frowned. This was one of the things humanity had most wanted to understand in his past life. "Yes, we believe that every world has its own consciousness, except for those that are already shattered. Baika does not possess consciousness. You can construct this world as you like, but most secret realms have a world consciousness." "Wait, what about the real world? I mean, in this world?" Ji Chen pointed to the ground beneath his feet. "Before the stars fell, people suddenly had stellar thought power within them, and once people began to understand the function of stellar thought power, the stars fell, and the world also cracked open." "Do you think this is a coincidence?" "So, this is a conjecture." "Yes, this is a conjecture. No one wants to prove this conjecture. Some do, but they failed." "Failed in what sense?" "It's a secret." Ji Chen. In short, it just failed. If you really want to know, you can ask the old man, but he probably won't tell you either. In any case, that stone of yours is a material that carries world consciousness. It's also referred to as secondary material, and if it operates well, the effects could be limitless. I don't recommend you go after it right now. There's no need to work with secondary material. At least secondary materials are needed. She's not in a hurry. "So how do you obtain this kind of material?" Ji Chen played with the colorful stone and asked. "Solve the secret realm, and you can obtain it. If they succeed this time, they might even bring you a share, and then you'll have two. Low-level secret realms are quite rare, after all." At this point, Nina paused and fell silent. Ji Chen didn't mind, stood up, and stretched. He needed to prepare some cards for Lin Chen's tavern team. Especially the spell cards. Each card can only be used 10 times, so we need at least 100, right? It's time to summon a wave of cardmaker apprentices. After the tavern team won, they received a generous reward, and most importantly, the internal ranking of the Star Warriors improved. The Star Warriors also have some internal scoring standards. The higher the score, the more resources they can obtain. It is said that one can exchange for some signature skills of high-level Star Warriors. Besides that, they were preparing for matters related to the secret realm. In the conference room, Zhao Mian smiled as he looked at the 9 people and brought up the status of the secret realm. I brought you here today mainly to discuss this secret realm. The energy of the secret realm is not high, only 4 stars, and the highest level creatures inside won't exceed 5 stars. This secret realm is very likely to be a high-risk one. Once you enter, you will probably encounter Lord-level creatures, so be careful. You may not understand the strength of Lord-level creatures. Here is the information on fantasy creatures. Soul armor type, fantasy creature elite attack power, 20,000 health, 1,023,994 skills. Growth, will quickly learn the enemy's combat techniques as the battle time increases. Sword chi, condenses energy onto the sword to slash out sword chi. Thought flow, can control the flow of energy. Introduction, an armor possessed by special energy. The intelligence on elite creatures is roughly like this. Of course, real elite creatures are even stronger than the information suggests, and their attacks will increase with the flow of energy. The content of this meeting was to make Lin Chen and the others clear about the kind of task they were to execute. Then, there was the issue of rewards. Everything obtained from the secret realm would belong to Lin Chen's team. In addition, for logistics, all card consumption during this secret realm journey would be reimbursed by the Star Association. They also provided a batch of red and blue potions. A complete set of logistics was arranged clearly. After receiving the news, the tavern team made some preparations and set off boldly towards the Yuduan mountain range. The perimeter of the secret realm had already been protected by the Star Association. The big world has a self-circulating function. Even if it cannot achieve 100% self-circulation, the rate of decay will be reduced to a nearly negligible level. The small world does not have this function. Self-destruction is just a matter of time. Therefore, whether conscious or not, the secret realm will actively integrate into the big world. This is also the reason why those armors could come to the big world. If left unchecked, after some time, these armors and this region would also become part of the main world. This integration would cause a certain expansion of the big world, and if the expansion is excessive, it could lead to problems. Therefore, someone must go to resolve this secret realm. At the very least, they need to clear out the creatures inside the secret realm before considering other matters. The passage to the secret realm is a circular hollow, and on the other side of the hollow, something seems to be flickering, a dark expanse that cannot be seen clearly. The hollow floats in midair, with a restriction device placed at its upper left, upper right, and lower right, sealing off the entrance to the secret realm. Zhao Mian led the team to the hollow and sighed inwardly. In fact, this arrangement was not to guard against this secret realm but to wait for the people from the Falling Star Association. Unfortunately, no one came. This punch felt like hitting air, leaving a frustrating tension. Compared to Zhao Mian's worries, Lin Chen's team was all on high alert. They did not feel like they were invincible just because they won the competition. On the contrary, after the match, they analyzed many issues. Moreover, the information obtained from Zhao Mian clearly indicated that this secret realm was not a pleasant place. It was a tough nut to crack. Alright, weapon-type equipment cards can be equipped first. Checking the cards, Wang Jia held a venue card in his hand. Long Xing, holding an ice ring. Miao Yin, let's each put a holy shield on everyone. Oh, I won't need it. Before the start, let's add that. Each person takes their role, each in their place. Once everything was ready, Lin Chen looked at the pitch-black void, holding his shield, and took the first step. Let's go. Not gonna lie, a bit handsome, Zhao Miao muttered as she followed. Before leaving, she glanced back at Zhao Mian and winked at him. Zhao Mian smiled and waved at her, and once she entered the void, he sighed leisurely. In truth, he didn't know if Zhao Miao could survive coming out of the secret realm. This was the fate of most people in this world. From the moment they chose to venture into the wild, death became the norm. This point had been emphasized by their teachers since their school days. After staring at the void for a few seconds, Zhao Mian turned around, have Zhuge Yi send out that mine theft card, and prepare for war comprehensively. Yes. He was confident. The Falling Star Society would definitely make a big move. In large-scale military operations, it wasn't like Lin Chen, who reacted to situations and directed teammates on what to do. In multi-person large-scale operations, the primary consideration was the issue of information transmission. Issuing a command, passing it down layer by layer, what it would look like when it reached the combat team, whether it would be intercepted, was all a question. Therefore, any command in large-scale military operations was predictive. Where might the enemy come from? Where should I set up defenses? Once the war started, the commands received below were always predictive commands. However, this time, the operation was somewhat different. There was a deviation, an additional mind theft card. Coincidentally, after many card makers studied it, they found that the mind theft card had a particularly good effect on soul cards. Because soul cards themselves represented instability, containing souls, they were strong but would cause the original cards to lose most of their stability. Normally, mind theft was random. Whatever card you had, I would copy that card. But when facing soul cards, mind theft would excellently replicate, because soul cards were easier to copy. So, this battle probably wouldn't be difficult. Thinking of this, Zhao Mian's lips curled slightly. You better not come. As for any teleportation-type gates, the feeling was never pleasant. There would always be a period of dizziness. Wang Jie and Long Xing were the first to regain consciousness. Looking up, the first feeling was desolation. The surroundings were barren, the pitch-black land cracked into countless small pieces. The second feeling was oppression. The sky was a dull gray. This gray was different from the misty gray outside. It had a sense of dead silence. Using his mind to perceive these things, it seemed to be filled with negative emotions, that kind of death, pain, and resentment constantly teasing human nerves. Why do I feel so sad? Lin Chen Yen wiped away the inexplicable tears streaming down her face in confusion. The others present were in a similar situation. Their mood seemed quite poor. Cheer up, this isn't right. Lin Chen perked up, recalling something. The Star Alliance prepared stimulants for us. Hurry and take a sip. Upon hearing Lin Chen say this, everyone reacted quickly, taking out the potions and downing them in one go. Ha! Zhao Miao let out a light breath. Wow, just now I felt completely depressed, as if someone could stab me with a knife and I wouldn't even dodge. What's going on? Even Zhao Miao, who was well versed in various strategies, couldn't understand what was happening. As soon as they stepped into this unfamiliar secret realm, they were given a solid lesson. Lin Chen looked around. It was desolate, with paths leading in all directions. He turned to ask, Miao, Xian, how do you feel? Can we manage? Don't worry, we got this. We're here to gather information, right? Zhao Miao patted her plain chest. Yeah, no problem, Ren Shin Yen replied as well. Not knowing which way to go, they decided to follow their instincts. It's so quiet here. The area was barren, and the unspoken implication of that was excellent visibility. The seven of them followed behind, with two assassins scouting ahead. They hadn't walked long, only about 30 minutes or so, when Zhao Miao made a gesture. Lin Chen stopped, and at the same time, Ren Shin Yen did too. Found an oasis. Oasis? So, do we go in? Zhao Miao asked. No, let's break through first, Lin Chen frowned and said, then turned to the others. Do you remember what the shopkeeper said before? I was thinking, if there's no danger after entering, we should break through to 5 stars first, but I completely forgot about it after coming in. It wasn't until we got here that I suddenly remembered. That feeling was unsettling. Whether it was being suppressed physically or facing a high-level elite monster, that was fine. But if there was a problem with memory, Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver slightly. Though it was very subtle, it immediately raised his alertness. The others were all taken aback. Yeah, how could we forget? This is clearly very important. Lin San murmured to himself. The strength of a 5-star card and a 4-star card was not on the same level. 4-star damage ranged from thousands to tens of thousands. 5-star damage was over 10,000, which became routine. How could they forget such a highly advantageous thing? This secret realm must have issues. Zhao Miao exhaled lightly, turning to Long Xing. Does your family have any records about this? Long Xing was slightly taken aback, pondered for a moment, and shook his head. Let's break through first. Maybe I'll remember after that. Alright, then let's break through first. Ding! Thud! Chirp! After a hasty breakthrough effect, everyone reached the 5-star level. Then, all eyes turned to Long Xing. Long Xing, speechless, muttered, my family's stuff is plenty, and my nephew's family has quite a bit too, and Miaoying's family is decent as well. Just say whether you know or not. Long Xing pondered for 2 seconds, his brow furrowing, then continued, I do remember something, but it's not good news. These are some secret records about the secret realm from my family. You all know that a secret realm is essentially a small world. According to my family's records, a secret realm actually has a life of its own. This space is like a human body, and the one truly managing the space is like a human consciousness. The body and consciousness, when combined, create true life. When life fades, the consciousness of this space will slowly perish. In the end, it becomes a completely dead place, unless this secret realm merges into the larger world. Normally, the consciousness of a secret realm cannot persist, so this secret realm probably has the existence of a next-level material. It is something that embodies the world's consciousness, Long Xing concluded. Something that embodies the world's consciousness? In other words, beings that possess this thing would likely be terrifyingly strong. The previously speculated overlord level would probably need to be adjusted upwards. It could be a genuine domain lord. As soon as Long Xing said this, the scene fell into silence. Domain lord. They didn't really have much of a concept about it, but just hearing the term felt absurd. So, do we still go to the oasis? Xin Xiao swallowed hard. We go, what else can we do? We can't go back. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Alright, everyone, stop worrying so much. There are many possibilities, it could be a dead thing. Let's go take a look. Miao Miao, Xian, regroup. Once we enter the oasis, we can deal with other matters. The inexplicably appearing oasis in this desolate area made Lin Chen feel somewhat uneasy. Before long, the team reached the edge of the oasis. The oasis before them was not particularly green, the grass on the lawn was yellowing, and while there were quite a few trees in the oasis, most of them seemed to be dead, their trunks drooping, and not a hint of green on the branches. Lin Chen stepped forward and walked in. Standing still for about a minute, he found nothing wrong. He turned his head, everyone come in. Before he could finish his sentence, a faint sound of wind breaking came from behind. Bai Miaoyin instinctively threw a holy brew at Lin Chen. Lin Chen spun around instantly. Before his shield could manifest, an arrow was already in front of him. So fast. He was startled. The holy shield shattered. However, the momentum of the arrow did not diminish and continued to shoot towards him. Lin Chen's reaction speed was also extremely quick. He raised his shield and slashed forward with his sword. Without a second thought, Lin Chen directly retreated from the oasis after that arrow. He was still shaken. Normally, an attack hitting a warrior's shield would only deal 10% effective output. In other words, without the shield, this arrow broke through 2 layers of holy shield and still managed to deal 90,000 damage. This figure would undoubtedly mean death for anyone else. Even for Lin Chen, it was the same. Goodness, is that damage human? Xin Xiao was dumbfounded. Over there, Wang Jia had already laid down his field magic. 3 earthen walls rose from the ground, at least blocking the enemy's line of sight. Normally, using earthen walls wouldn't mean much, blocking the enemy's view also blocked our own. But the problem was that arrow had come too strangely. No one noticed how it appeared, it just emerged inexplicably, and by the time they saw it, it was already less than 10 meters away from Lin Chen. This distance was only possible because Bai Miaoyin had a holy brew in her hand, allowing her to react in time. That arrow is too strange. The damage, the speed, the way it appeared. Xin Xiao was stunned, he had never seen an arrow of this level. This world still followed basic rules. When an arrow was shot, if it had strong power, the momentum would be astonishing unless something was added to the arrow to reduce its impact. But this arrow, from a hexagonal warrior, was unsolvable. With one shot, it had already intimidated Lin Chen's team. Did anyone see which direction it came from? Lin Chen turned to Zhao Miaomiao, who was holding a telescope. The telescope in Zhao Miaomiao's hand was a special equipment card that could see many things that were otherwise unclear. No, I can't see, it's all foggy inside. Something is blocking it, and that arrow doesn't seem to have caused any disturbance in the fog. I think, while that arrow is strong, it's not that strong. Not strong? That was a holy shield, 2 of them. Maybe it has a shield break effect? Don't you remember Xin's immunity? Lin Chen was taken aback and nodded. Then let's try again. Sure. Lin Chen did not deny Lin San's idea. Compared to controlling the shield and providing protection, Lin San was better than him. Once in position, he provided the holy shield. Lin San lifted his foot and cautiously stepped onto the already yellowing lawn. 1 step, no reaction. 2 steps, no feeling. Strolling, nothing happened. Lin Chen was filled with question marks. What? Does this thing only react to certain people? He took an arrow, but others went in without any issues? Lin San did not move. The 2 assassins had already put on their telescopes. The 2 mages had also prepared their spell cards. But everything seemed to have been paused. In the withered forest, there was no reaction at all. This seems fine? Lin Sanao posed for about 10 minutes, realizing that nothing was happening. He turned to the others and suggested, how about we go in and take a look? Sounds good, let's go. Lin Chen was not one to hesitate. As long as the other party was still willing to act against them, they would surely find a flaw. Lin Chen stepped onto the lawn first, and after a while, he confirmed that there was indeed no threat, then waved to the others. I'll climb the tree and take a look. Zhao Miaomiao said, leaping lightly onto a branch, but as soon as her foot touched it, the branch creaked, and she fell down. The whole process was impressive for 2 seconds. She blushed slightly as she got up from the ground. I just reached 5 stars, my energy control was a bit off, and this tree has no nutrients, it's too brittle. It's fine, just be careful, Lin Chen didn't mock her. The second time, she was a bit smarter, standing directly on the main trunk, observing for a while before coming down. How is it? Not far ahead, there's a patch of mist. I thought there was only one, but from the tree, I can see that the mist almost covers the entire forest, and it's green, which is a bit strange. Zhao Miaomio frowned. Let's go take a look. The group quickly reached the visible area. Longxing looked at the green mist floating in the air, furrowing his brow, and turned to Wang Jie. Did I sense it wrong? Why does this mist feel so vibrant? I feel the same way. What about you, Miaoyin? Bai Miaoyin raised her hand, a green light flashed and landed on the green mist, nodding. It's wood type, pure wood type. The ring on Bai Miaoyin's hand could release secondary healing spells, and after Wang Jie brought back those secondary wood-type materials, Ji Chen helped upgrade it. Therefore, the aura of the healing spell was also the aura of wood, which she was very clear about. The aura of life, in a place like this? Zhao Miaomio murmured, reaching out and bringing her hand into the mist towards her nose. This action startled everyone. Aren't you afraid it's toxic? Bai Miaoyin quickly took out a detox pill and handed it over. I'm not afraid, I've been trained since I was young. Even if it's toxic, it's not a big deal. She took a couple of breaths, declined Bai Miaoyin's detox pill, and nodded. It really is. Wait, something's coming. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a green glow flickering. The others immediately took a combat stance. The green mist shimmered with green light, and soon, a suspicious group of green light floated out. The green mist and the flickering green light made the entire team's spirits tense. The unknown is the most terrifying. Closer, closer, even closer. Don't get so close. Ji Chen pushed away the approaching Fu. What's wrong? Why is your card so strange? There's nothing in it? Let me see what's going on. Ji Chen's experimental deck, type, deck epic attack, durability, 10 skills. Description, it seems there is something extraordinary inside. You really are something, making a deck with just 5 stars? Nina looked at Ji Chen with a complex expression. When Ji Chen realized that the so-called white card was actually the world, he understood one thing. The so-called materialization was actually transforming the white card into something allowed by the rules of this world. Since they were playing by the rules, the so-called attack limit or life limit could also be enhanced through external card loops. Although this process would take longer, if used in conjunction with mechanisms, the effect would surely be excellent. Thus, he recalled in his past life the countless Kangba, pondering whether he could create a set to see if he could fit multiple cards into one. Who knew that by accident, it really could be done? Oh, is someone doing that? Ji Chen raised an eyebrow. It's not just someone, most cards above 7 stars are like this. Materialization has its limits, 5,000 attack is the maximum. To be stronger, you need to combine. A 7-star white card, in a sense, could be considered a small world. If you only make a weapon or a skill, that's a waste. The key point is, a single card can hardly be filled. If you want to fill a 7-star card, the design of the star circuit would be too complex, and the time for materialization would be infinitely extended, making it not worth the effort. Moreover, 7 stars mean there are 7 slots. If you don't use a deck, then the 1 or 2 seconds it takes to activate the card could very well be fatal. So that's how it is. Ji Chen wasn't surprised by Nina's statement. The limit of card materialization was right here. 500 years, this world has developed for 500 years, if there were no loopholes to exploit, that would be a miracle. But, brother, aren't you 5 stars now? So, everything in your deck is weak? Fufu tilted her head, genuinely curious about what was inside. Weak? Ji Chen chuckled lightly. Complexity doesn't equate to strength. He rarely made epic cards, most of the time, he worked within the rules. While replicating the Hearthstone cards he saw in his previous life, he was also learning and gaining some insights. The world has rules. What do rules represent? Fairness and justice? No, only ordinary people think that way. Having rules means there are loopholes to exploit. What? You say the rules are set by the heavenly way? Can't be exploited? Ji Chen could only sneer. Was the 9-star level Falling Star City really allowed by the rules? Did they create Falling Star City without thinking of making something else? Impossible. There must be something bigger behind it. Moreover, if the heavenly way set the rules and they can't be exploited, how were those worlds destroyed? The more he thought, the more reasonable it seemed. Perhaps he didn't need to be so cautious. Lin Chen felt that it might save the team's lives. However, it occasionally led to some speechlessness. Like the little thing in front of him. He didn't know how to describe it. Saying it was a ball of green light didn't seem quite right. What floated out of the green mist wasn't some bizarre beast or a fantasy creature. It was a spherical ball of green light. The light flickered as if breathing, and as soon as it appeared, it rushed towards Bai Miaoyin, startling everyone. Lin San quickly went to block it. The fact that Lin San managed to stop it was unusual. If he did, it meant it was weak. Bai Miaoyin frowned slightly. I feel like it has no malicious intent. How about we let it come over? Let's give it a try. The energy levels between different entities are not the same. As long as it's not something extremely sinister, one can generally sense it. The light ball in front of them felt gentle and somewhat healing. It wasn't big, about the size of a basketball, and it flickered cutely. The light ball circled around Bai Miaoyin a few times. She felt a warm sensation in her body. She was very familiar with this feeling. Healing spell? She exclaimed in surprise. After circling a few times, the light ball floated back into the mist, lingering there and flashing a few times. Bai Miaoyin blinked, not quite understanding. The light ball continued to drift into the mist. After a while, it returned again. It circled around Bai Miaoyin 2 more times before entering the mist. It seems to want you to follow it? Zhao Miaomiao noticed the intention of the green light ball. Shall we go? Ren Shin Yen was eager to try. Let's wait and see. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry. That little green light ball circled around Bai Miaoyin twice, then ran into the mist, only to find that Bai Miaoyin hadn't followed and came back. This repeated 3 times. Can you act like a person and keep up? Just looking at this thing, it doesn't seem very smart. Zhao Miaomiao couldn't help but complain. This little thing looks quite cute, but it's really busy. It had been repeatedly circling around, leading them, only to find it hadn't kept up with the return process. It was indeed a bit of a bully. Keep up. After confirming that this thing wasn't very intelligent, Lin Chen decided to let it lead. Having a guide wasn't a bad thing. Once they entered the green mist, everyone clearly felt a jolt of energy. Did you feel that? Yeah, I feel warm all over, like I have endless strength. It's overflowing. Everyone turned to look at Lin San. Isn't it wrong? Lin San was confused by their gazes. This is how it felt when Miaoyin healed me. The trees here are much greener. Zhao Miaomiao reached out and touched the tree bark. Her evaluation was that it was very vibrant. At least, standing on it shouldn't be a problem. Be careful. Lin Chen reminded, since we came in, our mental state hasn't been quite right. Although this place makes us relax, we shouldn't relax too much. Who knows what might be affecting us? Hearing Lin Chen's reminder, everyone felt a jolt of awareness. They had indeed relaxed too much. This is strange. Longxing muttered under his breath, turning to Wang Jie. If you use Blizzard, can you solve this place? Ha? Me? Wang Jie pointed at himself. Do you want to see what you're saying? Wind and snow, what level? This is pure life energy. You want me to disperse it? Is it your brain that's malfunctioning, or is it my strength that's the problem? If it can't be done, then it can't be done. As they ventured deeper, the life energy became more intense. The little light orb was leading the way, but as they followed, they noticed something was off. These trees. They clearly saw a tree that opened its eyes as they passed, glanced at them, and quickly closed its eyes again. That just now. Yeah. Lin Chen responded, but it shouldn't be able to move. Why? It's emitting green smoke. With Lin Chen's reminder, everyone realized that in this forest, some trees were not absorbing the green smoke but were emitting it. These mists are all from these guys. Then everything makes sense. Zhao Miaomiao's expression turned serious. The big guy here must want to protect this forest. There should be something it wants to protect inside, but we don't know what it is. How strange. Wang Jie also spoke up. What we encountered before weren't these things. Where's the armor? Why can't we see any? Let's follow this little thing for now. Such pure life energy is probably not from any bad guys. Bai Miaoyin said. As a healer, she was quite sensitive to life energy. Like in the valley they had experienced before, they could clearly feel a strong bloody aura, but here, the green mist had none, not even a bit. It was pure to the extreme. They walked and observed along the way. There were indeed many trees emitting green smoke. The deeper they went, the more of these types of trees there were. Some trees were already withered and yellow but still emitted that hint of green. It's heart-wrenching. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Following the green light cluster, they finally arrived at a low-lying area, where an old tree stood. The trunk was dry, the roots exposed, and the bark was cracked into pieces, leaving only a main trunk bare. In front of the low tree, there was a stone platform, and on the platform floated a longbow. It was a beautiful longbow. The bow was intricately and exquisitely decorated, seemingly engraved with the emblem of some mysterious race, resembling the legendary phoenix. The overall color was orange, shining with a metallic luster, and just one glance gave an inexplicable sense of nobility. This feeling is strange. Facing this bow, it seems less like a bow and more like confronting a refined young noble. A small green orb of light slowly drifts towards the tree, circling around it. As it circles, it emits wisps of green energy that merge into the trunk. However, this energy seems to have no effect. Just as the group is puzzled, the stone platform holding the bow and arrows flashes with bright light, and the light flickers past. Almost everyone instantly enters a state of combat readiness. Lin San takes the lead, standing in front of the others, while the rest take their positions. Lin Chen steps back a bit, moving to the rear of the group. He holds his shield in front, vigilantly watching the tree that exhales green smoke from behind. A flash of white light reveals a humanoid shadow, and an old man steps out from the stone platform, holding a large wooden cane. Notably, his ears are long and pointed compared to ordinary people. His face does not appear fierce, instead, he gives off a very amiable vibe. The old man opens his eyes. His murky pupils first glance around the environment before he lets out a slight sigh. Then, he looks towards Lin Chen's team. Lin San raises the hammer in his hand, guarding his chest, ready to act at any moment. The old man slightly opens his mouth. The crowd? What is he saying? Lin San looks confused. Can you speak human language? Bai Miaoyin asks softly. The old man is momentarily taken aback, then raises his cane and waves it forward. The turquoise energy gently circles around him and then softly flies towards the group. The energy has no offensive intent, it merely circles around them before dissipating. Hello, good day, the old man bows slightly, as a greeting. Old Lin. Lin San turns to call Lin Chen. Lin Chen approaches. Hello, sir, may I ask who you are and why you are here? I no longer remember who I am. The old man taps his head, looking somewhat troubled. Sorry, please allow me to think for 3 minutes. Take your time. The old man expresses his apologies again and closes his eyes. As soon as his eyes shut, everyone instantly feels a powerful mental wave emanating from the old man. Just the residual wave causes them to stagger back several meters. Goodness, this wave? Longxing can't help but comment, if he really wanted to attack us, we wouldn't need to do anything, we could just wait to die. Is he really that strong? Lin Chen is taken aback. My old men are all at 9 stars, I wouldn't mistake this kind of aura. It's a bit weaker, but not by much. Then there's no need to worry. Lin Chen exhales softly. Everyone understands his meaning. They can communicate, and he's absurdly strong. Worrying? What good would that do? They just need to see what kind of game he's playing. As for why such a thing suddenly appeared in the secret realm, one must know that the first line of the book Exploration of the Secret Realm is, don't be surprised by anything that appears in the secret realm. As the old man breathes in and out, the emerald smoke seems to lighten a bit. About 5 minutes pass. The old man opens his eyes again, and at this moment, his pupils have deepened somewhat. He looks at Lin Chen's team again, this time seemingly assessing something. His gaze lingers on Bai Miaoyin for a moment, but it's just a fleeting instant before it settles on Lin Xinshin, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. He floats slightly in front of Lin Chen. Sorry, I don't have much time left, so from now on, I will speak, and you will listen. Just as Lin Chen is about to respond, he suddenly feels his body controlled by something, unable to move. Lin Chen, alright, you're strong, you call the shots. Before this, I must first apologize to you all. The Mother Tree of Life had already told us many years ago that the world was on the brink of collapse, but the high priest of that time did not take it seriously. Of course, the main issue was that those filthy things outside were constantly waging war against us. The old man's words were somewhat convoluted. To summarize, a big brother informed us that this world was doomed, urging us to think of a way out. However, we were still in a state of war, and coupled with the belief that the world wouldn't end so easily, we paid no heed to this news. We planned to win the war first and then consider other matters. The final result was the collapse of the world, and only then did we realize the severity of the problem. Essentially, that was the gist of it. Alright, now you can ask your questions. I don't have much time, I am merely a fragment of consciousness. Before the old man could finish, the longbow behind him suddenly trembled, standing upright in the astonished gazes of the crowd. The bowstring pulled back on its own, and an arrow made of energy instantly formed. It was launched. What is this? Lin Chen asked cautiously. Just now, it seemed he had been shot by this thing and nearly lost his life. Oh, this is the effect of the wrath of the Stellar Alliance. After the world was destroyed, thanks to the protection of the Mother Tree, we were able to survive. Even so, those damned, filthy things outside still want to fight us. Though we are reluctant to admit it, without the support of the world and the Mother Tree, we cannot defeat them. We can only sacrifice ourselves to merge the Mother Tree with the wrath of the Stellar Alliance. This forest is filled with the remains of our warriors. Perhaps we can't hold on much longer. So how do we get out? Zhao Miao Miao asked straightforwardly. Get out? Oh, That's simple. The old man nodded. As long as you clean up those filthy things outside, you will naturally be able to leave. Well then, good luck to you all. Before Lin Chen and the others could ask more questions, the old man's figure slowly faded and gradually disappeared. Liar. Zhao Miaomia pouted. He must be lying. Not necessarily. What benefit would he gain from lying? Bai Miaoyin felt that the old man probably wouldn't deceive them in this regard. Did you not hear? They have enmity with those things outside and want us to help them deal with it. If he is so strong and couldn't solve it, how can we? He might not be strong. Those things over there might not be strong either. Lin Chen looked in the direction the arrow had left, then turned to the bow. Let's go check it out. Let's go. The group did not hesitate. Leaving the center filled with green mist, the fog grew thinner as they moved outward. Ahead was a cliff. Looking further out, there was a pitch-black sky. Zhao Miaomia was the first to run over. Looking down, she exclaimed, "My God!" With her shout, everyone gathered around. They were at a high elevation, and without the fog's cover, their view was exceptionally clear. Below them was a pitch-black land scattered with large pieces of armor. As far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of sets of armor. Is this the armor you encountered? Lin Chen turned to Lin San. Yes, it's these things, but they don't seem to move. The armor below varied in shape, and most were already broken and motionless, resembling lifeless objects. Shall we give it a try? Wang Jie turned to Lin Chen. Let's try Blizzard. Alright. Wang Jie took out a card. 2 mana crystals floated around him. After quickly charging up, Blizzard. Snowflakes began to fall. Compared to when he was a 4-star, as a 5-star, Wang Jie found casting Blizzard to be much easier and more enjoyable. A wide area of wind and snow crashed down onto the armor below. With this impact, some of the armor instantly stood up, while others lay quietly still. The armor that stood up was not many, just a few hundred, and only 3 stood up. Lin San, 1 person in each direction, blocked them. Okay. The rest, free to attack. Whoosh. Ice spear technique. Damage numbers popped up from the armor one after another. Compared to when they were at 4 stars, the firepower of the small team was on a whole different level now. For them, 3 suits of armor were even unable to get close. The secret realm lay to the east. They crossed the battlefield littered with armor and arrived at the deepest part of the secret realm. 1 suit of armor held a bow, sealed within a block of solid ice, and behind this block of ice was a void. On either side of the solid ice stood 2 figures in black robes. They are coming. Then let's break the seal. Sure. The 2 exchanged a few simple words. They took out their cards. Ice unseal, type, spell card soul attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, unseals the seal brought by ice. Description, a derivative card of ice. With a flash of blue light, the 2 cards transformed into a stream of light that wrapped around the solid ice. After a while, the solid ice turned into specks of starlight and dissipated into the air. The armor that had been sealed in midair fell to the ground. One of the figures in black looked at the armor and began issuing commands. You, go take care of those people. After the armor landed, it stood up somewhat dazedly, and upon hearing the words of the figure in black, it seemed to come to its senses. What is he saying? The figure in black turned to ask his companion. I don't know, the companion replied, equally confused. Their task was simple. Upon discovering someone entering the secret realm, they would directly unseal it and then command the armor to kill the enemies. A very straightforward command. The 2 had no hesitation in accepting it. Just as they were conversing without a care, the armor suddenly reached out its hands, grabbing each of the 2 figures in black. Ugh! The figure's eyes widened in shock. The armor's grip tightened suddenly. 2 numbers appeared above the 2. Just as the terror in their eyes emerged, they had already lost their luster. The armor casually tossed the 2 corpses aside and picked up the bow floating beside it. A strange red light flickered within the armor, piercing through the black soil, directly aimed at the oasis. Inside the armor, an incomprehensible laughter echoed. It raised its arm, bent down, and a pitch-black energy arrow instantly appeared on the bowstring. It shot upwards into the sky. The black energy floated into the air and, upon reaching about 800 meters, suddenly exploded. Countless black energies rained down from the sky. The tavern team was currently gathering their spoils. For them, 3 suits of armor were not a difficult task at all. This intensity is okay. It was a bit tough at 4 stars, but 5 stars are no problem at all, Wang Jie summarized. Zhao Miaomia suddenly shouted, what is that? At this shout, everyone's attention was drawn over. Following the direction Zhao Miaomia pointed, several people saw the arrow rise and explode. Just as the arrow burst, Zhao Miaomia immediately noticed the problem. Those armors are moving. They are gathering. Before her words fell, the ground behind them trembled violently. The greenish smoke behind them shrank back at a visible speed. Wah! What's going on? The team members were all bewildered. They had never experienced this before. Most secret realms have a core, secondary materials. To explain in layman's terms, secondary materials are materials that contain a part of the consciousness of the heavenly path. In secret realms below 7 stars, these materials are generally in a state of self-preservation. To resolve this secret realm, one only needs to find this material, and naturally, they would be able to exit the secret realm. Finding this material isn't difficult. Most secret realms are chaotic and disordered. If you can locate that orderly place, you can find the secondary material. It's obvious to anyone with a discerning eye that the so-called secondary material is that bow. But they themselves have said that to gain recognition, the armor must be dealt with first. Moreover, before entering, they were shot by an arrow, so the team naturally had no intention of forcibly seizing anything. They only needed to clear some armor, and once that was done, they could obtain a considerable amount of materials. Why not? But what about this arrow? Did they shoot from over there? Zhao Miao murmured, it seems like they are gathering. The ones behind us are gathering too, Ren Shin Yen added. Behind them, 2 towering trees rose from the ground, slowly moving toward this side. Goodness! Xin Xiao turned around and was startled. It's a good thing we didn't go in hard, otherwise, it would have been tough by now. The giant trees were so large that it would take at least 20 people holding hands to encircle one. It lifted its roots and took a step forward. Just that one step made the ground tremble. They stood on the cliff, and the gravel kept falling down. What do we do now? Wang Jie asked the most critical question. We wait to reap the benefits, from the side. Lin Chen decisively gave the order. A fight between the armor and the giant trees would mean that both were materials for them. Helping the giant trees just because there was communication? Not a chance. They would observe the situation first. It would be best to balance both sides and have them suffer losses, Bai Miaoyin added. Everyone turned to look at her. Bai Miaoyin blinked innocently, the manager taught me. Lam Xing rolled his eyes. He knew what kind of personality his cousin had. Since childhood, she had been a little troublemaker, but later, due to her fear of the battlefield, she became increasingly self-conscious and obedient. Now, her true nature was gradually being released. Alright, let's see which side is stronger and create a balance. We mustn't let the balance break, Lin Chen thought to say earlier. Before long, the army of armor had gathered. If you were to say how grand this army was, it really wasn't. Hundreds of tattered suits of armor formed a formation that didn't look impressive. As for their side, there were only 2 massive trees to look at. The other trees, clearly malnourished, seemed like they would fall over with just a gust of wind. This scene gave a sense of the old, weak, sick, and disabled going to battle, oddly evoking a sense of tragic heroism. To be honest, it wasn't very visually appealing. The armor charged into the forest and began to chop at the trees with their rusty swords. It was a 50-50 fight. The malnourished trees behind the giant trees had slightly lower health. Most importantly, these phantom beasts were using only their own strength. Do we have any data? Lin Chen turned to ask Zhao Miao and Bai Miaoyin. No, not a single skill. Both women shook their heads in unison. Before the battle began, it had become a habit to sneak a peek, crossed out. The two saw nothing at all. The figures of the armor were relatively more substantial, charging toward those dead trees, shooting arrow after arrow. The dead trees swung a branch down. With one strike, they dealt a significant blow to the armor. Although the power was great, the trees that could move were ultimately few. At most, there were only a dozen, while the armor numbered in the hundreds. Almost one dead tree could be assigned to a dozen suits of armor. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. Shall we take out some armor? Lin Chen suggested. No need, the big ones haven't even made a move yet. Lin Chen pointed to the 2 giant trees at the back, standing there like gatekeepers. It's moving. One of the giant trees raised its branches high and pressed down. The ground suddenly trembled. The earth cracked open, and countless roots stretched out from the ground. Countless terrifying damages erupted from the heads of the armor. Goodness, Xin Xiao gasped, is this damage for real? And besides, doesn't it have no skills? Well, that probably doesn't count as a skill. Zhao Miao hesitated for a moment. It seems to just scatter the soil on the ground to let its roots stretch out. Then after all this fuss, after 4 or 5 rounds, those armors should be completely dead, right? Should we take action against that tree? Lin Chen was eager to try. Lin Chen. Lin San tugged at Lin Chen. What if they attack us? We can win, Lin Chen said matter-of-factly. Lin San wanted to retort, winning with our heads? That root system could deal over 200,000 damage in one hit. But thinking it over, he still said, let's listen to the captain. The store manager once said that emotions, as a form of energy, can be strong, but despite their strength, their flaws are quite obvious. If one day Lin Chen thinks she can't do it, then it's over. She would become an extremely ordinary archer. This was fatal. But Lin Chen didn't think so. She always felt she could do it. From the very beginning, she stumbled through using the immunity trait in actual combat, and later, almost as soon as she drew her bow, the immunity shield would appear. No one knew what kind of mental journey she had gone through, nor what she was really thinking. Whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, Lin San didn't know. All he knew was that he had to protect her as much as possible. The giant tree's attack was like a natural disaster for the armors. In less than 5 minutes, the battle was one-sided. No way! Zhao Miaomio looked at those armors, her eyes shimmering like stars. The energy is gone. Ren Shin Yen quickly looked over. In her line of sight, every time an armor fell, a surge of energy flew towards the back of the armor, disappearing without a trace. As more and more armors fell, finally, a pitch-black arrow shot through the air, moving at an incredible speed, its might earth-shattering, directly splitting the already cracked ground in two. Ultimately, it lodged itself into the giant tree. A huge number floated up. Everyone, did I see that wrong? Xin Xiao murmured. This damage. Lin Chen swallowed hard. This move. Ren Shin Yen muttered. She had seen this move before, it pierced through the surface. Her master had once told her that mastering gaze to perfection could achieve this. This damage, the shield seems to have done nothing. Before Zhao Miaomio could finish her sentence, another arrow shot through the air. This time, an arrow from the forest came as well, identical to the one that shot at Lin Chen fast and silent, but its momentum was much weaker. The two arrows collided precisely. The arrow from the forest was easily destroyed. However, the arrow made purely of black energy continued unabated, shooting towards another giant tree. Seeing this not-so-exaggerated number, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If every arrow was this outrageous, it would be over. We need to find that person. Lin Chen immediately made a decision. No matter what, the one in the forest didn't seem very hostile towards them. But this one outside was another story. No need to look, he's coming. From their elevated position, overlooking the flat plain below, Zhao Miaomio was the first to spot him through her binoculars. Where? There, that guy whose style is different from everyone else's. About a kilometer away from them, an armor, no, it looked like someone was wearing a full set of armor, holding a bow. Compared to the other armors that were in a pitiful state, the difference was striking. The helmet, gorget, shoulder guards, chest plate, back plate, skirt armor, arm guards, hand guards, leg guards, and shoe armor were all fully equipped, the scales on the armor shimmering coldly. With each step, it exuded immense power. As he walked, he drew his bow, but this time, the target was no longer the tree. Instead, Lin Chen instantly felt himself being locked onto. He was all too familiar with this feeling. When Lin Chen locked onto someone, it was this sensation, every hair on his body standing on end, completely different from the feeling with Xin Xiao. Xin Xiao was the type to slyly shoot an arrow at you. Lin Chen was the kind to tell you outright, I'm going to shoot you, do what you will. Defense. Attack. Lin Chen instantly issued 2 commands. The arrows from the opposite side had already been released the moment he gave the order. Whoosh. Shield. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, and the shield in his hand suddenly expanded. Bai Miaoyin's holy shield also enveloped him. Bang! The arrow collided with the shield. In just an instant, Lin Chen felt a tremendous force, and then, the holy shield and the protective shield shattered in an instant. The arrow struck his shield, and a powerful energy impact kicked up clouds of dust. Crack! The sound of the protective shield breaking echoed. How is this possible? Lin Chen was taken aback. He had already used the sturdy shield. Life sharing. Seeing the situation was dire, Lin San immediately activated life sharing. Terrifying damage surged from the two of them. Card class. Today's topic, shield structure. Flipping back a bit, I seem to have forgotten to explain the shield in shield battles. The equipment shield in shield battles does not refer to a physical shield. Like the protective shield, it is based on surface star mental power and life value. It has no physical form. When needed, it can be manifested. Depending on each person's habits, different types can be manifested. Its characteristic is sturdiness. Attacks hitting the shield can effectively block 90% of the damage. Therefore, controlling the shield has become a required course for every shield warrior. So, how does the shield structure achieve a 90% damage reduction? The basic principle is damage sharing. Utilizing the shield's inherent characteristic of sturdiness to block sharp attacks, and then using its foundation on life value, all residual shocks are evenly distributed across the surface star mental power and life value, achieving maximum damage reduction. If a shield warrior's shield is broken, then the damage they receive will also increase to a certain extent. Lin Chen, Xin Xiao, Long Xing, and Wang Jie's ranged attacks had already been launched. 2 arrows. One in front, one behind, with a fireball trailing behind and another fireball that had gone off course. Just as all the damage was about to hit the armor, a pitch-black shield suddenly appeared nearby, blocking all attacks. With just one arrow, it shattered two shield warriors' shields. All attacks were nullified. Bai Miaoying looked down at her card and murmured, "No skills." This meant that the previous arrow was normal, and that shield was passive. Both mind theft and plagiarism have a flaw: passive abilities cannot be seen, and arrows released through energy operation do not count as skills. These things are all invisible. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That chilling feeling returned. Charge. 3. When it came to tactical formulation, the tavern team had also gone through a period of adjustment. After absorbing the combat experience of the Imu Ti's Chrysanthemum Brigade, they had matured further. Charge referred to charging forward. 3 indicated that they expected to face 3 waves of attacks. Wang Jia held a card, trailing behind the main force. The bow was already drawn. Earthwall technique, type, summoning card, excellent attack, 0 life value, 350,000 skill, sturdy description, I am a wall, lacking a Maliang. As they advanced, a wall of earth rose from the ground. The arrows had already been shot. Lin Chen suddenly sidestepped, using the earth wall for cover to make a turn. Bao warriors primarily relied on speed and mental pressure to lock onto enemies. When a Bao warrior's line of sight was obstructed, both mental locking and the accuracy of hitting the target would significantly decrease. Wang Jia found the perfect moment. Just as the opponent aimed, he raised the earthen wall. The members of Lin Chen's team quickly adjusted their formation under the cover of the wall. However, they had only covered a third of the distance. They couldn't stop. This was Lin Chen's judgment. He wasn't sure if the opponent had any kind of X-ray vision, like Lin Xinshin, who could see through things. He believed the opponent probably could as well. At this moment, waiting for Wang Jia to catch up and raise a second earthen wall was not wise. Dragon Strike. Okay. Miaoying. Received. The team charged out. The ornate armor didn't pay much attention and readied his second arrow. The arrow was still aimed at Lin Chen. Quite arrogant, Lin Chen thought to himself. At the moment the arrow was launched, Dragon Strike's arcane missile was also instantly fired. His target wasn't the armor but the flying arrow. As long as it was an attack, it could be intercepted. Intercepting an attack with an attack was not impossible, but it required a high level of mental power. Dragon Strike's usual training partner was Lin Xinshin. 3 arcane missiles hit the arrow. The arrow's speed was noticeably slowed. The next second, the black lines on Bai Miaoying's forehead glowed faintly. Dark word, annihilation, type, spell card, epic attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, eliminate the target. Description, annihilate. The pitch black energy instantly wrapped around the black arrow, which struggled in the air for a moment before dissipating without even having the chance to release its energy. Xian. Okay. A third of the distance was enough. Haste, type, spell card, epic attack, 0 durability, 10 skill, haste, temporarily increases one's speed by 40%. Description, medicine. I am medicine. After using haste, Ren Shin Yen's speed surged. The team instantly shifted. Ren Shin Yen quickly approached the armor from the left, while the others moved to the right. The target was clear, let it choose, left or right. If it chose to shoot Ren Shin Yen, then Lin Chen on the right wouldn't give it a chance to shoot a fourth arrow. If it chose to continue attacking Lin Chen, then Ren Shin Yen might not even give it a chance to shoot a third arrow. In the moment the two teams dispersed, Bai Miaoying raised her hand and cast a holy shield on Ren Shin Yen. With one hand holding a dagger and the other clutching a card, her long legs moved swiftly. As expected, the armor's target changed. It began to turn towards Ren Shin Yen. Ren Shin Yen's pupils constricted. A chill ran from her tailbone straight to the crown of her head. Not good. Yes, it was the moment of locking on. Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, she shot an arrow. This was a trick often used by Lin Xinshin. By the time it reacted, the arrow had already been fired. How fast was this arrow? Faster than Lin Xinshin's. Lin Xinshin's arrows broke the sound barrier, and this arrow was only a few hundred meters away from her, taking less than a second at that distance. Enough! Ren Shin Yen's eyes glowed blue. The card in her hand began to emit a faint light. The arrow shot straight towards her. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. The arrow was already touching her forehead. The arrow passed through her head, leaving a shadow with a hole in it. The armor seemed a bit stunned, pausing for a moment. The next second, Ren Shin Yen had already appeared behind it. Shadow step. No matter how strong the attack, if it can't hit, it's useless. 3 damage indicators popped up from the armor's head. Ren Shin Yen licked her lips and instantly took a step back. Just as she retreated, the armor erupted with a strong black energy. Ha! Aeration? After understanding how various professions utilized star thought power, Ren Shin Yen had a good grasp of the situation. These monsters didn't have cards, so what they could use was their manipulation of energy. In this regard, Luo Yunshan had absolute authority. She was well aware of what moves the monsters might have. Seeing the armor preparing to draw its bow again, Ren Shin Yen let out a cold laugh. How could she possibly give it another chance to draw? The shooting speed of the bow and arrow was fast, but once I got close, how would you aim? In an instant, there were 3 more hits. This thing wasn't very smart. Ren Shin Yen made a quick judgment. After 2 exchanges, Lin Chen also arrived on the battlefield. Shen Yen, I'm here! Lin San shouted. Ren Shin Yen took a step back. Lin San had already charged in. Let's give it a try! Lin Chen shouted, activating life-sharing directed at Lin San. Lin San responded, wielding a small hammer, initiating his close combat experience. In Ji Chen's words, Lin San's melee combat was particularly graceful, like a blacksmith meticulously forging his beloved ironware, strike after strike. Ding ding dang dang, clang clang. He pulled out a small knife from his waist and stabbed at Lin San. Holy brew! The next second, Bai Miaoyin's holy shield appeared. As expected, Lin Chen felt a sense of relief. The rest of the team was also delighted. Lin Xinxin's arrows had always been the subject of everyone's study, but they were irreplaceable. At the same time, they had also come into contact with secondary energy. The evolution process from 4 to 6 stars was essentially about refining and utilizing secondary energy. Some cards had usage restrictions. For example, Ren Shin Yen's bludgeon required finding energy nodes to use, or Lin Xinxin's immunity, which also required absolute confidence to activate. All these skills had a common trait: they needed certain equipment to be realized. Lin Chen's father had once told him that without those gloves, he couldn't disperse fireballs himself. So, when that arrow pierced through and broke the shield, Lin Chen had a new hypothesis. That was, the weapon in the opponent's hand had a problem. It was well known that the combat power of Bao warriors was limited to mid to long range. As long as they got close, their combat power would significantly decrease. That armor, with the knife swinging down, only breaking a holy shield proved this point. Zhao Miaomiu pulled out a card. Fire Tongue Totem, type, summoning card normal attack, 0 health, 150,000 skill, battle aura, increases nearby allies' attack power by 10 description, little ones. Get fired up. When the Fire Tongue Totem is planted, the armor's day of suffering has come. In close combat were Ren Shin Yen, Lin San, and Lin Chen. The 3 of them worked closely together, not giving the armor a chance to breathe. In ranged combat were Lin Xinxin, Xin Xiao, Long Xing, and Wang Jie, throwing skills at the armor as if they were free. One number after another popped up above the armor's head. No matter how much health it had, even if it was like that old tree before, it couldn't withstand what they were creating. The key was that Wang Jie was also sneaking closer, doing nothing else but waiting for the right moment to unleash an ice ring. Long Xing was throwing ice spears from behind. Focusing on control and damage, they had it all under control. As for the mystery, it wasn't applied. After all, this thing had no skills, so it would be pointless to apply it. The armor was clearly getting anxious. It lunged left and right but couldn't break through the encirclement of several people. Lin San's small hammer struck with a rhythmic ding ding ding. Suddenly, he felt something was off. Ren Shin Yen was a step faster than him, retreating while shouting, "Fall back." Everyone instantly stopped and retreated a few steps. The armor emitted a thick, inescapable black energy, which Bai Miaoyin found somewhat familiar. In the moment of everyone's daze, the black energy enveloped the armor's body. The next second, the armor's back opened up wings. Its knees bent slightly. Boom! The ground was trampled into 2 giant pits beneath it as it floated in midair, bow and arrow in hand, looking down at the crowd with slightly parted mouths, silently watching, as if to say, "Are you dumb? I can fly." Lin Chen was indeed dumbfounded. Mainly because the height it flew at was quite ambiguous. At this position, only Lin Xinxin and Xin Xiao from the entire team could reach it. They didn't have any flying-type cards. Mainly because they had never encountered something like this before. Normally, in high-level Secret Realm adventures, there would at least be cards designed for such events. But the problem was they were only in a 4th-tier Secret Realm, which led Zhao Mian to not anticipate the appearance of such a thing. Flying is not difficult, but what's truly difficult is maintaining combat effectiveness after taking to the skies. You must know that all birds have a pitifully light weight, and lightness means easy to kill. But this thing took to the air. Not good. Lin Chen's expression changed. The armor seemed to have lost its patience. It raised its hand, and an arrow shot towards Lin Chen, still aimed at him. This time, it was a direct strike from above. The arrow fell. Boom! The powerful energy clash sent dust flying 3 meters high around Lin Chen. and he was directly shot underground. At the same time, Lin San spat out blood. In an instant, the battle situation turned, offense and defense reversed. One arrow ended, and another followed. Wang Jie gritted his teeth. He pulled out his card. A dirt wall carved with a dog's head shot up from the ground. The arrow fell. Faintly, he seemed to hear a woof. As the arrow shattered, the dirt wall turned into specks of starlight and vanished. Lin Chen barely managed to recover and stood up. What to do? His mind raced. Use Wang Jie's dirt wall to send us up? No, it can fly and move. Directly make multiple dirt walls? That won't work either, there's no time. For a moment, his mind was a chaotic mess. He simply couldn't think of a way to deal with the thing in the sky. The second arrow came. Lin San roared and charged forward. Boom! Lin Chen instinctively used life-sharing. Two huge numbers instantly floated above their heads. Bai Miaoyin's cold sweat fell in streams. The lifeline she had just raised was empty again. This arrow was completely unreasonable. What to do? Not to mention Lin Chen, everyone else's minds were also in disarray. The entire team fell into a kind of inexplicable despair. They never expected that today, they would be brought to this point by a flying suit of armor. What was truly despairing was that the third arrow was coming. Watching the arrow draw closer, Lin Chen couldn't help but close his eyes in despair. His life points were already empty, another arrow would surely mean death. Suddenly, he felt a shadow fall before him. Lin Xinshin, holding a longbow, stood in front of him. Xinshin. Lin Chen was startled, and instantly reacted, turning to shout, "You all retreat! Retreat to the forest, there might be a chance to survive, I can do it." Lin Xinshin's determined gaze fixed on the armor in midair interrupted Lin Chen. She drew back the longbow in her hands. The bow in her grip ignited with flames. As she pulled the bowstring, a chaotic aura surrounded her, forming a circle that protected her. The arrow collided with the chaos. A fierce wind, several times more intense than before, erupted from the center, and the strong impact even caused faint electric arcs to appear around, making a sizzling sound. Lin Chen's team was blown 100 meters away by this extreme force. Yet Lin Xinshin's gaze remained resolute, her eyes seemed to flicker with electric arcs, and faint arcs of electricity danced at the bowstring. She recalled the past. Those eyes, both mad and calm. She asked herself, why? Why do this? I'm not worth it, I live in this world just to survive. Then she received a slap. She told her, one day, you will understand the reason you live. If one day you encounter something you want to protect at all costs, hold on to it tightly and never let go. Something to protect. She had it. I can do it. The arrow was released, and in that instant, the pitch-black arrow of the armor also vanished. Whoosh! A terrifying number appeared on the armor. The armor was struck by the arrow and flew backward. On the other side, in the forest, the old man reappeared next to the wrath of the stars of Solidal, not knowing when. He touched the bowstring, seemingly speaking to the bow. Indeed, that girl is the right heir. The bow in her hand cannot withstand this level of energy infusion. Soon, her bow will break, and you will find an opportunity to save her. After we get out, the task of revitalizing my clan will be entrusted to you. Lin Xinshin's hands trembled slightly, but her gaze remained firm. She glanced down at her bow. She didn't even need to look closely to know what it was like. At that moment, cracks had already appeared on the surface of the bow and arrow in her hand. Can it hold up? She asked herself in her heart. She looked up at the armor. The armor looked back at her. That arrow did not kill her directly. The two exchanged glances. Damn! Lin Sen couldn't help but curse. Is this even possible? Is the power of emotion really that useful? Useful my ass. Lin Chen also couldn't help but curse. She's special, don't overthink it. Don't worry, I'm not that irrational. Are we still changing positions? Xin Xiao asked. Definitely not moving. Lin San exhaled lightly, pulling out a red vial to feed himself. Xinshin has stepped up. Regardless of whether she succeeds or not, we shouldn't abandon her and run away. Xin Xiao didn't respond but looked at Lin Chen. He was more inclined to leave temporarily. No one knew how thick the armor's health bar was. What if she couldn't hold on? Wait, Lin Chen said, looking at Lin Xinshin's back. She believes in herself, and we believe in her. Lin Xinshin seemed to hear this and couldn't help but smile slightly. However, the smile didn't last long. The armor in the sky. The fourth arrow fell. The momentum remained. But this time, Lin Xinshin's bow and arrow encountered a problem. A powerful magnetic field reappeared. The bow in her hand was drawn, and the arrow struck the immunity shield. Although the immunity shield successfully blocked the arrow, the bow in her hand also dissipated, and this arrow was not shot out. After seeing Lin Xinshin's bow shatter, a question popped into everyone's minds: what to do? The armor floating in midair looked at her, and a blue light shone from the helmet, seemingly mocking her, waiting for her answer. Lin Chen Yen took a deep breath. From her pocket, she pulled out a card. A brand new bow appeared before everyone. Everyone? Ha! In the forest, the old man. Wait, how do you still have that? Lin San was completely dumbfounded. Oh, the shopkeeper said my bow was special, so he made me a new one. The previous one was old. It was a 4-star. Lin Chen Yen drew the bow, speaking without looking back. Her gaze locked onto the armor again. The armor floating in mid-air. What the hell? The previous bow could withstand 2 arrows. This new bow has increased in star level, so it should be 10 times better, at least 5 times. If it's 5 times, that's 5 times 500,000 damage. It can't possibly have more health than that tree. Lin San counted on his fingers. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod. If that thing on top didn't cause any trouble. What no one expected was that the thing on top was causing trouble. Originally, she had to wait for the opponent to shoot an arrow before drawing her bow to shoot. But this time, she shot first. The bow twanged like thunder. One arrow directly interrupted the opponent's shot. Similarly, a shield appeared around the opponent. However, the quality of the opponent's shield was clearly not as high as Lin Chen Yen's immunity. It only held for a moment before being pierced. A more terrifying number appeared on the armor. The armor realized that if this continued, it would be the one to die. It extended a hand and gently tapped its faceplate. Immediately, the entire set of armor shrank and merged into its body, revealing a man with dark purple skin, holding a pitch-black bow, his eyes captivating. What the hell? This isn't armor? The crowd was somewhat surprised. However, Lin Chen Yen was not. The high damage came at a cost. It required an extremely high level of mental concentration, and that rapidly depleting energy. Every "I can do it" was an ultimate compression of her spirit. She could no longer hear the voices of others. All that remained in her sight was the man floating in midair, his skin dark purple. The man looked at her with the same serious expression. He was mumbling something, but at that moment, both raised their bows, aiming at each other. This was the tacit understanding between archers. Lin Chen Yen's thoughts had paused. In her eyes, there was only the opponent. Whoosh! The sound was like thunder. Boom! The 2 arrows collided. The man's arrow was instantly pierced by Lin Chen Yen's. Her eyes sparkled as she drew the bowstring again, not giving the opponent a chance to breathe, and shot another arrow. The man seemed to want to dodge, but how could her arrow be so easily avoided? An even more terrifying number emerged from the man. Is he still not dead? Lin San clenched his fists, feeling that Lin Chen Yen's breath seemed to have momentarily faltered. This arrow was far stronger than what she usually shot, and he worried whether she could hold on. The corner of the man's mouth curled slightly. It seemed he hadn't taken that previous attack to heart. The battlefield transformed into a scene of the 2 exchanging shots. Lin Chen Yen held a significant advantage, but as time passed, things began to feel increasingly off. Hasn't he lost at least 8 million health points? How much health does he have? Lin San murmured. Sweat had already formed on Lin Chen Yen's forehead, but her eyes remained fixed on the man in the sky. She knew that if she stopped, the group behind her would face a fierce attack. Bai Miaoyin took out a card. How can I help? Wang Jia, create a wall to cover me. Okay. Bai Miaoyin pulled out a card. The card glowed with a purple light. The next second, Wang Jia's earthen wall directly enveloped Bai Miaoyin. This action caught the man's attention in the sky, but it was only for a moment. Lin Chen Yen's arrow was on its way again. The lost health points seemed to mean nothing to him. Lin Chen Yen wanted to draw her bow again, but the bow slowly shattered. It's time, the old man stood up. When she gets shot, you go. Before the old man's words were finished, Lin Chen Yen didn't even look at the shattered longbow, she just stared at the man in midair. Her red lips parted slightly. Don't shatter. The voice was not loud, but the will behind it was undeniable. Miraculously, at the moment she spoke those words, the bow that had shattered into starlight suddenly reformed, returning to its previous unbroken state. Ha! The members of Lin Chen's team were stunned. Wow, did she just speak and it happened? Long Xing murmured. This isn't just speaking and it happening. Wang Jia rolled his eyes. Speaking and it happening is one of the high-level techniques of the Law Master, which essentially means casting spells quickly, requiring the mind to be in sync for the attack to land. From the activation of the card to the transformation into an attack, the time required is extremely short. Usually, a single word is spoken, and the attack arrives. This is called words follow the law. But that's basic logic. To put it simply, it's a technique that mobilizes mental power to cast spells at lightning speed. What about Lin Chen Yen? Her weapon is shattered, and she says, do not shatter, and it doesn't shatter? Is there any basic logic to that? Are we still playing? The tavern team members were somewhat bewildered. The old man's eyes were nearly popping out. After coming to his senses, he instantly understood the current situation. He had lied. Before he fell asleep, there was no war happening at all. He had just said it casually, merely to provoke Lin Chen's team into touching that filthy world source. The so-called world source is a partial world consciousness carrier. It's just like the seven-colored stone in Ji Chen's hand, a secondary material. After the world shattered and decayed, the source broke apart and naturally sought a carrier to bear itself. The life tree of the elven race is a world companion, making it the best carrier. This carrier was crafted into a bow. Upon sensing that there was another world source not far from them, he understood that it was here to plunder. After the world decayed, it collapsed rapidly. Lucky beings could find a way out, but most were just waiting to die. Relying on that little source to survive, if they wanted to continue living, they needed enough source. They had to keep plundering. This world was clearly on the brink of collapse. The old man needed the elven race to continue. He chose Lin Shin Yen. She had the qualifications of a king. So, from the very beginning, he set a trap. That circle of green light not only solved their language problem but also marked them, making the filthy world source think they were enemies. Thus, the two sides would inevitably clash. At that time, this team would definitely be unable to win. Those holding the world source were in no way comparable to an incoming team. When the time came, as soon as Lin Shin Yen was pierced, he could directly have the Wrath of Subtitles sign a contract with her for her use, allowing her to utilize the unique energy of the elven race to repair her body. With this repair, she would naturally transform into a half-elf. At that point, whether to retreat or to kill the opponent would be no problem. The elves could continue to exist. This was a method of smuggling. Beings from other worlds wanting to enter the greater world would be tagged, but with this smuggling method, they could integrate well into the greater world and branch out. However, he never expected that this girl with the qualifications of a king was not just qualified, but was indeed a king. As soon as the world encountered problems, the heavenly Tao, or the world rules, which could not resolve the issue on their own and needed intervention, would produce something called the Child of Destiny. However, in a broken world like the Secret Realm, such a thing would not appear. Brokenness signifies incompleteness. Incompleteness leaves only remnants, and these remnants lack the energy to do this. But the core program still had a certain degree of this. Therefore, when Lin Shin Yen exhibited fearlessness, guardianship, and domineering, the energy originally fused in the Wrath of Subtitles stirred. Clearly, this was not some qualification, but a true king. This was completely unexpected for the old man. He could not stop it. After all, he was merely a remnant soul, and all he had was experience. Sigh. He sighed, looking down at the bow that had faded slightly. You go, it's time and fate. After speaking, he slowly dissipated, leaving only a sigh behind. The bow transformed into specks of starlight with this sigh, dispersing into the air. Lin Shin Yen had never felt a moment as comfortable as this one. Ever since that fortuitous moment when she uttered the words "no shattering," she felt a jolt of energy, as if a clear stream had flowed into her previously strained mind, refreshing and invigorating her, while her body gradually warmed up, as if filled with boundless strength. Even her confidence surged like never before. She didn't know why she felt this way. However, it didn't stop her from continuing to fixate on the man floating in midair. The man, under her gaze, felt a sudden tension. He hadn't taken the earlier attacks to heart. The bow in his hand represented everything. He realized that in this team, only the woman with the bow could pose a threat to him. That woman was strong, but the bow in her hand couldn't sustain such high-intensity output. But now, this was the true world consciousness, summed up in a phrase: when the time comes, the universe aligns. Lin Shin Yen, recognized by the will of the world, was likely in such a state. Mental strength, physical strength, attack intensity. An arrow was shot. He was startled. With no time to think, he gently gripped the bow in his hand, which instantly transformed into specks of black light, enveloping him. He had to run. The thought suddenly flashed in Lin Shin Yen's mind. She couldn't let him escape. However, her arrow, once shot, struck the black light, creating not a single splash. My lord! Not good! There's trouble in the secret realm. What? The man in the black robe standing on the altar heard this and his eyes nearly bulged. My lord, a teleportation passage has appeared over there. What do we do now? Damn it! Useless! The black-robed man shouted angrily but didn't directly lash out at his subordinate. Gritting his teeth, he said, in that case, let's advance the plan. Have them prepare over there. Yes. Ha! The black-robed man lowered his hood, revealing an unremarkable face, except for a scar that stretched from his left eye down to the corner of his mouth, giving his face a somewhat sinister appearance. Zhao Mian, this time, I want to see how much of a chance you really have. With that, he took out a card. The card shimmered with golden light, and as the golden light flickered, the altar beneath him emitted a series of wails. Black smoke instantly enveloped his body. He slowly floated into the air, looking towards the position of falling Star City. There was an indescribable meaning in his gaze. Had he stopped? No, he was merely brewing something. To materialize a high star card, there are two methods. The first is to slowly activate it with star thought power. Cards above 6 stars are already the limit of what this world can accommodate. If one wishes to fully materialize beyond that, it requires a slow fusion process, which can be expedited using something else, such as the souls of this world. The second method is to utilize the external circuit of the card, which is a relatively formal way of materialization. However, this method is comparatively slow. The golden light slowly spread under the black smoke, black and gold shooting upwards. In the black light column, the man looked down at Lin Chen Yen, who was also looking at him. Chen Yen, why aren't you making a move? Lin Chen asked. Can't shoot through, Lin Chen Yen replied succinctly, seemingly feeling her explanation was lacking. She lifted the bow in her hand. It told me. A king, at times, needs more than just courage. When Lin Chen Yen sensed that the man could no longer pose a threat to her team, her spirit relaxed. The power of emotions like guarding and confidence diminished, and naturally, their potency dropped sharply. Unless there's an exceptionally powerful attack to strike him, otherwise, before Lin Chen Yen could finish her sentence, a rumbling sound erupted behind them. Everyone turned their gaze backward. They saw a luminous elemental creature breaking through Wang Jia's earthen wall, rising from the ground. It continued to grow, until it reached a height of about 200 meters, before finally stopping. What is this thing? Lin Chen looked up, feeling a bit of strain in his neck. Light element. No kidding, as if I wouldn't know it's a light element? How can it grow to this extent? Bai Miaoyin's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. The card in her hand was still glowing with a purple light, eager to try. Captain, should we give it a go? Lin Chen swallowed hard. Seeing everyone looking at him, he braced himself and asked, this thing, it won't just smash the secret realm with one punch, right? No. Even if it does break, we'll be fine. Lin Chen Yen stood to the side, having received a lot of information. So, shall we try? Bai Miaoyin's lips curled into a strange arc. What is this card? To be precise, this is not just a card. It is a deck. Heartfire Shepherd Deck, type, Deck Epic contains cards, Light Element, Holy Spirit, Heartfire Introduction, give me 10 minutes, 1 punch, I just need 1 punch. Light Element, type, Summon Normal Attack Power, 0 health points, 10,000 skill, reduces the consumption of cards within the same deck slightly. Introduction, Sunshine, Smile, Holy Spirit, type, Spell Normal Attack Power, 0 durability, 10 skill, doubles the health points of the Light Element. Introduction. What's the big deal about adding health points? Heartfire, type, spell normal attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, makes the attack power of the light element equal to its health points. Introduction, huh? Wait a minute. How many times did you draw? Lin Chen asked Bai Miaoyin. 11 times. 10 million. Zhao Miao, who was good at math, added. In fact, they had also tried this deck outside, but how should I put it, they hadn't found anyone capable of using this deck yet. This was also its first appearance. The man shrouded in the barrier looked at the massive light element. Clearly a very ethereal light element, yet inexplicably, it gave him a sense of danger. Well then, here goes. The last card flickered with white light. Heartfire. The white light enveloped the enormous light element. The originally slightly illusory light element slowly began to solidify. As time passed, arcs of electricity gradually appeared around it, and the space began to distort slightly with the rising temperature. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Lin San exclaimed, retreating repeatedly, unable to withstand the heat wave. Back up. Lin Chen shouted for everyone to retreat. Meanwhile, the expression of the man within the barrier gradually turned to one of terror. Yes. What world will, the world will carrier, theoretically speaking, is very strong. Even Lin Chen Yen said that they couldn't break through, which was true, but no one mentioned that the other side could pull out such a monster. What on earth is this? The gradually solidifying light shadow made him feel fear for the first time. The man was not from this world, he was a raider. The so-called world raider refers to those who control the world consciousness carrier. They abandoned their original world and began to wander through various small worlds, that is, within secret realms, plundering the world's essence. He was in the middle of his work when he got caught. Unexpectedly, he had good luck. After being captured, he was not killed, and even the world consciousness carrier he carried was not confiscated. After waking up, he even caught a whiff of a world consciousness. In an instant, he made up his mind to see if he could devour the world consciousness and then leave. But he never expected that this dilapidated world would have such high-level experts. Originally, he didn't care, he could just leave. The passage for leaving was called Boundary Path. Boundary path connects to the great world, which is beneficial for small worlds. He was sure that the newly born raider didn't know this, that Bao would not allow the newly born raider to attack the boundary path. The reality was just as he had anticipated, she had given up. He could leave now, but he never expected that a light element would emerge halfway. For a world plunderer, the use of third-level energy, or even second-level energy, was nothing to be concerned about. At least, that's what he had thought before. Until today, when he finally opened his eyes. It came rushing towards him. His eyes involuntarily revealed a look of terror. He didn't want to die. He struggled to break free from this boundary. However, Lin Chen Yen had already drawn her bow, aiming at him. The man thought, what is an attack from a light element like? It wasn't anything special. Just 4 words, big is beautiful. With a single slap, the space cracked, and wherever the slap passed, the space shattered inch by inch. Boom! The entire secret realm shook, and immediately, the clouds and air in the sky seemed to shatter like a mirror. With this shattering, a chain reaction began, and the space started to collapse. This was the first time they had seen space collapse. Looking out, the world seemed almost fake. After the shattering, there was nothingness. What is that? Zhao Miao Miao looked up into the air. As for that man, he had already turned to ashes under the light element's slap. Everyone, come over quickly, I'll take you out. Lin Chen Yen pulled back her bowstring. In an instant, the green mist in the forest quickly gathered towards her, and before long, a mass of green energy formed around her. The team reacted swiftly, instantly reaching Lin Chen Yen's side. The green energy transformed into a thin membrane, enveloping the 9 of them, and then slowly began to rise. Chen Yen, what exactly is this? And what's going on? Miao Miao asked curiously. I don't know either. Lin Chen Yen looked down at her bow. It seems to have changed. It tells me it can take us out, but I don't know anything else. So, that means, Wang Jie took out a blue bottle and fed himself. Can we eat something now? Yes, you can rest now. Lin Chen Yen nodded. Ha! Lin San curiously stomped on the green membrane. Stepping on it felt almost like stepping on the ground, with a solid sensation. He sat down, took out a card, produced some food, and distributed it. So, are we done here? Speaking of which, from the moment they entered until now, it hadn't even been a day. It was almost absurdly fast. There's a smell of conspiracy in here. Zhao Miao Miao wrinkled her nose. Also, the intensity of this secret realm is too high. Where is it high? Didn't we win? Lin San sat on the ground, munching on bread, carefree. Win? Where did we win? Do you know that if it weren't for Chen Yen this time, that light element was you eating spicy food? Lin San retorted. That person is a fool. Would they let us spend so long creating a light element? By then, it would have been enough to shoot us dead several times over. Right, you're right, we won. Lin San didn't care at all. Alright, stop arguing. Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache. Right now, there are too many things we don't understand. Why is the arrow shot by the opponent so strong? Chen Yen, do you have any clues? I don't know, it's related to it. Lin Chen Yen raised the bow and arrow in her hand, looking somewhat troubled, but it's not easy to use. Wait, you mean, this bow is no longer the previous card? Lin San caught the key point. As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze turned to him. What's wrong? Are you an idiot? Zhao Miao Miao covered her face. If Chen Yen shouts don't break, then the bow won't break? If there's no problem here, I'll take your surname, okay? No. Lin San instinctively shook his head. Lin Miao Miao doesn't sound good. You damn. Wow, we're flying up. Bai Miaoying let out a soft call, and they flew higher and higher, gradually disappearing into the void. As they entered the void, a greenish-blue passage naturally appeared. Look over there, Bai Miaoying pointed to a glowing object in the void. The glowing object was large, and they were very close to it, yet from their perspective, they couldn't discern its true size. Is this our world? It should be, but why are there a few more passages nearby? Ha! Those passages seem to connect together. It looks like they have covered this area. Chen Yen, is that the way we need to go back? Bai Miaoying turned to ask Lin Chen Yen. It should be, right? Lin Chen Yen also seemed a bit confused. So what do we do now? It seems we can rush over? Then let's give it a try? Let's try it then. Yuduan Mountain Range. The pitch-black altar seemed to resonate with the sound of a dragon's roar. The man in the black robe looked up at the sky. Immediately beneath him, a black and gold dragon body slowly rose. The dragon body lifted him up. Falling stars, dazzling constellations type, spell card legend attack power, 5000 durability, skills, dragon transformation, energy transforms into a dragon, the dragon body possesses magic immunity and flight characteristics, and has the breath skill. Dragon fall, the dragon body disintegrates, transforming into a multitude of stars, attacking the target. Falling stars, each falling star can form a teleportation portal, entering an invincible state when forming the portal. Introduction, O stars, please heed my call. Outside Starfall City, Expeditionary Army Base. Zhao Mian stood atop the highest watchtower. When problems arose in the Yuduan mountain range, Zhao Mian was the first to observe it. He looked through the telescope at the dragon far in the sky. So it was him. He lowered the telescope and said to Johan behind him, Johan, get ready. It's an old friend, you should have an idea of the strength of the falling stars. Yes. Cheyenne, you go too, try to intercept as many stars as you can. Okay. President. Nina suddenly appeared beside the president. There are a total of 4 locations where the aura of the 7-star secret realm has appeared. Secret realm cutting? Zhao Mian muttered, after putting in so much effort. What exactly does he want to do? The location of Starfall City is in a relatively stable space, where the space is solid. Generally, secret realms are just small worlds and wouldn't choose to connect here. The difficulty is too high. Except for human intervention. Even with human intervention, under the suppression of Starfall City and the world, what appears would only be 4 stars or below secret realms. 4-star secret realms are also known as realms that could collapse at any moment. Such realms are almost non-existent. However, there is a method that can bypass the Great World and Starfall City. It is smuggling, or secret realm cutting. A large secret realm is cut into a small piece, placing the world consciousness carrier of this large secret realm within that small piece. Upon meeting certain conditions, the already severed large portion can be reattached. During the reattachment process, the entire space will cause fluctuations. This means that the connection between Starfall City and other cities is severed at this moment. No need for now, merging takes some time, and besides, we must show our gratitude for the gift they sent us. Pull the alarm bell and enter battle mode. A piercing bell rang throughout the outskirts of Starfall City. Whether it was the expeditionary army or the people on the outskirts of the small town, at that moment, they instinctively rushed towards the gathering place. Not good, manager. They're attacking. Nina burst into the card-making room, shouting loudly. Oh, you just say oh? Di Lu was stunned. Nina, what level is it? The highest level. What? Di Lu was shocked. The highest? The highest level of battle readiness poses a risk of city destruction. The regulations vary from place to place, and Di Lu was unclear about the rules here, but it was the highest level. So what do we do? At the highest level, the card maker has to join the battle, right? We don't have to, but the battle will likely affect us. Hey, do you have any hidden tricks? Nina nudged Ji Chen. Oh, I see. A strange light flickered in Ji Chen's eyes. He. Bro, what wicked thing are you up to again? It's nothing, just a beautiful value. Ji Chen pulled out a card. Ji Chen's experimental deck type, Deck Epic contains cards, Armorer, Swamp Razor Rockstar, Wild Flame Sorcerer, Healing Ring Description, Fully Automatic Cycle Stacking Machine, you deserve it. Armorer type, Summon card Normal Attack Power, 0 health points, 10,000 skill. When a friendly unit or yourself on the field is attacked, grant the owner an additional 500 points of armor. Description, I come to forge fitting armor. Swamp Razor Rockstar type, Summon card Normal Attack Power, 0 health points, 10,000 skill. After the owner gains armor, gain an additional 500 points of armor. Description, why does your name have 8 characters? Wild Flame Sorcerer type, Summon card Normal Attack Power, 0 health points, 10,000 skill. After you cast a spell, deal 1,000 points of damage to all summon creatures. Description, Explode. Baby. Healing Ring type, Spell card Normal Attack Power, 0 durability, 10 skill. All summon creatures restore 1,000 health points. After seeing Ji Chen summon 3 creatures, Di Lu was dumbfounded, and when Ji Chen started stacking armor, he was even more stunned. He never expected that stacking armor could become so intelligent. What a pity, if I could fit in 2 sets, this speed could be even faster. 500 points at a time, I estimate it will take a while to stack. Isn't this fast? Di Lu was speechless. Proper stacking can give a lot at once, but Ji Chen wasn't slow either. With 1 card, it was fully automatic. A wave would yield 3,000 armor. The casting speed was also quick. After summoning, this casting speed could be used at least 30 times within a minute. Wait, why can your healing ring be used continuously? Oh, otherwise, why do you think it's 2 stars? Why did I fit in 3 4-star cards in here? The rest are all healing rings? Goodness. Wow, what is that? Ji Fufu pointed to the sky. At this moment, everyone was in the yard, able to see a faint little black dot on the horizon. The black dot was small, but a black dot floating in mid-air was different. As time passed, it got closer and closer. Ji Fufu recognized it at a glance. This thing was similar to the dragon she had during the new year. A dragon. There's a figure in a black robe standing on the dragon's head. That outfit looks like no good. Dila couldn't help but comment. When they were about 2 kilometers from the outskirts of Starfall City, the dragon's head suddenly turned and flew towards the sky. It flew higher and higher until it became a small b, disappearing from everyone's sight. Is it leaving just like that? What? What is that? Ji Fufu's eyes widened. When the black and gold dragon reached the highest point, it let out a cry, a sound like a lament scattered across the world. Immediately after, the entire dragon exploded, turning into specks of starlight, dissipating in mid-air. The starlight flickered, and gradually, a point of light appeared in the higher sky. At first, there were only 1 or 2 points, but they increased, becoming more chaotic. It was as if the stars in the sky were being pulled by an invisible hand, falling like raindrops, streaking across the sky, leaving bright trails behind. The entire sky seemed to ignite, splendid and spectacular. This is the dragon's fall, the stars are falling. Johan stood up, stretched lazily, and rotated his arms. Goodness. Ji Chen turned to Nina and asked, can we withstand this thing? This world still adheres to some physics. With such speed and mass in the attack, he estimated he would be smashed to pieces. Would this shield hold up? Nina's mouth twitched slightly as she glanced at the shield around Ji Chen, which was gradually starting to show color, not wanting to answer. With this intensity, if he kept messing around, even the 9 stars would be stunned. Don't be afraid, someone will step in, Dila said nonchalantly. He had experienced war. This kind of opening intensity, how strong could it really be? It was merely a test. But the more he looked, the more something felt off. That meteorite seemed real. He seemed to think of something. I say, this thing isn't that card, is it? Probably, Nina replied. Her database contained a wealth of knowledge. No, how could this card be used to attack Starfall City? Besides, that card is already gone, right? What card? Starfall, the brilliant stars. Ji Chen immediately grasped the key point. Starfall? Zhao Mian also had a card in hand called Starfall Judgment Gate. A series? The big brother is out. Nina did not answer directly but pointed towards Starfall City. Suddenly, the surrounding air solidified, and massive energy converged from all directions, followed by a giant, standing 200 meters tall. The giant held a shield in its hand. Just a shield alone encompassed the entire perimeter of Starfall City, from the small town to the expedition camp inside, and all the way to the innermost part of Starfall City. Goodness? What is this? The law of heaven and earth? Ji Chen was dumbfounded. Wait, where did this guy come from? Did the card turn into a primordial chaos? Boom! In the next second, the stars fell. This was not the first time he had seen a 9 stars card. I don't know, Nina shrugged. High star cards are confidential, except for those everyone knows. You should be able to tell what kind of card this is, right? Ji Chen could naturally tell. Card world fragments. Card makers could draw what they wanted in the world fragments. To materialize this thing took time. The higher the star, the longer it took to materialize and the harder it was to obtain permission. To conjure such a giant, and not just a decoration, it was impossible to do so in a very short time. Of course, he wasn't considering that. If this giant could be conjured in a short time, was there some technique he was unaware of that allowed it to merge into his card? The time outside would not stop for his thoughts. The stars fell like a torrential rain. Meteorites fell like raindrops, and at the moment they approached the ground, a massive shield appeared out of thin air, shining with mysterious light. The shield acted as an indestructible barrier, blocking the meteorites one by one. Each meteorite that struck the shield produced a deafening roar, sparks flying, and damage numbers popped up above the giant's head. The most terrifying thing about this dragon's fall move is that after the stars fall and cause damage, they can also form a temporary portal. This is troublesome, Dila said, watching the stars explode in mid-air, pulling out a card. Get ready for battle. I say, boss, your shield is quite outrageous, but what about the attack methods? There are. Ji Chen's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light as he pulled out a card. Under the interception of the massive Johan, the first wave of attacks came to a halt. Those falling meteorites gradually formed one passage after another. One after another, figures in black robes emerged from the passages, all looking towards Starfall City. Everyone, the war has begun. This place is already covered by field magic. Next, it depends on you all. Zhao Mian's voice echoed throughout the outskirts of Starfall City. All the Star Warriors in Starfall City stood up together. Ji Chen clenched his fists. Just as the meteor fell, he felt as if he had been strengthened. It was clearly field magic. He pushed open the door and walked out. Manager, we have to see for ourselves. Ji Chen waved his hand. Fufu, keep up. Whoa, coming. Fufu bounced along behind him. As a few people stepped out of the shop, they found that quite a number of people had already gathered outside. what a real battlefield looked like. It was different from Ji Chen's imagination of setting up formations and fighting. Most were fighting their own battles. Why, you ask? The reason is simple: guns and cannons have no eyes. You can't just line up a row of mages in the back and bombard the enemy with spells when they show up, can you? Yes, you could do that, but the enemy's assassins would rush in with various acceleration techniques. In the end, it would still turn into chaos. Everyone had different types of cards. In the battles of this world, it was all about small groups fighting small groups. However, today, this kind of small group battle had a strange flavor. Wow! The entire town's outskirts echoed with waves of wow. Ji Chen, what are you looking at me for? Ji Chen rolled his eyes. It's not like I taught them. What is the strongest in the Falling Star Society? Anyone familiar with this damned association would shout one thing: soul cards. The soul card system is several levels stronger than ordinary cards, especially their Shadow Legion, which, although infamous, is indeed powerful. But today, when they eagerly launched their attack with their Shadow Legion, the enemy quickly withstood their assault. Everyone simultaneously exclaimed wow, and then the opponent also had a Shadow Legion. Even worse, the negative effects of the opponent's Shadow Legion were counted against them. For a moment, the entire attack scene became chaotic. In large-scale warfare, the most important thing is not the cards or the output. It's morale. Clearly, the black-robed side was at a disadvantage from the very first encounter. It could be said that it was recklessly hasty beyond belief. The grand meteor fell, and within less than half an hour, there were cries of despair from the black-robed people everywhere, along with the eerie laughter of Keek. It was hard to tell which side was the villain. Boss. Dila patted Ji Chen's shoulder with a complex expression. After this, you're probably in big trouble. After suffering such a huge loss, could they not investigate who did it? Not a big deal. Ji Chen scratched his chin. I'm a privileged dog. Di Lu. You make a good point. I can't argue with that at all. Compared to the chaos outside, the expeditionary army's base was much quieter. Zhao Mian stood at the forefront of the main force, with the commander of the 1st Legion of Starfall City, Jiuxing Shield Warrior Zhou Han, on his left, and the commander of the 2nd Legion, Jiuxing Assassin Chao Yan, on his right. Looking at the black-robe formation across from them, the numbers on both sides were surprisingly even. After learning that someone wanted to attack Starfall City, Zhao Mian had subtly begun to arrange for part of the expeditionary army to return. Given the timing, just after the new year, there weren't many people rushing to the battlefield. Those standing here represented almost 30% of the expeditionary army's combat power. This level of power was already quite outrageous. Long time no see, Lian. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. Zhao Mian's tone was like catching up with an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Zhao Mian, heh. Lian took off his hood, revealing an ordinary yet somewhat grim face. It has been a long time. His tone carried a hint of nostalgia. He said lightly, we're all old friends, so I won't waste words. Hand over Starfall City, and I'll spare your life. Stormwind still needs people, and with your temperament, you should be able to sacrifice a little of your ego, right? Put. Chao Yan laughed out loud. That idiot over there, me. Lian was clearly thrown off by Chao Yan's greeting. After all these years, everyone had become civilized. He had never seen anyone come straight to the point like this. On the other hand, the people on Zhao Mian's side didn't even raise an eyebrow. Who didn't know about Chao Yan's flowery language? I didn't hear you clearly. Can you please clear your head a bit? I beg you, let go of that knowledge in your brain. What's the difference between your speech and stuffing a pile of crap in there? Now, silence fell over the scene. Put. Johan couldn't help but laugh, giving Chao Yan a thumbs up. Zhao Mian's camp erupted in laughter. Meanwhile, Lian's face had turned a myriad of colors. You. Before he could finish, a sharp blade suddenly emerged from his chest. He looked down. In the next moment, his entire body turned into a pile of straw, slowly scattering everywhere. Luo Yunshan let out a tch. This sudden turn of events startled the black-robed men, but their reaction was quick. The moment they realized Luo Yunshan had pierced Lian, their attacks were directed at her. Luo Yunshan glanced back at them, disdainfully curling her lips. Tch, not even as good as my little apprentice, at least she knows how to block the escape route. The attack arrived in an instant. Just like that, with one knife. Charge! Johan shouted, and the battle commenced. Damn it! Chao Yan swung the dagger in his hand, leading the charge like a shield warrior. Zhao Mian, however, merely glanced at the straw man and silently retreated. The people from the Falling Star Society, those with 4 to 6 stars, were strong. Above 7 stars, they were almost all weaklings. There was no suspense here. What truly worried Zhao Mian was Starfall City. In this world, no one was a fool. The power of Starfall City was not weak. The attacks from outside were, after all, just flowers in a mirror in the moon and water. Merely a test. Zhao Mian saw that outside were nothing but cannon fodder known as the Shadow Legion. The Shadow Legion of the Falling Star Society was quite famous, whether in low-star or high-star worlds. After 7 stars, the combat power of Star Warriors underwent a qualitative change, with diverse methods, while those who relied on the Shadow Legion to rise were lacking in such qualities. For high-level Star Warriors, they were merely a group of unstable cannon fodder, the only somewhat formidable one being able to self-destruct along with others. However, after precautions were taken, such self-destruction was not very effective. Leading a group of cannon fodder to attack Starfall City. What did he want to do? Zhao Mian understood Lian just as Lian understood him. He walked to the front of Starfall City. The enormous card of Starfall City stood tall in the empty space. He quietly stood in front of the open area, waiting for his arrival. After a while, footsteps sounded. It wasn't just one person's footsteps, but 2. Behind Lian was another black-robed person. The 2 stared at each other. Lian grinned maliciously. Luna, come out and meet someone. The black-robed person standing behind him stepped to his side, revealing a cute face, a girl with a bit of baby fat, her features well-defined, but her eyes had already lost their former sparkle. Long time no see, Zhao Mian. Luna looked at Zhao Mian. Upon seeing Luna, Zhao Mian was momentarily stunned, then sighed. He ignored Luna and turned to Lian. So, is this what you call your ultimate skill? As expected of you, Zhao Mian, even with an old teammate standing in front of you, you're still so cold-blooded. Lian, you have 3 sentences left to express your thoughts, and then I will send you on your way. Zhao Mian, your lofty demeanor is truly nauseating. After all, you abandoned our team back then. Lian, you have 2 sentences left. Let me remind you of something. If you think you can shake my beliefs with this so-called puppet or the events of the past, there's no need. You seem to have forgotten my nickname. Forgotten? How could I forget? Butcher Zhao Mian. You have 1 sentence left. Alright. Lian raised his hand. I'm here to negotiate terms, Zhao Mian. To put it bluntly, we simply have different ideologies. After all, the Falling Star Society is considered the predecessor of the Star Alliance, so you should at least give this old senior some respect. Lian's teasing tone made it seem as if the extremely angry person from earlier was not him at all. Zhao Mian's eyes narrowed slightly. You've made some progress over the years. So, what's your card? My card? Can't you guess? The world outside that I've cut into 9 pieces. It should be able to cover this place. A stitched world? Right under my nose? Zhao Mian scoffed. Who gave you the courage? Is it because of Luna by your side? What if I said that each of these 9 secret realms has a plunderer? Zhao Mian's expression changed. Make your move. A figure appeared behind Lian. A dagger plunged directly into his chest. Wow, oh, this won't do. Lian smiled, standing still, seemingly unconcerned about Luo Yunxiang behind him, even taking the time to tease. 9 stars dark? You really have some skills. World treasures? Zhao Mian's eyes narrowed. Ha. Zhao Mian, do you think I dare to appear here just to cut off your support? No, what I want is the entire Falling Star City. So, Zhao Mian, now it's your turn to make a choice. At this point, Lian licked his slightly pale lips. I want the people of Falling Star City. Oh no, I don't want them all, I want half. Yes, I only want half. Zhao Mian, this is something you should be quite good at, isn't it? As long as you agree to give me half of the souls of Falling Star City, I will. Before he could finish, suddenly, Luna moved beside him. She pulled him away from Luo Yunxiang's dagger. He was slightly surprised. But the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Blood gushed out violently. In that moment, he felt the flow of life slipping away. Daring to stay on my dagger for so long, you really are brave. Luo Yunxiang's lips curled slightly. Enjoy it. Without time to think further, he clapped his hands, and a faint purple light flickered. Then, a faint purple appeared above Zhao Mian's head. The faint purple light, which was originally meant to cover him, suddenly changed direction in midair, rushing towards Zhao Mian's side. A clown box popped out, and a sharp voice echoed throughout the venue. Oh, not bad. Lian was completely stunned. What was going on? Zhao Mian looked down at him, his gaze like that of an ant. Lian, do you know? 50 years ago, when you encountered something like this, your first thought would be, why? What is the opponent's weakness? Luo Yunxiang pierced your heart through space, and you didn't think about why. I have a purple on my head, and you didn't think about why either. He paused for a moment. You have already lost the ability to think. Your thoughts have been consumed by hatred. Aren't you curious why I'm not afraid? Why, when you brought out Luna, I didn't show the slightest fluctuation? The trump card in your hand is probably sin and judgment, right? As Zhao Mian spoke these words, Lian's expression turned ferocious. You trash. It was because of you that the entire team either died or scattered. How dare you? How dare you? You actually have no guilt at all. I beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Don't look at me with that dogshit expression. Lian spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Mian, I'll give you one more chance. Give me half the population of Xinglua City, and I'll stop. Look up at the sky. Zhao Mian pointed to the heavens above. Lian looked up. Originally, the sky was covered by a dark veil. At some unknown time, a hole had been opened. He was stunned. Surprised? Zhao Mian scoffed. Lian, this world has moved forward 50 years. How long has it been since you heard any new news? From the moment the Shadow Legion appeared, I knew this was probably your doing. You should be proud, right? But in the end, you are just one person, and you actually dare to use tricks from 50 years ago to mess with Xinglua City 50 years later. Even I, with my old bones, wouldn't dare to say I'm keeping up with the times. What gives you, a clown stuck 50 years in the past, the right to? Zhao Mian's gaze towards him was like that of looking at a clown. Yunsheng, go ahead. Luo Yunsheng curled her lip. This thing? You brought me here for this? Come on, they are considered seniors, let's give them some face. No! Lian roared. Luna! Self-destruct. As his command fell, the surface of Luna beside him began to crack, the cracks spreading instantly. This won't do. Luo Yunsheng extended a finger, swayed it left and right in the air, then pointed forward. In an instant, Luna turned to ash. What is this? Lian's eyes were about to burst. He couldn't understand. Why? Why did it turn to ash with just a little? You should remember, I told you, the 9 stars are just the beginning. Forget it, since it has come to this, let's use this card to end your fate. Zhao Mian, at some point, pulled out a card, which glowed with specks of golden light. The Gate of Starfall's Judgment, type, summoning card legend attack power, 0 health, skill, forbidden, seal the star power of the guilty person. Absorb, after judgment, absorb the star power of the guilty person. Description, I come to judge your sins. Lian stared blankly at Zhao Mian, and when Zhao Mian pulled out this card, he suddenly laughed, his laughter growing from small to large. Ha 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 ha, Zhao Mian, are you getting old and confused? You clearly know I have guilt and judgment, how dare you? Luo Yunsheng rolled her eyes and shot a glare at Zhao Mian. They told you they knew what cards you had, and yet here you are, showing off? Lian trembled as he pulled out a card. The Guilt and Judgment of Starfall, type, spell card legend attack power, 0 health, skill, judgment, lock onto the enemy, putting them into a dazed state, judgment, throw the enemy into the Gate of Judgment. Description, I come to judge your sins. As the golden card dissipated, 4 chains instantly locked onto Zhao Mian. Ha ha ha, Zhao Mian, this guilt and judgment is the key to the Gate of Judgment. You wouldn't have been using a counterfeit key all these years, would you? Lian's last word dumb had not yet been spoken. The chains binding Zhao Mian loosened, turned in another direction, and directly bound Lian. Go on, keep talking? Nina appeared out of nowhere. What are you? Nina waved her hand, and the chains tightened a bit more. Zhao Mian frowned. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, a hole tore open in space. A tentacle shot out violently. The tentacles were covered with dense suction cups, resembling those of an octopus. Finally here, Nina. Got it. The chains instantly loosened around Lian. Binding the tentacles, they twisted into a rope, desperately trying to pull the tentacles this way. Roar! A furious roar echoed from the other end of the cave, sounding almost inhuman. Intense waves radiated from the space. Within those formless waves lay countless negative emotions. Just a slight impact caused Zhao Mian's expression to change slightly. Evil god? Let's cut a piece off and study it. Nina urged Luo Yunsheng. Luo Yunsheng, can that thing even be studied? Though Luo Yunsheng said this, the dagger in her hand had already been swung out. This time, it was not as simple as before. The black tentacles suddenly emitted an extremely dense black mist. The Gate of Judgment, summoned by Zhao Mian, opened in an instant. The chains locked onto the black tentacles, desperately pulling them toward the gate. For a moment, the two massive entities were locked in a stalemate. Forget about that thing for now, go get Brilliant Stars back. Oh. Unable to deal with the tentacles, dealing with Lian was still no problem for Luo Yunsheng. Cold sweat began to bead on Zhao Mian's forehead. The strength of these tentacles was certainly not weak. No, don't come over. Lian retreated repeatedly, utterly terrified. What is the most terrifying thing? It's not when the opponent deals 1,000,000 damage, nor when they summon some giant creature. The most terrifying thing is when the opponent uses methods you can't even comprehend. This indicates that the power gap between the two sides is not on the same level. Hearing Lian's words, Luo Yunsheng stopped and revealed a friendly smile. Alright, you throw over the cards from the Falling Stars series, and we'll call it even. I'll let you go. I'll throw it right now. Lian didn't hesitate, pulling out the card and tossing it toward Luo Yunxiang. Luo Yunxiang caught it, looked down, and couldn't help but smile. He really threw it. TSK, this sin and judgment is quite powerful. Luo Yunxiang lightly clicked her tongue. After all, it's one of the cards representing humanity's highest achievements. Nina glanced at Lian. This trembling appearance was neither the first nor would it be the last. The sin and judgment card, on the surface, was an illusion, but in reality, it amplified the deepest fears within humanity. When fear reaches its peak, everything can be said. It was a card that could directly affect the human spirit. Once bound by the chains, it would take Lian a considerable amount of time to react. Just as the chains and tentacles were in conflict, a figure in a black robe stepped out from the space of the tentacles. Let go, Zhao Mian. You've already obtained those 2 cards. I think you should know when to stop while you're ahead. The figure in the black robe stood calmly, seemingly oblivious to Luo Yunxiang. Luo Yunxiang bared her teeth and instantly appeared behind the figure, stabbing a dagger toward his back. Clang! A tentacle suddenly emerged from behind the figure, blocking Luo Yunxiang's dagger and spraying ink at her. Luo Yunxiang felt an intense threat, and the dagger sliced through the air 3 times. In an instant, the space shattered into 3 parts. When the ink came into contact with the fractured space, it emitted a sizzling sound. Poison. Luo Yunxiang's expression darkened. The 9-star battle masters each had their own code names. Luo Yunxiang's codename was Dark. A single-character codename represented that this battle master stood at the pinnacle. Luo Yunxiang's poison referred not to the opponent's skills, but to the opponent's person. Although I would love to fight you, it seems this isn't a good time. Mr. Zhao Mian, what will your choice be? I know you can keep me here. The figure did not say much more, simply prompting Zhao Mian to make a choice. Zhao Mian waved his hand, releasing the chains that were wrapped around the tentacles. Thank you, Mr. Zhao Mian. Du lightly bowed, casually grabbing the still trembling Lian, and with a gentle leap, jumped into the space, disappearing from sight. President. Luo Yunxiang frowned. You should have a way. Du is not an extremist. There's no need to kill him. Moreover, if there are more people like Lian over there, our lives will be much easier. Alright, let's clean up the battlefield. Also, we need to deal with the matter above our heads. Before Zhao Mian's words could finish, a light flickered in the sky. Immediately after, a beam of light rapidly descended towards the ground, moving at an incredible speed, instantly shattering the dark canopy that enveloped Starfall City. Oh, it seems our benefactor has returned. Zhao Mian's expression relaxed a bit. After Lian appeared and informed him of his plan, he began to worry about his granddaughter and what would happen to her. Raiders, they are not something ordinary people can handle. Even the most common raider possesses world treasures. Now it seems that his worries can be temporarily set aside. What a beautiful day it is today. In a serious large-scale battle, once a one-sided situation arises, it easily leads to a rout. When casualties exceed 10%, morale becomes unstable. When it exceeds 20%, there's no need to continue the battle. Wang Wang is one of the black-robed individuals. I finally reached 7 stars, I'm not here to die. The card in his hand is Shadow Legion Stab. The 7-star Shadow Legion already possesses formidable combat capabilities. From the start of the battle, he was prepared to retreat. When the higher-ups sounded the charge, he cleverly shielded everyone in front of him. When the opposing side emitted a kikik and copied their cards, Wang Wang knew it was time to run. For a moment, he didn't even know which side was the real villain. Who copies someone else's cards like that? Even the targeted card annihilation was copied. What the hell was he supposed to do? If he didn't run now, when would he? He was different from others. His Shadow Legion Stab had an invisibility trick, and with this trick, he had taken down quite a few people. Today was just right for a getaway. Before coming here, he had already memorized the terrain. After running out of the expeditionary camp, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze darkened. Regardless, before leaving, he had to take down a few people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to explain when he got back. He couldn't handle those lowlifes inside. But he didn't believe that this group of little Kurami outside could copy his annihilation or his Shadow Legion. Just then, he spotted a peculiar small team. There weren't many people in the team, 2 girls and 2 boys. One of the boys was clearly a shield warrior, radiating the glow of a shield. Although the glow of that shield was a bit strange, he didn't pay it much mind. He had seen attribute shields before. First, take down the one with the strongest defensive ability, then savor their terrified souls. MMM. Wang Wang couldn't help but moan. He couldn't resist this thrill. Go! He charged towards Ji Chen along with his Shadow Legion. At that moment, Ji Chen also noticed the enemy's presence. However, he didn't care much and even turned to ask Di Li, "It seems he's coming for me?" Di Li's mouth twitched slightly. Just now, a certain unscrupulous shopkeeper had flattened a black-robed person right in front of him, and he chose to keep quiet. Ha! 3 terrifying 6-digit numbers popped up in Ji Chen's mind, and Wang Wang couldn't help but sneer. The next hit should be fatal, right? But when he looked up, he saw Ji Chen smiling at him. According to reason, as a professional assassin, one should not have moments of distraction, but why do these 3 numbers float up, and the other party acts as if nothing is wrong? He doesn't understand. However, the card in Ji Chen's hand can help him understand. Shield Slam type, spell card normal attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, converts shield into damage and slams it out. Description: did you really think I only stack up? A terrifying number appeared above Wang Wang's head, and he didn't have time to think more. His whole body felt as if it had been hit by a dump truck, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his bones shattering into pieces in an instant, flying backward, lying on the ground, unaware of life or death, along with the Shadow Legion beside him dissipating under such a blow. Not quite enough, Ji Chen scratched his chin. Shopkeeper, don't take advantage and then act innocent. This thing has at least 7 stars, you just smashed the 7-star Star Warrior into an ant, what more do you want? No, there are many flaws. Ji Chen extended a finger and shook his head. First, the distance must be close, if it's too far, it won't work. Second, the consumption of the shield is a bit high, the shield just now, when thrown out, at least lost half. So you don't want to lose anything at all. Let's be reasonable. Hey, that little Fu, don't play with the corpse. Ji Chen saw Ji Fufu run over and poke at Wang Wang, who had turned into mush, feeling a bit speechless. This little brat, why does she play with everything? Ha, I knew it, you really didn't die. Ji Fufu's face was not filled with fear but with surprise. Wang Wang just wanted to grab Ji Fufu and leave this place. Who knew that as soon as his hand touched Ji Fufu's neck, he saw this soft and cute little girl, not following the usual logic, activating the card instead of running away, but raising her little fist. The pink little fist came crashing down. How big can a punch be? Wang Wang's thoughts dissipated the moment the fist struck and made contact with his flesh. Ji Chen. Why provoke anyone else but this little Fu? Ji Fufu rummaged through his body and suddenly her eyes lit up, stuffing some cards into her arms. She ran to Ji Chen's side. He, let's go beat up bad guys and contribute to Starfall City. Nina beside them rolled her eyes. How much have you earned? Ji Chen's question struck at the soul. No, bro, why are you so mundane? As members of Starfall City, if you don't say, I won't let you go. I don't know, there's a 7-star storage card. Then let's go, yay! Dark Island. The entire island was shrouded in a black mist, and from time to time, thunder flashed within the mist, accompanied by wails. It was chilling. Poison dragged Lian onto the island. Lian's legs were weak. The plan he had devised this time caused the entire Falling Star Society to suffer heavy losses, and he didn't know what he would face. He couldn't stop trembling. In fact, he didn't even have the courage to speak. Li Lao, please move on your own, carrying you is a troubling matter for me. Lian glared at Poison, not knowing whether it was anger or something else that gave him courage. At least he could stand now. The Falling Star Society 10 elders represent the highest authority of the Falling Star Society. Lian ranked 10th. Normally, Poison should be respectful when seeing him, but now he had this attitude. Stumbling, he walked to the center of Dark Island. In the center of Dark Island stood a stone pillar, intricately carved with many complex and vivid patterns. If one wanted to look closely, these patterns appeared somewhat blurry. Beneath the pillar stood an old man in a black robe, leaning on a cane, looking frail. But upon seeing the old man, Lian's legs went weak, and he knelt down. Lian. The old man did not turn to look at Lian, but slowly began to speak. You did very poorly this time. This time. Lian wanted to explain, but the next moment, he felt a sharp jab on his shoulder from Du. He was horrified to find that he couldn't say a word. He wanted to struggle, but his body felt as if it didn't belong to him. Poison? His eyes widened in rage, wanting to kill the Poison beside him with his gaze. However, no matter what, you were once one of the 10 lords. Let's let this go this time. Take a few days to rest and go explore. Clear out 10 secret realms, and this matter will be settled. From now on, work well in the exploration team. Du, take him down. Yes. Du lifted Lian, reached out, and brushed his eyes lightly. Lian immediately fell into a deep sleep. After a while, Du returned. Have the 2 cards from the Starfall system been returned? They have been returned. That's good. It wasn't in vain for me to bring a useless person up to be one of the 10 lords, setting up a joke after decades of effort. President, it seems they have managed to create cards that can target Soul System cards. Oh, the old man was slightly surprised, then shook his head. That's normal. Cards like Shadow Legion have been used for so many years. Even if those people are useless, someone should have figured out how to create targeted cards. Go investigate and see who made them. It should be a card maker below the 7 stars. See if there's a way to bring them into our team. Yes. You may go. Du turned and left. The old man looked at the stone pillar before him, reached out, and touched the patterns on the stone pillar, sighing, Star Alliance? How do you plan to choose this time? To recreate the scenes of the past? In a snow-white room, Ji-chan and the tavern team were watching Lin Shin Yen lying on the hospital bed. This is really chaotic. The doctor pushed up his glasses. The damage this time isn't too serious. The world treasure in her hand helped a lot. But next time, don't be so impulsive. It's easy to get into trouble. Doctor, can we know what happened? Was it because of the power of emotions? The tavern team had returned safely. But after returning, Lin Shin Yen started to vomit blood and fainted. This panicked the entire team. They hurriedly took her to the hospital. The doctor pushed up his glasses again, revealing a confident smile. The few remaining hairs on his forehead suddenly flickered with a strange light as he brushed his hair back, letting it fly in the wind. If you're asking me, you've come to the right person. I am Dr. Zhu from Starfall Hospital. The series of papers on the impact of emotional control cards are mostly written by me. Tavern team. Wow, that's amazing. Ji Fufu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped wildly, thinking that Dr. Zhu brushing back his hair was quite impressive. Dr. Zhu nodded. So, to conclude, the power of emotions can either have an impact or not. Doctor, isn't that just stating the obvious? Lin San couldn't help but retort. Yes, and no. Dr. Zhu's hair shook its head for him, his neck remaining still. In previous studies, we generally believed that using emotional power, also known as secondary mental power, to operate cards would consume some of one's own resources. Depending on the strength, it could either consume mental energy, and once that is exhausted, it would consume life force. As soon as he said this, Lin San became a bit anxious. Then, Doctor, please wait for me to finish. Dr. Zhu pushed up his glasses. Oh, okay, sorry. But personally, I have a different understanding. I believe that emotional power is infinite. In other words, using emotional power to operate cards, as long as you have enough courage and the card's tolerance is sufficient, you can unleash infinite power. And this is a power without any side effects. It transcends the realm of equivalent exchange. How is that possible? It's a hypothesis, Dr. Zhu said. Then, Doctor, why is Xin experiencing this condition? Logically, it should be without loss. Bai Miaoyin raised the question. That is the crux of the problem. If you're interested, you can take a look at my paper. But here, I'll just summarize. In my past cases, there have been similar situations. Of course, these overly emotional cases mostly manifest at the level of 7 stars or above. You are quite special. I came here specifically for this case. In these cases, there is a common point. They all believe they have used an overspec attack method. Isn't that still overspec? Xin Xiao quipped, that arrow was like my thought power. That is the problem. Dr. Zhu adjusted his glasses. In the perception of ordinary people, this is overspec, and thus, a price must be paid. This is a subconscious understanding. There was no issue before because the subconscious believed that a price had already been paid. I think you should know this. Right. Lin San punched his fist. The previous overspec was due to Xin's own evasion, which was almost zero. This counts as a form of price. Also, extremely focused mental locking can be considered a form of price, Longxing added. Yes, this is probably the price paid for being overspec. However, this price is the lightest. It also aligns with the principle of equivalent exchange. But I believe this conforms to the subconscious's understanding of equivalent exchange. If this overspec goes further, it will break through this equivalent exchange. And this time, the reason there was no issue is that she obtained a world treasure. Her overspec performance should have been achieved in that world. The overspec performance in that world was permitted by the world treasure and repaired her body, so there wasn't anything too serious. Wait a minute. Ji-chen frowned. Didn't you say that if the subconscious believes there's no problem, then there's no problem? How come in the real world, there was a problem? Doesn't this mean your conclusion has issues? Not at all. Dr. Zhu adjusted his glasses. The world treasure helped repair her body. If her subconscious feels there's a problem, then in the real world, this kind of damage has a delayed effect. So, this instead becomes evidence that emotion is infinite. Stop. Lin San interrupted the two scholars. I just want to know how to solve this. Just because there was no issue this time doesn't mean there won't be next time. Self-discipline. What? Self-discipline, learn to control your emotions. Emotions are not like the body. When there's a problem, it hurts, and you feel something is off. Their explosiveness is terrifying. It requires practice to slowly guide these things out. At least, when using overspec attacks, if she believes there's no problem, then there's no problem. But this is very difficult. Before Dr. Shu finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Oh, you're all here. Zhao Mian walked in with a smile. President, what a coincidence, your rewards have arrived. You all did very well this time, and the higher-ups will grant a nice reward. Additionally, we will also help with Lin Xin's issue, so you can rest assured about that. Also, your courses still need to continue. This time, the risks were high, but the benefits were also many. However, it also meant the disbandment of the tavern team once again. The day after Lin Xin was discharged from the hospital, the team returned to Ji Chen's tavern. Lin Chen looked at the somewhat quiet tavern and took a deep breath. Same as before, let's review. This can be considered part of the team's daily routine. In the past, every time they returned from battle, they would first review their performance before discussing anything else. Today, it felt like the last review, carrying a bit of heaviness. Where should we start? Zhao Miao expressed some regret, feeling that this team was quite good. Let me think. That. Lin Chen weakly raised her hand. Everyone looked at her. I recorded it. The crowd. I didn't have too many cards to use, so I just recorded it. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Previously, with 4 stars, she only used 2 slots. After reaching 5 stars, it was still 2 slots. With nothing else to do, recording a video was reasonable. Alright, there's a recording, that's a good thing. Ji Chen clapped his hands. Just in time, let me see what ultra specification looks like. The bell rang, accompanied by goodbye, store manager, ringing 11 times. Ji Fufu rested her chin on the table, looking pitifully at Ji Chen. Ji Chen, they all left, I'm not happy. Ji Chen patted Fufu's head, they will come back, and besides, you can always play with Nina. Nina, who was eating chips. Hey, what do you mean? Do I have no rights? Outside the store. Lin Chen looked at Lin San and extended his left hand. Lin San extended his right hand. Then, see you next time, hoping we are still on the same team. Okay. Lin San replied. This time, the rewards came down. Their team also gained the qualification for mentor guidance. The next time they meet, it wouldn't be clear who was stronger or weaker. The two teams parted ways at the tavern entrance. Lin San chattered to Lin Chen. Chen, you have to take this seriously, this is a matter of life and death, and you are very important to the team, you know. Hey, Lin, enough already, is this farewell speech just for Chen? Wang Jia rested his hands behind his head, rolling his eyes as he spoke. We still have time, how about we go eat at Wang Jia's bar? We first met there, right? Bai Miaoyin suggested. Sure. Lin Chen nodded vigorously at the mention of food. Lin San. So you only heard about the food, huh? Miao, why aren't you sharing your thoughts? Let's go. Zhao Miao remained silent for a moment and asked, I didn't contribute much this time, do you still want me? Lin San was taken aback and laughed. What are you talking about? You have to believe one thing, the store manager will always find a way. You really have faith in the store manager. What? Nothing, let's go. The sunset cast down, and it was rare for the sky to be free of haze. The shadows of a few people, accompanied by the sound of their footsteps, grew farther and farther away. In this siege battle, he gained quite a bit of merit. More internal information was made available to him. Some were things he had already suspected. Others were things he had never encountered. For card makers, once they reached 3 stars, they considered the basic attributes of the cards. From 4 to 6 stars, they considered the advanced attributes. And above 6 stars, they considered the issue of deck composition. His knowledge was ahead of his current star level, and he found it quite fascinating. Ji Chen, when will you fix me? Ji Fufu poked Ji Chen. It's so boring right now. It'll be a few more days, wait until I reach 6 stars. That's still a long time, isn't it? Well, based on the current progress, probably around half a year to a year. Oh, that's so long. Ding-dling. The bell, which hadn't rung for some time, chimed a pleasant sound. Welcome. Ji Chen didn't raise his head, but his voice came first. Upon looking, wow, an old man. Oh, President, what can I do for you? Ji Chen stood up. Oh, I've handled most of the matters from before, and today, I'm here to deliver rewards. Rewards? Yes. Zhao Mian said with a smile, in addition to opening permissions, there's another reward. What reward? Information. Oh, Ji Chen raised an eyebrow. Information is quite important for card makers. He rubbed his hands together. What information? Follow me. Your sister can come along too. Then let's go. They crossed the street, passed through the small town, and arrived at the expeditionary army camp. The further they walked, the more something felt off. Ji Chen was a bit puzzled. President, where are we going? It's a bit complicated to explain. Zhao Mian led Ji Chen to the center of the expeditionary army camp. In the center was a huge square, surrounded by many star battle teams setting up stalls. Ji Chen glanced over. What was displayed wasn't goods, but some strange and bizarre items, things he had never seen before. There were also some people standing with job information hanging on their chests. It was far from the serious expeditionary army camp he had imagined. At this stage, are there still people without a fixed team? Ji Chen couldn't help but ask. That's hard to say. Zhao Mian shook his head. Everyone's speed of leveling up is different, and their strength varies. A team needs constant adjustment. When someone joins, someone else might leave. This is common. The expeditionary army is venturing into secret realms, which are quite risky. Speaking of which, it's also my issue. Your contract team is going to a special secret realm this time. Secret realms, are there differences? Well, normally, small secret realms at 4 stars are chaotic and disordered, and intelligent beings cannot appear, only a world treasure barely survives. You just need to find the world treasure amidst the chaos to finish. However, this time's secret realm is different, thanks to your team. What exactly is a world treasure? Secondary materials, also known as world treasures. Ji Chen wouldn't miss this opportunity. If he could ask, he would seize the moment. In our understanding, the world, aside from its basic physical structure, consists of tangible things, like this land, this wind, this water. There's also something we call the dark side of the world. We don't understand the operational rules of the dark side, but we know that what can directly influence the world within the dark side is the world will. Normally, the world will shouldn't exist in the real world, but after the world collapses, the world will becomes tangible. Once it becomes tangible, it needs a carrier, which usually appears in the basic elements, that is, pure metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Things that carry the world will are called world treasures. World treasures are also essential materials for making legendary level cards. This is what we call secondary materials. Each secondary material has its own characteristics, and utilizing those characteristics is key to making legendary level cards. So, are you ready? Ready for what? Ji Chen was taken aback for a moment. The next second, Zhao Mian's lips curled slightly as he pushed open the door to the center of the square where they were standing. What the hell? Ji Chen instinctively muttered a phrase about the beauty of nature and suddenly collided with the teleportation portal. Zhao Mian looked at Ji Fufu. Hey! Ji Fufu swallowed, and with a di-di-di, she followed him inside. As soon as Ji Chen emerged from the portal, he vomited. He had never used a teleportation portal before, or rather, he had never experienced a long-distance one. The sensation felt like a hook snagging his belly button and dragging him into a washing machine, which was quite uncomfortable. Posture guidance, Harry Potter magic apparition. After retching for a while, he stood up and looked around. It was a very ordinary waiting room. Let's go, Zhao Mian said when he saw Ji Chen was fine, leading the way. Following Zhao Mian out of the waiting room, the moment they stepped outside, a line of poetry suddenly appeared in Ji Chen's mind. Black clouds press down on the city is about to crumble. The sky here was dark and oppressive. The moment he stepped out of the waiting room, he felt his heart racing a bit faster. It was as if something was choking him, and his brows furrowed tightly. He sensed a slight surge of irritability, a feeling reminiscent of when he was crafting taunts. Zhao Mian said nothing, just led him forward. This was a city, and strangely, there were not many people in it. As he introduced, he said, "This is Storm City. It lies on the brink of world collapse." World collapse? Yes. Ever since the star fell, the world has shattered, attracting countless small worlds that have broken apart, known as secret realms. These secret realms either choose to integrate into this world or choose to plunder. I'm not sure what it means for the world, whether it's integration or plunder. But for us humans, it's not good news. The three of them walked on the stone-paved road. What about the people here? Most of the time, they are in the secret realms. Here, it's merely a transit station. They won't linger because, before Zhao Mian could finish, a strange wind suddenly swept in from nowhere. The wind blew in front of Ji Chen and suddenly transformed into a ball of fire, the flames shifting from bright red to gray-black, burning in midair into a lump of char. Immediately after, the char spun a few times in the air and turned into a diamond, slowly descending. Ji Chen, did you do that? Ji Chen asked cautiously. No, Zhao Mian chuckled lightly. The rule here is that there are no rules. This chaos emerged after the world integrated. The edges of the 5 worlds, north, south, east, and west, are called the land of the impossible. Here is the edge of the land of the impossible. Ji Chen bent down and picked up the diamond. So what now? Will it change again? No, Zhao Mian shook his head. I told you the rules here, you stared at it and influenced it, so now it will only be a diamond. If you like it, you can keep it. Ji Fufu raised her hand, so I can have whatever I want? That's a dangerous thought, Zhao Mian smiled, patting Fufu's little head, but you should be fine. Since you came in, you should have felt it. The impact of chaos on your mind is the true horror of the gray mist. Previously, the place where Starfall City was located had only a little gray mist, and it didn't even have much effect. This kind of chaos will gradually affect a person's mind. So how do we solve this? Ji Chen followed Zhao Mian's line of thought, stepping on the stone road and observing the strange things that occasionally popped up. Zhao Mian walked into a 3-story villa. The moment he entered the room, Ji Chen felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. The pressure from outside was gone. Have a seat, Zhao Mian snapped his fingers, and the room lit up. The living room was quite spacious, with a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the entire room brightly, though it felt a bit empty. I haven't been here for a few days either. He snapped his fingers again, and several cups of drinks appeared on the table. Originally, I planned to take you out to see the world, but thinking about it, it's better to forget it. After all, the outside is too dangerous. Ji Chen and Ji Fufu sat down. You haven't said how to solve it yet. How to solve it? Actually, since the first 9-star card master appeared, we started to think about how to stabilize this place. At first, we thought about communicating with the world's consciousness. After all, that represents the operational logic of a world. If the world's consciousness could really take action, then when the time comes, we could help prepare for how to repair it and what materials would be needed. Zhao Mian took a sip of tea and exhaled, but it failed. Failed? Ji Chen frowned. Failure is actually inevitable. Success is the exception. Zhao Mian drew 2 lines in the air. Humans and the world's consciousness are like 2 lines. 2 non-intersecting lines. We try to explain the needs of the world's will with human interests. The result is self-evident. Isn't there still secondary materials? But those are secondary materials, not the complete world's will. In fact, even to this day, we still don't understand what the world's will is or what it needs. To put it bluntly, we can't even find a channel to communicate with it. So, you created an artificial world to replace the real one? Ji Chen scratched his chin. Put. Zhao Mian sprayed his tea out. How to describe this feeling? It was like he was about to show off, but someone beat into it and did it very smoothly. How do you know? Zhao Mian was stunned. This was classified information. This. Ji Chen took out his phone from his pocket and placed it on the table. I was curious since the newcomer trial. Ji Chen pointed to the phone, which had become a brick. The operating logic of the phone is that electricity runs through the circuit board. No signal is understandable. But when I left the city, I couldn't even turn it on, which became very strange. Even stranger, after returning to the town, it worked again. At this point, Ji Chen grinned. According to common sense, it shouldn't be like this. Unless, in the rules of this world, it doesn't exist. But it exists on a physical level. Plus, what you asked me to show you, Starfall City, is a card. So I had a guess, it might be a card. A card from another world. This was a test. In fact, there was no information about phones or anything like that in Starfall City. There was no knowledge of electronic circuits at all. This meant that for all these years, the humans in this world had no knowledge in this area. But Ji Chen said it. He wanted to know what Zhao Mian's attitude would be after he said these things. However, Zhao Mian just looked at him deeply and said, "Oh, you're quite clever." Although the act was broken, the conversation still had to continue. The card masters back then, after failing to communicate with the world's will, decided to establish an organization called the Falling Star Society. The purpose was singular, to create a world. Wait, you mean the Falling Star Society? Ji Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. That's right, the predecessor of the Star Association is the Falling Star Society. However, the current Falling Star Society is no longer the same as before. Zhao Mian's eyes narrowed slightly, as if reminiscing. After the Falling Star Society failed to communicate with the world's will, there were only 2 ways to solve this problem. Zhao Mian held up 2 fingers. First, a protective solution, to eliminate all secret realms and ensure the world is not polluted. Secondly, directly create a new world to cover this already somewhat broken world. But don't you know what the world will is? Ji Fufu raised a question. Yes, we don't know, but creation can address the root cause. The first method is merely a temporary fix. At that time, we were already able to create legendary cards. Creating legendary cards meant we could use secondary materials. We believed we had some understanding of the world will, and thus, a grand project began. This project spanned a full 80 years, starting in the 221st year of the Starfall calendar and ending in the 301st year. Our plan was to gradually materialize the card world and completely integrate it into this world. In fact, at that time, we were internally divided into two factions, the conservatives and the radicals. The conservatives believed this experiment was bound to fail. Because we did not understand the world will, our knowledge was very limited. What we wanted to do was merely to draw out the genuine world will, even if it emerged and blamed us, at least it could point us in a direction. The conservatives failed, and naturally, the radicals took the high ground. As you know, creating a world involves many considerations, and the materials needed are countless. At that time, whether conservatives or radicals, no one wanted to fail. Whether we truly found the world will or directly covered the entire world. At least, there had to be a result. Thus, the radical plan was initiated, and Nina was born at that time. But the outcome was not good. We failed, whether conservatives or radicals. When materializing the cards and covering the world, the card world experienced a massive collapse. At that time, someone proposed a theory. Because we did not understand the world will well enough, we failed. To make up for this failure, we had to create a complete world will. A complete world will? How do we do that? Ji-chin frowned. Up to this point, it seemed normal, but creating a complete world will was a bit absurd. After all, at this level, it was invisible and intangible. How could one create a complete one? The origin of consciousness. The origin of consciousness? From Ji-chan's astonished expression, Zhao Mian understood what he meant. That's right, that's what they thought. What? Ji Fufu looked confused. Don't be cryptic, I hate riddles. In the theories regarding origins, the origin of consciousness has always been something people wanted to clarify, Ji-chin explained. Most of the laws of this world can be traced. Carnivores eat meat to survive, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west due to the planet's rotation. Ripe apples fall to the ground due to gravity. However, there is one thing that no one has figured out. Consciousness, where does it come from, and where does it go? Thus, many speculations arose about this matter, such as theories about the underworld or hell. People tried to attribute consciousness to a special entity, namely the soul. This raises a question. Where does the soul go after it dissipates? Like fruit that matures, gets eaten by animals, and its seeds drift away, forming a new cycle. What about the cycle of the soul? What is it? It is the world consciousness, Zhao Mian answered for Ji-chen. In the environment at that time, papers speculating about world consciousness emerged one after another. There was a particular understanding that was widely regarded as the closest to the truth. The author of this paper believed that everything has its reason for existence. The reason for the existence of consciousness is to supply energy to the world consciousness. Because consciousness, much like world will, belongs to the realm of the invisible and intangible. Yet, its existence can be clearly felt, such as the soul body used in the creation of soul cards, and the emotional power needed to drive secondary energy. Therefore, the author of the paper believes that the immaturity of the world consciousness is due to the insufficient number of deaths. As long as there are enough deaths in the card world, the world consciousness can mature. Zhao Mian's tone was very calm, but Ji-chin caught a strong smell of blood. So, war has begun? Yes, war has begun. Zhao Mian took a deep breath. Is it because someone opposed it? Ji Fufu asked. No, because it couldn't be refused, Ji-chin said calmly. The radicals are very clear that to achieve this goal, they don't need the conservatives' agreement, they just need to start a war. As long as there are enough deaths, it doesn't matter whether the conservatives agree or not. At this point, Ji-chin paused. In fact, quite a few conservatives have tacitly accepted this approach. At that time, most people had already moved into the cards. Zhao Mian did not answer the question but instead told Ji-chin a fact. What was the final result? It failed. Zhao Mian exhaled lightly. A failure that was expected, but the cost of this failure was the dissolution of the Falling Star Society and the loss of countless lives. Then which faction did my father belong to? Ji-chin asked. This was the first time Ji-chin seriously inquired about his father's situation with Zhao Mian. Your father and mother did not belong to any faction. They believed that the soul and world consciousness were not necessarily related. At this point, Zhao Mian glanced at Ji Fufu. Perhaps they were right. Is that so? Ji-chin did not respond further, merely nodding calmly. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room became somewhat awkward. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sound of knocking at the door. Zhao Mian was taken aback, not expecting anyone to come knocking at this time. He stood up and opened the door. Outside the door stood a man wearing frameless glasses, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. The man had handsome features and wore a gentle smile on his face. President Zhao, hello, I am Lan Yu from the General Association. The General Association sent me to find you. I wonder if you are available now. Zhao Mian furrowed his brows. Lan Yu? the newly promoted 8-star card maker? You've heard of my name? That is my honor. You see. Please come in. Lan Yu walked into the room and saw Ji Chan and Ji Fufu. He was momentarily taken aback, then expressed his apologies. Sorry, President Zhao, I didn't expect you to have guests. It's fine. Is there something from the General Association? Oh, it's nothing major. Just that I've been sent to take over your position. The General Association has something to discuss with you. I'm not clear on the specifics. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mian's frown deepened. In fact, even now, the Star Association still had a significant market for the initial world coverage plan. There was simply no other way to find a solution. The Falling Stars series of cards was a product of the failure of that plan. Now, Zhao Mian had just reclaimed 2 cards, and the headquarters immediately sent someone down to take over the branch. There was indeed something going on here. He didn't care much about Lan Yu, as he figured the things he knew were probably not many. In that case, I'll tidy up my things and hand over to you. That little G, will end here for today, and I'll take you back. Zhao Mian casually introduced Lan Yu. This is Ji Chen, a 5-star card maker. The smooth progress of this matter is thanks to his new ideas, so please take good care of him. Oh, Lan Yu pushed up his glasses, revealing a gentle smile, and extended his hand. My name is Lan Yu, and from now on, please take care of me. Ji Chen, I hope you can look after me as well. The 2 hands clasped tightly together. Then, in a bit of a hurry, he pulled Bai Miaoyin over. I say, old Chang, you have to help me take a look at this thing on my granddaughter's forehead. What's going on with it? The tavern team returned to their respective homes to train. Bai Miaoyin naturally had to go home for a bit. It turned out that this return was no small matter. Once back, the mysterious black mark on her forehead immediately caught Bai Luochuan's attention. As a 9-star card master, he quickly discerned what it was. It scared the old man quite a bit. He hurriedly took Bai Miaoyin to see an old friend. Cheng Su was not polite either. His eyes flickered with a hint of light as he glanced at the black mark on Bai Miaoyin's forehead, his brow slightly furrowing. This is indeed a bit strange. Grandpa, I'm fine. Bai Miaoyin couldn't help but speak up. How can you be fine? Do you know what this is? This is soul energy. How did you end up with something like this? Bai Luochuan was extremely anxious. But it's very useful. Very useful? Daughter, tell me how you use it? Cheng Su quickly asked. Here. Bai Miaoyin took out her dark language technique 2-piece set. The 2 old men leaned in closely. Bai Luochuan waved his hand. The dark language technique 2-piece set instantly disassembled into a 3-layer structure before them. The star circuit inside was laid bare. Level 2 energy application circuit, a very standard circuit, but why is it so rough? Nonsense, if Miaoyin could really command this energy, why would she need any star circuit? She could just use the raw energy to destroy the opponent's cards. Cheng Su's research in this area was far ahead. He took out a card. Experimental stake type, summoning card normal attack power, 0 health points, 150,000 skills, none description, experimental item. A flash of white light, and a wooden stake appeared in the room. Daughter, come, give it a try. Okay. Bai Miaoyin nodded. The dark language technique caused the pitch black energy to flicker slightly, and the card in her hand emitted a black glow. Immediately, a peculiar energy surged toward the energy stake. In an instant, the energy stake completely dissipated. It transformed back into a card and returned to Cheng Su's hand. Cheng Su frowned and summoned again. Try this. Dark language technique, extinguished. This time, an even more surging energy poured out. The stake shattered in an instant. Notably, the intensity this time was much higher than before, and the card was directly destroyed. Interesting. Cheng Su scratched his chin and asked Bai Miaoyin, Daughter, do you feel that this energy is decreasing? No, it seems like they are in a symbiotic relationship with me. Symbiotic? Bai Luochuan's heart finally settled. Old Chang, you have to think of a way. Don't worry, I'll think it over. Let me think. Dr. Zhu looked Lin Shin Yen up and down. Actually, you don't need to worry about other issues. In the team, you are absolutely the main output. The only problem is that you need to train your mind. Following me is a good choice. However, I still want to remind you that the bow in your hand is best made into a card suitable for you by a card master. Carrying a world treasure is not necessarily a good thing. After training, I'll go find the store manager. The store manager is capable. Lin Shin Yen nodded heavily. Alright then, but you need to be mentally prepared. I can tell you, my training is very difficult. Who told you that the shield warrior can only walk this one path? Johan looked at Lin San, who was somewhat anxious, standing in front of him. If it really doesn't work, you can go for a half-meat, half-output approach. This type of warrior is also quite popular. But the school is the school. It's meant for you to specialize in one thing first. This approach is normal. Given your current situation, pure shield combat isn't suitable. What do you think? Do you want to learn? Yes, Lin-san replied excitedly. Then you better be prepared. Expeditionary Army Base. Luo Yunshan leaned against the wall, chewing on a piece of dry grass. After a while, Ren Shin Yen rushed over. Master, this time, you really need to be prepared. The difficulty is going to skyrocket. Son, how does it feel this time? It feels a bit lacking, Dad. How exactly should I use the power of emotions? How to use it? Lin's father was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. Then you better be prepared. Master. Shin Xiao took a deep breath. How should I shoot arrows beyond specifications? Beyond specifications? Yi Yu glanced at him. You shouldn't be asking me about that. You should be asking your card maker. But, output beyond specifications triggered by emotions? Yi Yu sneered. What use is that? You're full of flaws. Alright, get ready. This time, I'm going to teach you something tough. Long family. Wang Jia and Long Xing walked side by side into the training ground. The two families were family friends, sharing many resources. Uncle. Long Xing waved at Long Xingyao. I'm back. I even brought my nephew back. Yao Yi. Wang Jia stepped forward to pay his respects. Wang family kid, I've seen your performance outside. You did well. This time, the family plans to take you to visit a secret base. Ordinary training probably doesn't hold much significance anymore. You better be prepared. Tavern. Manager. Zhao Miaomio said somewhat shyly, the situation is like this. Do you think there's a good way to help me stand up? This time's expedition into the secret realm had made Zhao Miaomio feel a lot of self-doubt. Most of the time, she felt she had little impact. So, she came to find Ji Chen for ideas. There is. Ji Chen replied as a matter of course. Zhao Miaomio had many paths she could take. The former big brother, explosive cardfish, or the current tooth thief, strongly snatching cards, could all be utilized. But before using them, he had to learn first. This time's achievement allowed Zhao Mian to give him a chance to learn, to get to know how the 7-star card makers actually worked. He had to report to the headquarters and study. What? You need to think about where your problem lies. Is it that you don't want to fight, or are you afraid of something? You need to have clarity on this. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to the headquarters. Contact me by phone if there's anything. Ji Fufu. Are you ready? Ready. Ji Fufu ran out with her little bag. You're going to the headquarters? Aha! I'm going too. Then. Let's go. Alright, let's go. Volume 1, End. In a bright office. Yang Hua looked down at the homework on her desk. She drew a test paper and, upon seeing the name of the test paper's owner, couldn't help but feel a headache. She put down the test paper, opened the drawer, took out some pills, and threw 3 into her mouth. Taking a deep breath, she looked at the calendar on the corner of the desk, muttering, don't get angry. If you get sick, no one will replace you. She calmed her heart several times before opening Ji Chen's test paper. She wanted to see what astonishing statements this top student would make this time. Cardmaker Vocational Technical Training School. This name may not sound impressive, but in reality, it is the highest institution within the Star Alliance. Graduating from this school means that a cardmaker is basically on the threshold of becoming a 7-star cardmaker. Only those with sufficient contributions can apply to attend this school. At first, Yang Hua was somewhat resistant when she saw Ji Chen, who was only a 5-star cardmaker. It wasn't that she looked down on Ji Chen. The concept of super specification held little significance for a 5-star cardmaker. At the very least, one had to reach 6 stars and be able to create fully basic cards before discussing super specification. However, after Ji Chen joined, he didn't cause any trouble and attended classes diligently every day, studying. She couldn't quite figure out if the kid truly understood or was just nodding along with her rhythm. In the first week, the kid was very low-key. By the second week, things started to feel a bit off. He seemed to genuinely understand. By the first month, the questions he raised became increasingly absurd. In the third month, he submitted a paper titled My Views on Fast Attack. Even today, thinking back on that paper makes Yang Hua want to take a pill. In the battles of 4 to 6 Star Warriors, there is a question of emotional power. It relies more on the Star Warrior's own level. When it comes to 7 stars, a concept comes into play, super specification. For example, in normal cards, manifesting a card with attack power, 5,000 is the limit. So, can a card be manifested that exceeds this concept? The answer is yes, but it requires time and skill. The rules of the real world are set here. To manifest a super specification card, one must either compensate from other aspects or use a deck. The meaning of deck is not conventional. It does not mean that one card contains many cards. Rather, it means assimilation. As is well known, card manifestation requires a key to open the door. The key is the Star Warrior's Star Thought power, which serves as the link between the card world and the real world. There are two channels to achieve super specification. The first is to pass through the door and then use the star return circuit to construct and reach super specification. This method can easily lead to unstable cards. For example, the shield deck created by Ji-Chen has many flaws. It requires close proximity, and after being struck, it loses a lot of shield energy. The second method, which is the mainstream approach, is to expand the door. To explain this so-called expansion of the door theoretically, although it is a deck, it is essentially just one card, with the same aura. Through Star Thought power, it links to the main world, gradually gaining recognition from the main world. This door naturally expands. Generally speaking, to unleash a 7-star super specification card, one needs to use 5 6-star cards to achieve the effect of expanding the door. Of course, this number is not fixed, it depends on the level of the 7-star card. For example, when Lian used Falling Stars, Brilliant Stars, he spent a lot of time forging an altar and used countless souls, which is one way to expand the door. Zhao Mian was able to directly use Falling Stars, Gate of Condemnation, because he was already within the range of Falling Star City, where the door had been recognized by the world. Thus, he could summon it in an instant. In battles among 7-star Star Warriors, the primary consideration is expanding the door, using the trump cards from one's deck to directly take down the opponent. Yet, Ji-Chen, this crafty one, came up with the concept of fast attack. What does fast attack mean? While everyone else is pondering how to quickly expand the door and unleash their ultimate moves, he is figuring out how to take down the opponent before they can expand the door and unleash their ultimate move, or at the very least, kick the door down. As a retired card maker, I have seen all kinds of geniuses over the years. But this Ji-Chen is truly the first of his kind. I briefly put myself in the enemy's perspective, and the feeling was simply extraordinary. However, I had to admit that this was a genius idea. Thus, for the first time, I became interested in Ji-Chen. It didn't matter if I was interested or not, but once I was, I couldn't help but want to slap myself a few times. The fast attack approach is actually a decent choice, it has its advantages, but the flaws are also quite obvious. If the opponent really uses the 7-star card, then the outcome is predetermined. I felt it necessary to properly teach Ji-Chen, to let him know that card making shouldn't be too extreme. If it's too extreme, it could easily get a Star Warrior killed. So, I made the worst decision of my life and called Ji-Chen over to discuss. Intellectuals do what intellectuals do. One must persuade the other with reason. Yang Hua, I read your paper on fast attack. It has its advantages, but the flaws are quite apparent. As card makers, we should consider issues more from the perspective of Star Warriors. Don't let your little stubbornness cause others to lose their lives. Ji-Chen, do you think this is too extreme? Yang Hua, yes. Ji-Chen, I have non-extreme ideas too. Yang Hua, what? Ji-Chen, well, I'm just saying if there were a card that could directly stuff a bomb into the opponent's door, it might explode when they use the card, destroying the cards in their deck. What do you think? Oh, of course, use all protective cards in the early game. Yang Hua. Ji-Chen, that seems a bit off, huh? Ji-Chen, no worries, this way is wasteful. What if I use a card to directly fish a card from the enemy's deck and snatch it? Yang Hua. Ji-Chen, or how about copying their cards to use? Then it purely depends on personal skill. Yang Hua, get out. From that day on, Yang Hua understood that this guy's mind was full of wild ideas. For this, she specifically looked up Ji-Chen's past and the cards he was selling on the forum. The critical hit seemed somewhat normal, but as she went further, it became increasingly absurd. Taunt, mystery. Especially mystery. According to Yang Hua, after teaching students for so many years, she might not recognize what cards others made, but as long as it was made by Ji-Chen, she could definitely recognize it. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Yang Hua put aside her thoughts and uttered a word. Ji-Chen pushed the door open and walked in, followed by a girl named Fu. The wind chime rang twice. When Yang Hua looked up, she saw Ji-Chen and Fufu. Fufu is here. Come, I have something delicious for you. Seeing Fufu, Yang Hua couldn't help but relax her furrowed brows. Thank you, teacher. Fufu obediently ran over and took the snacks Yang Hua offered with both hands. Fufu came to school with Ji-Chen and liked to wander around the school when there was nothing to do. The wind chimes and calendar in the room were all gifts from her. According to Ji-Chen, who hangs wind chimes in their office? But Yang Hua did. Teacher, this is the New Year's calendar, just finished. Fufu took out a calendar from her plush backpack. It read year 503 of the Starfall calendar. Below it was a drawing of Fu and something that didn't look human. The two laughed happily. It was clearly handmade. Very thoughtful. Yang Hua smiled broadly. Then she turned to Ji Chen. I haven't looked at your paper yet. What kind of tricks are you planning this time? Ah, Ji Chen was taken aback. No, teacher, I came to say goodbye. I've already passed the test. Yang Hua was also taken aback. She never expected Ji Chen to come and say this. She let out a light sigh, took off her glasses, and looked up and down at Ji Chen. Well, it's been 2 years. With your level, you could have left a year ago, right? So, do you have your own contract team? Do you need me to introduce you? I do, teacher. Ji Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Speaking of which, Yang Hua was his first proper teacher. Before, he had only learned from the system or studied on his own. The things he learned weren't bad, but they always felt lacking in some way. After meeting Yang Hua, Ji Chen understood what he had been missing. Having skills but lacking principles was his evaluation of the system. Yang Hua's guidance for Ji Chen was not just about techniques. Have a seat. Yang Hua pulled out a chair beside her, signaling Ji Chen to sit down. Ji Chen obediently sat down. She opened Ji Chen's paper. Then, she looked up at Ji Chen. Empty? Yeah, theory is theory. Without practical experience, it feels a bit lacking, so I didn't want to write it. Ji Chen said honestly. As a card maker, theoretical knowledge is important, but practical skills are equally crucial. Many material properties need to be researched personally. Can things like card snatching or card exploding be done? Yes, but they lack materials because no one has done it before. Pursuing this path is not as easy as it seems. Ji Chen didn't want to keep struggling with theory. Yang Hua nodded. Now, you're at 6 stars. Theoretically, you're not far from 7 stars. You just need to create a legendary card. Before that, I have something to tell you. Ji Chen sat up straight. A glimmer of a smile flashed in Yang Hua's eyes, then she became serious. In the history of card makers, at the beginning, they weren't called card makers. Do you know what they were called? What? Creators. Creators? Yes, they believed that whether it was the world consciousness or the heavenly rules, it was all created by card makers, who stand above the rules. There's nothing wrong with being called creators. I don't like that title. Yang Hua adjusted her glasses. I hope you remember one thing. One must have a sense of reverence. What you carry is not just yourself, but the lives of the Star Warriors who use your cards. Every card must be treated with caution, and more caution. I've seen too many talented kids who, relying on their gifts, become arrogant. That's not good. You should know that after reaching 7 stars, a card can be said to be a world. Doing as one pleases is not too difficult for a card maker. I hope you can stay true to yourself, be self-disciplined, be cautious in solitude, guard your heart, and understand your nature. You need to take this seriously, okay? Yang Hua appeared somewhat emotional, tears glistening in her eyes as she held Ji Chen's hand. Her emotions were a bit out of control. Okay, teacher. Ji Chen nodded solemnly. That's good. Yang Hua let out a sigh, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and gently said to Fufu, Fufu, you must take good care of your brother. Okay. Ji Fufu nodded vigorously while munching on potato chips, her expression serious, though the crumbs at the corners of her mouth were a bit of a distraction. Ha! Ji Chen stretched lazily. After leaving the office, Ji Fufu followed closely behind Ji Chen, her mood seeming a bit off. Brother, do you think we can come back? If we talk about who Yang Hua cared for the most, it was still Ji Fufu. Today, as they were leaving, she felt a bit reluctant. If you want to come back, you can. This isn't a place you can't go to. Ji Chen patted Ji Fufu's head. Let's go find Meow Meow. It's time to head back. Okay. In the rainfall forest, Lin San was breathing heavily, looking at the massive creature lying before him. His hand holding the small hammer trembled uncontrollably. Blood trickled down his arm, mingling with the rainwater to form a small stream of light red liquid, but it didn't last long. Within 2 seconds, it was washed away clean by the falling rain. The rainfall forest, a region once tainted by the secret realm, had as its main feature, besides the rain, the monsters hidden within the curtain of rain. Tap, tap, tap. The sound, like the ticking of a clock, echoed. Lin San's hair stood on end. This sound was that of a monster walking, but it was clearly dead. He suddenly turned around and saw a strong man standing 20 meters behind him, his mouth moving incessantly. It was obvious that the tap, tap, tap sound was coming from him. Lin San. Master, one day, I will bury you. Lin swore silently. Little Lin, are you trying to bury me? Lin San was terrified. Smack! Lin San's head received a hit. Hey, I told you, don't show your emotions. In battle, even a smile can reveal your intentions. How come I can't teach you this? Master. Ha? Is it possible that I let you see it on purpose? Drip, drip, drip. The scene fell into silence, with nothing but the sound of raindrops. Johan pondered for 2 seconds. Have you always been this brave? Smack! His head got hit again. Hiss! Lin-san gasped, feeling that the pain from the monster just now was nothing compared to this. Lin-san hurriedly took the bottle, carefully opened it, and downed it in one go. This was good stuff. After drinking the potion, he felt his body cheer. The stamina he had lost and the blood that had flowed out all returned at that moment. Clean up. It's time to go back. Okay, master, where to next? You should go back, it's time. Ha! Lin-san was momentarily stunned. While cultivating, he felt as if time had stood still in the mountains. What do you mean, ha? It's been 2 years. In terms of personal ability, you've trained enough. The road ahead will depend on you. Master. Stop nagging, you're a grown man, don't talk so much nonsense. Johan patted his shoulder. Kid, remember this. You can't have both the spear and the shield. The equivalent exchange of card makers applies to us as well. But that doesn't mean you can only choose one. Do you know the essence of this? Transformation. Lin-san answered without hesitation. Smack! His head got hit again. Hiss, master, what are you doing? Ouch! Lin-san covered his head. Did I say something wrong? Yes, but at this moment, you should say I don't know, otherwise how can I show my superior aura? Lin-san. Then I don't know. Smack! His head got hit again. What was that for? No effect. Lin-san still swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue, silently reciting respect your teacher 3 times in his heart. Remember, when you go back, mention this to your card maker. The transformation between shield and spear must be utilized. This time, this thing. Johan kicked the huge monster lying in the rain. It's because you didn't have the right killing move that it turned out like this. This is very important. I'll emphasize it again. Teamwork is crucial, but personal ability must also be taken into account. Do you understand? Understood. Dr. Zhu held a notebook, glancing at Lin Chen Yen, who was drawing a bow and shooting arrows. He sighed and put down his pen. Come here, Chen Yen. What's wrong? Are you a bit overly confident? Dr. Zhu looked at the data in his notes, somewhat helpless. Is there something wrong with my body? Lin Chen Yen blinked. No problem. That's great. Dr. Zhu wanted to refute but couldn't find a reason to do so. Those who genuinely use emotional power to unleash high-intensity damage share a common trait: they are prone to injuring themselves. A normal person, using the power of emotion, operates within a coefficient of about 1, exceeding 1 becomes a danger zone. This is because the subconscious mind perceives that such levels of power can easily harm oneself. But this little girl before him raises her hand with a coefficient of 3. When she's a bit more excited, 5 is no issue at all. Frankly, this greatly supports Dr. Zhu's theory. However, he didn't want Lin Chen Yen to continue like this. He understood deeply that such a coefficient indicated she completely disregarded her own life. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to exert such levels of damage. He took a deep breath and glanced at the clock. It's about time. You've learned enough over the years. You can return to your team now. Really? Lin Chen Yen's eyes lit up. Yes. Lin Chen Yen immediately beamed with joy and bowed to Dr. Zhu. Thank you, doctor. I'll come back to see you often. Watching Lin Chen Yen's departing figure, Dr. Zhu didn't say anything about emotions or life. Some things are useless to say and might even have the opposite effect. Phew, I hope your teammates can help you live better. In the Wang family mansion, Wang Jie sat upright, facing a serious-looking middle-aged man. Wang Zhu, the current head of the Wang family, a 9-star card master. He poured a cup of tea for his son, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He was pleased with this son. After learning about his star power issues, he didn't give up but instead worked even harder to seek his future. This was the nature of the Wang family's sons. Have you made your decision? Yes, father. Wang Jie nodded. I still want to go there. Your talent shouldn't be wasted like this. Wang Zhu sighed. Well, since you want to go, let me talk to you about future development directions. I've seen Ji Chen's cards. He's a very imaginative card master. As for whether he's suitable for you, we won't discuss that here for now. If you want to achieve something, you can develop in the domain direction. In this regard, I have more faith in Shui Wu. For Wang Zhu, 6 stars weren't even a starting point. 7 stars barely allowed him to say a few words. Wang Jie's uniqueness limited his future path, but that wasn't a big deal. High quality and quantity of star power could lead to super specifications in the domain level. However, Ji Chen hadn't shown him satisfactory cards in this area. Father, I understand. I will communicate well with the store manager about this. Then go ahead. Yes. In a small town on the outskirts of Starfall City, Lin Chen stood at the tavern's door in a leather jacket, feeling somewhat sentimental. The original plan was to train for a year, but as time passed, the more he trained, the more something felt off. After returning from the secret realm, his father seemed to have taken some crazy medicine, pushing him to train harder. It was only at this moment that he felt he had completed his training task. Nothing has really changed here. He pushed the door open. The familiar sound of wind chimes rang out. Inside, Nina's weak welcome could be heard. Nina? Where's the manager? Lin Chen saw Nina slumped over the bar, looking listless, and felt puzzled. She went to study. She should be back soon. It's been 2 years. It's so boring. Nina wants to play with Fufu. Nina propped herself up and looked at Lin Chen. Oh, you're back. Does that mean your trial is over? Mine is over, but the others. Before he could finish, the wind chime rang again. Turning around, Bai Miaoyin walked into the tavern with a bright smile. Long time no see, Lin Chen. There's also Xiao Nina. Long time no see, have you finished over there? Ah, didn't you see the messages in the group? Lin Chen slapped his forehead. Oh, I haven't checked the messages in 2 years, I completely forgot. Lin Chen took out his space card, everything from before was stored in it. He opened the messages. The sound of a ham was incessant, and that penguin was constantly looking left and right. Goodness, Lin Chen didn't even feel like scrolling back, just looking at the last messages. Long Xing, then see you at the tavern. Ren Shin Yen, this time, I'm a brand new me, just wait and see. Bai Miaoyin, has Shin Yen grown up? Ren Shin Yen, Bai. Meow. Ian. Just you wait. The noise in the group made Lin Chen nostalgic. Ren Shin Yen, I'm here. With the last message popping up in the group, a familiar soprano voice rang out, ah, Miaoyin. Hug hug. Ren Shin Yen rushed from behind and hugged Bai Miaoyin tightly. Shin Yen, you might have misunderstood what I meant by growing up. Oh, that's not important. Hey, why have you gotten shorter? It's you who has grown taller, okay? After 2 years, the team members had also changed a lot. Ren Xuanxuan's legs had grown longer, wearing a fitted combat suit, looking exceptionally agile. Bai Miaoyin had developed evenly, dressed in a white dress adorned with white flowers at the hem, quite pleasing to the eye. Xian Miaoyin. Ah, Xin, hug hug. Lin Chen turned around and was taken aback. Lin Xin hadn't grown much, still looking small, but she appeared somewhat plump, the kind of plumpness where you can't see your feet when looking down. Behind her, other teammates gradually returned. The boys had changed a bit too, mostly just taller, stronger, and a bit heavier. Ji Chen had just pushed open the door when he was stunned by the lively scene in the tavern. Manager. In the tavern's backyard, 12 people sat around a round table, their expressions serious. So, the first contract meeting of the tavern team is now open. Nina slammed the table, announcing the start of the meeting. The previous contracts could only be considered verbal agreements. After reaching a higher star level, card makers no longer stayed purely in the background. The 7-star level secret realms had already reached the standard of a small world, and some cards might not be that effective. Card makers needed to selectively create cards based on different environments, meaning they could print cards on site. This also meant that card makers became part of the team, unable to continue hiding in the back. Star warriors couldn't just rely on a single set of cards forever. This kind of contract was an affirmation for both parties and also a constraint. Ji Chen looked at Nina. Let's start with a round of juice. Got it. Nina was in a somewhat excited state, finally having something to do. We'll go one by one. Ji Chen glanced at the 9 people, each with their own characteristics. So, Lin Chen, what are your plans for the future? Manager, I want to combine shields and summoning. After reaching 6 stars, summoning was no longer a useless option. Most of the time, star warriors would choose a summon to compensate for their own shortcomings. Summons had quite a good enhancement within the deck. I'll give you this deck. Ji Chen handed over the previous experimental deck. Lin Chen wasn't very clear about other effects, but he had a strong impression of the armorer. Manager, this is quite different from what I imagined. Lin Chen gestured, trying to convey his thoughts to Ji Chen. What he envisioned was a cute summon that would block enemies while the summon dealt damage from the side. You'll know once you try it later. Ji Chen said he wasn't listening. Lin Chen. Fine, whatever. Long Xing, what about you? Long Xing opened his mouth, about to say something, but then his eyes shifted. Manager, it's up to you. Alright. This meeting was more about card needs than contracts. Ji Chen exhaled lightly. For now, this is it. The materials are still too few, and I don't have the core card for the time being. Also, Shen, I can't make that bow of yours yet. I don't have the materials on hand. I need to think of a way. Before he finished speaking, Nina interjected, there's a place. Are you guys interested? It's more dangerous, but there should be good stuff there. I know a place. Lin Xin also raised her hand. Then Nina, you go first. 2 years ago, the Falling Star Society attacked our area, you should know about it. They split a large world into several pieces, intending to destroy our place. However, that plan was thwarted. But there are still many residual issues, one of which is the pseudo-secret realm situation in the Yuduan mountain range. There's a wood-type pseudo-secret realm there. It should have good things. That's all from me. What about the danger level? Very high. Several teams have gone there, but none have come back alive. If you want to go, you'll need to apply. What about Shinshin? Ji-Chen looked at Lin Shin Yen. It told me. Lin Shin Yen pointed to the bough she had behind her. It said that the heart of the world tree fell out during the cutting, and it's in the Yuduan mountain range. I remember we went there before, the time we pulled a bit of secondary material at the entrance. Oh, that valley. I can take you there. Zhao Miao punched her fist. That place has become so outrageous now? Ding ding ding. Ji-Chen's phone rang. Sorry, let me take this. Ji-Chen glanced at his phone. The screen showed Lan Yu, the temporary president of the Star Association in Falling Star City. Even during the 2 years he was studying, they kept in touch, often discussing card-making knowledge. They got along quite well. Hello, is this Ji-Chen? A gentle voice came from the other end. It's me, President Lan. What instructions do you have? Ha, no instructions to speak of. I heard you're back? Yeah, just returned today. You're quite well informed. Oh, it's nothing special. You just stepped out of school, and then Teacher Yang called me, asking me to take care of you. So, you could say you're my junior now. Oh, Ji-Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting this connection. We can catch up later. I called you because I actually need your help. What is it? There's been a problem over at the Yuduan mountain range. According to my estimates, there's likely a world treasure present there. Ji-Chen hung up the phone, his expression becoming quite strange. What's wrong? Fufu leaned in curiously. The place we're talking about seems to be the same. Nina. Yes. Data. Got it. Nina clapped her small hands, her eyes shining as she shouted data. A transparent 3D view appeared in the center of the round table. Ji-Chen. What strange drama did this little girl watch while he was away? How did she pull off this special effect? Here it is. In the blink of an eye, he didn't know where she pulled out a pointer and tapped on a point on the map. Yes, right here. Zhao Miao nodded. It was a special area formed after the secret realm merged into the main world. The rules of this place would become quite strange. Like the rainfall forest where Lin San had stayed before, it was a pseudo-secret realm. Such places usually had an abundance of a certain element. The main theme of the rainfall forest was rain, which is water. By the way, manager, is it okay to bring Fufu along? Lin San still felt a bit worried. Don't underestimate me, I'm very powerful. Fufu clenched her fist and waved it in the air, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth. Whether she was powerful or not was hard to tell, as Xian had already leaned over. This was the second time Ji-Chen had come to the Yuduan mountain range. The last time he came was still the last time. It hasn't changed much here, he remarked, looking at the lush forest. But it seems like there are fewer demon beasts? Yeah, over the years, the number of people from Xinglua City has increased, and the powerful demon beasts near the Yuduan mountain range have either died or fled deeper into the mountains. Most of those that remain are only around 3 or 4 stars. However, there are still plenty of fish in that lake, Lin San replied. Compared to a few geniuses, Lin San's small team had been familiar with this area for years before they started learning. Lin San led the way. Finding a path in the primeval forest was not easy. For this, Lin San had his own little tricks. He could always skillfully find the paths that many had walked on the map, following in the footsteps of those before him, which made the journey almost devoid of demon beasts. The efficiency of the entire team's progress improved significantly. They set out early in the morning, and by nightfall, they had already reached the outskirts of the Thorn Valley. Just as they arrived at the outskirts, the team was considering taking a break when a person suddenly emerged from the jungle, startling everyone. Lan Yu, with somewhat disheveled hair, popped out from the bushes. President? What kind of entrance was that? At that moment, Lan Yu's face was slightly flushed, with a few leaves stuck in his hair and his clothes a bit messy. Upon seeing Ji-Chen, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I found you. After a flurry of chatter, Bai Miaoyin released Dad's barrier. Lin San found a clear spot to start a campfire. The two mages took out some small bread and drinks, sitting around the campfire, with tents set up behind them. Zhao Miao and Ren Shin Yen jumped up into a tree, leaning against the trunk. President, what happened to you? It's the acting president. Lan Yu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. A barrier was set up here to block this area, but just now, the barrier broke. I teleported over to see what was going on. I don't know if it was bad luck or what, but I encountered a spatial fluctuation, and here I am, having to expend some effort to get out of the Thorn Valley range. You really are quite unlucky. Ji Chen said with a hint of sympathy. Who says otherwise? It couldn't have fluctuated at a worse time. So what was the fluctuation about? Is there new trouble? That's exactly what I want to talk about. Lan Yu's expression grew serious. Come, have something to eat. Bai Miaoying handed him a piece of bread, interrupting his spellcasting. Oh, thank you. Lan Yu took it, took a bite, and realized he was a bit hungry. Logically speaking, spatial fluctuations shouldn't occur near Xinglua City. The only thing I can think of is that something has happened in the Thorn Valley. Could you please tell us about the Thorn Valley? It seems we can't glean much from the information we have, Lin Chen asked. Of course. You're the captain of this team, right? Just in time, I can share some information with you. Besides the extremely dense wood-type energy, this pseudo-secret realm is continuously expanding, and the speed of expansion is not slow. I think you all understand what this means. Normally, a pseudo-secret realm would gradually fade away. Fusion is the main theme of this world, and a single element finds it hard to survive. It would slowly be assimilated. If it is expanding outward, then there must be something good inside. I'm not worried about world treasures, I'm worried about whether it will attract plunderers. Before Lan Yu could finish his sentence, his pocket vibrated. He took out a card that shimmered with white light in his hand, and then a mobile phone appeared. After just one glance, his expression changed drastically. You all handle things here, there's something going on in Xinglua City, and I have to leave first. Alright, President, you go ahead. Lan Yu nodded, took out a card. Teleport. The whole person was enveloped in blue light and disappeared. He's really brave, the spatial fluctuations just happened, and now he still dares to use teleportation. Zhao Miaomia sat in a tree, letting out a teasing sound that was hard to decipher. 23 kilometers northwest of the team. Here, it was already within the coverage of the Thorn Valley. Entering the Thorn Valley, the vegetation was lush, with grass reaching half a person's height and towering trees visible all around, making one feel as if they were in a land of giants. In this vibrant and lively place, there was a circle of emptiness, where the ground was a dark gray, with cracks appearing on the surface. 3 figures in black robes stood within the circle, surrounded by a black shadow. One tall, one short, one stout. Their body types were quite distinct. The tall black-robed figure took a step forward, and as his foot landed, the surrounding black mist spread outward. Where the black mist spread, the trees quickly withered and rotted, until they turned to ash. This process took but an instant. Wait. The tall figure paused. Number 7, let's be clear about the distribution issue. This time, it was the adults who opened the passage for us. We can't just distribute it like before. Then how do you want to distribute it? Number 7 stood still, not turning back, his voice cold, as if he didn't care about the distribution mentioned by number 3 at all. Number 3 turned to glance at the thin man beside him. Number 5, you're usually the fairest, you say. What's there to say? There's only one world treasure, no one will be comfortable with the distribution, so it can only be a fight to the death. Number 5's hoarse voice carried a hint of disdain. Oh, you've got some guts, huh? We haven't even started, and you're already ready to kill? Number 3 said in a strange tone, let me remind you, this is a mission sent down from above. Stop the nonsense, you're the weakest here. If you're scared, just scram. Number 5 rudely interrupted number 3. You, why don't you make a move? Perfect timing. I'm still missing a position for my card. Ji Chen walked out from the tent and sat down under the tree. Shopkeeper, aren't you going to sleep? Not sleeping. Ji Chen looked up at the sky, where the moon appeared in a strange red hue, without any mist, quite beautiful. In this world, the days were foggy, but at night, the scenery became quite nice. Ji Chen really liked coming out to see the night view. Zhao Miaomiao followed Ji Chen's gaze and looked up, seeing the dark red moon, momentarily stunned. She remembered that when she was a child, she also liked looking at the moon, but she didn't know how long it had been since she last saw it. Unexplainably, her heart felt touched, and she spoke up, shopkeeper, there's something wrong with Lan Yu. After saying that, she felt a bit regretful. Her identity was special, she was Zhao Mian's granddaughter. Zhao Mian had gone to the Star Alliance headquarters and had caused quite an unpleasant scene, and he still hadn't come out. If she said this, others would probably subconsciously think she was seeking personal revenge. But she truly felt there was something wrong with Lan Yu. I know. Ji Chen's response left Zhao Miaomia momentarily stunned. You know? Zhao Miaomia's voice rose a bit, realizing she had spoken too loudly, and she covered her mouth apologetically. Sorry, do you know what bad things he has done? No, just a feeling. Ji Chen shook his head, leaping onto a branch, resting his hands behind his head, lying back on the branch. Just a feeling? A very certain feeling. Ji Chen was quite sure. A surname of Lan, wearing glasses, gentle and refined. He was also mild-mannered, with high technical skills, a genius card maker. The last guy who met this condition, once he took off his glasses and styled his hair with gel, directly soared to the heavens. All being from the Lan family, it wouldn't make sense not to stir up some trouble, right? Put. Zhao Miaomio was amused by his words. Manager, you really are something. So do you have any evidence? Zhao Miaomio's smile abruptly stopped. I have a gut feeling. A very accurate gut feeling. Ji Qin shot her a sidelong glance, as if to say, that's it? Zhao Miaomio wasn't angry. Instead, she curiously asked, since there's a problem, why did you agree to come? Because Xian's Bao has a saying that isn't wrong. The world treasures here are likely related to Xian's Bao. I've watched your recordings, it's probably part of that tree? The world tree, the elven race. He was very familiar with this setting. Was what was in the valley the world tree? Or perhaps part of the world tree? So, what should we do? If there's a problem here, we can't just charge in blindly, right? He told us. He told us there are raiders. Ji Chen always found it difficult to extract key information. Lanya said he was afraid of raiders. If we consider him not being a good person, then this statement could be translated as raiders will appear when you obtain the world treasure and will battle you. So what should we do? Raiders refer to beings targeting the world treasure, which can be humans or intelligent beings in secret realms. Such beings usually possess world treasures and believe that the world dissolves into oneself is the only path in truth. Quite troublesome. What to do? Ji Chen's lips curled slightly. Then we definitely follow behind them. There's only one way into the Thorny Valley. Raiders are unlikely to team up, or if they do, it won't be with too many people. So, our pace should be faster than theirs. We just need to hide at the valley entrance and wait for them to appear. Once they enter the valley, we can follow behind and pick up the scraps. Ji Chen laid out his plan in one go. Zhao Miaomio's mouth fell open in shock. In Zhao Miaomio's simple worldview, most of her thoughts revolved around ideas like I cannot coexist with evil, bad people don't seem human, and bad people should be killed. Ji Chen's words seemed to open a new world for her. Miao Miao, it's my turn. At that moment, Ren Shin Yen walked out of the tent and called out to Zhao Miaomio. Alright, then, manager, I'm going back to sleep. Okay. Manager, you're here too. Zhao Miaomio ran back into the tent, whereby Miaoyin was still awake, reading a book. Upon seeing Zhao Miaomio enter, she greeted her gently. Miao Miao, back to sleep? Miaoyin, you're still awake? Zhao Miaomio replied, then her eyes turned. Let me ask you, if there are raiders planning to go to the Thorny Valley, how should we respond? Bai Miaoyin blinked, her white hair standing out in the night, with excellent hair quality. Among them, Zhao Miaomio liked Bai Miaoyin the most. She was kind, soft-spoken, had white hair, and was very gentle. As soon as she discovered this new world, she couldn't wait to share it with Bai Miaoyin, even imagining Bai Miaoyin's surprise at her idea. However, Bai Miaoyin's next sentence shattered her fantasy. Then we definitely let them wade through the murky waters, and we follow behind, waiting until they're almost done, then take them out. Bai Miaoyin said gently while holding her book. Zhao Miaomio. Hey, Miao Miao, what's wrong? Zhao Miaomio swallowed and forced a smile. Nothing. Nothing's wrong. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Bai Miaoyin tilted her head, a bit puzzled. Miaoyin, Zhao Miaomio's expression was complicated. How did you come up with that? Oh, if it can be used, then use it. Bai Miaoyin blinked her eyes innocently and said, don't you also have plagiarism? Miao Miao, you can't do this. You need to recognize the other person's abilities. Make the most of what you have. Please. That's not how you use that phrase. Miao Miao, what are you doing? Sleeping. The morning sunlight slowly poured down, not yet reaching the ground, but a faint mist floated in the air, blocking its path. However, today's sunlight seemed a bit willful, drifting down just enough to land on Ji Chen's eyelids. Ji Chen groggily opened his eyes, just about to stretch when he moved. The branches beneath him shook as well. Oh crap! The drowsiness faded away with the leaves stuck in his hair. Rough and coarse. Fufu, munching on bread, raised her hand, excited beyond measure. This was her first time fighting in a group. Let's discuss our tactics. Ahead lay the coverage of the Thorny Valley. There's new intel. Zhao Miaomio raised her hand, hoping he would ask for her opinion. There are raiders. Lin Chen scratched his chin and said matter-of-factly, then let's have them scout ahead while we follow behind. When the time is right, we can strike. Our advantage is clear. We have the map and know the terrain. This plan is just right. Zhao Miaomio. The morning birds chirped, adding a bit of life to the scene. The team of 11 moved toward the valley. The further they walked, the more they could feel the rich life energy around them. Crack! Ji Fufu quietly peeled off a piece of bark, looking left and right, and sneakily popped it into her mouth, chewing, her eyes lighting up. She reached out, wanting to peel off another piece, but her hand was caught by Ji Chen. Ji Fufu, hey. Ji Chen rolled his eyes. Don't eat everything. But it tastes really good. If the outside tastes this good, the inside should be even better. We'll talk about it when we get there. That made sense. Ji Fufu's eyes brightened. Have you all noticed? It seems like there are hardly any small animals around. Zhao Miaomio was the first to sense something was off. She lightly leaped, wanting to check another tree. Just as she was about to land on the branch, the tree she aimed for suddenly moved, its branches softening and reaching out to grab her. The sudden attack caught her off guard. In midair, she bent her body slightly and dodged the strike with an incredible maneuver. Boom! Earth wall technique. The next second, Wang Jie's earth wall slowly rose, providing her with a place to push off, and with a gentle step, she returned to the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Chen Yen had already drawn her bow. An arrow shot out. With one shot, the tree withered and fell. Still so ridiculous, Xin Xiao remarked. No matter when you looked, it was always this absurd. Well, at least before it could unleash super spec power. Now, at least, the distance has closed a bit. Lin Chen knew what his brother was thinking. Xin Xiao smiled. Hey, I'm not bad either. Strange, Zhao Miaomio said after landing, her brow furrowed. As an adventurer who had roamed the Yuduan mountain range for years, such a rookie mistake was impossible. That tree just now seemed to come alive in an instant. She could clearly sense the feeling of a monster. But just now, this was not good news. It meant her perception had a significant problem. It should be an environmental issue. Ji Chen walked over and looked at the now crumbled tree. Going further in, there should be more of this kind of thing. Here, not even a single bird is left. They've all become nutrients. Lin Chen took out the map, glanced at it, and drew a circle. This area has expanded quite a bit. We need to hurry and get to the valley. Meow meow, what was the level of that tree? About 4 stars. Manager, do you have a way to make a detection type card? If we just push through, it might make too much noise. No problem. Ji Chen nodded. Then, he suddenly pulled Ji Fufu over and placed her at the front of the group. Come on, lead the way. Ji Fufu. Everyone. Ji, Li, I'm not a puppy. How would I know? Just try it. Ji Chen crossed his arms. I won't. Delicious food. Ji Fufu's nose twitched in the air, and after a while, she pointed at a plain old tree. Do that one. Lin Chen Yen readied her bow. Hey, sis, that's not necessary. Xin Xiao quickly stopped Lin Chen Yen. There are only small monsters outside. I'll handle it. The plain, unremarkable tree suddenly sprouted a 6-digit number, clearly indicating that it was not as innocent as it seemed. Its star rating was too low, and it vanished just like that. With Ji Fufu's help in identifying, the path was smooth sailing. The 4-star and 5-star areas were not too difficult for Lin Chen's team. They were not far from the valley, and after half a day's journey, they reached the valley entrance. The valley was still the same valley. Did those 2 trees at the entrance get bigger? Lin Chen Yen was eager to try her bow. She had a vivid memory of those 2 trees, as they had spent a whole month here before. No need to rush. Meow meow, take Fufu to find a safe place with a good view. We'll keep an eye on the valley and see when the raiders show up. Okay, Fufu, come here. Zhao Miaomio waved at Ji Fufu. Coming. Ji Fufu bounced over. Help me check this place, and this place. Which tree has a problem? Do you want all of them? Aha! The raiders did not keep them waiting long. With Zhao Miaomio's shout of their coming, everyone gathered around. Their position was slightly elevated above the valley, and with good eyesight, they could see if there were any people in the valley. What are those things around them? Bai Miaoyin frowned. Around the 3 men in black robes, there was a swirling black gas. Wherever it went, the black gas would slightly shift, and the surroundings would immediately turn into a dead, silent black ground. As they moved, the black gas spread like a plague, corrupting the vibrant area. Soul-type card. Ji Chen put down the binoculars and said calmly, Soul-type card? Everyone's gaze turned to Bai Miaoyin. Not all soul-type cards can be used. Bai Miaoyin frowned. This card seems to be of the soul-nurturing type. What is soul-nurturing? Lin San was a bit confused. Manager, can you explain? I can't put it into words. My grandfather told me that this type of soul card is the real deal. Those shadow legions can only be considered inferior products. Soul nurturing refers to the method of raising evil gods within the card. This type of card has a characteristic. It consumes very little, almost zero consumption. Moreover, because it uses souls, the commonality will also increase rapidly. The aura of these 3 seems a bit off. Zhao Miaomio frowned. It is a bit off. It seems to be more than 6 stars. 7 stars? For a moment, everyone was eager to try. They showed no signs of retreating. Each person was quite confident in their own abilities. Then let's be more cautious and follow behind them. Manager, do you know what their perception level is like? This type generally has no perception type, and I estimate they will face heavy consequences as soon as they enter the valley. The ground trembled with a series of vibrations. A voice that sounded inhumanly old echoed through the valley. The range has expanded. No, they're just too arrogant. If they were to fight seriously, they would have to start clearing out the small monsters first. The three of them were quite something, walking straight in with that surrounding black mist in a place where wood energy was so abundant. It was as absurd as wearing overalls and playing basketball in front of true fans. The trio seemed unconcerned about the turmoil in the valley, continuing to move forward. In the next moment, the trees in the valley suddenly twisted and transformed into vines, some thick and some thin. The thick ones even reached about 5 meters in diameter, directly whipping towards the three of them. Energy dispersion, impressive momentum, but in reality, at most around 200,000 damage at once, Zhao Miao analyzed in an instant. Why aren't they moving? The three seemed oblivious, continuing on their path. Just as the vines were about to strike them, a dark spherical barrier appeared around them. The vine struck against it, merely brushing against the surface, and the touched area instantly decayed and withered, spreading back along the vines for at least 10 meters before finally stopping. The decayed parts slowly fell away. What was astonishing was that the vines instantly sprouted new branches, growing rapidly, and continued to lash out at the three. Domain level? Wang Jie found it hard to believe. Field magic was divided into pseudo-field magic, and domain-level magic. Previously, when they battled the Chrysanthemum Squad, Foz wanted to create a magic domain, which belonged to domain-level magic. Domain-level magic has a characteristic of self-operating energy, capable of achieving self-circulation and being difficult to break. Such domain-level magic is usually found in the battle systems of 7 stars or above. In practical combat, there is a saying, once domain-level magic is unleashed, who can rival it? Wang Jie immediately recognized the intricacies of the small barrier enveloping the three black-robed figures. Typical protective spells didn't possess such power, especially with the added corrosion. This is from the Evil God series of cards, Ji Chen explained. It's not wrong to call it domain level. The so-called Evil God is actually a mutated form of world consciousness. It is well known that after the world shattered, the world consciousness would also wither, and to a certain extent, it would seek something to rely on, like the bow in Lin Shin Yen's hands. At this time, the world consciousness would present itself in an observable and usable state, which is referred to as secondary materials, the core for crafting legendary level cards. Not all world consciousness would obediently become materials. Some would autonomously evolve and devour. It would first consume itself to stabilize, and then go on to plunder other world consciousness. Over time, this world consciousness would gradually transform into an evil god. Chaos, brutality, and greed are their trademarks. Some humans would trade with them based on these characteristics. This is the original source of soul-type cards. For complete world consciousness, whether souls are useful or not remains unknown. However, for the evil gods, both souls and world consciousness are excellent supplements. The three black-robed figures paid no mind to the attacking vines, stepping forward into the valley. Let's deal with this. These outer things are a bit annoying, no. Seven seemed to be speaking to teammates or perhaps murmuring to himself. He pulled out a card from his pocket. The entire card exuded a decaying aura. It was surrounded by black mist. Dark Knight Descends type, spell card soul attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, expand the influence range of the dark domain, enhance the effects of the dark domain. Description, the Great Master Dark is watching you. Dark domain type, spell card soul attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, absolute defense, any being or energy approaching the dark domain will be devoured by it. The will of the underworld god, entering the range shrouded by the underworld will be influenced by the whispers of the underworld god. Introduction, the great ruler underworld is watching you. Knock. Expand. Ren Shin Yen couldn't help but complain, this is too ridiculous, it's completely devouring, not a fight at all. Where did all the devoured energy go? It should have gone into the belly of the evil god, all that energy is in demand. Then, manager, how should we fight? Our attacks are also energy, right? Lin Chen expressed some concern. This was already the enemy of the 7 stars, and it also had domain level, which was too unfair. It's different, Ji Chen shook his head. This kind of energy resistance can at most block unowned attacks. It cannot resist your attacks. You can understand this as a kind of alternative immunity and shield. The immunity only targets these vines, while the shield is for humans. I'm not sure how many shields there are, just keep watching. This valley should help us test many things. Zhao Miao felt strange at this moment. Well, the self-proclaimed righteous one stood in the corner, Watching the man in the black robe help them test, this was an experience she had never had before. How to put it, it felt a bit exhilarating. Over here, data analysis was going smoothly, while over there, the fighting was lively, and both sides had a bright future. After expanding the underworld, it seemed they welcomed a significant enhancement. Those strong vines turned to ash the moment they touched the underworld. Something's not right, Zhao Miaomia caught a detail. Those corroded vines spread towards the roots, but after spreading a bit, the corroded parts just fell off and returned to normal. Zhao Miaomia had a flash of inspiration, took out a dagger, and made a cut on her arm. A number popped up from her forehead. This action startled everyone. Miao, you. As expected. Zhao Miao closed her eyes to sense it. The recovery strength here is very high. Life points can recover, but the recovery speed is not fast. Generally, it requires potions to recover. But now, it was completely without potions, already surpassing the recovery speed of drinking potions. This was not a good thing. Ji Chen calmly recorded Zhao Miao's discovery in his notebook. The next second, the situation in the valley changed again. The second wave of attacks arrived. No more whipping. They directly circled around the range of the underworld, forming a deep green sphere. Immediately, the surface of the sphere emitted a rich green energy. Such rich life energy, manager, the quality of the wood materials here shouldn't be too bad. The green sphere trembled up and down, like a green heart, making a thump sound. Another domain level, Wang Jia covered his face. Why is it that every time I come out, I see these things? His body trembled slightly. You're not getting scared, are you? Long Xing looked at his nephew. This wouldn't do. Scared? Wang Jia lowered his hands, showing no signs of fear. I want to challenge them. Every battle, the collision of energy and the strategic game between tactics were enough to make Wang Jia's blood boil. He always yearned for battles at higher levels. He couldn't wait to see what the higher level world was like. Long Xing rolled his eyes at his excited demeanor. Take it easy, don't let your life end before you even ignite the divine fire. Igniting the divine fire, also known as igniting the soul fire, is a necessary condition for advancing to the 7 stars. Wang Jia ignored Long Xing, his eyes flickered with light. The skill of gaze is something any genius should have learned by the time they reach 6 stars, it's just a matter of refinement. In their eyes, it was not the vines that had trapped the underworld. It was a fierce clash between 2 streams of energy, one green and one black. The collision of these energies had a unique beauty, heartbreakingly beautiful. It can't be contained, this energy is ultimately unowned. Ji Chen watched as the dark energy was about to break through, knowing that the green light would not amount to anything. Sure enough, in the next second, the green vines that enveloped the 3 black-robed figures shattered in an instant, turning to ash and dissipating into the air. The valley fell silent. Is that resolved? I guess there's still a core behind it. If the methods were that simple, the headquarters wouldn't have lost so many teams. They've moved, follow them. The tavern team trailed behind the 3 black-robed figures. They still hadn't been discovered, which only highlighted how weak the soul system was in terms of perception. The team arrived at the location where they had just fought. Ji Chen took a vial of reagent and a meter from his pocket and conducted a brief analysis. How is it? The intensity isn't too high. I estimate it can be broken with an attack strength of a few 100,000. The real resilience should be in the overall damage absorption. But the upper limit is about that. Probably around 5 to 10 million in damage absorption. Ji Chen looked at the data on the meter and made a rough calculation. This was a form of reverse deduction, and also one of the essential skills for a card maker. 500,000 to 10 million is still considerable. If that domain can expand, is there a possibility it can shrink? Normally, things like domains couldn't be shrunk or expanded, but just now, they had already made such a move. Did this mean there was another way to act? This card is really hard to deal with. Lin San scratched his head with a smile. From the intelligence we have so far, this thing, first, defends against ranged attacks. Second, in close combat, perhaps we don't need to break their domain, but once inside, will we be affected? We will definitely be affected, Wang Jia affirmed. Is stealing it useful? Bai Miaoyin tilted her head and asked. Not much significance, this kind of card is a subcard and requires soul authentication. Then, should I summon a light element? Bai Miaoyin proposed another idea. Let's see first, this isn't a secret realm, and a light element can't grow that large. The trio in black robes continued deeper into the valley. The valley wasn't very deep, surrounded by mountains. If there were no obstacles, it would take about an hour to reach the deepest point. Before long, they arrived at the second line of defense. Here, there were no saplings, just a sea of flowers. It should be a type of illusion, Zhao Miaomia said, looking through her binoculars. The 3 figures still showed no movement, walking straight into the flower sea. As they walked, they stopped in the center of the flower sea and remained still. Are they enchanted? The plant-type beasts had limited means. They either attacked with their roots or relied on the aura they emitted to confuse their opponents. No, they haven't. The three only paused for a minute before continuing forward. This is too weak. Bai Miaoyin expressed her dissatisfaction. Letting others trigger traps ahead, and this is the extent of it? But we can't say it's too weak. Zhao Miaomiao offered a different opinion. They are too restrained in this valley. The recovery speed here is extremely fast. Even for our team, passing through those first layer vines would require significant effort. Regeneration of severed limbs is a specialty of plants. As long as we keep attacking, they will keep regenerating. And the illusions here, their domain likely has strong mental resistance. After all, even the least adept at mental manipulation among the evil gods represents disorder and chaos. Such a level of illusion is unlikely to hold them. Well, that's good. We've saved ourselves a lot of trouble. Zhao Miaomiao felt something was off. A group of people, with their dogs stealthily following behind others, waiting for them to finish before they go pick peaches. Wasn't this something a professional villain would do in a movie? But looking back at the dark aura surrounding them, it didn't seem like such a big deal after all. Miao Miao, this is for you. Ji Chen seemed to remember something, pulling out a card and handing it to Bai Miaoyin. What is it? Zhao Miaomiao asked, a bit puzzled about what kind of card it was, given now. Oh, I made it casually back at school. You can try it out later. Zhao Miaomiao took it and glanced at it, her expression turning a bit strange. Manager, this. What is it? Everyone leaned in curiously. Lin San read it aloud, piggy deck? What is that? It's just. After a round of that, everyone looked at Ji Chen with a strange expression. Long Xing exhaled lightly. As expected, the manager's dirtiness changes with the environment. He can skip making cards, but he can't skip being dirty. What are you talking about? Ji Chen rolled his eyes. I studied this when I was in school. It's quite reliable. Bro, do you dare to post this card on the forum? Ji Fufu asked with a soul-searching question. Ji Chen hesitated for a moment. Dare? Not a chance. Watching them fight. The valley only had 3 layers. Aside from the big tree guardian at the entrance, the second layer was a sea of flowers, and the third layer was just a towering giant tree. The trunk was so thick that it would take 100 people holding hands to encircle it. The canopy blocked out the sun. This height. Everyone couldn't help but look up. This has already surpassed the surrounding mountains. Why couldn't we see it before? Maybe we've already entered a small world here. Has it reached this level already? Number 3's tone was filled with greed. Before the words fell, a vine lashed out at him. Oomph, a mere insect. Before the little trick could emerge, the black barrier covering number 3 made a crack sound. The black barrier collided with the vine, producing a hiss sound. This time, the vine didn't rot but directly cracked number 3's black barrier. With a single strike, the 3 black-robed figures instantly scattered, each heading in a different direction towards the trunk. The 3 of them unconsciously slowed down, wanting to see what kind of attack methods this tree had, preferably ones that could be used against their colleagues. They needed a way to apply it themselves. This unintentional synchronization made their speeds nearly the same. A vine swept across. This time, the attack was 3 times more ferocious than before. The 3 were simultaneously sent flying. In the heart of the tree, a faint light flickered. Still a naive consciousness. Number 3 snorted coldly. Class Secret Realm either has a world consciousness inherently, or over time, a world consciousness may be born. Most world consciousnesses choose to hide. Like the rainfall forest where Lin San was before, almost everyone knew there was a world treasure hidden inside, but the rainfall forest had formed for 13 years now. Day after day, people searched for the so-called world treasure, but it was nowhere to be found. This was a mature world treasure. Something like this, blatantly placing itself in front of everyone. The 3 black-robed figures didn't care at all. This vine was tough. But so what? It seems to be much simpler than expected. Just a single probe, and the 3 of them all had another thought in their minds, to snatch it before the others. Number 3 took the lead, running the fastest. The giant tree's attacks grew increasingly fierce. But at the moment the giant tree's attack hit number 3's body, his body suddenly became transparent. Void walking type, spell card soul attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, briefly hide in the underworld. Introduction, the great master Ming is watching you. Damn! Number 5 cursed under his breath and hurried to catch up. The dark energy around him flickered, forming a shield several times denser than before, enveloping him. Number 7, however, stood still. He knew he lacked the ability to walk over. Even if he did, it would be futile. It was better to just wait here. Once they were ready, they could take it. Number 3 was the fastest, the flickering speed at the heart of the tree increasing rapidly. When number 3 reached the heart of the tree, he extended his hand, dark energy swirling, and in an instant, he corroded a pit large enough to accommodate another person. This thing is too weak, right? Zhao Miaomia was stunned. Just like that, they let him through? Ultimately, their cards are highly targeted. This world treasure, while powerful in energy, lacks effective means of utilization. It's no problem to block an ordinary team, but not against this level. Ji Chen's gaze was sharp. With just a glance, he understood the basic structure of the cards they held. The targeting was too strong. The main issue was the evil god behind them. Many methods became ineffective against them. Number 5 sighed at this scene. He didn't have the void walking card. In the end, he was just a step too slow. The heart of the tree was corroded into a large hole, revealing the interior. It was not the treasure he had imagined, it was merely a piece of dead wood. Unbelievable, just a piece of dead wood has this level of energy? How much energy must the main body have? Number 3 reached out, a slight smirk on his lips, to grab the deadwood. But just as his hand was about to touch it, the deadwood suddenly erupted with powerful energy, knocking him back. A trivial trick. Number 3 didn't care at all and activated void walking again, intending to go back in and pull out that dead branch. However, what he didn't expect was that the dead branch ran out on its own. A proper world treasure needs to remain stationary to maintain the energy of a region, somewhat like a formation eye. He never anticipated that this world treasure would run out by itself. As a result, he was momentarily stunned, and the dead branch flew out directly. Number 5 and number 7 also didn't foresee this. Their focus was entirely on number 3, pondering that once he got it, they would act. But lo and behold, the main target ran away. Chase! Where did the dead branch run? Ji Chen saw the bow in Lin Xinshin's hand emitting a greenish glow and understood. Prepare for battle. Lin Chen instantly issued the command, ranged attack, all attack the black-robed person on the outermost edge who isn't moving, referring to number 7. Lin San and Miao Miao, you block the one who fell behind. Xian Xian and I will block the one who can hide in the void. At this point, Lin Chen paused, the shopkeeper and Fufu can act freely. Go! With Lin Chen's command, Long Xing was the first to draw a card, excitement written all over his face. Silver Flask Deck Type. Deck Epic contains cards, Silver Flask C Melody, Null Diviner Introduction, Taste the Flavor of a Machine Gun. Null Diviner Type, Summon Card Normal Attack Power, 100 Health, 200,000 Skill, Special Effect, Silver Flask C Melody Attack Segments Introduction, Who Took My Candle? Silver Flask C Melody Type, Spell Card Normal Attack Power, 500 Durability, 10 Skill, causes 2 segments of damage, attacking the enemy, activating once can trigger 3 times of damage. Introduction, 1 cup, another cup, and yet another cup. The deck Ji Chen gave to Long Xing was a spell machine gun deck. How could 2 ordinary 5-star cards fit into a 6-star deck and reach the level of epic? There is only one answer, and that is that Ji Chen stuffed his Silver Zun Haiyun inside, and he created several output channels. This means they can be activated simultaneously. Xin Xiao, aim for the weak point, I'll follow up, XAN, I'll take care of it, you finish it with 1 arrow. Okay. Xin Xiao raised the crossbow arrow in his hand, his eyes shimmering with silver light. All shields or barriers have weak points. As long as this weak point is marked, it can be broken more effectively. Taking advantage of the fact that the people in black robes had not yet reacted, Xin Xiao's crossbow arrow had already been shot out. Compared to Lin Xin's explosive damage, Xin Xiao did not use the highest attack bow, but chose a crossbow that could perform multiple attacks. Each hit did not deal high damage, but the margin for error was much greater. Did you see that? I saw. 2 arrows hit number 7. Number 7 sneered, a mere few 100,000 damage, what can that do? At this distance, they couldn't launch a third wave of attack, as long as. The next second, 5 beams of light lit up around Long Xing, slowly rotating. Immediately after, one after another, white beams of light smashed towards number 7. Number 7's eyes nearly bulged out. What does this mean? Each number was not exaggerated, but the problem was, this thing was like a machine gun. A round of attack was 15 segments, and the next segment of attack seemed to require no charging. The continuous white light was too dazzling. Number 7 didn't even have time to use a card. The black shield on his body was directly shattered. A mouthful of blood was spat out. He wanted to pull out a card to counterattack. However, the next second, an arrow was directly lodged in his chest. Number 7 was finished. This is ridiculous. Wang Jie twitched at the corner of his mouth. Each attack was not exaggerated, but in a short period of time, Long Xing had unleashed 45 attacks. Long Xing exhaled lightly, a grin spreading across his face. He was more than satisfied with the deck Ji Chen had given him. Coupled with his powerful control ability, he could perform various forms of attacks, throwing out such a rain of pear blossom needles, or making other changes. Oomph, useless. Number 5 snorted coldly. Everyone's attack target naturally focused on number 5. Number 5 pulled out a card. Mouth of the Underworld God type, spell card soul attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, devour all nearby energy, unleash the Underworld God cannon. The more energy consumed, the higher the damage of the Underworld God cannon. Introduction: the great ruler Ming is watching you. As the pitch-black aura swirled, the black mist transformed into a giant mouth of a glutton. The giant mouth slightly opened, and energy and attacks from all directions surged into it like a tide. Immediately after, a massive amount of energy gathered, condensing into a pitch-black energy ball, which was shot towards Lin Xian's location at an extremely fast speed. At the moment of firing, Lin Chen had already reached Lin Xian's side. There was no need to hesitate to know the opponent's intention. First kill the back row. Shield. With Lin Chen's shout of shield, a giant shield appeared in front of him. The intensely concentrated energy collided violently with the giant shield. A number that was not too outrageous rose from Lin Chen. Ha! Number 5 seemed a bit puzzled. You can't break the shield? Interesting, but do you think I only have this one attack? The energy of the Underworld God is endless. Underworld Cannon. With number 5's command, the next energy ball erupted. The distance between the two was impossibly short. The attack was ineffective, but the opponent's attack still maintained extremely high intensity. At this moment, Lin San and Zhao Miaomiao had already approached number 5. Lin San did not hesitate to raise his small hammer and charged forward, smashing it down. But number 5 showed no signs of panic. As Lin San got about 3 meters close to number 5, he felt an extremely terrifying pulling force. The terrifying suction not only absorbed energy but also the body surface star willpower. In other words, if he really got close to it, just a touch would likely send him straight to the afterlife. Number 5 grinned at him. Come on. If you have the guts, just come. Ji Chen watched from a distance and shouted, Meow meow. Make your move. Ah whoa. Zhao Miao Miao pulled out a card. A faint purple light flickered, and a pig was summoned. Piggy deck, type, deck epic contains cards, Elven Wild Boar, sort of 10,000 maxims description, smash your gate. Elven Wild Boar, type, summoning card epic attack power, 100 health points, 100 skill, quick summon, death rattle. If 7 Elven Wild Boars die in the same opponent, equip the sword of 10,000 maxims. Charge forward. After summoning, the brave Elven Wild Boar will charge at the enemy. Description: come on, kill me. Sword of 10,000 maxims, type, summoning card epic attack power, 15,000 durability, 3 skill. When attacking, destroy the opponent's gate and seal it. Description: don't even think about using cards. Piggy appears. Piggy charges. Piggy dies. The whole process was so fast that even number 5 was a bit dazed. What does this mean? Summon? It was dead before it even touched him? He couldn't understand it at all. Ji Chen nodded. Not understanding was the right response. In the final version of his paper, My Views on Fast Attack, he had genuinely considered smashing the opponent's gate. Thus, he thought of a classic piggy from his past life. So, how to achieve this goal? Very simple. First detect, then destroy. The star willpower within humans is the key. To summon powerful cards through the gate, assimilation is necessary. You just need to detect the enemy's star willpower and record it, forming a counter-model against the opponent's shared abilities internally. The more information collected, the stronger the countering ability. So, what is the most suitable way to collect information? Naturally, let the summoned creature field the opponent's attack, which can collect both the opponent's star willpower information and card information. In Ji Chen's view, the cards from the Underworld series were undoubtedly overspec. Overspec is fine, but you can't always be overspec. Cards from the overspec series take time to materialize in the real world. They need to expand the gate, but this expansion would also rapidly consume the star willpower within the Star Warriors. The 3 black-robed figures had been in a state of expanding the gate since they arrived. After seeing the energy they were swallowing, Ji Chen had a hypothesis. This gate was not maintained by their own star willpower but by continuously devouring the surrounding energy. Therefore, as long as the gate was cut off, all problems would be solved. Throughout history, not a single card maker had ever pondered the opponent's gate. Until today, when Ji Chen arrived. After 7 pigs died, a nearly 2-meter-long giant sword appeared in Zhao Miao Miao's hand. The other members of the team looked at the oversized sword that didn't match Zhao Miao Miao's height and swallowed hard. Number 5 instinctively felt something was wrong. That sword was problematic. He thought so, but the issue was that after using Underworld Devour, his own functions had dropped by more than 1 level, and he couldn't escape. He couldn't help but turn around. Number 3. Help! Number 3 calmly looked at him, unmoved. From the beginning, he hadn't made a move. Number 3 clearly recognized one thing: there was no necessary connection between them. They were neither childhood friends nor a closely cooperating team. The Soul Series cards gave him a significant advantage in battle, but that advantage was not invincible. From the very beginning, he understood that this mission had its benefits. If there were no benefits, he would walk away. Therefore, observation was the best choice. He needed to observe whether this team could break through the protection of number 5. If they could, he would leave without hesitation. Number 5 felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Every time a mission failed, there would be punishment, but within their ranks, there was a condition to exempt one from punishment, to contribute enough. A 6-star battle against a 7-star battle still used soul cards. If this 6-star team could win, it would mean that cards targeting soul cards had been developed. After seeing this, number 3 would report the information, which would be enough to exempt him from punishment. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. But there was no good way out. He could only pray that Zhao Miao's giant sword would not bring him any harm. Nothing would happen. Underworld would deal with anything that came near me, he thought to himself. But the next second, Zhao Miao's sword came down. Zhao Miao's face flushed slightly. This was her first direct combat and her first time wielding a giant sword to strike at someone. Ji Chen had once asked her why she feared battle. She told Ji Chen that she did not fear battle, but rather could not react in time. When others attacked her, she did not understand why her body seemed to retreat and dodge without her brain's control. Clearly, she performed well in school, but she just couldn't do it, so she could only be an adventurer. Then Ji Chen asked her a question: if one strike could incapacitate someone, could she bring herself to do it? She thought Ji Chen was talking nonsense. How could one strike incapacitate someone? Even Lin Chen Yen's level of arrows couldn't take someone down in one shot. The health points in a 6-star battle were roughly between 2 million and 4 million. Unless Lin Chen Yen focused to the extreme, she couldn't even take down a fragile target. What right did she have? She didn't have Lin Chen Yen's monstrous level of attack. Until the appearance of this piggy deck. This one strike. Zhao Miao's eyes glowed red. One strike. Just one strike. The blade made contact with the black giant mouth. The next second, the black giant mouth seemed to suffer a heavy blow, and the coalescing black mist completely dissipated as the blade fell. Zhao Miao's sword continued its momentum and struck number 5. Blood splattered, spraying all over her. However, she felt no fear. Instead, her body trembled uncontrollably with excitement. Number 3's pupils constricted. One strike? What happened? Why? The Devour move had significant flaws. It would consume its own health points, leaving the user as vulnerable as a naked infant. But the problem was that around this infant, there was something they internally referred to as absolute defense. The principle of attacks in this world was merely the application of energy and offense. Devour meant consuming all energy. The only weakness was close combat, but once close combat entered this range, it would quickly drain health points completely. To break through the protection of this card, one would need at least a 9-star super spec card to have a chance. And now, a 6-star team, with just a sword, had directly cut through this so-called absolute defense. Number 5 staggered back repeatedly. Zhao Miao's sword struck his chest, but it only grazed the skin. He didn't have time to reprimand number 3. He pulled out a card, intending to summon Underworld again. Only by summoning Underworld would he feel safe. He glared at Zhao Miao with resentment, although he did not understand what method Zhao Miao had used to nullify his Devour. However, when summoning the Underworld domain, one must pay the price of 3 souls. If there are people around, one can also use those nearby. At this thought, his expression couldn't help but become a bit excited. I want you dead. 2 streams of black energy erupted from his arm, wrapping around the card in his hand. However, the usual Underworld domain did not appear. Hey, you don't think I'm just standing here waiting for you to summon me because I can't lift the sword, do you? Zhao Miao licked her lips and delivered a classic villain line. I'm just giving you a little shock from the sword of the pig. This is a lie. She's gone bad. Everyone in the team thought this in their hearts. Although Zhao Miao appeared to be provoking number 5, in reality, she was focused on number 3. After she struck that sword, everyone in the team, except for Ren Shin Yen who was hidden in the shadows still watching number 5, was staring at number 3. Even the initial strike was intentionally aimed off by Zhao Miao. She wanted to see if number 3 would show a flaw while trying to save someone. However, to everyone's surprise, number 3 merely glanced at number 5 and turned to leave. This sudden change left Zhao Miao momentarily stunned. Number 5's eyes sparkled. Although I don't know how you sealed me, do you really expect number 3 to save me? That's impossible. Let's talk. Talk? What is there to talk about with you? You're just a first-tier prisoner. Zhao Miao Miao couldn't stand seeing a defeated subordinate still so arrogant. Miao Miao, strike him again. Just don't kill him. Ji Chan reminded. Ha! Oh! Zhao Miao Miao raised the giant sword. Number 5's eyes widened. No, why is she going to strike again? Strike again. Number 5 howled in despair as he retreated. Zhao Miao Miao paused, turned to Ji Chen, and shouted loudly, Manager, do we really have to strike? Once this sword is used, it will be gone. We won't have any other means to threaten others. Everyone. That's too deliberate. Ai Miaoyin shook her head. This Zhao Miao Miao is still too inexperienced. Saying to strike him 3 times and then actually striking him 3 times, not one more, not one less. The other black-robed person really left when they said so. They never appeared again. What do we do now? Lin Chen sighed, glancing at the withered branch in Lin Xinshin's hand. Since the withered branch had run out from the heart of the tree, it had acted like a proper withered branch, showing no reaction at all. Manager, here. Lin Xinshin handed the withered branch to Ji Chen. Ji Chen took it, examined it in his hand, and said, First, let's clear out the tree-type demon beasts here. We can handle the 6th-tier ones, and that giant tree in the middle is good material, so let's not waste it. What about that person? Sealed. Ji Chen pulled out a card from his pocket. Seal, type, spell epic attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, lock target star thought power description, you have been captured. Seal series cards are sold within the Star Association. This type of card can only be used after the opponent's surface star thought power has completely dissipated. After using Seal, triggered trap, type, spell epic attack power, 0 durability, 10 skill, mystery, triggers when Seal loosens. Description, want to try moving? With double protection, number 5, who had fainted from being struck 3 times, was tightly bound. The giant tree, having lost its heart, posed no threat to them at all. It wouldn't even attack, merely an empty cavity full of energy. The team got busy. Ji Fufu's big eyes rolled around, watching the withered branch in Ji Chen's hand and then looking at Ji Chen, like a cute little deer gazing at him with wet eyes. Suddenly, the withered branch, which had been still, shook violently. No way. Ji Chen unhesitatingly rejected her gaze. But didn't you say I could eat here? Ji Fufu was angry. Other things are fine, but this one isn't. It has its own thoughts. If you eat it, won't it be very pitiful? Then if you turn it into a card, it can't be eaten, right? Ji Fufu caught the key point. Ji Chen held a dry twig and said, Do you want it to be a card, or to be eaten by her? The twig shook slightly. It wanted to say it didn't want either. But seeing Ji Fufu's kind little face, it struggled to twist its body closer to Ji Chen. You see, turning it into a card doesn't mean it disappears. It can still have spirit and even help its master ignite divine fire. This is different from those materials before. Ji Chen gently patted Fufu's little head and said, You can't want to eat everything you see. Well, fine. Fufu sighed, then I'll go eat something else. Go ahead, go ahead. For the small team, this place was a treasure trove. They spent several days rummaging through this treasure trove. Lin Chen patted his pocket with satisfaction. We've struck it rich, this time we've really made a big profit. Everyone had smiles on their faces. This harvest was indeed quite good. A big haul from a newly born pseudo-mystical realm was all in this team. This can be considered a good start, right? Xin Xiao happily counted the gains. In fact, his finances had been a bit tight. Over the years, he had been following his master, and his skills had passed muster, but the problem was, he had no money. Over the years, he had only earned money during 2 time periods. The first was the bonus he received after crossing the Yuduan mountain range. The second was the reward issued by the Star Association after entering the mystical realm. These rewards had been spent nearly completely over the past 2 or 3 years. This big harvest was a great help. Lin Chen patted Xin Zhao's shoulder. I told you our finances wouldn't be a problem. You can relax now. I never doubted it, just that when you actually have it in hand, it feels great. Lin San chimed in with a smile. Exactly. In the tavern, Nina looked at the round-bellied, listless Ji Fufu and the pile of gains from the team, unable to help but be astonished. You guys really did well with this haul, but what is this? Nina pointed at the pale-faced No. 5, who seemed like it would pass out with just a little more movement. Oh, it should be one of those from the Falling Star Association. You should report it. You guys caught a live one? Nina was shocked. Wait, I'll report it right away. Get us some drinks. Without looking up, Nina snapped her fingers, and everyone at the table suddenly had an extra drink. Then she hurriedly ran off. What's going on? Does she really need to run? Zhao Miao Miao was a bit confused. Everyone knew how lazy Nina was in Ji Chen's shop. She was the type who would lie down instead of sitting and sit instead of standing. Today, she actually ran out. Maybe there's something she needs to notify us about. After a while, the wind chime at the door rang with a dingling sound, followed by Nina. You're back. Lan Yu's gentle voice sounded as he saw No. 5 tied up in a strange way placed aside, his smile deepening. The president is here. Yes, I heard from Nina that you caught a prisoner, so I hurried over. Oh, by the way, I brought this for you. Lan Yu took out a form and placed it on the table. Expeditionary Force Reserve Application Form. Expeditionary Force Reserve? What is that? Oh, this is a form for some qualified groups. After filling out this form, you can go to conquer some pseudo-mystical realms. You should know that our world is not very peaceful. The secret realms of the expeditionary forces need not be mentioned. Closer to home, places like the Thorn Valley you visited before can easily cause spatial turbulence. Therefore, we need some excellent groups to conquer these pseudo-secret realms. It's also part of the familiar process before entering a secret realm. We've entered secret realms before. That's different. Lan Yu sighed. I'm sorry to interrupt you so suddenly, but it seems you are not aware of what a secret realm truly is. A so-called secret realm is a small world. Some worlds are desolate, while others are inhabited. This form also serves as a recognition of your strength. Is that so? Lin Chen didn't hesitate much and accepted the form. Thank you, President. Lan Yu nodded. There's one more thing. This person, I want to take with me. Oh, Lin Chen instinctively wanted to agree. But before he could utter his agreement, Zhao Miaomio spoke first. No, I don't trust you. This statement immediately drew everyone's attention to her. Zhao Miaomio said stubbornly, you were very suspicious that day, weren't you? You said there were raiders, and then we had raiders that day. And the spatial fluctuations, how dare you use teleportation? Can you really call all this a coincidence? Lan Yu paid no mind to Zhao Miaomio's doubts. Instead, he adjusted his glasses and calmly said, it's not a coincidence. You admitted it. These people were bait I lured in. Lan Yu's words made Zhao Miaomio lose her composure entirely. So you mean you deliberately let them in, just in case? If something goes wrong, you will die. Lan Yu's gaze remained calm. I think, Miss Zhao Miaomio, you misunderstand something. From the moment you stepped out of Starfall City, your life is no longer child's play. The trial after 3 stars tests courage, while 6 stars test talent. Starfall City has a population of 87,630,000, with millions of teams passing the 3-star trial each year. Yet, the teams that receive this form are fewer than 100. Most teams will spend their entire lives stuck at 6 stars. At this point, Lan Yu paused, adjusted his glasses, and scanned the people in the shop. You all possess talent, but if you do not prepare yourselves, this thing will become a weapon that claims lives. Moreover, before your trials begin, I have already given you a hint. If you can't even see this. Lan Yu chuckled lightly, then there's no need to continue, is there? But you contacted the bad guys. Zhao Miaomio remained stubborn. Miao Miao, that's enough. Lin Chen suddenly spoke, stopping Zhao Miaomio from continuing. Lan Yu glanced at Zhao Miaomio and then said to Manager G, I think I need to remind you that if you want to study evil god cards, it's best to prepare some protection first. At least after igniting the divine fire. After throwing down this statement, Lan Yu left. Once he was gone, the atmosphere in the shop was not good. Zhao Miaomio pouted, silent. Manager G sighed, Miao Miao, this matter lost its meaning the moment he admitted it. I don't understand. Zhao Miaomio lowered her head, her tone revealing a stubbornness, not to mention, he clearly contacted the bad guys. Because this situation will be very common in the future, Lin Chen explained. Zhao Miaomio looked up, incredulous, glancing around at the others. Lin San was also shocked. How? How could this be? Lin Xinshin was indifferent. She didn't care about strange things, just shoot them. As for the others, they seemed unsurprised by this answer. From the intelligence collected so far, let's not talk about the secret realms. A secret realm represents a small world. I've inquired about it, and normally, low-tier small worlds signify chaos, but once you reach tier 7 and above, intelligent beings emerge. Lin Chen counted on his fingers, intelligent beings, raiders, the Falling Star Society, the will of the world. These things, to put it simply, are all related to intelligence, and with intelligence comes betrayal. After saying this, he pressed his hand on the application form, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Everyone, I've filled it out. Good. The pitch-black night sky flickered with scattered lights. In the room, Lan Yu looked at number 5, who was lying on the ground, half dead, and gently kicked him with his foot. Number 5 opened his eyes in confusion, saw Lan Yu, and sighed in relief. You're the boss of Starfall City? What do you want to ask? I'll tell you everything. Just seal my star thought power and throw me in jail later. Lan Yu looked down at number 5 without responding. Number 5 frowned slightly. You should have a way to discern the truth of my words. I will definitely answer. You wouldn't harm a useless person like me, would you? What method did they use to capture you? This question clearly exceeded number 5's expectations. After a moment of silence, he finally reacted, sizing up Lan Yu cautiously and asking, "Who are you?" Lan Yu had no reason to ask him this question. "Answer my question." "I don't know." Seeing that he couldn't extract any information, number 5 said bluntly, "It was probably a method to control the gate. I'm not sure how exactly they control it." "Control the gate?" Lan Yu pondered for a moment. In the evil god system, what plays a key role is not the cards. The key factor is the power of the evil god. The cards are merely tools to communicate with the evil god. In other words, every time a card is activated, it's like sending a signal to the evil god, who then transmits energy into the card through this signal in the endless void, and then activates the card. The advantage of this is that once the gate is opened, it can remain open indefinitely. There's no need to worry about interruptions due to insufficient star thought power. What's even more impressive is that super spec power can be used continuously. In normal combat, a 7-star card requires the use of 5 6-star cards before it can be used. For 8 stars, 5 7-star cards are needed, and the same goes for 9 stars. The strength of the evil god system lies in its immediate power, all of which are super spec bombardments. Was it something you thought of in an instant, or had you prepared for it long ago? How would I know? Number 5 said nonchalantly. The scene fell into silence again. After a while, number 5 spoke up. "Hey!" Lan Yu looked up at him. "Which system are you from?" Lan Yu remained silent. "Forget it, it's not important." Number 5 exhaled lightly. "To be honest, I regret it. I thought joining the evil god system would be easier, but in the end, it's still a dog-eat-dog world. Now it's fine. How do you plan to deal with me? Will you just kill me? Or let me live? If possible, I want to live. How old are you?" Lan Yu's question stunned number 5 for a moment. He didn't understand why Lan Yu was asking this. But he still answered, "I'm 53 this year." "Oh, then I will kill you." Number 5. Another silence ensued. "Can I ask why?" "You have no reproductive value." Turning his head, he saw Zhao Miaomio squatting on the roof, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ji Chen called out. Zhao Miaomio looked down, saw Ji Chen, and jumped down, her expression somewhat dejected. "Manager, is it my problem? But that person clearly has issues." Ji Chen was taken aback. "So you were still pondering over Lan Yu's matter?" After thinking it over briefly, he understood Zhao Miaomio's feelings. In this team, when it comes to enlightenment, everyone has their own. Lin Shin Yen's realization is, "I can do it," and on a larger scale, "This king can do it." You are all worthless. Most things cannot influence her thoughts and direction. Lin San and Xin Xiao, who grew up in less fortunate families, also understand what they should do. They are clearer about their needs and how to achieve them than their peers. Of course, at this stage, after basically achieving financial freedom, they aspire to reach even greater heights, ambitious and forever the embodiment of youth. As for the wealthy siblings, their family has told them from a young age what they would face in the future, and they have no major issues. The only one with some problems is Zhao Miaomio. She cannot understand why everyone seems indifferent to the fact that Lan Yu sold information to others. "You seem to have misunderstood something." "What? No qualifications." "Ha?" Zhao Miaomio didn't understand. "You, 6 stars, me, also 6 stars. I don't know how things are within the Star Association, and you don't either. Just like you, a 6-star, wouldn't pay attention to a 4-star or 5-star Star Warrior. I don't know if Lan Yu has issues, I don't know what he wants to do. In fact, I have no way, no channel to confirm this matter. So, whatever he says is what it is. He says it's a test, it's a trial, then it is a test, it is a trial. If you haven't reached that level, what you care about, others won't care about. Or rather, you don't even have the qualifications to investigate. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Zhao Miaomio's mouth slightly opened. She thought the manager would say something like, "the bigger picture," but she never expected such words to come from the manager's mouth. She suddenly realized that she seemed a bit naive and bitterly asked, "So, does everyone think this way?" "I don't know." Ji Chen shrugged. "Everyone's thoughts are different. What you need to consider is how you think. Do you believe Zhao President was reassigned because of Lan Yu?" "No." Zhao Miaomio shook her head. She didn't like Lan Yu, but she wasn't foolish. Zhao Mian often said, 9 stars is just the beginning. No matter how talented or impressive Lan Yu is, he is just an 8-star card maker. He cannot influence the decisions of the Star Association. So, Ji Chen patted the young girl's shoulder. "He doesn't have the qualifications to make Zhao President care, and we also don't have the qualifications to make him care. Thinking he has issues doesn't hold much meaning. Rather than pondering this, you might as well consider igniting the divine fire. Think it over, And also, at this late hour, don't just squat on someone's roof. It's easy to scare people. Oh. Zhao Miaomio left, and Ji Fufu poked her little head out of the room, whispering, Ji Chen, how is it? Are you ready? Have you eaten enough? Aha! Ji Fufu nodded her little head, looking a bit nervous. Watching Ji Chen approach, she couldn't help but swallow. Ji Chen, is this really okay? Ji Chen looked at her seriously. You're not a child anymore, you should be prepared for this. But, no buts. Ji Chen pushed Ji Fufu back into the room and closed the door. Inside the room, on Ji Chen's workbench, lay a gray-black card, from which black mist was rising. Ji Fufu stood cautiously to the side. Disassembling and studying cards is one of the essential courses for every card maker, and today, he was going to disassemble a card from the Evil God series. During their battles, Ji Chen had clearly sensed something strange, and this strangeness did not come from the card itself but from the evil god behind the card. In the eyes of most people, cards represent combat power, but in the eyes of a card maker, they are meticulously designed programs. Manhwa once told him that to break through to the 7 stars, one must truly immerse oneself in the perspective of creation, which means genuinely crafting a legendary card. Following the normal logic, this involves using secondary materials to create a container, throwing lower-tier materials into this container, and then observing the changes within the card to make adjustments. Throughout this process, one observes the transformations of the card and gradually translates them into personal insights. If this is achieved, it can be considered a success. However, after Ji Chen sensed the evil god, he felt a stirring curiosity and couldn't resist wanting to take a look inside. Additionally, he wanted to verify something. So, he called for his sister Fu. Are you really okay? Fu had some awareness. She was a card, but not quite a card. If one had to categorize her, she could only be considered on the same level as that withered branch. Provoking an already fully formed evil god felt a bit alarming. What are you afraid of? Ji Chen said confidently, it's just death at worst. Hey, just kidding, I have a plan, don't worry. Then, what should I do? Ji Chen picked up the star engraving pen in his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and gently tapped it on the Soul Devourer card on the table. Immediately, the card on the workbench split into 2 layers, with a dense network of star circuits appearing in between. Ji Chen's eyes shone with golden light as he gazed at the star circuits. In just a few minutes, he had scanned through it all. Friends who have copied circuit boards know that replicating a circuit board takes a considerable amount of time. Every component and circuit path must be examined one by one. If it's a more complex one with anti-theft circuits, it becomes even more troublesome. Just like Lee's Blizzard, with the card maker explaining beside him, it took him nearly 20 minutes to understand. Yet, this card before him was clear at a glance. It was so simple it was almost absurd. The energy source came from an obscure black crystal. The shared energy came from an obscure light red crystal. The function was simply to devour. So simple that Ji Chen felt this card resembled a primary school student's practice work. There are actually many considerations in the card-making process. The so-called spell counter principle is to quickly form a space on our side before the opponent's card materializes, wrapping the opponent's card structure entirely. In this spell counter, one must consider when to trigger it, how to determine the opponent's spell's position after triggering, and how to wrap it without letting the opponent's spell leak. What must be sacrificed to achieve the effective spell counter? Whether there will be conflicts between materials. How to balance the functions of the 3 major modules. In reality, just designing a card for spell counter, Ji Chen modified it 3 times, which is already considered quite fast among card makers. Lee's Blizzard was experimented on 7 times. Most cards, as long as they can be produced, have their star circuits meticulously crafted. But this card before him? How should one put it? The star circuit given by Devour simply guides energy to a certain position, and then there's nothing more. Yes, the remaining energy moves on its own. The characteristics of the energy are not considered, the commonalities of the energy are not considered, the compatibility of the energy is not considered. It was so rough that Ji Chen didn't want to continue looking. Is this really 7 stars? Ji Chen couldn't help but complain. What? Is it bad? Ji Fu, when free, also read books. This circuit is good, I understand it, and I can draw it. Fu was confident. Ji Chen glanced at Ji Fu and nodded, right. Yes, the fact that you understand it is the real problem. Fu was happy. So, Ji Chen's gaze returned to the card. Is the true core in this black crystal? It provides both energy and output. This card is merely a transit point, or in the words of a past life, a hyperlink. Click it, and it automatically jumps to the so-called evil god? He poked at the black crystal with his star carving pen, trying to see if he could activate it. Then, after a few taps, there was no response at all. He grabbed a small knife from the workbench and swung it forward. With a crisp crack, the knife made a cut. TSK. He let out a sound that was hard to interpret. Then he turned to look at Fufu. Fufu was watching the star circuit with great interest, nodding her little head as if she had just realized something. Noticing Ji-chen looking at her, she flashed him a big smile. Ji-chen smiled back. They both laughed. After 2 seconds of laughter, Ji-chen blurted out, "Fufu, bite it." Fufu? Ji-chen skillfully held her little head in place. Fufu used both her hands and feet, swinging her arms like a windmill, but couldn't hit Ji-chen. Ji-chen, I'm not a dog. Yes, I know, but really, won't you bite? It looks delicious. What? Hearing the word delicious, the windmill paused. This. Ji-chen pointed at the black crystal. Ji-fu-fu. Looking at Ji-fu-fu's little eyes, it seemed to say, Ji-chen, I'm not stupid. Ji-chen awkwardly cleared his throat. Is that not okay? Then shall we go in and take a look? Do we really have to go in? I have a bad feeling about this. Generally, when card makers create cards, they do not enter the card itself. Most of the time, they finish carving the star circuits in the editing layer, and any issues can usually be seen clearly there. Entering the card world is rarely done unless making a legendary card. Don't rush. Ji-chen took out the star carving pen and made adjustments on the card for about half an hour. Fufu saw many star circuits on the card that she couldn't understand. What is this? You'll know when you go in. Ow. Holding Ji-fu-fu's hand, the two transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from the room. What is the world inside the card like? Overall, it is empty. Proper star circuits do not appear inside the card world. Most of the time, the world is silent, without wind or rain, without dust or light, just a pitch-black void. It is terrifyingly quiet. Staying in such an environment for a long time is several times more frightening than being confined. This is also why card makers are reluctant to enter. Now, inside this card, 2 peculiar crystals were floating. Is this the black thing? The smell. Fufu looked at the black diamond-shaped crystal floating in mid-air. This crystal was much larger than the one outside, towering over Fufu, and despite floating, it still felt quite substantial. It feels strange, eating it would give me diarrhea. What about that one? Ji-chen glanced at a similarly sized light red crystal. Disgusting. Disgusting? Yeah, it's that kind of feeling that makes you sick just by looking at it. I would never eat something like that. So, you would eat the black one. Ji-fu-fu. Li, that would give you diarrhea. Okay, I got it. Then, Ji-chen snapped his fingers, and the entire space flickered. The light red crystal emitted a faint red mist, spreading towards the black crystal. So this is soul? Ji-chen looked at the light red crystal, his brows slightly furrowed. Regarding the production process of the soul, Ji-chen did not have any information at hand. This belongs to the Forbidden Book series, and with his level, he couldn't access it yet. However, today's protagonist is not the soul. Instead, it is the evil god driven by the soul. He was looking forward to what kind of surprise this evil god would bring him. The activation time did not keep him waiting long. Soon, the black diamond crystal began to glow. Crack! What sound is that? It's the sound you make when you bite a lollipop. Ji-chen looked at the diamond-shaped black crystal, his eyes filled with anticipation. In the next moment, the crystal shattered, and a pitch-black mist seeped out from within. Mist? As soon as the mist spread in, it was instantly absorbed into the star circuit. This change made Ji-chen smile slightly, and then the corners of his mouth curled up higher. Ji-chen, your smile is so strange. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Ji-chen chuckled lightly, gently clapping his hands. Suddenly, a peculiar machine appeared around him, and the black mist flowed and spread into the machine. Ji-chen's analyzer, type, summoning card epic attack power, 0 health points, 2,048,000 skills, analysis introduction, a craftsman must sharpen his tools before he can do good work. For Ji-chen, this was not a difficult task. He took out a test tube of red blood and dripped it onto one of the trays of the instrument. This blood was from number 5. The star circuit was extremely rough, indicating that the energy supplied was not simple. Moreover, with the evil god system, anything that could be called a system must have commonalities. It couldn't be that anyone could just pick up this card and use it without paying any price. That would be too powerful. After the blood dripped, the machine lit up a red light and began to emit smoke continuously. He looked at the data displayed on the screen, clicking his tongue in amazement. Ji-Fufu's little head leaned in. What is this? Testing the properties of this black mist. Normally, the materials for creating star circuits, including ink, all have their own characteristics. For example, to condense into a fireball, you need the flame property. The best material would naturally be pure fire, but most of the time, fire contains impurities. When selecting materials, these impurities are removed, and then they are neutralized and shaped, determining when to trigger, activate, or explode. All of this needs to be controlled through different materials. A fireball may seem simple, but in reality, there are many factors a card maker needs to consider. However, this card was simple, so simple that he found it somewhat incomprehensible. Just a devouring circuit. The key was that the materials for this circuit had no compatibility with the so-called black mist. Looking at the data inside the machine, Ji-Chen fell into deep thought. Sigh. He let out a breath. What now? I suspect that this thing isn't attacking through the card at all. It's directly borrowing the power of the evil god. Using number 5's blood, he had unlocked it, and the energy intensity was very high, with all 5 elements present, but the problem was that no matter how he tried to link the black mist to the instrument's output module, there was no response. Do I still have to rely on a person? Ji-Chen pondered for a moment, made slight adjustments on the instrument, and after a while, a card fell out from the machine. Experimental small fireball, type, spell card normal attack power, 20 durability, 1 skill, condense into a fireball introduction, experimental tool. Clip the card onto yourself, and the star thought power flows into the card. No way, bro, you made a card inside the card, and it can be used. Ji Fufu was dumbfounded. It's fine, I reinforced it before coming in, so I can conduct experiments. Ji-Chen reassured his slightly agitated card sister, focusing all his mental energy on the card. In the next moment, a black aura spread out. Unlike the ordinary white light, the activation effect of this card was accompanied by a surge of dark energy. He waved his hand, and a wooden stake appeared in the arena. A fireball was thrown out along with his hand. Ha! Ji-Chen frowned slightly. Double damage? His mental strength was probably around 100. Normally, it should deal about 2000 damage. But now, it had dealt double damage. It is well known that double damage only occurs when emotional fluctuations are used to enhance damage. However, just now, he had no emotional fluctuations at all. No, wait. There was a slight fluctuation, but that feeling was so faint that he didn't even perceive it. There's too little information. Ji-Chen looked at the cracked crystal, a wild idea gestating in his mind. He wanted to go over there and take a look. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and 4 chains appeared, locking the shattered crystal at the top left, top right, and bottom right. With a snap of his fingers, a table and a laptop appeared in front of him. In this world, there was no such thing as a firewall. He had known and tested that long ago. He wanted to see what was on the other side of this black crystal. Ji Fufu remained silent, obediently squatting beside him, watching Ji-Chen operate tasks she couldn't understand. The concept of hyperlinks had actually been something Ji-Chen had researched long before. In the card battles of his previous life, many cards, once used, would increase the damage of the minion or spell cards in the deck. Naturally, Ji-Chen wanted to create this type of card. The piggy deck was one of his experimental decks. Using the dead piggies to gather information and then feeding that information back into the cards, forming a targeted sort of 1,000 proverbs. However, this was still based on the same card structure. What he wanted to do was to connect beyond the cards, thus he thought of hyperlinks, a connection point between cards. Through this connection point, information and energy could be transmitted. He never expected that there were already mature hyperlink type cards among the evil gods. He wanted to see what was on the other side of the black crystal, even though it seemed a bit dangerous. Soon, he found the link. A door appeared in front of him. He looked at Ji Fufu. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "You wait for me here." After saying that, he lifted his leg and was about to walk through the door. But after just 2 steps, he was pulled back by Ji Fufu. He turned his head. "I want to go too." He frowned. "You planned this from the start, didn't you? Now what are you thinking?" This tone, completely different from usual, stunned Ji-Chen for a moment. Ji Fufu ignored him and continued, "You know this is dangerous. You don't know what's over there." "I know, I'm confident." Ji-Chen. We've known each other for many years, right? What's the point of saying this? What does life mean to you? Awesome. Ji Fufu's head received a light tap, and the deep gaze from before disappeared, replaced by a pair of clear, bright eyes. "Hey? Ji-Chen, why did you hit me?" "It's nothing. You wait for me here, got it?" "Oh, but I want to go too." Ji Fufu was eager to try. "Let me go over first. You help me guard here. Here, take this." Ji-Chen took out something resembling a remote control, with 2 buttons, one blue and one red. If the red light starts flashing, then press the blue button, understand? Ji Fufu nodded her little head, patting her chest, indicating that everything was up to her. Ji-Chen didn't hesitate, pushed open the door, and walked in. Time-space teleportation was always something that people found hard to like. The dizzying sensation, no matter how many times it came, was always a hassle for Ji-Chen. Moreover, this passage was not originally meant for transporting people, but for transmitting energy. In short, it was too narrow. When he emerged from the space, he felt a pop sound. His whole body flew out. He landed, stood firm, and took a deep breath. When he looked up again, he saw something indescribable. Ji-Chen didn't know how to describe the scene before him. The sky was a dark hue, surrounded by pitch-black seawater, the surface so calm that not a single wave stirred. He was on an island, not large, with barren surroundings. The focal point was the center of the island, where a gigantic egg stood. The material of the egg was neither ordinary eggshell nor reinforced concrete, but flesh. Veins pulsated on the surface of the egg, and just one glance brought a wave of nausea to his stomach, almost making him vomit. Suddenly, the egg moved. It contracted slightly, as if breathing. A black aura surged from its interior like a tide. Ji-Chen remained still, standing atop the island. The black tide quickly engulfed his body, spreading from his head out towards the sea. He stood within it, sensing carefully. Anger, resentment, irritability, fury. All sorts of negative emotions drifted out from his heart. But strangely, he was not affected. He was certain that if an ordinary person or a star warrior stood here, they would surely go mad. Yet he felt as if he were watching a movie, a film that clearly depicted negative emotions. He stood aside, observing these emotions continuously eroding him, as if a protective shield had formed around him. He turned to face the sea, lost in thought. After a while, the black tide completely merged with the sea surface. It dissipated, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. He took a step forward. Before long, he reached the edge of the egg, standing beside the giant egg, seeing it more clearly than from the island. Through the flesh wall, he could see something seemingly being nurtured inside. He reached out, touching the somewhat nauseating barrier, and he realized that at some point, a star-carving pen had appeared in his hand. He gently traced the pen across the flesh wall. There was no reaction. Is it not working? He muttered. He understood many things. The so-called evil god energy was what had just emerged from the black tide, which emanated from the egg and drifted into the sea being the diluting container. After dilution, it was sent through various passages to each activated card. But what exactly was this egg, and what was the structure inside, and what specific function did it serve? He did not understand. Young man, with your level, you cannot comprehend it, an old voice sounded from behind Ji-Chen. He turned around to see an old man in a black robe, curiously observing him, his eyes filled with wisdom, glimmering with a hint of brilliance. Ji-Chen did not make any significant movements. He knew that against such a seemingly formidable figure, he probably had no chance, or rather, he couldn't even run away. Since I can't understand, I'll take my leave now. Sorry for the disturbance, he said smoothly, like a neighbor casually dropping by, and intended to leave. The old man stood there with a smile, not moving. Ji-Chen's body suddenly stiffened, and he slowly turned around. His eyes met the old man's. The old man looked back at him, seemingly trying to find something in Ji-Chen's gaze. But Ji-Chen just stared at him, silent, without fear, as if carrying a hint of expectation. The old man smiled. If you can find your way here by your own ability, then I will warmly welcome you as a guest. But now, I hope you won't come back, okay? All right. As soon as Ji-Chen's words fell, the old man gently waved his hand, and he transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating in place. After the starlight had almost completely vanished, the old man's gaze did not retract. Instead, it held a hint of meaning as the figures of the couple seemed to materialize before him. Is this your achievement? Quite interesting. On the other side, Ji Fufu was bored, staring at the machine and the shattered crystals. At first, this thing seemed somewhat interesting, but after a while, it became rather dull. She focused on the button in her hand, hoping it would light up. However, in the next second, specks of starlight suddenly appeared before her, gathering together to form Ji-Chen. Ji Fufu? As soon as Ji-Chen appeared, he received a light tap on the head. Ouch! Ah! Ji-Chen! Ji Fufu lowered her hand, looking surprised. Ji-Chen! Ji Fufu! Hey! Hey! Ji-Chen rolled his eyes, pinched her slightly chubby face, and said, "Let's go back." Is it done? Yeah, it's done. Ji-Chen shrugged. With a snap of his fingers, the things in the space slowly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the two returned to the room. Ji Fufu yawned. Ji-Chen, is there anything else? I want to sleep. Yeah, you can go. Ji-Chen waved his hand, signaling Ji Fufu to go to sleep. The empty room was left with only Ji-Chen. He pulled out a chair and sat down, beginning to ponder the gains of the day. After thinking for a while, he took out a pen and notebook. He wrote down what the evil god was, unknown and incomprehensible. He understood the star circuits of those cards from the evil god, but they held little significance. Those star circuits were all based on the energy emitted by the evil god. Not knowing what the evil god was made understanding these star circuits rather meaningless. What truly concerned him was the attitude of that old man in the black robe. His pen paused for a moment. Not good, this attitude. It is well known that those who study such evil gods are mostly madmen. Coupled with the information Zhao Mian had told him earlier about the world coverage plan, it seemed that the villains of this world were bound to be extremely vicious. Yet, oddly enough, the attitude towards him, a sneaky thief who had quietly infiltrated the island, was exceptionally good. He admitted that perhaps there was something special about him that could make the villains rational. It certainly wasn't some option about the villains having high moral standards. Since that option didn't exist, there was only one left. The troubles deep within this world were more complicated than he had imagined. TSK. Ji-Chin made an ambiguous sound, lightly tapping his notebook again. I still need to think about igniting the divine fire. I need to get to the 7 stars quickly to learn more. Ji-Chen nudged the sleeping Nina. He couldn't understand why someone would want to sleep. Clearly, the drowsy little girl was not pleased with Ji-Chen's actions and bared her teeth at him. Ji-Chen, do you know that disturbing a lady's sleep is a heinous crime? Oh, sorry. Ji-Chen said the apology insincerely, and feeling it was somewhat inappropriate, he added, there's good news. What good news? Upon hearing this, Nina sat up straight. I should have the privilege to upload beyond my level, right? Ha? Card Maker Forum? Nina immediately understood what Ji-Chen was referring to. Cards above 7 stars are all series cards. Are you really going to upload beyond your level? The Card Maker Forum had 2 sections. One was for ordinary cards below 6 stars, and the other was for advanced cards above 6 stars. The requirements for these 2 sections were different. Ji-Chen had the authority to enter the advanced section but could not upload. Yeah, is there a problem? There is. Nina raised a finger. If you want to upload at a higher level, if you upload once and don't get a ranking, you'll lose the qualification for higher level uploads, you know. It's fine, just help me upload. Alright then, give me the card. Nina extended her small hand. Ji-Chen placed the piggy deck into Nina's hand, and she rubbed the card in her palm. Then, she paused and looked at Ji-Chen. Are you really going to upload it? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Not afraid. Ji-Chen was very calm. So, son, how do you feel about uploading a deck for the first time? Are you scared? Di-Chin patted Di Li's shoulder and asked cheerfully. Scared? Dad, what are you talking about? I can't say for the annual ranking, but for the monthly ranking, there's absolutely no problem. Di Lu patted his chest, overflowing with confidence. Not to mention, during the few months he spent learning from Ji-Chen at the tavern 2 years ago, although he was used as a tool for a long time, Ji-Chen really taught him the thought process behind card creation. That's good. Hey. Not good, son, a 6-star deck has come out. Di-Chin refreshed the website and then froze for a moment. 6 stars? It's on the leaderboard? Di-Lu also froze for a moment but didn't care much. 6 stars, no matter what, can still create super spec cards, right? It doesn't mean anything, the space for 6 stars is limited, and the world of 6 stars is ultimately not the same as that of 7 stars. Thinking this, he poured himself a cup of coffee and took a small sip. Yeah, it seems the newcomer isn't friendly. Let me see who it is, huh? Tavern owner, what a strange name. Put. Dila sprayed his coffee out. Who? Tavern owner. What the hell? Dila leaned forward, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he stared at the screen. No, son, what's going on? The tavern owner. Dila covered his face, the one I often tell you about. You really are overreacting. Di-Chin laughed. No matter how talented he is, he's just a 6-star deck. If he posts on a regular forum, it might be useful, but posting on a 7-star forum is meaningless. The world of high-star battles always revolves around superspec, and he hasn't reached that level, so he won't pose a threat to you, no matter what. Hearing his father's words, Di Li's mood eased a bit. He suddenly thought of something else. If the tavern owner couldn't surpass him this time, did that mean he had broken the curse? I say, having goals is good, but you don't need to be too afraid. Back in the day, my arch-nemesis, Zhu Gei, beat me so many times, yet I still surpassed him. Your dad is resilient. Dad, you only won once. Cough cough. Who told you that? My mom. She really is something, telling you everything. Forget it. The point is, our old D family doesn't know fear. Let me see what this little owner has done. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. Hiss. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. Dila slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant, making incomprehensible heh sounds, as if he had lost all hope in life. Son. Di-Chin patted Di Li's shoulder. now I finally know where that deficient flavor in your cards comes from. Goodness, this is going to shuffle the deck. That can't be, there are many flaws. After being amazed by Ji Chen's construction, Dila came back to his senses and began to ponder the practical application of this thing. So tell me, what are the flaws? It requires collecting information from 7 summoned creatures after they die. Although these summoned creatures have low health, summoning them still takes a considerable amount of time. Moreover, if you know in advance, can't you just not kill them? This condition is still a bit too harsh. After listening to his son's words, Di Qin first nodded, then shook his head. You're right, but it's not low. Among the cards from 7 stars to 9 stars, everyone is pondering one thing: how to quickly use super specifications of power. To use the super specification of 7 stars, you need 5 6-star cards. To use the super specification of 8 stars, you need 5 7-star cards. In other words, to use the super specification of 8 stars, you need 25 6-star cards and 5 7-star cards. During this time, how to assemble the cards and what form they take is all based on how to unleash super specifications. High-star battles are less about the use of energy and more about the struggle of wisdom. When the enemy uses a 7-star card, when they can unleash the 8-star super specification, all of this needs to be calculated and integrated into one's own battle. At this point, Di Qin paused and revealed a strange smile. However, no one has ever focused on someone else's door with all their might. Dila wasn't foolish. Dad, do you mean that in the future, someone might focus on someone else's door with all their might? Well, it's possible, but the conditions will be quite harsh. 7-star cards require 7 pigs to gather information, and as you go higher, the difficulty will likely increase. This kind of model can be used, but the cost is too high. Unless it's a situation of more against less, or during team cooperation, where someone can withstand the attack of 2 people and strike unexpectedly, then it might lead to a guaranteed kill. But this method isn't very effective against armed star warriors. It's more targeted at the Law Master. Targeting the Law Master? Lan Yu looked at the forum with indifference. I think it's targeting the evil god system. But it's really troublesome. The advantage of the evil god system lies in its ability to expand the door without restrictions. In other words, while others need to open the door one by one and slowly accumulate their big moves, the evil god system can unleash a big move right away without stopping. He originally thought that Ji Chen probably wouldn't post such cards directly on the forum. After all, the true core of this type of card isn't the card itself, but a combat strategy. Sending out this combat strategy isn't a wise choice. This is also one of the reasons why he took the risk to find No. 5 for clarification. Even the fleeing No. 3 was the same. But who would have thought that this guy would upload it directly? In the tavern, Nina was enjoying the cool breeze, receiving information from all directions. The members of the tavern team were also studying their next direction. To ignite the divine fire, they needed to engage more with mystery-like realms. After signing that agreement, they were also qualified to share some information. Ji Chen, the higher-ups asked me to tell you not to go out recently. Oh, Ji Chen raised an eyebrow. Why? Is someone really coming to find me? What do you mean? Ji Fufu leaned over. What kind of wicked card did he make again? Everyone's attention was drawn to the conversation between the two. Oh, he uploaded that set of pig cards. Oh, everyone suddenly understood. Uploading that thing was indeed a bit wicked. Not to that extent, Lin Chen didn't understand. Not within the Star Association, but what about the evil god system? Miaolin immediately grasped the key point. But the cards have already been sent out. What's the point of causing trouble for the shopkeeper? Lin San frowned. TSK, there are always some people who want to find the source to take revenge or something. Anyway, you shouldn't go out recently. I wasn't planning to go out. By the way, does your team have any actions recently? Ji Chen looked at Lin Chen. Yes, we plan to rest for a few days and then go check out Sunset Town. The Dark Lands? Yeah, right. Lin Chen nodded. There weren't many places to go near the Yuduan mountain range because of Starfall City. The nearby space was incredibly stable, making it one of the safest places in the world. After signing the agreement, they learned quite a bit about pseudo-secret realms. The so-called pseudo-secret realms are not all like the Thorny Valley, where the core just sits foolishly in a tree, waiting to be picked. Most mature pseudo-secret realms will integrate their cores into a certain area, perhaps requiring the fulfillment of certain rules, or hiding in some inconspicuous little place. These pseudo-secret realms will gradually grow over time, and once they fully adapt to the rules of this world, they will tear off a corner of the world and become a true secret realm. Therefore, once such a pseudo-secret realm is discovered, it is essential to quickly find its core, which is the world treasure. Even if it cannot be found, the monsters that appear within must be cleared to slow down the growth rate. Any team that has signed the agreement must take on the task of dealing with these pseudo-secret realms. Of course, there are plenty of good things inside the pseudo-secret realms, such as phantom beasts, treasures, and secondary materials comparable to world treasures, among countless others. The Dark Land is one of the more famous places, located in the central part of the eastern continent, with the entire central area of the eastern continent considered the territory of the Dark Land. It is said that there are at least 50 world treasures within the entire Dark Land. In other words, this is a conglomerate of pseudo-secret realms. The Rainfall Forest, which Lin San had visited, is within the coverage of the Dark Land and is considered one of the more famous places. In that case, Ji Chen scratched his chin and asked Nina, "Did they say how long it would take for me to get out?" "They didn't say. Anyway, you won't be going out anytime soon. There will be news internally to see if anyone is looking for trouble with you. Then how about this, you all go, and XIN stays." "Ha! I can probably make XIN's bow now. I need her cooperation, and igniting the divine fire should be the easiest for her." Ji Chen currently has quite a few world treasures on hand, including the dry branches the team brought back, the semi-finished bow in Lin Xin's hands, and the colorful stone that Luo Yunshan gave him, all of which are primary materials for crafting legendary cards. Among these, the easiest one is Lin Xin's bow. It was originally a bow made by Ji Chen, but the world consciousness has attached itself to it. It still retains Lin Xin's powerful autonomous consciousness, so re-separating it to create a card is not difficult. But this requires Lin Xin's cooperation. What he wants to make is Lin Xin's exclusive bow and arrow. Legendary cards are different from ordinary cards. Most legendary cards possess infinity. With a card that has spirit, even if something goes wrong, a slight repair can resolve it. However, the construction of legendary cards is a significant project for card makers. It is not that world treasures only require secondary materials to create, but rather that a truly suitable habitat must be constructed from scratch on a blank slate, and during this process, the card maker needs to communicate with the world treasure to understand it, as well as communicate with the future owner of the legendary card. World treasures are not that difficult to obtain, but making legendary level cards is not so easy. The reason for choosing Lin Xin is that it allows for skipping the communication environment. Hearing Ji Chen say this, everyone felt a bit envious. They also wanted an exclusive legendary card. This is a matter that concerns a lifetime. Then I understand, Lin Chen nodded. He wasn't too concerned, there were plenty of people in the team. With Lin Xin gone, there were still 8 others. After reaching 6 stars, although Lin Xin's output was still explosive, there were also many others in the team with comparable output. "Do you want information?" Nina suddenly spoke up. "Information? What do you have?" "It requires payment, you know," Nina said with a smile. "How much?" "I'll pay." Ji Chen waved his hand. Nina's information was valuable. This was an almost universally acknowledged truth. "Where are you planning to go for training?" "Manager, what materials do you still need here?" Lin Chen looked at Ji Chen. They didn't really care about where to train, they were just concerned about what the manager needed. "Pure yin, or pure yang, 10,000 contribution points for 2 pieces of information. I'll buy it." Curiously looking at Ji Chen, this was her first visit to a card maker's studio. It was quite different from what she had imagined. In her mind, a card maker's studio would be messy, with all sorts of strange instruments scattered everywhere. There would also be a huge bookshelf filled with open and disorganized books. However, there was nothing here. It was impeccably clean, with only a large workbench and tools on the side, which were the Morning Light series of star engraving tools. She knew this set was very expensive. When she was young, she wanted to be a card maker, but when her mother saw the price of the Morning Light star engraving tools, she made her become a star warrior instead. "Have a seat." Ji Chen handed her a glass of water. "Thank you. So, what kind of path do you plan to take in the future? A self-based arms system?" Lin Chen nodded. After reaching the 7 stars, everyone who was super specification would still be divided into those who focused on cards and those who focused on self. One type was like Luo Yunshan, a 9-star star warrior, with all her skills embodied in herself. The dagger in her hand was merely a tool for her to launch attacks. The card of the bearer was also primarily supportive, assisting her in dealing super specification damage. This type of star battle was centered around arming. As for the card types, there's no need to elaborate, they were all about spells, support, and summoning. "Give me your bow." "Ah." Lin Chen obediently handed the bow to Ji Chen. The bow trembled slightly, as if it had gently nipped Ji Chen's hand, seemingly warning him of something. Ji Chen didn't mind. "Let's determine the shape first." "Ha!" Lin Chen was taken aback. For exclusive equipment, you have to choose a style you like. Otherwise, when you get it, if you think it looks bad, that wouldn't be good. Lin Chen Yen belonged to the standard strength faction. She waved her hands repeatedly. Manager, just choose for me, as long as it's a bow. How about this? Ji Chen took out a blueprint and placed it in front of her. Lin Chen Yen's eyes widened as she looked at the familiar bow. Manager, have you seen it? The bow was exactly the shape of the solidal constellation's fury. Oh, I've seen it. You recorded it. Lin Chen Yen. Ji Chen. Bow. The studio fell into silence. After a while, Ji Chen asked, this shape is fine, right? Yes, it's fine. All right. Ji Chen extended 2 fingers of his right hand, and a star engraving pen on the nearby shelf flew automatically between his fingers. A white card appeared in his left hand without him noticing. With a quick slice of the star engraving pen, the white card instantly split into 3 layers. Then, he grabbed the bow and simply pressed it in, straightforward and brutal. Don't push, don't push. Wang Jie felt so uncomfortable that his face turned pale, and he shot a glare at Long Xing behind him. He was just getting ready when this bastard behind him pushed him in directly. It left him unprepared, and now he felt dizzy. Long Xing looked at him with amusement. Don't try to blame me, you've always been like this since you were little. I really am. Bai Miaoying took out a card, and white light flickered, enveloping his head. Wang Jie felt a jolt of energy, and he felt much better. What is this? Motion sickness medicine, they sell it in the city. You didn't know? Last time I saw the store manager was really upset, so I prepared a few cards. It's still you, meow. Go! I'm leaving. Lin Chen clapped his hands. Sunset Town. It is not near Starfall City, nor does it belong to the Yuduan mountain range. To get here, they had to pass through a portal. As they stepped out of the room, everyone paused in surprise. The moment they stepped out, they felt a strength, a subtle sensation that stirred their minds. If a person's spirit could be likened to a string, then now, this string was being plucked by something inexplicable. What do you all feel? Zhao Miaomia asked. Bai Miaoying, Long Xing, and Wang Jie frowned, while Lin San, Lin Chen, Ren Shin Yen, and Xin Xiao felt little impact. It's okay, I felt it before, it just takes some time to adapt, Lin San said, drawing from his experience. How long does it take? I don't know. Nina said to adapt, and when I got here, my master just threw me into the rainfall forest. Lin San sighed helplessly. At first, it was really uncomfortable, but then I got used to it. Should we stay here for a while? I fought for about 3 days before I fully adapted to this situation. Let's head to the camp first. We can explore the outskirts and adapt at the same time, Lin Chen suggested, looking at 1 assistant and 2 mages. Are you all okay? No problem. Then let's go. Sunset Town was designed to resemble the small towns on the outskirts of Starfall City. Familiar streets, familiar road conditions. The only unfamiliar aspect was the gloomy weather outside the town. The weather here seemed even worse than that of the Yuduan mountain range, with dark clouds overhead, looking as if lightning could strike at any moment. Boom! As if to confirm everyone's thoughts, a bolt of lightning struck the thick lightning rod in the town. They say this lightning rod gets struck dozens of times a day. It's best not to get too close, Lin San reminded. So frequent? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. His trial location was not here but in a more special type of secret realm, and this was his first time here, naturally making him curious. Newcomers always feel this way. A voice came from behind them. Everyone turned to see a small team of 3 had appeared behind them. The leader of the trio was a muscular man, with a woman in tight clothing and a bow slung over her back standing to his left, looking quite capable. To the right was a slightly frail-looking man whose eyes were surprisingly sharp. Captain, don't do anything unnecessary. The woman shot a disapproving glance at the muscular man and smiled apologetically at Lin Chen and the others. Sorry, our captain is a chatterbox, he means no harm. It's fine. Seeing that Lin Chen's team didn't mind, the woman nodded with a smile, turned serious, and pulled the muscular man forward. What are you doing? Newcomers have arrived. Can't we chat a bit? Captain, don't cause trouble for others. The people here are quite friendly, huh? Lin Chen scratched his head. Not that friendly, Lin San shrugged. After all, this isn't exactly a relaxing place. Alright, let's go. It's a bit of a distance to the rainfall forest, probably taking 2 or 3 days. Let's go. It's all forest, all dirt roads. But the feeling is completely different. Walking on the dimly lit path, there was an inexplicable pressure. Zhao Miaomiao frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. No matter where she was, it felt uncomfortable. Whether it was the branches underfoot or the leaves falling during a leap, there was a sense of inexplicable heaviness. It felt as if every move and jump was filled with guilt. She paused for a moment. Xian Yen, do you feel it? Yeah, it's quite uncomfortable. You have to adapt. It starts out like this. Well then. They continued on their journey until it was past midnight. The team gathered together, sitting by the campfire, eating dinner. Phew, I have to say, today's journey has been more exhausting than ever. Zhao Miao Miao rubbed her temples. Normally, traveling for a day or even 2 or 3 days without rest wouldn't be a big deal. But today, they hadn't encountered anything, no monsters at all. Yet, this journey felt more tiring than walking for 3 days. The master said that staying in places like this for too long makes it easier to ignite the divine fire, but it's a hassle because you have to purify yourself from time to time, Lin San said, taking out a purification powder and sprinkling it on himself. Upon entering this place, Johan hadn't taught Lin San any techniques. Instead, he had instilled in him the habit of purifying himself at regular intervals. Forgetting to do so would result in a beating. Oh, I almost forgot. Zhao Miaomia took out her purification powder and sprinkled it on herself as well. After doing so, she shivered as the white light spread, feeling much more relaxed. You know, this place is way quieter than the Yuduan mountain range, Shin Xiao said, his ears twitching as he noticed the surrounding silence. There hasn't been a single living creature on this journey. The environment here isn't suitable for survival, Bai Miaoyin said, looking at the information in her hands. Nina's intel is quite valuable. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, moving them closer to the campfire. He wasn't afraid of the cold, but he preferred the warmth of the flames. It felt comfortable to be roasted by the fire. Indeed, we owe it to the shopkeeper. I inquired about that map, and the price outside isn't low. The first day in the Dark Lands was always fresh, with endless conversations. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached everyone's ears. Ren Shin Yen, leaning against a nearby tree, instantly vanished from sight. The others stood up, looking in the direction of the noise. What are you doing? We've walked this path so many times, how can you still get lost? A slightly familiar yet strange female voice rang out. I just thought it looked a bit similar, so, who? Lin Chen spoke first. 3 figures emerged from the bushes. It was the same trio they had encountered in the morning. The trio seemed just as surprised to see others here. They had come from a dense thicket where the grass was 3 to 4 meters high. Generally, no one would venture that way. Although the Dark Lands could be considered a collection of mysterious realms, the paths had already been developed, and no one would take a detour for fun, not knowing what they might encounter. Oh, little brother, what a coincidence. The burly man smiled upon seeing Lin Chen. A sword appeared in Lin Chen's hand. Shin Xiao slightly raised his bow. The spell cards of Wang Jie and Long Xing also glimmered faintly. Coincidence? Could there really be such a thing in this world? The woman covered her face, realizing it was hopeless to explain. Oh, are we going to fight? Sounds good. The burly man's eyes sparkled. Then he received a punch from the woman. Ouch. Lily, what are you doing? Be more careful. The woman turned to Lin Chen's team. Sorry, we'll leave right away. Lin Chen's team exchanged glances. Lin Chen looked at Bai Miaoyin, who nodded slightly in response. How about we sit down and share a meal? Ha? The woman looked at Lin Chen's team with some confusion, her eyes glimmering with a hint of light. 6 stars? She hesitated, planning to respond. The burly man had already walked over. Sure. I'm Lu Guang, and these are my teammates, Lily and Wang Xian. What's your name? Lily covered her face. By the campfire, with 3 more people, it didn't feel crowded at all. Are you also heading to the rainfall forest? Then we're on the same route. Wu Guang grinned, making a request to travel together. Lin Chen didn't mind. According to the information Nina provided, there weren't any monsters on this stretch of road, so traveling together wasn't a big deal. They could part ways after reaching the campsite. Speaking of which, our team had as many people as you at the beginning, Wu Guang sighed. So how come there are only 3 of you now? Shin Xiao asked curiously. They all died, the others? There's no need to be so concerned. Death is something that can't be helped, right? Didn't your teachers teach you that when you were in school? Wu Guang laughed heartily, but it's best to protect the card maker. If he dies, it will be troublesome to make cards later. Won't that affect you? Lin Chen asked cautiously. Oh, it's not a big deal. Wu Guang waved his hand dismissively. After the 7 stars, everything is super spec. Having more people actually makes coordination harder. However, if you're going to the rainfall forest, it's fine to kill some minor monsters on the outskirts, but definitely don't go deeper looking for something like the Seed of Lamentation. The Seed of Lamentation. The level 2 extreme material produced in the rainfall forest is said to hold clues to the world treasures. Is it very dangerous inside? No, I can't tell you. Wu Guang shook his head. And this information is very precious. We can buy it, Bai Miaoyin interjected. Ha, little girl, some information can't be bought with money, especially information related to the world treasures. Lin Chen's team didn't quite understand how precious the world treasures were. They had collected quite a few treasures along their journey. Why is that? Lin Chen inquired subtly. Why else? Because of the legendary cards, Lily sighed beside her. Cards above the 7 stars are too expensive, just a white card costs a considerable amount. Moreover, to accommodate the super spec burst, the auxiliary materials must at least be level 2 materials, which leads to the overall cost of the card being too high. Many times, when we go out, we end up losing money. Let's put it this way, it takes us an average of 3 trips to the rainfall forest to get 1 seed of lamentation, and this 1 seed of lamentation can only support our team for 1 operation. Lily raised a finger, somewhat helpless. Then why don't you go find one? It's not that easy, Lily chuckled bitterly. Hey, stop saying such discouraging things, we'll find it sooner or later. Wu Guang was quite confident. Lily. By the campfire, the tavern team gradually relaxed their guard. This trio really seemed like a chance encounter. Alright, we've finished eating, Wu Guang stood up. We still have to travel, so we won't be joining you. Okay. Lin Chen didn't try to keep them, just exchanged a few polite words before the 2 teams dispersed. The trio of Wu Guang headed towards the rainfall forest. As they walked, Lily suddenly stopped in her tracks. What's wrong, Lily? Is there a situation? Did you do that on purpose? Ha? Wu Guang didn't quite understand. I mean, did you intentionally go to meet that team? Oh, you mean that? Ahahaha, yes, they're all newcomers, so I thought I could give them a few pointers. A team of 8 is quite rare. Couldn't you just tell me directly? Why go the long way around? Ha? But didn't you say not to meddle? Stop being so verbose. Am I stopping you? 2 days later, Lin San looked at the camp, which was so rudimentary it was almost unbelievable, feeling a bit dazed. The camp didn't even have a gate, just a few scattered tents, and the only thing distinguishing the camp's location was a layer of fence surrounding it. Is this even called a camp? Zhao Miaomio was stunned, asking Lin San, hey, third, was it like this when you came before? No, I've never been here. I was brought here by my master and just dropped in. I never had any time to rest. Looking at it now, it seems like it wouldn't have made much difference if I hadn't come. Do you want to go in and take a look? By meowing asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head. No need, this kind of camp is just for the team to rest. We're fine for now, let's go check the outskirts first. Got it. At the edge of the rainfall forest. This edge seemed as if it had been cleaved by something. To the east, a gentle rain fell, while the west remained clear and dry. Bai Miaoying reached out her hand, wanting to see if there was some invisible barrier in this place. As her hand stretched out, aside from feeling the raindrops, there was nothing else to sense. Once we go in, be careful of the hairy monster, Lin San reminded again. The hairy monster was one of the 3 oddities of the rainfall forest. Located at the outskirts, it had a life value of about 10 million. It was roughly the size of an elephant, covered in fur from head to toe. Its movement speed was slow, and its damage output was low, but its defense was extremely strong. Its thick fur provided a level of protection comparable to a warrior's shield, reducing damage by 90%. The most important point was that it was elusive. Once it latched onto a target, unless it was killed, it would continuously attack the target. Its method of attack was a charge. The team stepped into the forest, and the deeper they went, the heavier the rain felt. What started as a light drizzle, like fine threads of water, gradually took on a form. Drop by drop, they hit the leaves, making a rustling sound. Zhao Miaomio and Ren Shin Yen did not go ahead to scout. The hairy monster was invisible. It would only be visible when it appeared. Ren Shin Yen cautiously looked around. The rain here was strange. Logically, in a place that often rained, especially a forest, it would likely form a swamp. However, after the rain fell, the forest remained the same. The ground absorbed the raindrops and was not much different from the outside, still retaining considerable hardness. Walking on it felt no different from outside. Just as she was pondering, she suddenly felt a gust of wind. Instinctively, she raised her dagger to block. A massive hairy monster appeared right in front of her and charged at her. She was sent flying. Xuan. Bai Miaoyin was startled, and in the next second, healing spell was already cast on her. The other team members also reacted. However, the hairy monster, standing 3 meters tall, vanished before everyone's eyes, as if it had never existed in this world. What? What is this? Shen Xiao reacted the fastest. After the hairy monster collided with Ren Shin Yen, the crossbow bolt in his hand had already been shot out. He saw clearly that the bolt had clearly hit the so-called hairy monster, yet it passed right through its body. That's how it is, Lin San exhaled lightly. After it collides with someone, it immediately enters that ethereal state until it charges again. The time it can be hit is very brief. He had been thoroughly disgusted when he faced this thing alone. Thick flesh, low damage, but that ethereal mechanism was truly annoying. What about the interval? Lin Chen immediately understood how to attack and began asking about the key points. Will the attack target change? Xuan, did you feel anything just now? There's no time interval, it's all based on its mood, but at least it will be after 30 seconds. The attack target is unknown, Lin San answered Lin Chen's question. No feeling, it just appeared so suddenly. It should be gathering power in the void state before charging, Ren Shin exhaled, still shaken from the previous impact. Sanner, do you mean that thing might come back to charge at me an hour or a day later? Yeah, unless you hurt it and it gets angry, then it will keep charging at you. So, this thing is the hardest at first, you never know when it will show up. Before Lin San could finish his sentence, the hairy monster appeared again. It charged forward, with no other moves, a massive beast, crashing towards Ren Shin. Ren Shin Yen first turned to the side, her foot gently twisting into a strange arc. The next second, two Ren Zuanyans appeared before the hairy monster, sparkling and lively. The hairy monster seemed momentarily stunned, but its momentum did not wane as it continued to charge toward one of the Ren Zuanyans. Ren Shin Yen raised her dagger, her eyes glimmering with a faint light. Assassin Classic Deck, Type, Deck Epic contains cards, Assassin's Twin Blades, Backstab, Shadow Step, Piercing Description, as long as I kill everyone, there will be no problem. Assassin's Twin Blades, Type, Equipment Card Epic Attack Power, 2000 Durability, 100 Skills, Critical Hit, when attacking, there is a 25% chance to deal double damage, charge, each attack charges the Twin Blades, with a maximum of 3 charges. Description, the assassin is unparalleled. Backstab, Type, Equipment Spell Card Normal Attack Power, 0 Durability, 100 Skills, Weak Point Break, when hitting an uninjured unit, achieves armor breaking effect. Description, I heard you're tough? Type, Equipment Spell Card Normal Attack Power, 0 Durability, 10 Skills, Starbreak, using piercing will consume charge, each layer of charge increases damage by 30%. Description, I'll take your life for 3000. Arms System Deck. Whether it can display its true level depends entirely on the skill of the Star Warrior, especially for agile melee types. For a type like the hairy monster, the primary goal is not to swing the dagger and strike it directly. The primary goal is to see through its weaknesses and find the vulnerable spots in its defenses. With a 90% damage reduction and over 10 million health points, according to Ren Shin Yen's current attack strength, a single strike would only deal a little over 20,000 damage at most. Swinging 500 times? Not to mention whether she has that kind of star power, the opponent wouldn't give her that many opportunities. What makes the hairy monster strong? It appears silently, in fact, it is about 5 meters away from Ren Shin Yen, but with its massive size, a normal person wouldn't be able to dodge. They can only endure it. After taking a hit, it would crash into you and immediately enter a void state, escaping swiftly. 0 seconds, the moment the hairy monster appeared, Ren Shin Yen made a judgment. She needed to dodge and prepare for an attack within 0 seconds, her eyes covered with a thin layer of star power. The next second, the hairy monster veered toward the direction of her clone. Got it! Ren Shin Yen twisted her foot into a strange arc, and the hairy monster brushed past her, crashing into the illusion she had created. In that instant of dodging, relying on her body's inertia, the dagger was already raised high. Backstab! It was successful. Without any hesitation, the next second, 3 blades followed up in an instant. Critical hit, piercing, at the same time, her shadow was shattered by the hairy monster, which then entered the void state again. Wow, all of it is armor breaking. What a monster, Lin San was dumbfounded. Others might not understand the value of this hairy monster, but he certainly did. When he was brought here by Johan, with a small hammer, a shield, and 2 chunks of meat, he had fought for 2 full days and nights in the rain, pushing his body to the limit before he understood the importance of armor breaking. And now, Ren Shin Yen, with just one move, broke the armor. The key was that in an extremely short time, all her attacks landed in one place. In one round, she had whittled down 1,000,000 health points. 10 rounds? Lin San was shocked by this result, feeling a bit uncomfortable and unable to accept it. How many rounds had he fought? He didn't even know, but it was at least in the 3 digits. Has it taken a grudge against me? Ren Shin Yen asked Lin San. Lin San nodded slightly. Probably after losing a few 100,000 health points, it will get very angry. From then on, as long as it recovers, it will come out to crash into you. You. Lin San wanted to say to be careful, but thought better of it and changed to, you do your best. Too fast, there's no time. Can the field magic detect it? Lin Chen frowned. At this speed, with magic and crossbow bolts, unless one reacts immediately, it is unlikely to hit. Even if it does hit, it doesn't mean much. Not everyone is like Ren Shin Yen, capable of dealing armor-piercing damage. If you can't deal armor-piercing damage, it's useless. It seems that the significance of group combat is not very great. Useless, Lin-san pointed to the ground. I heard from the master that this is considered a domain-level magic. Tisk, that's really targeted, Wang Jie scoffed. So, will it run away? Ren Shin Yen asked Lin-san. No, when it gets angry, it will keep charging at you, either killing you or you killing it. It's quite stubborn. Most teams find it troublesome when they encounter a hair monster. Meeting one means spending the next 2 or 3 days dealing with it. The things on it are valuable, but it's hard to fight. Lin-san paused here, except for you. At this moment, Ren Xuanxuan's worth reached its peak. Here it comes again. Once every half a minute. She couldn't always catch the hair monster. Sometimes, the monster would charge at her main body instead of her clone. Fortunately, later on, Bai Miaoying stood by and cast Holy Shield, so it wasn't a big deal. The intelligence of this hair monster seemed really low. It couldn't distinguish. Every time it was a 50-50 chance to gamble. Back and forth, it was only about 30 rounds. Full star-piercing critical hit, with a sound resembling a cow's wail, it fell. Phew, lucky, Ren Shin Yen exhaled lightly, rubbing her temples. To be honest, fighting this thing was quite exhausting. Its body was large, and if one wasn't careful, they could get hurt along with their clone. Mental focus was extremely necessary. This is really... Lin-san looked at the hair monster's corpse, his expression complex. Let me do it. Zhao Miaomiao rolled up her sleeves and began to skin it. This was a brand new monster, and she was very interested. Touching it, the texture was not good. The hair was sharp and hard, not soft at all. Surprisingly, there wasn't a drop of rainwater on this hair monster. It was very dry. Strange. Everyone. Bai Miaoying looked at the card in her hand, somewhat confused. What's wrong? Everyone's gaze turned to her. I stole. Oh, got this. Bai Miaoying raised the card in her hand. This battle wasn't fought solely by Ren Shin Yen. When the hair monster appeared, everyone would find ways to attack it. As a person with a strong conscience, Bai Miaoying couldn't bear to strike, so she could only use a mind theft. Dance of Rain type, spell card normal attack power, 0 durability, 1 skill, evolution introduction. On a rainy night, the hairball dance is a sacrificial dance under the protection of the rain god, who allows them to grow quickly. The first reaction of everyone seeing the card in Bai Miaoying's hand was one word. Ha! Wait, you this? Zhao Miaomiao was dumbfounded. Wow, you can get information like this? She had to take her plagiarism seriously. This card was quite interesting. Rainy night, hairball, rain god, sacrifice. These 4 keywords hid a lot behind them. Rainy night, hairball, that was fine, but this rain god and sacrifice were something else. Can this card be used? Zhao Miaomiao frowned. Bai Miaoying was about to say to try it when Lin Chen stopped her. No, don't be impulsive. Lin Chen's expression was serious. I think we need to understand one thing. In this place, even the 7-star warriors might not gain any benefits. We can't just go in recklessly. It could be deadly. I think we should understand one thing. Many times, our strength comes from the manager considering most of the possible situations that could occur. Moreover, most of the store manager's cards are whimsical ideas. This part is not due to our own abilities. We can't get carried away. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Once someone is dead, they are nothing at all. One thing Lin's father often told Lin Chen was, what is the definition of a genius? Those who live to the 7 stars are all geniuses. Those who don't make it are no different from a speck of dust. It's my fault. Bai Miaoying nodded, feeling that she had been too reckless. You know in your heart. Then let's find a bad person to help us clear the way? Bai Miaoying added. Everyone. All eyes turned to Bai Miaoying. The rain fell in a gentle drizzle, hitting Bai Miaoying's pure white hair, creating an indescribable beauty. She blinked her innocent big eyes. What are you looking at me for? Wasn't the previous outcome pretty good? Just that valley, once we went in, they helped us clean it all up. If it were us, we would have to expend a lot of effort. You didn't veer off into some strange direction. Wang Jia couldn't help but retort. Where would all these bad people come from? Actually, Zhao Miaomiao raised her hand. We can spread the news. We have this card, we can selectively disseminate information, and the more they investigate, the more we can know. Miaomiao. Ren Shin Yen leaned over. What? You've learned. Ren Shin Yen rubbed Zhao Miaomiao's little face, like petting a cat. Hey, what are you doing? What do you mean I've learned bad things? Sending out the news just gives them another direction, right? They're all looking for world consciousness. Who knows, this might be the key to finding the world treasure. That's a bit unethical. Long Xing summarized. Let's leave it at that for now. In the end, Lin Chen made a decision. We can stay here for a month, practice with the furry monster first, and when the time comes, we'll return to Sunset Town and check in with the store manager to see how familiar he is with things like sacrifices. Meow meow, do you know about sacrifices? I don't know. This is something a card maker should know. Zhao Miaomi shook her head. Then it's settled. Better not a month. Lin San raised his hand. Time is too tight. The master said that the first time out, purification is needed every day, and it's best to return once every half month, then gradually increase the time. Alright, then half a month. What can be done in half a month? Ji Chen's answer was that nothing could be done. He was diligently studying. Lin Shin Yen sat obediently beside him, blinking her big eyes at Ji Chen. Ji Fufu pushed the door open and walked in, holding a cup of black coffee and a cup of frappuccino, handing the coffee to Ji Chen and the frappuccino to Lin Shin Yen. Thank you. Ji Chen took the black coffee, took a sip, and didn't really notice the rich aroma. A bitter taste shot straight to the top of his head, making him involuntarily exhale. He didn't like drinking coffee, but the bitter taste always helped him concentrate a bit more. He knew that making legendary cards would encounter problems, but he didn't expect there to be so many. He thought that making legendary cards was just about following his own ideas, first drawing the images, then building them up, and finally communicating with the world treasure to see what was unsuitable and make adjustments. However, once he got down to it, he realized that things were not that simple. The star circuit he built, as soon as it was engraved, vanished without a trace, and he understood that he had always overlooked one thing: commonality. The construction of the star circuit needed to resonate with the world treasure. If this resonance failed, the star circuit would instantly dissipate. This problem wasn't too big. It just required communication with the world consciousness. But the problem is, he doesn't understand the world consciousness. Communicating with the world consciousness requires a lot of skill. Different world consciousnesses have different characteristics, and if the communication isn't done well, problems can easily arise. Not only can the cards produced be flawed, but even the creation process itself can become impossible. Even with Lin Shin Yen by his side, it would still be troublesome. The world consciousness doesn't speak, or rather, it doesn't think like a human. Aligning the frequencies requires a significant amount of time and effort. Ji Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The phone on the table rang. Hello? Ji Chen answered the call. Deity, the ritual, right? I know. The deity, the embodiment of the world's will, along with the white card, is referred to as first-level material. The next level down, the world treasures, are difficult to communicate with and require a lot of time because their will is inherently incomplete. Like the bow in Lin Shin Yen's hands, which was once a divine artifact of the elf clan, it has a spirit of its own and is relatively easier to communicate with. Even so, Ji Chen spent a lot of time working on it. When it comes to the first-level material, the deity, communication is not just communication. There is a passage in a book that says, the so-called deities use a language that is different from ours. The only channel we have to communicate with them is through rituals. Different deities require different ritual methods, which seems to be their way of selecting followers. They come and go without a trace, and capturing them is not a simple task. In human history, there has been only one documented instance of successfully capturing a deity. Most of the time, humans can only choose to cooperate with deities. Personally, I prefer this method. During the cooperation, we can study them more comprehensively. After explaining this to Lin Chen on the other end of the line, he hung up the phone. He turned to Nina and asked, is there a second part to that book Zhao Dezuzu Says Deities, Part 1? Ha! Nina paused for a moment. Ji Chen had a deep impression of this book. It was a serious publication, with titles like The 4 Essential Elements of Legendary Cards and How to Quickly Soothe the World Consciousness, but only this seemingly novel-like Zhao Dezuzu Says Deities, Part 1, left a strong impression on him. Not only was the title strange, but the content was also packed with valuable information. Oh, did I give you this book? Nina scratched her head, clapped her hands, and a semi-transparent screen appeared in the air. Let's put it this way, this is a fully automated paper retrieval machine. You can ask her about any aspect of knowledge you lack or any problems you encounter, and she can even kindly provide you with a reading list and bring the books to you, which is why Ji Chen is so generous with Nina. With such a treasure, if he doesn't pamper her, what will happen when she runs away? Ha? No? Did you really see this book? Nina scrolled through the reading list. No? Ji Chen frowned. He got up to search for the book. He didn't like ebooks much and preferred physical books, where he could also jot down reading notes. Writing notes on an ebook always felt lacking. He clearly remembered where the books he had read were. I remember it was in the corner. Here it is. Ji Chen found the book Zhao Dezuzu Says Deities, Part 1, and placed it in front of Nina. That's strange. Nina picked it up, her eyes slightly glowing as she scanned the book. After scanning, she looked at Ji Chen and gently shook her head. Really? Ji Chen looked at the book in her hand, then, do you have Zhao Dezuzu in your database? He picked up the book. Last time, he was almost done reading it, just a few pages left. While waiting for Nina to check, he opened the last page. In general, we categorize deities as primary materials, but this is a form of arrogance. In human understanding, deities are merely materials. From my years of contact with deities, I have come to see that their rank is higher than that of humans. Most of the time, the relationship between humans and deities is one of subordination. It is difficult to articulate the existence of deities with words. Perhaps you should witness it for yourself. Upon reading this passage, Ji-Chen was momentarily taken aback, and then he felt as if his surroundings were being distorted by something. The place he was in was no longer his studio but had instantaneously transformed into a vast wasteland. A gust of wind brushed against his cheek. He couldn't help but touch his face. What is this? He wondered to himself. Look up. A voice that seemed to come from nowhere made him lose control of his body. His head slowly lifted. At a glance, it was a sculpture. At a second glance, what is this? Oh, it's a sculpture. At a third glance, what is this? Oh, it's a sculpture. He was horrified to find that his thoughts were stuck in a loop of what is this and this is a sculpture. The sculpture became blurry in his mind. He knew he shouldn't look, yet he wanted to. Was this a struggle between consciousness and body? No, it was a struggle between consciousness and consciousness. He felt as if his mind had split into two, one urging him to look and the other forbidding it. From the initial what is this and this is a sculpture, it gradually cycled to this cannot be seen and this must be seen. His consciousness seemed to operate beyond his control, and gradually, he began to feel a strange sensation. Who is he? What is he doing? Where is he? I, you, he? His consciousness began to stagnate. Ji, Li, Fufu's loud voice grabbed his arm, shaking him back and forth. It brought him back to reality. In that moment, his awareness returned, and the world transformed from chaos to color. He turned to glance at Ji Fufu, Nina, and Lin Xin. Everything seems fine. He instinctively pushed up his nose. Oh, he forgot. He doesn't need to wear glasses in this life. He looked at the books that Ji Fufu had knocked to the ground and bent down to pick them up. Ji, Li, what happened to you just now? Ji Fufu's little face was tense. What happened just now? Ji-Chen asked her. I felt like you were about to pass out. You can't do that. If you're gone, it won't be fun anymore. Ji Fufu pinched her arm and then her face. What are you two doing? Nina asked, confused. Xin, did you feel anything just now? Ji-Chen asked Lin Xin, who was slurping on a frappuccino. Lin Xin blinked and shook her head. No, you were reading, and Fufu ran in and shook your shoulder. Lin Xin didn't find it strange. Ji Fufu had always liked to stir things up. Cute and all, it was fine. Really? Ji-Chen flipped to the last page he had just read. Perhaps you should witness it for yourself. After encountering the so-called deity, you might wonder, what is this? This is something that humans cannot touch, right? But in fact, humans can touch and utilize it. Their existence is different from that of humans. Even now, I am still studying them. However, most people like me always feel that humans are the best in the world, even able to study deities. I wonder, in human definitions, deities are merely primary materials. Although this material represents human arrogance. But what lies beyond? What is that level, which humans cannot touch, called the complete will of the world? The only thing I know is that it is above the deities. Aside from that, I know nothing. Yet, human fate is entirely dependent on this invisible and intangible thing. That is what I truly worry about. To be continued. Ji-Chen let out a breath and closed the book. Ji Fufu anxiously asked, Ji-Chen, are you okay? I'm fine, Nina. Can you find any information on Zhao Dazuzu? I found something, but I'm not sure if it's him. Let me see. Zhao Dazuzu, one of the members of the first cardmaker committee of the Star Association, a 9-star card maker. The information was quite rudimentary, but Ji-Chen keenly sensed the issue within. The first session, the predecessor of the Star Association, was the Falling Star Society. Is there no more detailed information? No. Why are you looking for this person? Shouldn't you be working on legendary level cards now? Nina seemed puzzled. It's nothing. I should indeed be working on legendary level cards. Ji-Chen nodded. By the way, when can I go out? I don't know. I checked the database, and I heard that a group of people recently came to cause you trouble, but they were all caught. I guess you'll be here for a few more months. They aren't that free. Most of the people who can come to trouble you are above 7 stars, and those above 7 stars have a lot to do. Alright then. Ji-Chen turned to Lin Chen Yen and said, that's it for today. I need to find Senior Zhuge and ask some questions. Okay. Lin Chen Yen nodded and turned to Ji Fufu. Fufu, I'm going back to Starfall City to eat something delicious. Are you coming? Yes. Ji Fufu nodded her little head rapidly. What does Nina want to eat? I'll help you pack. Wow, Shinshin, I love you.